Family, crossing over is so dramatic. A 6 or 7-year-old girl wakes up to find herself unexpectedly a mother, holding little Ace in her arms. Before she can fully process it, pirates arrive. She escapes with the baby in a thrilling adventure. But once on land, she encounters Kizaru. To dispel any suspicions, she concocts a story and even gets Kizaru to hold Ace. What will happen next? Let me tell you, this opening is explosive. A 6 or 7-year-old kid wakes up to find herself a mother, and she's holding a baby. Before she can react, there's a loud bang. The pirates are here. The timeline jumps straight to January 6th, 1500 in the EC. Leah, in a daze one moment, switches to battle mode the next. After all, in her previous lives, she had lived on the edge, and her Bodis instincts are quicker than her thoughts. This body is still tender and could be around 6 or 7 years old. But to protect the little baby in her arms, she has to fight. She carefully surveys her surroundings and finds that this is a merchant ship that has been attacked by pirates. The crew has been herded onto the deck, but luckily, her hiding spot is obscure and she remains undetected. Leah thinks that confronting them head-on is not an option, especially since she has a baby with her. She needs to find a way to escape. With quick reflexes, she knocks out an unlucky pirate, strips him of his clothes, ties the baby to her back, and swipes some belly from a corner. You might wonder why she needs to take the baby. Leah's intuition tells her that this child is special, perhaps a key figure in this world. To prevent the baby from waking up and crying, she uses her powers to put him into a temporary sleep. I must say Leah is really proactive. Using the knowledge she gained in her previous life, she quickly locates the lifeboat. Just as she's about to make her escape, another pirate appears around the corner. Leah's expression darkens as she rushes forward, covering his mouth and stabbing him with a knife. Once she confirms he's dead, she takes the knife and quietly rows away in the small boat. Once she's a safe distance from the merchant ship, Leah stops and puts the baby down. This is already her third life, and she still remembers her past lives. She can feel the power of slaughter and death within her, though it's currently weak. It is undeniably there. In her last life, she was the goddess of death. But when the world fell apart, she perished as well. To her surprise, she wakes up in a new world this time. To be honest, Leah was just an ordinary young person in the 21st century. She drowned trying to save a child who fell into the water. She thought she would be reborn into a good life, but instead, she was sent to a world on the brink of destruction. But who knows if this is a blessing in disguise? At least this world doesn't seem too dangerous. Plus, she discovers she actually has family. Through her memories, Leah realizes she has entered the world of One Piece and has become Ace's cousin. In the original plot, she died protecting Ace from pirates. Leah finds this world quite intriguing. And this little Ace is just too adorable. He melts the heart of this old single dog. To take good care of this little baby, Leah goes on a shopping spree. Once she reaches land bottles, pacifiers, diapers, she buys everything. Like a new mom, she pulls the shop staff aside to ask countless questions and takes notes on everything. The staff sees this little girl carrying a baby and assumes her parents were killed by pirates, feeling sympathetic and even giving her a discount. Leah walks down the street with 2 big bags and the baby on her back, turning heads everywhere. To get back to the inn quickly, she accepts help from a peculiar uncle with a strange way of speaking. This uncle easily lifts the 2 big bags, and Leah looks up to see his face, but he's so tall that all she can see is his yellow striped suit. After finally returning to her inn room, Leah directs the uncle to place the items on the table and politely invites him to sit down while she prepares to pour him a glass of water. However, the moment she looks up, Leah freezes. Kizaru, how'd he end up in the East Sea? Has the Navy already discovered she's carrying Ace? Leah's mind races as she contemplates what to do. Right now, she is too weak to confront Kizaru. Should she contact Garp? Leah's moment of shock is brief. She quickly adjusts her expression, pretending to be excited, and hands the cup of water to Kizaru. You must be Mr. Borsellino. I've seen you in the newspapers. You're a powerful Navy officer, and I'm your loyal fan. Of course, Kizaru notices Leah's moment of panic. He smirks internally. If she can deceive at such a young age, things might not be so simple. Still, he plays along with Leah. Oh, I didn't expect to have a fan at my age. I thought kids like you would idolize those infamous pirates. Leah feels uneasy under Kizaru's gaze. She knows she's being suspected, but she steels herself and replies, why would I idolize pirates? If it weren't for the brave Navy, I might have been buried at sea with my brother. I admire the Navy. They uphold justice in this world. I hold immense respect for powerful Navy officers like you, Mr. Borsellino. Seeing how hard Leah is trying to act, Kizaru stops teasing her. He changes the subject. It's dangerous for you to carry a child alone. Why don't I take you to the Navy branch and have them send you home? Leah thinks this might be a good idea. She's unfamiliar with this place, and getting to Windmill Village won't be easy. Plus, this could help dispel Kizaru's suspicions. She immediately puts on excited expression. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Borsellino. She bows as she says this. Kizaru doesn't say much, just pulls out a transponder snail and dials a number. At this moment, little Ace wakes up, babbling. Leah quickly leans over, and upon seeing her, Ace opens his mouth and beams with joy. Leah can't help but laugh, picking up Ace for kisses and raising him high. Kizaru watches this scene, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. When he was a rookie in the Navy, his greatest wish was for every family to have smiles like that. But as he rose in rank, he began to understand the harsh truths of this world. Leah glances at the clock on the wall and sees that Kizaru has put away the transponder snail. A thought crosses her mind, and she quickly adopts a fearful yet pleading expression. Mr. Borsellino, little Ace needs to drink milk, but I can't manage him right now. Could you help me hold him? Leah just wants to see what this strange uncle from the anime looks like holding a baby. Kizaru raises an eyebrow, but doesn't refuse, taking Ace into his arms. Leah starts fiddling with the things she just bought, boiling water, sterilizing the bottle, measuring formula, and mixing all together, making it look like a chemistry experiment. For Kizaru, who usually spends time with rough men, it seems perfectly normal for mixing formula to be this complicated. He cradles Ace in one arm, supporting him to prevent him from falling. When Ace sees that the one holding him isn't Leah, he immediately stops, smiling, and looks seriously at Kizaru's orange peel face. The next second, he stretches out his chubby little hands, grabbing Kizaru's clothes and kicking his little feet, try to climb up. Kizaru doesn't stop him, he just protects his waist and lets him climb. Ace manages to crawl up to Kizaru's chest and tries to reach his shoulder, tugging at Kizaru's curly hair. Although the scalp was painfully tugged, Kizaru still endured it and let little Ace sit on his shoulder. This made little Ace happy again, and he started to play with Kizaru's hair. Leah, seeing this scene, suppressed her laughter and shook the milk bottle in her hand, opening her arms. Come here, Ace. Let your sister hold you. Little Ace immediately let go of Kizaru's hair and reached out his chubby little hands. Leah promptly hugged little Ace and stuffed the milk bottle into his mouth. Kizaru rubbed his sore scalp and said, "Oh dear, how scary. Kids really are frightening, but you are quite gentle." Leah smiled and replied, Mr. Borsellino is also very gentle. When he has children in the future, he will surely be a gentle father. Kizaru's glasses flashed with light as he thought of a kindness-tough attitude towards pirates, immediately dismissing that idea. Oh dear, I'm very busy with work. I probably won't have time to start a family. Leah thought to herself, with a slacker like you, it won't be your turn even if you're busy. Let's observe a moment of silence for your Vice Admiral. Holding little Ace, who had finished his milk, Leah began to probe Kizaru again. Such a remarkable person as Mr. Borsellino must be extremely busy. How could he leave the Grand Line to come to the East Blue? Oh dear, you seem to know quite a lot. Ordinary people in the Four Seas are not clear about the situation of the Grand Line. Kizaru's expression remained unchanged, still exaggerated as ever. Leah didn't hesitate and directly stated the reason she had long thought of. Because the relative I'm looking for is the Navy hero, Garp. I heard many stories from him about chasing pirates when I was young, so I have a rough understanding of the Grand Line. Why say this? Because Garp is a very extraordinary character, and one cannot think of him with conventional logic. Everything absurd about him can become reasonable. Sure enough, Kizaru appeared to be pondering and said, if it's Mr. Garp, it doesn't seem so strange after all. Kizaru glanced at the clock. That guy saw it hadn't called to urge him, so he could take a little more time. No, he could help this clever little girl a bit more. Since you're Mr. Garp's descendant, why not tidy up the East? West. I shall escort you to the naval base and inform Mr. Kapu along the way. All right, Leah replied promptly and with nimble hands. She placed little Ace into Kizaru's embrace and began to pack their belongings. Kizaru, keen on dislodging the child who had a firm grip on his hair, restrained himself, fearing harm, and bore the discomfort with patience. Leah couldn't help but chuckle. Ace had been so well behaved in her arms, yet he became a mischievous little rascal in Kizaru's. His tiny face was filled with confusion, as if he were merely investigating what this strange creature was. From Kizaru's perspective, it appeared as though a cumbersome bundle was swaying around the room, completely obscuring Leah from view. He swiftly seized the bundle, unfastening it with remarkable speed. Leah stumbled slightly, still reeling from the motion, when a cheerful little baby appeared in her arms. Internally, she mused, as expected of you, Kizaru, truly cunning. How could I allow you to bear such a heavy burden? You only need to care for the little baby. She rolled her eyes, thinking that he simply did not wish to hold Ace. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, swiftly grabbing a piece of cloth to secure Ace on her back. After returning the keys to the proprietor and checking out, Leah followed closely behind Kizaru as they made their way to the naval base. Kizaru walked leisurely, allowing Leah to keep pace. One hand retrieved a din mushy from his pocket. Hello, Sedino, can you hear me? Mr. Kapu, oh dear, is the din mushy malfunctioning? It's not responding at all, quite vexing. Leah, wearing an exasperated expression, interrupted his soliloquy. Mr. Sedino, is there a possibility that this is a listening device? Oh dear, I made another mistake, he replied, his tone incredulous. Yet his expression remained calm and as lecherous as ever. At least try to appear earnest. You look far too relaxed for this situation. As they strolled, Kizaru seemed to be lost in thought. What splendid weather today. The clouds are drifting lazily. This stone has an unusual shape. That little bird flies so freely. Leah remarked. Are you an old man retired at home? Why stop to critique everything? She covered her face in disbelief, feeling numb from the absurdity. In this leisurely atmosphere, Leah impulsively bought 2 ice creams from a street vendor, sharing one with Kizaru. They squatted beneath a large tree, utterly engrossed in watching ants transport food. At a crucial moment, they even paused licking their ice creams to cheer on the ants. Leah, overly excited, dropped her ice cream to the ground. Yet, upon witnessing the ants carry a large morsel into their anthill, she exhaled deeply. Ace looked quite forlorn, yearning for a treat that had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, Leah had an epiphany. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why am I engaging in such foolish antics with this lecherous old man? Could such absurdity be contagious? With that thought, Leah nodded in agreement, her expression indicating that it was indeed so. Turning to glance at Kizaru, she found him gazing back at her, a faintly enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Capturing Leah's bewildered expression, Kizaru unhesitatingly ruffled her hair, transforming her naturally curly locks into a disheveled mess. A bit clever, yet not excessively so, Kizaru thought to himself, darkly amused. Just as Leah was about to explode in frustration, Kizaru reluctantly withdrew his hand. Hey, wipe that regretful look off your face. Leah rubbed her face, which had stiffened from forced smiles, and the more she rubbed, the more she felt compelled to grimace. There was nothing to be done. Under the eaves, one had to bow their head. Kizaru glanced at his watch, recalling that Sedino had mentioned something upon their arrival, but the details eluded him. Never mind. Let us head to the base. Kizaru swiftly scooped up the small girl, hastening their journey. The veracity of her words was ambiguous, but what did it matter to him? He had no desire to work overtime, particularly regarding matters related to Kapu. He was keen to avoid experiencing the brunt of Kapu's iron fist. Wasn't it preferable to be a mere cog in the machine? This time, Kizaru did not dawdle, quickly arriving at the naval base with the 2 little ones. One arm cradled the children, while the other held a hefty bundle, as he followed a soldier to find the officer in charge of the base. After a brief exchange with the officer, he settled the 2 children on a sofa in the office and borrowed a din mushy to contact Kapu, explaining the situation succinctly. Leo worried that Kapu's blunt demeanor might lead him to overlook something, but to her surprise, Kapu effortlessly concocted a seemingly plausible explanation in just a few words. Just as Leah was about to express her gratitude to Kizaru, a knock echoed through the office door. The officer smiled apologetically and rose to open it. Upon opening the door, a disgruntled Sedino stood there, exuding an aura of resentment. After giving a nod of acknowledgement to the officer, Sedino approached Kizaru directly. Admiral Kizaru, I have called you 32 times. Today's patrol mission remains unfinished. Oh dear, I mistakenly treated the listening din mushy as a communication device. As for the patrol mission, as long as the ship returns to base within the stipulated time, it need not be taken so seriously. Kizaru, seemingly oblivious, retrieved a nail clipper from his pocket and began trimming his nails. But you still have numerous documents that require your attention. Documents? As long as Sedino reviews them, he can bring them to me for signature. If necessary, they can be bundled with Sakazuki's workload when we return to base. He adores work. Sedino appeared even more disheartened. In any case, Admiral Celino, please return to the ship promptly. We must proceed to the next location. Kizaru paused his nail clipping, his gaze shifting to Leah, casual yet suggestively pointed. However, Sadino, if I return to the ship now, this little sister would be frightened alone here. Wouldn't she? Sadino thought, you're clearly making excuses to slack off. It was at that moment he noticed the two children on the sofa. The officer, seeing this, stepped forward to provide an explanation to Sadino. What was Leah doing? She was sitting idly, picking at her fingers. Sadino was about to say something further when Leah suddenly sprang up from a sofa. She rushed to Kizaru. Grasping one of his fingers, it was impossible, her hands were too small. It was time for a performance, and Leah was on the verge of tears, excitedly exclaiming, Mr. Salino, such a busy person, has taken the time to bring me to the naval base. I am deeply grateful. How can I shamelessly request that you spend even more of your precious time accompanying me? Please rest assured, I will cooperate with this naval officer and wait for Mr. Kapu to come for me and my brother. With that, she theatrically retrieved a tissue from the table, turning her back to the adults to feign wiping away her tears. Kizaru was somewhat speechless, having lost yet another excuse to slack off. It seemed this little girl truly did not favor him. If Leah could hear Kizaru's inner thoughts, she would undoubtedly retort, being with you, I fear my life may be forfeit at any moment. Sadino began to scrutinize him with a gaze full of pleading and a hint of subtle reproach. Kizaru felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite his high position and remarkable composure, being looked at in such a way by a grown man was unsettling. Kizaru ultimately stood up. Well then, I shall return to the ship. Little sister, I hope to see you in Marineford in the future. Leah chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head. If I have that honor. Just as Sadino intended to follow his superior, Kizaru had no intention of waiting for him and instantly transformed into light, vanishing from sight. Leah released a burden from her heart, exhaling deeply, and silently mourned for Sadino, who dashed off in pursuit of his admiral. Leah carried little Ace into the room designated by the officer. Upon entering, she overheard Belmel teasing the child, expressing her desire to adopt two of her own upon retirement, because children are simply adorable. Leah was acutely aware that Belmel would soon have two affectionate little ones, Nami and Nokigo. With Belmel lending a helping hand, Leah finally felt a sense of relief. Belmel was indeed a formidable person to ensure Ace was well cared for. She even sought advice from her motherly colleagues. Leah diligently absorbed a wealth of parenting knowledge, including how to keep warm and recognize signs of illness. The next day, as Leah was joyfully playing with Ace, a sudden roar reverberated, causing her head to buzz. To her astonishment, it was old Carp with his booming voice. My poor grandchildren. Turning around, Leah saw a muscular old man rushing towards her with outstretched arms. Quick on her feet, she deftly sidestepped, cradling Ace. The shocking scene that followed was nothing short of spectacular. Carp crashed into the stone bench where Leah had just been seated, producing a painful thud. Even more astonishingly, the bench cracked and then shattered into pieces. Leah couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? This is utterly outrageous. What kind of extraordinary physical condition does this old man possess?" Carp, rubbing his head as he got back on his feet, wore a face of grievance. The ungrateful child leaves the grandchildren to me and disappears, and now my granddaughter despises me. Life is so hard. As he spoke, he unexpectedly broke into tears. It was then that Leah noticed a tall uncle standing behind Carp. Kuzan squatted down, resting his chin on his hand as he scrutinized Leah and Ace, pondering to himself, can this old man really have such a beautiful granddaughter? Could she be adopted? Carp enveloped Leah in a bear hug. I am your grandfather. Little Leah, you truly resemble me. You are remarkably handsome. Isn't that right, Kuzan? Kuzan lazily replied. Well, the little miss is indeed adorable. Leah rolled her eyes. Thank you for the compliment, uncle, but I hardly have such a foolish grandfather. Kuzan murmured softly. Indeed, she doesn't seem like it. It appears the young lady's mother is quite a beauty. Carp, sulking in the corner, drew circles with his finger. My granddaughter despises me. Leah cleared her throat and playfully shouted, Aji-san. The sound sent shivers down her spine. Instantly revitalized, Carp scooped Leah up and began to nuzzle her vigorously. his stubble scratching her face painfully. To make matters worse, Ace burst into tears. Leah quickly pushed Carp's face away. Carp held on tightly, and unable to endure any longer, Leah delivered a punch to his face. Dazed but still grinning broadly, Carp exclaimed, "Ah! Even when angry, my granddaughter is adorable." Leah struggled to jump down, feeling as though she had just been through a brawl, her body sore. Ace was frightened and crying, something that had never happened before. She hurriedly picked him up, soothing him gently. After finally calming Ace down, Leah handed him over to Belmel. Then, she charged at Carp, leaping towards him with the intent to land on his shoulders. Carp, eager to catch her, was thwarted as Leah flipped midair, avoiding his grasp, and landed on his shoulder, tugging at his hair. Carp grimaced in pain, attempting to grab the back of Leah's collar. Leah nimbly darted around on his shoulder, shouting, "You old fool, be gentler." You scared Ace into tears. Kazan watched the lively scene with a silent approval, thinking, these two do have that grandfather-granddaughter dynamic. Carp softened his tone. "I was wrong. As a new grandfather, please forgive me, little Leah." Though grimacing in pain, he endeavored to speak as gently as possible. After enough of her antics, Leah finally jumped down. Kazan stifled a laugh, struggling to contain his amusement. Leah adjusted her dress and leisurely greeted Kazan, "Hello, Uncle Kazan," while giving a small wave. "Ah, the little miss knows me," Kazan replied lazily. "I saw you in the newspaper," Leah casually remarked. After bidding farewell to Belmel, Leah boarded Carp's warship with her luggage, while Kazan, having a mission, rode away on his bicycle. Watching Kazan pedal off, Leah mused on the audacity of his strength. Riding a bike must be exhausting. Why not take the warship? It was truly hard to comprehend. Yet, the ostentation of biking across the sea was undeniably impressive. After 10 days at sea, they finally arrived at Windmill Village. As the ship docked, the sight of neatly lined houses adorned with large windmills greeted them. The air carried the scent of the sea, and with a deep breath, Leah felt as though her lungs had been cleansed. She felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation wash over her. Windmill Village was indeed a place of magic. Previously, she had been constantly on edge, fearing discovery by Kizaru. Life on Carp's ship had been filled with turmoil. That old man would sleep at a whim and, when inspired, chase pirates, often deviating from their course. Fortunately, he had a reliable vice admiral. Leah felt sympathy for the vice admiral, as Carp would even command to head straight into the center of a storm. Unable to bear it any longer, Leah would hand Ace to others to hold and would leap up to tug at Carp's hair, which finally silenced him. The Navy soldiers were moved to tears, exclaiming, "Finally, someone can manage Vice Admiral Carp." As Leah leapt off the ship with Ace in her arms, an elderly man with a cane approached them. Carp also jumped ashore, bellowing, "Ah, slap, I am back." He then pointed at Leah and Ace, boasting, "These are my grandchildren. Aren't they adorable?" His tone was insufferably smug. The village chief glanced at Carp without a word, instead smiling warmly at Leah. "I am the village chief of Windmill Village, Slap. You can call me Grandpa Chief. It must be quite a challenge having such an unreliable grandfather." "Hello, Grandpa Chief. I am Leah," she replied, pointing to Ace, who was busy sucking on a pacifier. The chief gently patted Leah's head, complimenting, "Little Leah is indeed a good child." He then poked Carp in the chest with his cane. "You only brought her back now that she's this big? You, a grown man, how could you possibly care for children? Why didn't you bring her back sooner for me to see?" Carp, picking his nose, flicked a booger at Slap, exclaiming, "It's all my useless son's fault. He can't even keep his wife, dragging my grandchildren around to suffer. He is truly worthless." Meanwhile, Dragon, who was in a meeting with the Revolutionary Army, sneezed unexpectedly. The unnamed daughter-in-law commented, "Humph. The monkey family has never produced a sensible one." Afterward, they proceeded to the old house of the monkey family. The four of them arrived at a wooden house with a small courtyard. It was a 2-story wooden building, somewhat neglected as no one had maintained the yard. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a surprisingly tidy interior with little dust, indicating it was frequently cleaned. "Carp, I have not touched much of your belongings. Machino often comes to help clean. If you need anything, just let Machino know, and she will bring it to you, Slap said, handing Carp a few keys. The chief felt that Carp was utterly unreliable and reiterated many important points to Leah, such as where to shop and places to avoid, until she felt drowsy. Just then, a gentle woman entered, exclaiming, "Mr. Carp, you have returned." After familiarizing Leah with the village and entrusting her to the chief and Machino, Carp departed once more on the warship. Leah stood at the harbor with Ace until the ship was out of sight. Leah had begun to view Carp as her own grandfather. Though he may have been all muscle and little brain, he had genuinely tried to consider the well-being of both Leah and Ace. For instance, he had asked Machino to take care of their meals and secretly slipped several stacks of berries to the chief to have beds made for the children. This was nearly the limit of his few functioning brain cells, of course excluding matters like sickness and medication, for in his words, he had never fallen ill. Leah thought, what a weirdo. The educational approach of the Mengchi family has always been rather straightforward. As long as the children are well-fed and sleep soundly, they firmly believe that only through hardship can talent emerge and withstand the tempests of the sea. Carp, though gruff, conceals his care for the younger generation within his fists, aspiring for Ace and Luffy to become formidable members of the Navy, enabling him to protect them eternally. Leah silently bids farewell, cradling Ace, and heads to the Mengchi courtyard. Thus begins her nurturing life in Fengche village. Machino is a gentle girl. As Ace grows day by day, clothing becomes a significant expense. Thanks to Machino's deft hands, Leah often receives new garments from her, perfectly tailored to fit, showcasing Machino's meticulousness. Machino also unearths many of her childhood clothes to gift to Leah. Leah, delicate and porcelain-like, is endearing to all, particularly to Machino. When the bar is not busy, Machino's greatest joy is to adorn Leah beautifully. In gratitude for Machino's care, after rocking Ace to sleep, Leah helps out of the bar by serving plates and sweeping the floor, doing what she can manage. A 7 or 8-year-old girl earnestly declares, "Uncle, your drink," her voice lilting and sweet, utterly charming. Even the coarse old Carp cannot resist, let alone the emotionally rich village uncles. While assisting at Machino's bar, Leah always returns home with her pockets filled with candy. She stashes the sweets in a large porcelain jar under her bed, taking out a few to coax Ace when he misbehaves, occasionally indulging herself. However, she refrains from overeating as her body is still in its developmental stage. An excessive consumption could lead to cavities. One day, Leah ties a soft rope around Ace, securing the other end of her wrist. Ace, having learned to crawl, is bouncing around energetically, and last time, he somehow climbed to the eaves of the house. Had Leah not been quick-eyed, Ace might have fallen. Nevertheless, Leah believes that with Ace's stubborn nature, he would likely escape unscathed. Previously, Ace had hidden in the refrigerator, and when Leah accidentally pinched his head, he laughed joyfully, pointing at the refrigerator door, seemingly wanting to repeat the experience. Thus, to avert further trouble, Leah resorts to this method. Yet, even so, Ace remains blissfully entertained. The elastic rope pulls him back each time he stretches it to its limit, and Leah catches him carefully, filling the courtyard with Ace's innocent laughter. Many of Leah's garments are hand-me-downs from Machino's childhood, exquisite in style and intricate in pattern, crafted by Machino's late mother. Reputed to be the finest seamstress in Fengche village and indeed the entire Goya kingdom. Although the dresses are beautiful, Leah dislikes wearing them, finding them impractical for daily activities. While hunting in the Corbeau Mountains to maintain a balanced diet, she often gets scratched by branches or clawed by wild beasts. Minor injuries are inconsequential, but damaging her mother's heartfelt gifts fills her with guilt. Alas, her skills are lacking, and she must seek Machino's assistance. Leah apologizes sincerely, but Machino is more concerned about Leah's well-being, dismissing the damaged clothes with a smile. Leah returns the garments to Machino, believing they should be cherished for a lifetime, representing a mother's love. Machino suggests making new clothes for Leah, more dresses, but Leah promptly declines. Drawing inspiration from the extinguished fire, Leah sketches several simple yet elegant designs on white paper, her artistic skills commendable. Later, Machino brings these designs to life, enhancing them to appear even more appealing and refined. When Leah tries on the new outfit, it fits perfectly. Leah, overwhelmed with excitement, jumps into Machino's embrace, exclaiming, "Sister Machino, you are so gentle and beautiful. Your cooking is delightful, and your hands are so skilled. When I grow up, I shall marry you." After which, she plants a kiss on Machino's cheek. Machino, amused, laughs heartily, gently stroking Leah's head. With Machino's help, Leah begins selling meat. The game hunted from the mountains is too much to consume, making it perfect for a stall. Being neighbors, the villagers take good care of Leah, so she offers them friendship prices, ensuring mutual benefit for a sustainable business. The residents of Fengshe village are kind-hearted and simple. Seeing such a small girl working diligently at her stall, they wish to give her extra money, but Leah graciously declines. And they respect her decision, praising her industriousness. They often think to bring her snacks and fruit from their homes. As the gentle breeze rustles and the waves crash rhythmically, the windmill turns leisurely, and Fengshe village remains tranquil today. Indeed, it is peaceful, except for the Mengqi household. Ace is missing. In a panic, Leah ties up all the pirates drinking at Machino's bar and forces them to kneel in her courtyard. Their wails echo above Fengshe village. 3-year-old Ace has had a splendid day, having sneaked away to the Corbeau Mountains. He hops along, setting a simple trap where wild rabbits frequent, a skill he secretly learned during a previous hunting trip with Leah. Though not as adept as his sister, he is more than capable of catching those foolish rabbits. After setting the trap, he brushes the dirt from his hands and beams with a radiant smile. Ace is clever, one might say precocious. He is curious about his father. But sensing his sister and Carp's hesitance to speak of him, he realizes she is concealing something. Stubborn by nature, Ace is resolute once he sets his mind to something. Today, he again inquired about his father, and when his sister fell silent, he felt a twinge of disappointment, leading him to sneak away. He vaguely senses that his father might be a villain, which is why his sister is reluctant to discuss him. His sister is gentle, preparing his favorite meals, telling him stories before bedtime, and singing him to sleep. He does not wish to cause her sorrow. Thus, he suppresses his unease and ventures out, inadvertently wandering into the Corbeau Mountains. As he walks, Ace spots a large beehive in a tree and, recalling the taste of honey, halts. Nearby, there is a water hole, and Ace hides behind a tree, recalling his sister's technique, picking up a stone to throw. Instantly, he leaps into the water hole, holding his breath and remaining motionless. Once the buzzing ceases, he cautiously surfaces, glancing around before darting to retrieve the beehive, wrapping it securely in his clothes. With the beehive in hand, he dashes away, only pausing to taste a bit of honey, and its sweetness dazzles him. Yet he is reluctant to consume it all, wrapping the hive back up to share with his sister. Ace then sees trees laden with fruit, climbing to pick as much as his clothes can hold. Although he yearns to delve deeper into the forest, thoughts of his gentle sister draw him back. Carrying 2 rabbits, a bounty of fruits, and a beehive, he wobbles his way back to Fengshe village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spots Machino. She hurries over, scanning him up and down, and upon confirming he is uninjured, she breathes a sigh of relief. "Ace, why did you sneak out alone?" Both Leah and I were frantic. She thought a pirate from the village had taken you and tied them up at your house. Ace freezes, completely overlooking the word tied, only hearing that a group of pirates is in his home, and his sister is in danger. Thus, he drops what he is carrying and rushes home. Machino, feeling helpless, picks up his things and follows Ace to the Mengqi household. In the Mengqi courtyard, Leah has ceased her assault on the pirates, realizing they are not lying and that their disappearance has nothing to do with them. However, she is reluctant to untie them. These fools deserve punishment for attempting to evade payment and take advantage of Machino at her bar. Originally, Leah intended to search their pockets clean before releasing them. But with Ace missing, her first suspicion fell upon these buffoons, believing they had taken him in retaliation. Thus, she captures this group of pirates, who were preparing to flee by boat. Leah was in a fit of anger, paying no heed to their wails for mercy. Were it not for the absence of a bounty on these fools, she would have readily turned them over to the Navy for a reward. At that moment, Ace returned. "Onaiken!" His anxious cries echoed from afar. Upon seeing Ace, Leah's heart finally settled. She rushed to embrace the little bundle, first checking for any injuries. Satisfied that Ace was unharmed, she relaxed completely. However, her expression suddenly turned stern as she contemplated reprimanding Ace. It was essential not to indulge him excessively, for proper discipline was necessary to ensure he grew up right. "I'm sorry, sister. I worried you. I shouldn't have sneaked out to play by myself," Ace mumbled, his head bowed in dejection. As Leah observed his delicate eyelashes, her maternal instincts surged. Just then, a thunderous noise shook the entire house, nearly toppling her from her bed. Ace's bubble of snot burst, and he rubbed his sleepy eyes. "Let me tell you, my morning irritability can rise in an instant. Who dares to disturb my slumber so early in the day?" Leah scooped up Ace and dashed downstairs. Upon arrival, her blood pressure soared. There stood a tall, stinking old man, none other than Carp. He clutched some strange object in one hand, while the other was shamelessly pilfering sunbae from the shelf intended for customers. She quickly set Ace down, inhaled deeply, and forced a smile she believed to be gentle. "Ace, dear, go upstairs and change your clothes. Sister has some household matters to attend to." Little Ace obediently nodded and ascended the stairs. Once he was out of sight, Leah could no longer contain herself. Flexing her wrist, she charged at Carp, delivering a punch aimed at his old face. "You old fool. Those are for sale. What will the customers buy if you eat them all?" To her surprise, the old man was surprisingly agile, dodging her blow while nonchalantly picking his nose and retorting, "Oh, what's the big deal? Little Leah is so stingy." Leah was on the verge of laughter from her frustration. "Stinginess? You can eat what I prepare for you tonight." Unable to endure any longer, she seized his hair in a fit of rage. "Don't ask me why your observation hockey didn't work. Just know this move is effective against all sorts of nonsense." "Ouch. Leah, I was wrong. Let go." Carp cried out, his tone reminiscent of soothing a child, lacking sincerity. With a huff, she released him. Truth be told, she wasn't genuinely angry. Interacting with the monkey family felt incomplete without a bit of roughhousing. Observing his disheveled appearance, she decided to prepare a hearty breakfast to welcome him. She shot him a warning glare. "Old man, I'm going to cook. You're not to steal any more food." His gaze wandered, avoiding hers as he muttered, "I got it already." Sure, she believed him. Just as she turned away, she heard a faint, kitten-like wail. Looking back, she was stunned to discover Carp cradling a small infant. He was making silly faces in an attempt to elicit laughter from a baby. Her heart raced as she dashed over to pick up the child. Good heavens, the little one was wrinkled and looked like a tiny monkey. A quick inspection revealed malnourishment and digestive issues. Her anger flared once more, but there was no time to scold the unreliable old man. She hurried into the kitchen to prepare rice porridge. This child, having been so starved yet still managing to smile, coupled with Carp's unlikely habit of not casually bringing home other people's kids, gave her a strong hunch. This was undoubtedly Luffy, the true embodiment of joy. Noticing her expression, Carp grew anxious, pacing with the baby. Ace had also come downstairs, angrily calling for the old man, who was too preoccupied to respond. Little Ace sensed the tension and quietly leaned against Carp, curiously examining the purple-red bundle, a question mark forming above his head. Is that a monkey? After preparing the porridge, she cooled it down and began feeding the little one. He devoured it ravenously, leaving her barely able to keep up. After 2 large bowls, the initially wrinkled infant visibly perked up. Ace watched in awe but remembered her words about not bullying those younger than himself. Once she finished feeding, he cautiously extended his chubby little hand to poke Luffy's cheek, which felt soft to the touch. Luffy, now full and sleepy, struggled to keep his eyes open but managed to grasp Ace's finger in return. In that instant, Ace's eyes widened. Carp, surprisingly quiet, gazed tenderly at the scene, stroking Ace's head as he said, "Ace, this is Luffy, my grandson." Leah squatted beside Ace, her heart melting. "Ace, you have a brother now. Are you happy?" Little Ace, perplexed, asked sister, "What is a brother?" "A brother," she explained, "is a bond. Luffy is still small and needs your protection. When he grows up, he will protect you with all his might. If either of you encounters danger, the other will risk everything to save him." Listening intently, Ace grasped Luffy's tiny hand and softly said, "Though I don't fully understand, it sounds wonderful." Luffy beamed back at him with pure joy. Leah quickly pulled out a camera snail, capturing this historic moment in a snapshot. Afterward, she seized the opportunity to scold Karp thoroughly, and this time he listened earnestly. Following breakfast, they hurriedly took the two children to the village doctor, acquiring some medicine for digestion and nourishment. As she looked at the two boys, her mind was suddenly flooded with chaotic thoughts. The first year of the Sea Circle calendar, the blank century, Joy Boy and the Mermaid Princess's promise. The origins of the celestial dragons, how Roger became king and met his demise. Thousands of years of history felt overwhelming. The core idea was that this world had never known peace, and the emergence of the Revolutionary Army was an inevitability. Luffy's father, being the leader of the Revolutionary Army, likely had a remarkable lineage, and the implications of this connection left her feeling bewildered. In the blink of an eye, Ace turned 5. Karp, ever scheming, proposed sending Ace to the mountain bandits of Dayton for training under the guise of cultivating a powerful Navy officer. She laughed at the notion. Navy? Luffy sought freedom and would never become a Navy officer. Yet, she supported Ace in becoming stronger. In this world, the weak were prey. However, she couldn't allow him to sever ties with home. Seizing Karp by the hair, she argued her case passionately until they reached a compromise. Ace must return home every weekend. She still needed to teach him English. It was all about a nurturing kind of growth, you see. On the day Ace was to leave, she packed an entire cart full of clothes, shoes, blankets, and snacks. However, Karp confiscated all the food and drink, infuriating her as he insisted that the forest had everything and that Ace had to fend for himself. Watching Ace, so small yet burdened with all that gear as he followed Karp into the mountains, her eyes brimmed with tears. Who understood the heartache of sending a child off to school? Others sent their children to the city for comfort, while she was sending hers off to be fed to wolves. Little Ace's eyes were also red, but his stubborn nature led him to turn away and wave goodbye. Interestingly, Luffy's first word was Ace. Leah teased the blushing Ace. Look, Luffy likes you the most. His face flushed deeper, awkwardly reaching out to pat Luffy's head, unable to suppress a smile. This little tsundere clearly adored Luffy. In the early days, when she suggested Ace hug Luffy, he turned away, haughtily declaring, "I don't want to hug him. I hate little kids." She had to stifle her laughter. "Aren't you a little kid too?" After sending Ace off, she cradled the sleeping Luffy, who was drooling, and returned home. On the road, Karp engaged in a playful banter with Ace, criticizing his slow pace. Ace, irritated, declared his ambition to become a pirate, only to receive a loving punch from Karp, resulting in a sizable bump on his head. Eventually, Karp carried the exhausted Ace on his back, pulling a cart towards the mountain bandits' hideout. The night was pitch black, and the forest was alive with glowing green eyes. I must say, despite his sharp tongue, Karp possesses a clear understanding in his heart. With his Kinbunchika haki, he discerned that Ace had awakened and was rummaging for a water pipe in the cart, assuming a defensive stance. Truly, he is a worthy descendant of Roger. With innate talent that seems like a cheat code, his haki was nearly awakening without any formal training. Karp's resolve to nurture him into a Navy officer must have solidified in his mind, as this would allow him to protect Ace openly. Of course, I'm no slouch myself. I had secretly trained Ace long ago. Although I'm unfamiliar with the world's cultivation system, I understand the principle that speed is paramount in martial arts. I had him attack me daily, and after 6 months, his speed had improved to the point where he could nearly touch the hem of my skirt. We then focused on reflexes, with me throwing stones at him, and after another 6 months, he could mostly dodge them. I recognized the limitations of my training. After all, he was raised by me, so I couldn't push him too hard, and my lack of intent to harm prevented him from fully awakening his Kinbunchika haki. Hence, I agreed to Karp's plan to send him to Corbo Mountain. However, I must share a secret with you. I had secretly placed a tracking spell on Ace's watch, along with a danger alert charm. Should he suffer severe injury or face life-threatening peril, I would immediately sense it and could arrive in a heartbeat. Don't ask how I acquired these abilities. Let's just say I was once a deity, though my powers are now stifled by the world's heavenly laws. Yet my foundation remains intact. I must bide my time, refraining from revealing my strength unless absolutely necessary, until I can regain my martial prowess. allowing me to traverse the Grand Line with just my fists. As for the world's unresolved tragedies, I am not a saint, but if the moment arises, I will address it then. However, speaking of unresolved matters, the most significant ones are undoubtedly my two troublesome boys. I pondered whether I could provide the world government with some insight, thereby increasing the chances of victory for Luffy and Ace in the future. But then I thought, to hell with it. Their lives should be lived brightly by their own accord, ultimately allowing them to reflect with joy on their vibrant lives. I have no desire to alter them in the slightest. Those two belong to the world. Just as I finished my musings, my unreliable grandfather Carp stirred up trouble. In the dead of night, he barged into the bandit Dayton's house, dragging little Ace along, creating a ruckus akin to a demolition crew entering a village. Dayton and her band of brigands were terrified, believing the Navy had come to enforce their authority, and they all rushed downstairs, fully armed. Upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of my grandfather digging for gold in his nose. I tell you, Dayton's face changed faster than flipping a page. One moment she was cursing whoever was at the door, and the next she was forcing a smile, saying, "Oh, Mr. Carp, what brings you here?" The thugs behind her crumpled in fear, collapsing to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, convinced they faced annihilation. Yet my grandfather remained unperturbed, casually pulling out little Ace, who barely reached his shins, and confidently declared, "This kid is staying with you from now on. Train him to be the strongest Navy officer." Dayton exploded in disbelief, her jaw dropping wide enough to swallow a fist. "Are you joking? How can you expect a bandit to raise a Navy officer?" My grandfather, unfazed, continued to dig in his nose. "What? Do you want to end up in prison?" Dayton quickly backed down. She turned to Ace, threatening him with a meager diet of 1 bowl of rice and 1 bowl of water a day, leaving him to fend for himself. However, Ace, with his typical temperament, retorted, "Who cares?" In the end, thanks to my grandfather's amicable negotiation, Ace settled into the bandit den. Surprisingly, he proved quite capable, efficiently moving the cartload of supplies I had prepared for him into his small room and even making his own bed without any fuss. Thus began Ace's training life among the bandits. Every Friday, without fail, he would return from the mountains with the beasts he had hunted, running back to Fenghua village. I had long prepared a feast of his favorite dishes, waiting for his return. When Ace arrived, the happiest one was undoubtedly Luffy. That little rascal would eagerly wait at the village entrance every Friday morning, and upon spotting Ace, he would dash over, tears streaming down his face. Ace always feigned annoyance while dodging Luffy's enthusiastic embraces, yet he would also reach out to catch him, fearful he might fall. On the way back home, Luffy chattered incessantly like a little sparrow, sharing tales of his week. However, the good times did not last long before trouble struck. Who could understand the complexities of family? Despite my precautions, Dayton, in her drunken stupor, accidentally revealed a monumental secret. That night, after having too much to drink, Dayton began rambling. No wonder he is the child of that demon. Ace, who was nearby polishing his steel pipe, halted his movements. Intrigued by her words, "What demon are you talking about?" "Roger, the pirate king, Roger," Dayton shouted at the top of her lungs. One of her lackeys rushed over to cover her mouth, but it was too late. Ace said nothing, silently retreated upstairs, and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Upon hearing this news, my heart sank. This boy, already sensitive, had just learned he was the son of Roger, the pirate king, branded as a demon by the world. His mental state was bound to collapse. Sure enough, Ace began to speak less and grew increasingly gloomy. Outside, he befriended a boy named Sabo, and they fought together daily, which provided some companionship, but the emotional burden remained unresolved. Seeing my brother in such a state was unacceptable. I had to have a talk with him. When he returned that weekend, I sent Luffy off to play and sat Ace down across from me at the table. I asked, "What has been bothering you? Have you been struggling against that big tiger outside?" Ace avoided my gaze, fidgeting, and after a long pause, he said nothing. I decided to take a different approach, feigning sorrow as I clutched my heart and pretended to wipe non-existent tears with a tissue. "Oh, Ace has grown up and no longer shares his troubles with his sister. I truly feel heartbroken." This tactic proved effective. Ace panicked, stammering for a while before finally mustering the courage to ask, "Sister, my father is Roger, right?" I responded calmly. Yes. He became agitated. He is the pirate king, Roger. They all say he is a demon. I raised an eyebrow. Who are they? Dayton. And those old men in the town say that Roger's child should never have been born. I am the bloodline of a demon, sister. Does my existence hold any significance? His voice trembled with self-loathing as he spoke. At that moment, my anger flared, and I raised my voice. To me, to Aunt Lugio, to Luffy, and to grandfather, your existence bears immense significance. After living with me for so long, how could you ask such a foolish question? I looked him in the eye, articulating every word. Ace, listen carefully. First, you were born from love and blessings. Second, Roger is Roger, and you are you. His actions have nothing to do with you. The notion of bloodline is a foolish game played by the celestial dragons. Third, all I know is that without you, I might have drifted alone across these vast seas. You are my most important brother, and your existence is a true blessing for me. I nearly shouted, my eyes reddening with emotion. Ace burst into tears, throwing himself into my embrace. I held him tightly, continuing, what kind of person Roger truly was, you must determine for yourself. Not by listening to the trash talk of those who have never even met him. Why does the world government vilify him? Because they fear him. Why do they speak ill of him? Because they are weak. They can only blame their misfortunes on the strong. I gently patted his head. This child is still young and does not comprehend many things. Yet, I am aware that the seed has already been sown. At that moment, a booming voice echoed from the yard. I absolutely adore Ace. Just like I adore my sister. Ace's face flushed, and he awkwardly cursed that guy. After this incident, Ace returned with a new friend, the one known as Sabo. A child with golden hair, dressed in a small suit, missing a front tooth. He appeared quite polite. Upon seeing me, he promptly removed his hat and bowed. You must be Miss Leah. I am Sabo, an orphan from the waste terminal. I was lounging under the tree, half opened my eyes and thought, goodness, his acting is quite lacking. I stood up and pointed at his attire. The fabric, the pattern. This is exclusive to the nobility of the Goya kingdom. And your eloquence is not something learned in a lawless place. Just as I finished speaking, Luffy dashed out of the kitchen with a large piece of meat in his mouth, resembling a loud trumpet. Sister, Sabo used to be a noble. Sabo's face instantly fell, and he awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Leah, I lied. Ace hastily explained, Sister, he was afraid you would dislike him. I was directly interrupted. All right. Who cares about that? I'm more curious. Why did you run away from home? Your father, Odorluck III, mentioned you as a disobedient son when he came to my shop to order clothes. Sabo lowered his hat, his voice filled with melancholy. In that home, I am merely a tool for their fame and fortune. I do not wish to be confined by high walls. I want to set sail and see the world, to find true freedom. Upon hearing this, I thought, what a splendid dream. I crouched down and looked into his eyes. How about joining our family? Follow Luffy and Ace. And call me sister. Sabo's eyes sparkled as he suddenly looked up. Is that really possible? What could possibly be wrong with that? It's merely an extra pair of chopsticks. I can afford to raise you. I proudly puffed out my chest. Come, call me sister. Sister. All good. I pulled out a red envelope I had prepared earlier and stuffed it into his hand. Here, this is a calling fee, a tradition from our hometown, emphasizing the importance of ritual. I then pulled out 2 more envelopes and handed them to Ace and Luffy. Now, the 3 brothers were complete. As I contemplated what icy treat to research for them this summer, I suddenly remembered something. I turned to Sabo and called out, by the way, I have a task for you. I have established a school in Windmill Village. Take Luffy and Ace with you to school and keep an eye on them to ensure they don't wreck the place. Sabo was astonished. A school? Can anyone attend? Of course. Those who find tuition difficult can work at the shop to pay off their debts. Knowledge must be respected, but cannot be monopolized. I told him that if he encountered other children his age, he could bring them along, as long as they follow the school rules. Observing Sabo's shocked and admiring expression, I felt a sense of satisfaction. As for the other 2 naive ones, Luffy asked, what is school? Can you eat there? Ace inquired, is school fun? I looked at these 2 lively characters, feeling a headache coming on, and quickly patted my backside and slipped into the kitchen. You can ask Sabo about that. I'm going to research new desserts for you. Years passed swiftly. Luffy was now 6, while Ace and Sabo had turned 9. The three little ones were sitting in the Machino Tavern, assisting in serving dishes while listening to pirates boast. This was all part of my teaching, handling their own affairs, earning money to save for a future ship. However, a group of blind pirates, having drunk too much, began to insult Roger, their words exceedingly harsh. As Ace listened, his fists clenched, and Sabo's expression turned cold. Luffy sensed the shift in atmosphere and lifted his head from the meat platter. Just as Sabo attempted to restrain the impulsive Ace, he noticed that Ace was unusually calm this time. He stepped forward to confront the group of pirates, his gaze dark. "Have you ever seen Roger?" The leading pirate, inebriated, bellowed, "If I had seen that devil, would I be here talking to you, brat?" Ace's emotions ignited instantly as he shouted back, "None of you have seen him. Why do you speak of him like that?" Another pirate shouted, "The newspapers say he is the most wicked criminal. If he had children, they deserve to be tormented to death." At these words, the entire tavern erupted in laughter. Yet, unexpectedly, Ace's tightly clenched fist suddenly relaxed, and the disdain in his eyes transformed into contempt as he pronounced slowly, "Indeed, you're just as my sister said, a bunch of trash." The tavern fell silent in an instant, and then chaos erupted. "What? You little brat, are you seeking death?" A horde of pirates raised their weapons in anger. Luffy and Sabo had already positioned themselves on either side of Ace, prepared for a fight. Just then, a languid yet slightly furious voice rang out from behind them. "Well, you fools, what do you intend to do to my beloved brothers?" I strolled leisurely from the kitchen, untying my apron. One pirate was about to curse, but before he could finish, I launched a powerful blow, sending him crashing into the wall, unable to extricate himself. The entire scene left jaws dropped, and Sabo stared in disbelief. Luffy and Ace, however, were unfazed, stepping back in perfect synchrony, ready to watch the spectacle. The remaining pirates were paralyzed with fear, unable to move. I smiled sweetly and pulled out a small notebook. "Well, you've broken one of my walls right upon arrival, including today's tab. That LLB 200,000 berry. 200,000 berry." The pirates wailed in despair. I beamed with joy. "If you don't want to pay, then let me just beat you all up." As soon as I finished speaking, the scene became utterly spectacular. From the hole in the wall came a series of heart-wrenching coughs, followed by a trembling hand emerging, yet in the next moment with a loud thud. That fellow's face had another intimate encounter with Mother Earth. Just hearing that sound made me wince in sympathy. After struggling to rise, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with a few teeth, his face swelling like a pig's liver. He could barely last 2 seconds before fainting again. I watched with crossed arms, thoroughly entertained, then turned to the remaining pirates, trembling like leaves in the wind, and raised an eyebrow. Their faces turned pale, and in the next moment, they began frantically rummaging through their pockets, shoes, even some going so far as to check their underwear. The scene was simply outrageous. After much effort, they finally managed to scrape together 200,000 berry. Looking at the pile of money emanating an odd odor, I couldn't be bothered to count. With a flick of my hand, I tossed it directly to Luffy and the others. "Luffy, Sabo, Ace, listen well, the rest of these lowly scum are your training dummies. Just beat them until they can't get up. Don't actually kill them." "Alrik, ni tan." The three little ones responded with crisp enthusiasm. The pirates exploded in outrage. "Didn't you say that once you collected the money, you would let us go? You deceitful woman." I bestowed upon them a radiant smile. "I said I wouldn't beat you, but I never said my beloved brothers wouldn't beat you." Then, I watched a thrilling spectacle unfold, as the little ones unleashed their fury upon the pirates. Observing the three of them pummeling the group into tears, I nodded with satisfaction, thinking they have made significant progress. As the gang of pirates limped away like defeated dogs, I felt a tinge of regret. These worthless scoundrels didn't even have a bounty notice, all that effort wasted. Feeling disgruntled, I stood at the port and whistled a peculiar tune. Before long, the surface of the water erupted, revealing a massive sea king. I commanded my little companion to entertain those worthless pirates a bit longer. They had provoked me, and I could only say that their fate was truly unfortunate. Just as I was watching, I glanced up to find, lo and behold, a grand ship adorned with a dragon head leisurely approaching from afar. I squinted, recalling ISNT that the red-haired Shanks ship, the Red Force? This could prove to be quite interesting. The sea breeze tousles my long, straight black hair as I don a floral lawn dress today. Initially, my hair was neatly tied up, but it came undone during a scuffle, and I cannot be bothered to fix it. This outfit embodies a sense of tranquil beauty. Yet who could have anticipated that I had just extorted a ship full of pirates? My family, who understands the plight of my cursed beauty, finds it manageable in the windmill village, where everyone has developed a resistance. However, stepping outside feels like I should weld a mask to my face, lest I be inundated with love letters. Yet, being an alluring village girl will not safeguard me from these 3 troublesome lights. Without a semblance of power, how can I ensure their security in the future? In a couple of years, I aspire to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I am certain that the red-haired crew has come specifically for Windmill Village. I promptly instructed the 3 little ones to disperse, Luffy to find the village chief, while Sabo and Ace went to inform the villagers. Though they harbored some concerns for my safety, their blind confidence in my combat prowess led them to prioritize alerting everyone. Meanwhile, on the red-haired ship, the sharpshooter, Jesus Burgess, was undoubtedly the first to spot me, thanks to his keen eyesight. I could envision the conversation aboard the vessel. "Captain, we have arrived at Windmill Village." Then, the red-haired captain, looking as if he had just awakened from a drunken stupor, leapt up with a bottle in hand, exclaiming, "Beckman, let us hold a banquet." Beckman, the first mate, immediately displayed his maternal instincts, cigarette in mouth, and with a twitch of annoyance, remarked, "The finances are in deficit. And weren't you just blacked out last night? What does it matter?" Shanks replied, feigning innocence. Beckman's forehead twitched in irritation as he delivered a punch to Shanks' head. Watching from afar, I could not help but chuckle. It was no wonder Beckman's hair turned white in the future, all due to the troubles Shanks brought him. "Captain, there's a woman standing at the port, and she isn't running away from the pirate ship." Jesus Burgess shouted again. Shanks, with a lump on his forehead, broke into a foolish grin upon seeing me. I could feel his gaze. It was neither fearful nor wary, but rather filled with excitement and impatience, as if he had discovered a delightful new toy. "Beckman, she must be an interesting person. I must say, Beckman is undoubtedly astute." His observation hockey had likely scanned me from head to toe. He was probably pondering how a small fishing village could produce a beauty of my caliber, especially one so unafraid of them, showing no signs of caution. He must have already reviewed the intelligence on Windmill Village and discovered that the information had been tampered with, filled with ambiguities. How could a small fishing village in the East Blue warrant the attention of a vice admiral? Connecting the dots to a certain naval hero who has often visited the East Blue, he must have begun to suspect if I was the fabled child of Roger. Let them speculate. I had no intention of concealing anything. As the Red Fourth ship docked, I found myself surrounded by villagers wielding hoes and sickles, while the 3 little ones stood beside me, holding water hoses and looking apprehensive. To be honest, I was nearly yawning from boredom. Firstly, I knew that Shanks and his crew were not here to wreak havoc. Secondly, I simply had no interest in such black and white characters. If it weren't for the fear of the 3 little ones running amok, I would have already sent someone to repair Sister Machino's bar wall. However, with these pirates arriving, they would surely frequent Sister Machino's bar, and I would eventually have to entertain them, so meeting them in advance would not hurt. Fast forward to the bar. I must admit, my preferences are rather peculiar. Shanks, with his unruly red hair, gazed at me with his wet puppy eyes. Here I was, a towering figure, yet I found him somewhat adorable, even feeling an urge to ruffle the tuft of hair atop his head. To my surprise, he seemed to read my thoughts. He leaned closer and bowed his head before me. "Hey, Lily-chan, do you untouch my hair?" I could not see his expression, but I could imagine he wore a silly grin. As my hand reached halfway, I hesitated, only for him to grasp my wrist with surprising strength, firmly pressing my hand against his head. "All right, fine, I'll touch it." I gave in and began to gently run my fingers through his hair. The texture was delightful, though that tuft of hair refused to lie flat. I could sense that his thoughts were likely wandering in all directions, perhaps reminiscing about a woman from his childhood who also enjoyed ruffling his hair, although the ages would not align. He must have found me intriguing, outwardly calm, yet filled with mischief, akin to a treasure waiting to be discovered. Let be known, I was merely indulging in the pleasure of petting. I could not suppress a smile that spread across my face, revealing a profoundly satisfied expression. In that moment, the entire bar fell silent. I heard his crew whispering amongst themselves. My heart nearly leaped from my chest. Miss Lily smiles so beautifully. Turns out Miss Lily enjoys petting heads. Mine can be touched too. You, who hasn't tea-washed your hair in a week, get away. How envious of the captain. In the kitchen, Ace observed this scene, undoubtedly feeling disgruntled as he sulkily peeled a potato, likely imagining it as Shank's head. Meanwhile, Sabo had seen through it all and quietly noted in his mental notebook, "Next time I don't want to eat vegetables, I can ask Lily-chan to touch my head." After I had my fill of petting, Shank's head was finally liberated. I had to go cook for these gentlemen. Looking at the glimmer in Shank's eyes, I could almost envision the exuberant tail wagging behind him. How could a 26-year-old man exude such a puppy-like aura? It was primarily his disheveled appearance that made him resemble a middle-aged bachelor. My gaze drifted towards the gentle Sister Machino, and I sensed that my enchanting cabbage was on the verge of being courted by this messy pig next door. Nevertheless, while this pig was disheveled, he was strong and had a decent character, perhaps a suitable match for our Miss Machino. I decided to prepare a few signature dishes to impress them. The first dish, Coca-Cola chicken wings. Blanching, sautéing, pouring in Coca-Cola, braising, and reducing the sauce, all in one seamless motion. The people in this world are overly obsessed with preserving the original flavor in their cooking, lacking an understanding of the exquisite use of spices. It is precisely this skill that allowed me to open a Chinese restaurant in the Goya Kingdom, which has since expanded into a chain, becoming a minor miracle of commerce. Coincidentally, according to our local calendar, today marks the Spring Festival. I rose early to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner, and Sister Machino came to assist. The three little ones were particularly excited, but I first sent them to fetch the Mountain Bandit-S family. Traditionally, Grandpa Carp must return on this day each year. Yet this year he claimed to have a mission and would not be back for the entire year. I speculated that Shanks must have learned of Carp's absence, emboldening him to bring his crew to Windmill Village. After earning some money, I expanded my courtyard threefold and relocated the general store to establish a supermarket. Although I cannot earn a fortune in Windmill Village, it primarily serves to benefit the community. My true enterprises lie within the noble districts of the Goya Kingdom. My business flourished, providing ample job opportunities for the village. As per tradition, I would grant my employees a holiday and distribute red envelopes, akin to a company annual meeting. Once the rush subsided, I planned to set sail in search of the Zozo fruit, as I had my eyes set on a capable subordinate who, unfortunately, was in poor health and nearing death. I needed to devise a way to save her. To my surprise, the village youth voluntarily came to my home to help. Boys were cutting meat, and girls were washing vegetables. They expressed that my home was always the liveliest, and they wished to share in the joyous atmosphere and celebrate this unknown yet delightful festival with me. Observing their enthusiasm, I clapped my hands and declared, "All right, since everyone is so gracious, let us celebrate the new year together." I called for more ingredients to be brought over, and we all joined in, turning the village into a grand feast. Everyone was elated, insisting that I had significantly helped them, and it was only right for them to assist me in return. I felt a twinge of sentimentality. The people of Windmill Village are truly simple and sincere. As the crowd grew, the festive spirit became palpable. As anticipated, Xiang Keisai, drawn by the enticing aroma, made his way over with his entourage, shamelessly insisting on joining us. He amused himself by teasing the three little ones, occasionally knocking things over, and staring at me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. With no alternative, I begrudgingly fetched a chair for him, hoping he would sit quietly and refrain from causing further mayhem. However, it wasn't long before he sneaked down to the cellar to pilfer some wine, only to be caught red-handed by the three little mischief makers. When I dragged him out, he wore an expression of indignation, having concealed several bottles behind him. Unable to contain myself any longer, I delivered a punch to his crimson head, driven solely by a desire to release my pent-up frustration at his antics. Xiang Keisai, sporting a burgeoning bruise, sulked into a corner while the three little ones erupted in laughter. Sabo exclaimed, "Indeed, no one can escape the love of our family's iron fist." As evening descended, the feast was finally laid out in its entirety. The thoughtful Beckman, upon learning of the significance of the occasion, prepared red envelopes for the three children. Truly a kind-hearted man beneath his aloof exterior. We feasted on dumplings and lavish dishes, set off fireworks, and donned new clothes. After the revelry subsided, I reclined in a chair in the yard, gazing at the star-studded sky, silently wishing for a prosperous year ahead. In the distance, Xiang Keisai adjusted a straw hat and revealed a genuine smile. On another leisurely afternoon, I found myself wandering aimlessly through the village. I observed that the village children seemed to have their life paths predetermined. The carpenter's son would inevitably become a carpenter, the fisherman's son a fisherman. Their lives appeared to be programmed, devoid of the power to resist. In that moment, I grasped why so many yearned for the sea. It represented the only opportunity to break free from the shackles of fate. With newfound determination, I resolved to establish a school in this village. I aimed to guide the youth toward a broader world, ensuring that those who remained would have the right to choose their own destinies. Of course, my school would not be a charitable institution. Tuition fees would be mandatory. Those who could not afford it could work in my shop to repay their debts, and I would allow promissory notes for future repayment. However, it would never be free of charge. I would occasionally show kindness, but it would not be taken for granted. I would only invest in valuable souls willing to challenge their destinies. My school's curriculum would be unique. Language would be compulsory. Mathematics would offer varying levels of difficulty as electives, and art classes would be freely chosen. Most importantly, physical education would be replaced with martial arts instruction. For this world is perilous, and one must possess the ability to protect oneself. I would also offer courses in navigation, scientific exploration, and even ideological education. When the time is right, I plan to introduce them to the tenets of Marxism, broadening their perspectives. The three little ones were practically rulers within the school. Sabo excelled academically, Ace strived diligently to meet my expectations, and although Luffy struggled with reading, his motivation to delve into my storybooks propelled him forward. Unsurprisingly, their favorite was the martial arts class, where even the teacher found it challenging to keep up with them. Upon learning of my plans, both Xiang Keisai and Beckman exchanged glances that revealed a shift in their perceptions. From this small institution, they glimpsed my grand ambitions. I, however, remained unfazed and graciously invited them to observe. One day, a middle-aged man approached me, seeking my guidance for his son. Leaning on my chin, I feigned indifference and asked, "Isn't your son doing well? Why do you require my assistance?" Noticing my lackluster demeanor, he softened his tone and began to explain. He recounted that in his youth, he traveled the world seeking treatment for his wife, which inadvertently led to neglecting his son, Bartolomeo. Now, with his wife deceased and himself afflicted with lung cancer, he lamented his limited time and his deep concern for his son's future. I interrupted him, stating, in truth, even someone who is purely wicked can manage to thrive in this world. He replied with a bitter smile, "Indeed, but the cost is too great. My wife fell victim to a rival scheme. I do not wish for my son to follow the same path." I tapped the table, weighing the pros and cons. This child, Bartolomeo, held significant potential. I then articulated, I cannot guarantee that he will become a good person. What I can offer is to instill in him a basic understanding of right and wrong, teaching him the principles of humanity, thus empowering him to make his own choices about who he wishes to become. That is sufficient, Miss Lia, he expressed gratefully. You understand what family means. The narrative takes a dramatic turn, akin to a roller coaster ride. Previously, Uncle Babisona entrusted his son Bartolomeo to Lia, signing an agreement. However, shortly after Lia departed, she leisurely returned to Fengche village, trailed by three adorably rotund corgis. The scene was so surreal, I almost thought I had wandered onto the wrong set. These corgis were no ordinary dogs. One had consumed a devil fruit, yet the auction house staff remained unaware of what it had ingested. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Lia impulsively went all in, spending 300,000 berries. She later regretted it deeply. To make matters even more absurd, Liao whimsically named these three silly dogs Makabaka, Wuxidixi, and Yigubigu, a name that instantly transported me back to my childhood. Upon entering the village, Liao was greeted by an overwhelming scent of alcohol. Looking up, she spotted Xiang Keisai charging towards her with a wine bottle in hand, pursued by the mischievous trio armed with a water hose. In an attempt to evade Liao, Xiang Keisai stumbled and fell, landing face first in the dirt. To make matters worse, the three corgis dashed forward and began playfully gnawing at him, Makabaka nipping at his rear, Wuxidixi tearing at his pants, and Yigubigu boldly aiming for his most vulnerable areas. The crew of the red-haired pirates erupted in laughter, while Beckman turned an ashen shade of green. After much effort, Xiang Keisai finally extracted his head from the ground, only for the three dogs to swiftly retreat behind Liao. Their expressions exuding a textbook example of canine bravado. Liao affectionately patted their heads, proclaiming, "Well done, dinner will include chicken legs." Tears welled in Xiang Keisai's eyes, yet Liao offered him not even a glance. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were equally enamored with the three dogs, eagerly showering them with affection. Luffy even scrutinized Yigubigu's rear, inquiring, "Is this dinner?" Liao felt utterly exhausted, sensing that those around her lacked a measure of intelligence. At that moment, Beckman could no longer contain himself. Drawing his gun and pointing it at Xiang Keisai, exclaiming, "Refrain from such lewd behavior. There are children and ladies present." Xiang Keisai lamented, "Beckman, I'm already injured." The crew of the red-haired pirates resumed their usual banter, questioning whether this disgraceful individual was truly their captain. What possessed me to board this fool's ship? Ignoring their chatter, Liao turned to Xiang Keisai, demanding, "What have you done now? Have you bullied Luffy?" Luffy chimed in, "Nichan, Xiang Keisai stole the wine you buried beneath the big tree." Upon hearing this, Lia's blood pressure skyrocketed. Did he consume all of it? Luffy shook his head, no. He merely opened the cap and took a small sip from the youngest bottle. Ace added, "But the bottle is now shattered." Lia felt her heart break, leading the three children and the three dogs home, leaving Xiang Keisai without even a glance. His expression of indignation was almost comical. The crew of the red-haired pirates began brainstorming ways for Xiang Keisai to win Liao back, suggesting jewels, flowers, weapons, and more. Beckman succinctly remarked, "Play to your strengths." Xiang Keisai appeared bewildered. "Beckman, do I even have strengths?" Beckman replied with a flat expression, "Indeed, such as your audacity." Rummaging through his belongings, Xiang Keisai unearthed a finely crafted dagger he had retrieved from the sea, adorned with an array of gemstones. Yet, the pressing question remained, how could he possibly win Lia's favor this time? After much contemplation, he finally devised a clever plan. Summoning his courage, he posed a question to Lia. "Is that child, Ace, your biological brother?" His tone carried a hint of restraint. Upon hearing this, Lia immediately became vigilant, her hand instinctively reaching for the dagger at her waist. At that moment, Zyankasi lowered his posture and said, "Lia, you must be aware that I was once an intern crew member aboard Captain Loje's ship. You were quite relaxed when we first met." Hearing this, Lia's demeanor softened, and she replied, "Is there any significance to your inquiry? Regardless of whether I share blood ties with AC, he is still my brother. Anyone who seeks to harm him will face my unwavering resolve to eliminate them." Zyankasi locked eyes with Lia and asked, "AC is the child of Captain Loajia, isn't he?" Lia nodded silently. Suddenly, Zyankasi covered Leo's eyes with his hand, offering her silent comfort. It was then that Lia began to sense a flicker of reality. She spoke softly. "At that time, when I was 7, I escaped the Navy's blockade with a newly born AC. We drifted for months before arriving at the East Blues Funksha village. My full name is Bodakasi de Lia, and Miss Lugio is my aunt, who raised me since childhood." This realization struck Zyankasi as he began to comprehend the burden Lia had endured. He felt a profound sorrow emanating from her. Lia gazed into Zyankasi's eyes and inquired, "So, Zyankasi, knowing this, what do you plan to do? Both Luffy and AC aspire to become the Pirate King, do they not? Furthermore, your purpose for coming to Funksha village is likely not so simple, is it?" Lia's gaze shifted towards Zyankasi's straw hat. He did not directly answer her, instead saying, Luffy and I share a special bond. Leah, uninterested in pursuing this line of conversation further, thought that as long as Zyankasi did not harm her brother, it mattered little who became the Pirate King. Forget it, I do not wish to dwell on this. I cannot remain in Funcha village for long. While you stay here, could you look after my 3 children? Though, I am uncertain who will be caring for whom, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. She continued earnestly, if the opportunity arises, perhaps you could speak to AC about that scoundrel of a father he has. That boy is in dire need of reassurance. Regardless of AC's feelings towards Luogia, as his sister, I respect his sentiments. There is no need for you to attempt to correct him. No matter what kind of person Luogia was, he has always owed AC a debt, and the source of AC's childhood grievances and humiliations lies with him. Therefore, I ask that you respect AC's thoughts. Let me tell you, I was utterly taken aback. At that moment, Leah, in a bid to save the red-haired Zyankasi, without a second thought, plunged the dagger into her own heart. The moment blood spurted forth, my mind went blank, and I thought to myself, this woman truly has no regard for her life. But hold on, let me start from the beginning. It's quite complicated. Just when Zyankasi promised to protect AC. The next second, Leah's hand was already ruffling his signature red hair, and with both hands, she transformed the formidable emperor into a disheveled mess. Zyankasi, feeling quite aggrieved, like a large puppy, asked plaintively, Lily-chan, what are you doing? While ruffling his hair, Leah replied, do not take yourself so seriously. It does not suit you. I realized that when she was in a bad mood, Leah had a penchant for messing with others' hair. When she finally released him, guess what? Zyankasi shook his head, and his hair instantly returned to its original state. This infuriated Leah, who turned away and quipped, you're a great pirate. How could I dare provoke you? Zyankasi, in his naivety, thought she was praising him and happily followed her back to the village amidst their playful banter. Afterward, Leah ventured away to pursue her career, leaving the 3 troublesome children in the care of the little ones. Let me tell you, those 3 dogs had certainly become clever, especially that one named Makabaka, who regarded Zyankasi as if he were a sworn enemy, seizing every opportunity to nip at his backside. The other 2 had also learned bad habits. When they could not bite him, they would resort to tugging at his clothes and dragging his slippers, employing a team effort to fully exploit their canine advantages. Leah had long realized that Makabaku's bite was as fearsome as that of a steel plate, with an intellect rivaling that of an adult, merely pretending to be foolish. Goodness, Zyankasi had truly become a target even for dogs. Although Leah was not present, she called the 3 little ones every night. Sometimes, Zyankasi would join the conversation, but Leah was evidently indifferent. Nevertheless, she never forgot to send local specialties to the red-haired crew, with Zyankasi often consuming the most, even competing with the children for treats, leaving me utterly speechless. During this time, a significant event unfolded in the village. Luffy, perhaps driven by mischief or Zyankasi's influence, consumed the Goma Goma fruit. Not only that, but in a bid to prove his manhood, he even made a cut beneath his eye, leaving a scar. Zyankasi's face turned ashen, likely fearing that Leah would return and strip him of his skin. Feeling guilty, he began to recklessly provoke AC, who chased him around the village daily under the guise of training. Then, a formidable figure made his entrance. The mountain bandit king Shiga, the man who was rumored to have smashed 4 emperors with a wine bottle and trampled the future pirate king. He swaggered into the bar, approached Zyankasi, and declared, I've already dispatched 56 pirates like you. After which, he poured an entire bottle of liquor over Zyankasi's head. Zyankasi, however, sat on the ground, laughing heartily. But the 3 little ones were not amused. AC and Sabo exchanged glances and declared that they would protect Miss Makino's tavern, charging forward with water pipes. Luffy was even more audacious, wanting to throw a punch. Zyankasi stopped Luffy, but tacitly allowed AC and the others to take action. You wouldn't believe it. After their training under Zyankasi, those 2 little brats were quite formidable, easily defeating the notorious Mountain Bandit King with an 800,000 bounty, forcing him to flee with assistance from his subordinates. As a result, Luffy insisted on seeking revenge alone, and predictably, he was captured. Upon hearing this, Zyankasi's face darkened, and he rallied his crew to search for him. First Mate Baekhamon single-handedly dispatched the mountain bandits in an instant. Zyankasi even issued a stern warning. If you wish to confront us, at least bring a warship. However, Shiga, in a panic, threw Lu Fei into the sea. Then a most absurd incident occurred. A sea king named Xiaojin emerged. This creature had already been tamed by Leah, intended to protect the three little ones. Upon seeing Lu Fei in danger, it initially intended to attack the bandits to rescue him. But Zyankasi was oblivious to this. Assuming the Sea King aimed to devour Lu Fei, he rushed in to protect him without a second thought. In that fleeting moment, this fool made an inexplicable decision, resulting in him losing an arm to the creature in his attempt to save Lu Fei. Let me tell you, I was ready to curse him out. An arm. Just like that, gone. Leah returned just in the nick of time, but she was still a moment too late. She looked at Zyankasi, whose face was pale and forehead beaded with sweat, yet still wearing a foolish grin, her eyes filled with inquiry. She even rushed to the Sea King's mouth and retrieved his severed arm from between its teeth. However, the ship's doctor, Dege, informed her that the injury was too severe and could not be reattached. The atmosphere on the ship was so tense, it was suffocating, as Lu Fei cried himself to sleep in Zyankasi's arms. Leah entrusted Lu Fei to AC and instructed them to return home first. In the infirmary remained only her, Zyankasi, and Baekhamon. Leah fixed her gaze on Zyankasi and asked pointedly, "Does it not hurt?" Of course, with his face as pale as paper. How could it not hurt? Yet this idiot continued to smile, teasing her in return. "Lily-chan, are you concerned about me?" Leah sternly replied, "Is what you did truly worth it?" "Lu Fei is my friend. It is absolutely worth it," Zyankasi stated nonchalantly. Leah took a deep breath and uttered a shocking revelation. "I have a way to reattach his arm. Mr. Baekhamon, please step outside. I need a moment alone with him." Baekhamon hesitated but ultimately chose to trust her and exited, closing the door behind him. Leah gently covered Shank's eyes with her hand and whispered, "I am Luffy's sister. He has caused trouble, and I am here to take responsibility. Please do not speak, just rest for a while." Shanks intended to reply, but an overwhelming drowsiness overcame him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Subsequently, the scene I previously described unfolded. Leah drew forth a dagger, unfastened her shirt buttons, and plunged it into her own heart. She extracted her heart's blood, murmuring an obscure incantation, allowing droplets to fall upon Shank's severed arm. A miracle occurred. The wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. When the last drop of blood was absorbed, Shank's arm was restored as if it had never been injured, not even a scar remaining. However, Leah herself was drained of strength. Her complexion turned pale, and a single white strand of hair emerged amidst her dark locks. She swayed several times before collapsing onto Shank's solid abdomen. Beckman, hearing the sound of her fall from outside, kicked the door open and was met with a rather striking scene. The young woman lay half-dressed, her white shirt stained with blood resembling blossoming flowers, sprawled upon their captain's bare chest. He quickly prevented the other crew members from rushing in, wrapped Leah in a blanket, and carried her to another bed. He even sought Machino's assistance to help change her clothes, only to discover that Leah bore no injuries, save for that stark white hair, which was quite alarming. The following day, Shanks awoke first, his remarkable physique reviving him instantly. He tiptoed to Leah's bedside, his gaze so tender it could melt hearts. As he beheld her serene, sleeping face, he likely thought, "How adorable, with those chubby cheeks. They must be delightful to touch." Lost in his thoughts, his hand involuntarily reached out to poke her. Indeed, she was as soft as he imagined. Just as he leaned in closer, their lips nearly touching at a mere centimeter apart, Leah awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring at an enlarged face, and with reflexive instinct, she swung her fist at him. Shanks effortlessly dodged, feigning hurt. "Lily-chan, is the first thing you do upon waking to hit me? How sorrowful." Leah pushed his face away, her expression suspicious. "What were you trying to do so close?" "You smell delightful. I want to take a whiff," he replied unabashedly. Their banter continued, with Leah seriously insisting, "I don't smell anything. You must be mistaken." Meanwhile, the other crew members with keen perception were mentally commenting, "Oh man, when did our captain become such a schemer?" From that day forth, Shanks transformed into a remarkably clingy individual. He sought Leah's fingernails to create a life card, and when she refused, he persistently followed her. It was one thing for Luffy to act like a child, but here was a nearly 2-meter-tall man acting childishly with Leah, even competing for food. One time, when Leah visited the kingdom of Goa for an inspection, he insisted on accompanying her, claiming he feared she might attract unwanted attention. Yet, upon arrival, he had no money, and his eyes sparkled with longing at every food stand, pulling at her clothes to get her to buy him treats. With a soft heart, Leah paid, feeling embarrassed enough to dig a hole to hide her toes. The young men in the shop felt their hearts shatter, as if their prized cabbage had been trampled by a pig. Shanks remained indifferent to the gazes of those around him, focusing solely on the joy of companionship. He noticed Leah's defenses lowering more and more, and her gaze towards him growing increasingly attentive. During an evening banquet, he pretended to be intoxicated, clinging to Leah like a koala, exerting just enough strength that she could neither push him away nor feel pain. Beckman could no longer stand it and warned him, "Don't go too far, Shanks. She is still quite young." To his surprise, Leah defended him, saying, "It's fine. He's this drunk, and I'll take him back." Beckman was left speechless, exasperated. How could this typically astute girl be so easily ensnared by Shanks' foolishness? Regardless of her strength, Leah could hardly manage the height difference and struggled to drag Shanks towards the captain's quarters. The weight of the man rested heavily upon her, enveloping her in a potent mix of intoxicating alcohol and his unique masculine scent. Those who understand can empathize with the overwhelming sensation of an unfamiliar aroma that pressed down upon her. The scent was overpowering. Leah thought to herself that if this continued, Shanks would undoubtedly find himself in trouble. Sure enough, in the next moment, he pinned her against the wall, and those who understand will know the look in his eyes. Hazy yet sticky. "Lily-chan, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Leah was taken aback, thinking he must be quite drunk and taking advantage of her. She reasoned that it was futile to argue with a drunkard, lest she suffer the consequences. Although she tried to comfort herself with this thought, her hurried steps away from the captain's quarters were anything but composed. Transitioning the scene, the other members of the red-haired pirates, those mischievous friends, began to tease. "Our captain has been getting tipsy far too easily lately. Or could it be that the reason he is so popular with young ladies is that he has ulterior motives?" Following this, let us discuss something significant. Leah would soon witness a pivotal moment in the history of the OP world. The passing of the straw hat. Luffy boldly declared to Shanks, "One day, I will find comrades who rival you, discover the greatest treasure in the world, and I will undoubtedly become the Pirate King." Upon hearing this, Shanks felt immense pride and promptly removed a straw hat, placing it upon Luffy's head, saying, "This hat is entrusted to you for safekeeping. It is my most treasured possession. Take good care of it and return it to me when you become an outstanding pirate. It is a promise, Luffy." Leah observed this moment, feeling a touch of warmth in her heart. This was indeed the genesis of a dream. Ace, that proud spirit, muttered, "How infuriating. How could Luffy be the one to say it first?" Yet his tone was filled with pride. Sabo, with a toothy grin, remarked, "That Luffy, always so straightforward." The three young ones gathered together, their spirits soaring. Ace declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, I will set sail to become a pirate, and I will continue to win, achieving the highest renown." Sabo chimed in, "Ah, I too shall sail, leaving this country to explore the world, documenting all my experiences." Leah gazed upon these three youths. Her heart warmed as she patted their heads, saying, "You see, dear ones, I believe you will absolutely achieve your aspirations. Our family's children are the greatest." Here comes the highlight. The red-haired pirates were ready to depart. Shanks rushed in front of Leah, extending his large hand. Leah, puzzled, asked, "Haven't I already prepared your life card? What else do you want?" Shanks replied with a pitiful expression, "Lily-chan has yet to bid me farewell or present me with a parting gift." Leah was even more confused. "Didn't I already say goodbye? And as for a parting gift, shouldn't you ask Machino for one? I heard you two had children later. Latest gossip from 2025, folks." Shanks continued to whine. I don't care, Lily-chan, I want a gift. Leah stroked her chin, teasingly saying, if that's the case. I must prepare a parting gift for everyone in your pirate crew. Otherwise, perhaps you should delay your departure, and I can have someone bring it to you? Upon hearing this, Shanks immediately deflated. No need for that. Gifts are a unique custom from our hometown, and Beckman and the others don't require them. The crew members of the red-haired pirates chimed in. Yes, we don't need them. Leah pretended to search her pockets, awkwardly stating, it seems I have nothing to give you. Seizing the opportunity, Shanks grinned widely and said, then Lily-chan, please give me the item around your neck. Leah pulled the coin from around her neck and shook it, saying this, to be honest, it's not anything special. It's the first berry I earned. I wear it to remind myself to work hard and earn money. It represents my fortune. Shanks looked at her with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. So, Lily-chan, do you wish to give me this coin? Leah suddenly smiled and said, if you desire it, I have no qualms about giving it to you. With that, she swept her hair aside, removed the coin, and extended it towards Shanks. However, to her surprise, Shanks recoiled and did not accept it. Leah raised an eyebrow, her expression clearly questioning. Are you jesting with me? Shanks bent down, gazing at her, and remarked, I still require Lily-chan's assistance to put it on. Ace, the little jealous one, promptly rushed over and kicked Shanks. Shanks, that hurts, but I must endure. Leah, exasperated, remarked, Shanks, why are you being so melodramatic today? Fine, I surrender. Let's put it on. As she leaned closer to Shanks, her delicate hands encircled his neck. What was intended to be a swift action turned into a prolonged endeavor, as Leah struggled to fasten it, her hands fidgeting. Shanks felt a tickling sensation as she brushed against him, and he instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist, though he refrained from making contact. A thought surged through his mind. How delightful. Her waist is so slender. Holding her must feel exquisite. Engrossed in her task, Leah remained oblivious to Shanks' subtle movements, only aware of his warm breath cascading against her neck, which made her feel quite uneasy, her skin tingling. Shanks chuckled softly. It seems even Lily-chan has her shortcomings. Leah hastened her motions, her heart racing. From a distance, they resembled a pair of lovers in an embrace. Beckman interjected, no, they look more like father and daughter. Red-haired, I'm only 27, you know. The other members of the red-haired pirates. Out of sight, out of mind. We can't comment anymore. Ace, feeling frustrated as he stomped his foot, stormed off in irritation, having received no reaction from Shanks. Finally, Leah secured the coin and playfully tousled Shanks' hair, confidently declaring, Shanks, don't die too soon. Next time, I'll bring you the fine wine I brew. Shanks' eyes lit up. It's a promise. I'm not so easily done for. Leah, scratching her head in a silly manner, echoed, a promise indeed. Ha, a promise indeed. Shanks then squatted before Ace and the others, saying, kids, when we meet again, it will be in the new world. The three little ones exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Shanks had no time to bid farewell, for Makabaka had caught up to him, nipping at his heels. Shanks hurried back to the ship, losing his sandal in his haste, and in frustration, he raised a middle finger at Makabaka. Leah, 6. Even as the ship sailed far away, the port echoed with the calls of Makabaka and the laughter of villagers. In the end, Shanks turned his back to them, waving goodbye. Beneath the twilight glow of the setting sun, the grand vessel gradually receded into the distance. Leah gazed into the horizon, a glimmer of inscrutable emotion flashing in her eyes. Let me tell you, Sabo, that lad, shouted until his voice was hoarse, still crying for help as though giving his all. And what was the outcome? The guards swiftly executed a chokehold, dragging him away while mocking. Baron Otterluck anticipated your mischief. Another guard, donned in a gas mask as if preparing for a viral outbreak, scolded, why not just behave? Born in a nest of privilege, yet you venture out. Sabo clutched tightly, his hands trembling, yet his eyes dimmed. The glaring moon transformed into a blood-red orb amidst the flames, an omen of despair. The scene shifted as Leah stormed into the Otterluck residence, where the male and female heads of the household had long fled to the Holy Land, Mariajoa, to curry favor with the celestial dragons. The only occupant left was the adopted well-behaved child, Sturley. This boy, removing his mask, wielded a syringe, injecting it into a small dog, his intentions unclear. Who is Leah? Her perception is unparalleled. Upon entering, she immediately sensed the absence of Sabo and made a beeline for Sturley. Leah had no patience for idle chatter with such individuals. She seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground as he struggled, his face turning purple. Loosening her grip slightly, she coldly inquired, "Where is Sabo? Are you here for that useless boy? I'll warn you, when my parents return, you'll regret this." Sturley retorted defiantly. Leah, unfazed, swiftly dislocated one of his arms, blood oozing profusely. Then, she pressed a knife against his remaining arm, demanding, "Speak. I lack the time for your nonsense." The expression on Leah's face was reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell. Sturley, terrified, lost all bravado, his resolve crumbling as he blurted out. He went to the rear town. "I heard the uncertain place is on fire." "So he rushed there?" "You told him deliberately, intending to provoke him against his father for your gain." Leah kicked Sturley to the ground. As she turned to leave, Sturley clutched his throat, coughing and shouting, "You want to kill me. When my parents return, I will report you." He continued to laugh maniacally, clearly losing his grip on sanity. Leah glanced back, her eyes filled with scorn. "You know what kind of people your parents are better than I do. Now that you've lost an arm, you hold no value. Do you think they will seek revenge for you? They'll simply cast you back to the uncertain place. All they desire is a compliant child to uphold their noble status, and you're no longer that." Upon hearing this, Sturley's eyes turned vacant, swiftly replaced by overwhelming dread. Having barely escaped the trash heap, he had yet to savor a few days of respite before being thrust back into despair. He scrambled to retrieve his severed arm, seeking a doctor. Leah issued a fierce warning before heading towards a rear town, for Sabo was in dire straits. Let me tell you, the scoundrels of Brugem, in their quest for nobility, struck a covert deal with the king to incinerate the uncertain place. By day, they transported accelerants to various locations. Ace and Luffy, seeking to earn money for their journey, unwittingly became their laborers, only to discover the truth. Naturally, this information could not be allowed to leak. Brugem immediately bound them, interrogating them about the treasure's whereabouts. Ace and Luffy resolutely remained silent. Brugem then bound them amidst the flames. Dayton, worried for Ace and Luffy, rushed out to find them, but upon witnessing the inferno, she attempted to charge in. Thankfully, the villagers restrained her, assuring her that Leah had already made arrangements. Only then did Dayton breathe a sigh of relief. Stubbornly insisting that she was not concerned about those two kids, awkwardly lingering outside the blaze. Dayton's subordinates soon arrived, unable to bear the sight of the devastation, rolling up their sleeves to assist in rescue efforts. The fire had indeed erupted, but Leah had preemptively organized an escape route. Even so, many were injured, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air, mingling with the anguished cries of those who had grown up amid garbage heaps. Some trembled uncontrollably, while others stood in shock. Why? Just because the celestial dragons were coming to inspect, must they be eradicated? This was entirely different from what Leah had taught in class. Why must they struggle in filth from birth while noble children are born into abundance? Leah had once stated in class that to change the world, one must dismantle class divisions. Only then can genuine dialogue occur on equal footing. At that time, someone had countered her with Sabo, but Leah merely smiled, assuring that they would eventually understand. Alas, she had been overly naive, believing that the nobility would change, that they would become more inclusive and achieve equality. Those in high positions cannot fathom the suffering of the lower classes, just as you cannot comprehend the pain of the ants you crush beneath your feet. Dignity resides solely upon the edge of a sword, and truth lies within the range of cannon fire. Countless individuals were carried out, and chaos reigned at the scene, with medical supplies rapidly depleting. Even the lightly injured rose to assist. Bartolomeo, having been compelled by Leah to protect the rescuers, found his barrier fruit to be virtually invincible. Initially, Bartle had been reluctant, but Leah had assured him that those he saved would regard him as a hero, gaining many little followers in the future. This lad quickly became enthusiastic. In Leah's absence, The rescuers were ordinary folk. Without Bartle's assistance, they were at a loss. Yet, he persevered, feeling inadequate for not being able to save more people. He followed the rescuers, charging into the inferno, astonished that these ordinary individuals could endure for so long. Infected by the atmosphere, Barto rushed toward danger, propelled by the belief that if an ordinary person could do so, the future king of the underworld should certainly be capable as well. Witnessing the events of the night, he began to feel a sense of shame, realizing how reckless he had been in the past. This child, inherently good-natured, had previously acted arrogantly due to misguided influences and the pain of losing his father, coupled with the betrayal of those around him. Leah, wishing to teach him a lesson, secretly arranged for his protection, ensuring that as long as he survived, he would learn and grow from his experiences. To her relief, Barto demonstrated resilience, enduring despite the turmoil. Initially, Leah anticipated he would succumb to despair, but upon observing his calm handling of the aftermath and his agile responses to the threats, she regarded him with newfound respect. Her decision to involve him was also a test. Should Barto remain indifferent, she would likely refrain from investing further resources in him, merely ensuring his survival until he turned 18. Conversely, should he excel, she intended to cultivate his potential, recognizing the immense power of the shield fruit. If nurtured correctly, it would fortify her stronghold, allowing her to confront the threats posed by pirates with greater assurance. Fortunately, Barto performed admirably that night in his endeavor to save others. Barto sustained injuries, drawing concern from those around him who tended to his wounds. This genuine care touched him deeply, contrasting sharply with the past, when others feigned concern merely to curry favor with his father. The warmth of this newfound affection caused the proud Barto to blush. Although he had not become the grand hero that the woman spoke of, he found solace in this feeling. Admiration need not be vocalized. The internal sense of validation held greater significance, though Barto was yet unaware of this truth. Witnessing the bereaved embrace one another in sorrow stirred a sense of melancholy within him. At that moment, Leah had married Shanks. Let me tell you, we must set that aside for now, for more pressing matters loom ahead. With a powerful flap of her enormous black wings, she propelled herself skyward like a cannonball. Ascending to a vantage point that overlooked the entire Refuse Mountain, her eyes, akin to radar, swiftly scanned the area, pinpointing the locations of Ace and Luffy. With determination, she dove downwards, and upon her arrival, the raging inferno seemed to part before her, creating a clear path. At that moment, Ace and Luffy were locked in a fierce struggle against a group of pirates. The captain, named Brujum, had been betrayed by the king, rendering him utterly deranged. Realizing his escape was impossible, he insisted on dragging Ace and Luffy down with him. He coerced Ace into revealing the treasure's location, and to ensure Luffy's safety, Ace complied. However, the old wretch reneged on their agreement, insisting on taking both boys to search for the treasure, which Ace vehemently opposed. These pirates were truly despicable. Unable to overpower Ace, they resorted to seizing Luffy as leverage. With no other choice, Ace relinquished the weapon in his hand. What followed? As soon as the weapon hit the ground, Brujum lunged at Luffy with a blade. Instantly, a gash appeared on Luffy's forehead, causing him to cry out in pain. Ace's eyes reddened, yet he dared not move, fearing that the scoundrel would strike Luffy again. But one must ponder, how could such a man show mercy? He grinned wickedly, raising his knife, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Luffy. Do not harm Luffy, Ace bellowed, his heart wrenched with desperation. In that instant, an unseen force erupted from Ace, radiating outward with tremendous intensity. Simultaneously, a colossal slash, more extraordinary than the force itself, cleaved through the fire like a knife through butter, slicing Brujum in two, quite literally. In the next heartbeat, Leah appeared beside Luffy, as if teleporting, scooping him up and examining his injury. Upon discovering it was not as severe as it appeared, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, when she turned to Ace, she froze. Suddenly aware of her fearsome appearance, with massive wings and an aura of menace, grotesque and terrifying. Panic surged from within. Would Ace be frightened by her? Would he disdain her monstrous form? She feared losing the warmth she had only just begun to cherish. What transpired next? Ace, tears streaming down his face, dashed towards Leah, burying himself in her embrace, gasping, "Nichan, I almost lost Luffy. It's my fault for not protecting him. I'm so weak. Oh my heavens." Leah's momentary anxiety vanished into the ether, replaced by overwhelming compassion. She gently patted Ace's back, reassuring him, "It is not your fault, Ace. It is my failure for not returning in time." Meanwhile, Luffy, having regained his composure, clung to Leah's tattered clothing, wiping his tears and snot on her. This child had indeed learned some manners, though not much. Once Ace's emotions stabilized, Leah cautiously posed her most dreaded question, her voice trembling. "Do you find me frightening in this form?" Luffy, with his natural innocence, looked her up and down, his eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaiming, "Nichan, you look so cool now. I want big wings too." Ace, still clinging to her tightly, buried his head in her legs and mumbled, "Nichan is still Nichan, regardless of how she looks." Upon hearing these words, Leah felt a surge of turbulent emotions within her. Yet, with the fire rapidly approaching, she quickly sheathed her scythe, cradled one child in each arm, and took flight. Midway through their escape, she found a secluded spot away from the crowd to set the two boys down, instructing them to seek out Dayton while she headed into the city to find Sabo. Unbeknownst to her, a man had been observing her every move. It was Dragon, Luffy's irresponsible father, who bore the marks of flip-flops on his face. Remarkably, he had followed Leah into the city. I tell you, those who enjoy wrapping themselves in cloaks often possess eccentricities. While flying, Leah contacted Uchiha to ascertain Sabo's whereabouts, only to discover she had missed him. Sabo had been beaten by guards the previous night, but had survived, subsequently being taken to a small clinic. Upon regaining consciousness and feeling somewhat restored, he had fled. The boy, having been traumatized, was now singularly focused on setting sail and escaping this wretched place. He had even left a note, taken his share of their small fortune, and stolen a boat, intent on leaving at a moment's notice. Leah concluded that searching for him was futile. This stubborn child would undoubtedly head straight for the port. I shall intercept him there. At the bustling port, Leah sought a quiet corner to revert to her human form. However, her wings had torn her clothing, prompting her to return to her shop to change. I tell you, her spirits were at an all-time low as she struggled to suppress the murderous urge brewing within her. Upon arriving at the port, overhearing the conversations of the aristocrats, she nearly lost control. These wretches gathered together, eagerly discussing how to please the upcoming celestial dragon. A certain noblewoman, preening herself, remarked, "I've heard St. Charlos has a preference for young girls aged 12 or 13. My daughter is 11. I wonder if she would catch his eye." Immediately, another woman chimed in, considering that, "My daughter is 9. Perhaps she could give it a try as well." My fist clenched in fury. Not to mention, Leah was on the verge of exploding. Without her mask, and with her striking appearance, the male aristocrats gazed at her with a lewd intensity, as if they sought to strip her bare. Meanwhile, the women nearby whispered cruelly, "Look at that vixen. She probably seeks to climb the social ladder, fresh from some man's bed." Had she not feared that acting violently would cause chaos and delay her search for Sabo, Leah would have torn their mouths apart and tossed them into the sea to feed the fish. Fortunately, Sabo has finally arrived. He is rowing a small boat, appearing to be in quite a good mood. Among the crowd, his eccentric parents are present as well. His mother coldly remarks that had she known this day would come, she should have suffocated him at birth. At that moment, a grandiose ship, gleaming with gold and ostentation, slowly approaches from a distance. On the bow stands a foolish figure, adorned with a glass helmet. The celestial dragon has arrived. Sabo's small boat has unwittingly drifted into the path of the grand vessel. In a display of sycophantic reverence, the pack of sycophants has cleared the entire harbor of docked ships, leaving Leah unable to find a vessel to intervene. Witnessing the figure in the aquarium-like headgear raise the cannon without hesitation, Leah panics, unfurling her wings in a swift motion, knocking away a few garrulous fools nearby as she takes flight. With a fierce dive, she manages to rescue Sabo just as the cannonball is about to strike a small boat. Enraged and humiliated, the figure in the aquarium helmet retaliates by firing successive cannon shots at Leah and her companions, disregarding the throng of nobles present. The cannonballs explode amidst the crowd, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Even more madness ensues. Once docked, Charlos shouts to the crowd, "Whoever can bring that woman before me shall be granted the status of a celestial dragon. I want her as my slave." The wealthy nobles, who had been fleeing moments before, are instantly captivated by the prospect of unimaginable wealth and power, halting their retreat and gradually closing in on Leah. Realizing that escape is no longer an option, Leah reflects on her numerous holdings, employees, and the many who care for her in Fengshe village. If she were to flee, those people would undoubtedly suffer. A desperate thought suddenly arises in her mind: to unite the revolutionary army and overthrow this nation. She clutches Sabo tighter, her form transforming once more, wielding a massive blood-red scythe, and gazes intently at Charlos. "You just expressed a desire for me. To do what?" Her voice, though soft, strikes the hearts of all present like a hammer. Accompanying her words, a colossal slash is unleashed towards Charlos, capable of cleaving the grand ship in two. However, just as the strike is about to hit the wretched man, an invisible blade of wind suddenly alters its trajectory. While Charlos narrowly escapes death, his luxurious vessel is cleaved in half with a resounding crack, sending its occupants tumbling into the sea like dumplings, plunging the harbor into total disarray. Leah pays no heed to the chaos, immediately extending her senses to locate the source of the intervention. Soon, atop the harbor watchtower, she spots a tall figure cloaked in a cape. The wind grows fierce, yet the figure's cloak remains undisturbed. Leah instinctively shields Sabo behind her, watching the figure with vigilance. Suddenly, the cloaked man leaps down, landing gracefully before Leah. He raises his head, revealing a face marred by crimson square tattoos, his expression menacing. Attempting to muster a friendly smile, the muscles in his face twitch, resulting in a look more grotesque than sorrowful, even more frightening. Leah is utterly perplexed. How could someone with such a visage father the adorable Luffy? Observing Leah's growing wariness, he abandons the pretense, reverting to a stoic demeanor, and states coolly, "I am Monkey D, Dragon, Luffy's father." Leah scrutinizes him, her mood souring, and retorts sarcastically, "Oh? So you're the unfilial son who ran off to join the Revolutionary Army," as the old man said. Sabo emerges from behind Leah, politely introducing himself before inquiring, "You're Luffy's father?" But Luffy said he has no father. This blunt question momentarily leaves the Revolutionary Army leader speechless. Dragon can only concede that he is indeed not a competent father. Leah waves her hand dismissively, cutting to the chase. "You originally had no intention of intervening in the affairs of the Goa Kingdom, did you?" Dragon candidly replies, "I merely intended to replenish supplies in Frostmoon Village and check on you." Leah affirms with certainty, "And then you saw me running around, looking like a ghost, right? I did not mean to cause any trouble. I was merely concerned for you." Dragon is caught off guard for the second time today. "Why follow me in secret? You could have just come out." At that moment, Sabo's expression darkens with sadness. He realizes that, even if they overthrow the king, the essence of this nation will remain unchanged. Despair washes over him. Dragon observes him and suddenly asks, "Sabo, do you wish to change all of this?" Sabo's head snaps up, gazing at the man who resembles a trafficker. "Yes," he exclaims with all his might, tears streaming uncontrollably. "The stench of corruption in this town is worse than that of a garbage heap. In such a world, even if I set sail, I cannot feel freedom." Dragon reflects. Has this country become so corrupt that it drives a 10-year-old child to utter such words? Leah reveals her first genuine smile in days, pushing the tearful child toward Dragon, guiding him toward the path he has chosen. She squats down, looking at Sabo gently. "This uncle is doing what you hope for." "He is doing what I hope for?" Sabo murmurs, removing his hands from his eyes. "Well, that is a long story. I must tell you, this child was deeply troubled. Who understands the plight of our family?" Sabo would gaze longingly at the towering wall of the Goa Kingdom, feeling as if the sky were about to collapse, plunging into despair. Eventually, he fortuitously encountered Ace at the garbage heap. The two little rascals clicked instantly, finally finding companionship. "But did you think that was the end?" The uncertainty of the destination was akin to a living hell. Children would be beaten to a pulp over a crust of bread, and Sabo witnessed living souls transformed into cold corpses amongst the refuse. Ace fought fiercely to conquer that territory, while Sabo quietly buried the dead children, ensuring they would not be devoured by crows. You can imagine how tender-hearted and desperate that child must have been. He had always dreamed of becoming a pirate, thinking that running away would solve everything. Yet today, with the celestial dragon's affair unfolding, he has awakened. You can escape the monk, but not the temple. Unless the root problem is resolved, he will never find happiness, no matter where he flees. At that moment, the dragon-slaying lessons my sister had previously given him ignited within him. The notion of dismantling the old national order to establish a new one, which had once sounded like gibberish, suddenly made perfect sense. My sister had long recognized that this child was destined for greatness, preparing him in advance. And now he was putting it to use. Just as Sabo's mind was about to overheat, Uncle Dragon, yes, Luffy's elusive father, directly offered him an opportunity. He fixed his gaze on Sabo, earnestly asking, "Young man, do you have ideas? Join us, and together we will seek a way out of this world." I tell you, Sabo was initially hesitant, but upon looking up and seeing the admiration in Uncle Dragon's eyes, and then glancing at my sister's encouraging expression, the child nodded enthusiastically. In that moment, my heart was a whirlwind of emotions. It felt as if my own child was set to embark on a grand journey, filled with pride and reluctance. With Sabo on board, my sister promptly shifted her focus to business. She turned to Uncle Dragon and asked, "What should we do with those celestial dragon scoundrels?" Uncle Dragon, being straightforward, responded without hesitation, "Interrogate them and then release them. If we kill them, the Navy will undoubtedly come, and we cannot afford to expose ourselves just yet. We are not yet in a position to confront the Navy head-on." My sister sighed, resting her chin on her hand, and said, "Well, since you've seen some things, there's no need for me to hide any longer. We need to find a place to talk privately." Just as Uncle Long was about to ask, my sister interrupted. "It's about how to deal with that Time Longren's defense." Without much thought, Uncle Long agreed, briefing Ivankov and the others about the situation before following my sister to a secluded corner. Once they were settled, my sister laid out her cards. Her voice lowered. "Uncle Long, don't you think returning those trash back is too lenient on them? I have a method that can address your concerns while significantly easing your future efforts to infiltrate the world government." Uncle Long's eyes lit up with interest. "Oh," my sister began her lesson. "In the human brain, there is a region known as the prefrontal cortex, which governs memory and experience. If it is damaged, a person becomes an intellectually impaired fool. I possess an ability I call puppetry, which allows me to control such fools mentally. Moreover, I can transfer this control to others." Uncle Long was taken aback, calmly inquiring, "Are you suggesting that we control this Time Longren in exchange for intelligence? Why are you willing to assist us so much?" My sister smiled, exuding confidence. "Well, it's quite simple. I generally do not discriminate against people, but I do hold disdain for the Time Longren. Their unhappiness brings me joy." Such bold thoughts delighted Uncle Long. My sister's mind was racing with plans, her eyes sparkling. "Let's turn that Charlos into a foolish puppet and send our people disguised as his slaves to infiltrate. It's a perfect undercover operation. With his high status, maneuvering within will be effortless." Observing my sister's cunning demeanor, Uncle Long's gaze softened, perhaps seeing her as his own daughter amidst a household filled with rascals, finally having a beautiful and capable girl around. This arrangement sounded promising and in high spirits. Uncle Long spoke with a hint of playfulness. "However, Leah's assistance must come with her own intentions, right?" My sister swiftly seized the opportunity. "Uncle Long, your revolutionary army has been tirelessly on the move. The food supply must be a substantial issue." Longling nodded candidly. "Then let us collaborate. In your honor, I will provide food at half the market price. The condition is I want all intelligence on the islands of the Grand Line that you gather. We will share intelligence and achieve mutual benefits." My sister felt elated, knowing that Yuxia's abilities could easily facilitate the production of rice. Trading food for intelligence was a guaranteed profit. Before Uncle Long could ponder, my sister continued to elaborate on their potential collaboration. We can offer more than just food. I plan to establish my own laboratory for researching new weapons, and any successful products will be prioritized for you. I also have supplies for military necessities, and I can offer you discounts, all in honor of Sabo. Uncle Long, partnering with us will be immensely beneficial. I must say, my sister's approach to attracting talent revolves around either monetary allure or grand visions. Her vast knowledge allows her to engage anyone in conversation, guiding scientists on research directions and painting beautiful prospects, enticing them to follow her. Of course, employee benefits are also generous, emphasizing sufficient compensation and fulfilling dreams. Uncle Long contemplated this lucrative deal, realizing it was a substantial gain. With her proposal laid out so clearly, he had no reason to decline. He readily agreed. Then let us collaborate joyously. My sister extended her hand first. Uncle Long reciprocated, but instead of a handshake, he affectionately ruffled her hair, treating her as his own daughter. My sister shot him a wistful glance. Uncle Long, please refrain from messing with my hair. It might stunt my growth. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Goa, the coup unfolded seamlessly. The king was bewildered, having just contemplated capturing the beautiful woman in the square after entertaining the Tian Longren, only to find that he and the entire royal family were swept away in one fell swoop. It was a near bloodless conflict. However, the subsequent task of reforming the nation was a headache for the Revolutionary Army. My sister, having completed her part, became a hands-off manager, passing on her teaching materials, the essence of Marx and Engels' thoughts, to Uncle Long for him to study and adapt. She remarked that she wouldn't dare claim credit for the success of Marxism in the world of pirates. She would feel immensely honored just to contribute. After sorting out these matters, my sister took Sabo back to Fuchsia Village. After all, it was essential for the children to bid farewell properly. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Luffy, already in tears, sobbing in utter despair like a little water person, a sight she had never witnessed before. Ace stood beside him, fists clenched and eyes red. Luffy was the first to react, wiping his nose as he rushed over. "Ah, Nichan." The uncle selling salmon said Sabo died. He also said you were captured by someone with a fierce appearance. Ace and I were both frantic. Luffy wrapped his rubber arm tightly around Sabo, tears and snot covering both of them. Ace rubbed his eyes, incredulous as he called out, "Nichan, Sabo, you're okay after all." My sister was momentarily speechless. The spread of such a rumor was utterly preposterous. After much effort, she finally clarified the situation. Luffy stopped crying, curiously asking while picking his nose, "Nichan, I actually have a father? And what is the Revolutionary Army?" My sister took a moment to explain, stating that the world government is the largest international organization currently, whereas the Revolutionary Army seeks to overthrow this colossal entity. Upon hearing this, Luffy exclaimed, "The country sounds so cool." Ace pondered deeper. Then, if Sabo joins the Revolutionary Army, won't it be very dangerous? My sister playfully tapped each of their heads, chuckling lightly. "How can you two even say that? Haven't you both declared that you want to find the One Piece and become the Pirate King? This endeavor is hardly simpler than a revolution. If you seek safety, why not just follow that old man and join the Navy?" "Absolutely not." Ace was the first to shout. "I want to become the Pirate King and surpass Roger. I've already made a pact with Shanks. I am destined to be the Pirate King." Luffy echoed the shout. "And me," Sabo ardently declared, "I will make this world a better place." Observing the fervent enthusiasm of these three spirited young fools, my sister felt her heart soften. "I believe in you," she said with a smile, stepping outside to gather Sabo's belongings, allowing space for the three brothers. As she rummaged through boxes, searching for clothes, shoes, and the den mushi, she reflected on her emotional journey. Since arriving in this world, she had been deeply concerned. These three children, Ace, though impulsive, is a good kid. Sabo, gentle and polite, serves as the anchor among them. Sighing softly, she crouched down to sift through the items, discarding the less necessary ones. Inside the room, Sabo, looking a bit embarrassed, addressed Ace and Luffy. "Hey Ace, Luffy, I'm sorry, but I must leave first and venture out to sea ahead of you." Ace, unusually relaxed, with a hint of blush, replied, "What are you apologizing for? You're off to chase your dreams. As brothers, we must support you." Sabo's tone suddenly grew serious as he patted Luffy's shoulder and said to Ace, Ace, Luffy is weak and cries easily, but he is our brother. While I am gone, I ask you to take good care of him. Do I need to be told that? I'm also Luffy's brother, Ace retorted, crossing his arms defiantly. Then let us make a pact right here. Sabo extended his small fist. Luffy and Ace followed suit, their fists pressing together firmly. Sabo spoke. The next time we meet, we will all be stronger and capable of standing on our own. Luffy laughed heartily, proclaiming, I will certainly defeat you and Ace. Ace, unwilling to concede, retorted, the strongest must be me. Sabo concluded. Then let us each strive to meet at the pinnacle. We shall meet at the pinnacle. Amidst the camaraderie, he added, now, brothers, having basked in our emotional bonds, we must discuss another matter. Do you recall my sister's friend, the celestial dragon, Yushia? She is no ordinary celestial dragon. Allow me to explain. The celestial dragons are akin to a group of self-important infants, descendants of the 20 kings from 8 centuries ago, indulging in luxury without contributing anything of value. However, Yushia is an anomaly. She is a prodigy, a quintessential hexagonal warrior, mastering every subject to the pinnacle. A true embodiment of obsessive perfectionism. How exceptional is she, you ask? Within the upper echelons of the world government. The bald elder with a distinctive mustache once contemplated grooming her as his successor. Yet, as you know, those who stand out in a forest are often met with harsh winds. Yushia is a living testament to this truth. She is the most remarkable tree in the forest, only to be felled by those inept celestial dragons. Consider Mariehua. What a place it is. A veritable pigsty, where a group of slothful swine indulge in gluttony and leisure, competing only to see who can enjoy life more. Suddenly, a clever individual emerges, Yushia, who refuses to succumb to their decadence, dedicating herself to study, relentlessly pursuing excellence. This stirred resentment among the inept, who questioned, why should we all languish while you alone strive for progress? Are you preparing for graduate school or civil service? One might think you aspire to compete for the position of the 5 elders. Of course, they only dared to grumble behind her back. After all, Yushia was favored by the 5 elders, who would dare confront her directly. Consequently, her family's attitude shifted dramatically. Previously, her parents instilled in her the notion that a woman's worth lies in her lack of talent, pushing her to learn various skills merely to package her as a high-value commodity for the heirs of the 5 elders, all to pave the way for her foolish brother. However, upon realizing their daughter's extraordinary potential, chosen by the highest authority, they began to reconsider the relevance of their inept son. Let me tell you, her brother was already foolish and malicious, and now his envy for her grew even more intense. Thus, when Yushia was diagnosed with an incurable illness, her health deteriorating by the day, her so-called brother celebrated, swiftly expelling her from Mariehua. Who understands the betrayal of family when one has not reaped the promised wealth, but instead faced treachery? In truth, Yushia herself looked down upon the celestial dragons, believing that associating with a group of ignorance-laden fools would only diminish her intellect. She could not even be bothered to maintain slaves. It was not out of compassion, but rather a belief that such responsibilities were fit only for those incapable of self-sufficiency. Her relationship with her parents was purely transactional. You provide me with resources for learning, and I shall bring glory to your family. Let us not discuss emotions. As for her brother, she never regarded him with anything but disdain, viewing him as a fool who played petty tricks. To be honest, the first time I met Yushia, I sensed there was something special about her. Despite her meticulously crafted appearance, I could see the frailty concealed beneath her facade. Her vitality resembled a leaking hourglass, slowly draining away, and I could almost predict when it would cease. This situation was undoubtedly complex, hinting at some grave trouble lurking beneath. In my previous character, I would have kept my distance, preferring to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Yet, who can predict the whims of fate? Upon first laying eyes on her, I felt an inexplicable affinity. Her gaze held a duality, one side reflecting a cold detachment towards the world, while the other concealed a flicker of hope. I instinctively knew that this person would eventually become significant in my life. Initially, I viewed her merely as an exceptionally useful tool. Her celestial dragon status and boundless wealth propelled my early ventures to unprecedented success. However, as time passed and I witnessed her increasing contributions, my conscience began to prick at me. Coupled with the thought of her limited time left, I felt compelled to fulfill her wishes. She cherished knowledge, so I decided to invest, scouring the globe for scholars to establish a premier laboratory for her. You must understand, Yushia truly loved learning. Once the laboratory was established, she followed the scientists around like a devoted apprentice, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she assisted them, taking notes and fetching refreshments. She idolized a botany professor named Tutankhamun, a formidable figure who devoted his life to compiling a comprehensive tome on northern sea flora, traversing every island in pursuit of this goal. I found him adrift at sea, his Mediterranean hairstyle and a tuft of green seaweed adorning his head. What a sight it was! This old professor survived several days at sea without succumbing, a testament to his resilience. He poured his heart and soul into that book, sacrificing marriage and family for its completion. Perhaps it was this scholarly spirit that captivated Yushia. When I rescued the professor, his health was already failing, yet he tirelessly worked to finalize his manuscript, coughing to the point of near collapse. Yushia remained by his side, perplexed by his unwavering dedication even as death loomed. Upon completing the book, the professor's visage transformed. Though pale as paper, he wore a contented smile. Yushia inquired, "Are you not afraid of death?" The slaves I witnessed in Mariewa faced their end with terror and resentment. The professor, stroking his beloved manuscript, replied that the joys and sorrows of his life were encapsulated within those pages, and with its completion, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. His only regret was the absence of an heir to carry on his legacy. At that moment, it seemed Yushia discovered her purpose. She turned to the ailing professor and proposed, "Mr. Tutankhamun, perhaps you could entrust me with your book. Although my time is limited as well, I promise to expand its contents to the best of my ability during my remaining years." Ultimately, the professor entrusted his life's work to Yushia. Following his passing, she chose a serene resting place for him and erected a statue inscribed with the words, "Brave in the pursuit of truth, honoring the spirit of great scholars." From that day forth, Yushia transformed, discovering her life's mission. She immersed herself in botany, leveraging her celestial dragon status to offer bounties for rare plants. Though her health continued to decline, her spirit seemed to flourish. Strangely, she treated me with extraordinary kindness, bordering on favoritism. If I were not aware of her lack of understanding regarding matters of gender, I might have thought she harbored romantic feelings for me. Initially, I attempted to distance myself, yet she effortlessly captivated my attention. She would invent reasons to summon me to admire her collection, and if I lingered on any piece of jewelry for more than 30 seconds, she would wave her hand and declare, "It's yours." Friends, who could withstand such generosity? It was utterly extravagant. I, Leah, promptly adopted her as my dearest friend, akin to a sister. I humbly sought the affection of this wealthy sister. As my business flourished, the financial records multiplied, requiring late-night scrutiny, while my staff struggled with basic arithmetic, often misplacing decimal points. Yushia, however, possessed an exceptional affinity for numbers, managing these accounts with remarkable efficiency. Gradually, I found myself not only drawn to her wealth, but genuinely recognizing her brilliance. She was a genius, possessing no flaws aside from her sharp tongue, until one day, when she fell gravely ill and summoned me to her bedside to discuss her last wishes. With a smile, she confided, "Leah, you're my only friend in this life. Your fondness for jewelry is evident. Once I depart from this world, all of it shall be yours. Others shall not lay claim to a single penny." Initially, I had intended to seize those treasures upon her demise. Yet her words struck a chord within me that weighed heavily on my heart. This young lady truly regards me as a friend. I pulled a chair beside her bed and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Yushia, did you know from the very beginning that my interest in you was merely a means to an end?" She weakly rolled her eyes. "Obviously. With how you become entranced by jewelry, I'm not a guest. Then why continue to associate with me?" Is it affection for me or a fondness for being used? I'm truly perplexed. Suddenly, she laughed and said, I was merely jesting. In truth, there is something about you that captivates me. It is your vivacity. I have encountered pirates, believing them to embody freedom, only to discover they are mere scum, ensnared by greed. Yet you are different, even when you were a commoner. The confidence and courage in your eyes were unmistakable, even through a mask. Enough of this literary flourish, I interrupted. Is it not simply that you were enchanted by my charm upon our first meeting? To my surprise, she nodded. That is indeed accurate. My dear companions, I must admit, I am somewhat touched. I gazed at her and smiled. In that case, you see, since our acquaintance began with mutual benefit, shall we engage in another transaction? Oh, she raised an eyebrow. Your illness is not as straightforward as it seems. However, I possess a method to cure you, I stated clearly. She looked out the window, her gaze suddenly icy. I had anticipated this. When a clever individual emerges from a herd of swine, the rulers shall surely be troubled. What if this astute cat awakens the pigs? Some matters have already been appraised with a price. So you still do not trust me, never confiding in me? A sense of discomfort washed over me. It is not a matter of trust, she replied with a smile. It is knowing you despise complications. My illness is a monumental hassle. I do not wish to leave you with a plethora of troubles after my demise. That would be rather lowly. I abruptly turned away, feeling unexpectedly moved. I faced her, striving for composure. Then do not perish. If you wish to spare me of complications, live on and resolve this issue yourself. Cough, cough. It seems our Yulia is somewhat reluctant to part with me. She attempted to tease me, but was seized by a fit of coughing. I swiftly turned to pat her back, aiding her recovery. Once she regained her breath, she looked at me earnestly. Yulia, let us discuss the cost. I sighed. Life is priceless. How about this? You shall work for me for eternity. Excellent. She readily agreed. A lifetime for a lifetime. Being by your side allows me to fulfill Professor Tutankhamen's legacy and, most importantly, grants me the opportunity to resolve my own issues. No matter how one views it, I stand to gain. It is settled. We exchanged smiles. I informed her that the root of her ailment stemmed from foul play, resulting in her vitality waning. The sole remedy is to consume the Zhiji fruit, which serves as a generator, continuously replenishing her life force. However, for a complete cure, she must grow stronger and confront the shadowy figure behind it all. I comprehend. She clenched her fists. I shall train diligently and personally confront him to settle accounts. Subsequently, I assisted her in locating the Zhiji fruit. After consuming it and undergoing a period of rehabilitation and training, her strength significantly increased. I officially announced that Yusia would serve as the vice president of our trading company. Later, I accompanied Makabaka to the hospital for business discussions, and lo and behold, who did I encounter? Mr. Coruscant, emerging from the consultation room with little Luo in tow. Upon seeing the white patches on Luo's body, the entirety of the hospital recoiled in fright, their expressions filled with disdain and terror, referring to him as the white monster. Mr. Coruscant, looking weary, shielded Luo, who was tightly clenching his fists, head bowed, silently enduring the world's hostility. As I ascended the stairs, we fortuitously crossed paths. My Makabaka, that foolish dog, darted forth, knocking little Luo over and proceeded to shower his face with enthusiastic licks. Little Luo was taken aback. He attempted to push the dog away, yet Makabaka, like a devoted admirer, persistently nudged closer. Mr. Coruscant, upon realizing it was merely a pet dog, breathed a sigh of relief. My embarrassment was palpable, so I hastily called, Makabaka, come here. The foolish dog reluctantly returned, glancing back multiple times. Little Luo rose from the ground, wiping away the drool from his face, maintaining his cool demeanor, yet his eyes could not resist glancing at Makabaka. Just as I was about to apologize, Mr. Coruscant produced a lighter to ignite a cigarette, only to accidentally set his feathered coat ablaze. How elegant! Truly, it was a sight to behold. Little Luo, with remarkable agility, extinguished the flames in a matter of moments. At that juncture, one of my subordinates approached, saying, President, that child suffers from lead poisoning. Should we not keep our distance? The expressions of Coruscant and little Luo instantly turned wary. I shook my head. What nonsense. This child is the future wielder of surgical fruit abilities, and we shall rely on him to save Ace. Additionally, seeing this pitiful child softened my heart. I held Makabaka and addressed little Luo. Would you like to pet him? He seems to take a liking to you. Little Luo hesitated but took a few steps toward me. Tentatively, he extended his hand and gently placed it on Makabaka's foolish head. In that instant, it felt as though all malice in the world dissipated. He was merely gazing into the innocent and foolish eyes of the dog. I must tell you, in that moment, this dog named Makabaka was utterly smitten. It promptly flopped onto its back, exposing its fluffy white belly, tail wagging like a propeller, begging for affection. Although little Luo's icy facade remained intact, his gaze undeniably softened, and his hand lingered on the dog's belly. Makabaka, with a character akin to that of the mischievous children surrounding Ace, is capable of wreaking havoc if left unsupervised. I had no desire to incur losses. After all, I am a miser who cannot part with even a single feather. Therefore, I decided to forego business matters and instructed my subordinate to liaise with the director regarding the contract, opting instead to indulge in the spectacle. Honestly, my dog possesses an extraordinary ability to discern human preferences. It adores Ace. Whenever Ace returns, it can unearth bones hidden for an entire week to share. With Sabo, it remains somewhat aloof, allowing a couple of pats as a courtesy. With Luffy, it pays no heed whatsoever. As for Shanks, it seems eager to take a bite out of him. And with me, weak, pitiful, and helpless, it dares not disobey for fear of losing its meal. Today, its behavior towards little Luo is undoubtedly genuine affection. Mr. Coruscant, observing nearby, wore a face of paternal pride. He remarked that he had not seen Luo so relaxed in quite some time. Although he still did not smile, at least he had temporarily escaped the grasp of despair. I understand truly. Over the past 6 months, these two have traversed numerous hospitals, entering with a glimmer of hope and exiting burdened with despair. The flicker of hope within little Luo has long been extinguished. He has even found himself lashing out at Coruscant, the only companion by his side, in an attempt to destroy everything around him. Once he calmed down, he would plunge into the abyss of regret. What he hears the most is not about his illness, but the looks of horror and the screams of others. The entire world perceives him as a plague, save for Coruscant, the steadfast giant, who resolutely leads him to the next hospital. Observing this young boy, I recalled his ailment, that lead poisoning. I must tell you, this matter runs deep. It is not a contagious disease, but rather heavy metal poisoning, caused by a mineral known as lead. However, a century ago, the world government, in collusion with the royal family of Frevans, concealed this fact for the sake of profit, deceiving the common folk into continuing their mining endeavors. When the calamity was finally discovered, an entire nation had succumbed to the poison, with each generation living shorter lives than the last. The neighboring countries, paralyzed with fear, mistook it for a plague and united to obliterate the white town of Fans. And what of the royal family? Under the protection of the world government, they simply packed their bags and fled. In the end, the only survivor was a 10-year-old child, the small figure of Luo before me. He had narrowly escaped by hiding among the corpses. Thus, the root cause of the killings was not the disease, but rather those greedy and selfish scoundrels. The cacophony outside was maddening, prompting me to slam the stairwell door shut, finally granting a semblance of peace. Brother Kelisong attempted to light a cigarette, nearly igniting his feathered coat in the process. Flustered, he hastily shoved the cigarette back into his pocket and scratched his head, engaging me in awkward conversation. Beautiful lady, your dog is truly adorable. We were like characters in a social interaction manual, both feeling the weight of the awkwardness. To break the tension, I impulsively asked, "Is this child your son?" Instantly regretting my words, I thought to myself how inappropriate that was. Oh no, he waved his hand dismissively, gazing tenderly at the small Luo. "We are friends." "Oh, I see, you two share a close bond," I quickly added, introducing myself. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Porcas D. Leah, just call me Leah." I intentionally emphasized that. As expected, Kelisong's eyes flickered with interest. My intention was straightforward, to foster a closer connection and bring them back to my base in Zasitalai Island, where a medical genius awaited. Particularly intrigued by this platinum lead disease and in need of patients for clinical trials. If I could cure Luo, it would be akin to rewriting the script of fate. I am Kelisong, and this little rascal is Luo. He smiled, his clownish makeup stretching across his face, a sight that should have been terrifying but instead radiated warmth. You have come here for Luo's illness, haven't you? I observed Luo, still there playing with his dog. Upon hearing my words, he tightened his grip, making the dog-ass fur stand upright, yet its tail wagged enthusiastically, as if urging for more affection. Kelisong's tone grew somber. Indeed, I believe you have discerned the situation. I do have some knowledge. I dropped a bombshell. One of my subordinates is a doctor currently researching treatment for the platinum lead disease. The moment the words left my lips, Kelisong became so excited that he stumbled, tripping over his own feet and landing right in front of me. It was a moment worthy of the 2025 Best Comedy Award. Little Luo looked up in surprise at the fallen Kelisong, covering half of his face in exasperation. Kelisong attempted to rise again, but his limbs failed him, and he fell flat on his face, a sight that pained me to witness. In a frantic maneuver, he pushed himself up, managing to stabilize himself. Before seizing my shoulders, Miss Leah, is what you said true? There is hope for Luo's illness? Please, do not be overly excited, I said, feeling dizzy from his shaking. My doctor is indeed researching it, but as of now, he has not found a cure, only a potion to alleviate the suffering. His strength seemed to drain instantly, but he quickly rallied. That is still a significant improvement. The quacks we encountered on our journey either fled in terror or were utterly helpless. If there is a remedy to ease the pain, that is already a blessing. Please, take us to meet that doctor. At that moment, small Luo stood up and quietly spoke, Mr. Kelisong. All right, no problem. Once the contract is signed today, we will return to Zasitalai Island, where the doctor is located. I readily agreed. Kelisong, overwhelmed with excitement, insisted on bowing to me, which I swiftly avoided. What was a trivial matter for them, it represented their only glimmer of hope. Even little Luo gave me a slight nod, a rare response from the previously withdrawn child, which brought me a measure of joy. After this, a silence enveloped us until the gluttonous dog Makabaka pawed at my shoes, barking insistently for food. Very well, let us eat. I led the two of them, along with the silly dog, to a restaurant where we reserved a private room. Makabaka refused dog food, preferring to gnaw on large bones. So I ordered a generous platter of meat for him. This dog of mine was more discerning than I was. Before eating, he had to retrieve a collapsible bowl from his bag, use his nose to open it, and then sit beside me, eagerly awaiting his meal. Kelisong and little Luo watched in astonishment, likely marveling at the dog's intelligence. Little Luo had a poor appetite, barely eating before setting down his chopsticks. Kelisong, on the other hand, attacked his meal as if in a battle, either burning his mouth or splattering soup all over me. Had I not known he was a simpleton, I would have flipped the table in frustration. After our meal, we boarded the merchant ship waiting at the dock to return to Zasitalai Island. The journey back was nothing short of hellish, with torrential rain followed by blinding snow, rocking the ship as if it were a pirate vessel. This dreadful weather placed a tremendous burden on little Luo's frail body, and he soon succumbed to a high fever. What do families know? He lay there, feverish and disoriented, repeatedly calling out for his mother, father, sister, and pleading for help. Kelisong remained by his side, cradling him gently, and my heart ached at the sight. Makabaka was equally distressed, lying by Luo's bedside, perked up at the slightest cough, and rushing to fetch the ship's doctor whenever Luo's condition worsened. This dog truly cared more than I did. Upon arriving at my territory, Zasitalai Island, Kelisong and little Luo were utterly astonished. I must tell you, I have invested heavily in this island. The first half features a commercial district, a shopping paradise, a bar street, a gourmet city, plus a gigantic amusement park, with roller coaster tracks winding through the mountains for an exhilarating experience. The latter half preserves its natural beauty, filled with resorts and hot spring hotels. And the most crucial of all, my laboratory is hidden within the mountains, staffed by brilliant minds dedicated to scientific research, emphasizing both technology and rigorous work. Of course, this was not the time for sightseeing. I promptly took them to meet the medical scientist. The doctor was a quintessential tech-savvy individual, examining little Luo as if he were a rare, endangered species, subjecting him to a comprehensive physical examination. When the results arrived, both Kelisong and I fell silent. Severe inflammation of the gastric mucosa explained his inability to eat. Even more alarming was the extensive ulceration of the skin on his back. The doctor noted that such pain could drive an adult to the brink of insanity. Yet this child, throughout the ordeal, had not uttered a single word. Kelisong could no longer contain himself, his eyes reddening with guilt and sorrow. Little Luo remained silent, his head bowed, listening intently to his diagnosis. When getting dressed, the fabric brushed against his back, causing him to furrow his brow in discomfort. The doctor refrained from making definitive statements, acknowledging the slim chances of a cure, yet not ruling it out entirely. He first administered a potion to alleviate the pain, then proposed the first treatment plan, blood dialysis. In layman's terms, it meant cleansing the blood to remove the heavy metal toxins. This process was excruciating, even with the most advanced equipment at my disposal. Complications such as muscle spasms and irregular heartbeats were inevitable. Over the following 2 months, little Luo and Kelisong remained on Zicitali Island. After round upon round of blood dialysis, little Luo, remarkably, remained silent throughout. Although his condition had improved significantly, a cure remained unattainable, as toxins had already infiltrated his bones. Mere blood cleansing would not suffice. Yet, at the very least, it could delay the deterioration of his kidneys. I must tell you, this was not the most desperate situation yet. The doctor issued a final ultimatum to Kelisong. Xiao Luo's frail constitution could not endure prolonged dialysis, and there was a grave risk of him perishing on the operating table. Each dialysis session required the finest medications to barely stabilize his condition, a struggle primarily funded by Leah's financial sacrifices. Both Xiao Luo and Kelisong were acutely aware of her silent contributions. After 2 arduous months, the medical expert shook his head, stating he could only delay death, but offered a glimmer of hope, the prospect of the surgical fruit. Fate, it seems, is inescapable, ultimately guiding Luo and Kelisong back to the familiar path of seeking the elusive surgical fruit. They resolved to undertake another plasma exchange. The mere task of collecting sufficient blood for the exchange proved to be an immense challenge, though they were fortunate to leverage Leah's connections. Despite her silence, her actions spoke volumes in support. Once the plasma exchange procedure was completed, Kelisong and Luo embarked on their journey to find the surgical fruit. Leah bid them farewell on the island of Sicily, arranging for 2 doctors to accompany them and providing a vessel, anxious about Xiao Luo's safety on the journey. Their parting was remarkably understated, devoid of any melodramatic sentiments. Yet, Xiao Luo turned back to Leah and declared, "Sister Leah, if I survive this time, I shall surely repay you." Leah nodded earnestly, replying, "Luo, I believe you will pull through. Moreover, do not forsake yourself any longer. Do not disappoint Mr. Kelisong, who has stood by you all this time. Hold on until the very last moment." As the ship set sail, Leah shouted this message to Xiao Luo. He offered no response, merely turning away and waving his hand, a silent farewell. Kelisong, however, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, and was ultimately pulled back into the cabin by the embarrassed Luo. As they set sail, uncertainty loomed over whether this journey would be one of return or not. In truth, Leah had exerted her influence in this matter, but to make it public would risk incurring the wrath of Doflamingo, jeopardizing many of her plans, a risk not worth taking. Leah pondered the man referred to as a demon by many, resolving that if possible, she would ensure Kelisong's life was preserved. A natural villain? In her previous life, Leah too had been regarded as a feared figure. Watching them depart, Leah's mind swirled with thoughts. She could not fathom why Kelisong was so devoted to Luo. To attribute it merely to kindness seemed too simplistic. Was it perhaps the will of D? It seemed improbable that Kelisong would go to such lengths for a rumor lacking validation. Kelisong sacrificed everything in pursuit of healing Luo. As a Navy undercover agent within the Don Quixote family, he had betrayed the Navy and, Externally, his only blood relative, Doflamingo, in his quest for the surgical fruit. Despite her youthful appearance, Leah possessed a profound understanding of human nature. Love, whether conscious or subconscious, invariably has its reasons. It is the love devoid of rationale that is most terrifying. Yet, as time and shared experiences refine initial affections, the reasons for love often diverge from their original origins. Considering the bond between Doflamingo and Kelisong, Leah surmised that Kelisong's actions were driven by an inner desire to redeem his brother. When Luo appeared before the Don Quixote family, both Doflamingo and Kelisong recognized that Luo's current state mirrored that of Doflamingo's childhood. Kelisong's role as an undercover agent beside Doflamingo was to thwart his malevolent tendencies. During his reports to Sengoku, he expressed his views on Luo, surprisingly fixated on him. Upon learning of the D in Luo's name, he even encouraged Luo to flee. Initially, Kelisong's attention may have stemmed from Luo's resemblance to his brother as a child, but once he resolved to take Luo away, everything changed. Accompanying Luo in the pursuit of medical aid and sharing hardships, he truly found himself willing to sacrifice everything for him. In truth, Leah believed that what solidified Kelisong's determination to save Luo was the latter's choice not to reveal to Doflamingo that he could speak. Kelisong cared little for his own life, but Luo's actions brought him joy. In Kelisong's eyes, this child, so reminiscent of his brother, still retained a shred of humanity and could be saved. Kelisong had witnessed his brother gun down their father, an experience that nearly shattered him. His brother was beyond redemption, yet in Luo, he saw a reflection of his younger sibling and could not bring himself to abandon him. Moreover, Kelisong's distinctive eye makeup is worth noting. Doflamingo has always worn sunglasses, and in memories, he bore an injury to one eye, which had bled. One might speculate that he could have lost an eye. If this were the case, it would illuminate the reason behind his profound hatred for the world and his desire for its destruction. Kelisong adorned himself with a prominent eye makeup, akin to Nami, who was forced to join the Arlong pirates and tattooed herself against her will. Nami's sister, Nojiko, went so far as to cover her entire body with tattoos. Sharing in the pain, their fraternal bond ran deep, evidenced by Doflamingo's care for his brother, while Rosinante projected his desire to redeem his brother onto Luo. The relationship among Luo, Kelisong, and Doflamingo is tragically complex. Between the siblings Rosinante and Doflamingo lies an insurmountable chasm formed by positions, natures, ambitions, responsibilities, and the pain of patricide, barriers that cannot be transcended by mere affection. Only by addressing these issues can they begin to feel the heart-wrenching pain of their diverging paths. Doflamingo loved his brother dearly, but failed to understand him fully. Luo comprehended Doflamingo, yet harbored an intense hatred for him. Doflamingo taught Luo many skills, only to lead him toward destruction, while Kelisong imparted nothing, yet offered Luo a chance at redemption. Their intertwined relationships resemble an intricate knot, interwoven yet divergent. In truth, it was Doflamingo who initially guided Luo towards salvation. A detail underscores this. When Luo first arrived at the Don Quixote family, he stated he hailed from the White Town. The other executives feared him and urged him to leave, yet only Doflamingo reprimanded them, reassuring Luo that it was merely superstition. Luo was saved, sheltered, and nurtured by Doflamingo. It is erroneous to claim that Doflamingo exploited him, for Luo was merely a frail child, afflicted with illness and devoid of skills. Doflamingo recognized his own past in Luo, and out of shared suffering, he extended his care. Theoretically, Doflamingo encountered Luo earlier and treated him kindly, yet Luo disregarded Doflamingo's significance, willing to betray him for Kelisong. From a causal perspective, had Doflamingo not taken Luo in, he likely would not have lived to meet Kelisong and forge that bond. Of course, interpreting Doflamingo's actions from Luo's standpoint, they could be seen merely as manipulative tactics. However, for someone like Luo, who had lost everything, only those willing to sacrifice all could truly move him, save him, and become the anchor for his survival. Luo is a deeply conflicted individual, as are Kelisong and Doflamingo. Particularly in their triangular relationship, Doflamingo is the most straightforward. Luo harbors feelings for Doflamingo that may even surpass his affections for Kelisong. In Dressrosa, he never spoke of avenging Kelisong. Rather, he confronted Doflamingo to fulfill Kelisong's wishes. It seems that Luo has been evading the positive memories associated with Doflamingo. Yet, even in negative memories, Luo cannot escape his obsession with Doflamingo, compounded by Kelisong's sacrifice, which has turned that obsession into a nightmare. The tragic conclusion of the fraternal bond between Doflamingo and Rosinante leaves Leah with a heavy heart. In numerous respects, Leah yearned to intervene in the affairs of the two brothers, hoping to alter their fates. To speak candidly, she held a certain admiration for Doflamingo, as his modus operandi bore similarities to her own in various aspects. Both had plummeted into the abyss, granting them a profound understanding of the despair inherent in such circumstances, as well as a comprehension of his methods in many regards. However, this does not imply that Leah aspired to emulate Doflamingo. Ultimately, while Doflamingo possessed a magnetic charm, he was also an exceedingly formidable individual. Doflamingo's father renounced his celestial dragon identity in pursuit of a life as an ordinary man, oblivious to the deep-seated animosity the populace harbored towards the celestial dragons. The amicable relationship between Koala and Vivi's father, Cobra, elucidates why Koala's ideology diverges from that of most celestial dragons. In Leah's eyes, Koala's kindness was merely a manifestation of misplaced superiority, devoid of any grounding in reality. His understanding of ordinary life was limited to the existence of the wealthy elite, ignorant of the hardships faced by the underprivileged. It is understandable that he would harbor such cognitive biases, given that each time the celestial dragons ventured forth, the upper echelons would douse the streets with clear water and even incinerate slums. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Koala's perception of common folk was confined to the affluent idlers. At his core, Doflamingo bore the blood of a celestial dragon. He required a life of opulence and servitude, with no tolerance for the insurrections of commoners. This explains why, later on, he brought his father's severed head to the Holy Land, seeking to reclaim acceptance among the celestial dragons. Corazon, however, was markedly different from Doflamingo from a young age. He was not radical, appeared somewhat timid, yet emanated an innate kindness. When did the lives of Doflamingo and Rosinante begin to diverge? Perhaps it was after Doflamingo committed patricide, leading Rosinante to a state of despair and eventual departure. After losing track of Doflamingo, Rosinante encountered a man named Sengoku, who would alter the trajectory of his life. Following his allegiance to Sengoku, Rosinante became an exemplary naval captain, although this remained a closely guarded secret. Eventually, as Doflamingo ascended, coupled with Rosinante's unique status, Corazon's role as an undercover agent within Doflamingo's pirate crew became exceedingly plausible, considering Rosinante was Doflamingo's biological brother. In truth, Doflamingo harbored a deep love for his family. Even when food was scarce, young Don Quixote endeavored to bring the most complete fish to his ailing mother, urging his younger brother to eat hastily while voraciously consuming himself. Doflamingo was not devoid of humanity. He loved his brother dearly, albeit concealed beneath layers of stoicism. With Rosinante's capabilities, he was unfit to assume the role of the heart. Yet, upon Rosinante's arrival in the family, Doflamingo appointed him to the highest cadre position, indicating his favoritism towards his brother. Another critical aspect is that when Corazon faced suspicion from the entire family, Doflamingo proposed that he consume the ope. Nomi Doflamingo certainly valued the fruit, aspiring to wield it as a means to control the world. Such a vital fruit, he suggested, be entrusted to Corazon. It is worth noting that Doflamingo did not intend to exploit Corazon for his immortality surgery. The fruit could only be utilized by a doctor, and Corazon was utterly unqualified to consume it. He lacked medical knowledge and dexterity, making the prospect of him performing surgery akin to precariously balancing a patient on a tightrope. In reality, this was Doflamingo's way of safeguarding Corazon's life. The punishment for betraying the family was death, an unyielding law. Nevertheless, if Corazon ingested the fruit, the situation would change. Doflamingo could provide an explanation to his subordinates. If Corazon were killed, the Ope Nomi would be lost, thwarting his ambitions of becoming the Pirate King. In this manner, Corazon could survive. When Doflamingo recounted his past, lamenting the loss of his mother at 7 and committing patricide at 8, he refrained from mentioning the fratricide. He was reluctant to acknowledge it, as it represented the deepest wound in his soul. While people may only perceive Doflamingo's cruelty in executing Corazon, Leah observed the profound feelings he harbored for Corazon. Upon learning of Rosinante's betrayal, Doflamingo instructed Virgo to torment him mercilessly, ensuring he regretted ever being born. Conversely, upon discovering Corazon's betrayal, he instinctively expressed concern. "Hey, you didn't kill him, did you?" After Rosinante fell into Doflamingo's grasp, he resorted to every means of torment, firing lead bullets and gradually mutilating his brother's arm. In contrast, when facing Corazon, he only fired a few shots before departing. Prior to this, Corazon had already been grievously wounded by pirates and beaten by Virgo and the exploding man, teetering on the brink of death. Subsequently, Doflamingo fired 6 shots, yet Corazon remained alive. What does this signify? It indicates that Doflamingo had deliberately avoided targeting vital organs. In the end, he even left without verifying Corazon's fate, demonstrating his genuine concern for him. However, as captain, he was compelled to enforce familial law. Doflamingo's life is indeed a tale of melancholy. As a child of a celestial dragon, he was indoctrinated with the tenets of celestial dragon ideology, only to be betrayed by his ineffectual, saintly father, lose his mother to illness, and later find himself abandoned when he and his family face demise, ultimately relying on his conqueror's haki to survive. Along the way, he encountered duplicitous individuals who nurtured him as a tyrant. The ideologies he absorbed during his growth were exceedingly extreme, the hierarchical beliefs of celestial dragons, the hatred for humanity born from near extermination, the descent into despair following patricide, and the self-centeredness instilled by the first-generation family executives, culminating in the madness of fratricide. Throughout it all, no one truly comprehended Doflamingo's innermost thoughts, not even Corazon. He merely perceived his brother as ruthless, remorseless, and fearless. Ultimately, Leah and her companions reached the island where Corazon met his demise, encountering the self-proclaimed nightmare of the seas, Doflamingo. On that island, shrouded in a colossal birdcage, snowflakes fell, blanketing the ground in white, albeit tainted with blood. At this moment, Doflamingo was still youthful, around 25 years old, sporting a golden, spiky hairstyle and clad in a black suit, complemented by a flamboyant pink feather coat. He had yet to adopt the flamboyance of a flamingo and still donned his signature sunglasses. Doflamingo's demeanor was far less audacious than it would later become. However, his inherent rogue charm remained evident, explaining why the Navy designated him as a sea rogue. Today, Doflamingo appeared disheartened, devoid of his usual bravado, with his shoulders slumped. Trailed by several family executives, he stood in silence, gazing at the sea with an inscrutable expression, even behind his shades. Perhaps sensing his discontent, his typically boisterous subordinates fell into silence, following him obediently without uttering a word, adhering to his lead wherever he chose to go. Leah had already dispatched individuals to retrieve the body, determined to preserve Rosinante's life, bringing along the finest medical team. However, she remained uncertain of Rosinante's fate. Her primary objective today was still Doflamingo, as the immense profits of the underworld held tremendous allure for her. With Ushia representing the white world, many matters could be resolved with ease, and the optimal way to venture into the underworld was through collaboration with the future king of the underground, Joker. Rosinante's evolution into the future Death Surgeon was undoubtedly bolstered by the conviction instilled in him by Corazon. Only through Doflamingo's training, Corazon's redemption, and over a decade of experience could Rosinante emerge as the steadfast captain of the Heart Pirates, embodying a commitment to kindness in his endeavors. Thus, Leah resolved not to disclose Corazon's circumstances to Rosinante. One must bear burdens to tread the path with greater assurance. Furthermore, given Corazon's grave injuries, it was uncertain whether he could be saved with current medical technology. Leah had exerted her utmost efforts, The rest was left to fate. Of course, the matter of rescuing Corazon also needed to be concealed from Doflamingo. Presenting herself as someone who had come to discuss collaboration while simultaneously saving a traitor marked for death was hardly conducive to any negotiations. In truth, Leah speculated on the outcome had Corazon, in the end, sought forgiveness from Doflamingo. Killing his own brother must have weighed heavily on Doflamingo. From Doflamingo's perspective, considering his intelligence and cunning, could he have failed to notice even the faintest hints of Corazon's undercover status? He may have long since realized it. Yet he still hoped his younger brother would continue to feign ignorance, maintaining this delicate relationship until the moment he was compelled to eliminate him. Doflamingo was ruthless, but Corazon was perhaps the person he trusted most. Thus, he declared that the Ope no Mi must be consumed by his most trusted individual, instructing Corazon to seek out the fruit. Consequently, when Doflamingo discovered that his only trusted brother had betrayed him, he fired several shots, severing his last vulnerability. That same gun, which had taken his father's life many years ago, now pointed at his brother. After the demise of his entire family, he was left with only the high-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo publicly asserted that they shared a master-servant relationship, yet deep down, he treated them as family. Leah, accompanied by some subordinates, gradually approached Ming Gu and his group to conceal the events unfolding on the island. Doflamingo commanded his men to eliminate all who were aware of the situation. He employed the birdcage, ensuring that no one could escape. Ironically, the birdcage ensnared not only his enemies but also himself. The enormous birdcage in the sky began to dissipate, indicating that there were nearly no survivors on the island. To ensure that her entourage would not clash with Doflamingo, Leah had to confront him. Who could truly understand the family dynamics? Doflamingo, in his flamboyant manner, wore a black shirt beneath a leather coat in the depths of winter, leaving his buttons undone. Was he made of iron? In stark contrast, Leah was bundled up in a scarf, gloves, and a thick coat. Though her attire did not quite align with that of the Pirate Queen, warmth was paramount. "Are you that cold?" Doflamingo raised an eyebrow and asked. Leah was left speechless, thinking to herself, if you have something to say, just say it. With a smile, Doflamingo astonished her. "I did not kill Corazon." Leah was taken aback. "What I mean is, I merely rendered him temporarily unconscious." Doflamingo toyed with a white thread in his hands, admitting that he had tampered with Corazon's mind. Leah was immediately exhilarated. The plot had shifted. Although Corazon was not the protagonist, his influence on Doflamingo and Law was substantial, rendering him a pivotal figure. Previously, Leah had rescued Shanks and Sabo, paying a heavy price and enduring days of being struck by lightning. However, now Leah was more concerned about why he was divulging this information to her in such detail. "You are not one to be so candid." Doflamingo laughed heartily. "Let us assume I am simply very interested in you. Is this your way of being domineering?" Leah thought to herself, suppressing her urge to critique and pressing on with her inquiries. "What do you plan to do with Rossi?" "He has already been taken by my men." Doflamingo, in a nonchalant tone, revealed his true intentions. "Originally, I intended to eliminate him. After all, he betrayed me. Yet, recalling someone's request for my memories, I chose to let him live. Nevertheless, I do not intend to forgive him. Now that you have taken him away, ensure he does not reappear before me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee I won't try to eliminate him again." Leah's inner monologue, stubborn as a dead duck. Clearly, he secretly spared Corazon, yet insists on maintaining the facade of a young lord. She inquired again, "When will Corazon awaken? What must be done for him to regain consciousness? With your abilities, it would not be difficult for you to keep him from waking, would it?" When that lad wakes up, depends on my mood." Doflamingo replied with a chuckle. Leah mused that this flamboyant man was still caught up in his own dilemmas. "Forget it. Let them resolve their brotherly matters themselves. As long as he is unharmed, I can simply consider it as having cared for a sleeping beauty." With that, she decided not to pry further into Corazon's situation, stating, "Whenever you come to terms with it, you may seek me out." After a pause, she added, "Now let us discuss matters of collaboration, Mr. Doflamingo." Collaboration? I don't even know who you are." The premise of cooperation is an understanding of each other's strengths. You sought me out. which indicates you must have some knowledge of my power and intentions. I am curious how you came to know that Doflamingo scrutinized Leah. Leah, of course, could not reveal that she had unlocked a golden finger. With the narrative altered, she needed to probe Doflamingo to see if he would still attempt to seize Dressrosa as in the original storyline. Since I am aware of how you came to know this matter, whether you know or not is of no consequence. Leah deflected, then introduced herself. I am Port Gasti. Leah, a merchant operating across the seas, representing the Don Quixote family from the North Sea. I have long heard of your esteemed name. My subordinates have mentioned you, claiming you possess great ambition and are scheming something significant. But as a legitimate businessman, what could you possibly collaborate on with someone like me, a rogue? Doflamingo had already perused the information regarding the Caterlima Trading Company, though it was riddled with discrepancies. He found Leah intriguing. Her photographs were either blurry or masked, and her abilities remained ambiguous. He only knew she was a woman. However, he did not underestimate her. Being able to conduct business across the seas implied a complex network of connections. Furthermore, this trading company controlled the underworld forces of the other 3 seas besides the North Sea. Therefore, the enigmatic president behind this company would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. Now, Doflamingo realized that the individual before him was that very person from years past, making everything fall into place. It was not surprising for anything to happen around such a person. Was there that prevents us from collaborating? Mr. Doflamingo, I'm also quite interested in the underground business. Since you have investigated me, you should be aware that I possess the financial resources and strength necessary for our collaboration. Leah stated with poise. I do not doubt that. But to ensure our partnership does not crumble due to conventional notions of good and evil, I must first ascertain one thing, Doflamingo stated with rare candor. What is your ultimate goal? Leah did not expect Doflamingo to pose such a question, yet she instinctively responded earnestly. As a businessman, the primary objective is to create the largest enterprise and claim the greatest share of the profits. However, the most crucial aspect is to dethrone those self-proclaimed descendants of gods, the celestial dragons. For the first time, Leah candidly expressed her thoughts in front of an outsider. She sensed that the Doflamingo before her was no longer the one she had once known. What an arrogant aspiration. You truly are that person from back then? Doflamingo contemplated. I agree to collaborate. Let us unite to expand our enterprise and subsequently bring chaos to the world ruled by those celestial dragons. I shall ensure that they are pulled down from their pedestals. Doflamingo burst into laughter. You will handle the clandestine affairs, while I will present the facade of a benevolent figure. By leveraging our respective strengths, we shall seize the greatest benefits. What do you think, Mr. Doflamingo? Leah proposed. To achieve our goals, I can assume any role. Doflamingo replied, thus tacitly endorsing Leah's vision. There's one more point I must clarify. Our alliance should remain concealed. All business dealings or other interactions must occur in secrecy so that we can catch others off guard at critical moments. Leah added, you seem quite confident about future developments. This element of surprise is quite intriguing, Doflamingo remarked, shifting his posture as he gazed at Leah. Leah offered a meaningful smile and inquired, you need not concern yourself with that. I have one final question, Mr. Doflamingo. Do you wish to ally with me? It matters not. As long as our ultimate objectives align, the means of achieving them are of little importance to me. As he spoke, Doflamingo extended his hand, declaring, to a fruitful collaboration. Leah grasped his hand in return, smiling, to a fruitful collaboration. Logically, Doflamingo should not have easily agreed to collaborate under such uncertain conditions. However, due to her identity, he chose to honor the last vestiges of trust within him and opted for cooperation. In truth, Doflamingo had begun to suspect that the individual before him had traveled back in time from a future date. Given their prior acquaintance, Leah chose to save them, which indirectly indicated that their relationship was not poor in the future. Since that day of their alliance, communication between Leah and Doflamingo gradually increased. It was difficult to pinpoint the reason. Perhaps due to their similar personalities, their decisions in many aspects exhibited a remarkable synergy. Apart from the occasionally cruel methods proposed by Duff, Leah consistently suggested more circuitous alternatives. Due to their remarkable effectiveness, Duff reluctantly tolerated Leah's interjections regarding his decisions. Each time Leah observed a flamboyantly dressed flamingo, suppressing her irritation as the veins on her forehead throbbed, she found herself both amused and perplexed. In truth, she was curious as to why this irascible flamingo tolerated her so well. She had inquired several times of a rather proud flamingo, only to be met with evasive remarks, such as "You will understand in time. There are many matters at hand. Please refrain from pestering me." Although this flamingo displayed apparent impatience whenever Leah approached, Duff, embodying the essence of a reluctant gentleman, would always instruct his subordinates to prepare a feast upon her arrival. Even when Leah came merely to conduct business with Yusia, he would have the staff prepare delicacies she had previously favored during their meetings. One could say that Duff's indulgence towards Leah had truly surpassed the bounds of reason. Even his subordinates speculated whether their young master had developed feelings for this cunning and dark-hearted woman. As for Leah, she merely found it amusing. Every interaction with Duff inevitably escalated into a quarrel, particularly given his sharp tongue. Their verbal sparring reached a fervent intensity, especially when Duff audaciously criticized Leah's taste, a point that irked her immensely. Thus, she pointed vehemently at a certain flamingo, exclaiming, "Do you think I resemble you, you overgrown fashionista?" Duff, lounging on the sofa, smirked slightly as he observed the agitated girl before him, retorting, "Oh, do you fancy my coat? Perhaps I shall arrange for a few to be gifted to you another day." "No, thank you. Keep your gaudy pink coat for yourself," Leah firmly rejected. "I could procure a few in white for you," Duff suggested, appraising her thoughtfully. "Hey, Duff, do you have an obsession with coats? Are you going to forcefully recommend them to anyone you meet?" Leah teased, eyeing Duff's sunglasses. Duff pondered, "Not really. I only gifted a set to that rascal Rossi." Leah, perplexed, replied, "So he gets a set while you burn through yours?" Duff fell silent. This was during an interrogation of an unwitting individual who attempted to rob Leah's cargo ship. The flamingo in charge of the interrogation remarked impatiently, "Why not simply eliminate this worthless person instead of dragging it out?" Leah, with a smile, looked at the man kneeling before her, utterly devoid of secrets, and said, "I'm a gentle and kind person. How could I possibly engage in such cruel acts as murder?" She feigned innocence, covering her mouth with an air of a demure white lotus. The man, hearing this, raised his head in excitement, asking, "So, esteemed lady, do you intend to spare me?" "To spare you? That decision is not mine to make," Leah replied, casting her gaze toward Duff. Duff, clearly growing impatient, squeezed the trigger, and with a gunshot, the man collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Leah stepped back a few paces to avoid the splattering blood from staining her dress. The notion of kindness was indeed laughable. After all, who had threatened his family? With mere words, he had knelt before her like a dog, begging for mercy. Duff's words resonated with sarcasm, yet he secretly admired Leah's actions. Leah's gaze was cold as she thought, "You dare to steal from us and expect to walk away alive? How naive! Well, my fallen subordinates. Have you dealt with that man's family?" Duff inquired without surprise. "Of course, I'm no saint. I don't wish to deal with the offspring, only to have the parents come back for revenge. Besides, that family was hardly worth saving," Leah replied with a sense of entitlement. The interrogation room was dim and suffocating, the air thick with the scent of rust. Duff said nothing further as he opened the door and stepped out first. Leah adjusted her coat and followed him. "By the way, Duff, your recent methods have changed quite a bit," Leah observed casually, her voice echoing in the dark, empty corridor. "Wasn't it someone who advised me to refrain from unnecessary killings, lest I diminish my virtue?" Duff's low voice responded. Leah scratched her head, slightly embarrassed. "I did say that, but I never expected you to actually take it to heart. Your approach is highly efficient," Duff remarked almost defensively. In truth, his thoughts were, "Only you are different." "Speaking of which, Duff, when will you finally wake Rossi? It has been so long, and he can't remain a sleeping beauty forever," Leah ventured tentatively. Duff remained silent for quite some time, and just as Leah thought he would refuse to answer, he finally said, "Once you return this time, he should awaken." "Hooray! Well, Duff, we have been acquainted for quite some time. We might as well consider ourselves friends. Would you care to visit me?" Leah's delight was evident as she attempted to shift the topic. "Since you've invited me, how could I refuse? However, I must first attend to matters in Dressrosa. Duff replied, halting and turning to face her. Oh, my dear young master, such important matters you casually share with me. My goodness, I am truly touched. Liao responded with a hint of sarcasm. Enough of the theatrics. Don't pretend you don't know what I plan to do next. Duff rubbed his forehead, visibly annoyed. What do you think of the situation in Dressrosa? He inquired after a moment of contemplation. Liao looked up at Duff, who wore sunglasses, and replied, The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished become outlaws. Regardless of what you intend for the Cooley royal family, it matters not. The key is, Duff, that you must win the hearts of the people in Dressrosa and treat them kindly. It ought to be thus. The changing of the guard is a common occurrence. Since Duff had chosen Dressrosa as a stronghold in the New World and had evidently strategized for years, what reason did Liao have to urge him to abandon this course? On the contrary, if possible, Duff should strive to secure as many nations as he could, provided he steered clear of human trafficking and drugs. Liao could accept that. Furthermore, the original royal family of Dressrosa was indeed the Don Quixote family. When Rossi eventually awakened, it was springtime, the earth rejuvenated. He found himself clad in minimal attire, submerged within a nutrient-rich tank. Upon opening his eyes, he perceived a verdant expanse around him. He attempted to blink, feeling no obstruction, then moved his limbs, only to realize he was connected to numerous unknown white tubes. Recalling the last moments of his memory, his brother, that devilish figure, trembling as he shot him, Rossi understood that he had survived. Yet, he worried about whether his brother had managed to escape. Desperate to comprehend his current predicament, he pounded on the glass of the nutrient tank, seeking to attract attention. The doctors in the laboratory, hearing the commotion, hurried over. When Rossi recognized the familiar gleam of the bald doctor, he realized that he had been rescued by Miss Liao. Upon receiving news of Rossi's awakening, Liao rushed to his side. When Liao arrived at the scene, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. The familiar, tall, balding professor had his arms wrapped around Rossi's slender waist, gently assisting him onto the pristine hospital bed. Rossi's upper body was bare, revealing his toned and delicate abdominal muscles, while his lower half was scarcely clothed. He crossed his long legs, and the balding professor, with a smirk, removed his cigarette from his ear and presented it to Rossi's lips, even going so far as to produce a lighter from his lab coat pocket to light it for him. Liao couldn't help but wonder why the professor was gazing at Rossi with such an inappropriate look. After approaching them, Liao learned that the professor was inquiring about who had performed Rossi's brain surgery, expressing a desire to meet that individual. Rossi, still oblivious to how he had survived, found himself at a loss to answer that question. Liao quickly greeted Rossi and also called for her subordinates to bring him some clothing. In the brief moment while Rossi was getting dressed, she asked, Rossi, how are you feeling now? He exhaled a puff of smoke and replied weakly, I feel all right, but I haven't moved in so long that my limbs feel a bit weak. Once he was dressed, he tilted his head in thought and asked Miss Liao, was it you who saved me? Not entirely, she replied. I brought you back, but the primary reason you survived is that Don Quixote Doflamingo spared you. He tampered with your mind, causing you to remain unconscious for so long. Liao hesitated to share this information, knowing that the conflict between the two brothers was something only they could resolve. She decided to tell Rossi the truth about what had transpired. Rossi fell silent, choosing to skip that topic, and then inquired, what about Luo? Did he escape? His tone was noticeably more animated. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Luo is currently in a sparsely populated town in the North Sea, studying medicine, Liao informed him. That's good to hear, as long as Luo is alive. My efforts were not in vain, Rossi said, wiping his eyes with a hint of joy. Liao seized the opportunity and asked, Rossi, do you want me to take you to find Luo? Rossi glanced at her and nodded eagerly. I might not be able to do that, and I hope you will refrain from seeking him out for now, she said earnestly. Why not? Rossi stood up, visibly agitated. After contemplating, Liao decided that since Rossi had already stepped outside the control of the narrative, it would not hurt to share some information with him. She confessed that she had the ability to foresee events in the future and relayed to him a series of occurrences related to Luo, advising him to avoid being near Luo for the time being. Otherwise, she could not guarantee that fate would not throw additional obstacles in Luo's path. Conversely, with her foresight, she could ensure the safety of those around her. Under Leah's persuasion, Rossi agreed to postpone his meeting with Luo until the latter reached Dressrosa, at which point he would seek him out. In a sudden shift of tone, Leah remarked, "Regardless of how it is written, no one will ever know it was my doing." "Oh, the young lady is quite audacious," Doflamingo commented, lurking nearby with his characteristic sarcasm. "Ah, splendid. It looks quite thrilling. Too bad I wasn't there to join in on the fun." Leah, quick-witted, explained, "Oh, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and I didn't have time to call you. But I shared this joy with you at the first opportunity." Doflamingo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, tinged with paternal exasperation. "You recorded what? Why would you film such sordid things? You're still a minor. Don't tan your eyes." Leah, displeased, retorted, "First of all, I'll be of age next month. Secondly, this is merely a trivial matter. I've seen much worse." Doflamingo exploded. "Who is teaching you these absurdities? I'll make sure they pay." Leah shrugged. "No one in particular. I just thought, after living 3 lifetimes, I've at least seen a pig run." Doflamingo responded, "And what of it?" Leah quickly diverted the topic. "Oh, don't sweat the details, Doflamingo." The next morning, Leah was energetically tapping away at her abacus, her speed nearly setting it ablaze. Morgans, that crafty fellow, had a nose for news and worked through the night to publish an explosive story that would spread worldwide at dawn. The front page headline read, "The tomb of the celestial dragons has been robbed." Once this news broke, the celestial dragons, concerned for their reputation, hastily sealed off the site. However, Morgan's reporters proved to be quite resourceful, capturing first-hand accounts. The newspaper featured images of desecrated graves and shattered coffins, some corpses even adorned with unidentified stains. The most shocking revelation was a message scrawled in red paint on the main tombstone, declaring, "Celestial dragons are trash." Although this insult included both Doflamingo and Rossi, Leah felt it was inconsequential since they were no longer celestial dragons. Yushia even boldly declared her intention to renounce her celestial dragon status eventually, deeming the matter trivial. This statement was met with resounding approval from all but the celestial dragons themselves. Even more astonishingly, despite the completion of the act, the celestial dragons had yet to uncover a single lead, leaving them furious and escalating the reward for information. The world government viewed this as a blatant provocation, issuing a blank bounty notice with a staggering reward of 500 million berry, determined to apprehend the perpetrator. Embarrassingly, they had no leads to pursue. It still had to issue the bounty. The scene shifted to the red-haired pirate's ship, the Red Force. Shanks had been nursing a hangover for several days when his increasingly impatient first mate, Beckman, finally knocked him onto the deck with a punch. Shanks, finally coming to his senses, scratched his head. Though his head was still embedded in the deck, he instinctively protected the bottle of alcohol in his hand. Once he managed to extract his head, his first act was to take a swig of his drink before cheerfully greeting Beckman. "Hey Beckman, good morning," with a wide grin revealing his bright, white teeth. Beckman looked at his carefree captain and began to regret ever joining this pirate crew, feeling as though he had been blind at the time. He covered his face in exasperation and tossed the newspaper into Shanks' lap. Shanks caught it eagerly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Could there be yet another intriguing newcomer? Beckman replied curtly, "You'll see for yourself." "What? Someone actually did this?" Shanks exclaimed. "If I knew who it was, I'd definitely want to recruit them onto my ship. It would be a blast." Beckman doused his enthusiasm. "There are no leads. Our intelligence network hasn't uncovered anything. This person remains a mystery, yet their actions have stirred up quite a storm." Shanks, rather bewildered, responded, "We have an intelligence network? How fancy." Beckman's forehead twitched in irritation. "You fool." At that moment, other members of the red-haired pirates gathered around, snatching the newspaper to see for themselves. "What a talent. This person is amazing. Exclaimed Jesus Borges. The handwriting is quite impressive," remarked Lucky Roo. "Incredible. They left no incriminating evidence," noted Bonnie. Looking at the photos brought them inexplicable satisfaction, and they exclaimed, "Captain, if we ever find out who did this, you must recruit them onto the ship." The chief excels at this. As Shanks listened to the discussions among his subordinates, he scratched his head in embarrassment and declared, "Leave this matter to me. Aboard the Moby Dick, Marco, with arms transformed into wings, received today's newspaper from the beak of the newsbird and began to read. This guy has some nerve. Openly provoking the celestial dragons, Marco remarked in astonishment as he scanned the headlines. "What is it, Marco?" Came a thunderous inquiry from above. Marco looked up to see an imposing figure with a crescent-shaped mustache, his body adorned with an array of intravenous tubes, emanating an invisible sense of pressure. He was none other than Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Marco soared to Whitebeard's knee and presented the newspaper. "Father, there is quite a remarkable story today." Whitebeard brought the newspaper closer to his eyes, examining it intently. "Gururala, what an intriguing character. I truly wish to meet this person." Sachi also held up a copy of the newspaper, a smirk of schadenfreude on his face. "The scoundrels of the world government are probably furious. This is indeed delightful news." Izong, holding the newspaper, expressed his thoughts. "Indeed, it brings a sense of satisfaction. The celestial dragons never anticipated that their ancestral graves could be so brazenly disturbed. And the best part is, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of the perpetrator." In the kitchen, Teach munched on a cherry pie while clutching a newspaper. Such audacity. But is this merely a provocation? Perhaps there is a conspiracy lurking behind it. He mused with a hearty smile, his mind racing with countless thoughts. On Cake Island, Big Mom stuffed her mouth with desserts, her words barely intelligible. "This person is truly amusing. Katakuri, investigate this matter." "Yes, Mama," Katakuri replied dutifully. In Wano country, the drunken Kaido lifted his head from stupor, glanced at the newspaper, and took several swigs from his flask. "Jean, look into the mastermind behind this. If possible, recruit him into our beast pirates." The masked Jean responded respectfully, "Of course, Lord Kaido." On Krai Kana Island, within a shadowy castle, surrounded by forests, the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, sipped red wine, his golden eyes glinting with sharpness. "Interesting," he murmured, fixating on the newspaper for an extended period before slowly uttering those two words. Leah ultimately decided to confront Moonlight Moria. However, she brought only a few people with her, preparing an ample supply of seawater beforehand, which could restrain zombies, thus cutting off one of Moria's significant advantages. After all, having fallen from grace for over a decade, Moria's strength had greatly diminished, relying too heavily on his fruit powers. The only tricky aspect was Moria's devil fruit ability. Yet Leah's prowess far surpassed Moria's, leading her to a decisive victory. At this time, Perona was still a little girl, having been frightened into unconsciousness by Kasamoto, who appeared somewhat dejected, cradling the little girl with an air of guilt. Surprisingly, after his defeat, Moria chose to exchange his life for the lives of his subordinates, especially Perona, whom he treated like a little princess. Upon seeing a two-headed monster holding the unconscious Perona, he immediately became agitated, his attitude undergoing a dramatic transformation, clearly intent on fighting Leah. Leah had never intended to kill Moria. She was merely accumulating achievements for her ascension to Shichibukai. Moreover, her victory was not entirely glorious. Moria was unaware of her knowledge about his weaknesses. Observing Moria's series of actions, she began to appreciate him. Initially, she thought Moria had established his shadow army out of cowardice and cunning. But now she understood that after being defeated by Kaido, he had lost all his comrades overnight. It was fear of loss that drove him to seek the company of unkillable zombies. To him, death was not the greatest threat. It was loss that loomed largest. Leah had no interest in Moria's grand ship or seizing the island. Moria was secluded in the fog-laden Devil's Triangle, studying zombies, which Leah deemed inconsequential. After all, just days prior, she had unearthed the graves of the celestial dragons. Having already fought, Leah had no intention of making things difficult for Moria. She took little Perona from Kasamoto's arms and returned her to Moria, even kindly offering him a gift of several coffins, which, of course, contained the corpses of the celestial dragons. Although these fools had little combat power, controlling them was immensely gratifying. Moria was quite fond of this gift, given that Leah had not severely harmed his subordinates, only giving them a few good hits. His attitude toward her softened considerably. Leah even cordially invited Moria to take Perona and his first mate Amen to visit Sicily. In summary, Having another friend was certainly preferable to gaining another enemy. She was a savvy businesswoman, capable of turning anyone into a customer. As a shrewd entrepreneur, she needed to forge good relations with various parties, fostering her development before ultimately allowing herself to flourish. The more influential figures stood by her side, the greater her weight in this world, enabling her to achieve more with fewer constraints. Moria, to be fair, wasn't too bad, and this devil's triangle undoubtedly concealed some grand secret. Otherwise, the upper echelons of the world government wouldn't have hinted at Doflamingo resolving the Moria issue. Moria had operated in these waters for so long. He surely knew some hidden truths. Given that their relationship was not yet deeply established, Leah had no intention of probing further when the time was right. Such secrets would become impossible to conceal. After defeating Moria, the event was indeed widely reported, and Leah's reputation began to spread across the seas. To enhance her standing, Leah staged a performance with Doflamingo, creating the illusion of an intense battle between them. Under Leah's careful guidance, rumors of discord between her and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, gradually circulated. Leah had long since commissioned her own pirate ship, but she struggled with naming it, ultimately settling on Statue of Liberty. The design of the pirate flag was unremarkable, featuring a skull biting a belly, with sickles and hammers added behind the skull motif. The exterior of the Statue of Liberty was not particularly striking, but to showcase its uniqueness, Leah adorned the ship's side with a pair of black wings, which not only served an aesthetic purpose, but also allowed the vessel brief flights. Additionally, with the assistance of researchers, the ship could deploy a transparent protective shield, enabling it to dive beneath the surface. In essence, it was a multifunctional vessel. Leah was not particularly interested in equipping it with cannons or similar devices, given that the current bombs were ineffective against true powerhouses. Weaker foes could be eliminated with a single strike. Thus, Leah decided to hold off on installations until her laboratory developed genuinely destructive weapons. Naming things posed a considerable challenge for Leah. She had no clear idea what to call her pirate crew. After considering Shanks's crew, the red-haired pirates, Leah pondered whether to name her crew the black-haired pirates. However, after Yushia vetoed that idea, Leah glanced at Makabaka and devised a new suggestion. How about we call ourselves the Corgi Pirates? Leah was met with a chorus of incredulous stares from her crew, prompting her to raise her hands in exasperation. I truly have no better ideas. Why don't you all come up with something? Yushia, standing beside Leah, chimed in. Such matters should not be left to the crew. Oh, this is so frustrating, Leah lamented, raking her fingers through her hair. Raising her gaze to the full moon above, she decided not to dwell on it any longer and firmly declared, "We shall call ourselves the Moon Pirates. The moon has a splendid connotation. The name is certainly an improvement over the previous ones. Although it still bears a certain rustic charm, it has nonetheless been accepted by the crew." An amusing incident is that Morgans and his companions are quite adept at photography. Leah, constantly challenging pirates, has seen her bounty soar, and the images circulating on the wanted posters reflect this. How should one put it? Leah seems to have acquired a remarkable talent for photogenic poses, each one striking and captivating. The first wanted poster features her in a fitted chi-pao, with a hairpin accidentally falling out during a tussle. Her hair cascading down as she confidently smirks, exuding both elegance and beauty. The second poster captures Leah in a white tank top, towel in hand, drying her long hair in the soft morning light that casts a gentle glow upon her figure. She appears to be momentarily distracted, her gaze lifting toward the camera, creating a mesmerizing snapshot. The third image showcases Leah alongside Doflamingo during their performance, where, to enhance authenticity, she has applied battle makeup and torn parts of her dress. While Doflamingo, albeit reluctantly, plays along, his fierce smile and well-defined muscles create a striking contrast to Leah's vigilant expression, which, to others, conveys a blend of stubbornness and subtle vulnerability, all set against the backdrop of a ravaged battlefield. When Yushia glimpsed these wanted posters, she couldn't help but suspect that Leah had bribed Morgans. These were not mere wanted posters, but rather Leah's personal fashion photos. Upon seeing them, Old Man Carp spat out his snack in disbelief, immediately wanting to confront him organs, only to be thwarted by Sengoku's punch that sent him crashing into the wall. As for Shanks, we shall discuss him in the next chapter. Indeed, Shanks has collected every one of Leah's wanted posters, displaying them prominently in his captain's quarters to ensure he sees them daily. Interestingly, upon receiving the second wanted poster, someone abruptly paused in his drinking. The warmth flooding his nose, and with a thud, blood dripped onto the floor. The ship's doctor assumed Shanks was injured, but he quickly concealed the wanted poster behind his back, waving it off with a laugh, claiming he was merely feeling a bit under the weather. He was mortified at the thought of his crew discovering his embarrassment over getting a nosebleed from a young lady's photo. He could already hear their teasing laughter. Beckman shot Shanks a glance, silently thinking how ridiculous it was for him to claim he was feeling unwell, while Shanks secretly hoarded Leah's wanted posters. It was inevitable that others would also come across them. Poor ghastly Leah, with a bounty of 343 million berries, was now accompanied by stunning wanted photos. Leah inexplicably gained a multitude of fans, her supporters standing toe-to-toe with those of Hancock, engaging in fierce debates over who was the world's most beautiful woman, with tensions escalating to a near brawl. However, Leah paid little mind to these rivalries, focusing instead on how to earn money. When she overheard her crew discussing who was more beautiful, Shanks felt a twinge of annoyance as he clutched the wanted poster. The young lady's image was now exposed to so many eyes, and he knew future rivals would emerge. Although he did not fear any challenge, he disliked the thought of others coveting her. He longed to leave his unique mark on her porcelain skin, ensuring that she would forever belong to him. Upon seeing the third wanted poster, Shanks found himself eagerly anticipating the sight of Leah shedding tears. Despite knowing her character, which seldom allowed for such displays of emotion, he held on to the hope that perhaps, in certain circumstances, this small wish could be fulfilled. The image of Doflamingo on the poster had already been torn away and discarded by Shanks, who then flattened the bounty notice and affixed it to the bow of the ship. In truth, Leah and Shanks had maintained contact. Shanks, astute as he was, feared Leah might neglect his letters, so he always tucked his correspondence within a collection of island data to ensure she would read them. His tales of adventure, though somewhat clumsily penned, were nevertheless captivating, providing Leah with entertainment during her leisure. After several exchanges, he began to encourage her to respond in kind. Of course, allow me to tell you, the saga of Leah and Shanks is truly a grand narrative worth recounting. In a spectacular opening scene, Leah and Shanks shared a passionate kiss atop a Ferris wheel, the fireworks serving merely as a backdrop for their fervent connection. Shanks boldly confessed, "Leah, I have liked you for a long time." Leah was momentarily taken aback, the dramatic turn of events more thrilling than the stock market predictions of 2025. Now, to set the stage, Leah was quite the figure at the Navy headquarters, being the granddaughter of Admiral Carp and a newly minted warlord of the sea, exuding an aura wherever she went. The notorious Kizaru shamelessly inquired if Leah had anyone special in her life, while Akiji audaciously suggested that if she were single, she should go on a date with him. At that moment, Leah's mind flickered to the image of Shanks with his striking red hair. Kizaru, ever the cunning fox, was well aware of the story brewing between Leah and Shanks. Even Akainu, with his perpetually grumpy demeanor, nodded in Leah's direction, leaving her in disbelief at the surreal nature of the world around her. Both Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru showered Leah with warmth and concern, treating her like a cherished family member. Leah thought to herself, "But I am a pirate. Is this level of affection truly appropriate?" Indeed, it was all thanks to Old Man Carp, who tirelessly promoted his granddaughter, boasting about her adorable photos. Before long, Leah returned to her ship, and as she departed, Kizaru reluctantly requested her transponder snail number. Next, Leah prepared for the grand opening ceremony of Sicily Island, sending invitations to Shanks and his crew. Time flew by, and on the day of the opening, the festivities were nothing short of extravagant. Leah had spent 2 years preparing for this moment, meticulously selecting the location, planning, and fostering relationships, exhausting herself in the process. Upon receiving the invitation, Shanks promptly discarded his plans for an escapade in Dressrosa and headed straight for Sicily Island. Leah also invited Doflamingo, who feigned discord with her while secretly enjoying jovial banter in her private quarters. Meanwhile, Mihawk openly declined the invitation, clearly uninterested in attending. The ceremony was predominantly attended by pirates and underworld figures, and Leah wasted no time in addressing them directly, urging them to support her business. The fine wines in the cellar were available for all to enjoy. Doflamingo received word that he had urgent matters to attend to and left Baby 5 behind on the island. Leah had a nagging feeling that Doflamingo's meeting with Shanks would not bode well. That evening, the red-haired pirate's ship, the Red Force, finally arrived. Shanks, as flamboyant as ever, broke into a grin upon arrival, rushing to Leah and exclaiming, Leah-chan. Leah nearly collapsed under his exuberant embrace, quickly dodging his bear hug. After 2 years apart, Shanks appeared even more handsome. Leah guided the red-haired pirates around the island, and that night, they hosted an internal staff banquet. The crew of the red-haired pirates quickly bonded with Leah's subordinates, with Kasimoto and Rikuru even sharing a dance. At the banquet, glasses clinked, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. When someone toasted Leah, Shanks swooped in and downed the drink, grinning at her like a fool. Yushia, watching from the side, wore an amused smile, pondering how someone as sharp as Leah could be so oblivious in this regard. As the crowd began to cheer, the musician of the red-haired pirates strummed the enchanting melody of Bink Sake, prompting the entire audience to join in a harmonious chorus and dance. Leah, too, was encouraged to showcase her talent, and Shanks, with an eager expression, remarked, "Having known you, Lily-chan, for so long, I have yet to witness your performance." After a moment of hesitation, Leah approached the piano and played Longing Across a Millennium. The melancholic tune resonated deeply, leaving many in the audience with misty eyes. Shanks, too, quelled his laughter, his gaze firmly fixed on Leah. As the final notes faded, the sky erupted into a splendid display of fireworks. As the evening progressed into the late hours, revelers succumbed to the effects of merriment, sprawled across the ground in various positions. Beckman, however, remained alert, observing the carefree antics of his companions with genuine exasperation. Recently, Leah found herself frequently thinking of Shanks. Even the most beautiful sights inspired her to wish he could see them. She began to realize that she might genuinely harbor feelings for him. Watching Shanks as he continued to drink, she suddenly proposed, "Shanks, would you like to try riding that Ferris wheel?" In truth, it was her own desire to indulge in the experience. Shanks immediately agreed. "Of course, Lily-chan, let's go together." Beckman shook his head in resignation. Having long recognized Leah's affection for Shanks, with only a thin veil separating them from acknowledgement. Upon reaching the base of the Ferris wheel, Leah and Shanks became the first passengers. As they awaited the staff to open the gate, Leah felt shy about holding hands in front of so many onlookers and attempted to withdraw her hand, only to have Shanks grip it even tighter. Once inside the cabin, the atmosphere shifted to a tranquil serenity. They both sought conversation and spoke in unison. Shanks, Lily-chan. Their eyes met in shared amusement, and Leah soon grew accustomed to holding Shanks' hand. Suddenly, with a gaze full of affection, Shanks tucked a stray hair behind Leah's ear and confessed, "Leah, I have liked you for a long time." Leah was momentarily taken aback, prompting Shanks to ask urgently, "Lily-chan, did you hear what I said?" Regaining her composure, Leah softly inquired, "Shanks, are you serious?" Shanks nodded fervently. "Absolutely. There has never been a moment more sincere than this." Leah looked up suddenly. "But you hardly know me. I'm not what you might envision. I like you, regardless of who you are. There is no imagination involved. The you beside me is the one I adore." Shanks pulled Leah into a tight embrace. "What if I said I do not like you?" Leah murmured, "Lily-chan, you need not do anything. Simply standing here waiting for me is enough. I will always draw closer to you, hoping you will not retreat or despise me." His voice was incredibly gentle. Finally touched, Leah tightened her hold on Shanks and whispered, "Actually, Shanks, I too have some fondness for you." Shanks felt an overwhelming joy, as if he could soar from the ground. Leah continued, "While I do have feelings for you, I cannot immediately agree to be with you. I cannot abandon everything for your ship. I have my career and ambitions, and I harbor many concerns. None of that matters, Lily-chan. I like you. You are free, and whatever you choose to do, I will quietly support you from behind. It is fine if we're not together for now. As I said, Lily-chan, simply wait for me. Shank's words were akin to the best romance prose of 2025. I understand. Shanks, Leah finally smiled, her joy radiating. She reached out to caress Shank's face, her fingers lingering by the scars near his left eye. With genuine compassion, she pressed a kiss to the corner of his eye. Shanks was utterly captivated, pulling Leah's hand to lift her chin and kissing her passionately. Their kiss deepened, and as the Ferris wheel reached its apex, fireworks burst forth once more, yet they were lost in their own world. After a lingering moment, Shanks released Leah, who felt a tinge of annoyance and playfully pinched his cheek. Shanks feigned pain, gazing at Leah with a pitiful expression. Her heart softened, and she covered his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Shanks wrapped her in his cloak, holding her even tighter. Like a proud rooster, he proclaimed his claim to anyone who might gaze their way. When the crowd thinned, Leah playfully punched Shanks a few times in frustration. Lily-chan, it's getting late. Let me escort you home, Shanks said gently. Leah nodded, and hand in hand, they strolled leisurely. At that moment, Shanks need not worry about becoming one of the four emperors, and Leah could momentarily cast aside her schemes. They were simply two people in love. In the end, Shanks escorted Leah home. Just moments before, they had been blissfully sweet, but suddenly Shanks' demeanor shifted, his face falling into a glum expression, his smile more sorrowful than tears. What are you doing? Playing the role of a Sichuan opera performer. Leah, perceptive as ever, halted and retorted, if you don't want to smile, then don't. It's truly unattractive. To her family, such directness was invigorating. She then asked, what are you thinking? Can you tell me? What do you think? Shanks replied. He confessed that he was afraid. I was left dumbfounded. What could a four emperor possibly fear? Later, I realized that being concerned can lead to confusion. He was overly worried about Lily-chan, fearing that his actions might inadvertently affect her. In response, our Lily-chan delivered a powerful proclamation, and let me tell you, it was impressive. Shanks, do not underestimate me. I do not need you to shield me. I want to stand by your side, facing all challenges together. Moreover, I have not yet agreed to be with you. Why are you being so presumptuous? This declaration rendered Shanks speechless, prompting him to break into a silly grin as he bent down to tease her. Yes, Lily-chan is the strongest. I must strive to earn your agreement. They exchanged playful banter, the atmosphere brimming with warmth. Finally, Leah earnestly said, Shanks, pursue what you desire without worrying about me. I can bear the consequences. Do not burden yourself further. I will worry too. This statement lifted a weight from Shanks' heart. Gazing at Leah, he found her remarkably perceptive, aware of everything and steadfast in her convictions, firmly against siding with the world government. As they continued talking, they arrived at the entrance of Leah's uniquely designed villa. I must say, Leah took her time finding the key, visibly hesitant. Finally, she summoned her courage and asked, Shanks, would you like to come in for a tour? Shanks readily agreed, fully aware of the significance of the evening's events and determined to proceed with caution. Upon entering the villa, the decor was simple yet elegant, a refreshing departure from the typical pink, bubblegum aesthetic of most young women. Leah, feeling a bit flustered, began to share her thoughtful design choices with Shanks. And as she spoke, laughter bubbled forth. Shanks patiently listened, creating a scene reminiscent of an engaged couple touring their future home. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance to Leah's bedroom, and she opened the door. She turned to him and said, if you wish to stay here, I can prepare the room next door for you. Shanks shook his head. No need. I will return to the ship once you are asleep. We must leave before dawn. Leah was taken aback so soon. She had hoped to enjoy more time with their friends on the island. Shanks explained that they could not linger in the new world for too long, nor could they allow others to discover the nature of their relationship, lest Leah attract unwanted attention. He spoke with utmost seriousness, gesticulating fervently, fearful that Leah might misconstrue his intentions as distrustful. Leah understood immediately. She recognized her need for personal growth. Gazing in his Iancacious eyes, she declared, I comprehend. You must wait for me at that place. One day, I shall grow strong enough to stand proudly by your side, unafraid of any threats. Zyankasi saw his reflection in her eyes and nodded emphatically. I believe you can achieve that. After their conversation, Leah proceeded to take a bath. Upon her emergence, she settled before the vanity and began an elaborate skincare regimen befitting a noble woman. Zyankasi, perched on the sofa, felt his eyelids growing heavy, perplexed by the sight. This young lady's skin is already so supple. Does she truly need to go through all of this? The confusion of a straightforward man was palpable. When Leah finally finished and lifted the covers to prepare for sleep, the situation turned quite awkward. Who could bear to sleep under another's gaze? She could only close her eyes, fervently convincing herself mentally. Observing her embarrassment, Zyankasi chuckled. He moved a chair to the bedside, gently placed his hand over her eyes, and began to hum a strangely melodic tune. His voice, deep and resonant, exuded a magnetic warmth. Leah's previously restless heart was soothed, and before long, she slipped into a peaceful slumber. Zyankasi lingered for a while, gazing at her serene face with a profound tenderness. Ultimately, he tucked her in, placed a light kiss upon her lips, and departed silently. Upon returning to the ship, Beekman awaited him. The vice captain was a steadfast presence. Noticing Zyankasi's triumphant demeanor, he inquired, "Where to next?" "Back to the New World, as per our original plan." Beekman teased, "Oh, no visit to Drysuluosa anymore?" Zyankasi scratched his head and replied with a smile, "No, this journey has already fulfilled my desires." Beekman cautioned him, "Zyankasi, maintain your composure. After tonight, you will still be the formidable pirate who commands the seas." Zyankasi gazed at the lights upon the island, a smile gracing his lips. "I know. It is precisely because I understand that I must hasten my departure and acquire the strength necessary to protect this beauty." The following day, Leah awoke to find that Zyankasi had indeed left, having done so without leaving a trace. For a moment, she was disoriented, almost believing last night had been a mere dream. However, upon recalling the events, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily pulled the blanket over her head, curling up into a ball. I merely wanted him to accompany me on the Ferris wheel. How did it escalate to that? Time passed in this manner. Leah pondered that it was time to invite her two brothers, AC and Lu Fei, to the island for some fun. Not wishing to reveal too soon that she had two brothers, she quietly returned to the East Sea. To be frank, the small town of Gaia Kingdom could no longer accommodate these two future luminaries. They needed to be introduced to the world to practice their skills. After crossing the red line, Leah summoned the king of the near sea to bring her a ship, a sight that would surely elicit admiration from any observer. As she passed by a place called Kexia Village, the name struck a familiar chord, prompting her to investigate. The atmosphere in that village was extraordinarily eerie, lifeless, with every household's door tightly shut, as if they were bracing for the apocalypse. Leah couldn't help but wonder, isn't the East Sea supposed to be a novice's paradise? Why does it resemble a site ravaged by pillagers? While murmuring to herself, she stealthily drew her scythe. Approaching an orange grove, she was astonished to find all the villagers gathered there. With keen eyes, Leah spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. A woman with pink hair, bear me ire. She was being trampled on the ground, her arms covered in blood, while a grotesque fishman laughed maniacally, stepping on her arm. In that moment, Leah comprehended the situation. She was in Nami's hometown. However, she remained composed, aware that the area was swarming with fishmen, and a direct confrontation could lead to the villagers being taken hostage. Thus, she blended into the crowd to observe. As Burmeier adamantly refused to deny having two daughters, the fishman named Along had already aimed a gun at her forehead. Just as Along was about to pull the trigger, Leah calmly stepped forward from the crowd, stating, "I have come to purchase oranges from Burmeier." As she spoke, she unfastened her money pouch from her waist. "My order is quite substantial, 100,000 berries. That should be sufficient to cover their ransom, no?" She smiled as she extended the pouch toward Along. Along failed to recognize her, as she was wearing a mask. He instructed his subordinate, Xiao Ba, to count the money, keeping the gun still pressed against Burmeier's head. The pouch contained not just 100,000, but also an array of jewels. Greedily accepting the money, Along spat out a few more threats before departing. Leah was infuriated. Let me tell you, she may be deceived in matters of the heart, but to deceive her financially? You have awakened a hornet's nest. Once Along and his crew were far off. Burmeier looked at her with confusion. Who are you? Why you help us? Leah removed her mask. It has been a long time, Miss Burmeier. Recognizing her, Burmeier was astonished and overjoyed, expressing her gratitude profusely and promising repayment. Leah gritted her teeth. You need not repay me. I will personally retrieve that money from Along. I have even dug up the graves of celestial dragons. And I will not be thwarted by a minor character like you. She then produced a din mushy, connecting to a familiar face, the elderly Kapu. Upon seeing Leah's call, Kapu's expression underwent a complete transformation, his voice brimming with elation. Leah immediately began to recount her grievances, her tone laden with feigned sorrow. Grandfather, someone is bullying me. He even stole my money, claiming to have colluded with the Navy, asserting that no one could control him. After listening, Kapu fell into an unusual silence. Finally, he replied, I will send Smoker to handle it. You stay there and ensure the villagers' safety. Leah quickly added, May I reclaim the money they have taken? The villagers' share will be returned to them, while the rest I will use to establish a school. Essentially, she sought to be forthright while providing a pretext. Kapu agreed without hesitation, eagerly engaging her in a discussion on the art of scheming. Meanwhile, Burmeier and the still-dazed Nami looked on in astonishment, dumbfounded by the proceedings. After hanging up, Leah accompanied Burmeier back home. Observing the bustling activity surrounding Burmeier and her caretaker, Aegean, Leah winked at Burmeier. I think Nami and Wokigo could use a stepfather. This Uncle Aegean seems quite suitable. Burmeier chuckled. Though her expression held complexity, life is unpredictable. Cherish those before you. Leah ceased her jesting, her demeanor turning serious. Tonight, you must inform the villagers to remain indoors. I will lead a charge against Along and reclaim the money. That very night, Leah stormed into Along's paradise. Though she claimed to be accompanied by others, it was solely her. In the presence of Along, she appeared overwhelmingly formidable. With a strike of her scythe, imbued with haki, she left a massive scar across Along's chest. Collapsed on the ground, bloodied, he leaned against the wall, laughing maniacally. Indeed, humans are the most despicable race. The East Sea could never produce a warrior of your caliber. You hail from the Grand Line. Leah regarded him coolly. You needn't concern yourself with that. If you have any final words, now is the time. Along, surveying his fallen subordinates, suddenly grew sentimental. All of this was my doing. Spare them, and I will take full responsibility. Leah, vexed, scoffed. How touching. Did you consider the villagers' plight when you tormented them? Along retorted, what do you know? I did all of this for the future of the fishmen. Leah chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with disdain. With your meager strength, you dare to claim the fate of the fishmen? Are fishmen inherently 10 times stronger than humans? Are they born superior? Along's pupils widened in shock, his mind undoubtedly racing with disbelief at her audacity. I must tell you, Leah is truly formidable when she decides to strike. She continued her verbal assault. That is why I hold you in contempt, Along. It is acceptable to retaliate against those scoundrels who bully your kin, but you must not unleash your wrath upon the innocent villagers. A true warrior directs their blade towards those who are stronger. Along attempted to argue, but Leah swiftly silenced him. Stop making excuses, Along. Do you think establishing Along paradise in the East Sea will alter the fate of the Fishman tribe? How naive. Only by inflicting pain upon those who wish to enslave the fishmen, making them remember the lesson for a lifetime, will they dare not provoke you. In this world, weakness is the original sin. The fishmen require a formidable leader, for dignity resides solely upon the edge of the sword. Tears streamed down Along's face as he lamented how he longed for the paradise of the Shangbodi Islands in his childhood, while Fishman Street was dark and cold, and the sunlight above the surface was so warm. He genuinely wished to live openly on land with his fellow fishmen, yearning to bask in the sun. Leah responded, her tone measured. This matter is simple yet complex. I can live in the sunlight alone. I possess an island, and I can take you and your subordinates there, provided you work for me. However, To change the fate of the fishmen who are discriminated against and traded, we must first overthrow the world government and bring down the celestial dragons who revel in collecting slaves. Moreover, to genuinely alter the animosity between the fishmen and humans, we must enhance communication between the two races. Mutual understanding is paramount. Of course, this must be based on equal dialogue, and it cannot be achieved in a single generation. Thus, the most pressing matter now is to strive for a status of equal dialogue with humans. Leah's words, though blunt, conveyed a harsh reality directly to Along. He then recalled Leah's previous mention of wanting to engage in trade with him. Leah slapped her thigh. Exactly. I wish to trade with Fishman Island, expanding my business to every island. If you agree, I can ensure the orphans of Fishman Street receive an education, and as long as they do not bully my employees, I will welcome as many fishmen as they wish, treating them equally, exchanging labor for remuneration. Upon hearing about education, Along's eyes lit up. Leah continued, however, they must not exploit their inherent advantages as fishmen to bully their classmates, and they must pay tuition. If they cannot afford it, they can work for me on weekends to offset the cost. Who understands the plight of the families? For the orphans of Fishman Street, merely surviving to adulthood is a feat. How could they possibly have the means to pursue an education? Along felt his resolve wavering, but his hatred for humans still held him back from immediately agreeing. Leah pressed on, you must face reality. With the current strength of Fishman Island, it is impossible to confront humans head-on. My willingness to stand here and speak with you is a testament to my sincerity. After much contemplation, Along stated that he needed to first visit Leo's island and school before making a decision. Leo waved her hand. Very well, but you must take your people and hide for now. The Navy is coming tomorrow to deal with the situation involving Colonel Maoshu. If you wish to avoid being captured, you must flee quickly. Along inquired how they would contact each other, to which Leo responded with a mysterious smile. I have my ways of finding you. After finishing her remarks, Leah released Along and his companions, even providing them with a permanent pointer leading to Zixalai Island. Leah was unconcerned about their escape. If this collaboration did not succeed, future encounters would be far more complicated. In truth, Leah did not necessarily need Along for cooperation. She could also work with Jinbei. However, Jinbei's overly kind nature and adherence to Tiger's no-kill principle, it is absurd that he would not retaliate after being so brutally mistreated. Engaging in trade with Fishman Island is not so simple. The racial divide cannot be resolved in a day or two. Along, as one of the leaders of Fishman Street, could, to some extent, suppress the extremists. Moreover, there exists a rift not only between humans and fishmen, but also between fishmen and merfolk. These are all pressing issues that must be confronted. Leah acknowledged that Tiger and Princess Iji were both magnificent individuals, but their ideas were somewhat idealistic. Unless the poverty of Fishman Street is resolved, the fishmen will never find happiness. Survival itself is a struggle, leaving no energy to contemplate the future. Furthermore, the fishmen have witnessed generations of humans capturing and trading merfolk. In the eyes of humans, fishmen are merely grotesque monsters, high-priced commodities, helplessly watching their kin perish at the hands of humans. How could such hatred dissipate in an instant? Of course, Leah cannot resolve this ethnic animosity, but she can address the poverty of Fishman Street. The unique products of Fishman Island, such as pearls and seafood, can be processed and sold on land for substantial profits. Most importantly, Leah's merchant ships can travel between the Shang-Bodi Islands and Fishman Island. By distributing Fishman Island's specialties across the seas, the allure of mermaids alone could yield immense profits. Moreover, through trade, Along could gradually bring fishmen to land. Not all humans harbor disdain for fishmen. Leah's employees typically do not share such biases. Many are simply individuals seeking a livelihood, some even with disabilities, all in the same boat, making discrimination futile. As long as they work diligently, they will receive their due wages and bonuses. Since they are all employees, periodic education on employee quality and ideological training must be implemented. Should they dare to adopt a condescending attitude, Leah would find it disgraceful. Such lack of manners and insight would lower the standards of the entire merchant association. In summary, they must first witness the true human society and not confine their thoughts within the bounds of ingrained hatred. It is permissible to despise humans, but not on a racial level. Otherwise, the fishmen will never truly rise to the surface. To pursue the light, one must first experience it. After this matter, Leah released Along and his group, subsequently confiscating the wealth they had extracted from the villagers, returning the money to them. Most were small-scale orange farmers, struggling to make ends meet, especially as their oranges were currently unsold. While Leah is greedy, she cannot profit from money earned at the expense of her conscience. She then visited the Navy base near Funksha village, thoroughly reprimanding the scheming Colonel Maoshu, extracting a confession of his misdeeds over the years, all documented via video snail. Naturally, the embezzled funds found their way into Leah's pockets. The purpose of this was primarily to appease Smoker, preventing this pirate-hating fellow from unnecessarily causing trouble. The next day at noon, Smoker arrived at Kexia village aboard his warship. After reassuring the villagers, he visited Along Paradise, only to find it completely collapsed, and Along was nowhere to be seen. Eager to uncover the truth, he proceeded to the Navy base where Colonel Maoshu was stationed. The tower was eerily silent, devoid of any noise, which felt distinctly amiss. Upon entering, he discovered that all patrolling Navy personnel lay unconscious on the ground. Smoker checked their pulses. They were alive. After confirming there were no injuries, it seemed they had been incapacitated by drugs. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigarette, smoke billowing from his body. Without hesitation, he made his way to the office of the highest commander. At that moment, Tasiki had yet to become Smoker's vice commander. Being young and overflowing with a sense of justice, often acting impulsively, he kicked open the door to the highest commander's office, and the sight before him left him utterly stunned. Leah was leisurely igniting an alcohol lamp, placing it on a small triangular stand on the table, with a teapot elegantly balanced above it, preparing tea in a rather refined manner. Not even the sound of Smoker kicking the door drew her attention. This scene was quite serene, if one were to overlook the gruesome, bloodied remains of a humanoid figure sprawled on the floor, bound and beyond recognition. It was hard to believe it was still alive, save for the occasional twitch. Its limbs were twisted, numerous holes riddled its body, and blood pooled around it. It was unimaginable how it had survived to this point. Smoker maintained his composure, quickly adapting to the scene, but his subordinates were not as resilient. Some had already fled outside to vomit uncontrollably. Smog cast a sharp glare towards Leah, ready to reprimand her, but she simply tossed an unidentified object his way. Upon inspection, Smog discovered it was a recording snail. "What is the meaning of this?" he inquired. "If you have questions, watch the recording first," Leah replied, taking a sip from her teacup. Observing the situation, Smog refrained from pressing further and began to play the recording. In truth, Leah rarely resorted to such ruthless actions. But this Colonel Mouse was truly despicable. His private dealings were minor compared to his collusion with pirates, which had led to the ruin of innocent families, the abduction of women, and the trafficking of children. He was the epitome of filth. Simply imprisoning him and impel down would be a mercy. After watching the footage, Smog fell into an unusual silence. He was taken aback by Leah's merciless methods. Her demeanor indeed suited her identity as a pirate. Yet, he recalled Admiral Garp's stern warnings during their phone call, advising him not to be too harsh for fear of frightening his beloved granddaughter. Could this woman, whose demeanor was so contradictory to her appearance, truly be intimidated? Was Admiral Garp making some sort of dark jest that he was unaware of? Did her beauty and charm, as described by Admiral Garp, have any bearing on her nature? Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. Smog stole another glance at the nonchalant woman before him, momentarily pausing to ponder just how twisted one must be to maintain such composure in such a vile environment. After a moment of thought, he retrieved Leah's bounty notice from his pocket, circumvented the heap of human-shaped objects on the ground, and slapped it onto the table where Leah was brewing tea. The force was so great that the lid of the teapot flew off, splashing tea everywhere. A smirk crept onto Leah's lips as she swiftly rose to her feet, instantly appearing behind Smog. He felt a chill run down his neck, and cold sweat began to trickle down. Leah's hand was poised at his throat. Was this the power of the 7 warlords? He hadn't even registered how she had moved so rapidly behind him, nor could he react in time to utilize his intangibility. Had she not halted her actions in time, he would now be lying on the ground. Even without employing any special abilities, he found himself in such a predicament. She truly was Admiral Garp's granddaughter. This woman appeared youthful, yet possessed formidable strength. Why would she choose the life of a pirate? Such a promising individual ought to serve in the Navy, upholding justice. How could Admiral Garp allow his granddaughter to become a pirate, unaware that pirates were the very source of chaos upon the seas? After achieving her intimidating effect, Leah withdrew her hand and walked around Smog to stand before him. She did not speak first, but raised an eyebrow at him. Suppressing the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Smog did not soften his stance towards Leah due to their earlier encounter. He snorted disdainfully, "Port Gasti, Leah, I shall overlook this incident for now, but next time, do not let me catch you harming civilians. Otherwise, I will personally see you imprisoned and impelled down." Leah feigned a fearful tone. "Oh, I'm so scared. Have you perhaps forgotten? I am a Seven Warlord, a pirate recognized by the world government. Even robbing in plain sight does not violate any laws. So what grounds do you have to imprison me and impel down?" Upon hearing Leah's taunt, Smog clenched his fists, his anger boiling over. The system of the Seven Warlords is a disgrace that should not exist. Leah nodded. "Yes, you are correct, but it does exist. I'm not joking with you. I have helped you eliminate a disgraceful member of the Navy, so you should be thanking me instead of being so rude," Leah quipped. After bidding farewell to Windmill Village and her companions, Ace and Belmare, Leah set off alone on her return journey. She had been exceedingly busy lately and had not visited Ace and the others in nearly 6 months. She genuinely missed those two rascals. Xiao Jin seemed to share her excitement, perhaps feeling that they were finally nearing its territory, and could not help but splash water at Leah several times. Leah wiped her face dry, looking at the little creature rolling in the water with a sense of helplessness. "I know you're happy, but there's no need to splash me with water, right?" Moreover, she could not bring herself to scold the silly fish, while Makabaka and the others might be feigning ignorance. Xiao Jin was genuinely simple-minded, expressing its joy in a rather unacceptable manner. "Forget it. I won't hold it against you." After some time, Leah arrived at Windmill Village. Upon landing, she untied the leash from Xiao Jin, gesturing for it to play freely. It was the weekend and school was out. Luffy and Ace were typically not in the village, as they were likely off frolicking in the Corp Mountain Range with their 3 silly dogs. With 2 mischievous boys and 3 foolish dogs, that was enough to give Dayton a headache. Leah also understood that these 2 little rascals would not behave as well in front of Dayton as they did with her. Occasionally, she found their interactions amusing. Dayton was tough on the outside, but soft-hearted within. She often worried about the 2 children to the point of distress, yet she would never admit it and would maintain a facade of indifference. Initially, she may have cared for Ace and the others out of respect for Garp's authority, but over time, she had grown to regard them as her own children. With Leah and Makino around, Ace and the others never lacked for clothing. Every time she returned, she would fill their wardrobes to the brim. It wasn't that she intended for them to wear something once and discard it. Rather, Luffy and Ace often tore their clothes to shreds, beyond repair. Thus, their wardrobes needed constant refreshing. Of course, the 2 children were diligent. They never discarded clothes that were still wearable and would clean them up to wear again while playing in the mountains. Another reason for the frequent clothing changes was that Luffy and Ace would give their clothes to classmates who were less fortunate. Although these 2 boys were akin to small tyrants at school, they were genuinely kind-hearted, never bullying the weak, and would often share the meat from the beasts they hunted with hungry children. In terms of fighting, these 2 boys had yet to be defeated by anyone, but they would never use their strength to intimidate their peers. Everyone could sense the goodwill of these 2 little tyrants, which encouraged their classmates to assist them in their studies, especially the ones who enjoyed helping the silly smiling Luffy. Bartolomeo now aspired to become the leader of the underworld across the seas. He had proposed to follow Luffy and Ace to claim territories. But due to his lack of intelligence, Leah cleverly enrolled him in school within a few sentences. Leah had promised him, "If you can defeat all your classmates, I will allow you to join them in claiming territories." Sure enough, Bartolomeo, brimming with pride, agreed with a nod. However, once he entered the school, he remained there for 2 years without emerging. Indeed, Leah had placed Bartolomeo in the same school as Luffy and Ace. At first, Bartolomeo sought out Luffy and Ace every day to provoke them into fights, but without exception, he lost every time. His worldview shattered. He could not believe he was being bested by younger children. Thus, Bartolomeo grew bolder with each defeat, eventually becoming a little fan of Luffy and Ace. One day, instead of focusing on his studies, he followed the two boys around causing mischief. To mitigate her financial losses, once Bartolomeo turned 16, Leah sent him out to hone his skills. If he wanted to be a leader of the underworld, he needed to experience it for himself. Leah assured him that any territory he acquired would belong to him, and he should refrain from bothering her too often. However, Leah would periodically call Bartolomeo back for a moral checkup. Yet, it was hardly necessary. Ever since he became Luffy and Ace's little fan, his demeanor had transformed considerably, and he had become much gentler in his actions. The only downside was that he often gazed at pictures of Luffy and the others with a silly smile, which could be quite bothersome. After greeting the village chief and Makino, Leah made her way to Dayton's home. Upon arrival, she noticed several chickens in Dayton's small courtyard, which were enclosed by a wooden fence, and a cow was tethered in the yard. Dogura sat on a small stool, feeding the cow in bundles, while Magura was diligently milking it beneath its belly. The other bandits tended to the chickens, while some chopped wood, creating a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. It was hard to imagine them engaging in such tasks. Leah pushed open the gate of the small courtyard and greeted Dogura. "Dogura, what are you up to?" Ace instructed us to take good care of the cows before he left, ensuring the quality of the milk we produce. "This cow was brought back by Ace," Dogura replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and stuffing another bundle of grass into the cow's mouth. At that moment, Magula also emerged from beneath the cow's belly, saying, "Ace told us not to go hunting anymore. He will handle the meals, and we should focus on taking care of the cows and the chicks, milking the cows, etc. He said Luffy is growing too slowly and that drinking more milk would help him grow taller." Ace even consulted Miss Makino about this. It was truly astonishing that Ace had begun to concern himself with Luffy's height. It was hard to fathom that the mischievous boy would occupy his mind with such thoughts. Then why not just go to the supermarket below Fincha Village for some milk? Leah inquired again. Ace said the milk there isn't fresh and that it contains additives. Dogula scratched his head. Indeed, it seemed that attending school had its benefits, as Ace had acquired such knowledge. "And what about your leader?" "I need to find her about something," Leah asked once more. "She's in her room mending shoes for Ace and the others," replied one of the bandits tending to the chickens. Mending shoes? Leah thought to herself that time was running short, and the world government had even dispatched Kizaru to ensure the task's flawless execution. What could be done? To avoid implicating herself, Leah hurried to gather Ace and Luffy, this time without delay, making her way directly to Balatai Island in the South Sea. In her haste, Leah missed the arrival of the Revolutionary Army, and the three siblings missed the secret meeting between Kizaru and the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Had she been present, she likely would have been astonished, exclaiming, "Nanny, you are actually an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. If only you had mentioned it earlier, I wouldn't have had to pretend so hard before you." Of course, this was merely a jest. Perhaps our Admiral Kizaru was indeed a master strategist with exceptional abilities. Yet, he certainly did not wish to bear the blame for the destruction of an island. Most importantly, the mess left by the government was always left for them to clean up, requiring many innocent lives to pay the price for the government as failures. Sometimes, it was beneficial to appropriately leverage the power of the Revolutionary Army. Speaking of Balatai Island, it was also the place where Leah's current body had grown up. It was home to a figure of utmost significance to both her and Ace, Pope Kasida Lugio. Leah had lost her parents at a young age, leaving her only with her Aunt Lugio. The memories she retained were of Lugio smiling gently amid the blooming Gisang flowers, and she had met that foolish-looking, bearded pirate king, Roger, whom her original self greatly disliked for having taken her only family away. However, she understood that Lugio had been happiest when with that bearded uncle. After Roger was publicly executed, Lugio had never smiled again. It was only with the birth of Ace that she displayed her last expression in this world, a tearful smile. With Ace's arrival, Lugio departed from this world forever, cradling Ace and revealing the name Roger had given him, shedding tears of joy yet regret, knowing she could not accompany Ace as he grew. Lugio's maternal instincts allowed Ace to remain in her womb for over 20 months, cleverly preserving Roger's bloodline. Without this, it was likely that Leah would not have found herself in this world, becoming family with Ace. Lugio was a person who appeared vibrant and passionate, but possessed a keen and reserved inner self. It was precisely because of this that she could protect Ace amid immense pressure. Lugio's grave was situated atop a mountain, the tombstone gazing out over the East Sea, where Roger was born and executed in Lowtown. It was a poignant detail that this couple could not rest together. Nonetheless, Leah believed they were watching over Ace from above. At this moment, Lu Fei behaved quite obediently, noticing Ace's troubled expression, and quietly reached out to hold Ace's hand. Leah sighed and led the two children forward to pay their respects to Lugio. Surrounding Lugio's grave were vast fields of flourishing gisang flowers, appearing well-tended. Later, Leah learned that the kind old woman, Sanguki, had been caring for Lugio's grave all along, and when Leah expressed her gratitude, the old woman even recognized her. Leah nodded and pulled Lu Fei a bit farther away, giving Ace some space. "Mama, I'm already 12 years old now. Living with Niken has brought me much happiness over the years. As a child, I often ponder a question: does my existence in this world truly have significance? Is my birth genuinely a blessing for this world? However, I no longer cling to that question. I wish to set sail and become a pirate, seeking the answer for myself. I will encounter my companions and many more people I love, and I will keep winning. I will prove that living in this world is worthwhile, and I will surpass that man." Ace took a sip of the drink before him and continued, "Mama, I now have two sworn brothers. One is Lu Fei, the little boy you just spoke to, and the other is Sabo, who has joined the Revolutionary Army. I will surely bring him to meet you in the future. Mama, rest assured, I am surrounded by much love now. There are the old man, Dayton, and Niken. I will grow up well." After bidding farewell to Lugio, Leah led the two children to their former residence, a wooden house nestled in a corner of the town, complete with a small garden filled with sunflowers. The flowers appeared to be thriving, indicating that Sanguki had been taking good care of the garden. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. Leah brought the two children here not only to reminisce about Lugio, but also because Roger had buried his sword beneath the garden. When Ace heard that Roger's sword was named after him, his expression darkened, likely contemplating whether he should change his name. Leah could tell what the foolish child was thinking just by observing his expression. She couldn't help but imagine whether Ace would consider renaming himself Kanjiunki when he met Whitebeard in the future. No, that won't do. Kanjiunki sounds terrible. Ace is much more pleasing to the ear. Leah unearthed Roger's sword and formally entrusted it to Ace for safekeeping. Whether Ace would eventually wield this sword or pass it on to a worthy successor would be entirely up to him. In summary, Ace, though initially upset, accepted Roger's sword and even requested a photograph of Lugio from Sanguki. After completing all these tasks, Leah's mission on Balatai Island was fulfilled. Thus, she and the two children set off towards Zixalai Island. As they traversed the upside-down mountain, the children were filled with excitement, navigating through the rushing waters, passing over the red soil continent, and reaching the Grand Line. Upon their arrival, Yuxia was already waiting at the helm of the Statue of Liberty. Leah, having forgotten that she had handed her life card to Yuxia, was taken aback, wondering why Yuxia was waiting there for her, oblivious to the fact that she had been a hands-off manager for several months. However, Leah found great delight in the ease of her surroundings aboard the main ship, which was far superior to the modest vessel that she and her siblings had been occupying, both in terms of comfort and provisions. With enthusiasm, Leah led the two children onto her pirate ship, their eyes sparkling with wonder at the sight of it. The two children were quite sociable and quickly became familiar with the crew members on board. Even the seemingly aloof Yuxia prepared her favorite snacks for the little ones. Yuxia had now mastered the abilities of the Jiji fruit and was adept at understanding the growth conditions of most plants. All the flora she had encountered could be encompassed within her capabilities. In simpler terms, any plant that came under her care could be created, nurtured, or utilized through the powers of the fruit. This ability proved to be exceedingly useful, particularly in the realm of medicine, as it allowed Leah to control the cultivation of rare medicinal resources that required stringent growth conditions. With such powers at her disposal, Leah would never have to worry about logistical support. In terms of offensive capabilities, the fruit's abilities were quite formidable, enabling her to unleash devastating plant-based attacks that could ensnare foes with a variety of aggressive flora, some of which were toxic or carnivorous. This capability was particularly advantageous in combat scenarios. Most importantly, according to ancient texts, upon awakening, the Gigi fruit could even draw upon and absorb the life force within a human body. Leah herself harbored powers that symbolized death and the deprivation of life. Thus, she had guided Yuxiao extensively in the development of her abilities. The next chapter will introduce the crew members of the Moon Pirate crew and the powers of Gezi. Initially, I intended to craft several short stories, but my patience waned, and I am eager to delve into the main storyline, feeling somewhat fatigued with the side narratives. First, let us discuss Kasamoto, a combatant of the Moon Pirate crew. Kasamoto's body harbors two souls. His twin brother, Stolori, shares this singular form with him. From birth, they have coexisted within the same body, resulting in Kasamoto having two heads. Aside from their distinct heads, the brothers share all other organs. Though Stolori remains in a perpetual slumber unless Kasamoto is in peril, at which point he awakens. Kasamoto is a kind-hearted individual, yet he has endured mockery and disdain throughout his life due to his unusual appearance. Upon reaching adulthood, he resolved to alleviate the poverty in his homeland by establishing a salt farm. After achieving financial success, he opened an orphanage, aiding numerous homeless children, and even welcomed back those who had once ridiculed him. He is truly benevolent. However, not all good souls meet with favorable outcomes. Those he sheltered, in a bid for control over the salt farm, spread malicious rumors that Kasamoto was a reincarnated demon. When the locals heard that associating with him would bring misfortune, they forgot the contributions he had made to their desolate community and decided to burn him at the stake. Kasamoto possessed the capacity to resist, yet at that moment, he was emotionally shattered, reflecting on over 20 years of his life, deeming it meaningless. He allowed the ignorant masses to bind him to the iron frame. Feeling that life was no longer worth living, he had never experienced kindness from others and viewed the world as utterly filthy, preferring death over existence. Ultimately, however, he did not perish, for his brother Stolori awakened. Not only did he awaken, but he also eliminated everyone present with ruthless efficiency. When the Navy arrived to investigate, they found only the charred remains of the town and a landscape littered with torn corpses, leading to Kasamoto being declared fugitive. After that incident, Stolori woke several more times, each time to assist Kasamoto in moments of danger. Each awakening resulted in a violent rampage, causing Kasamoto's bounty to skyrocket. It was during Leah's travels that she encountered the fleeing Kasamoto, learned his story, and decided to rescue him, integrating him into her pirate crew as a combatant. Kasamoto possessed no extraordinary talents aside from his immense strength, surpassing 99 of humans in innate power. His aptitude for martial skills was exceptional. Within 2 years, he awakened the dual color haki, showcasing formidable combat prowess. However, his kind nature led him to frequently express a desire to become a primary school teacher, as he enjoyed the company of children. After receiving a reprimand from his awakened brother, he dutifully settled into the role of a combatant, perhaps understanding that with their appearance, it would be best not to frighten the innocent children. Individuals with two heads are exceedingly rare, and Kasamoto often startled others. Yet, this kind-hearted man remained unbothered, finding joy in helping others. Sometimes, Leo wondered if he harbored resentment towards those who feared him. He honestly replied that he, too, was occasionally startled by his own reflection. A candid admission indeed. Under Leah's mentorship, he learned that kindness is a virtue, but it must also be accompanied by assertiveness. Another member of the crew is Vandal, a dual-wielding swordsman who dreams of becoming the world's most renowned pianist. While he skillfully wields a sword, his piano playing leaves much to be desired. Vandal, a man of modest means, possesses a remarkable talent for swordsmanship. Nevertheless, he is determined to pursue a career as a pianist. He joined Leah's crew after she gifted him a piano, believing that accompanying her would spare him the burden of purchasing his own instrument. Fortunately, his combat abilities were commendable, so Leah reluctantly accepted him. Vandal is also an orphan, wandering from place to place, seeking out renowned musicians in his quest to become a pianist. It is said that in his childhood, his beloved muse would often comfort him with her piano melodies. She was a noble daughter, exquisite as a doll in a showcase, yet frail and sickly, groomed by her aristocratic parents as a pawn for marriage. During those bleak times, they illuminated each other's childhoods from behind high walls. Vandal would perform sword dances for her, and she would play the piano for him, leading to a blossoming affection between them. Tragically, before Vandal could fulfill his dream of becoming a royal guard and marrying her, she succumbed to illness. Since then, he has carried the weight of her dreams, striving to become the world's most eminent pianist, despite struggling to master the craft. Yet, Leah has long been aware of Vandal's secret ambition to challenge the legendary swordsman Vista of the Whitebeard Pirates, a wish she has kept close to her heart. Soon, the opportunity to fulfill this desire would present itself. As fate would have it, during Vandal's travels, he was accompanied by a young woman who was infatuated with him. She was the only one who could truly appreciate his piano playing and wholeheartedly supported his musical endeavors. To remain by Vandal's side, she learned navigation, culinary skills, and even became proficient with an axe, surprising all who knew her, for she was once a pampered noble lady. The relationship between these two individuals exhausts Leah just by observing it. The young lady, in her efforts to remain by Vander's side, has always referred to him as her brother. That simpleton, Vander, even claimed that to express gratitude for their mutual support over the years, he intends to prepare a lavish dowry for his brother and ensure that the young lady is married off in grand style, stating that he cannot allow her to be bullied and that people should recognize she is not without family. With such concern, why not just marry her directly? Watching her smile, which is clearly tinged with bitterness, and her struggle to suppress her sadness while forcing a smile is truly disconcerting. Leah couldn't help but exclaim, 6. By the way, the young lady possesses a beautifully melodious name, Cinderella. It is obvious to any discerning eye that there is something more than mere friendship between these two. Isn't it just stubbornness? Little Van, one day when I find a bit of time, I shall ask Doflamingo to introduce a plethora of suitors to Cinderella, and I shall delight in observing your urgency. Truly, it is quite amusing. There are enough honest souls aboard the ship, but surely a few clever ones must exist. Alas, there are none. It is not a matter of lacking intelligence, but rather a deficiency in emotional intelligence. There is truly not a single soul capable of deciphering the intricate nuances between intelligent individuals. However, on a brighter note, her subordinates are quite obedient, following orders efficiently. On board, there is a mechanic who, although referred to as such, is actually a mechanical scientist. His greatest interest lies in researching the evolution of weaponry, which he then installs on cargo ships for their voyages. Engaging in scientific research is inherently a costly endeavor. Thus, every time Leah sees this fool in her office, her mood tends to sour. Fortunately, this fool is a rare genius in terms of intellect. He has begun exploring artificial intelligence with the intention of creating a supermodern robotic army. Of course, this brilliant idea was inspired by Leah. I nearly forgot to mention this fool's name, Bohr. He serves as both mechanic and sailor, possessing his own workshop aboard the ship, with an entire research team stationed in Sicily. Simultaneously, Bohr is a wielder of a devil fruit power, albeit one that is somewhat lacking, merely enhancing speed, with limitations that prevent him from exceeding the speed of light. This is far inferior to Admiral Huang's Goro Goro no Mi. Thus, Bohr's most formidable weapon remains his intellect. Bohr is responsible for the substantial construction of rear equipment. Leah has also established a farm, which includes a pig-raising unit, nurturing the piglets to be plump and delectable. The slaughter of pigs is executed with great efficiency, and the slaughter of humans is not far behind. Andy is the head of the pig raising unit, and she has even entrusted Leah with the naming rights of her favorite piglet. Leah, casting a glance at the little piglet voraciously devouring its meal, confidently named it Superman Chong, as she considers herself a nurturing figure for the piglets, thereby deserving of such a privilege. Andy is dedicated to researching the most premium pig feed available, even contemplating the inclusion of human flesh in the feed. Though this idea ultimately remained unrealized, Leah coaxed her into believing she would help build a pig farm, and indeed, Andy, the honest pig-raising sister, was lured to Sicily. However, Andy is not the rough-and-tumble type one might expect. Rather, she is quite beautiful, resembling a lowly. Nevertheless, she does not hesitate to take down pigs that do not meet her approval, exhibiting a ferocity that is quite alarming. Despite her adorable appearance and fondness for Lolita fashion, the male inhabitants of the island are genuinely fearful of her. Additionally, Leah's ship boasts a literary figure who is a survivor from the kingdom once annihilated by Emu. Having traversed various wars since childhood, he has been in search of the true path to liberation. He is a quintessential militant, but after losing everything, he realized that violence does not resolve issues. Henceforth, he turned his focus to literature, hoping to awaken the consciousness of rebellion through his words. His ultimate goal is to establish his ideal kingdom. Logically, such a person should join the Revolutionary Army. However, the ideal kingdom he envisions belongs to the realm of literature, overly theoretical and detached from reality. He does not subscribe to the revolutionary ideologies of the existing forces and has caused considerable turmoil within their ranks. Camus was rescued by Leah while being pursued by Uncle Long and, under Leah's persuasive influence, has become quite compliant with her wishes. He even praises Leah's literary discernment, commending her taste. In terms of combat capability, Camus' normal strength is comparable to that of Quasimodo's brother, Salieri. Overall, Leah does not lack for formidable allies. However, many abhor violence, and their life goals vary significantly. Yet, it is due to Leah that these individuals, so different in nature, have gathered together. To be honest, Leah does not possess a singular, resounding life goal that could astonish others. The only objective she has steadfastly pursued is to amass wealth and become the richest person, a path that remains long and arduous, prompting her to feel the need for further effort. Nevertheless, this does not hinder her from urging her subordinates to work diligently for her, such as encouraging Andy to wield her pig-slaying knife, all for the purpose of expanding and strengthening the pig farm. When the collective thrives, everyone's lives will become smoother and more stable. It is essential to accumulate sufficient strength to protect those she wishes to safeguard. In essence, Leah conveys a noble ideal that the collective interest transcends individual aspirations, a concept she succinctly refers to as Pua. Of course, Leah treats them well, providing the best of everything. When she speaks of building a pig farm, is that not commendable enough? Leah's only requirement is that each semester, they must dedicate some time to impart their combat experiences at school. Naturally, Andy is exempt from this obligation regarding her expertise in pig farming, as this knowledge is too specialized and requires a profound love for the industry. Recently, Andy has even started studying postpartum depression in sows, demonstrating that the pursuit of knowledge is boundless. This profound subject is beyond Leah's comprehension, and she can only assist Andy in expanding the pigsties. Andy insists that unless they are a pair, each pig must have its own individual pen. That should suffice for the introduction of these individuals. I shall introduce more when the opportunity arises, and if not, so be it. Leah brought Ace and Luffy to Sicily, first guiding them through the island's amusement attractions, then scouring the back mountains for a group of formidable animals to train the children. The expansive stretch of pristine jungle is designated for their training, with Luffy and Ace becoming the first batch of students. It is often said that Leah plans to designate a specific area to establish a genuine university, currently in the experimental phase. Should the preparations for the university be finalized, Leah intends to contact Uncle Long to retrieve the salvaged books from the Tree of Knowledge in Elbaf and transport them to Sicily. aiming to establish the largest library in the world. The preservation of knowledge is fundamental to the dissemination of wisdom. I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. After having amicably discussed how to conquer the new world with Doflamingo, Leah recalls a certain red-haired fellow. It has been nearly half a year since they last met, and she finds herself missing him. With that thought, Leah decides to take the initiative to seek out Shanks and bring gifts for the members of the Red Hair Pirates. In truth, bringing gifts was merely incidental. The primary reason was that Leah had a longing to meet that red-haired fellow. Additionally, could this guy refrain from sharing everything with Luffy? The last time she returned to fetch Luffy, he innocently inquired, "Nichan, Shanks said you are his treasure. As a pirate, he will seize whatever he desires. It's only a matter of time before he claims you. Has he already taken you?" Such naive words left Leah speechless. While Ace delivered a punch to Luffy and remarked, "If anyone is to seize something, it should be Nichan going after Shanks. Besides, how could Nichan let anyone take her so easily? We only take from others. We would never allow someone to take from us. Nichan, if you truly fancy that disheveled uncle with red hair, then let us go and bring him home." Luffy, resting his chin on his hand, suddenly snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "That is a good point. We should indeed bring Shanks home. Hey, Luffy and Ace, don't casually mention seizing people. I'm not a human trafficker," Leah said with a hint of embarrassment. However, she quickly realized and asked, "Which idiot taught you such nonsense?" "Ah, Nichan, don't sweat the small stuff," Luffy pouted. Leah piloted her small boat, once again slipping away and leaving her tasks to Uchiha. Following the guidance of her lifeguard, she set off to find Shanks, who is currently anchored at a summer island in the New World. As a man who adored alcohol, Shanks immediately sought out the island's bar upon arrival. The large ship, helmed by Beckman, was discreetly docked in a hidden location. The weather was splendid, and the members of the red-haired pirates gathered in the bar, where beautiful dancers with enchanting figures swayed, and the aroma of fine spirits wafted through the air. However, Leah's mood was far from delightful. Wherever Shanks went, he commanded the spotlight. For instance, at that moment, the most beautiful and voluptuous woman in the dance floor was twisting and turning before him, her body contorting as she danced. Shanks took a swig from his glass, the liquid spilling from the corner of his mouth, cascading down his chin and over his Adam's apple. As he gulped down the drink, Leah could vividly imagine the muscles beneath his thin shirt rippling with each swallow. Recently, her mind had been plagued by too many thoughts of Doflamingo, and she wondered what on earth she was thinking. Doflamingo, all right, everything is my fault. Why was she so close? TSK, what was that delightfully smug expression on Shanks's face? How infuriating. In reality, Shanks was thinking, this drink is truly exquisite, so delightful that he overlooked the voluptuous dancer before him. Yet, from Leah's perspective, it appeared Shanks was utterly captivated by the dancer, his face alight with satisfaction. Uchiha, is she really that attractive? Is she more beautiful than I? With a snap, Leah's chopsticks broke in her hand, and her soup spoon bent awkwardly. The weather was indeed lovely. If one were to ask whether the red-haired pirates noticed Leah, my answer would be that they could not. Leah was a bug in her own right. If she didn't wish to be seen, then she would not be, especially after her powers had been restored. She could even evade the keenest observation. Not only Shanks, but Beckman, too, was intently watching, his cigarette dangling from his lips. However, it was evident that the dancer's target was Shanks, and Beckman refrained from making a move while she was in the midst of her spirited performance. The red-haired pirates were never the type to build lavish homes or claim territories. They roamed the seas, adventuring and resupplying whenever they encountered islands. Yet, the ship was filled with men who naturally sought out familiar or unfamiliar women to fulfill their needs while ashore, and that was entirely understandable. Leah reassured herself of this, but once she directed her thoughts towards Shanks, her inner fury surged forth. Darn it, why is he smiling so joyfully? Is she really that stunning? How exasperating! Shanks declared, "No way, this drink is too delicious. I need another gulp." Indeed, this exemplified the difference in thinking between men and women. Leah's subtle actions went unnoticed amidst the bustling bar, where most eyes were fixated on the dancers and the renowned pirate Shanks. Except for Beckman, whose keen eyesight as a sharpshooter was indisputable. He was accustomed to being aware of everyone's movements. Even if he hadn't initially noticed Leah, it was implausible that he hadn't sensed the changes in the bar's crowd after such a lengthy duration. Once his observation powers were released, a faint smile crept onto Beckman's lips as he glanced at Shanks, who was lost in his drunken revelry, blowing out a puff of smoke. He relished the sight of this fool getting into trouble, so Beckman had no intention of warning him. Indeed, Beckman understood. Experience counted. Finally, Leah resolved that this visit was to seek out Beckman, not to find that red-haired scoundrel. She decided to make her presence known. Parting the crowd, Leah squeezed her way to Beckman's side and greeted him warmly. "What a coincidence, finding you here," she said, her teeth gritted. Beckman pulled a cigarette from his mouth, exhaling a cloud of smoke that mingled with the dim light of the bar, inexplicably adding an air of mystery to his demeanor. "I don't think it's such a coincidence," he remarked, gesturing toward Shanks. "Yes, over there. You should go talk to him. I don't want to go find that idiot. I've been here so long, and he hasn't even noticed me. Besides, he is so engrossed in watching the dancers that I refuse to acknowledge him." Leah retorted somewhat irritably to Beckman. Should he inform this young lady that Shanks was clearly inebriated and grinning foolishly? Perhaps it was best not to, for Shanks was indeed deserving of a lesson, and he was too thick-skinned to learn from a simple beating. Beckman recognized that Shanks was serious about this girl and ought to take responsibility rather than indulging in reckless drinking while being tempted by women. A seasoned man of the world, Beckman could surmise the young lady's hidden feelings. Initially, he intended to ignore her, but now, driven by a desire to see Shanks face the consequences, he decided to humor the girl. With that thought in mind, Beckman raised a glass from the counter and said to Leah, "Since you're here, why not sit down and share a drink?" "Sure," Leah readily agreed, taking a seat beside Beckman. Before Shanks could even catch sight of Leah, the other members of the red-haired pirates had already noticed a woman seated next to Beckman. One should not expect these fools to recognize Leah merely by her silhouette. It was utterly impossible. Hence, their conversation unfolded as follows. Beckman is indeed quite popular. He attracted a woman so quickly. From her back, she appears to be a beauty, remarked Ricky as he gnawed on a chicken leg. Jesus Boo took a swig of wine and remarked to La Ji Lu and the others, "Deputy Captain, you still don't know how to handle women, do you?" To his surprise, Bay Command turned out to be quite the seasoned veteran. Upon overhearing their conversation, Leah teased Bay Command, maintaining his composure. Bay Command sipped his wine, casting a slightly disdainful glance at Leah, and replied, "Better than you and Xiang Kasi, two mere fledglings." Why is Bay Command so sharp-tongued? You've shattered the image of the mature and composed elder brother I had of you. Leah Iklaimet. Jesus Boo incessantly spoke of his wife and son, and the members of the red-hair pirates had heard his tales countless times, to the point that their ears felt calloused. Thus, to avoid revisiting those well-trodden topics, they began discussing some past events involving the red-haired. However, given the current situation, are they not digging a hole for their captain? Pirate A remarked, "Speaking of which, the captain style is quite popular with the ladies, isn't it?" Pirate B countered, "Who said that? The captain style is no longer in vogue. Women's tastes have shifted to charming young boys, and the captain has become a big uncle now." Pirate C chimed in, "The captain still has many admirers, like the pair of sisters we saw at the Mornai bar in the North Sea, who cried out wanting to marry him." Curiously, Pirate C then asked, "Did the captain have feelings for them?" At this mention, Pirate A stood up in excitement, exclaiming, the captain was definitely smitten. Those sisters were excellent cooks. He even dined with them several times, thinking of bringing them aboard as chefs. And they were beautiful, solely wishing to marry him. How could he not be moved? Pirate B also pounded the counter, proclaiming, "I can name more than just those sisters. Princess Byong Si from Huadian Island, and Miss Si Chin Gao Hua from Cupid Island. Miss Si Chin even stayed on our ship for a while. It is said the captain heroically rescued her, interrupting her ceremony to bring her aboard." Pirate C added, "Let's not spread rumors. It was Miss Si Chin who sought the captain's help, as her kingdom intended to offer her to the celestial dragons as a gift for joining the world government. The captain, feeling pity for her, saved her during the ceremony. However, you are correct in saying that she fervently pursued the captain during her time on the ship." Pirate A posed a crucial question. "So, who does the captain truly like?" Leah was equally curious, their voices raised as if afraid someone might miss their conversation. Bae-man, overhearing, sighed at their timing. Why discuss this now? He placed a hand on his forehead, but couldn't help feeling a sense of satisfaction. When the time came for them to resolve their issues, he would just offer a few words of explanation for Xiang Kusi. The captain certainly favored Pirate B's words. But his thoughts were interrupted as Xiang Kusi pushed aside a voluptuous beauty who nearly sat on his lap, noticing a woman beside Bae-man. He was slightly tipsy, struggling to see clearly, yet felt an inexplicable familiarity with her silhouette, which brought him joy. He was eager to ascertain her identity, feeling somewhat aggrieved. If it truly was her, why hadn't she come to find him immediately instead of sitting next to Bae-man? Disregarding the curious stares, including the bewildered expression of the voluptuous beauty on the ground, Xiang Kusi approached the figure. He gently tapped Leah's shoulder, but she ignored him. Seeing her indifference caused his red hair to droop in disappointment. At his age, Bae-man could still discern the sense of grievance in his eyes. Xiang Kusi, noticing her disregard, moved closer to Leah, squeezing towards Bae-man, causing the latter's forehead to vein with tension, almost prompting him to draw his gun. Wow, is that you, Li Jiang? Were you hiding here to surprise me? Xiang Kusi's eyes sparkled as he saw Leah, instantly rejuvenated. Leah shot a glance at the red-haired rogue and said to Bae-man, "Who is he? I don't know him. I came here specifically to find you." Li Jiang, Xiang Kusi began, but Leah was genuinely angry. She rarely trusted others, and Xiang Kusi was an exception who had entered her heart. Her feelings were strong enough for her to be upset now. Ignoring Xiang Kusi's advances, she walked over to the fallen beauty and helped her up. Leah noticed the hostility in the beauty's eyes, but remained unperturbed, seizing the opportunity to reaffirm her feelings. Truthfully, Leah was aware of her fondness for Xiang Kusi. However, her initial interactions with him were meant to pave the way for her future business endeavors in the new world, making her intentions less than pure. So, although she was upset, she did not place herself in the role of a jealous woman who would directly question everything or argue with Xiang Kusi. That would be beneath her. This encounter was a prime opportunity. They had yet to establish a relationship, leaving room for reconsideration. Xiang Kusi's actions would determine how genuinely she would treat him moving forward. Leah was never an easy person to approach. She often acted according to her interests. Earning her genuine affection was a challenging feat. "Do you like Xiang Kusi?" Leah asked, looking into the beauty's eyes. "So what if I do? And what if I don't?" The beauty retorted, crossing her arms and regarding Leah with disdain. "Who are you to question me? Lieshuk a fingef saying. I'm not here to challenge you. I fully support your affection for Xiang Kusi. If possible, I would even help you pursue him." Leah spoke nonchalantly. To be honest, even with Xiang Kusi's obliviousness, he sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Listening to Leah's cutting remarks made him uneasy. Meanwhile, the pirates involved in the discussion began to sweat. Pirate A asked, "Do you think Miss Leah heard what we were discussing?" Pirate B replied, "Of course. Just look at her. It's clear she's angry with the captain." Jesus Boo, confused by the situation, approached the small group whispering together and inquired, "What are you talking about? What's going on?" Pirate C replied, "Jesus Boo, is it not obvious? It's a battlefield of emotions. I feel like we've caused trouble." Ni? Jesus Boo exclaimed. In conclusion, Leah, under the pretense of being Bae-man's friend, brought the blonde, voluptuous beauty aboard the Lady Fusi ship. Once on the ship, Leah largely ignored Xiang Kusi's attempts to engage her. As time unfolded, Leah found herself engaging more frequently with the stoic Beekman. She ceremoniously gifted him a genuine leather holster and often delved into discussions regarding market expansion and resource utilization. Indeed, Beekman proved to be a remarkably erudite individual, and Leah relished their conversations. Conversely, Shanks remained steadfastly devoted. Wherever Leah was, he was sure to be found. Even as he observed the jovial exchange between Beekman and Leah, a pang of jealousy festered within him. Nonetheless, he stubbornly occupied the same table as them. Meanwhile, the voluptuous blonde beauty was quite persistent in her efforts to captivate Shanks, preparing him delectable treats while he sought to showcase his masculine allure before Leah. As the crow soared overhead, only the buxom beauty stood there, ardently praising Shanks. prompting Beekman to retreat to his quarters, taking Leah along to the conference room. The alluring beauty even went so far as to prepare towels for Shanks to wipe his sweat and beverages suitable for post-exercise refreshment. Yet, Shanks felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. The drink he sipped turned bitter on his tongue. He had long since realized that he might have offended the young lady. Yet he remained oblivious to his misstep. Why, he pondered, had she chosen to bring this spy aboard, incessantly clinging to him? The thought of her potentially tampering with the crew's meals was disconcerting. Though the young lady's capriciousness was one thing, Beekman's seemingly tacit approval of the situation, even advising him to cooperate with her, was baffling. Shanks found himself contemplating whether Beekman was setting him up for failure, as the young lady had been ignoring him of late. Regardless of his antics, her expression remained nonchalant. When night fell and rooms were allocated, Shanks eagerly offered his captain's quarters to Leah, only for her to decline, citing concerns about exposing the secrets of the red-haired pirates. The voluptuous beauty, however, was quite eager to share a room with Shanks, but he promptly shut her out, leaving her livid. Shanks had mastered the art of double standards seamlessly. For instance, when Leah suggested preparing supplements for Beekman, who had long suffered from hair loss due to his relentless toil, Shanks took his place at the dining table. As soon as the dishes were served, he shamelessly contaminated them all, hoarding all of Leah's culinary creations before him. After days of her cold shoulder, he had completely abandoned any semblance of decorum. In contrast, when faced with the buxom beauty, he remembered Beekman's advice and served her a modest portion from each dish, even resorting to using chopsticks out of desperation. Frustrated, Shanks lamented Leah's continued silence towards him. His irritation often manifested uncontrollably, causing his conqueror's hockey to inadvertently overwhelm the younger crew members, resulting in several reprimands from Beekman. Yet, feigning innocence now proved futile. Leah remained unresponsive. What had he done wrong? Despite his repeated admissions of guilt, Leah merely replied with her usual calm demeanor, insisting he was not at fault. If he was indeed blameless, why did she continue to ignore him? The atmosphere aboard the ship had undeniably soured. Though outwardly unremarkable, the crew observed that their usually carefree captain had been in a poor mood for days. Despite maintaining a smile, the fainting newcomers served as a testament to the turbulence within their red-haired captain's heart. Even the ship's carpenters noted that their captain seemed unable to control his strength lately, particularly in the presence of Miss Leah. After prolonged discontent, Shanks resolved to take a bold step. Leah, perplexed, wondered why Shanks, in the midst of her slumber, insisted on dragging her out to stargaze. Did he not understand that a beauty required ample rest to preserve her allure? Reluctant to venture outside, Leah found herself forcibly drawn onto the deck by Shanks. The sea lay still and silent as Leah wriggled free from his embrace, still irked. However, she refrained from retaliating as she had in the past, quietly distancing herself from the troublesome red-haired rogue. Clad in her thin nightgown, she gazed at the heavens, the earth, the wind, and the water, but pointedly avoided looking at Shanks. As the cold breeze swept through, she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, feeling a chill. "What is it you desire? Do not tell me you truly brought me out here merely to gaze at the stars," Leah remarked coolly, her demeanor reminiscent of the icy girl from Windmill Village. "Did I truly err? I swear, I only harbor feelings for you. Please, do not heed the nonsense from Yesub and the others. I have rescued a few girls before, but I have never had affections for them. My heart has always belonged to you. This woman aboard, whom Beekman claims is a spy, is someone I do not care for. I will certainly send her away at the first opportunity. Do not let her presence anger you." As Shanks spoke, his words tumbled forth in a disordered rush, revealing his genuine anxiety. Interrupting him, Leah asserted, "Shanks, did you not realize long ago what I was upset about? Why do you only now come to address it? I have indeed concealed matters from you. I have a first love, and although it is you, I cannot explain it to you now. It may sound absurd. Unless you experience something similar, you would not believe me. Now, revealing this only reflects my desire to be honest with you in every sense of the word." "More beautiful than I?" Leah inquired suddenly. "Ah, no. Equally as lovely," Shanks hesitated before uttering the words. In that moment, Leah erupted, the pent-up fury of days finally unleashed. She sprang up and struck Shanks on the head with a formidable punch, employing her armament hockey. Shanks crouched, cradling his head, his eyes glistening with tears as he whimpered. That hurts. Unbeknownst to them, their commotion had roused several crew members, who initially thought an enemy attack was underway. Upon investigation, they discovered it was merely their captain enduring a classic moment of forced punishment. Observing the swelling lump on Shanks' head, they gasped in unison. Realizing that the formidable lady was indeed terrifying, they vowed never to provoke the captain's wife again. Why had she been referred to as the captain's wife? Anyone with eyes could see the captain's recent attempt to please her. They had spent years together, and it was clear he was sincere. The crew recognized that their captain genuinely feared the wrath of the lady, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. For if they were to anger her, not only would they face her wrath, but their captain, in his characteristic disregard for loyalty, would undoubtedly join in to deliver a few kicks of his own. This couple is truly terrifying. Yasubu forcefully reprimanded the few newcomers who were still gossiping, saying, "Remember, from now on, this lady is the elder sister. Do not speak carelessly. The boss has been severely deceived this time. This couple will have their share of troubles." Leah mercilessly squatted down, grasped his cheeks with both hands, and loudly exclaimed, "Do you still remember what she looks like? Are you still thinking about her?" Xianx instinctively wanted to nod, indeed still reminiscing. However, upon seeing Leah's dangerous gaze, he abruptly halted the motion, declaring, No, I don't remember what she looks like." "You are lying. I clearly saw you about to nod just now," Leah responded, releasing her grip on Xianx's face. Yet, the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. With a hint of melancholy, she remarked, "Xianx, you scoundrel. Even at this stage, you're still deceiving me." How should this matter be articulated? Xianx felt quite wronged at this moment. Recalling the time-space theory that someone had once shared with him, he was genuinely fearful that speaking the truth might precipitate unforeseen consequences, potentially endangering the young lady. However, listening to her pained words, he too was distressed. If he remained here in a sour mood, it would only hinder their happiness. Since neither of them was content, he decided, "I will leave tomorrow." As Leah said this, she swiftly retreated to her room, leaving Xianx squatting there alone. What Leah failed to notice was that Xianx had clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with any plans. He merely wished to expel that woman from the ship at dawn. Meanwhile, the blonde beauty discreetly opened her eyes, retrieved a din-din mushy from her bosom, and after dialing, she remained silent, rhythmically tapping on the bedside table instead. The meaning conveyed through the tapping was clear. "I intend to kidnap the woman who suddenly appeared on the red-haired ship." It seemed that the red-haired pirate cared for her, which could be leveraged to threaten him into relinquishing Momoan. The tapping sound reverberated back from the din-din mushy, conveying the question, "Are you certain you can threaten the red-haired?" At that moment, the woman's expression turned fierce as she tightened her grip, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. She intensified her tapping, absolutely, without a doubt. Sometimes, a woman's jealousy can be the most formidable force. Having been neglected by the red-haired, she sought to reclaim her dignity through Leah. Initially, she had considered that if she could win over the red-haired, there would be no need to return to her former pirate crew. Being the captain's wife on the red-haired ship would suffice. Yet, the red-haired's overtures went completely ignored, and she felt her dignity trampled. The wretched person who brought her aboard seemed to disregard her entirely, as if the sole intention was to humiliate her. Fueled by jealousy, she resolved to contact her former pirate crew to kidnap Leah, intending to teach her a lesson. After the war on the summit, Leah had unexpectedly vanished for over a year. Fortunately, she returned, and her strength had grown significantly. Simultaneously, the unconscious Ace awakened. Although Ace lost the power of the Mera Mera no Mi, he was unconcerned. Previously, he had relied too heavily on the power of the devil fruit. Now, he could focus on honing his haki. Ace had awakened his conqueror's haki at the age of 10, and his observation and armament haki had also awakened during his first 2 years at sea. Now that he had lost the fruit, he could dedicate time to enhancing his haki. The seas were turbulent, and the former Yonko, Whitebeard, had gone missing. However, only the Whitebeard pirates and Xianx knew that Whitebeard had chosen to retire in his hometown after a lifetime of contributions. The Whitebeard pirates officially announced their disbandment, and Marco and the other surviving members returned to Whitebeard's hometown to recuperate and comfort the old man's heart. The narrowly escaped Ace was taken by Leah to enhance his hockey. She was able to assist with the training of observation and armament hockey. But when it came to Conqueror's hockey, Leah lacked specific insights, since she comprehended the significance of protection during her last awakening. Leah had fully mastered the powers that had accompanied her in her previous life. When it came to training Conqueror's hockey, if Red-Haired claimed second place, no one dared to assert they were first. Thus, Red-Haired became the most suitable teacher for Ace's strength enhancement. After all, Xianx was Ace's brother-in-law, and as Roger's son, it was only reasonable for him to provide guidance on Ace's hockey. Truthfully, Xianx and his crew were quite straightforward in their instruction, taking turns to spar with Ace until he could no longer lift his arms. Ace's strength progressed rapidly, with significant improvements in both observation and armament hockey. However, his advancement in Conqueror's hockey was not as apparent. He had already mastered the basic applications, yet higher-level techniques, like Conqueror's binding, saw little progress. Xianx had mentioned that such things could not be articulated. They were insights gained amidst life-and-death struggles against formidable pirates. Following the war on the summit, Ace experienced substantial psychological growth. He acknowledged and accepted himself, understanding what he wished to protect, and he began to embrace his father from the depths of his heart. Leah had entrusted him with Roger's sword long ago, yet Ace had not found anyone worthy of inheriting it. Deep down, he was reluctant to pass the sword to another. Weapons and their masters share a connection. Whenever Ace grasped the sword, he felt no aversion. On the contrary, he found a sense of familiarity in the blade that bore his name, reminiscent of the feelings Lu Fei invoked within him. Reflecting on this, Ace shook his head. How could that scoundrel, who abandoned his wife, be comparable to Lu Fei? Lu Fei was simply too endearing. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, he still unwrapped the cloth that enveloped the sword. It was now deep into the night, and his body bore numerous wounds. Yet, he paid them little mind. A hearty meal would suffice for recovery. Ace gently caressed the sore that caused him such inner turmoil and extended his right hand to summon flames. However, as expected, nothing happened. He was not devoid of feelings regarding the loss of the Mera Maranomi. His thoughts drifted to the time of despair during the war on the summit, when he sat on the execution platform, yet could still feel the anguished cries of those below, akin to the hellfire punishing the guilty. At that moment, his brother was truly terrifying, fighting with a ferocity that blurred the lines between friend and foe. As he knelt on the execution platform, the old man beside him must have been gravely concerned for his brother. Following that, he lost track of events. All he knew was that his brother went missing for a time, and upon returning, inadvertently awakened him. During the period of Ini Aijiang's disappearance, it was largely thanks to the unwavering support of the red-haired pirates that ensured Leah's business flourished and that the pirate crew did not suffer governmental oppression due to the loss of their warlord of the sea status. Upon Ini Aijiang's return, he entrusted him with a Den Den Mushi, a videophone snail. When he inquired about its significance, Ini Aijiang revealed it contained a recording left by his scoundrel of a father. Although he did not open it immediately, as he was in a state of turmoil at the time, he now felt an urge to view its contents while caressing the cold, gleaming blade of his sword. Ace was not one to linger in indecision. He acted on his impulse. Upon opening the device, he was greeted by the sight of a jovial, somewhat disheveled uncle, whose appearance suggested a dubious character, reminiscent of a man who might abduct children. The recording was lengthy, comprising a total of 20 segments of birthday wishes, spanning from his first to his 20th year, with each year accompanied by a heartfelt message. The details revealed Roger's deteriorating health, marked by uncontrollable coughing and trembling hands. Nevertheless, the legendary pirate king exuded vitality, his eyes sparkling with life. In the final segment, Ace heard Roger's poignant words, "Child, forget me. Do not allow my presence to influence your life. You possess your own adventures." After this, the screen of the Den Den Mushi went dark. Yet a hearty laugh echoed from the device. Ace anticipated the conclusion of the recording, but to his surprise, another segment emerged, featuring Roger once more. This time, however, he remained silent, his demeanor serious as he gazed towards the vast ocean, where countless warships had encircled the Golden Jackson. The situation appeared dire. Yet Roger stood resolute before his crew, resolutely rejecting the invitation from the notorious Shiki. He unsheathed his sword, silently gathering his strength. His piercing gaze met Shiki's, and in that moment, the atmosphere shifted. The clouds and sea seemed to part for these two titanic figures. The clash of Haushika Haki created shockwaves, tearing through the clouds and splitting the sea, conjuring massive waves. Having gathered his power, Roger unleashed his signature technique, Kamibiki, the strike, imbued with immense force, cleaved through the ocean towards Shiki. Even the formidable Shiki struggled to withstand the onslaught, barely managing to counter Roger's attack. This vivid imagery left Ace profoundly shaken, evoking emotions akin to those he felt when he first challenged his father. At that moment, Ace truly grasped the terrifying strength of his father, which seemed unassailable, despite the myriad of tubes embedded in his body. This recording ignited a peculiar sensation within Ace, prompting him to instinctively follow that feeling. His mind was devoid of thought. He simply yearned to capture that extraordinary sensation. Clenching his fists, a layer of Busashoku Haki enveloped his hands. As time passed, even Haushika Haki began to entwine around his fists, radiating a dark crimson aura from Ace's core. Suddenly, Shanks, who had been inebriated, opened his bleary eyes. His gaze sharpened as he turned towards Ace, activating his Kinbunchika Haki, and he clearly sensed the commotion emanating from Ace's direction. Realizing what had transpired, Shanks relaxed his tense muscles, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. This boy had finally awakened that technique. Their time spent nurturing him had not been in vain, and he could finally report back to the young lady. It had been ages since he last saw her, for since she brought Ace to them, she had been gallivanting around, claiming she did not want to disturb their training. Having been absent for so long, Shanks suddenly felt as if he had been neglected. With a powerful punch, Ace struck, and the trees before him fell like dominoes. The shockwave left deep fissures in the ground, shattering trees in its wake and obliterating the entire forest. The resounding crash roused the inebriated members of the red-haired pirates, their eyes widening in astonishment at the devastation before them. The boy had indeed progressed at an astonishing rate. What was once an easy victory for them had become increasingly challenging. It seemed the only one capable of defeating him now was their captain. Having gleaned the technique Kamibiki from Roger's display, Ace felt invigorated. Even the pain from his wounds had subsided. Through subtle influences, he had come to accept Roger, and thanks to the rigorous training and moments of enlightenment during this time, Ace's strength had seen a significant surge, surpassing even the abilities he had possessed while wielding the Mera, Nomi reflecting on this, and the sacrifices made by those around him. A radiant smile broke across his face. Having transcended life and death, he realized the magnitude of what he possessed. He felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Having completely vanquished his former self, he was now a renewed individual. His thoughts drifted to Luffy and Eijiang and Sabo, and he longed to see Dayton again. There was a time when he believed he would never see them again, but now he yearned to reunite with everyone who cared for him, finally confirming that he had truly survived. Surprises often arrive unannounced, and the next morning, Leah came to seek out Ace. Coincidentally, Ace's birthday was approaching, and Leah wished to celebrate it with grandeur, also marking Ace's rebirth in a sense. To reassure the Whitebeard pirates, Leah took Ace to Whitebeard's homeland. The red-haired captain insisted on joining them, prompting Leah to invite the entire crew along. She even sent someone to Windmill Village to fetch Dayton and the others. During their conversation atop the ship, the old man had promised Whitebeard that if they survived the war, he would take him to Sicily to retire, a wish now fulfilled. In retirement, they would no longer need to concern themselves with the Navy's affairs, so Leah naturally brought the old man along. She also informed Luffy and Sabo of the occasion. Leah sensed that the future was uncertain. Thus, beyond merely celebrating Ace's birthday, She sought to gather all those dear to her. On the day of Ace's birthday, the tranquil island was filled with an unusual vibrancy. The old man had long since found Whitebeard to share drinks, and the two elderly men were growing increasingly childlike, squabbling over trivial matters. Moreover, due to the development of new medicines, Whitebeard's health was gradually improving, allowing him to enjoy a drink once again. Leah is preparing for an extravagant banquet. To describe the current situation on the island, it is rather complex, involving the red-haired pirates, former members of the Whitebeard Pirates, members of Leah's trading company, as well as Rayleigh and Shucky, alongside the Empress who accompanied Luffy. Nevertheless, the banquet turned out to be a resounding success, as everyone temporarily set aside their differences to indulge in meat and drink. Since this celebration was organized by Leah in honor of Ace's birthday, it was attended by Luffy's South family and close acquaintances. Hence, even the usually proud Empress found herself unusually subdued, as she couldn't help but gaze dreamily at Luffy. Whenever he called her name, she would shyly cup her face in her hands. Moreover, she trailed behind Leah, affectionately calling her sister. Ace was taken aback by the unexpected Nissan, but upon seeing Luffy's silly smile, he took another sip of his drink and chuckled, remarking, "That guy Luffy has grown up." Sabo raised his glass, clinking it with Ace's, and smiled, saying, "Indeed, Luffy is getting closer to his dream." At this moment, Shanks announced his engagement to Leah, which was anything but romantic, yet it carried a genuine sincerity. It was surprising to see this man, when proposing, trembling and mumbling incoherently, devoid of any semblance of the formidable Emperor of the Sea. Nevertheless, Leah awkwardly agreed, reflecting on their 11-year acquaintance, realizing that this matter need not be prolonged any further. Furthermore, according to Beckman, during her absence, Shanks was utterly distraught, fearing she might never return. Even though he was aware of Leah's whereabouts, he could not find peace, as the future was uncertain, and he could only protect everything she left behind during her absence. It was her solitary battle. A grand cake was wheeled in, and Leah personally placed 22 candles for Ace. Closing his eyes, Ace made a wish, hoping that no matter what transpired in the future, everyone would remain together. During the Paramount War, Ace's red bead necklace had broken, and Dayton had specially gifted him a string of red beads she had worn for many years. Putting on him herself, Old Man Garp watched this scene, his eyes shimmering with rare moisture, yet he soon engaged in banter with Whitebeard. The Revolutionary Army had begun contesting power with the world government, steering the world towards an unknown yet undoubtedly brighter future. Ace gazed into the distance, realizing it was time for him to fulfill his promise to Shiyu. Everyone was heading toward the new world. Would the woman who had fortuitously boarded the ship recognize that Leah was a Shichibukai? Of course not. However, one must understand that no matter how powerful one may be, one cannot withstand deliberate schemes. She could not confront Leah head-on, yet she possessed numerous insidious methods to undermine her. Having long been entwined with the underbelly of society, she often maneuvered among various pirates, even resorting to using her body to gather intelligence for her master. She had witnessed all manner of depravity. Initially, she had grown accustomed to this way of life, believing it to be the norm. However, upon first laying eyes on the red-haired man, she instinctively knew he was different. Even the first mate, lurking in the shadows, regarded them with a hint of lewd desire. Yet, Shanks was not swayed, despite being surrounded by a vibrant atmosphere. His focus remained on the drink in his hand, seemingly oblivious to the alluring woman before him. Observing this man, radiating a unique aura, it was difficult to reconcile that he was the notorious pirate commanding the New World. Did he really exhibit a gaze reminiscent of a child cherishing a beloved object? Thus, she confidently pushed her way forward, parting the crowd of women vying for Shanks' attention. Upon noticing her arrival, the other women hesitated to create a path, not for any other reason, but because she was the undisputed star of that establishment. As anticipated, the man offered her not a shred of attention, igniting her desire to probe the limits of his patience. After all, the person behind her was adamant about extracting the vulnerabilities of the red-haired pirates by any means necessary. Facing Shanks' hazy yet somewhat indifferent gaze, she felt exhilarated. Her ambitions now extended beyond merely obtaining intelligence. She yearned to see the man before her, captivated by her presence. Before she could act again, she noticed a shift in the man's demeanor. It was as if he had abruptly sobered up, parting the crowd to stride directly toward his first mate. Following Shank's movement, his gaze found a girl seated before Beckman, and he tentatively tapped her shoulder. The girl ignored him, and undeterred by the peculiar stares from those around, he clung to her side like an affectionate puppy, his gaze towards her a blend of unfamiliarity and warmth. For women like her, who had long traversed the murky depths of life, that look was truly radiant. Could pirates possess such innocent feelings? She found herself genuinely curious, and, influenced by various factors, accepted the girl's seemingly jealous invitation. However, she did not overlook the deep impressions her fingers had left on her palm. In her pursuit of Shanks, she employed every tactic she knew to charm him, yet he remained unresponsive, spending every moment beside the girl. As she observed the occasional glances exchanged between the first mate and the girl directed at her, she felt as if she were being stripped bare, her cheeks flushed with heat. In this moment, she felt an inexplicable shame, despite having endured far worse situations for survival. Why was it that, at this moment, she felt so utterly humiliated? This stark contrast was jarring in her otherwise bleak and chaotic life. In her shame and anger, she chose the most direct form of emotional release known to her kind: abduction and humiliation. Forget to name the character. Let us call her Jessica. Jessica, having long frequented the nightlife of the New World, had encountered many strong individuals and understood the crew's attitude towards the girl. However, she was oblivious to the girl's true strength, so she opted for the safest method: handcuffs made of sea stone. Alas, the sea stone proved ineffective against Leah. Thus, Leah pretended to succumb to unconsciousness after drinking the tea Jessica offered her. In that moment of being lifted in a princess carried by the seemingly delicate Jessica, Leah felt a pang of confusion. Was this how one should treat an adversary? The little voice in Leah's mind urged her to ponder deeply. She was unsure of her current predicament, but her first suspect was Beckman. Could it be that he had already bribed Jessica and planned a counterattack to directly eliminate the one pulling the strings? After all, Beckman had long declared that Jessica was a spy, a double agent traversing various pirate crews, and if the right incentives were offered, she could easily betray her current allegiance. Leah had some understanding of Beckman, the composed and mature elder. His kindness was reserved for those he knew well, while he exhibited a ruthless demeanor towards enemies. Furthermore, there were times when Beckman completely excluded Shanks from his battle plans, as he could never predict how this fool would ultimately complicate matters. However, this aspect changed after departing from Funksha Tsuin. Zyankasi appeared to have shouldered an extraordinary responsibility, compelling himself to move forward. Through the occasionally contemplative gaze of Zyankasi, Beekman discerned the multitude of souls behind that penetrating look. Turbulence brewed upon the seas, hinting at a colossal war that would engulf the entire world in the not-so-distant future. What lay before Zyankasi was the task of maintaining a balance among the various factions before the impending chaos arrived. Beekman had indeed made arrangements regarding this matter. Yet, rather than focusing on it, he found himself fixated on the pirate flag aboard the ship. The once jubilant banner now bore a solemn and austere countenance. Destiny was steering toward an unknown direction, and Zyankasi placed his hopes upon a certain child. Yet in his eyes, the little girl he cherished was the greatest variable. "Hey, Beekman, where is Lilyjiang? I've searched the entire ship and cannot find her. Did she leave on her own?" A certain red-haired individual paced anxiously on the deck, before suddenly squatting down in despair, continuing, "It seems Lilyjiang is truly upset this time. She left without bidding me farewell." Beekman exhaled a puff of smoke, nonchalantly stating, "She hasn't left. She has simply been kidnapped." His tone was remarkably calm, as if discussing a mundane occurrence. "That's good. She hasn't left. Wait, what? Kidnapped?" When Leah next opened her eyes, she found herself within an enormous cage. She feigned rubbing her head, then pretended to notice the Heilushi handcuffs binding her wrists. Leah surveyed her surroundings and realized she was in a place resembling an interrogation room. A faint moldy scent mingled with a barely perceptible metallic tang of blood in the air. A glance at the pristine white walls revealed the truth to Leah. The original stains of blood had likely long been concealed by white paint. The glaring lights pierced her eyes painfully, a reminder of how long it had been since she had found herself in such a predicament. Sensing that no one was watching her at the moment, she discreetly extended her hand behind her back, firmly grasping the bars of the cage. Soon, the bar she obscured began to warp and distort, and Leah exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that it was not some insurmountable special metal. She shook the Halushy handcuffs binding her hands and feet, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in her eyes. This was utterly negligent. Beekman had likely colluded with Giexica. Yet, why hadn't he warned her brother in advance? She had initially worried that Giexica might do something untoward to Zyankasi and the others, which was why she had deliberately allowed herself to be captured by Giexica. However, there was no guarantee that other possibilities did not exist. Simultaneously, Leo was curious about who might be targeting Zyankasi and his crew. Of course, she would cooperate with Giexica's actions. Her suspicions regarding Giexica's identity had deepened, having discovered that Giexica had arrived at that bar 8 years prior. In the predatory realm of the New World, her meager strength had enabled her to remain there for such an extended period. Besides her ability to gather intelligence, she must possess other connections. If her personal identity was well concealed, then it was essential to explore her work and interpersonal relationships. Upon investigation, Leah formed a rough hypothesis. It turned out that this seemingly unremarkable bar was entangled with a notorious pirate. This pirate could be considered Zyankasi's most formidable rival in his ascent to the position of one of the Four Emperors, a prospective candidate for that title. What constitutes a Four Emperor? Undoubtedly, they occupy a position of dominance, akin to the feudal lords vying for power during the Warring States period, where the weak are destined to be swept off the historical stage. They all vie for the highest position. Each of the Four Emperors commands their own territory, extracting protection fees from their domains, which serve as a crucial source of income for their factions. As rulers, whether their governing methods are brutal or benevolent, the fundamental distinction remains minimal. Rulers yearn for their subjects to be fools, as only then can the populace obediently transform into tools of production under their control. In this world, the pursuit of freedom is never in short supply. The desire for freedom and the thirst for domination shall eternally remain irreconcilable. If one side does not vanquish the other, true peace will forever elude this world. China took thousands of years to superficially resolve this issue. In this realm, Leah surmised that further millennia of transformation would be required. How did I digress again? Zyankasi's rival also possessed industries that supplied him with ample wealth for indulgence. Such industries included the entertainment sector. Do not underestimate this seemingly disreputable industry, for it is through such enterprises that the GDP of the nation is generated. Pirates do not inherently signify evil, nor do they represent justice. They embody the primal instincts of conquest and plunder. Moreover, this pirate was notorious for his cruelty, with a significant portion of his bounty attributed to human lives. Ultimately, women who fell into their hands were unlikely to meet a favorable fate. Giexica could be considered a favored lover of that pirate, which is why she was entrusted with a managerial role. Indeed, from the information inadvertently revealed by Beekman, Leah learned that Giexica was one of the overseers of this gray industry, also responsible for gathering and organizing intelligence. Giexica could hardly be deemed a virtuous individual. Her prolonged proximity to that pirate indicated that she was far from a fool. However, during her time aboard Zyankasi's ship, she exhibited numerous inconsistencies, and her timing appeared overly deliberate, a fact that Leah could discern. How could Beekman, the overarching architect of the narrative, possibly overlook this? Leah contemplated her earlier deductions. If Giexica had indeed reached some form of agreement with Beekman, then the overt vulnerabilities she displayed must have harbored ulterior motives. In such an environment, Giexica still engaged in seemingly unwise actions. Thus, it was highly probable that someone was observing from the shadows. Beekman remained securely behind the scenes, commanding the overall situation. Based on his conduct in Fengsha Suan, it was inconceivable that his intelligence would have been obtained only after encountering Jiexica. Upon entering enemy territory, he would certainly eliminate all potential threats. With this thought, Leah suspected that Beekman's presence there might have been an invitation from Jiexica. Yet, such an invitation would undoubtedly have been conducted discreetly and subtly. Moreover, her appearance might have, to some extent, disrupted a delicate equilibrium within that bar. Contemplating this, Leah began to perceive Jiexica's everyday actions in a new light. As fellow pirates, why did Jiexica choose to betray them? And what was it that she must secure from Zyankasi and his crew? As her thoughts momentarily stalled, Leah rubbed her temples. Just then, the tightly shut iron door emitted a grating sound, signaling the arrival of someone. Leah immediately adjusted her posture, her gaze sharp as she focused on the iron door. In this tense environment, she instinctively straightened her back. Golden hair first peeked through the crack of the door, and in the next moment, the alluring Jessica strode toward Leah with an air of arrogance. Jessica came to a halt before Leah, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. Upon recognizing this woman, Leah felt an unexpected sense of relief, yet her gaze remained fixed upon Jessica. Jessica's lips quivered as if she wished to utter something, but upon meeting Leah's eyes, she found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of internal struggle, she feigned bravado and asked, "Don't you have anything to inquire about? You're quite literally caught here by me." Leah did not miss any of the subtle expressions that flickered across Jessica's face. In response to Jessica's inquiry, Leah replied in the calmest of tones, "There is nothing I wish to ask. If the current circumstances pose no issue, you need not speak to me in such a foolishly flirtatious manner." Jessica's expression remained unchanged, betraying a steady composure. She slowly crouched down, locking eyes with Leah, who was kneeling in the cage, and said, "You are an intelligent individual. Cooperate with me, and you shall remain unharmed." Leah had the urge to retort that even if she did not cooperate, she would still be safe. However, her curiosity about Jessica's intentions prevailed. Thus, Leah raised her cuffed hands and asked, "Do you believe I have any capacity to resist at this moment?" Jessica gently shook her head and replied, "You need not worry about your safety. For my plans to proceed smoothly, I cannot allow you, the lovely young lady, to come to harm. You had already colluded with Beckman, hadn't you? It should not even be called collusion, as the person initially discussed for abduction was not you, Jessica," Leah remarked, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Then why have you brought me here?" Leah inquired with a hint of irritation. "Well, based on my observations, capturing you is a safer bet. Originally, when I conferred with that vice captain, the intention was to abduct Yisu." Jessica responded with a knowing smile. "I am not a member of their pirate crew. What purpose does my abduction serve? Yasubu is an important officer on their ship. How could I possibly be more useful than him?" Leah asked, perplexed. Jessica smiled mysteriously, regarding Leah with a gaze laden with significance. At that moment, Leah felt as though she had been stripped bare, even though there was no malice in Jessica's eyes. Yet the intensity of her gaze rendered Leah unable to look away. Inexplicably, she wondered if she had committed some wrongdoing. In a bid to escape Jessica's penetrating stare, she turned her head, only to find Jessica rising gracefully. Is it not obvious to even fool? Why ask? Jessica thought to herself, unable to suppress her disdain for Beckman. That crafty old fox, asking me to capture that old man Yasubu, setting aside the question of whether I could even manage to abduct him. Could I control him once he was brought here? After the deed is done, I would lack the leverage to negotiate with no guarantees in place. With this young lady present, I can still pose a threat to that seemingly dim-witted, red-haired captain. It is a constant source of frustration, reflecting on the time spent aboard. Jessica found herself plagued by a headache, lamenting the lack of authenticity in their performances, as if they were trying too hard to conceal the fact that they were merely appeasing her. To make matters worse, Beckman had assigned her a role replete with jealousy and insincerity. Indeed, the insincerity was palpable, yet Jessica was not so inept as to misread the situation. Leah now felt inclined to abandon all pretense. For the time being, she need not worry about her safety. Simultaneously, she began to reflect on her interactions with Zyankasi during this time. Leah could not help but cover her face in embarrassment. How humiliating to have lost face in front of so many people. Her previous behavior had been akin to that of a schoolchild, engaging in childish games of ignoring one another. It was utterly juvenile. She reflected on the years wasted in such folly. Jessica's earlier gaze had likely been mocking her, or perhaps it was more of a teasing nature. Approaching the gray wall directly opposite Leah's cage, Jessica pressed a protruding red button. The ground trembled as the wall split in two and slowly opened. Leah had anticipated the revelation of a secret chamber, yet what unfolded before her was a vast, transparent screen composed of a unique crystal. Jessica then retrieved a device resembling a remote control from her coat pocket. The screen flickered to life, displaying content that caused Leah's heart to tremble with dread. Before her appeared rows of metal frames, each supporting a pregnant woman. Their bellies varied in size. Ordinarily, one might not immediately deduce their condition. After all, they could be afflicted with some ailment. However, the footage revealed more than mere women with breathing masks. Some were in the throes of labor. Have you ever heard of a woman giving birth without any reaction? The images depicted a factory-like assembly line for creating babies, with masked medical staff patrolling the area. Upon reaching each pregnant woman, they would examine her belly. If they sensed the imminent arrival of a child, they would manipulate the machinery in their hands. Soon, a few individuals approached the laboring women to assist in delivery. The methods employed were cruel. They injected substances resembling hormones into the women's bodies to elicit the necessary responses for childbirth. Indeed, the women were devoid of consciousness, possibly rendered so by design, transformed into mere instruments of production on the factory floor. Their sustenance was rudimentary, as liquid nourishment was funneled into their esophagus to sustain their pregnancies. After giving birth, the women were afforded no time to recover. Doctors would perform artificial insemination on them, perpetuating the cycle of suffering until their bodies were utterly spent. The deceased mothers were unceremoniously dragged away like rags to be incinerated in a furnace. Leah's mounting anger was palpable. The fury within her surged uncontrollably, causing her temper to flare. Simultaneously, her gaze began to shift, the suppressed emotions boiling to the surface, leaving her feeling breathless. Yet, her body inexplicably began to relax. Leah did not look at Jessica. Her eyes remained glued to the screen as she asked, "What do you mean by showing me this?" Jessica did not respond immediately. Instead, she began to elucidate the footage. These women were once prostitutes or dancers within the soy industry. When they ceased to generate profit, Soy would have his subordinates seize them, damaging their nerves and reducing them to mere breeding machines. The children they bore would be secretly sent to a laboratory, a detail Soy had inadvertently revealed while intoxicated. The specifics eluded me, but your family's vice captain should be well aware, as he was the one who approached me first. Leah recognized the name Soy, the rival of Zyankasi. The notion of sending these infants to a laboratory hinted at something sinister. Jessica, people like me, lacking in robust physique and endowed with no particular talent for self-improvement, have managed to reach this point in life. You must know that I am not a virtuous person. I once assisted Suoi in managing his affairs and deceived many women who were left stranded after the war. In truth, I cannot say I harbor any excessive feelings about these matters. In such a harsh world, survival itself is a challenge, leaving little energy to ponder morality. These women sell their bodies, yet at least they can continue to live. So why do you now choose to betray Suoi? Suoi has treated me well. Although I am a wretched person, I cannot bear such sins. Jessica's voice trembled as she spoke these words, yet she still mustered the strength to stand. Leah felt a complex mix of emotions towards Jessica at that moment, uncertain of how to handle her. She could sense the fear in Jessica's words, as she summoned all her courage to resist Suoi. From what Leah knew, Jessica was an orphan, raised amidst conflict. It was her beauty that caught Suoi's eye, making her one of his lovers. Suoi is certainly not a good man, yet he has treated Jessica well, introducing the 19-year-old to the world of indulgence and excess. After spending so much time together, it would be impossible to claim that Jessica has no feelings for Suoi. I grew up without parents and am acutely aware that I must fight for what I desire. I will stop at nothing to survive. Suoi was the first person to extend a hand to me. Jessica turned her back to Leah, sliding down against the bars of her cage, her eyes fixed on the light above. I truly wish to have a child with Suoi, but I know neither of us would make good parents. I do not want my child to endure the same childhood that I did. Jessica's emotions suddenly calmed, and as she spoke, a rare glimmer of longing appeared in her voice. Leah interjected, "You have the desire to be a mother, hence you resonate with the mothers on the screen." In truth, I was unaware that Suoi was involved in this nefarious industry until I stumbled upon it following an argument between us. Suoi claimed that the direct beneficiaries of these experiments are the celestial dragons. However, he admitted his lack of education and could not specify what research they were conducting, only that the rewards from the celestial dragons were substantial. Leah involuntarily grasped the iron pillar before her, squeezing it with such force that it began to bend. Those celestial dragons. Ignoring the commotion behind her, Jessica continued, "I kept a child from Suoi, wanting to experience motherhood properly. I must eliminate all dangers for him. I have to survive and create a path for both of us. You see, Suoi cannot defeat Shanks. A man like him would never concede. In the end, he will seek vengeance, and these women ought not to be trapped here." Jessica pointed at the screen across from them. Leah's gaze shifted to the screen, which flickered erratically, perhaps due to circuit interference. Leah's expression darkened. Regardless of the purpose, why should their flesh and blood be sacrificed to satiate the unending desires of those brutes? Frankly, during her days here, Leah had not suffered much. She was well fed and her sleep was undisturbed. Life was rather good, albeit exceedingly dull, to the extent that she had bent and straightened the bars of her cage countless times. According to Jessica, Suoi had gone to negotiate terms with Shanks, and while the red-haired pirates appeared to agree on the surface, they had long been preparing to ambush them. Suoi believed this was merely a territorial dispute, but in reality, Shanks and his crew intended to eradicate this problem permanently. This affair had initially nothing to do with Leah. Had she not meddled and left her mess for Yuxia to deal with while seeking amusement with Shanks, it would have been that unfortunate Jesus who was imprisoned here. How dreadfully boring. In her boredom, Leah found herself contemplating the idea of tormenting Doflamingo. Truth be told, if Leah wished to leave this place, it would not be particularly difficult. However, feeling compassion for the child inside Jessica, she decided to cooperate a little. Leah's thoughts shifted to that foolish Shanks, Beckman. With his cunning nature, would surely relish seeing Shanks flounder. When would she finally escape? Leah had to admit that, to some extent, she had grown accustomed to the chaos. Fighting with remarkable skill, able to remain calm enough to light a cigarette on the battlefield. Beckman took a deep drag, unable to suppress a smirk. Having endured Shanks for so long, today he finally felt a sense of relief. Even Suoi, across from him, could not comprehend why Shanks was so fervent today. After all, it was merely a small piece of territory, and they had previously clashed over such matters. As for the current Shanks, who could say if he was simply acting out of urgency? "Lily, I am coming to save you." "Emma, I am on my way." Leah's heart raced in shock. Jessica was approaching with the keys. Wait, could it be that Shanks and his crew had one? The thought of defeat had never crossed Leah's mind. Yet Jessica's expression appeared somewhat flustered, her movements to unlock the door not as fluid as one would hope. Was something amiss? Jessica pressed her lips together, saying nothing, as she not only unlocked the cage, but also freed Leah from her handcuffs. "Follow me." Just as Jessica intended to pull Leah away, the entire building began to tremble. Jessica herself was not particularly strong, and amidst the shaking, she nearly fell, but Leah steadied her. "I must take you to a safer place. This area is no longer secure." With that, Jessica led Leah through winding paths behind the massive factory. What on earth was happening? Leah hesitated only briefly before following Jessica. This was no time to lag behind, especially with 2 children awaiting her at home. Jessica did not respond to Leah's inquiry. She stifled the pain in her abdomen and quickened her pace. Leah observed the surroundings. There were still many people within the building. However, it was evident that they were under siege from outsiders. Leah activated her observation hockey, witnessing countless individuals collapsing in agony. With the enemy invading, the inhabitants showed no capacity for resistance. It was a one-sided massacre. Leah felt that those who could work on this island were not worth mourning, and she felt no sorrow for their deaths. As for the pregnant women, Leah believed that for them, death would be a release. Jessica's condition today was also concerning. Her complexion was pale, and beads of sweat formed on her brow. Once they escaped the building, they found themselves in a dense forest. Jessica said nothing, pulling Leah deeper into the woods. Only when they had distanced themselves from the building, enshrouded by trees, did Jessica finally stop. As soon as she halted, she crouched down in pain, sweat cascading down her face, yet she clenched her lips, suppressing any sound. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed from afar, flames erupting skyward. Leah felt neither affection nor disdain towards Jessica. At the very least, during this period, she had not neglected her, and this woman was nurturing a small life within her. At least, the child was innocent, regardless of who the parents were. Thus, Leah summoned her scythe, positioning it protectively in front of the woman, shielding her from the impact of the explosion. In that fleeting moment, Leah keenly sensed that someone had already locked onto their location. Moreover, the intruder's strength was formidable, causing Leah to furrow her brow in concern. Under normal circumstances, this would not be an issue, but today she was burdened with a liability. To swiftly resolve the current predicament, she would have to resort to that particular tactic. There were numerous adversaries present, making it difficult for Leah to escape on her own. Upon clarifying her situation, Leah found herself surprisingly calm. Her gaze fixated on an unseen point in the distance as she inquired of Jessica, "Can you hold on?" Jessica nodded, responding, "I can still manage. Those people over there are likely from CP0. With this revelation, Leah understood the gravity of their circumstances. Coupled with previous information regarding human experimentation, a vague outline of the situation began to form in her mind. The fact that they had arrived here at this moment indicated that the conflict between Xianxi and Suoi was nearing its conclusion, with Xianxi emerging victorious. Such a heinous event, capable of inciting global outrage, had occurred before. Even if it provoked the populace, forceful suppression would suffice. However, with the emergence of the Revolutionary Army, if news of such an incident were to leak, an increasing number of non-member nations would inevitably band together in solidarity. Consequently, more countries would join the Revolutionary Army. Leah was not surprised that the 5 elders of the world government would issue orders to annihilate everyone and destroy all structures. After all, Im had effortlessly obliterated the kingdom of Luxia in one fell swoop. Was it not the fear of leaving survivors who might expose the sordid truths of this place? Leah was determined to ensure the world learned of them. From Jessica's pocket, Leah retrieved a din mushi and hastily contacted Morgan's, urging him to send reporters, declaring that significant news awaited. Without further elaboration, she promptly ended the call, sensing the approaching figures drawing nearer at an alarming speed. At that moment, Leah's appearance began to transform rapidly, though the specifics of this transformation, as detailed in the Kingdom of Goya, remained undisclosed. One by one, the members of CP0 emerged from a thicket. To be frank, this group was far less ostentatious than those who followed, most donned black attire, their faces concealed behind masks adorned with grotesque patterns, exuding a cold, lethal aura akin to a cadre of skilled assassins. Leah refrained from uttering a word, opting instead for immediate action. Villains often perish from excessive chatter, and she had no desire to engage in idle banter. Prior to this confrontation, Leah had taken precautions against the possibility of them targeting Jessica. She had cast a protective charm upon Jessica, a compulsory safeguard. Any attacks directed at Jessica would be redirected to Leah, and the enchantment could not be undone unless Leah perished. With her heel pressing against the ground, Leah propelled herself forward, wielding her blood-red scythe, taller than herself, in a fierce arc towards the leading figure. The CP0 agents, unaware of the strong presence opposing them, regarded Leah's assault as the desperate flailing of an insect, casually raising their blades to parry her strike. Fortunately, Leah's habitual concealment of her identity momentarily stymied their recognition of her. Even if they did recognize her, she had never revealed this form in front of outsiders. The leader towered at an impressive 4 meters, yet he met Leah's attack with an air of nonchalance, and his subordinates exhibited unwavering confidence in their leader, refraining from intervening. A smirk crept upon Leah's lips. She had seized the initiative. As she swung her scythe, shadows began to spread from beneath her feet, coalescing into a vast mass that surged toward the assailants. Their focus remained fixated on Leah, and in their moment of inattention, they found themselves ensnared by the encroaching shadows. At the very instant her scythe made contact with the leader's weapon, Leah altered her attack's trajectory, aiming directly for his neck. The man's expression shifted as he hastily enveloped his throat in haki. However, whether due to a deficiency in his mastery of haki or sheer luck, the metallic sheen of protection cracked upon contact with her scythe. Furthermore, the immense force sent half of his formidable frame sinking into the ground. He attempted to shield himself with his left arm, coated in haki, but Leah would not permit him to retaliate. She leapt, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his temple. This was not a mere martial maneuver. She never engaged in half-hearted tactics. Ah, so you possess haki as well. Impressive, she mused. The absurdity of one person battling an entire group was evident. Her adversaries were incapacitated, the shadows consuming their forms, rendering them immobile. The shadows gnawed at their flesh. And as they attempted to fight back, their strikes proved futile against the corporeal reality of Leah's power. Their limbs were gradually torn asunder, their anguished cries echoing as their veins bulged with agony. Leah harbored no sympathy for these individuals. She would not grant them an easy demise. She needed only to leave 1 or 2 alive, those capable of speech. Currently, they were merely enduring physical torment. Leah had yet to unleash psychological suffering. These wretched beings, armed with malevolent dogs, had slaughtered countless innocent souls, and the malevolent spirits they had incurred would eventually demand retribution. Indeed, the shadows were not tangible entities, but manifestations of malice. Leah's power stemmed from death. The greater the number of unwilling souls in this world, the more formidable she became. Simultaneously, the negative emotions of those dying would linger, intertwining with her essence. Her heart concealed a vast ocean of darkness. The cacophony of screams around her dwindled, as more and more succumbed to silence. The deceased lay mutilated, yet not a drop of blood seeped from their forms, while the indistinct shadows continued their relentless assault. Only 2 feeble individuals remained, pinned to the ground by the shadows, having lost an arm and a leg. Meanwhile, Leah engaged fiercely with the leader, delivering brutal strikes aimed at his vital points, clearly intent on ending his life. Initially, he managed to fend off her lethal strikes, but as time passed, he felt his limbs grow weak and weary, his reaction time diminishing. Now he bore substantial wounds to his arms and chest, blood streaming uncontrollably from his injuries. Typically, those who underwent rigorous training could sustain prolonged combat for days on end. Thus, it was evident that their stamina and endurance were formidable. Even in such a wounded state, their physical prowess should not falter so swiftly. Yet, as blood continued to drain from his body, his complexion paled and the weight of exhaustion intensified. Moreover, the blood that flowed from him attracted the recently fed shadows, which began to gather and assist their master in the assault. His body was becoming increasingly riddled with wounds, and peculiarly, there were no signs of healing. Instead, as time passed, these wounds grew larger and more severe, with blood gushing forth at an accelerating pace. Yet, all the blood that spilled was consumed voraciously by the shadows beneath him. Meanwhile, Leah hastened her strikes with the scythe. Surrounding her and the 2 men was a deep pit. After approximately 10 minutes, the man could no longer endure. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he bent his legs and collapsed to the ground. A dull thud echoed as his kneeling figure created 2 more craters. His vision darkened, and he could barely discern the objects before him. Nevertheless, he continued to glare at Leah with a fierce intensity. Leah was undeterred by his gaze. She reached out, leaped, and seized his hair, forcefully slamming his head into the ground. She then placed her foot on his head, channeling crimson energy into his brain. Of course, aside from his head, the rest of his body was entirely enveloped by shadows. In the unseen corners, the shadows opened countless mouths filled with sharp teeth, viciously tearing at his flesh. Leo was acutely aware of the agony he endured, yet this man, undaunted, did not emit a single cry, let alone plead for mercy. Though, even if he had, Leo would not have spared him. Within the recesses of his mind, Leo extracted fragments of his memories, gaining a clearer understanding of the task he had been assigned. This aligned closely with her previous speculations, and she was pleasantly surprised to discover the location of the docking laboratory. As the man teetered on the brink of death and his worth had been nearly exhausted, Leah waved her hand, and the shadows swiftly consumed him entirely. With a sigh of relief, she approached the two remaining survivors. As Leah drew nearer, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Once more, she concentrated red energy, infusing it into their minds to ensure they could recount the events of this place when reporters arrived. After confirming their pupils were unfocused, she hurried to Jessica, only to find her consciousness fading. With a sigh, she lamented, "What sins have I committed?" She decided to show a moment of kindness. Lifting Jessica into her arms as the shadows obediently returned to her feet, leaving a litter of corpses behind. The blackened armor upon Leah gradually receded. She sheathed her scythe, unfurled her grand black wings, and leaped into the sky, soaring towards the direction indicated by the life card. For this expectant mother required a physician. She needed to find Bunxiang promptly, suspecting that their battle was far from over, and it would also provide this young mother a chance to meet her child's father one last time. Honestly, driven by a certain malevolent curiosity, she looked forward to witnessing this moment. Ah, how could someone as beautiful and benevolent as I emulate Doflamingo? Upon her arrival, the battle's outcome had largely been determined. The opposing side was nearly incapacitated, blood splattered across the battlefield, with only their leader, Ce, still engaged in combat with Xianx. Leah, cradling Jessica, sought out Bunxiang and fell into a contemplative silence. Was Bunxiang being confronted by his lover, demanding repayment? His face bore numerous scratch marks, and his hair was tousled, while his body was relatively unscathed, albeit his clothing was in tatters. It appeared as though he had been forcibly confronted by a woman, to which he had not consented, resulting in his clothing being shredded. Leah cast a discreet glance at the plump woman lying nearby, whose fingernails were entangled with strands of hair. Surely not, Leah thought, realizing the truth. In an instant, she neglected her facial expression management, and Bunxiang's face darkened further. "I know nothing, and I saw nothing," he insisted, hastily waving his hands to mask his embarrassment as Leah set the woman down. "What nonsense is this? Why have you come to see me and brought this woman along?" He retorted with annoyance. "To treat her, look at her current condition. Are you an idiot? Wasn't he who took you away? Why would you want to save him? If it weren't for your foolishness, why would I have been running around with the captain for the past 2 days, tending to so many people, nearly jeopardizing my reputation?" "What do you mean nearly?" Leah inquired curiously. "Cough, it's nothing." Bunxiang coughed to mask his embarrassment, then, seemingly evading the topic, squatted down to examine Jessica's condition. "Well, there are no major issues, just a bit of fright, combined with prolonged vigorous activity, has caused some distress. Once we return, I'll prescribe some medicine and advise her to rest. She should be fine afterward." Bunxiang calmly lifted the pregnant woman's eyelid and looked up to say, "I am not the father. You can save that discussion for when she awakens," Leah replied. Just then, as if sensing something, Jessica stirred awake and gazed toward the two combatants still entangled in battle. In truth, Suai's defeat had become exceedingly apparent. He was now standing solely by sheer willpower, repeatedly rising after being knocked down, showing no signs of surrender. Once more, Suai collapsed, his body marred by countless wounds, yet he yearned to rise again, though his body could no longer support his desire to stand. At that moment, Jessica unleashed an unprecedented surge of strength, sprinting directly towards Suai. Leah found herself bewildered by Jessica's actions, for given her capabilities, what made her think she could approach the captain's battle amidst such powerful pirates? Her thoughts were validated as, indeed, she had barely taken a few steps before being intercepted. This was a battlefield where no one would harbor thoughts of chivalry. Jessica was seized by the shoulder, abruptly halting her advance, the grip so strong it left her gasping for breath. As she struggled, she watched Suoi attempt to rise once more, unaware of what fueled his persistence, enabling him to stand repeatedly. In reality, Xianx was not finding victory easily against Suoi. Had he not awakened to a higher understanding of Haushikahaki, he might very well be the one lying on the ground now. Suoi was a formidable tank, possessing immense resilience. Moreover, he was a pirate who had truly carved his name from the blood-soaked seas. Once engaged in battle, he transformed into an unyielding machine of slaughter, continuing until one side lay dead. Just over an hour ago, the red-haired pirates had considered overwhelming him with sheer numbers. However, Xianx intervened, likely having foreseen that Suoi was on the brink of a significant power breakthrough. Regardless of Xianx's unreliability, he remained the captain, and obeying the captain's command is a fundamental duty of a crew member. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Despite Suoi's ferocity, he was indeed a respectable adversary, earning admiration for his unwavering will in battle. At this moment, Xiang Kasi pressed his griffin against Sui's neck and proclaimed, "You have lost. Cease your struggles." Upon hearing these words, Sui's eyes reddened instantly, and he retorted vehemently, "I have not lost. If it weren't for someone betraying me, how could I possibly engage you without any preparation? If I discover who has betrayed me, I shall ensure she suffers 1,000 tortures." Not far away, Jessica overheard this declaration, and her body weakened as if all strength had been drained from her. Tears, which had long been accumulating in her eyes, cascaded down her cheeks. Despite her beauty, the gravity of the situation rendered her firmly controlled by the pirates around her. In truth, the battle had escalated to such an extent that Sui still refused to concede. Continuing further seemed futile. It was unclear what motivated Bei Command, but he signaled to the pirate restraining Jessica. Consequently, the pirate bound Jessica's hands behind her back and carried her to Xiang Kasi and the others. With a glance, Bei Command nodded subtly to Xiang Kasi. In response, Xiang Kasi withdrew his knife and stepped back, yet not too far, as he needed to ensure the safety of his crew. Upon seeing Jessica, Sui's emotions became complex. Perhaps he had developed genuine feelings for her. As he began to mock, "I once thought you, Xiang Kasi, were different from other pirates. Yet here you are, using a woman to threaten me in this dire situation." Xiang Kasi remained silent, surprised that Liu would bring Jessica to this juncture, indicating some unexpected turn of events had transpired. As Sui gazed at Jessica, his demeanor gradually calmed. He addressed Xiang Kasi. "Allow me to speak with her for a moment. I shall take my own life afterward. I understand that I have already lost, and there is no chance for redemption." Sui's pupils were bloodshot, and a deep gash marred his face, rendering him particularly fearsome. Upon receiving a nod from the captain, the pirate released Jessica and stepped back quietly. Sui initiated the conversation. "I know it was you who betrayed me. From the moment Xiang Kasi and I clashed, I had my suspicions." Although he spoke chilling words, Sui's tone remained surprisingly composed. Jessica, tears streaming down her face, could hardly find words. "Just listen to me. After years of navigating the seas, your petty schemes could not escape my notice. I merely chose not to expose you. It was my oversight. I never anticipated you would have such audacity. However, I believe you will live well in the future." Sui's breath began to weaken, as if the spirit that had sustained him was fading, and the gruesome wounds on his body began to erode his flesh. "Since you know, why did you not kill me sooner? You have always despised betrayal. Jessica Westionet. I thought you were already aware. Yet, that is now immaterial. I never imagined the last person I would see would be you. I have no other requests. When I die, bury me atop a high mountain where I can see the sea, as a repayment for the years I cared for you." After uttering these words, Sui fell silent, his gaze shifting to the sky. He drew a dagger from his clothing and plunged it into his neck with fervor. Such a man was ruthless to his enemies, and even more so to himself. He would not allow himself to languish in agony. He resolutely severed his own throat. Even so, he managed to smile, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, yet he continued to grin. Blood gushed from his throat, splattering Jessica's face. In a panic, Jessica pressed her hands against Sway's neck as if to staunch the flow of blood. As Sway's pupils began to glaze over, Jessica leaned closer to his ear, trembling as she whispered, "I am pregnant with your child." Sway's laughter grew louder, his face smeared with blood, making him appear even more fearsome. Yet Jessica could sense that he was genuinely joyful. With the sun hanging low in the sky, appearing like blood, he uttered his final words, "I do not regret it." Only Jessica heard this, a statement not solely meant for her, but also for himself. "I do not regret this life forged in blood, for fate has never granted me a choice. Alas, I met you too late. I shall not have the chance to be a good father." As darkness enveloped the sky, the battle reached a temporary conclusion. Xiang Kusi stood there, his back turned to Leah, remaining motionless until the sun dipped below the horizon. Initially, Leah thought he was merely posing, but as time passed without any movement, concern began to take hold. After a moment of hesitation, she rushed towards Xiang Kusi. Everyone was injured. Many lay exhausted on the ground, and Ben Xiang had to take turns tending to their wounds. Those with lighter injuries began clearing the battlefield, while the newly arrived young recruits eagerly rushed to Sway's pirate ship to scavenge for treasure. Jessica clung to Sway, tears streaming down her face. Yet she stifled her sobs, biting her lip to suppress any sound. This was a decision she made herself. She felt she had no right to cry. Leah had no intention of comforting her, recognizing that Jessica was no innocent, and any consolation would be ineffectual. Moreover, Leah was not well acquainted with her, making it unnecessary. Ultimately, in matters of life and death, whatever was said would carry a hint of detachment. Leah approached Xiang Kusi from behind and gently patted his back, but he showed no reaction. Growing anxious, she quickly moved in front of him. Xiang Kusi lowered his head, obscuring his expression, and he bore numerous wounds. Leah became genuinely concerned that Xiang Kusi might be severely injured. After all, it appeared this battle had not been easy for him. She turned to call Ben Xiang over to check on Xiang Kusi. Just as Leah was about to shout, a rough hand covered her mouth, and Xiang Kusi pulled her tightly into his embrace. Perhaps due to the recent bloodshed, the aura surrounding him had not dissipated, and Leah began to overthink, wondering if Xiang Kusi was truly so petty as to react this way over a few days of silence. Why was she feeling so guilty? Xiang Kusi leaned down, resting his scruffy head beside Leah's delicate neck. "Leah, it's a relief you are unharmed." Leah felt the intensity surrounding Xiang Kusi gradually diminish. When she was near him, his heart seemed to settle, slowly relaxing. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, she thought she detected a tremor in Xiang Kusi's voice when he spoke those words. He was destined to become one of the four emperors, while he might not yet match his future self in strength. His mindset had undergone a remarkable transformation since deciding to pass the straw hat to Liu Fei. He should not be so unsettled over something so trivial. Yet, the expression of his current state could not deceive her. Xiang Kusi was wholeheartedly leaning against Leah's embrace. Even though Xiang Kusi stands nearly 2 meters tall and has just vanquished a formidable adversary, the emotions he conveys to Leah indicate that only in her presence, and with the assurance of her safety, can he truly relax. Through this firm embrace, he communicates to Leah that his heart finds its home with her. Feeling such emotions, Leah chooses to follow her heart. As Xiang Kusi holds her tightly, she struggles to extend her small hands, ultimately returning the embrace while gently patting his back in a soothing manner. At that moment, Xiang Kusi, unusually vulnerable, reveals, "I truly thought I might never see you again." "It's all right, I'm here." Leah nuzzled against Xiang Kusi's broad chest, her words softly echoing in his heart, resonating like distant chimes. "I cannot succumb. I must prevail. I must save Leah. I have comrades behind me, and the captain's will is yet to be passed on. I absolutely cannot fall." Even in his lowest moments, he remains preoccupied with Leah's safety. He must survive to witness her joy and happiness. He always believed that the nature of a pirate was to plunder and possess, and his affection for Leah stemmed from this notion. After their reunion in Fengche village, he had already marked Leah as his own. He thought love was about possession. It was about ensuring that the person could only see him. Yet, In the face of despair, Zyankasi realized the truth, even if he were not by her side. She deserved to be happy, even if others were around her. As long as they brought her smiles and joy, perhaps he could accept that. However, he quickly rallied himself. No, that thought angered him to the point of wanting to eliminate that person. Had his mind been struck by a donkey? Why would such infuriating images invade his thoughts? Absolutely not. At least while he was alive, he could not allow anyone else to approach Leah, not even in death. Gradually, he regained his composure, even managing to overpower Soi, his frustration growing stronger. In some respects, Zyankasi truly resembled a child. He replied. Ultimately, he did not disclose his fears, his confusion, or the encouragement he received from his comrades and beloved, for he had found the answer reflected in Leah's eyes. The feeling of being held in someone's heart was truly wonderful, Zyankasi mused. He leaned in to nuzzle against the young girl once more. Zyankasi, stop being so clingy. It's ticklish. You're such a big person. Let us call Binxiang to tend to your wounds. Zyankasi's warmth enveloped her tightly, making her feel quite uncomfortable, and her remaining conscience reminded her that they should not deepen wounds in someone's heart when they were already hurting. Jessica was still embracing Soi, crying while pregnant. Poor thing. After holding Leah for a moment longer, Zyankasi reluctantly released her, though he did not fully let go, still grasping her small hand. Both of them tacitly chose not to mention the earlier events, silently acknowledging their reconciliation. The injured crew members exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable sense of shared suffering. Zyankasi, however, had no such concerns. Now that Leah was back in his grasp, victorious in battle, he slowly raised their joined hands. With Leah in a good mood, she cooperatively lifted her hands high. Listen up, everyone. We're throwing a feast. This proclamation ignited the previously subdued atmosphere of the battlefield, reviving them with cheers. That night, the joyous laughter of pirates resonated throughout the land. Leah, unconcerned by the messiness around her, sat beside Zyankasi. Whenever someone offered a toast to her, Zyankasi would snatch the drink away, pouring it into her mouth. When she coughed from the drink, someone teased, "Captain, you're quite the clumsy one. Come on, let's keep drinking." Leah glanced up at the sky, pondering, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. After the feast hosted by Zyankasi and the others, Leah returned home. While she could occasionally slack off, she knew she could not do so for long. Upon her return, the first piece of good news arrived. The team sent out had successfully located the fabled divine medicine believed to be extinct. Under challenging conditions, Yusiya had mastered this miraculous remedy and even developed a rarer ability, allowing her to revert mature plants back to their seed forms. As long as she possessed plant seeds, Yusiya could replicate them. This discovery, significant for her interest in botany, meant she could prevent the extinction of precious plants. And in the realm of medicine, it indicated that the trading company could control all existing rare pharmaceuticals in the world. However, this also implied that many would seek to trouble Leah due to the immense profits involved. After all, the cycle of life, illness, and death touches everyone. No one escapes unscathed, especially when dealing with complex and troublesome ailments. Leah contemplated her strategy. Rather than expending vast resources to guard these treasures, she could use them as bargaining chips to forge relationships across various industries. The more debts of gratitude one accumulates, the stronger the connections become. Perhaps those who truly desired to bribe her would be in good health, but that did not mean their loved ones would be spared. Wisely leveraging this advantage would essentially grant her a form of immunity. Wherever she went, respect would follow. Of course, this was contingent upon her overall strength. Not merely her own abilities, but also the networks, wealth, and influence she commanded, which constituted her true authority. Time passed swiftly, and Leah received a personally penned invitation from Doflamingo, which read, "You, out there sullying my name daily. I have obtained a rather intriguing fruit and plan to hold an auction in Dressrosa. Many will attend, and I shall introduce you to some plump sheep to slaughter. Also, whether you come or not, do not claim later that I forced you or mocked you. You little." Recently, Doflamingo's temper had grown increasingly volatile, prompting Leah to massage her temples, feeling quite amused. The two children, striving to enhance their abilities, were intent on defeating all notable and capable individuals on the island. Leah found joy in this, and she also had Camus accompany them to deal with pirates who disrupted the peace, freeing up more of Camus' time for his studies. Leah pondered what fruit Doflamingo had obtained. He claimed it would surely pique her interest. Surely something that would intrigue her must be gold, the Jean fruit. To confirm her suspicions, Leah decided to travel to Dressrosa for that auction. This time, she resolved to bring Yucio along. Dressrosa, known as the land of love and passion, is adorned with flowers and famed for its exquisite cuisine, making it a rare gem. Beyond the culinary delights and music, the island's young women and their seductive dances are a significant allure. Aside from that, the primary source of entertainment for the people here is watching the warriors known as Jindo compete in the bullfighting arena. However, the most significant role of the arena is to assist Doflamingo in eliminating those who dare to rebel against him, as well as to attract tourists to place bets and engage in gambling. The contests themselves are merely a form of performance. To challenge Doflamingo, one must achieve victory in the arena and present the prize before him. It must be said that the existence of the arena effectively rids Doflamingo of many fools who would challenge him, while also aiding him in incorporating family members. No amount of armor or weaponry holds meaning for the bloodthirsty spectators. The Jindo are merely spectacles, and only the blood of the vanquished can incite excitement among the audience. Yet, regardless of the brutality that unfolds here, Leah remains unfazed. Each individual who arrives harbors their own intentions. To gain something inevitably requires sacrifice. Doflamingo has managed to cultivate Dressrosa into what it is now, which is indeed remarkable. Some matters are simply not worth fretting over. Those who stand in the arena have blood on their hands. It is merely a case of larger fish consuming smaller ones, and smaller fish devouring shrimp. Doflamingo's palace is grand and luxurious, aligning perfectly with his aesthetic. As Leah traverses this bustling city, she observes the lively arena filled with cheers, an abundance of street food, and the mingling scents of flowers and culinary delights wafting through the alleys. She strides directly toward Doflamingo's bedroom. At this time, he is either sulking alone in his chamber or frolicking in the pool with beautiful women. It is worth mentioning that Doflamingo and Leah have evenly divided the enterprises managed by Sway, meaning that the genuine authority has been shared between them, with the red-haired pirates receiving a certain portion. Leah has also recruited Jessica, whom she greatly admires for her vision and tactics, deeming her suitable to oversee some of the gray industries. Naturally, this would need to wait until after she has given birth. In the previous incident, a flaw appeared in Jessica's plan. Had it not been for Leah's formidable strength, her survival would have been precarious. Thus, she bears no grievances regarding Leah's arrangements. Leah is quite discerning in her selection of subordinates, typically opting for a combination of intellect and sword. Since she can entrust these enterprises to Jessica, Leah will equip her with a sword. However, she harbors reservations about Jessica. Consequently, she has assigned Andy to Jessica's side. Andy, who only heeds Leah's commands on Jigu Island, is rather naive. Aside from her fervent dedication to pig farming, she possesses no notable flaws. Thus, placing her alongside Jessica is quite fitting, as Andy is straightforward and obedient, needing only to build pigsties and procure piglets. Throughout her journey, Leah has greeted numerous officials of the Don Quixote family. After confirming that Doflamingo is alone without engaging in any illicit activities, she boldly kicked open the door to his bedroom. Doflamingo's bedroom connects with his study, and at that moment, he was greedily pouring wine down his throat. The force of Leah's kick created a resounding noise, nearly causing Doflamingo to choke. He dropped his drink, his neck flushing crimson, and was about to express his anger when he noticed Leah joyfully petting Xiao Jiji. Xiao Jiji, has Doflamingo scolded you lately? Do not call such a revolting name. Its name is Tissy, and I do not often lose my temper. Except when it comes to you, you foul woman. Doflamingo stood up, draping his feathered coat over his shoulders, and strode menacingly toward Leah, grasping her by the back of her collar and lifting her effortlessly. Oh my, what kind of resentment has Doflamingo grown? Although still being held aloft, Leah was unperturbed. She raised her head and transitioned to serious matters. It was fortunate that Doflamingo had mentioned her, allowing Leah to meet him at eye level. Are you in dire need of money? How extravagant of you to auction off a devil fruit. In some respects, you are indeed a philanthropist. A mischievous grin spread across Leah's face. I initially intended for it to be given to my capable subordinates, but Doflamingo bent down, placing Leah back on the ground before dragging a chair to sit down. But what? You, filthy flamingo, do not keep me in suspense. Leah crossed her arms, feigning indignation. There aren't any suitable candidates, though. Although this fruit, once awakened, could bring immense wealth to the Don Quixote family, initially, I do not possess that much idle gold to allocate for their use. If I had that much gold, I would rather invest in developing new projects and establishing emerging industrial parks. Wouldn't that yield quicker returns? Doflamingo paused, covering half his face, and burst into laughter. What I wish to accomplish cannot be achieved with mere money. Hey, Doflamingo, do not make such juvenile gestures, Leah remarked, her face betraying her disdain. Indeed, Doflamingo felt a twitch of irritation upon hearing her words. This was a rare instance of Leah's consideration, although Doflamingo often laughed. She understood him well. His joy often concealed deeper turmoil. When his emotions became overwhelming, he could be driven to destruction. During such moments, Leah would intentionally provoke him. The rawness of his anger could temporarily liberate Doflamingo from the confines of his own despair, providing him with a fleeting sense of tranquility. A person suffering internally accumulates pain over time, eventually seeking methods to release their emotions. Is Doflamingo a fool? Clearly, he is not. Perhaps it is because he recognizes the kindness and concern hidden beneath those irksome actions. Even when angry, Doflamingo has never laid a hand on Leah. In fact, he appreciates her endearing demeanor when she feigns submission after inciting his wrath. Somewhat charming. Doflamingo intends to use this auction to see if he can find a suitably talented individual to utilize this devil fruit and incorporate them into the Don Quixote family. Am I not correct in my assumption? Upon sensing the nefarious glint behind Doflamingo's sunglasses, Leah's gaze wandered, and she swiftly shifted the topic. Roughly, if a suitable candidate cannot be found, you still have this big fool here, don't you? With your wealth, why not purchase it for your subordinates? Doflamingo occasionally speaks with a mischievous flair. Do I appear to be a fool? Leah pointed at herself and asked Doflamingo. Not just appear, you are. Which fool in the world would stubbornly cling to someone determined to plunge into darkness, losing everything and living like a dog in this world? With a foul temper to boot? That is excessive, Doflamingo. First, you attack my taste, and now you are assailing my intelligence. Leah retorted, exasperated. No. You are quite clever. Doflamingo waved his elegant finger, chuckling. Perhaps this time we might gain another ally. Keep a close watch over the fruit and the individuals who appear around it. Doflamingo. Leah, unfazed by Doflamingo's teasing, earnestly cautioned him. You seem to know something in advance? Doflamingo rested his chin in his hand, regarding Leah with interest. I merely have some intriguing insights. When the time comes, you shall see. Leah replied leisurely. You accuse me of being enigmatic. It seems you are the true master of mystery, always shrouded in secrecy, Doflamingo remarked, bored, as he shrugged his shoulders. Despite his dissatisfaction with Leah's concealments, Dofu did not pursue the matter further, as he had long surmised the reasons behind her evasiveness. He thought to himself that such trifles were inconsequential. Dofu would always remain my steadfast ally. Furthermore, in no more than 3 years, we shall no longer be at the mercy of capital. Dofu mentally completed Leah's unfinished thoughts. By then, we shall embody capital itself, sweeping across the globe and stirring the tides of the world's economy. The policies crafted in the dead of night to diminish the influence of the Tenryubito could finally be implemented one by one. Everything is in preparation. We merely await the arrival of fresh blood into this vast ocean. It must be said that although Leah, that insufferable woman, spoke few truths and often painted grandiose visions for others, many transformative elements were subtly infiltrating every corner of the world without raising alarms among the higher echelons. Even though Leah had made public appearances, she consistently endeavored to diminish her presence, crafting an image of a heartless and autocratic merchant, selfish and short-sighted in her demeanor. Consequently, her threat to the Navy was significantly diminished. However, Dofu understood all too well that Leah was astute, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity in certain respects and a keen investment insight, indicating her strong political acumen. The Gorosei of the world government are not fools. They can perceive both overt and covert threats and are aware that the current governmental structure is precarious, striving to maintain a semblance of balance. Their sole advantage lies in the military they have established beneath their administration, capable of suppressing numerous threats through force. Yet, they bear a fatal flaw: arrogance and disdain. They consider themselves above the masses and therefore fail to penetrate deeply into the populace to discern the changes occurring among ordinary citizens. They remain oblivious to the fact that many have shed the shackles of a conditioned slave mentality. No one understands better than Dofu the public's fear and hatred of the Tenryubito. He is eager to witness the transformations that will unfold when the majority of the world discards their reverence for the Tenryubito. Moreover, Dofu was aware that Leah had utilized her financial prowess to win over many mid-level combatants within the Navy, conveying intelligence from within their ranks, including key leaders from various branches. Should any significant upheaval arise, these individuals could readily rally their subordinates to embrace the revolutionary cause. Dofu did not care who would ultimately emerge victorious, as long as the existing government structure was toppled and the Tenryubito dethroned. He was indifferent to whether he would possess political power in the future. As Leah aptly stated, what is the value of a mere political position? Even as a commoner, one wielding wealth and influence cannot be overlooked by the government. Regardless of how the future governmental system evolves, the affluent will always thrive. Dofu cooperatively increased surveillance around the fruit, and indeed, he soon discovered an individual exhibiting suspicious behavior. Although the event was ostensibly an auction, Dofu's true intent was not merely to sell. He showcased the fruit in advance, casting bait to lure in potential thieves. The exhibition hall was filled with many attendees, some casting covetous glances at the devil fruit. However, under the imposing presence of Dofu Flamingo, many dared not act recklessly. Yet, this individual's gaze was not fixated on the fruit. Instead, he wandered around the hall for quite some time, covertly observing the rotation of the guards. To a discerning observer, his intentions were easily discernible. Leah, noticing the person's clumsy attempts at concealment, pondered why such an individual would dare to attempt to steal the fruit from Dofu. Confronting Dofu, the odds seemed overwhelmingly against him. After all, Dofu had led the Don Quixote family for many years. How could he possibly lose to a newcomer who had just consumed a devil fruit? Even if this individual developed further in the future, he would never be on par with the Don Quixote family. Unless, of course, this was all part of Dofu's design. Perhaps he had reached some sort of agreement with this person, whom he referred to as Disoloro, allowing him to escape. However, before this agreement could come to fruition, Disoloro had already been eliminated by Luffy and his crew. Leah caught a glimpse of Disoloro's face, and to her astonishment, he bore a striking resemblance to Ace during this period, albeit without the freckles. Covering her face, Leah contemplated what she would do if she could not bring herself to act against him. Well, she thought she would leave that to Dofu. Her responsibility was merely to brainwash him. Once the target was locked in, Leah signaled to her companions, indicating that they should keep their eyes on him and not let him escape. Leah, accompanied by Baby 5, intended to explore Dressrosa thoroughly, as it was renowned as a popular tourist destination. As for Yuxia, upon her arrival, she sought out Toroburu to renegotiate various cooperation terms, which entailed intricate details such as sourcing, raw material origins, and profit sharing. Leah found these matters quite tedious, but Yuxia excelled in handling them. Naturally, once her enterprises flourished, such responsibilities should not fall on Leah. She was involved in too many industries and merely needed to determine the overall direction and designate tasks. If she had to manage every detail personally, why employ so many people? Baby 5 had grown considerably, now reaching Leah's chest. Despite her height, she retained the mentality of a child, chattering away and naively falling prey to others' tricks. Gazing at baby Five's fair complexion, Leah mused that the girl had many admirable qualities. But her poor judgment was a concern. Dofu could be considered baby Five's paternal figure. If he were to witness baby Five being whisked away by old Kai in the future, he would likely gnash his teeth in despair. The mere thought of such a scenario made Leah chuckle. Suddenly, an ominous voice emanated from behind Leah, startling her. "What mischief are you concocting now?" You scare me," Leah exclaimed, her heart racing. "When did you arrive?" "You did that on purpose." She pointed an accusatory finger at Dofu's waist, fuming. "Miss Leah, the young master has been here for quite some time. He was standing beside you, and you didn't even notice. Then he moved behind you." Baby Five chimed in, raising her tiny hand, her butterfly bout bobbing adorably with her movements. "Baby Five, be good. When you grow up, definitely do not emulate your young master. That miserly demeanor will ensure he never finds a wife," Leah remarked teasingly. Before Baby Five could respond, Dofu interjected. "My pool is filled with women. If I want a queen, it would be a piece of cake." Leah exhaled, replying, however, "I hope that Dofu finds someone who truly resonates with your heart, someone who will stand by you in any circumstance." After a brief pause, she waved her hand dismissively and added, "Never mind. Why am I talking about this? I feel like I'm becoming a mother figure, despite being only 20 this year." Dofu smirked, half-jokingly saying, "Who says otherwise? You're always nagging. You're one of the most bothersome people to me." "True love is indeed burdensome," she mused. "Even though I'm still a young girl, the type of person you described is unlikely to appear. I've long since lost trust in others. Yet, having this little one to chatter in my ear is not so bad, even if her judgment leaves much to be desired. That red-haired fellow is far too disheveled to be worthy of that wretched woman. Em engre, Dufu." Leah spoke as she tugged Baby Five into the bustling crowd. Doflamingo effortlessly followed suit, his long legs providing him with an undeniable advantage. "Don't rush so much, aren't you tired? Today my mood is splendid, and I shall cover the expenses for all your purchases." "What do you say?" Doflamingo remarked leisurely. Immediately, Leah halted, her eyes fixed intently on him, transforming into the shape of berries as she inquired, "Really? Why would I lie to you? This amount of money is well within my means." Doflamingo proudly fluffed his feathers. "Thank you, dear young master," Leah exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Doflamingo's slender yet muscular arm before hastily dragging Baby Five to scour the shops. Doflamingo observed the energetic figure ahead of him with a gentle smile and signaled discreetly. A man emerged from the crowd, bowing slightly as he addressed, "Young master, have those shopkeepers deliver the items they select to the palace," Doflamingo commanded nonchalantly. "Yes," the man responded before quickly joining the two women in their frenzied shopping spree. Doflamingo chose not to return, but maintained a distance that allowed him to keep an eye on Leah's activities, indifferent to the quantity of items she amassed. After a lengthy shopping spree, Leah eventually realized she could not neglect her temporary benefactor. What if Doflamingo changed his mind? So, she and Baby Five gathered an abundance of food and signaled for Doflamingo to follow. The trio found an empty table laden with dishes. Leah graciously handed Doflamingo an ice cream, urging him to eat quickly lest it melt. Although Doflamingo was not particularly fond of such sweet treats, he accepted it, slowly savoring the ice cream she had given him. Next, Leah, holding a piece of meat, mumbled, "Doflamingo, hurry up and eat. Don't be polite." "Do I need to be polite? I'm the one paying," Doflamingo silently retorted. Yet he picked up his utensils and began to eat. His pace was swift, yet his manner exhibited a certain elegance befitting a celestial dragon, a remnant of his noble upbringing still evident in subtle nuances. Meanwhile, the members of the Don Quixote family, covertly observing, engaged in lively discussions. "The young master truly appears docile when with Miss Leah. Moreover, he seems to heed her words quite attentively. Let's hope our young master exhibits some ambition." Our formidable young master, could it be that? Leah had a fruitful afternoon, also selecting a few items for Yusia, whose figure was exquisite but whose everyday style leaned towards the attire of Western European nobility, eschewing flamboyant designs. Leah, perceiving her friend as somewhat burdened by her choices, picked out several dresses that accentuated Yusia's figure. After all, Dressrosa was renowned as the city of love, and the local fashion tended to be quite bold. A little coordination might yield surprising results. Additionally, Leah selected a few outfits for Andy, though there were no Lolita styles to be found. Hence, she chose several suitable for feeding pigs, as Andy insisted that vibrant clothing was essential for stimulating the appetite of piglets. As for Doflamingo, he preferred a sharp and spirited style. Were it not for his striking looks and the charisma he exuded, his clothing choices would appear rather mundane. In the past, he sported suits, but now he had transitioned to flamboyant floral shirts, a fashion trend seemingly favored by many, including Shanks and Mihawk. It had been quite some time since she last encountered Mihawk, who, in theory, would periodically pursue her with his formidable sword. Regret filled her for having revealed her hideout to him. It was far more alarming than receiving threatening letters, as he would chase her down, perhaps believing she needed more exercise. As night fell, Desoro finally made his move, and, under Doflamingo's direction, security personnel intentionally delayed the shift change, allowing Desoro to slip into the exhibition hall. Just as he opened the display case, his hand nearly brushing the fruit, he was subdued by others. Perhaps it was fate. Despite being restrained by many, Desoro managed to break free. Rather than fleeing, he lunged at the display case, shattering the glass, and seized the gomu fruit, hastily swallowing it. When he was eventually restrained again, his subordinates brought him before Leah and the others. Desoro appeared battered and bloodied, the taste of the devil fruit notoriously vile, as even Luffy had declared. Yet, Desoro seemed unfazed, devouring it with abandon. Following his feast, he coughed violently from the lack of water, and with no one to assist him, he struggled to catch his breath. Just when Leah thought he might vomit, he forced himself to swallow, ultimately managing to gulp down the devil fruit. Despite it all, he erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "I have finally obtained it. I have acquired the ability I have long desired. With wealth, I can purchase everything in this world." His laughter was grotesque, his expression twisted. He appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered, with boot prints marring his body. Was consuming the devil fruit truly the source of his elation? Yet tears streamed from his eyes. Indeed, he was laughing, but droplets of sorrow cascaded to the ground. As he remained defiantly boastful despite his capture, his captors contemplated delivering further punishment until Doflamingo's piercing gaze halted them. After all, this was an internal matter for the Don Quixote family, and with so many of his subordinates present, Leah refrained from speaking first. Such audacity to attempt to steal from the Don Quixote family. Do you not fear for your life? Doflamingo leaned back in his seat, resting his chin on his hand. Though his posture appeared relaxed, it emanated an undeniable pressure. At this moment, Leah began to grasp the reputation Doflamingo held outside, one that inspired both fear and loathing. However, she remained unfazed, for Leah was a person of remarkable tolerance and would not dwell on such trivial matters. Desoro offered no reply, continuing to laugh. "I can acquire everything. I can acquire everything," he incessantly repeated. Recognizing his lack of response, one captor kicked him to the ground and yanked his hair, forcing his head up. "When a young master speaks, you ought to listen from this angle," he stated, while simultaneously stepping on Desoro. Doflamingo's subordinates were not virtuous individuals. Leah understood this well. They merely behaved like normal people in her presence. However, their unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo was commendable and rare. As long as they possessed that, it sufficed. Doflamingo began to tap the armrest of his throne, observing the man below him, seeing reflections of his past self in Desoro, which stirred a sense of agitation within him. At last, Desoro ceased his laughter, as if he had just registered the presence of those around him, including Doflamingo seated at the head. Leah perceived that the current individual exhibited a fluctuating mental state, leaving her uncertain about his ability to engage in normal conversation. She did not require him to be exceptionally intelligent. Compliance would suffice. Given the present circumstances, the burden of managing such substantial enterprises solely between her and Duo Phage felt overwhelming. Leah needed to cultivate another influential figure or faction to share the weight of their ambitions. However, this was no trivial endeavor. The students within the institution were still rather immature, and those with the innate talent to awaken their abilities were exceedingly rare, making it difficult to ascertain their potential. Thus, the task at hand was indeed formidable. It was then that Leah contemplated Kizaru, an individual harboring extreme animosity towards the celestial dragons, whose talents were adequately promising, rendering him a fitting candidate. From the moment the thought crossed her mind, Leah had prepared herself. Duophage's gaze shifted to Leah, conveying a clear message. Proceed with whatever you wish without restraint. Leah nodded slightly, advancing towards Kizaru and assuming a stance before him. Her expression twisted into a mocking smile. She raised her hand, letting several pages of documents cascade down, compelling Kizaru to look up, his pupils widening in shock. Among the pages lay photographs of Stella, some depicting her battered and bruised, others showing her confined in a dungeon, gazing out at the moonlight with a smile, and still others capturing her in agony beneath the feet of the celestial dragons. These pages not only illustrated Stella's plight, but also chronicled Kizaru's brief, yet tragic early life. Yet, Kizaru seemed oblivious to all else. When Stella appeared, his focus narrowed solely upon her. Tears filled Stella's eyes, and despite being captured, beaten, and humiliated, she remained stoic. However, upon seeing Stella, Kizaru could no longer contain his grief. Leah gestured for the others to release Kizaru. Once freed, he crawled towards the photographs, trembling fingers lifting them as he lamented, "It is my fault. If I had earned enough money sooner, Stella would not have been taken. I am worthless." Leah crouched down, grasping Kizaru's hair and lifting his head, challenging him. "Did you not claim that money could buy everything?" With a sardonic smile, she continued, "What can money truly purchase? Can it buy the familial love you have never felt? Can it procure genuine friendship? Or perhaps the beautiful love you have long since lost?" Despite her harsh words piercing like icy blades, Leah felt a pang of compassion for Kizaru. Yet, he was ensnared in the shackles of wealth, destined to falter. Thus, she believed only the most brutal truths could jolt him awake, enabling her to harness his hatred for the celestial dragons and ensure his obedience. Leah was never a paragon of virtue, incapable of embodying the camaraderie of Luffy or Shanks. Her priority lay in safeguarding those dear to her. She coldly reiterated to Kizaru, "Indeed, in your youth, you believed you could purchase the friendships you sought." As she spoke, she forcefully slammed his head against the ground and struck the stack of documents against his face, declaring, "A person like you, even with immense wealth, remains a heartless wretch. What do you truly understand? It is my lack of wealth that has stripped me of all hope. Stella was my only hope, and now I am left with nothing." Kizaru finally began to retaliate, but his efforts were effortlessly evaded by Leah. He had only recently consumed the devil fruit, and had yet to comprehend how to utilize its powers. Their confrontation was uneven. Kizaru, in his current state, could barely contend with most of the nameless subordinates present. His punches were clumsy and devoid of technique, and he even forgot about the abilities granted by the devil fruit. Leah allowed him to unleash his pent-up fury, recognizing that anger is a genuine emotion. If a person cannot even summon anger, it signifies a complete desensitization to reality. Duophage silently observed the scene, contemplating numerous thoughts. He had grown accustomed to her unique approach to extending kindness over the years. He could discern the underlying insecurity within her, the perpetual belief that she was not a good person. Yet, in his view, her actions surpassed those of the majority in this world. Nevertheless, Duophage felt a tinge of irritation at her indiscriminate compassion towards everyone. Sensing the unstable atmosphere emanating from their master, the subordinates dared not speak, silently watching the two individuals in the arena. As Kizaru's outburst began to wane, Leah delivered a decisive blow, sending him crashing to the floor. Kizaru coughed up blood. He was not yet the formidable Golden Emperor of the future, unable to withstand such punishment. After catching his breath while lying on the ground, Kizaru gradually rose, the emotional release enabling his mind to start functioning. Considering the events of the evening, he realized that he had likely been seen through long ago, merely awaiting the opportune moment to be ensnared. What is the price for consuming your devil fruit? Kizaru recognized that he still possessed value for others to exploit, Otherwise, they would not have shared so much with him, while the sorrow within him could not dissipate due to this brief exchange. He had at least managed to express a portion of his pent-up emotions. Leah observed Desuruo's dawning comprehension with satisfaction, stating, "I need you to rapidly enhance your strength and become the leading figure in the entertainment industry. My subordinates are already in discussions with Morgan's, and we have a detailed plan to jointly establish a burgeoning entertainment sector, set trends, and cultivate idols of a new era. I will present you with the comprehensive proposals shortly. As our public representative, you will hold a stake in the company, and should you desire to become an idol singer, I will provide you with the opportunity to achieve that." As Leah spoke, she carefully scrutinized Desuruo's expression. He lowered his head and replied, "It seems I have little room for choice at present. I often see news about the two of you having a tumultuous relationship, yet it appears that privately you share a strong bond. It seems one should not place too much faith in rumors. Very well. I can offer you a glimpse of something else that may pique your interest, lest this seem like coercion," Leah said, retrieving a din mushy from her coat pocket and placing it before Desuruo. The image began to play, revealing footage of a celestial dragon under control, manipulated to gather intelligence and facilitate Leah's business dealings, including interactions with Yusia. Desuruo's pupils quivered in disbelief. Once a slave to the celestial dragons, he could not even smile at will. Now, witnessing them reduced to mere puppets, he abruptly raised his head, his gaze darting between Leah and Duo Phage in astonishment. These two harbored grand ambitions, achieving so much in Mary Geos. Were they truly aiming to overturn the reign of the celestial dragons? Duo's desire for the power of the Jinjin fruit is partly rooted in his deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. He believes that with sufficient wealth, he could attain the privileges of the celestial dragons and ascend to divinity, perhaps allowing him to exact revenge for Sitala. Have you made your decision? If you choose to align with us, I assure you that one day, I shall personally grant you the opportunity to avenge yourself against the celestial dragons." Leah regarded Do with an air of indifference from her elevated position. It is rare for her to invest such effort into subduing a subordinate. While individuals of his caliber are scarce, they are not irreplaceable. Her sincerity has been laid bare. To refuse her now would be rather ungrateful. Leah sensed that Doflamingo's mood had soured significantly, the atmosphere heavy with tension, evident as some timid subordinates began to tremble. Leah thought Doflamingo, still youthful, displayed a somewhat rash temperament. Young people require ample experience to mature. "I agree. I shall personally avenge Sitala, and I shall seek vengeance for myself as well." Duo did not hesitate long before acquiescing, knowing that to refuse might lead to dire consequences at Doflamingo's hands. Leah, satisfied, patted Do on the shoulder and remarked, "Those who recognize the times are true geniuses. In honor of your wise choice, I have decided to present you with a small gift." She then produced an aged letter from the depths of her pocket and handed it to Do. "This letter was entrusted to me from Mali Chaoya. It is a correspondence written to you by Sitala shortly before her demise. It contains sentiments that transcend the value of money." Duo silently accepted the letter, intending to open it later when fewer eyes were upon him, eager to read Sitala's final words. Leah said nothing further, turning to signal Doflamingo with an okay gesture. Doflamingo huffed. "Quite clever, aren't we?" The letter read as follows: "To my dearest Mr. Duo, I regret not expressing my feelings sooner. I have liked you since the moment we first met. Your gaze upon me resembled that of an innocent puppy, filled with curiosity and admiration, as if you were beholding a priceless treasure. No one has ever looked at me with such delight. I am merely a slave, and most regard me as mere merchandise. I find joy in your singing, and when you spoke of working hard to earn enough to purchase me, my heart soared. You said you saw hope in me, yet I wish to convey that I, too, have found redemption through you. Truly, there exists someone who can regard me with such sincerity, which fills me with immense joy. Witnessing your gradual resurgence, diligently striving to earn money for my sake, fills me with gratitude. I long for the day you would gather enough to take me away, but alas, someone else has acquired me prematurely. Though I anticipated my eventual purchase, my sole buyer in my heart was you. Seeing your sorrow pains me deeply, but I wish to assure you, harbor no guilt. Your heartfelt intentions surpass all treasures in this world. I hope you live well and find a wife who loves you. I will quietly bless you from a hidden corner of this world. Please do not feel remorse for me. In my eyes, you outshine any great figure. Written by Sita La, from Mr. De. Leah felt she was on the path to becoming a villainous leader. Over the years, she had engaged in numerous ventures, including but not limited to maritime trade with Fishman Island. She had collaborated with the Whitebeard pirates on medicinal resources and discussed health regimens regarding the four emperors, particularly Whitebeard. With the unique fruit in Yoshiya's possession, few dared to openly offend their organization. Should enmity arise, Leah could retaliate both pharmacologically and economically. It is noteworthy that some extremely rare medicines are now traded through Li Yas Association, which also dominates the production of widely consumed goods. In the realm of emerging products, nearly 80% of new convenience tools stem from her organization, their market potential immeasurable. Who would forsake more efficient tools for archaic ones? This extends beyond tools. They also manufacture many everyday items, leading to the demise of numerous factories and enterprises. Leah selectively absorbs these factories, outright rejecting those with outdated and arrogant ideologies. She seeks talent that embraces and adapts to innovation, while the rigid will inevitably be swept away by the tides of time. Leah is a person driven by ambition. When engrossed in work, she often overlooks certain individuals. Moreover, everyone is busy. She must extend her endeavors into the new world, where Shanks faces his own challenges, contending for territory in a brutal environment where the strong prevail. Thus, the two may go without seeing each other for a year or more. However, due to her alliance with Doflamingo, they frequently meet to negotiate various matters. Doflamingo had previously proposed a plan for artificial devil fruits, intending to establish a partnership with Kaido of the Beast Pirates. However, Leah rejected this proposal, as it would place Kaido in a dominant position, detrimental to future growth. Furthermore, Doflamingo is no longer merely the king of Dressrosa. He now secretly leads several alliances. He has even granted Leah a nominal position within this coalition. Roshi has become engrossed in teaching children to read, and during breaks, he observes the Revolutionary Army's clandestine struggles. He is content with his current life, yet laments only hearing about Ro's growth from others. He looks forward to the day they will reunite. Occasionally, Roshi shyly inquires about Doflamingo's well-being. Much time has passed since their rift, and, as he matures, he begins to comprehend his brother better. After all, regardless of age, Doflamingo has always shielded Roshi as an elder brother. To Roshi, Doflamingo owes him nothing. Even during their most trying times, Doflamingo never abandoned Roshi. Their differing positions remain a source of regret. The Marine Admiral has adopted Roshi, who, under the guidance of Ruin II, has blossomed into an exceptional officer. Yet Roshi is not oblivious to the darkness within the Navy. Over the years, Roshi has not changed much in appearance, but has matured significantly in mindset, though his carelessness remains a source of frustration. One day during his leave, he ventured to the renowned S farm to observe her feeding piglets. However, he accidentally set fire to her pig pen, as it is well known that Roshi is prone to igniting his own clothing while smoking. That was the first time he witnessed the adorable girl become truly angry, and it was genuinely terrifying. Upon receiving news of the incident, Leah immediately abandoned her paperwork and rushed to the pig pen. By the time they arrived, Leah was already drenched in cold sweat. Before her lay a long row of collapsed pig pens, which could not possibly have been caused solely by Luashi's single cigarette. Based on Leah's understanding of Andy, it was highly plausible that this destruction occurred while Andy was simultaneously confronting Luashi. Though Andy appeared small and fragile, it was truly difficult to gauge the extent of her strength. Having undertaken numerous missions, whether simple or complex, Andy had consistently excelled, even impressing the astute Camus, who remarked that Andy was a woman of unfathomable depth. As for Luashi, Leah found it hard to look at him. Standing at 3 meters tall, Luashi was now left clad only in his undergarments. His body bore numerous wounds, and he was tightly bound to a chair, a white towel stuffed in his mouth by Andy. Yet, in spite of this, Leah could not help but notice Luashi's chiseled abs and dangerously slim waist. The injuries on his face lent him a certain battle-worn beauty, and given the current state of affairs, if Leah did not know Andy well enough, she might have thought that Luashi was coerced by her. Meanwhile, the piglets within the enclosure exhibited surprising cleverness, scurrying out to form a circle, seemingly observing their owner's exploits. Andy, from behind, produced her regular meat cleaver, preparing to remove Luashi's undergarments. Leah gasped and hurried over to seize Andy's hand. "Andy, please don't do that. Be careful of those needles." Leah grasped Andy's soft hand while signaling to Yuxia to swiftly untie Luashi. "Pretty sister, I'm not doing anything too extreme. I've traveled far and wide and seen much worse. This is nothing. I'm still not done being angry. Don't hold me back. Out of respect for you. I didn't go too hard on him," Andy replied in a childish tone, placing her hands on her hips. "By the way, I've had someone buy you many beautiful Lolita outfits. Come with me to see the new clothes. As for Luashi, he has already recognized his mistakes. Perhaps you could forgive him?" Leah coaxed this petite girl who was an entire head shorter than herself. Andy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, let us go now." But my pig pen." She pointed towards the fallen structure. Leah's mind raced, and she hesitated, saying, "Andy, I can have someone rebuild it for you. But right now, all my manpower is out on missions." "Aren't T missions just that? Call them back to fix my pig pen. I'll take care of everything," Andy declared, thumping her chest. "So, shall we go try on new clothes?" Leah inquired. "Yes." After Andy agreed, she pointed at the piglets. "You all must not wander off or disturb the pretty sister. Wait for me to finish, and then I'll come back to feed you." The piglets, flapping their little ears, looked at Andy. Once Leah led Andy away, Yuxia hurried over to untie Luashi. Finally noticing his flushed cheeks and the crimson hue spreading across his neck. Goodness, could it be? Yuxia gazed at Luashi's reddened face, engulfed in deep confusion. When Andy got angry, she truly showed no mercy and would not hesitate, leaving only a life or half a life as the difference. How could one still blush under the wrath of such a tempestuous girl? Yuxia approached and pulled the towel from Luashi's mouth, then began unbinding him. "She didn't do anything to you, did she? Your face is so red," she asked, brushing her golden hair aside. Luashi hesitated, his lips trembling, wanting to speak, but ultimately shaking his head. "Speak freely. There is no need for modesty. Why are you acting coy like this?" Having spent considerable time with Leah, Yuxia had shed her prior decorum and grown exasperated, especially since her superior often left her to deal with the messes he created while she went off to enjoy herself. Yuxia gestured for those gathered around to find something for Luashi to wear. "Is Andy always this straightforward?" Luashi inquired delicately, voicing her uncertainty. Yuxia surveyed Luashi, who was left with naught but his underpants, and remarked, "Well, that girl is a bit simple-minded. Don't take it to heart. Last time we were on a mission, the opposing leader was playing cards with his mistress. Andy went right up and asked why they didn't find a broader space to fight. Why it had to be on the bed. Without waiting for an answer, she simply decapitated both of them, leaving the bed drenched in blood. Then she turned to the people beside her and cheerfully asked what they wanted to eat afterward." Yuxia recounted, her expression darkening as she spoke. Rather than being frightened, Luashi's face flushed even more. "Miss Andy is rather pure," she mused. Yuxia raised an eyebrow. "What sort of filter are you wearing? Luashi, you haven't been influenced by Leah and gone a bit off kilter, have you? Why are you acting like such a masochist?" Leah, while helping Andy try on clothes, suddenly sneezed. "Are you all right, pretty sister?" Andy asked. "It's nothing. Someone must be missing me," Leah replied. "All right, stop talking and try on your clothes. I'm off to grab a coffee with Camu. This world is becoming increasingly surreal." Yuxia now regarded Luashi with some disdain, surprised to find that the gentle and well-mannered Luashi actually had a penchant for coercive tactics, which struck her as somewhat unsettling. Camu, aside from offering advice and strategies, spent most of his time engaged in literary pursuits. However, progress on this front had been rather sluggish, with his manuscripts often being written and torn apart repeatedly, leaving him with no pieces he felt worthy of publication. Camus' greatest aspiration was to awaken the numb hearts of the people through literature, igniting their resolve to resist. To be honest, Leah had read his writings, and her critique was that they were filled with lofty ideals but lacked the ability to resonate deeply with the human soul. Although not a literary figure herself, Leah possessed a basic appreciation for the art. To create works that could genuinely influence a generation, one must strip away the veils of shame of the era. It is better to suffer than to grow numb. Regardless of the style, gentle or sharp, it is imperative to present humanity's suffering before the public eye. Only through shared sorrow can people awaken to fight for their destinies. A keen sword can cut steel, and even the lightest touch can shift 1,000 pounds. If such a remarkable piece of writing existed, it could undoubtedly awaken an entire generation. Leah offered Camus a practical suggestion to document his own life experiences. As previously mentioned, Camus had grown up amidst the flames of war, witnessing countless tragedies, separations, deaths, the fall of nations, where power shifts could occur overnight, and the heights of authority were surrounded by the blood of countless pioneers. Currently, Fanner Day was also passionately learning to play the piano. It must be said that he had genuinely made progress, now able to articulate some knowledge about the instrument. He has now begun to venture into the realm of composition, as if he has suddenly experienced an epiphany. In the realm of musical creation, Leah believes there exists a significant point, and fortuitously, Fannerda, this bewildered young man, has grasped it. This point lies in understanding for whom and why your piece is composed. Everything in the world possesses aspects worthy of praise or criticism. The reason behind creating music is of paramount importance. During times of war, there are battle hymns. Nations have their anthems. Music can embody a spirit or represent an emotion. If your music resonates with others, it signifies a successful composition, transcending mere note playing. Although Fannerda lacks inherent musical talent and his fingerwork is somewhat clumsy, his perseverance has paid off as he has finally found his footing. Moreover, Fannerda possesses a remarkable sensitivity to suffering, which imbues his notes with stories. This is something Leah has discerned after hearing him play the piano with newfound fluency. Cinderella is, of course, present and appears even more delighted than Fannerda himself. A foolish woman, Leah muses inwardly. Leah did not anticipate such rapid progress from Fannerda. This advancement is not merely technical, but signifies a spiritual evolution in the performer. Such growth cannot be acquired through diligence alone. It is a matter of insight. This progress extends beyond music, as Fannerda's swordsmanship has also ascended to a higher level. His strikes are no longer overtly aggressive, but have softened, embodying a gentle, transformative quality that is difficult to counter. In summary, everyone on the island is advancing, and Leah's career is flourishing. In the realm of pastries, Leah possesses some unique insights, which have allowed her to establish a connection with Big Mom. Their relationship may not be particularly close, but it is satisfactory enough to be profitable. Although the Empress is destined to fall, that is not the present concern. For now, it is best to dutifully play the role of a younger sibling and avoid engaging in feudal battles. Leah's primary goal is to earn money, and she will not undertake thankless endeavors. As for the Yonko Kaido, to be frank, Leah has no desire to involve herself in the matters of Wano. Let the samurai spirit be dealt with by Luffy and his companions. Besides, Ace has promised Yamato, and such matters should be left to the youth to resolve. In truth, Leah harbors no fondness for the princesses in the world of pirates. She finds none of them appealing, feeling they merely exploit Luffy and his friends. The next chapter will seamlessly transition into the main storyline. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, Ace, at 17 years of age, prepares to set sail, honoring a childhood promise. Over the years, Ace has gained considerable experience alongside Leah and her companions, while his strength is not the sole focus. He has become more mindful of those around him and their feelings, showcasing significant mental growth compared to his younger self. To facilitate this journey, Leah even traveled to the Revolutionary Army to bring Sabo back, confident he would wish to witness this moment. As a pirate embarking on the seas, had it not been for the events of the Marineford War, Ace, given his talents, would undoubtedly have ascended to the highest echelons of piracy. What he lacked was the training to awaken his conqueror's haki. Initially, Ace did not consciously train this ability, nor did he recognize its potential to enhance his strength. After joining the Whitebeard Pirates, he became overly reliant on his devil fruit powers, neglecting the physical training he had undertaken for over a decade. During this time, his mindset shifted, and as his dreams wavered and reformed, his mental growth impacted his strength. However, Whitebeard likely intends to guide Ace in awakening his conqueror's haki. Leah does not believe Ace will share his past with Luffy and others, which means most people may remain unaware of Ace possessing such a rare ability. Nevertheless, Whitebeard is likely aware of it and harbors the personal ambition of grooming Ace to become the Pirate King. As for why Ace has not utilized his conqueror's haki, it is simply too early in the narrative, and Oda's world building is not yet fully developed. Among those Leah knows, there are indeed individuals with conqueror's haki, such as Doflamingo. However, Leah's intuition tells her that Ace and Doflamingo are not suited to meet prematurely, as they are fundamentally different individuals. Moreover, Leah intends to keep her relationship with Ace and Luffy concealed. In her earlier days, she was not powerful enough to fear anyone. Revealing that she has two younger brothers would undoubtedly expose her vulnerabilities to both overt and potential enemies, thus complicating her endeavors and jeopardizing Luffy and Ace's safety. Mihawk also possesses such abilities, but he specializes in swordsmanship, which is not his forte. Shanks, on the other hand, is a fitting candidate. Yet his primary activities are in the New World, where they must engage in battles for territory. Given Ace's mindset and age, it would be perilous and easy for others to exploit him. Therefore, throughout these years, Ace has primarily honed his conqueror's haki independently. It can be said that he can wield it, but not for extended periods. It may intimidate smaller sea creatures, but his physical skills have reached a new height, allowing him to occasionally evade his father's iron fist. It is worth noting that Ace is only 17 years old and has yet to experience a true life and death battle. Achieving such a level is already remarkable. The children must grow, for the world outside is vast, and they have their own journeys to embark upon. The Revolutionary Army is thriving, and Sabo, as its chief of staff, has many responsibilities, including managing post-war recovery for the kingdom. However, upon hearing about Ace's situation, he promptly relinquished command to Kurla and connected remotely through a Den Mushi to oversee the situation. Over these 7 years, though they have not physically reunited, the three of them have frequently communicated, each harboring thoughts of the others. They have grown in different places, silently enhancing their strength, awaiting their reunion. Now that Ace is setting sail, it holds great significance for them. Thus, taking a temporary break from their work to bid farewell to their brother is not an imposition. Regardless of their future positions or identities, whenever any one of the three brothers is in need, they will willingly forsake everything to assist the one requiring aid. At the port, Leah, now a super-rich figure on the seas, would never allow her brother to embark on a small wooden boat. To avoid drawing undue attention, she prepared for Ace a vessel that appears understated, yet is crafted from sturdy materials, with a well-designed interior equipped with many innovative weapons. However, Ace remains completely oblivious to these aspects, and can only address them once he finds a shipwright in the future. At this moment, Ace stands on the small boat, while Luffy, Sabo, and Leah stand at the port. The siblings have already exchanged heartfelt farewells. Leah's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she watched her younger brother Ace blossom from a tiny child into a radiant and cheerful young man. Over the years, they had shared countless cherished memories. Leah crafted a photo album for Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, capturing every significant moment of their lives together. Although we cannot halt the passage of time, we can encapsulate it within photographs, preserving it within our collective memory. Dayton did not come to bid farewell to Ace. However, Leah understood that someone as prideful as Dayton must have feared losing composure and shedding tears in front of the three boys, thereby risking her dignity. After all, she had watched them grow since childhood. How could she remain entirely unaffected? Nonetheless, Leah was preparing for the migration. Separation was merely temporary. This was clear to all, as evidenced by the harmonious smiles shared among the three, brimming with confidence in each other's futures. "Farewell, Luffy. I shall set sail before you," Ace declared, proudly adjusting his hat with a carefree grin. No worries. I will catch up with you in 3 years. We promise to reunite at the pinnacle of piracy. Luffy replied confidently, also adjusting his straw hat. What a pair of impetuous lads. Sabo, holding a water hose, grinned widely. Ace, once you reach the Grand Line, seek me out in Sicily. I have a gift that can only be delivered then, Leah said with a smile. I'll remember, Nissan, but I'm curious about something. Ace hesitated before asking. Just speak your mind. There's no need to be formal with your sister. Leah encouraged. How are things between you and Shanks? Ace scratched his head, somewhat apprehensive. As a younger brother, delving into his sister's romantic affairs felt inappropriate. Meanwhile, Sabo and Luffy's gazes also fixed on Leah. Oh well. Leah stammered, unsure of how to respond to such a question. Observing Leah's hesitance, Ace chuckled calmly and said, It's all right if you don't want to answer. For I shall ask Shanks myself. Whether it concerns Luffy or you, I will inquire directly. Is that so? Leah scratched her head awkwardly. Indeed, it's an important question, and I will verify with Shanks. Sabo chimed in. After all, Ace and I cannot allow anyone to toy with your feelings, even if that person is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Nissen need not worry. This is a matter between men. You are a crucial family member to both Sabo and me, and we will never permit anyone to mistreat you. Ace added. In truth, he had not mistreated her. As long as he did not, that was sufficient. However, this sentiment went unheard by Ace, for he had already begun his journey, silently departing under the watchful eyes of his siblings. Ace embarked on his path, with Xiao Jin eagerly accompanying him, following closely until he was out of its territory. Xiao Jin emerged, spouting a large jet of water into the sky, as if to send Ace off. Xiao Jin excitedly wagged its tail, creating massive waves. Ace, steering the ship with one hand, waved back at Xiao Jin with a smile. Xiao Jin watched as Ace disappeared into the distance, silently swimming back to the waters near the Goya Kingdom. Leah intentionally left Xiao Jin behind for 2 reasons. Firstly, among the massive sea beasts, Xiao Jin was relatively weak, and bringing it to other waters could pose a danger. Secondly, despite its lack of strength compared to other sea creatures, Xiao Jin remained a considerable threat to ordinary humans, more than capable of dealing with the pirates that often troubled Windmill Village. Leah intended for it to protect the villagers residing there. Leah was quite busy. The island's immigrant population was steadily increasing, and productivity was on the rise. She established a comprehensive industrial system in Sicily. Additionally, with the introduction of mechanical production capabilities, Leah undertook a mechanical transformation of the entire island. In the event of danger, the island could swiftly convert into a formidable battleship. Leah continued to raise 2 colossal sea kings, which served to intimidate other sea creatures. Should an unexpected situation arise, she could command the entire island to retreat to areas of calm, supported by the island's complete production system. Even if a sudden need for concealment arose, self-sufficiency could be achieved. Indeed, all of this had been planned by Leah a decade prior, for she foresaw that a world-class cataclysmic war would eventually erupt. The oppressed lower classes had endured the tyranny of the celestial dragons for far too long. They would either erupt in rebellion or fade away into silence. Years of effort, investment in education, and the nurturing of self-awareness aimed to liberate individuals from the inherent subservience imposed by society. All of this build-up was merely a prelude to a final explosion. Humanity's progress has always necessitated the sacrifice and effort of countless individuals. In recent years, Bartolomeo had thrived in the underworld. Wherever he went in the 4 seas, he commanded respect. Most importantly, the Baroque Works had proposed a collaboration with Bartolomeo. Originally, Baroque Works served as Crocodile's network of informants throughout the first half of the Grand Line, gathering intelligence on pirates entering from the 4 seas. Thus, they possessed first-hand information regarding newcomers in the maritime realm. Bartolomeo, as the leader of the underworld in the 4 seas, maintained a facade of belonging to Leah's trading company. Yet Crocodile, well-informed, understood that Leah granted Bartolomeo considerable autonomy. Aside from business dealings, all matters of power shifts were decided by Bartolomeo. Upon reaching adulthood, Bartolomeo could have chosen to inherit his shares in the trading company and operate independently at sea. However, as a fervent admirer of Luffy, Bartolomeo's admiration extended to Ace as well. Naturally, he held a deep reverence for Leah, which led him to decide against leaving the company, instead declaring his lifelong loyalty to her. Leah did not oppose this. She had no desire to interfere with Bartolomeo's growth or restrict his expansion of influence. From another perspective, Bartolomeo's strength would enhance the trading company's influence, allowing her to reap greater financial rewards. Would Bartolomeo betray her? Leah was not overly concerned, for that foolish boy lacked the cunning for such treachery. Rather, she needed to be wary of him being exploited by others. Additionally, there remained the matter of Makabaka and its two siblings. Only Makabaka the corgi remained. The other two had passed away due to natural causes. Dogs possess an innate ability to foresee their death. Before departing, Wuxidishi lingered before each family member, its once vibrant tail now still, gazing at everyone with its pure eyes as if to imprint their faces in its memory. Then, in the depths of night, it left alone, its steps unsteady yet resolute as it ventured into the darkness, seeking to maintain some semblance of dignity in its final moments. In its last act of life, it wished to depart in solitude. As the eldest among the three brothers, Makabaka merely tapped Wuxidishi on the head before settling quietly at the entrance, watching it depart in silence. Subsequently, it also bid farewell to Yagobigu. Since then, Makabaka ceased to call out, displaying no signs of aging throughout the years, remaining as vibrant as when it was first acquired. However, compared to when it first joined them, it exhibited a noticeable decline in vitality, often lounging beside Leah during her work hours, choosing to go nowhere. Makabaka increasingly resembled a human. At times, when Leah gazed into its soulful eyes, she felt as though she were observing a tranquil middle-aged man in meditation. Should Makabaka ever find its voice, Leah would not be taken aback. From the very beginning, Leah recognized Makabaka's intelligence, though she had not anticipated that its cleverness was a deliberate display. Were Makabaka human, it might not have thrived in Leah's presence for long. Yet, it was simply a dog. When Leah regarded it with skepticism, it would flip over and lie on the ground, revealing a patch of dense pinpricks hidden beneath its fur, barely discernible without careful inspection. Makabaka could not speak, yet its eyes seemed to convey a wealth of unspoken words. As Wuxidishi departed, Luffy initially intended to chase after them and bring them back. However, Makabaka clamped down on Luffy's clothing. Upon witnessing Makabaka's gaze, the 12-year-old Luffy appeared to understand. He quietly remained by Makabaka's side, watching the limping dog leave. At that time, Leo was absent from Fengchikan, but later, Ace informed her that he had also stood in the attic to bid them farewell. In the hearts of the children, the dog had long been a part of their family. This marked their second profound encounter with the impermanence of life, prompting them to cherish the time spent together even more. The first such experience had been when they mistakenly believed Sabo to be dead. They were all growing, destined to become leaders in their own right. Luffy's ability to hear the voices of all living things gradually emerged, and his bond with Makabaka deepened. Luffy remained spirited and cheerful, yet occasionally, he would carry Makabaka to the edge of the highest cliff, sitting on the grass there to feel the damp, salty sea breeze, at which moments he would be unusually quiet. During such times, Ace would not impose restrictions on Luffy, as both had learned to appreciate their individual spaces. The concept of growth evokes deep reflection. While Ace ventured across the seas, Luffy did not remain idle. Given his current strength, the Kuwarbo mountain range no longer posed a significant challenge. Although Luffy would always depart from Fengchikan, he could now opt for other locales for training. While Leah searched for sources of materials, she often encountered perilous situations. Randomly, she would select an island and leave Luffy there until he called to inform her that he had conquered the entire island. Since childhood, Luffy had never been alone. No matter how mischievous he was, Ace was always there to support him, and later, he had companions to assist him at sea. Forcing him to face danger alone served as a form of training. Luffy never felt lonely. Even in solitude, he found companionship among the surrounding animals. A lover of meat, He learned to start a fire and grill his own food, though the flavor left much to be desired. For Lu Fei, any meat was delectable. Remarkably, Lu Fei seldom pondered matters deeply, yet he possessed empathy and never bullied the weak. In moments of moral ambiguity, he exhibited an acute intuition. Lu Fei often acted impulsively, yet somehow, events invariably returned to their rightful course under his influence. Leah believed her youngest brother to be a person of immense energy, not in terms of strength, but in his capacity for compassion. As long as Lu Fei continued to smile, life would not be overly burdensome. His joyful demeanor had also infused Leah with a great deal of energy, enabling her to persevere. Lu Fei's departure for the sea symbolized the beginning of everything. Meanwhile, Leah was en route to the Baihuzi pirates, where she had new business to discuss. Concurrently, the Baihuzi pirates were also deliberating Leah's impending visit. Mark worried daily about financial expenditures, as the Baihuzi pirates represented one of the few ethical pirate crews. Although they did charge a certain protection fee from the nations and organizations within their territory, this was relatively reasonable compared to the likes of Dama and Kaido, especially since they lacked the industries to alleviate the financial strain on their ship aside from plundering challenging pirate crews. The Baihuzi pirates, a large group, incurred substantial monthly expenses given their numbers. In recent years, Leah had gained considerable renown across these seas. Although she publicly held the title of captain of the Yueyang pirates and was also one of the Shichibukai, challengers were few and far between. The primary reason for this was her vast network of connections. Wherever she went, business flourished. She was akin to a walking treasure chest upon the seas, overflowing with wealth. Who would dare to oppose money? Likely no one. Furthermore, due to Yixiu's presence, Leah had effectively achieved food supply autonomy. In terms of food, many regions were barren, yet nations rich in mineral resources were eager to collaborate with her. Not only that, despite being a pirate crew, Leah's group seldom congregated altogether. They were often dispersed, dispatched by Leah to address various issues across different locales. Their demonstrated strength was impressive, yet their overall capabilities were difficult to gauge, because Leah had rarely engaged in conflicts. Instances of battle were scarce. It was universally acknowledged that Leah had once been able to contend with Dufyulangming, one of the Shichibukai, several years ago. However, after all this time, it was reasonable to consider the possibility of her having made significant progress in strength. Moreover, Leah did not share the ambition of other pirates to seize territory. Her primary interest lay in generating profit. In this regard, Leah was undoubtedly a genius. Adapting to local conditions, she established diverse processing plants on various islands and formed partnerships with numerous pirate crews. Once a collaboration was established and the factory built, it transformed into a substantial money bag. Leah was also known for her reliability in business dealings. Even the most ill-tempered pirates would not jeopardize their financial interests. Leah demonstrated her value to them as well. Ultimately, she established a financial alliance system centered around herself, where every link was interdependent. Those who faltered or lacked capability as partners would be swiftly eliminated by Leah, who would then select a satisfactory replacement from their ranks. Throughout this process, Leah and the merchant association behind her steadily increased their influence. Money flowed in abundance, and Leah did not hoard all these funds for herself. Whether for investment or scientific research, she utilized them wisely. As gold serves as a perpetual store of value, Leah nearly emptied half a mountain to establish a grand repository, filled to the brim with this precious metal. After amassing her wealth, another significant endeavor emerged: the establishment of schools, educating the populace and enlightening their minds. The ranks of the Revolutionary Army have burgeoned in recent years. In terms of weaponry, the laboratory has made substantial initial investments, yielding numerous scientific breakthroughs, including innovative weapons and novel medical treatments. Doflamingo, as the Joker of the Dark World, holds sway over the arms trade, with a complete industrial chain encompassing weapons, medicine, and food supplies. Alongside a burgeoning entertainment industry that has proven immensely profitable, they possess a formidable potential for information dissemination that could influence the entire world. Moreover, The establishment of schools would provide a vast reservoir of military recruits. If Leah mobilizes all her forces and connections to establish a nation and form a powerful army, this new country would wield tremendous military potential, posing a significant threat to the celestial dragons. This is precisely why Leah chose to ally with Doflamingo and Tesoro, to divert the attention of the world government's elite and the pirates. The three maintain a facade of a strained relationship, ensuring that no intelligence networks reveal the possibility of their alliance, thus safeguarding their positions from potential threats. To realize this vision, Leah meticulously planned for a decade, beginning from a humble fishing village in the East Sea. Not only her Sicily Island, but also Doflamingo's Dressrosa and Tesoro's Golden City underwent technological transformations. On the surface, they appear as mere islands. However, in times of war, they would transform into colossal battleships, super military vessels with monopolistic technology. The journey has been arduous, yet Leah now possesses sufficient confidence to confront any future challenges. She is resolute in ensuring the safety of all those around her. For the goal she set a decade ago, she has invested not merely 10 years, but far more. As Marco emerged from the infirmary, the substantial expenses recorded in the ledger deepened his furrowed brow. Adjusting his glasses, he sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, the others on the ship busied themselves with their own activities, some sharpening blades, others indulging in drink, each preoccupied with their own pursuits. Even Blackbeard sat in a corner, enjoying a cherry pie, occasionally casting a discerning glance at others, only to revert to a facade of innocence when caught. News arrived that Leah was coming to visit, which lifted Marco's spirits after days of worry. The ever-money-minded Miss Moneybag surely had her own agenda for visiting, likely to discuss collaboration. She is beautiful, possesses strength and status, yet her choice in men leaves much to be desired. In Marco's view, Shanks, with his relentless pursuit of freedom, is ill-suited to be with Miss Moneybag, as he cannot offer stability. When danger arises, he cannot be there to protect her, and when she is discontent, he is absent to provide comfort. Marco perceives Miss Moneybag, despite her youth, as a formidable sister who manages so much on her own. However, he recalls that during their first meeting, she remarked that he resembled a pineapple, which was rather impolite. Speaking of pineapples, feeling uplifted, he decided to reward himself with one. With this thought in mind, Marco ventured to the kitchen, retrieving the key from his pocket to unlock the refrigerator. The necessity of locking it is paramount, for if left unsecured, the bill would inflate with additional numbers, as the ship is home to many gluttons who, after a hearty meal, would soon return to pilfer snacks. Marco soon found himself in the iconic scene of devouring a pineapple raw. Although Leah had witnessed this spectacle before, she could not suppress her amusement, pondering how one could consume a pineapple without peeling it. She had never heard of any myths regarding the phoenix's fondness for pineapples. Leah first arrived at the kitchen, where Sachi often lingered, and caught sight of Marco gnawing on a pineapple. "Marco, doesn't your mouth hurt?" she inquired, unable to resist. Marco swallowed the pineapple in his mouth and replied, "Not at all." "Why do you ask, Miss Leah?" Although he often referred to her as Miss Moneybag in his thoughts, he maintained a level of politeness in their verbal exchanges. "Never mind that. Where is father? I brought a new medicine that he could try. With a few more treatments, his health issues should see significant improvement," Leah stated. Marco felt a surge of excitement. He had cared for father for many years, and, as a doctor, he was acutely aware that with age, father had increasingly struggled to cope with the side effects of the Gura no Mi. In his youth, father had traversed the seas, battling countless formidable foes, leaving behind many hidden injuries. As the years passed, his condition had only deteriorated. While the Gura no Mi could tear through space, it also inflicted harm upon Whitebeard's body. However, the newly developed medicine could effectively mitigate these side effects, stimulating the division of primitive cells in the bone marrow, gradually repairing the damaged organs. This new ingredient was extracted from newly discovered plant species within this world. The laboratory had amalgamated various herbal components to create numerous effective treatments for hidden injuries, tailoring therapeutic plans for different individuals. Recently, Significant technological advancements in the synthesis of these medicines had reduced costs and integrated them into the industrial chain, allowing for mass production and widespread market distribution. Of course, the laboratory staff meticulously crafted medications specifically for Whitebeard, ensuring their targeted efficacy. "Follow me," Marco beckoned, leading Leah to the captain's quarters of the Moby Dick. As they walked, many greeted Leah, to which she responded graciously. "The god of wealth has returned. Miss Leah is truly beautiful, rivaling even the pirate empress. If only Miss Leah could be our sister." "Impossible. She hails from a prominent family. Which fortunate soul will be able to stand by her side?" A pirate mused, revealing a foolish expression. "Isn't this common knowledge? Didn't you hear the gossip? Last year, Shanks became one of the new Yonko, sharing the same status as father. Yet during the celebratory banquet, he was kicked into the sea by an enraged Miss Leah and dared not resurface for an entire day," another recounted. "Is that true? What happened next?" "Following that, Shanks unilaterally announced his relationship with Miss Leah. Didn't you know? We don't pay much attention to that. We are more concerned with noteworthy newcomers in the seas. Out of jealousy, he made the announcement without consulting his wife, only to be kicked overboard by his irritable spouse. Isn't life meant to be a challenge?" Shanks mused. "Leah, I was already irritable due to my period, and your redhead was an additional annoyance. How has Beckman tolerated you for so long?" Beekman expressed that when he is in a foul mood, he would not hold back from striking him. Marco scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed after kicking the two brawny pirates, who had damaged the deck, off the ship. He said to Miss Leah, "Please do not take offense. They are merely straightforward individuals with no ill intentions. Among pirates, such candidness is commonplace. However, as Leah is a woman, discussing her private life in front of others seemed rather disrespectful. While others might overlook such matters, Marco could not afford to do so. The Whitebeard Pirates and Leah's trading company had numerous collaborations, establishing an equal trading relationship. Leah respected and admired Whitebeard, which is why she joined in calling him old man. In pursuit of better cooperation, Marco always held Leah in high regard. "Marco, just call me Leah. No need for such formality. Haven't we been friends for a while now?" "Very well, Leah." Marco recalled the last gift Leah had sent him, particularly the card that left a lasting impression on him, causing his brothers to laugh at him for quite some time. The card depicted a comical scene of him as a teenager, awkwardly transforming into a phoenix attempting to burrow into Old Man's hands. It was mortifying, especially since Old Man had been making the same gesture as depicted in the drawing. If it were Mihawk in such a situation, he might have pursued Leah with his sword for months on end. Upon pushing open the captain's cabin door, Marco was greeted by the sight of a colossal elder. The aura of strength radiated from him, as expected from a formidable pirate who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Pirate King Roger in his youth. Leah, sharp-eyed, noticed Old Man's discreet action of hiding a wine bottle. With a fleeting gaze, she remarked, "Ah, Marco, is there something you need?" Given Marco's meticulous nature, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Old Man, you've been sneaking drinks again. Haven't I told you countless times?" Marco extended his hand, continuing, "Old Man, hand it over. What kind of son controls his father?" Old Man felt a bit disgruntled at losing face before the younger generation. Usually, it was tolerable. But now there was a young lady present, and Marco showed him no mercy. "I have invested considerable effort into taking care of your health, Old Man. Miss Leah has also contributed significantly. Do you intend to disappoint both of us with your stubbornness?" Marco adjusted his glasses, speaking with a hint of exasperation. "Such insolence! What kind of son reprimands his father?" Although Old Man retorted, he obediently handed the bottle to Marco. "Hey!" Old Man ignoring Marco's plight. Whitebeard turned his gaze toward Leah, standing to the side. To show respect to the elder, Leah naturally greeted him first, saying, "Old Man, it's been a while. How have you been feeling lately?" The little girl is back again. Marco's incessant chatter in my ear is already bothersome enough." Old Man suddenly realized he had spoken his true feelings aloud. It was partly because the young lady had an uncanny ability to lower defenses. Whitebeard held a favorable view of this promising junior. Feigning sadness, Leah turned away and muttered, "It seems I'm disliked by Old Man. How heartbreaking." Leah respected her elders deeply, especially someone like Whitebeard, who possessed both virtue and strength. She was also aware that Whitebeard regarded her with admiration. Thus, when in his presence, she occasionally allowed her true self to surface, which was harmless. Old Man was amused by Leah's antics, and since he hadn't spoken from the heart, he viewed her as a promising young successor. This little girl is exceptional. No wonder that red-haired fellow on Roger's ship is so infatuated with her. Time swiftly passed. Nearly 20 years had gone by. How far away was the era that Roger had anticipated? All right, young lady, what brings you here this time? I have developed a new medicine for you, old man. I estimate that after using it, within about 3 years, your internal injuries and the aftereffects of overusing your devil fruit abilities can be significantly alleviated. However, Old Man's expression remained unchanged, perceiving this as excellent news. For him, regaining strength meant he could protect his sons and safeguard his treasures throughout his life. As a figure who stood at the pinnacle of this vast sea, alongside Roger, he could certainly discern the underlying motives of the young girl who appeared to be solely interested in wealth. Each step she took was laden with purpose. The current sea seemed to be divided among factions, yet the collective approach towards the swine was subtly moving towards unification. This imperceptible influence was the most lethal. The conflicts had already surfaced. What remained was a catalyst to ignite a period of drastic transformation. But what? Old Man asked straightforwardly. I hope you can conceal the true state of your health. Aside from Marco and me, no one else can know about your condition, Leah asserted seriously. Why must we do this? You need to provide me with a reason, young lady. Whitebeard's tone was not overly authoritative. Yet the latent pressure of his conqueror's haki made Leah's heart sink. Leah understood that Old Man was confirming whether her intentions would pose a threat to the Whitebeard pirates and his sons. Marco, somewhat perplexed, instinctively wanted to speak on Leah's behalf. However, upon seeing Leah's glance, he understood and exited the room first. Old Man's current health was still a significant distance from his peak. Nevertheless, he still commanded the greatest sense of oppression over everyone in this era. As long as he was alive, he remained a towering presence in everyone's hearts. For many, the lifelong goal of becoming a pirate was to defeat Whitebeard. Take Crocodile, for example, who sought ancient weapons to achieve that aim, losing sight of the main objective. Even a battle-worn Whitebeard could instill such fear in many. If it were the youthful Whitebeard, the despair would be unimaginable. Leah was aware that Shanks was diligently striving to maintain the balance of this sea. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Balance would ultimately be disrupted, especially after the new generation set sail. Shanks had his own goals, and Leah had her own principles and boundaries. She could not allow her family to be exposed to life-threatening dangers. Thus, a rift existed between Leah and Shanks. Such differences were irreconcilable. The endeavors Shanks pursued would demand a hefty price. Moreover, Leah's younger brothers would inevitably become the center of the storm, and should they be allowed to develop freely, accidents could easily occur. Human life is fragile, and with so many natural and man-made disasters, one could never be certain of what unexpected events might arise. They each had their dreams to pursue, and ordinarily, Leah should support them wholeheartedly, allowing them to learn much about life during their journey. However, Leah and her brothers were family, among the closest connections in this world. Human nature is inherently selfish, and her only wish was for their survival, nothing more. Therefore, Leah needed to plan ahead. Leah shared her forecast for the future and her plans with Whitebeard. He was astonished by her strategies and foresight, realizing that the era of the young was indeed approaching. Whitebeard agreed to Leah's proposal to conceal his condition. Leah did not caution Baihozi regarding Haihozi's ambitions. She believed that Baihozi was already aware of them. However, Haihozi had called him Old Dad for 2 decades, and Baihozi's deep appreciation for familial bonds was a rare quality, yet simultaneously it served as his greatest vulnerability. To others, Haihozi appeared as a steadfast and honest companion. Having spent over 20 years aboard the ship, his audacity to bide his time for 2 decades to fulfill his ambitions undoubtedly solidified a foundation of trust in the eyes of others, a foundation that could not be easily swayed by a few words from Leah. To caution against Haihozi could jeopardize her friendship with Baihozi's pirate crew. Leah had her own plans concerning Haihozi. She intended to exploit his ambitions to her advantage. After discussing various matters with Baihozi, Leah exited the captain's quarters. In honor of her arrival, Marco decided to host a feast, but Leah promptly halted this idea. She was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Baihozi's crew. She did not wish to cause unnecessary commotion or trouble Marco further, hence she declined his proposal. However, unable to resist Marco's enthusiasm, Leah reluctantly agreed to dine with them. During the meal, she encountered the amiable yet uniquely coif Sachi, the strikingly beautiful Musashi, and the ever-reclusive Tich, who always seemed to hide in the shadows. Whenever Leah's gaze fell upon him, Tich would display an innocuous and earnest smile. Leah reminded herself once more not to underestimate Haihozi. A man who could remain inconspicuous for over 2 decades for the sake of a devil fruit was certainly not an ordinary individual. Should he succeed, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable figure, posing endless future threats. As a man, I must make a request of you. Ace's expression was grave, while others reveled in the cave, surrounded by a sea of white snow, with the distant ocean still gleaming blue. Shanks, rarely serious, caught falling snowflakes in his hand and inquired, "What is it that you truly wish to accomplish?" Ace replied, "I have changed considerably since childhood. After spending so many years by my sister's side, I cannot remain stagnant." He paused before continuing, "I am aware of my character flaws and how easily they may trouble others, although I am reluctant to admit it. If the world were to learn of my relationship with that scoundrel of a father, I would undoubtedly become a target. Whether it be the world government or the Navy, they would not spare me. I fear not for myself, but for the possibility of implicating my sister and family. If the day comes when I find myself at odds with everyone, then, Shanks, you must protect my sister from me. Given her nature, even if I were to oppose the world, she would stand beside me. I have never doubted that." However, Ace did not desire such a fate. This was his destiny, the path he must tread. Death and life were predetermined, and he would not easily relinquish his life, for there were still many who cared for him. Yet one thing was certain. His own affairs must never entangle those he cherished. Shanks grasped Ace's unspoken intent and suddenly broke into a smile, saying, "I cannot comply with your request. If I did, your sister may never speak to me again. Besides, she is not as simple as you think." Shanks continued, "If I cannot manage this minor matter, I genuinely worry about your ability to protect your sister." Ace replied, somewhat indignantly, "She does not require my protection. She is not my subordinate. Your sister is an independent individual." Shanks paused before adding, "She would not wish for my assistance, at least not in her career pursuits, where we operate independently." He recalled Leah's words when she stood atop the highest point of Sicily. "I promise to be with you because I like you, not to use you for my own ends. I will ascend to the heights I desire through my own strength." Though her words seemed unsteady, like they could be swept away by the wind, they left a profound impression on Shanks. The confidence emanating from her soul shone brighter than any gem he had ever encountered. Perhaps Leah's initial intentions in approaching Shanks were not so innocent. Yet as time passed, she gradually accepted him. Leah and Shanks were partners, yet she sought no assistance from him in any form. Life was replete with uncertainties, and they might not end up together. Only that which she acquired through her own efforts could she truly safeguard. Leah never believed that being together necessitated the support or assistance of a partner. She was strong in her own right, independent of any partner's enhancement. Shanks shared tales of his captain, Roger, with Ace, refraining from personal judgments. After all, it was he who had shared experiences with Roger, and he was the beneficiary of those blessings, not Ace. He could not force his subjective admiration onto Ace. Despite their father-son relationship, Roger owed much to Ace. Thus, Ace's view of Roger could only be formed through his own discernment. In this regard, Shanks and Leah's perspectives aligned. Time sped by, and Ace bid farewell to Shanks, embarking on his own journey. However, the choices he would make remained uncertain. No sooner had Ace departed than Leah arrived to seek out Shanks. Her presence had become a familiar occurrence. Beckman nodded to Leah in greeting, while Lucky Lou, munching on a chicken leg, busied himself preparing a feast for her. The red-haired crew held Leah in high regard, many considering her as a sister. With her beauty, amiable disposition, and absence of typical feminine fragility, she enjoyed a favorable rapport with everyone. In fact, within the red-haired crew, Leah's treatment far surpassed that of Shanks. At 24, Leah had known Shanks for 7 years. Both had their own aspirations, yet they never inquired about one another's goals, for such discussions would inevitably lead to disputes. Shanks placed his hopes for the future of the new world on Luffy, which was understandable. Yet, the sacrifices made during Luffy's solitary growth were profound. What if, in the end, Luffy failed to awaken the powers of the Gomu no Mi? Some may argue that Luffy is the destined protagonist. How could he possibly fail? However, in this world, Leah's very presence had already instigated significant change. Even if she chose to retreat into a small village to live out her days, it would not negate her impact on the world. Moreover, she had already altered much. Corazon had survived, although he had recently become engrossed in learning to feed pigs from Andy. As for Shanks, he was the most concealed of all. Unwilling to play the role of a pawn, he bore far too much on his shoulders. He was destined to never become a pirate like Roger, unable to attain the pinnacle of freedom upon these seas. In this world where giants roamed, Shanks was not particularly tall. Yet, he must bear the weight of an entire era upon his broad shoulders, guiding the arrival of a new age. Leah's burdens extended far beyond her own. Too many people have entrusted their futures to her, and thus she must bear the weight of responsibility. Although the direction of the team is determined by Leah, she must ensure that this development aligns with the interests of the majority. Her burden is heavy. Is Shanka not in a similar position? For the time being, they cannot formally establish any relationships, as such an action would bind their interests, placing them in a position where many considerations must be made regarding one another, ultimately hindering their freedom. Shanka smiles foolishly, appearing much like his former self, yet there is an unmistakable depth in his gaze, akin to chains that restrain him from fully relaxing. However, when Shanka looks at Leah, his eyes remain as clear as ever. Am I beautiful? You've been staring at me, Leah teased, crossing her arms. Indeed, you are, Shanka replied without hesitation. In my eyes, no one is more beautiful than you, he said earnestly, a smile gracing his features. Leah, aware of her own beauty, had received countless compliments in the past, yet she had never paid them much heed, for she was not one to concern herself with appearances. However, upon hearing Shanka's praise, she found herself blushing unexpectedly, realizing just how special he was to her. What do you think about the plan we discussed last time? Leah asked with slight embarrassment, awkwardly shifting the topic. I've considered it, but Lily, I am reluctant to agree, Shanka replied, his smile fading as he turned his gaze to the snowflakes drifting in the sky. The cold weather made Leah tighten her coat, and she noticed that Shanka, as usual, showed no signs of adding layers to his attire. The thin white shirt barely concealed his muscular frame, and a fine layer of white had settled upon his red hair as he stood there. Why the reluctance? It is the least damaging course of action, Leah said, catching a small snowflake with her delicate hand. Indeed, if all goes smoothly, neither side will suffer significant losses. But Lily, you would bear the greatest pressure. I cannot suppress my worries to execute this so-called perfect plan. Shanka turned to Leah, seeking to glimpse her soul through her beautiful eyes. You are very important to me, he said, a hint of melancholy in his voice as his gaze dimmed. This was the first time Shanka had shown such negative emotions in front of Leah. He typically kept them hidden. Despite being a formidable force atop the ocean, even he exhibited vulnerability before her. Shanka, I understand, Leah replied. You need not say more. I agree. I know you're not doing this for yourself. Shanka paused, covering one eye with his hand and lowering his head. I do not wish for you to be my choice based on weighing pros and cons, Lily. Do you truly understand your place in my heart? I do. Leah stepped forward, lifting his downcast red head. Are not your eyes filled with me? She brushed the layer of white from his hair, assuring him, I will not perish. I am not so easily defeated. Leah embraced Shanka's neck, her entire being draping over him, marking her first initiative to draw close. Shanka, truthfully, once this matter is resolved, we shall be together. That is our promise, Leah said, half joking yet sincere. Shankar wrapped his arms around Leah's waist, resting his head on her shoulder. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and replied, "All right." Leah smiled and pressed her lips to his. Their kiss was brief, merely a touch amidst the falling snow, as they rested their foreheads together, eyes closed, sharing a moment of warmth. After bidding farewell to Shankar, Leah returned to Zixalai Dao. Simultaneously, she called Chung to summon Alone back. Her purpose in calling Alone was simple. She intended to journey to Yuren Dao, to the roots of Yangshu Xiaohua. Directly beneath Yangshu Xiaohua lies Yuren Dao, the source of the giant bubble surrounding it, emanating from the breath of the Yangshu Xiaohua. Yuren Dao is situated 10,000 meters below sea level, directly above which resides the celestial dragons at Maligiao. Yangshu Xiaohua is a colossal tree that reaches a height of 10,000 meters. The Sea King Poseidon was born within Yuren Dao, which produces a princess capable of commanding sea kings every few hundred years, known as the Sea King. The celestial dragons possess a weapon capable of erasing an entire nation in an instant. Although Leah is uncertain of the specifics of this weapon, she suspects it likely refers to the legendary Heavenly King. Doflamingo once revealed to Leah that within the holy land of Maligiao lies a national treasure capable of commanding the world. And it was this knowledge that granted Doflamingo significant advantages from the celestial dragons. Why did the kingdom that overthrew the colossal kingdom 800 years ago choose not to reside in their own land, but instead in Maligiao? At the pinnacle of Yangshu Xiaohua, Leah surmises there must exist something there that they covet but cannot possess, something that can only be controlled by residing there. Coupled with some secrets revealed by Doflamingo, it is highly probable that this treasure is the very object he referred to. Would it not be enticing to possess a realm entirely for oneself, rather than having 19 kings crammed into that small sacred space? Leah theorizes that the gathering of 19 kings is also a measure against the potential for other kings to monopolize the Heavenly King's power and attack their nations, thus sharing control. It is highly likely that both the Heavenly King and the Sea King are products of Yangshu Xiaohua. Furthermore, why did the kingdom of Alabasta, which also played a role in toppling the colossal kingdom 800 years ago, choose to remain in Alabasta? Perhaps the rumors of the underworld king hold some truth. Vivi's ancestors may have indeed wielded this ancient weapon, and their continued presence in Alabasta is to safeguard the secret of the underworld king. However, as time passed, this secret became buried beneath the sands of Alabasta, lost to the world. Leah speculates that the Heavenly King resides at the apex of Yangshu Xiaohua, and her decision to descend through the depths of the ocean to reach its roots is to observe the nascent consciousness of a new world. This is the seed she planted long ago. From the moment she first faced the wrath of the heavens, with thunder striking relentlessly above her, she had contemplated bringing that lofty heavenly authority crashing down. A person without foresight is bound to encounter immediate troubles. In her strategies, Leah has always been cautious, for the stakes involve not only her life, but also the lives of those around her. Along has come to wholeheartedly admire Leah. Over the years, not only has his strength steadily increased, but the living conditions of the orphans on Fishman Street have visibly improved. The dream he once held as a child, of reaching the surface and visiting the amusement parks of the Chambord Islands, is no longer a distant vision. The orphans of Fishman Island no longer have to endure the profound loneliness of the vast sea as he did in his youth. As long as they adhere to discipline, anyone can accompany the trading fleet to the land and learn the skills necessary to adapt to this world. Along is not an ungrateful person. However, the trauma from the death of Tej and his distorted childhood profoundly shaped his paranoid disposition. Yet he has transformed significantly over time. In the Fishman Street, numerous rebellious and human-hating fishmen still exist, a legacy of long-standing grievances and interspecies discrimination that Leah finds herself powerless to alter. She can only restrict those fishmen from causing trouble on land. Surprisingly, Along does not oppose Leah's measures. On the contrary, he supports them wholeheartedly. Along is astute enough to recognize Leah's efforts on their behalf, understanding that he cannot ask for more. For the safety of the fishmen, he cannot allow them to wreak havoc on land. King Neptune, you've revealed all your treasures to me in such a short time. Are you not afraid I might sell them? Leah jested, caressing the bracelet she had received from Shanks. Indeed, King Neptune pondered momentarily before adding, let us just pretend you didn't hear that. Leah, exasperated, covered her face. Do you think that is possible? Enough with the jokes. I believe you are a good person, Miss Lilia, King Neptune finally stated earnestly. Very well. You wish for me to assist in rescuing your daughter? Leah inquired, her finger resting on the most rounded gem of the bracelet. Exactly. I can offer compensation, anything I possess that does not harm the citizens of Fishman Island. King Neptune replied eagerly, only to be interrupted by a gesture from Leah. The matter concerning your daughter is not difficult to resolve, but the timing is not yet right. She cannot leave Shell Tower just yet, Leah remarked nonchalantly, shaking her delicate finger. Why? My daughter, King Neptune pressed urgently. You cannot protect her adequately, and she is still quite young. Releasing her now would expose her to the world's malevolence. She still needs to temper her character, Leah stated, as she speared a morsel of pastry and brought it to her lips. Leah's rhetoric was polished, yet in truth, she wished to offer the favor of rescuing the mermaid princess to Luffy. She had already aided Fishman Island significantly and felt no need to further burden herself. King Neptune's expression was one of sorrow, a sense of helplessness enveloping the heart of this father. Moreover, Leah added as a motivational boost, your daughter is still young. Do you truly believe she can control herself and refrain from utilizing that power? King Neptune's pupils constricted, his lips quivering. Miss Lilia, you know. Oh, I have quite the network. Leah winked, swallowing her pastry without a care. I understand now, Miss Lilia. I will allow White Star to remain there. King Neptune spoke with a hint of sadness. Leah rose, approached Neptune, and patted his shoulder. Your Majesty, do not despair too much. Your daughter will not remain imprisoned in Shell Tower forever. Someone will come to rescue her. But that person is not me. I believe the seer on your island may provide you with some insight. King Neptune leaned back in his throne, massaging his forehead, suppressing the sorrow in his gaze. Understood. Miss Lilia, I will seek her counsel, but I hope you can keep White Star's situation secret. He attempted to bow in gratitude, but Leah halted him. I'm not interested in White Star's affairs. Rest assured. My purpose here is to take White Star to the Eve Tree. I have something to verify, and you need not worry. I will ensure her safety. Leah clarified her intentions. I find you to be a trustworthy individual, Miss Lilia. Please express any needs you have. As long as White Star agrees, I, as her father, will not hinder you. Why do you trust me so easily? We have only just met. Because White Star, having marveled at the grandeur of the Eve Tree, turned her gaze toward Leah, her eyes inquiring about the next steps. Leah first dismissed those around them, leaving only herself and White Star, then cast a veil to obscure their surroundings. In addition, she utilized the mark upon White Star to counteract the curse, harboring disdain for that Vanderdecken the Ninth, a pure pervert who harassed a young girl. When next she encounters him, she will ensure he pays dearly. However, a mere curse would likely take a significant toll on him. This time, Leah acted swiftly, directly extracting the small light orb. She waved it before White Star, inquiring, Can you see this? White Star's eyes followed the orb's movement, sparkling with delight. It's so cute, she exclaimed. Good, you can see it. You are indeed still a child. White Star, do you like it? Leah offered the orb to her. White Star gazed at the orb, her smile widening as she tentatively extended her finger, eager to poke the little sphere. It has a very comforting aura, she remarked instinctively. The small orb wriggled slightly, then leaped into White Star's hand. Its glow began to expand, gradually enveloping her. Miss Lilia, White Star's innocent gaze pierced through the radiance toward Leah. Do not worry. It is merely seeking your acknowledgement. Leah's gaze drifted off, lost in her memories. She recalled the moment when Jean had entrusted her with his power as he lay dying. The phrase gods are meant to serve humanity felt profoundly ironic. In truth, there is little difference between humans and gods. Both are equally selfish. However, due to their eternal lives and boundless memories, gods must bear the weight of all beings while eternally languishing in suffering. Yet now that world has passed. Here lies a new realm, Leah's eyes fell upon the young white star, sparking a flicker of doubt within her. Could this child truly shoulder such responsibilities despite lacking any prior experience? Leah reconsidered and felt a shadow pass over her eyes. Each person has their destiny. White Star has been chosen from her birth, has she not? Although Leah is determined to overturn the old divine order, those chosen will not be easily subdued. Only in the face of adversity can one's true essence be revealed. Perhaps White Star possesses qualities yet unnoticed by Leah. A soft voice echoed her mind, the orb's innocent chirp beckoning her attention once more. White Star beamed with joy, her eyes crinkling with delight as the orb continued to grow until it filled her hands. It seemed that White Star had begun to communicate with the orb. White Star, Leah addressed her. Miss Leah, I am so happy. It says it hopes all races can coexist peacefully, and it mentioned that my mother is a great person. White Star joyfully lifted her gaze. The orb had once again begun to delve into others' memories. However, now, it had undoubtedly gained White Star's approval. In the ensuing days, it seemed that the orb would be pursued by lightning once more as it rapidly matured after earning White Star's acknowledgement. Leah initially believed she would once again be pursued by lightning, yet the atmosphere remained calm and serene. This tranquility, however, set her heart racing with unease. Surely, some sinister plot was brewing, perhaps a grand scheme awaiting her arrival. She resolved to exercise greater caution. Although the celestial being above could not directly confront her, it could manipulate nature's forces or twist the wheel of fate to indirectly target her. Yet, she was destined to encounter significant events she could not evade. During her involvement in a pivotal moment capable of altering history, she risked being caught off guard. Thus, she needed to tread carefully. Subsequently, Leah took Bai Xing to the sea forest to pay homage to Princess Iji. Bai Xing, a well-behaved child, had longed for her mother during her lonely childhood. 2 years later, the coordinates pointed to an uncharted island in the South China Sea. An uninhabited isle had revealed rare minerals, crucial for the mass production of new weaponry at the Sicily laboratory. Given the gravity of the situation, Leah and Camus personally oversaw the operations. To be candid, the minerals emitted a degree of radiation harmful to human health. Thus, large-scale extraction was unfeasible. Only specialized personnel, bound by confidentiality agreements, were permitted to work in shifts. Of course, the remuneration offered by Leah was substantial. Initially, there were proposals to hire ordinary workers at exorbitant rates to mine these minerals, even if it meant sacrificing lives to boost production. However, Leah vehemently rejected this suggestion. She was not short on funds. The loss of life did not intimidate her financially. Yet, should she choose that path, she would become indistinguishable from the unscrupulous capitalists. Human life is priceless, while the avaricious capitalists quantify existence in monetary terms, reducing individuals to mere commodities within the grasp of capital, treated as expendable labor. As the project progressed fervently, her subordinates reported the arrival of a small boat drifting in from the sea, wherein a man appeared to be embroiled in a conflict with her men on shore, inadvertently damaging several vessels. Leah found this scenario strikingly familiar. Yet, for someone to damage boats without taking advantage of the situation was hardly in her character. Approaching the shore, she found a familiar face being restrained by Camus. Wasn't this the wayward green-haired fellow? Had Zorro set sail so early? Amused by the encounter, Leah decided to toy with him a bit. With this thought in mind, she intentionally adopted a stern expression. From a distance, she observed Zorro, his face darkened, being subdued by Camus, wearing an expression of indignation. Leah approached and, maintaining a neutral demeanor, inquired, "What transpired?" After signaling with his eyes, Camus stepped aside, allowing a bruised associate to explain. "This guy, without a word, came at me with a knife. My brothers intervened to assist me. I swear I'm not one to cause trouble. I've always heeded your teachings, boss. If punishment is due, let it fall on me alone, sparing my brothers." The man, with a swollen face, struggled to articulate his words, his eyes misty with tears, appearing rather pitiable, a genuinely honest child. Not one to provoke conflict, it seemed. Leah then directed her gaze toward the irate, green-haired individual. "What are you staring at?" You call me green seaweed first, Zoro retorted angrily. The man covering his face countered. You were lying in the boat, only your head visible. You truly resembled green seaweed. But you said something afterward, Zoro exclaimed in fury. What prompted you to strike me without a word upon arrival? Wait, Leah interjected. We can settle your quarrel later. Zoro damaged my vessels. How shall we address this matter? She feigned anger, though, in truth, the loss of a few boats was trivial to her, merely a delay in the project's timeline. Yet, she wished to have a bit of fun at Zoro's expense, toying with the novice's misfortune. I'll compensate you. Zoro attempted to break free from Kamu's grip, but after much effort, he realized he was still ensnared. Money is no concern for me, but your actions have impeded my progress, Leah remarked leisurely. In truth, Zoro was quite handsome and exuded masculinity. Given his later actions, he proved to be a reliable individual. As for his current predicament, it could only be attributed to his youth and inexperience at sea. What do you desire? Zoro asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. He was aware of his disadvantage and, more importantly, needed to save money for his village. Where had he ended up? Well, I have a rather peculiar hobby, collecting human organs. If you could part with one of your kidneys, I shall overlook today's incident, Leah said with a mischievous grin, her playful demeanor evident to any astute observer. Yet, Zoro, oblivious to her jest, took her words seriously. One must bear the consequences of their actions. If you want it, I'll give it to you, but you truly are twisted, Zoro replied earnestly. At that moment, Kamu released Zoro, recognizing that holding him indefinitely was tiring. Moreover, he understood Leah's intentions. She had no desire to truly penalize the young man. Upon being freed, Zoro drew his sword, aiming for his own kidney. A man must be fearless. Wait, are you serious? Leah exclaimed in astonishment. In response, she summoned her scythe, knocking the sword from Zoro's grasp. Where did you procure that scythe? Zoro asked, touching his green hair in confusion. Ah, that is an excellent question, and it's the first time someone has noticed, Leah replied, her tone playful. Zoro's muscular brain seemed to spark with realization. Leah, wishing to divert the conversation, asked, what brings you here? This place is quite difficult to locate without a navigation pointer. Zoro's expression shifted, his speech becoming hesitant. I came here for sightseeing, he stammered. Are you certain? Sightseeing in this desolate place? Leah chuckled with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Baka, what is it to you? Zoro retorted, flames of irritation igniting within him. By the way, do you know where this is? Leah queried further. East Blue? Zoro could only provide a vague estimate, as he had lost track of how many days he had drifted at sea. Damn, why is Frostleaf Village so elusive? Oh, but this is the South Sea. Nanny. Ultimately, Leah arranged for Zoro's return to East Blue. In exchange, Zoro pledged to assist Leah with a task that would not betray his principles. Ace ultimately joined the Whitebeard pirates, but unlike before, his motivations were no longer rooted purely in admiration. Jinbei, as before, engaged in battle with Ace. This time, however, Ace emerged victorious. This incident was somewhat of a misunderstanding, as Ace, under Leah's guidance, had tempered his impulsiveness. His visit to Whitebeard was driven by a desire to gain further insight into Roger, though he remained uncertain about the nature of the relationship between Roger and Whitebeard. Furthermore, Ace was acutely aware that his current abilities were insufficient to contend with Whitebeard. However, he still yearned to test himself against the formidable presence of the man known as Baihuzi. As long as he survived, he believed that one day he would surpass that man. Ace did not wish to dwell in the shadow of another. He was Ace, not merely someone's child. He aspired to make a name for himself upon the vast seas, to transcend that individual through his own strength. Yet, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Baihuzi's charisma, discovering within the Baihuzi pirate crew the very essence that had eluded him since childhood. Joining the Baihuzi pirate crew was a means for him to ascertain his own heart. He began to question his long-held ambition of becoming the strongest. Did he truly desire to be the pirate king? During his time with the Baihuzi pirate crew, he gradually recognized the core of his dilemma. Though reluctant to admit it, he had indeed lived in the shadow of Roger since his youth. He had never escaped this influence. enduring the scorn of many who branded him as the demon child due to Roger's legacy. He found himself at a loss for how to resolve this predicament. As a result, in his youth, he adopted the pursuit of surpassing Roger and becoming the Pirate King as a means to resolve his issues. However, within the Baihuzi pirate crew, he realized that this path did not address his true concerns. It was here that he discovered what he genuinely wished to pursue. The light of others is the flame of my hope. Ace's life was fundamentally a quest for self-discovery, seeking the meaning of his existence and affirming his identity. His introspection far surpassed that of Luffy, a fact that Leah, as the elder sister of the two boys, understood all too well. She recognized Ace's confusion, yet felt powerless to resolve it. The meaning of life must be sought by oneself. Only when Ace identifies what is truly beneficial and fitting for him, in alignment with his aspirations, can he find his best path. In the original timeline, Luffy and Sabo, during Ace's childhood, were more like his appendages, accompanying him in dreams and efforts, alleviating his loneliness and solitude, and for the first time, igniting a desire to protect someone, understanding that he was capable of being accepted, not a freak. Later, he chose to learn etiquette from Michino, wishing to protect Luffy alongside Sabo. After Sabo's death, safeguarding Luffy became the essence of his existence. Baihuzi helped Ace discover his own worth. The demon child was warmly accepted, acknowledged by other captains, and recognized by his brothers. He came to understand another facet of his value, that a warrior dies for those who understand him, becoming a valiant samurai. Assisting Baihuzi in standing atop the world was not another avenue for him to seek self-worth. The war at Marineford allowed him to fully reconcile with his past and unequivocally affirm himself. Yet, he witnessed his father's aging and recognized his brother's potential. He could only place his hopes in his brother. He protected the next pirate king in his heart and safeguarded his own life's worth. Compared to the exceedingly self-assured Luffy, Ace resembled an ordinary person, placing his trust and even faith in Baihuzi and his brothers, affirming himself through risking his life for others. This is Ace, not merely a guardian of cherished family, but a loyal samurai. He protects those he wishes to safeguard, believing in those he cherishes. The light of others is the flame of my hope. Ace's will is to strive to live, to be strong, to acknowledge, and to protect. Why would he refuse to flee when confronted with a foe far beyond his capabilities? At that moment, it was because he had loved ones behind him. If he were to succumb beneath the weight of strength, what meaning would his existence as a man hold? He would never allow regrets to mar his life. The death of an individual is merely the addition of another grave in this world. Yet, for those who rely on one another, it is as if the entire world is buried beneath that grave. How could Ace allow anything to befall Luffy before his very eyes? In the end, he expressed his gratitude to those who cherished such an ace. And now, Leah had transformed Ace. He was no longer that stubborn child. Leah had affirmed Ace during their childhood, and Ace no longer harbored such uncertainty about himself, albeit with a lingering hint of doubt. Thus, after encountering Shanks, he sought out Baihuzi. On one hand, he wished to gauge the gap between himself and the pinnacle of time. On the other hand, he sought to view the world from a new perspective. However, it is challenging for anyone to remain indifferent to Baihuzi's charismatic personality. Moreover, Baihuzi possessed that which Ace most lacked. Furthermore, Ace was not so fixated on supporting Baihuzi's ascension to the title of Pirate King. The most vital quality he learned from Leah was the ability to calm oneself, respect others' choices, and refrain from imposing his own beliefs upon them. Through prolonged interaction, he came to understand that for his father, family held greater significance than becoming the Pirate King. Ace no longer aspired to be the Pirate King. Yet, he yearned to discover the one piece spoken of by that individual, to uncover what it was that captivated countless souls across the seas. Every year on his birthday, Leo would celebrate with him without fail. On his 18th birthday, Ace had already joined the Baihuzi pirate crew and would soon be appointed as the 2nd Division commander. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Additionally, he had gained the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi. Because of this premise, Leah had sown another spark within Ace's heart. When the time was right, its impact would surely manifest. Time swiftly passed to the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. When Luffy set sail, Leah did not see him off. She intended to bid farewell to him in Lowtown, certain he would arrive there. Dayton also refrained from seeing Luffy off, instead drowning her sorrows in alcohol at the mountain thief's home. In truth, she had invested considerable affection in the three children. Sharp-tongued but soft-hearted aptly describes Dayton. She often spoke harshly while remaining true at heart, a rather contradictory nature. Would it not be more straightforward to express her feelings directly? I believe that in their hearts, the three brothers held a special place solely for Dayton. Leah arranged for someone to provide a ship for Luffy. But considering Luffy's utter lack of skills beyond fighting, she did not prepare a grand vessel for him. Rather, it was a small boat, one that he could pilot alone. He set sail on that small boat, embarking on his journey to gather comrades, not merely stamps. The first person he encountered was the timid KB. Perhaps one day, KB could become a figure rivaling his own father. Who can say? Initially, he met the novice Zoro. Had he not crossed paths with Ace earlier? Would he have found himself lost and wandering back to the East Blue, only to meet Luffy later? The meeting of Zoro and Luffy can be deemed a fateful encounter, as they joined forces to defeat Captain Morgan and boarded Luffy's ship, forming the Straw Hat pirate crew. Zoro set sail to become the world's greatest swordsman, and upon joining the Straw Hat pirates, his identity shifted from bounty hunter to pirate. Later, he encountered the thief Nami, who, due to the absence of Arlong, joined the Straw Hat pirates as a navigator, captivated by Luffy's charismatic personality. In Syrup Village, he met Usopp. Together, they vanquished the Black Pirate crew, leading Usopp to board the ship. After bidding farewell to the wealthy Miss Kaya, Usopp embarked on his journey, aiming to become a brave warrior of the sea and promising Kaya that he would share his adventures with her in due time. Meanwhile, in Luabwa Village, Luffy and his companions acquired the significant partner of the finance and trade pirates, the Mary. Afterward, they passed through Kexia Village, where Nami bid farewell to her sister and mother, Belmere, in her hometown, embarking on a journey to chart the world map. Concurrently, Kobe and the son of Axeman Monka, Belyameb, caught the attention of Vice Admiral Garp, who took him to the Navy headquarters for training. Luffy and his crew arrived at the place of beginnings and endings, East Blue Road Town. Leon knew that before leaving the East Blue for the Grand Line, Luffy would undoubtedly come here by any means necessary. Luffy was driven by the will to become the Pirate King, inheriting the legacy passed down with the Straw Hat. Adorned with Roger's straw hat, Luffy envisioned the same dream as Roger, heralding the dawn of a new era. The last place he visited was also where he would set sail. This was the site of the greatest pirate's demise and the commencement of the Pirate Age. The Straw Hat Pirates arrived at Road Town in East Blue, where Liao awaited them. Gazing at the execution platform in the distance, Liao pondered whether Luffy would return here with his crew after becoming the Pirate King. Road Town symbolizes peace in the East Blue. Garp once remarked that Roger's death would compel other pirates to submit, reinforcing that the East Blue represents a symbol of tranquility. Roger transformed the flickering embers of his remaining life into a flame that ignited the world. Liao felt a hero's elegy linger in the air above Road Town. The upheaval of heaven and earth can occur in the blink of an eye. Liao sensed dark clouds gathering above Road Town. The execution platform was a place Luffy would surely visit, and Liao believed she would wait for him here, personally guiding her brother towards his dreams. Just moments ago, the sun that bathed the land vanished in the blink of an eye, and the clouds obscured all light. A chill ran through her, and raindrops began to fall. Truly, the heavens can be unpredictable. Liao had not brought an umbrella, yet she had no desire to find shelter. If the rain could bring her clarity, she would welcome it even heavier. The raindrops struck her face, soaking her hair. At that moment, an umbrella was opened above her head. "My dear lady, you might catch a cold in the rain," a gentle voice from a stranger remarked. Turning her face, she beheld a man with golden hair and curling brows. Had his expression not been so lecherous, Liao might have considered him a gentleman. At this moment, Sanji's face flushed crimson, heart sparkling in his eyes. "Lady, you are truly a divine gift." It was then that a crowd unknowingly gathered in the square before the execution platform. A clown with a red nose, was arguing with Luffy atop the platform. Lia had been observing from this spot, believing it to be one of Luffy's iconic moments. She did not wish to disrupt it, yet she never anticipated that the first person she encountered would be Sanji. Sanji lived up to his reputation. He was indeed a gentleman, but he also had his peculiarities. Lia felt as if she were squeezing toothpaste, uncomfortable as she struggled to find an appropriate expression for Sanji. Fortunately, Sanji did not let her endure the awkwardness for long. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, I must go rescue our captain. If the opportunity arises, we must dine together. Goodbye, lady," he said, passing the umbrella to Lia as he dashed away. Indeed, a classic scene had unfolded. Buggy and Luffy were embroiled in a heated argument, and Buggy, in a fit of rage, raised his sword to strike Luffy. Observing with heightened perception, Lia noticed Bartolomeo was also present, seemingly the leader among Luffy's fans. Having successfully met his idol, Bartolomeo had admired Luffy since childhood, and he also held great respect for Ace. After all, in their youth, Luffy, despite having consumed a devil fruit, was often overshadowed by Ace, indicating Ace's talent was on par with Luffy's. Moreover, the enigmatic dragon lurked among the crowd, quietly observing Luffy's impending execution. It was rather irresponsible of him to wish to see his son yet hide away. He had left Luffy in the care of a grandfather who was even less reliable. The men of the monkey family, 3 generations, each embarking on distinct paths. Lia was also curious about what kind of woman could captivate such a wayward man as Dragon. Surely, it had to be someone with grand ideals akin to him. Simultaneously, Lia noticed Smoker's expression, reminiscent of a pilgrim. On the execution platform, Luffy proclaimed his grand aspirations, smiling as he faced death. This was Luffy, ever fearless and resolute. Sometimes adorably naive, yet undeniably a kind-hearted soul. We often refer to this as a pure heart. With the westerly winds, the Mary set sail once more. Due to Dragon's deliberate obstruction, Smoker was unable to board a warship in pursuit, yet he vowed to capture the Straw Hat Kid. Although warships continued to chase them, Dragon aided the Mary, allowing them to sail swiftly with the wind, evading their pursuers. Everyone worked in unison to navigate the Mary to safety, momentarily neglecting the extra person aboard. Meanwhile, Luffy clung to Lia, reluctant to let go. "Ina-chan, it's been ages since I last saw you. You didn't come to see me off when I set sail?" Luffy whined. "Am I not here to see you off now?" Lia replied, exasperated yet playful. After narrowly escaping the Navy's pursuit, they finally had a chance to acknowledge the unexpected addition to their ranks. Nami recognized Lia instantly. Having known Lia since childhood, Nami had always remembered her, as she had saved the most important person in her life, her adoptive mother Belmere. Nami could hardly fathom what might have transpired if Lia hadn't appeared then, for Uncle Aiken and the villagers could have succumbed to Arlong's oppression. Lia caught sight of Nami and greeted her. "Are you Miss Belmere's daughter? I can't believe you still remember me." "Miss Lia," Nami replied, standing on Sanji's chest in her high heels, preventing him from becoming a lovesick fool. Before Nami could say more, Zoro approached, his expression one of surprise. "Huh, you again, woman?" "Nanny, even that moss-head bastard recognized this beautiful lady before I did." Sanji lay on the ground, appearing as if his soul had departed. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lia, Luffy's sister," Lia said with a smile, greeting everyone. "Oh, so you are the Lia?" Usopp emerged from behind Zoro, wiping sweat from his brow, holding Lia's bounty poster. "Do you think we resemble each other?" Lia inquired with a smile. Usopp swallowed hard and exclaimed, "The legendary Shichibukai stands before me." Usopp froze in place, his expression comically exaggerated. "Indeed, the sister of the monster is also a monster," Zoro remarked. Nami's gaze towards Lia was imbued with fervor, for Lia was recognized by the world government as the wealthiest individual in the world. For someone like Nami, who cherished wealth above all, this was irresistibly alluring. "Sister, let me get closer," Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she rushed towards Lia. Lia's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. Could there truly be such a figure in the world? Would it hurt if she were to fall upon me? Sanji, having just regained his footing, was greeted by the scene of 2 beauties embracing, a circumstance that delighted him. Once seated, Leah declared, Luffy, I wish to stay aboard your ship for a while, as I need to travel to the Grand Line where my associates await me. Can Nami remain on the ship to be my crew? Luffy mumbled through a mouthful of food. Luffy, I have my own matters to attend to. I cannot become your crew, Leah replied, typically indulgent towards the youngest child of the family. How unfortunate. I was hoping that would keep Nami from leaving me, Luffy pouted. Now, Luffy, you are no longer a child. Do not be so immature. Aren't you aspiring to be the Pirate King? Show a bit of masculinity. You still have your crew to lead across the most perilous waters of this world, Leah admonished earnestly. Luffy pressed his hat down, obscuring his expression, and proclaimed, I will undoubtedly become the Pirate King. There is no need for Nami to worry about me. I will never give up, even if it costs me my life. When you reach the Grand Line, Sabo and Ace should come looking for you, Leah added. Ace and Sabo. It has indeed been a long time since I last saw them. Perhaps this time, I might even be able to defeat them, Nami, Luffy said with a silly grin, adjusting his hat. Meanwhile, Sanji eagerly served afternoon tea and refreshing drinks to the two ladies. Nami-san, Miss Leah, please enjoy. This is specially concocted for you, my lovely ladies, Sanji said, his eyes filled with hearts as his body bent in a wave-like manner. Thank you, Leah smiled as she took a drink from the tray. No need to thank me, Miss Leah. It is a great honor to serve such beautiful ladies, Sanji replied. At that moment, Usopp inquired, by the way, who are Ace and Sabo? Ah, Ace and Sabo are my brothers. We are sworn siblings, Luffy introduced with a smile. Usopp pulled out 2 bounty posters. Swallowing hard as he asked, Luffy, are the Sabo and Ace you mentioned them? Leah leaned closer to examine the bounty posters and affirmed, yes, indeed, they're the very ones. Usopp's excitement grew as he huddled with Nami in a corner, tears of disbelief streaming down his face, exclaiming, what sort of monstrous family is this? TSK, Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division Commander Ace, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Sabo, and you, who are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What kind of monsters are your siblings? Zoro remarked, taking a large swig of his drink, the liquid flowing down his robust abdomen. How bitter, he mused. Despite his brash demeanor, he was indeed quite handsome. If only that red-haired fellow were a bit tidier. Perhaps he wouldn't be so bad, yet Shanks revels in being a slovenly uncle, only cleaning up when Leah goes to find him. The mere thought of it made Leah cringe. Casting aside thoughts of the red-haired man, she got to work. She unfastened a large bag at her waist, casually grabbing handfuls of jewels and placing them in Nami's hands, before rummaging to find and present Nami with a discount card for all her stores, stating, though you're my younger brother, you are still a guest on my ship, and you must cover your own expenses. This discount card is a gift I specially prepared for you, Nami. Leah's generosity was indeed befitting of her status as the wealthiest individual. Is this really okay? Nami asked, though her hands showed no hesitation as she accepted the jewels and the card. Of course, Leah gestured dismissively. This is but a trifle. By the way, Luffy, have you met your father? Leah suddenly inquired. Huh? Luffy replied, I don't even know what he looks like. How could I know if I met him? He patted his round belly nonchalantly. I must say, that makes a lot of sense, Luffy reflected. At 7 years old, he learned for the first time that he had a father, yet he had never laid eyes on Dragon. One could say it was a one-sided affair. Dragon had never appeared before Luffy, nor spoken a single word to him. Each time he saw Luffy, he merely lurked in the shadows, offering little in terms of concern. In contrast, Sabo seemed more like Dragon's son, destined to inherit his legacy. He came to Rotown to see you, Luffy, Leah added. Really? Where? Where? Luffy jumped up, scanning the surroundings for the unfamiliar figure. Baga, we left Rogue Town ages ago. What are you rummaging around for on the ship? Nami scolded, picking up the navigation chart that Luffy had dropped. She stood up and punched him. Luffy clutched his head, a heat rising as a sizable bump formed. After digesting the food, Luffy felt as though he had unlocked some hidden potential, asking, is he the cloaked man blocking smoke? Yes, that's him, Leah confirmed. So he's the uncle who frequently calls Sabo to complain about how uncool he is, making simple matters sound so mysterious, Luffy remarked, flicking a booger at Zoro. That's your father, Leah exclaimed, exasperated as she looked at Luffy. Even if you're complaining, try to be a bit more discreet. saying it out loud like that could get you smacked by Grandpa's iron fist. Meanwhile, Zoro, with a horrified expression, dodged the projectile, then drew his sword and aimed it at Luffy. Luffy's eyes widened as he stretched towards the mainsail, propelling himself away from Zoro's strike. He shouted in discontent, "Zoro, why did you try to hit me? Damn, Captain, at least pay attention. One day, I will definitely take you down." Zoro roared. It was unclear how Luffy managed it, but his hands twisted around the mast, and as he released his grip, he was flung away in a spin. Zoro, accustomed to such antics, had already shed his outer garment, preparing to scoop Luffy up. Just as he was about to shed it, enormous black wings swept past his vision. Upon closer inspection, it was Leah soaring through the air, catching Luffy just before he plummeted into the sea. Luffy's face hovered just above the water's surface as he exhaled deeply. To be honest, among those with devil fruit abilities, one would be hard-pressed to find one that does not fear the sea. Upon returning Luffy to the Mary, Sanji, besotted, exclaimed, "Oh, Miss Leah, you are simply an angel." At that moment, Usopp, peering through binoculars, shouted in astonishment, "Look, the sea is climbing the mountain." The crowd, astonished, gathered at the observation deck. "Nami, is it as I previously envisioned? Zoro, Nani? Sanji, is this possible? Luffy, ho ho ho, the incredible upside-down mountain." At this moment, Leah approached them to explain. "This is the upside-down mountain. The currents of the four seas flow upstream. The ship has been ensnared by the undercurrents, and there is no turning back. As long as you ascend this mountain with the sea, you will reach the Grand Line." Witnessing Luffy lead the Straw Hat Pirates into the Grand Line, even Leah, who frequently transacts business at the upside-down mountain, felt a surge of excitement. In the eyes of the group lay a mixture of fear for the unknown, but more so, exhilaration. The Red Line was veiled in dark clouds, its towering height beyond the reach of the naked eye. Luffy and his companions exchanged glances, and in silent agreement, they placed their feet atop the wooden barrel. Leah intended to merely stand aside and witness this moment, but Luffy eagerly pulled her over, declaring, "They are not my crew. How could you possibly miss such a significant moment? After all this time, I still do not know your dream. Tell me here and now." Imitating them, Leah placed her foot on the barrel as well. "Luffy, I am destined to become the Pirate King. Zoro, I shall become the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji, I will find all blue. Nami, I aspire to draw a world map. Usopp, I wish to be a brave warrior of the sea." All eyes turned to Leah, her fervor seemingly ignited. Although she had outgrown the age of shouting her dreams aloud, she proclaimed, "I will pull the celestial dragons from their pedestals. I yearn for a world devoid of oppression, where all may live freely." Perhaps to everyone else, this dream seemed unattainable, for no matter how the world evolves, disparities between people will persist, with some forever occupying the roles of harvesters and overseers. Yet, this aspiration remained a beautiful vision of the world she held dear, one she once wished to witness as a deity. "Let's set sail," Luffy announced. "Receive, Captain." Everyone replied in unison. Navigator Nami was the first to command. "Adjust the course. We must not allow the ship to crash into the stone gate." "Understood," Usopp responded. Leah hurried to Usopp's side to assist in steering the helm. As they drew closer, the once faint gap in the Red Line became visible, revealing the canal that connected the East Sea to the Grand Line. 10 stone gates stood over the waterway, the canal spacious enough for the Mary. Yet the currents were perilously strong. Sanji, Usopp, and Leah struggled to maintain control of the helm, the steering rod snapping under pressure, and it appeared they were destined to collide. Fortunately, Luffy employed his rubber balloon ability to correct the Mary's course. In that critical moment, Zoro grasped Luffy, who was about to plunge into the water. They finally embarked upon the waterway. Propelled by the waves, the Mary surged toward the summit, quickly piercing through the thick clouds. The white waves relentlessly crashed against the pinnacle of the upside-down mountain, and the Mary leapt, landing perfectly at the entrance to the Grand Line. Beyond the descent lay the route, and everyone smiled, with Leah feeling uncharacteristically delighted. Even during her first crossing of the upside-down mountain, she had not felt such excitement. Yet now, she felt a genuine joy welling up within her. They all yearned for the day their dreams would come to fruition. Just then, the sound of a whale reverberated in the air, and Luffy was the first to spot a colossal creature at the mountain's base. "Oh no! I forgot to inform them that Laboon is still here," Lia exclaimed, having traversed the upside-down mountain. Luffy and his crew were unexpectedly obstructed by a whale larger than an island, with Laboon inadvertently damaging Luffy's special seat. Lia quickly embraced Luffy from behind, but it was too late to stop him, for his fist was already aimed at Laboon. In pain, Laboon gulped seawater, swallowing the entire Mary into his belly. Lia held on to Luffy, both bewildered as they sat atop Laboon's body. Realizing his companion was swallowed, Luffy immediately sought to rescue him. Yet all his attempts were thwarted by Lia. She pointed to a small iron door on Laboon's body and said, "They are fine. We can find them through there, Luffy. Don't be so reckless." Luffy lowered his head and replied, "I understand, Nichan." The two entered through the small door, winding through convoluted passages until they slid into Laboon's stomach. Lia spread her wings just in time to prevent both herself and Luffy from falling into the acidic contents of Laboon's belly. Who knows what lurked within? As they landed on the deck, before they could utter a word, a massive, partially decayed octopus floated up from the stomach acid, sending shivers down their spines. Thankfully, they avoided falling into that mess. Otherwise, Lia's obsessive cleanliness would have left her in a state of distress. At that moment, Luffy finally took stock of their surroundings and spotted an elderly man in flowery shorts and a floral headpiece casually emerging. Indeed, flowery shorts are a hallmark of One Piece. It was Lia's first time inside Laboon's belly, and she was somewhat astonished by the artistic skills of Uncle Kuroka's. If one did not look closely, they might mistake this place for a blue sky and white clouds. As Lia frequently traversed the upside-down mountain, she was well acquainted with the lighthouse keeper, Uncle Kuroka's, and thus she initiated a greeting. "Uncle Kuroka's, long time no see. Good afternoon." Uncle Kuroka's set down his newspaper and adjusted his glasses, saying, "Ah, it's you, little Lia. Where are you off to this time? By the way, how did you end up on another pirate's ship?" "Oh, it's nothing," Lia replied, pulling Luffy closer. "Uncle Kuroka's, this is my brother. His goal is to become the Pirate King." "Eh, is that so?" Uncle Kuroka's responded casually. For Luffy was merely a small-time pirate with a bounty at this point. Every year, many pirates passed through the upside-down mountain to reach this place, most seeking Roger's treasure, which was hardly remarkable. Not having observed anything particularly special about Luffy, he naturally refrained from commenting further, though he would not discourage him either. Just then, the mixture of stomach acid and seawater began to surge, causing even Uncle Kuroka's small island to sway. Uncle Kuroka's sprang to his feet, aware that Laboon was once again ramming into the red line. He leaped into the sea, climbed up to the small iron door, and retrieved a massive syringe, preparing to administer a considerable dose of tranquilizer to Laboon. Of course, for Laboon's size, it was hardly significant. After calming Laboon, a man and woman suddenly emerged from the water, climbing aboard the Mary. Uncle Kuroka's warned them that as long as he drew breath, no one was to lay a finger on Laboon. Realizing their plan was exposed, the two aimed a cannon at the whale's stomach and fired. Witnessing this, Lia immediately flapped her wings, shielding herself from the explosive impact of the cannonball. Such a trivial matter was effortless for Lia, akin to a mere tickle, and she emerged unscathed. Observing this, Uncle Kuroka's halted his advance, casting Lia an approving glance, regarding her as an exemplary young protege. She is both beautiful and capable, and every time she passes by here, she brings the old man with an empty nest some local specialties from other places. The items are not particularly expensive, but the sentiment behind them is what truly matters. Of course, Lia has ulterior motives for her actions. What she genuinely desires is the medical texts penned by Kuluoka's during his years of practice. In fact, she had previously invited Uncle Kuluoka's to teach at the school she founded. However, due to the incident involving Labu crashing into a mountain, he was unable to accept the invitation and declined. Kuluoka's has no children and has dedicated his life to medicine. As an exceptional healer, he naturally hopes his medical knowledge will be passed down, as it is the most precious treasure of his life. Nevertheless, once Luffy leaves this place, she can send someone to invite Uncle Kuluoka's again. It should be feasible since Labu will no longer crash in the mountains. Coincidentally, Leah has already prioritized the construction of a university. The basic infrastructures, such as classrooms, teaching buildings, and cafeterias, have been established. All that remains is to fill the library and finalize the invitations for the teachers. With this in mind, Leah thinks she must find time to visit Ai Urbafu. After she lands, Sanji is the first to rush over to inquire about her well-being, and Leah graciously assures him that she is fine. Luffy, observing the situation, instinctively senses that these two individuals are not to be trusted. He leaps up and swiftly knocks the two agents unconscious. Old Kolowokas begins to recount the identities of these two individuals and the past involving Labu. Leah is already well aware of this and does not pay much attention to that side of the conversation. She crouches down in front of the two unconscious agents, scrutinizing them closely, especially the girl with blue hair, Nafila Talawai, the princess of Alabasta. Being a girl, Leah refrains from playing any tricks on her. In truth, Leah does not have much fondness for this so-called princess. Her abilities are woefully inadequate, always requiring protection, and her mindset appears akin to that of a child. How can such a person possibly shoulder the responsibilities of a nation? Like Zaya Bakesing, she has been overly sheltered. Had it not been for the turmoil in Alabasta, she might never have grown. A thought crosses Leo's mind. She intends to discreetly inform Luffy about the girl's true identity. Will Luffy and the others still rush to assist her in saving the Alabasta kingdom? Strictly speaking, without Luffy and his companions, Alabasta could very well become a puppet state. However, there is no news of the Underworld King there. If it were discovered, that crocodile would not remain in Alabasta indefinitely. He would likely seek out his next target after reaping sufficient benefits. Both Klokodour and Dofu are individuals of pride, unwilling to linger solely for a kingdom's throne. Otherwise, why would they venture out to become pirates? At this moment, Uncle Kolowokas opens a small iron gate, allowing the Mary to set sail. In truth, Leah believes that Luffy is not foolish. He possesses clarity in distinguishing between good and evil, and his seemingly impulsive actions often carry profound significance. For instance, right now, Luffy has aimed the main mast of the Mary at Labu's head, forcefully driving the flag of liberation into Labu's wound. Labu may be aging, but it is not dead. It can still feel anger. After shedding tears of pain, Labu retaliates against Luffy. The crew aboard the Mary cannot comprehend Luffy's peculiar actions, but Leah understands. Labu possesses great wisdom. It has spent its life waiting for the return of the Lunba pirates to set sail once more with them. Like a person, when hope is dashed and life becomes devoid of expectation, one may begin to neglect oneself, merely going through the motions. Labu is the same. It is simply more pure and tenacious, unwilling to believe that those it has awaited will never return. It remains like a sentinel, repeatedly crashing against the red soil continent. Luffy's actions aim to give Labu's waiting a sense of purpose, instilling in it a goal to anticipate. However, it is only when the crew witnesses Luffy and Labu establishing their bond, marking the symbol of the Straw Hat crew upon its scar, that they come to understand. Old Kolowokas gazes at this scene with profound insight. He perceives within this bright smiling boy a powerful charisma akin to that of Roger, a seemingly inexhaustible vitality. Yet, he is still too immature and requires further experience. Subsequently, Name glances at the spinning compass in her hand, puzzled, and remarks, "Could it be that this compass is broken?" Kolowokas, observing the young children before him, responds, "It is not that the compass is broken. Rather, such a simple compass is not suitable for the Grand Line." Noticing the bewildered expressions on Luffy and the others, he adds, "Did you not research the conditions of the Grand Line before coming?" Name feels a rare sense of embarrassment at this. As a navigator, encountering such a knowledge gap on the sea is indeed her oversight. Leah smacks her forehead. Ever since boarding Luffy's ship, events have unfolded one after another, and she has forgotten to remind them of this matter. Kolowokas continues. The islands of the Grand Line are connected by magnetic forces governed by rules. By recording the magnetic fields of the islands with a pointer, one can find a route to the next island. Just as Leah prepares to retrieve the magnetic pointer, Luffy, holding the pointer, leans closer to Kolowokas and asks, "Is this it? Luffy, how do you have this?" Leah inquires, puzzled. Luffy points behind him and replies, I took it from that person. Indeed. To prevent the two from escaping, Leah had tied them together. Those two seemed to have regained consciousness, struggling to flee. When the crew turns to look, they immediately freeze in place. Leah also takes the liberty of gagging them. Although unsure of Leah's reasoning, Lu Fei, with experience, knows that his sister has her own plans. After the earlier incident, Leah contemplates sending someone to Twin Capes to sell recording pointers. It's likely to be profitable. The more they can earn, the more they can accumulate, eventually turning it into a family business. To gather enough magnetic force, they can only temporarily dock at Twin Capes. While old Kaluokas educates everyone about the Grand Line, Lu Fei single-handedly devours an entire table of food. Sanji's lovingly prepared lunch was untouched by Name and Leah. Furious, Sanji kicks Lu Fei without a second thought, and Lu Fei's straw hat gets torn apart, flying off and shattering the recording pointer that Name had been examining. Leah wishes to say something, but Sanji and Lu Fei have already been sent into the sea by Name's kick. Suddenly recalling something, Name turns to Leah, awkwardly wanting to say something. Leah immediately understands what Name wishes to express and waves her hand, saying, "It's fine. Lu Fei is tough and resilient. He won't break easily. Compared to my old man, you all have been quite tolerant of Lu Fei. Don't worry about me. If Lu Fei acts up, he deserves a good beating," Leah says with a smile. Leah had just caught a glimpse of Sanji joyfully plunging into the water, a rather bizarre sight alongside Luffy, who was promptly pulled ashore by Laboon. The whaling duo looked on in astonishment at this spectacle, suspecting that the pointer given to Luffy by Kurokas might harbor ulterior motives. Leah refrained from hastily presenting the new recording pointer to Nami. When the old man Kurokas glanced her way, she innocently blinked, and he, not wanting to dwell on it, retrieved a recording pointer he had previously used and handed it to Luffy and the others, alleviating their immediate concerns. After filling the recording pointer, Luffy and his crew prepared to set sail. At the moment of parting, Leah earnestly requested Kurokas to impart his medical knowledge to her. She vowed to securely store it in the library, promising that once a medical program was established, these texts will be made accessible to the public. Regardless of an individual's accomplishments in life, the ultimate fate is death. Only the knowledge and experiences amassed throughout one's life can be compiled into tomes, passed down through generations. The path laid by predecessors enables future generations to practice and advance civilization. It is only upon the shoulders of giants that humanity can thrive more swiftly. Kurokaze's medical texts would spare future scholars from many detours, allowing them to continue the evolution of medicine standing on his shoulders. This transcended personal matters. It represented the advancement of medical knowledge for society as a whole. Leah held a profound admiration for those scholars who stood at the pinnacle of various fields. Their collective endeavors have propelled the progression of human society. Kurokas, grasping Leah's intentions, consented with pleasure, finding solace in leaving his most cherished wealth to posterity. Although Leah was somewhat overly thoughtful, she was a good-hearted and outstanding younger generation. Entrusting her with the medical texts allowed the old man to rest easy while looking after Laboon in his twilight years. Wishing to keep future events undisclosed, Leah discreetly approached Laboon, informing him that Brook was still alive, albeit temporarily trapped and unable to seek him out, urging Laboon to be patient, for Brook would surely return. Brook had not forgotten the promise made to Laboon. After the Mary set sail, the old man gazed at its receding silhouette, murmuring to himself, was it truly the Gomu no Mi, or Nika Roger? Could he be the pirate you await? After bidding farewell to Twin Cape, Leah commenced her interrogation. Covering half her face, she removed the gag from the mouths of the two Baroque Works agents. These two were shamelessly pleading for Luffy and the others to escort them back to Whiskey Peak. Leah signaled to Luffy and the crew to agree to their request. Although aware of their ill intentions, Luffy trusted that Leah would not engage in anything harmful to them, and thus was willing to follow her lead. Subsequently, Leah confined Mr. 9 to another room while retaining the blue-haired woman, who claimed to be Ms. Wednesday. The Straw Hat crew gathered around, and though the blue-haired woman appeared frightened, she attempted to maintain her composure. Leah, encouragingly, pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket, but delayed opening it. Crouching in front of the blue-haired woman, and displaying a smile reminiscent of a creepy ant luring child. She remarked, "You seem vaguely familiar, as if I've seen you somewhere before." Upon hearing this, the blue-haired woman began to sweat profusely, her overly conspicuous demeanor rendering her hard to believe. "Right? But I have never seen you," she awkwardly chuckled. "Yet I can't shake the feeling that you look familiar," Leah said, drawing a short knife from her waist to gently lift the woman's chin, causing blood to seep from her neck. "What do you think we are? We are pirates. You had better speak the truth. Otherwise, who knows what may happen, right, Zoro?" Nami added. Zoro flashed a smile that could scare a child to tears. Sanji wanted to say something, but restrained himself upon witnessing the scene. Usopp, genuinely frightened by Leah, hid behind Luffy. At that moment, Luffy refrained from breaking the tension, knowing well that his sister was merely trying to intimidate the woman. Such instances had occurred many times over their years of camaraderie. Leah unfolded the paper in her hand, revealing a strikingly elegant Arabian princess. The Straw Hat crew scrutinized it closely, confirming its resemblance to the woman before them, albeit with a younger visage. "I remember her name is Nefertari Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. Imagine if we were to capture the princess of Alabasta and leverage her to threaten King Nefertari or compel her to engage in activities we find entertaining. What do you think would happen?" Leah said, excitement growing as she moved the knife away. The blue-haired woman visibly panicked, her mouth opening and stammering, yet ultimately failing to utter a word. "Mr. and Ms. These are the titles of high-ranking agents of Baroque works, correct?" Leah commented nonchalantly, inspecting her meticulously polished nails. "What is Baroque works?" Nami inquired at that moment. Baroque works, abbreviated as BW, is a clandestine criminal organization stationed in Alabasta, established by one of the Shichibukai, Crocodile. Leah succinctly explained. The blue-haired woman appeared increasingly agitated, seemingly wishing to kneel, but Leah grasped her firmly. Left with no choice, she bowed deeply to Leah, pleading, "Please keep this a secret. Everything I have done is to save the Alabasta Kingdom, where the people are suffering immensely." Leah sidestepped the bow, as she had no intention of involving herself in the affairs of Alabasta, caring only for its oil. Observing this scene, Luffy quietly lowered his straw hat. "I have no intention of exposing you. Look, I've even sent away your companion," Leah stated, raising her hands. "What are you all talking about? Please clarify," Zoro interjected, somewhat irked. Subsequently, Vivi began recounting the troubles faced by Alabasta to the Straw Hat crew. When mentioning the Shichibukai, all eyes turned to Leah. "Old Crocodile is rather difficult to deal with." Leah paused before continuing. "Given your current strength, defeating him is nearly impossible." Frankly, this was quite disheartening. However, Crocodile's abilities. Well, it seems his devil fruit should not be called the Suna no Mi, but rather the 50-50 fruit. He can draw evenly with anyone. Of course, Leah had never fought him, thus she was uncertain of his current capabilities. Yet, Crocodile was presently in a phase of desperation, seeking external aid to defeat Whitebeard, which likely meant he wasn't all that formidable. Still, to say he was easy to handle would be a misnomer. The current Shichibukai truly lived up to their reputation. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Leah added, "By the way, Luffy, have you mastered what Camus taught you before?" "Huh, is it this?" Luffy declared, extending his fist, which was now enveloped in a layer that resembled steel. Leah nodded, her face beaming with a sense of pride at his potential. Indeed, Luffy exhibited remarkable talent. He had already grasped the essence of Busashoko Haki. Though he had endured numerous beatings in the past, every struggle was worth it. Crocodile, the wielder of the Suna no Mi, was a formidable opponent. Leah advised Luffy, should you encounter him in the future and he employs his elemental abilities, use that technique to strike him down. At this moment, Vivi and Luffy were not yet well acquainted, and thus, Vivi refrained from making any requests for assistance. Moreover, having recently faced intimidation, she was not foolish enough to act impulsively. Her priority was to return to Whiskey Peak to reunite with Ikarim, and together, they would return to Alabasta to unveil the truth and address the turmoil plaguing her homeland. Suddenly, Leah removed the mask that had covered her face and spoke to Vivi. "After the situation in Alabasta is resolved, Might I have the fortune of engaging in some trade with your esteemed nation? As the undercover agent of Baroque works, Vivi recognized Leah as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and she had seen Leah's introduction in the intelligence reports. It can only be said that Leah was perhaps the most enigmatic among the warlords. Even her father had held her in both admiration and caution. After conversing with Princess Vivi, Luffy and his crew decided to head toward Whiskey Peak. With Luffy making the final call, the Straw Hat Pirates resolved to assist Vivi and the people of Alabasta. Leah had already anticipated this outcome, but she sought to confirm it. She did not intend to continue sailing with Luffy's crew, for she had witnessed his lifestyle and methods after setting out to sea. She had faith in Luffy's ability to face the forthcoming challenges. Next, she intended to seek out Shanks. Ace had not perished. He had merely sustained some injuries. During that tumultuous period, Leah had resolutely remained with the Whitebeard pirates, not only preventing Ace from being slain by Whitebeard, but also outsmarting Blackbeard. After Ace expressed disinterest in the devil fruit, Leah promptly negotiated the price and acquired the Yami Yami no Mi for herself. Blackbeard, unaware of her intentions, plotted an assault against Ace. Once the truth came to light, Blackbeard was forced to abandon ship, harboring resentment toward Leah. Nevertheless, Blackbeard was a man who could bend and adapt. Realizing he could not contend with Leah, he sought to test the waters for a potential alliance to dominate the seas. However, collaborating with such an individual was akin to courting disaster. Furthermore, Leah had little interest in maritime supremacy. Her true passion lay in wealth, and her unique strength and cunning had granted her an unparalleled position. In this world, strength could both elevate and invite trouble. Being too weak rendered one vulnerable to exploitation. Leah toiled relentlessly to establish her footing upon the seas, ensuring she could step forward to protect her family and friends in times of crisis, leaving the outcomes to fate. Ace pursued Blackbeard, but this time, Blackbeard was not as strong, while Ace had significantly grown in power. Aware that his departure was imminent, Whitebeard had also provided Ace with numerous advantages. A great war was destined to erupt, irrespective of whether Ace served as the catalyst. This conflict was inevitable, as the dividing line between eras and the torch igniting a new age. Leah would orchestrate a war that would reverberate throughout the world, regardless of its outcome. By drawing the Marines into this confrontation, the war's value would already be realized. Var inevitably incurs casualties, yet she would manage the situation to ensure the safety of certain individuals. The Marines, too, were divided, with hawkish factions eager to devise a plan against Whitebeard to establish their own might. It had been 22 years since the execution of Pirate King Roger. The Marines' authority had faced constant challenges over the years, leading more individuals to choose the pirate's life. They needed to make an example, and Whitebeard was the ideal target. The title of the strongest man at sea was not merely a boast. It was substantiated by his formidable achievements. Whitebeard was no mere chicken, but rather a fierce tiger of the jungle. Ace, chosen as the heir to the Pirate King, was also his beloved son. Leah would never allow harm to befall them. They were never mere stepping stones on Luffy's path to kingship. Ace and Luffy were rivals, a sentiment Leah still held. Ace's individual prowess was undeniable, though his choice of companions left much to be desired. In the past, he had aimed to conquer the seas solely through his strength, but after joining the Whitebeard pirates, he realized this was impossible. In contrast, Luffy surrounded himself with individuals of immense potential. Luffy's charisma transformed everyone around him into his allies. 2 years hence, they would not only strive for their personal ideals, but also for Luffy's ascension to kingship. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances post-war that could endanger those close to her, Leah had been planning to discreetly relocate her home island, Sicily, into the Devil's Triangle, coordinating with Moria for mutual protection during the most perilous times. After surviving that period, few would pose a threat to her and her loved ones. Now, in haste to seek out Shanks, she feared what might transpire in dire situations. Not merely human-made misfortunes, but also the whims of fate. One of her motivations for instigating the conflict was to escape such targeting, when destiny tilted in their favor. The original forces of fate would weaken, making it challenging for them to act against her. Leah pondered whether the forces of fate had recently become more subdued. perhaps awaiting the right moment to eradicate her. What was she seeking from Shanks? Why overthink? If she wished to find him, she should simply go, for they might not have the opportunity to meet for an extended period. Leah had a premonition. This was no mere whim. After meeting with Shanks, she would need to retrieve the obstinate Ace. Though Ace possessed considerable strength, his intellect was lacking, and Whitebeard's protection had rendered him somewhat naive compared to the seasoned pirates of the sea. The monkey family was remarkable, yet their intelligence was somewhat lacking, as if it resided solely within the mind of Uncle Dragon, leaving the others somewhat naive. Ace was stubborn and easily manipulated. However, he was affable and could strike up conversations with anyone, making friends across the globe. Keeping him close would provide Leah with some peace of mind. After all, Ace's background was unique. If the Marines uncovered any secrets, they might target him to instigate trouble. Furthermore, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates must avoid being isolated during this time. Finding a reason to be captured is all too easy. Any trivial matter can serve as a pretext. Leah concealed her island not merely for the sake of secrecy, but to safeguard the experimental data and newly developed technological methods in her possession. Even if the structures were demolished and the entertainment district laid to waste with sufficient funding, they could easily be rebuilt. However, should the experimental data be lost, it would be irreplaceable in the short term, especially since the pivotal scientific personnel had recently fallen victim to a nefarious plot. Leah suspected that the hand of the CP organization was behind it. Yet for the moment, she could not allocate her energy to confront them. All personnel had been dispatched on missions, awaiting the arrival of a significant event. She intended to make the celestial dragons and the world government pay dearly. As for the enterprises scattered across other islands, Leah harbored no concerns. Her associates were a complex mix of individuals from various strata, and even the world government would hesitate to recklessly shut them down. For to disrupt those businesses would be to jeopardize the capitalist pie. Should they dare to act, the financial chain of the world government could be compromised, potentially leading to internal discord. A slight financial loss in exchange for such an outcome would be music to Leah's ears. However, the Gorosei were not fools. They would not act rashly. When Leah approached Shanka's sea, he was gleefully indulging in stolen liquor, having unearthed the food that Rajalu had painstakingly hidden. He evaded everyone, contentedly savoring the afternoon. To be honest, Shanka's sea had much to confront in the near future, and it seemed he was already aware of it. Finally, embodying the essence of a maritime overlord. Did Shanka's sea know what Leah was doing? Or rather, did he comprehend the implications of her actions? Leah believed he did. Yet he simply did not wish to intervene forcefully. Leah was undoubtedly a variable, a fact that Shanka's sea might deeply understand, granting her a degree of freedom, even if her actions would divert many matters from their course, was his approach. This relative freedom implied that if he was unable to assist her, he would refrain from interfering or obstructing her endeavors. Shanka's sea bore an immense burden. He could not act solely according to his desires. Even freedom eluded him. He could not attain absolute liberty. Had he ever contemplated becoming the Pirate King? Certainly, but he questioned whether reaching Raftel was merely the pinnacle of such an ambition. The captain had entrusted his hat to him and bestowed upon him a grave responsibility. He understood that the captain harbored great expectations for him. Yet, he was destined never to become the Pirate King, bound by his heritage and the inopportune timing, shackled by countless constraints. It seemed that fate continually guided their lives, leaving no one able to escape its grasp. The captain was the first to perceive this truth. He had long been aware of all the world's secrets. Utilizing these secrets, which could wield a tremendous influence over the world, he garnered numerous privileges from the Gorosei. Becoming one of the four emperors was merely a means to seize control over the seas, and nothing more. He had made a pact with the Gorosei, promising to maintain the balance of the seas until chaos erupted, thereby indirectly upholding the world government's dominion. For him, this was not overly challenging. As long as he remained with his comrades, any position could be attainable. Yet, he was unwilling. From the moment he relinquished his dream, he had already done too much he did not wish to. Encountering Leah and falling in love with her was a predetermined affair, as she had long since claimed him. He belonged to no one, but was a child of the sea. Yet his love was solely hers. Even if time passed and they turned to dust, this truth would remain unchanged. Every life is finite. There are too many things we cannot alter. However, the genuine love one person holds for another is impervious to the ravages of time and the barriers of life and death. Even if our lives were to cease at this moment, enduring love would mock the impotence of death. Leah sauntered over to Xiangke and took a seat before him, as he continued to stuff his mouth while gazing at her with bright eyes, though he appeared somewhat foolish in that moment. Each glance he cast her way was filled with singular focus. "Let's take a day off from Beekman and go out to have some fun," Leah suggested with a smile, running her fingers through his red hair. "Lily Jiang, you are unusually gentle today, and it feels a bit disconcerting," Xiangke replied, his eyes wide with surprise. "You fool," Leah exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent Xiangke's head into the floor. "I finally said something nice. And you couldn't just cooperate a little, you blockhead." Leah stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Xiangke, cradling the swelling lump on his head, tearfully apologized. "Sumi Masai, I was wrong." "Fine, let us go ask Beekman for a leave," Leah conceded, adding in Xiangke, "At least try to act like a captain and stop sneaking food." After a brief pause, she continued, "If you must indulge, at least don't get caught. It's embarrassing to be reprimanded by Beekman. I can't bear being scorned by Lily Jiang." The situation was quite urgent at this moment. Xiangke had arranged to meet with the Whitebeard. Uncertain of the accuracy of this meeting, Leah felt it was a relay of times. Whitebeard had ruled the seas for decades, and now, in his old age, it was time for him to lay down his burdens. A new era was on the horizon. Yet, Leah felt a pang of worry about the unforeseen consequences that might arise. Their circumstances had been prolonged for far too long. She owed him some resolution. Leah firmly believed that, in comparison to her objectives, her own life was of little significance, even if she had become the concern of many. After utilizing her ability to procure leave from Beekman, Leah promptly attended to Xiangke, ensuring his stubble was shaven clean, and took him shopping for several new outfits. There was no choice. His sense of style was utterly abysmal. It was intolerable. He looked quite handsome and bore the title of a four-emperor. Yet he could not take a moment to groom himself. Nevertheless, being family, Leah exhibited a high degree of tolerance towards Xiangke. Leah reserved a private hot spring. Despite donning minimal attire while soaking in the warm waters, Xiangke remained like a lump of wood, continuously munching away. Leah's patience wore thin, and she finally seized him and plunged him into the pool. Surrounded by mist, Xiangke blinked in surprise, staring at Leah for several seconds before his gaze settled unwaveringly upon her. "You pretender." Leah approached him, biting his lip fiercely. The sudden pain prompted Xiangke to return her kiss. As they broke apart, Leah gasped for breath, her eyes brimming with unspoken meaning. "Lily Jiang, your assertiveness today is somewhat intimidating," Xiangke remarked, pulling her into his embrace. The warmth between them continued to escalate. Suddenly, Xiangke's expression turned serious as he inquired, "Are you planning to engage in something perilous?" His perceptiveness was unerringly sharp, yet she could not ascertain whether it was indeed dangerous. There were too many unknowns, and she was uncertain of what might transpire. "Not quite," she replied. "Then, that implies there is danger." Xiangke embraced Leah tightly, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Leah gently caressed his chest and suggested, "Xiangke, let us proceed. I hold you in the highest regard, and truly, it is unnecessary to rush into this. After all, such matters often leave the woman at a disadvantage. I do not wish to compel you. Let's allow things to unfold naturally." Xiangke, momentarily at a loss for words, seemed to feel a tinge of nervousness. "This is not coercion, Xiangke. Once all is said and done, I shall marry you." She looped her arms around his neck, drawing him closer. "Do not leave me," Xiangke murmured softly amidst the swelling waves of emotion. Leah's gaze flickered, clouded with uncertainty, yet she could not bear to deceive him. "I cannot guarantee. You truly are a wicked woman, having captured my heart since childhood," Xiangke thought, holding on to the last vestiges of his composure, yet refraining from uttering those words aloud. The atmosphere grew even more charged, a palpable tension enveloping them. Regarding the audacious act of disrobing Isug and departing, it could not be deemed as familiarity. Rather, it was Leah's first encounter of such a nature. After all, it was unlikely she would find another Suag to engage with. The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. As to why Leah awoke first, bursting with energy to flee, that remained a matter of perspective. That said, Leah donned a high-neck sweater to conceal the telltale marks on her neck and retrieved Ace's life card, making her way towards his location. Shang Kusu, however, could not afford to succumb to slumber. Having risen to his current station, he was ever vigilant against the treacherous individuals who coveted the Suag throne. The instinct to sense danger had become second nature to him. He understood the challenges that Leah wished to evade and was reluctant to force the issue. He did not wish to compel her into submission or retreat. They were indeed lovers, yet boundaries were necessary. Thus, he resolved to allow matters to unfold for the time being. Leah had a penchant for making reckless promises, yet each one brought him joy. Shang Kusi tossed aside the thin blanket, revealing his well-defined physique. After donning the clothes he had prepared earlier and taking a leisurely shower, he sauntered back to the Lefusahao. To his surprise, Leah had thoughtfully left a considerable sum of money on the bedside table. Shang Kurisu, without hesitation, took it to indulge in some drink. As fate would have it, the other crew members soon learned of the incident and began to tease Leah, likening her to a courtesan, while Shang Kurisu was the one being courted. After the deed is done, she leaves the money and runs, remarked Lucky Lu, jesting. Our captain has become the one abandoned. How utterly pathetic. Beckman, taking a puff of his cigarette, chose silence, perhaps finding the matter too humiliating to comment on. The others doubled over in laughter, unable to contain themselves. Shang Kusu. Meanwhile, they seemed to be making rapid progress, shifting locations daily, evading capture at every turn. Currently, he was being led by the nose by Blackbeard. It was likely that Blackbeard had anticipated Ace's pursuit, for his cunning was to be taken seriously. However, this roundabout strategy suggested that he had yet to find suitable partners, better termed collaborators united by mutual benefit. Yet Blackbeard had relinquished the Anan Guosher, effectively crippling his own power and limiting his potential, which should, in theory, pose no significant threat to Ace. However, the seeds planted by Leah had yet to germinate. The force that would befit his command had yet to awaken. Ace's mental maturity had grown considerably, yet he remained uncertain of his ultimate path. Before Leah could locate Ace, she was summoned by Doflamingo to Dressrosa. Doflamingo, unchanged, exuded flamboyance. Leah, wishing to observe the plump bird perched on Doflamingo's shoulder more closely, was halted by his finger pressing against her forehead. The bird, noticing the interruption, adjusted its glasses with its wings and fluttered away from Leah. Oh, how spoiled it has become, Leah mused, as the bird now mirrored Doflamingo's haughty demeanor. Doflamingo's laughter was unrestrained, a genuine joy that differed from his usual mocking tone. What have you summoned me for? Am I merely here to entertain you? Leah pushed his finger away, exasperated. Why you always look so dim-witted? Doflamingo replied nonchalantly. I intend to stand by your side, Leah stated earnestly. Doflamingo's tone shifted slightly. Though still casual, wouldn't it be more fitting for you to deal with the Thinlungren? Leah met his gaze. You would find it more comfortable. Suddenly, Doflamingo playfully flicked her forehead. Ouch! Leah crouched down, rubbing her head. You insufferable flamingo. Why do you do that? It hurts. You think I'm unaware of your intentions to lead me into danger? Doflamingo rested his chin on his hand, replying coolly, You truly are hard to deceive. Leah stood again, continuing, Standing by your side might prove perilous. We could easily become targets, perhaps even collateral damage. There is no collateral damage. We are allies. Targeting you means targeting me, Doflamingo remarked, averting his gaze somewhat awkwardly. The sun must have risen in the west for such a beautiful woman to soften your tongue. Leah exclaimed in mock surprise, stumbling over her words, dodging Doflamingo's outstretched leg. She patted her racing heart. Do not be angry. I did not mean it. I often speak without thinking, as you well know. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins, his frustration palpable as he clenched and relaxed his fists, unable to find a way to deal with this stubborn woman. Leah leaned closer to Doflamingo, patting his shoulder, and said earnestly, "I understand, Doflamingo, you are concerned for me. But truly, you need not worry so. I will never recklessly place myself in danger. I am a businesswoman at heart, always weighing the pros and cons. I will not engage in ventures lacking in benefit." "Indeed," Doflamingo replied with a soft acknowledgement, then continued, "The Tilongan issue cannot be resolved in a single encounter. I have entrusted that matter to Tesoro, who is more eager for revenge. Naturally, I will not let the Tilongan escape easily, for they are the ones who incited our family's downfall. Were it not for them, my mother would not have suffered to the point of no return." Doflamingo's gaze turned distant. "I detest this world. Our family's plight cannot be attributed to a single party. Even if I were to eradicate those who pursued us back then, the flames of my anger would not subside. They only intensify. As long as I draw breath, I shall disrupt this world, ensuring it knows no peace." As he concluded, Doflamingo's expression grew increasingly fierce. Leah sighed softly, suggesting, "Doflamingo, perhaps you should consider marrying someone to occupy your time with something other than world destruction. Finding joy in life might alleviate some of your burdens. Moreover, Luo, she inquires about your well-being daily, and he has developed an affection for Ndi, that particularly quirky girl under my supervision. Should they embark on a romantic journey together and welcome a child into the world, wouldn't you find yourself in the role of an uncle? Just imagine having a little one to frolic with. It would surely be delightful. Enough of this. Please do not bring up that rascal Luo Shi. Ah, but truly, you cannot deny your concern for him. Perhaps the dire circumstances have compelled He Hu Zi to align himself with the Navy, leading to an assault on AIC, ultimately capturing him and confining him within the depths of Push City. Upon receiving this news, Leah was momentarily stunned, her heart halting in disbelief. In that instant, she pondered whether she was powerless to effect change. Once she steadied herself, she began to meticulously review the situation. It was reported that the Navy had dispatched the Vice Admiral, Yen Shu, a rather exceptional individual. His mastery of hockey and the Navy's 6 styles reached the level of an admiral, the sole distinction lying in the nature of his devil fruit power. He is a trusted confidant of Akainu, belonging to the hawkish faction. However, compared to Akainu, he exhibits greater adaptability and a relentless pursuit of efficiency, willing to collaborate with anyone to achieve his aims. His operational style aligns closely with the concept of justice, marking him as a competent and exemplary commander. It is hardly surprising that He Hu Zi would provide AIC's intelligence to the Navy, prompting their involvement in the apprehension. Yet, why did AIC not attempt to escape? It seemed he was in a standoff with his captors, ultimately surrendering without resistance. Why? Furthermore, Leah had received AIC's last letter, which contained but a few terse words, "at my expense." She crumpled the paper in her palm, closing her eyes momentarily before reopening them. AIC had matured, yet he need not have resorted to such measures. There were undoubtedly more fitting alternatives. No, perhaps it is the current method that is most suitable, as it incurs the least cost. As a business person, one must concede this point. However, how does one balance emotion against profit? Leah could envision He Hu Zi leveraging Lu Fei as leverage, just as she would in her own dealings. Was this fate? AIC knelt within the 6th level of Push City's prison, his body marred with injuries, his hands shackled by sea-stone handcuffs. He appeared disheveled, yet retained his pride. In a moment, unnoticed by others, a faint white flame flickered to life in his hand. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the 4 emperors, Hong Fa and Bai Hu Zi, were engaged in a momentous meeting, drawing the attention of many. Indeed, it was impossible to overlook should the 2 emperors conspire and join forces against the Navy headquarters. It would spell disaster for the Navy. Additionally, should the equilibrium of the seas be disrupted, it would incite rebellion among the lower echelons, destabilizing the world government's dominion. This upheaval was inevitable. A decaying societal structure must ultimately collapse, a trend dictated by the currents of history. Over the course of 8 centuries, Leah remained unaware of how many times the world government had ruthlessly suppressed such rebellions through sheer force. She required a catalyst to ignite an explosion of change in this world. Whether commoners, nobility, or slaves, all must rise against their oppressors, overthrowing the oppressive weight that looms over them. It was essential to kindle the flames of indignation within the hearts of the people. The simplest method would be to take the lead in such a movement, perhaps even against the celestial dragons. This would not be a mere provocation or a subtle approach, but rather a large-scale capture and slaughter. Should someone take the initiative, those long subjected to oppression would be inspired to rally against their local aristocrats. The old societal order must be overthrown. Neither individuals nor organizations alone could achieve this. It required the collective effort of humanity as a whole. The few individuals of great strength were ultimately outnumbered by the majority of ordinary people who governed society. They were the essential cogs in the machinery of civilization. The Jolly Roger of Hong Fa had undergone several modifications. Many failed to notice this, but Leah could not overlook it. From the laughing skeleton of Windmill Village to the more recent ordinary pirate flag and the fearsome visage encountered previously, it appeared Shanks was preparing to embrace the challenges of a new era. During his time aboard Roger's ship, Shanks could not have been ignorant of the prophecy surrounding Fishman Island. Could he truly find the one who would usher in the new era? Joy Boy? Risking the ire of the world government, Shanks led his crew to confront CP9, seizing the fateful rubber fruit, or perhaps it should be called the Nika fruit. Yet, who among them could awaken the potential of the rubber fruit? Due to his lineage, he had long been excluded from consideration. His life had experienced two profound crises. The first occurred during his confrontation with He Huzi, when he sustained an eye injury, nearly succumbing to blindness. He had since kept the deeply buried memory of He Huzi close to his heart, cautioning himself that there are always stronger individuals beyond one's ken. The second crisis came when he uncovered the truth of his own lineage. The extent of his despair is easily imagined. He was the descendant of the very person he loathed the most. Could his dreams still come to fruition? Nevertheless, the captain was unperturbed, encouraging him with the words that he was a child of the Golden Jackson, a child of the sea, and should pursue his desires with courage. To inspire him, the captain gifted him the treasured straw hat. Shanks understood the significance of this hat profoundly. Even before, it was merely a hat, and to broaden the definition, it belonged to the pirate Roger. However, once it was passed to another, it became a token of trust, a symbol of the legacy of Will. After acquiring the rubber fruit, he hesitated, having learned that the captain's child had survived, taken in by Garp, and hidden in the East Blue. With a sense of cautious optimism, he asked Beckman to investigate Garp's whereabouts over the years, roughly confirming the area. Following Roger's demise, he formed his own crew, but he felt a growing sense of disconnection. Did he truly wish to become the Pirate King? Had he not long sought true freedom? In times of hardship, one should focus on oneself, and in times of prosperity, one should aid the world. He had always borne the mission left to him by the captain. Had he not? Perhaps it was prudent to pause and seek out the captain's child. Perhaps that person would be the more suitable candidate. Upon meeting Lu Fei, he nearly believed him to be the captain's son, for Lu Fei bore a striking resemblance to the captain in many ways. Alas, the ages did not align. Later, he also encountered AIC, the captain's child, who shared some similarities with the captain, though perhaps due to his upbringing, he bore a certain gloom. Compared to AIC, he had enjoyed the captain's full affection, as had Buggy. In that moment, he felt a stirring within him. Should he not bestow the rubber fruit upon AIC? Yet, his preference remained with Lu Fei. Of course, he could consume it himself, but his resolve had wavered. While he was entangled in these thoughts, Lu Fei consumed the rubber fruit. The fruits of the mythical beast possessed the unique ability to choose their own masters, a truth well understood by the seasoned pirate who has traversed the seas for many years. It is a matter of destiny. Subsequently, Ace joined the Whitebeard pirates and caught the attention of Whitebeard himself, who intended to nurture Ace as a potential future pirate king. Shanks was acutely aware of this fact. Yet Leah's involvement in this intricate web of events led the aging Whitebeard to ignite a fire for the new era, even if it was not solely for Ace. However, Ace was captured, making it impossible for Whitebeard to remain uninvolved. In the moment that he faced off against Whitebeard, Shanks realized that Leah's conspiracy had already succeeded halfway. As formidable as he was, Shanks found himself recalling the moment from 20 years prior when Whitebeard clashed blades with Captain Roger. Despite the disparity in strength, the difference was negligible. He observed that those around him seemed unfazed, and his heart settled. Though he had never questioned Leah, it did not imply ignorance of her intents. The Navy had long been plotting against Whitebeard, with Ace merely serving as a pretext for the impending conflict, a mere embellishment. Whitebeard gazed at the powerful and reliable young man before him, sharing his speculations about future events, even though he had already come to terms with the truth. Whitebeard stood as the guardian of an era, yet he was aging and required a successor for his mantle. The red-haired boy represented a dependable successor, and when he passed his hat to the chosen one, he had already embraced this realization, had he not? With his final strength, he resolved to pave the way for these fresh bloodlines. Whitebeard made his decision. The two shared a silent toast, culminating in Whitebeard's hearty laughter, seemingly completing a form of ceremonial handover. This meeting was akin to a monumental relay race. Before Roger's surrender, he too had invited Whitebeard for a drink, imparting everything about the D and the world to him. In contrast to the world's future, Whitebeard cherished his family more. He had made his choice long ago, and now he was prepared to fight one last battle for his family. He could perish, but his children must continue to roam the seas freely. Who would lead them then? Ace, Marco, or perhaps another stranger? All of it remained unpredictable. Yet as a father, Whitebeard wished for them to have a future filled with freedom. He represented the old era, while his children were part of the new age. Ultimately, Shanks departed with his crew. He had to keep an eye on Kaido, for it was uncertain whether the fearsome beast stationed on Onigashima would involve himself with Queen and others, exacerbating the situation. He now understood that watching over Kaido and the other monstrosities of the New World was imperative. As long as he fulfilled this duty, Leah's threat could be minimized. It seemed everyone had been ensnared in a grand scheme. He found himself questioning Leah's motives for approaching him. Although she had admitted that her gestures of goodwill in Windmill Village were anything but sincere, he did not mind it too much, yet a sense of melancholy lingered. These thoughts, however, were fleeting, and he ultimately could not blame her. Beckman stood silently beside Shanks. As his first mate, he shared all the risks and burdens with Shanks. It was a path they had chosen together, and regardless of the circumstances, he would accompany this man to the end. "Set sail, everyone," Shanks commanded. Yes. A multitude of affirmations echoed from various corners of the Red Force as he embarked on the path he had chosen. Impelled down, Garp sat on the ground, observing Ace, whose hands and feet were shackled by enormous sea-prism stone chains. For Garp, this might be Ace's final moments, and he wished to converse with him as much as possible. Initially, the old man had hoped Ace and Luffy would become formidable Navy officers. However, they had chosen a path that stood in stark contrast to that hope. No member of the monkey family was obedient, not even his wayward son. Despite the helplessness, Garp felt a sense of pride, for one must pursue their dreams and walk their chosen path. Otherwise, what meaning would life hold? It pained him that he could not shelter the child he had watched grow up under his wings. He had chosen to protect Ace, hoping for his safe growth. And what of that little girl, Leah? Recently, the winds of war seemed to be brewing, as many new recruits in the Navy chose to withdraw. Whether it was due to the increasingly rampant pirates or the rising discontent within the Navy, it signified a shift in the tides. Where had the departing recruits gone? Indeed, to the Revolutionary Army. Garp himself did not believe that the Navy represented justice. He had seen through that long ago. Otherwise, he would not have continuously refused promotions to admiral. Yet, the justice he bore throughout his life made it difficult to relinquish. On the surface, the islands appeared tranquil, but beneath the calm lay turbulent currents, with ever more individuals joining the ranks of the resistance. As for the fact that these occurrences had yet to become known to the world, it was due to Morgan's being unable to report on them under the pressure of the world government. However, Morgan's had conflicts with the world government and the Navy, and this situation would not last long. Once he relocated the headquarters of his newspaper to the New World, where government control was weakest, he would be able to report freely. With the people's hearts wavering, chaos would inevitably ensue. Ace was about to ascend the execution platform, while Luffy wreaked havoc in the Sabaody archipelago. As a grandfather, Garp felt utterly helpless. Yet, there was no turning back now. The warship carrying Luffy had arrived at Impel Down, and Luffy continued to hide within Hancock's clothing. Previously, the Navy had agreed to Hancock's request to join the battle, and meeting Ace at Impel Down was her condition for exchange. However, before entering, they needed to be searched and fitted with C prism stone handcuffs. Upon arriving at the prison, Hancock was greeted by Vice Warden Hannibal. Under Hannibal's direction, Hancock followed Chief Guard Domino to a room for a body search. They entered the examination room, which was equipped with a monitoring snail. Domino produced the C prism stone handcuffs and requested, "Please cooperate with my work." Hancock, feigning shyness, replied, "Could you be a bit gentler?" Seizing the moment when Domino was momentarily entranced by her beauty, she activated the powers of the Mero Mero no Mi, petrifying both Domino and the monitoring snail. At that moment, Luffy emerged from Hancock's clothing. Grateful for her assistance, Luffy grasped Hancock's hand and earnestly declared, "I will not forget this kindness. One day, I will repay you." Hancock's face flushed crimson, her mind racing with countless scenarios. Meanwhile, Hannibal received a call from the monitoring room, reporting the situation to the Vice Warden. The transmission from the ruined snail had been interrupted. Was there a problem? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hannibal hurriedly knocked on the door to inquire. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Hancock and Domino stepping out of the room. Hancock deftly changed the subject, allowing Luffy to slip away from Hannibal and the other officers. Toijin Chung consists of 6 layers, all constructed underground. The first layer, known as Honglian Diyu, houses the least severe offenders. Here lies a vast expanse resembling a forest, where the leaves of the sword tree above can slice through anything, while the Zhun Zhun Chao below pierces the human body like needles. Inmates must scurry back and forth to evade venomous spiders and the guards, ultimately succumbing to the relentless torment of these blades and thorns, bleeding profusely from their wounds. The second layer is the Beast Layer, or Mo Sho Diyu, teeming with various ferocious creatures from the demon realm. The largest among them is the Basilisk, and the chief, the Sphinx, doubles as the head guard and commander of the Blue Gorillas. Prisoners confined here are acutely aware that they will inevitably become fodder for these beasts, stripped of even the courage to fear. MR3 is one such unfortunate soul. The third layer, known as GEDU, is the Hunger Layer. After ascending from the searing hell, inmates are denied any sustenance or warmth, and MR2, Foam Kule, Little Foam, is imprisoned here. The fourth layer, Jouri DU, is characterized by extreme heat, serving as the office of Warden Magellan. The temperature here is unbearably high, akin to a colossal furnace filled with boiling blood and flames. Inmates must endure this scorching disinfection before entering prison. MR1 is confined within this layer. The fifth layer is the extreme cold hell, where notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million are held. Inmates in this frigid environment suffer severe frostbite leading to death, while the forest of this frozen hell is home to numerous military wolves. Due to the excessively low temperature, no surveillance bugs have been installed here. The 55th layer is the new human paradise, accessible only through the prison's sewage system, revealing a secret haven, Zone 55, for inmates. The Devil's Invitation, which has led many prisoners to mysteriously vanish, is merely a facade, with the current human king being Ivankov. Ace is confined at the very bottom, in the 6th layer of Infinite Hell. This layer houses remarkable individuals, where inmates are either on death row or serving life sentences. Notorious figures erased from history due to their heinous crimes. Ordinary people remain oblivious to the existence of this layer, as the inmates have committed atrocities beyond comprehension. The life card serves as a guide, and Luffy, clutching a fragment of Ace's life card, makes his way downward. Meanwhile, Buggy has escaped from the prison, indifferent to his fellow inmates, quietly departing. Although fleeing seems prudent, his luck is unfortunate. He is captured by surveillance bugs at a corner. The staff in the control room sound the alarm, reporting Buggy's location. Subsequently, a horde of blue gorilla guards rushes out, searching for Buggy's whereabouts. At that moment, Luffy is exploring the first underground layer in search of the entrance to the next level. Suddenly, the pirates in the cell call out to Luffy, hoping he can help them by stealing the keys. These young pirates incessantly persuade Luffy. One of them, wearing a fawning expression, exclaims, "Don't you think that our meeting in this vast sea of people is fate?" Just as Luffy contemplates this, a commotion arises. Buggy is sprinting towards them, pursued by a throng of blue gorillas. One blue gorilla swings an axe at Buggy, cleaving him in two. In this manner, Buggy and Luffy meet once more, the last encounter having taken place in Lowtown. Soon, Luffy finds himself being chased alongside Buggy by the blue gorillas. They engage in combat while fleeing, and after a while, they decide to temporarily join forces to eliminate their pursuers. They simultaneously turn and launch an attack. Luffy knocks down one blue gorilla with a single punch. Buggy, however, collapses in the process. Gazing at the fallen blue gorilla, he remarks, "Don't let your guard down. There are still 4 more. Upon turning around, he discovers that Luffy has already defeated the remaining 4 blue gorillas. Buggy is left in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, exclaiming, "You've done it all." After dispatching the blue gorillas, Buggy picks up a large axe that had fallen to the ground and rests it on his shoulder. Upon learning of Luffy's purpose in the prison, Buggy expresses his desire not to accompany Luffy to his doom, opting to leave alone. However, he notices the ornament on Luffy's arm, a glass double circular bracelet that Nami had previously gifted him, now worn by Luffy. Upon seeing this bracelet, Buggy's eyes light up. In a moment of greed, he attempts to snatch it away, declaring, "If you give this to me, I will guide you." Buggy clings to Luffy's arm, his expression twisted with determination. After hearing this promise, Luffy finally comes to a halt. Buggy then leads the way above, while Luffy pursues him below, as they head towards the 5th layer of the Great Prison. Meanwhile, Hancock, along with Domino and others, has arrived at the 4th layer, where they are to meet Warden Magellan. Magellan spends 10 hours a day in the restroom, being the user of the poison fruit. Even a mere breath from him can induce poisoning. Luffy and Buggy have now reached the 2nd underground layer, having defeated the guards there. The keys to the cells fall to the ground, causing the prisoners within to shout, "If possible, could you retrieve the keys?" After contemplating for a moment, Buggy picks up the keys and toys with them in his hand, saying, "I can save you, but you must know it was Captain Buggy who rescued you." After reaching an agreement, Buggy unlocks the cell doors, freeing the inmates from their shackles. However, unbeknownst to them, the area is teeming with micro-surveillance marching ants, one of Sicily's new experimental achievements. By studying the communication principles of the surveillance bugs, Leah proposed a new concept and identified inconspicuous organisms that could serve as substitutes for the surveillance bugs. However, the experiment is still incomplete, capable only of mass delivery, and these creatures possess a degree of self-awareness. It remains uncertain what they will ultimately record. Furthermore, due to the sheer volume of deliveries, monitoring personnel's visual acuity is severely tested, as they must sift through extensive video data to extract valid information and compile it. As the prisoners are liberated in droves, they rally around Buggy, treating him as their rallying point. Among them is MR3, an old adversary of Luffy, who leans against the iron gate, excitedly mumbling, "It seems I have not been completely abandoned by the divine." MR3 emerges, his eyes fractured, boasting, "Do you remember me?" After Luffy mistakenly calls him by the wrong name, MR3 joins Luffy and Buggy in their escape. Unaware that Luffy is heading towards the 6th layer, MR3 mistakenly believes that Luffy and Buggy are attempting a jailbreak. Similar to Buggy, upon learning of Luffy's true intentions, MR3 immediately plans to flee. Only Luffy prevented him from leaving. The demand for his release was merely a means to reveal the entrance to the 3rd level. At that moment, a larger soldier ant, resembling a leader, clambered onto Buggy's prison uniform, stealthily concealing itself upon him. Meanwhile, Kemu, who was frantically scanning for information behind him, immediately locked onto that particular frame, sliding his finger to magnify it slightly and reposition it at the center of his screen. Subsequently, one of his eyes remained fixated on this image, while the other began sifting through nearly 1,000 frames. At this juncture, MR3 concocted a devious plan. The stairway connecting the 1st and 3rd levels was accessible, and to reach the 1st level, he needed to divert the monsters on the 2nd level. After some contemplation, he verbally acquiesced to Luffy's request while secretly intending to use Luffy to draw the monster's attention away. They had not run far when they encountered the grotesquely hideous guardian of the staircase, the Sphinx. This lion, capable of speech, pursued the trio relentlessly. In a moment of inspiration, MR3 created numerous wax figures identical to himself. The lion's ability to discern was quite poor. It could not identify the real MR3 and resorted to a game of whack-a-mole, incessantly stomping on the wax figures. Just as MR3 planned to seize the opportunity to escape, the floor began to crumble. The trio, along with the lion, plummeted to the third sublevel. Meanwhile, Jinbei and Ace were confined in a cell, with Jinbei recounting tales of their father. Whitebeard, a towering figure, had boldly declared to all, "Fishman Island is my territory." With this proclamation, none dared to covet Fishman Island. Jinbei held deep admiration for Whitebeard. He wished to halt the war and save Ace, yet felt powerless to act. Suddenly, a man burst into laughter from the cell opposite Ace. It was the former Shichibukai, Crocodile. "I lost a bet. I lost the bet, haha," Crocodile exclaimed, chuckling, before lowering his head to murmur, "Indeed, she anticipated everything. Life is so complex, as if manipulated by unseen hands." At that moment, in the naval headquarters, Admiral Sengoku seethed with anger upon hearing of Luffy's ruckus in the prison. He berated Garp, exclaiming, "Why is it always your grandson, Garp?" Sengoku pointed an accusatory finger at Garp. Garp, in contrast, laughed until tears streamed down his face, proudly giving a thumbs up and saying, "He truly is remarkable. He's indeed my grandson." The grandson was like this, and the grandfather too, as Sengoku's frustration manifested in snatching away Garp's senbei. "This is mine. Give it back," Garp demanded, extending his hand. "Enough of this noise," Sengoku retorted, pouring a large bag of senbei into his mouth. Akainu remained composed on the couch, saying nothing. After Akainu departed, Sengoku released his grip on Garp's collar and retrieved a hefty stack of reports from his desk. He flung the entire pile at Garp's face, his expression turning grave as he said heavily, "Look at what your dear granddaughter has done. Her actions could overturn the entire world. Can your family truly bear the cost of this worldwide upheaval?" As Sengoku turned away, if one looked closely, they would notice his shoulders trembled slightly, the weight of justice wavering precariously. Garp crouched down, picking up the reports one by one, still smiling. At that moment, this formidable elder appeared to show the first signs of age, revealing a hint of frailty. "Sengoku, I am old. The world now belongs to the youth," he mused. Sengoku's shoulders sagged as he replied, "It is indeed an era of chaos." In Impel Down at the third sublevel, Luffy, Buggy, and MR3 tumbled down from the second level, while the Sphinx had been knocked unconscious. The heat in this area was intense, and they were all jolted awake by the soaring temperatures. MR3's abilities were rendered ineffective in this oppressive heat, causing his wax creations to melt instantly. They now sought the entrance to the fourth sublevel. Upon entering a cell filled with formidable pirates, all boasting bounties exceeding 50 million, they discovered that a riot had erupted on the second sublevel. A horde of prisoners surged toward the exit, having been released by Buggy, thereby diverting the guards' attention. At this moment, Buggy was on the verge of a meltdown. They had taken a convoluted detour, only to return to the spot where they had fallen. All of this was under the watchful gaze of the guards. As they pulled a rope, a massive stone door rose, and a net ensnared Buggy and his companions, completely trapping them. Alarmingly, this net was infused with sea stone, rendering them incapable of utilizing their powers. Soon after, a group of guards approached, led by a diminutive Sphinx. "Give up. Resistance is futile," the Sphinx said, sporting dark circles under his eyes and lacking energy. At that moment, the Sphinx, also ensnared in the net, awoke and struggled fiercely, tearing through the net. This provided an opportunity for Luffy and the others to escape. A throng of guards charged towards Luffy, while MR3 and Buggy positioned themselves on an overhead walkway, planning to abandon Luffy there. Luffy's optimism exceeded their expectations. Instead of being angry, he waved at them in gratitude, saying, "Goodbye. Thank you for bringing me here." Is he joking? How overly optimistic! Buggy and MR3 exclaimed in unison. The guard's primary target was also Luffy, and amidst the chaos, Buggy and MR3 hastily made their exit. Buggy's soldier ant antennae quivered, as yet another ant took the opportunity to climb onto Luffy's pant leg. They could not endure the heat any longer and decided to take a break. At that moment, a melodious voice reached their ears. "What is that singing?" Buggy inquired curiously. "The path of the transgender, the strongest. The strongest." In such a sweltering environment, to sing so effortlessly was no small feat. They hurried towards the source of the voice. Discovering the dapper MR2, Phone Keeley gracefully performing ballet. Upon seeing Buggy and MR3, he gasped in astonishment. "What? Mr. 3, how did you end up here?" Excited, Little Phone rushed to the bars of his cell, gripping the iron bars tightly. After a brief discussion, Buggy and MR3 decided to free Little Phone. However, Phone chose to act independently rather than follow them. Meanwhile, Magellan brought Hancock to the 6th level of the prison, where Ace and Jinbei awaited them. The incarcerated criminals erupted in commotion upon seeing another stunning beauty. They could hardly believe their eyes at the sight of such beauty within the prison walls. Magellan urged the prisoners to quiet down, but instead they mocked him, taunting, "A guy who constantly has stomach issues dares to discipline us?" Magellan, incensed, his eyes turning crimson, prepared to teach these oblivious prisoners a lesson. Behind him, several purple venomous dragons formed from his poison began to rise ominously. The criminals, upon witnessing the scene, exhibited expressions of sheer terror and began to scream louder, pleading for Magellan to spare their lives. In the midst of this chaos, no one noticed Hancock. The clamor was overwhelming. Seizing the opportunity, Hancock informed Ace of Luffy's arrival and impelled down to rescue him. Upon hearing this news, Ace's eyes widened in surprise before gradually calming. He lowered his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, whether of pride or something else was uncertain. Truly, Luffy was as unpredictable as ever. Magellan launched an assault on the prisoners, with poisonous dragons surging into various cells, enveloping the criminals in venom. Their cries of agony and astonishment echoing throughout the prison. With a stern expression, Magellan warned the gathered prisoners, reminding them that he possessed both the authority and power to execute them on spot. Once he finished speaking, he reverted to his original demeanor. Meanwhile, Hancock concluded her message to Ace. Elsewhere, Luffy found himself pinned beneath a lion's paw. Famished and sweltering, he lacked the strength to extricate himself from the beast's grip. Just as the lion prepared to devour him, a voice called out, halting the creature. Both the lion and Luffy turned to see. Was it Zoro? No, it was Xiaofeng masquerading as Zoro. Xiaofeng leapt down, using his agile leg technique to kick the lion away, rescuing Luffy. As Luffy observed Xiaofeng's graceful spin in the air, he discerned that this was not Zoro, yet the voice was familiar. It had been too long. "Xiaofeng, I've missed you," he exclaimed, tears welling in Xiaofeng's eyes. The two brothers embraced, fate having reunited them, vowing never to part again. Xiaofeng and Luffy chatted as they ran. Luffy was headed to the 6th underground level to rescue Ace, while Xiaofeng aimed to meet his most cherished person on the 5.5 level. At that moment, Hancock had just ascended from the 6th level. Her mission accomplished, as she had successfully delivered Luffy to the prison and conveyed the message to Ace. Xiaofeng led Luffy to a towering wall, pointing out, "Climbing over this wall will reveal the entrance to the 4th level." They both jumped up. The area was engulfed in thick smoke with a stifling heat. Xiaofeng explained, "The 3rd underground level serves as an exhaust outlet for the 4th level, which is a true furnace." Luffy realized that the temperature of the 3rd level was insignificant compared to what lay ahead. Xiaofeng approached the furnace, advising Luffy, "As long as you jump from here, you'll reach the 4th level, but ensure you choose a safe landing spot." Luffy joined Xiaofeng, gazing at the billowing smoke from the massive furnace. For Ace, he had to leap. Suddenly, Luffy asked Xiaofeng, "Are you willing to risk your life to meet the person you long to see?" Xiaofeng smiled, of course. The person Xiaofeng wished to see was the Okama King, Ivankov, and his eyes sparkled at the mention. At that moment, MR3 and Buggy came rushing towards them, chased by a cow. This inadvertently pulled Luffy and Xiaofeng into a chaotic escape. Buggy explained that they did not intend to reach the 4th level. While searching for the entrance to the 3rd level, they had encountered this formidable cow, a beast of the guards, which was too powerful to confront, leaving them no choice but to flee. Realizing that continuous flight was not a viable solution, Buggy turned and kicked, launching a buggy ball from his foot. The explosion appeared devastating, engulfing the cow in flames. However, it inflicted no actual harm. The cow stood unfazed amidst the inferno. Xiaofeng leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the cow, causing the ground to collapse and trapping half of its body. Subsequently, MR3 shackled Luffy with candle chains. Executing the move, Rubber Hammer Spiral Shot. This attack proved effective, knocking the cow down. The floor began to crack, and Luffy peered down as the ceiling receded further away. It was then that everyone realized the floor was collapsing, and they were in a state of descent. Meanwhile, the guards began reporting to Magellan that Straw Hat and Buggy had safely reached the 4th underground level, having fallen from the ventilation tower. Magellan questioned what happened. Isn't there magma below the tower? Why did they survive the fall? The guards speculated that they must have leaped from the floor to evade disaster. Fuming, Magellan emerged from the restroom, commanding, "Everyone, heed my orders. There are only 2 staircases leading to the 4th level. Hannibal, take your team to secure the staircase to the 3rd level, while Suddy will guard the staircase to the 5th level with the beast." Suddy, a yellow-haired woman without visible eyes, was more inclined to fight than defend. At that moment, Hannibal contemplated that if the Straw Hats reached the entrance he was guarding, he would let them escape, placing the blame on the warden, thus positioning himself for the role of warden. Magellan denied Suddy's request for an offensive action, stating, "Follow the orders. Once captured, you may dispose of them as you wish. All remaining guards pursue them. Do not underestimate them. The vile Straw Hat crew will no longer be allowed to act with impunity. Let us conclude this in this scorching hell." Just then, several soldier ants leapt onto Magellan's shoulder. The temperature on the 4th level was excruciatingly high, causing Luffy and the others to stomp their feet in discomfort. Luffy sniffed the air and caught the scent of roasted meat, dashing towards the source. Xiaofeng followed closely behind, but before they could reach the kitchen, they encountered numerous guards whose sole purpose was to buy time. The guards reported to Magellan that the disparity in strength was too great and requested reinforcements. At that moment, a drop of purple liquid fell before Luffy. In the blink of an eye, Magellan appeared before him. Although Luffy did not recognize Magellan, the guards fled in haste at the sight of him, knowing that remaining would be tantamount to death, as they would be ensnared in Magellan's poison. Xiaofeng urgently warned Luffy not to engage with Magellan, for he was the warden of Impel Down. Luffy narrowly dodged Magellan's venomous dragon and, intending to deliver a punch, was intercepted by Xiaofeng, who shielded him with his body. Grasping Luffy by the collar, Xiaofeng asserted, "That is poison. You must not touch it. We can only escape. Fighting is out of the question." Meanwhile, Buggy and MR3 approached the staircase leading to the 3rd level, where Hannibal and the guard awaited. After devising a strategy, Buggy and MR3 leapt down, preparing to confront Hannibal. Just as they were about to battle, Hannibal commanded everyone to halt, declaring, "Everyone, stand by. Allow them to escape. With the intrusion of a Straw Hat, the higher-ups will surely blame Magellan. Then I can seize the position of warden. This plan is utterly flawless." Following this, Hannibal instructed the guards to clear the way for Buggy and his companions. With a tone of insincere politeness, exclaimed, "I apologize for the wait. Come this way." He then commanded the guards, "Hurry and clear the way. It is exceedingly rude to keep our guests waiting." Turning to Bajie and MR3, he added, "Now please proceed." Bajie exchanged glances with MR3, indignantly retorting, "What nonsense is this? It's too obvious. It must be a trap." As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed his Haushika Haki, firing a projectile. When the smoke cleared, Hannibal remained unscathed, commenting on their foolishness. "If you had simply complied, you would have been fine." Subsequently, Bajie and MR3 found themselves bound. As the vice warden, Hannibal was not to be humiliated by Bajie. Meanwhile, Luffy was being relentlessly pursued by Magellan, struggling to breathe under the pressure. Escaping was no longer an option. To save Ace, he needed to escape this place. Resolute, he halted and activated Gear Second. A powerful cannon blast struck Magellan in the abdomen, causing him to kneel in pain, venom spilling from his mouth. Luffy's hands became coated in the purple venom, which numbed his nerves. Though agony prevented him from standing, the battle was far from over. Both opponents regained their footing. Luffy launched another rocket attack at Magellan, who retaliated with a barrage of poison balls. As Luffy dodged, he maneuvered behind Magellan. Seizing the moment, a toxic dragon surged toward him. But Luffy's air pistol struck its maw, dispersing the poison, albeit leaving some residue on him. Magellan then expelled a vast cloud of toxic gas into the air, saturating the space with a purple mist that was intrinsically linked to his being. The poison enveloped Luffy, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe and causing his movements to slow. Realizing he could not continue in this manner, he leaped into the air, exhaling a substantial amount of gas to disperse the toxic fumes. Magellan taunted him, declaring it futile, as the poison was inexhaustible. Overwhelmed by the inhalation of toxins, Luffy succumbed to paralysis, collapsing to the ground in agony. Meanwhile, Baji and MR3, bound together, lamented their dire situation. Just as Hannibal was about to take them away, Xiao Feng appeared, leaping down to kick the guard aside and liberate Baji and MR3. A fierce skirmish ensued between Xiao Feng and Hannibal. Luffy was now entirely ensconced in venom, and it would not be long before he perished from it. Magellan ordered the guards to confine Luffy in the 5th underground level. When Magellan arrived at Hannibal's location, he discovered that the guards had been entirely defeated. A guard reported that a certain transvestite had employed a beauty trap to vanquish Hannibal. Magellan commanded that soldiers from the 4th underground level be dispatched to the 3rd under the command of Xiao Sudi, deploying all prison beasts. Feeling unwell, Magellan excused himself to use the restroom, opting not to partake in the capture. After his departure, Hannibal instructed the soldiers to rise and apprehend the transvestite, while he intended to interrogate Baji and MR3 about pressing matters. Consequently, the two were unceremoniously thrown into the interrogation room. Once the door was shut and locked, Baji and MR3 exchanged wicked smiles, realizing that this Hannibal was merely an imitation of Xiao Feng. MR3 inquired about their subsequent plan, to which Xiao Feng responded that their mission was to rescue Luffy. The two expressed vehement dissent, having barely escaped, and now were being asked to venture back into danger. Furthermore, the soldiers had reported that the Straw Hat had already been defeated by Magellan and was imprisoned in the 5th underground level. Are you intent on courting death? The Straw Hat is beyond saving. Bazi et Galim. Yet Xiao Feng remained resolute, stating, when I departed from Magellan and the Straw Hat, I had already placed my life on the line. No matter what, I must save him. He's my friend. Having declared this, Xiao Feng resolved to seek the antidote alone, believing that only by finding it could Luffy be saved. Disguised as Hannibal, he ventured to the medical ward, where he learned from a medical staff that no antidote existed for Magellan's poison, as it was a concoction of various toxins, rendering an antidote impossible. Returning to the interrogation room, Xiao Feng found himself at a loss. An idea struck him. He thought of the transvestite king, Ivankov. He continued to impersonate Hannibal, intending to use the staff-only staircase to descend to the 5th underground level in search of Ivankov. He was convinced that Ms. Ivankov would surely have a means to save Luffy, though Baji and MR3 wore reluctant expressions. Yet they followed Xiao Feng out of a sense of safety in proximity to the vice warden. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards extended their hands as usual, stating, as always, please relinquish your clothing for safekeeping. Xiao Feng, bewildered, questioned, must we remove our clothes? The guard replied, Vice Warden, you previously emphasized the necessity of entering the extreme cold hell unclothed, and we all learned from you. The staff holds you in great esteem. Gonsenkan, Xiao Feng, Bazi, and MR3 had their garments removed and entered the extreme cold hell, where they were immediately beset by frost, their breath crystallizing in the frigid air. Not only was the environment frigid, but snow wolves lurked about. Sensing the peril, Baji and MR3 three hastily fled, exclaiming, "Fool! Confront them alone." Xiao Feng was once again astounded by their lack of resolve. Luffy, meanwhile, lay imprisoned in the extreme cold hell, suffocated by Magellan's venom, which paralyzed him and rendered his existence torturous. Shortly after, a severely frostbitten Xiao Feng approached with a key, proclaiming, "Straw Hat, I have come to rescue you. I stake our friendship on it." He apologized to Luffy for abandoning him during the fight with Magellan, expressing deep regret for leaving a comrade behind. This time, he vowed not to forsake Luffy. As he opened the cell, Xiao Feng dragged the unconscious Luffy from confinement. Their next objective was to locate Ivankov for perhaps Ms. Ivankov could save Luffy's life. Enduring the bitter cold, Xiao Feng inquired of each cell, but the imprisoned convicts were unaware of Ivankov's whereabouts. After a prolonged search, he finally gleaned from one inmate that Ivankov was held in a nearby disused cell in the forest, where a peculiar man had once appeared. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng dragged Luffy toward the woods, while the inmates speculated that the forest was a wolf pack's lair. One prisoner hesitantly posed the question. In truth, this inmate was merely toying with Xiao Feng. The relentless cold took its toll, and Xiao Feng, injured, knelt in the snow, left with only his unwavering determination. At that moment, Ivankov held a small metallic box adorned with a display screen, which displayed the dire situation of Xiao Feng and Luffy. A cautious subordinate approached Ivankov, inquiring, "Shall we set out to find the Straw Hat? His situation appears grave. If anything were to happen to him, Miss Leah might no longer supply us with grain at a low price." Ivan revealed a mysterious smile and said, "No need to rush. Soon, we shall send Miss Leah the video of the Straw Hat Boy. At that time, the chief can use this to negotiate with Leah." Ivan was adept at calculating, yet he knew they must not allow anything to befall them, so he hurried towards that direction. Upon arrival, it appeared that the foreign goods dealer, Xiao Feng, and his companions had been besieged by snow wolves. However, all had collapsed to the ground, along with the wolves. The tremors in the air indicated the presence of conqueror's haki. Meanwhile, Hannibal was suspended in midair, reflecting on the earlier events. Xiao Feng had transformed into Nami, attempting to seduce Hannibal, who, overcome by lust, let his guard down. Sweating profusely and feeling uncomfortable, he asked, "Could you help me take off my clothes?" As Nami spoke, she lowered her prison garb. Subsequently, in a state of intoxication, Hannibal followed Xiao Feng's instructions and opened the entrance door. Having spent too long in prison, the lack of females left Hannibal starved for companionship. Upon entering the room, Xiao Feng seized the opportunity to bind Hannibal with ropes, suspending him in the air. Once Xiao Feng regained consciousness, his immediate thought was to locate Luffy. Hearing voices, he leaned against the wall and slowly made his way towards the source. Before him stood a door. Upon pushing it open, the brightness was blinding. It resembled a bar, filled with a throng of people indulging in merriment. The patrons eagerly greeted Xiao Feng. "You're awake, young man. You've been asleep for quite some time. Would you like to join us for a drink? What is happening? Is this paradise?" A girl holding a glass of wine informed Xiao Feng, "You've slept for 10 hours. I am the one who saved you." Yamazuna was a subordinate of Ivan. Xiao Feng remained cautious. "Though you claim to have saved us, where is the Straw Hat Boy? I do not see him." Yamazuna urged Xiao Feng to remain calm, assuring him that the answers he sought would be provided by a certain master. Ahead lay a stage, and as music began to play, a figure emerged, illuminated by a spotlight. This person sang, adorned in a fishnet outfit, swaying rhythmically. The atmosphere in the bar was lively, leaving Xiao Feng somewhat bewildered. The crowd chanted Ivan's name, and it dawned on Xiao Feng that the individual at the center of the stage was none other than the legendary queen of the transvestites, Ivankov. Xiao Feng immediately knelt, expressing his request. "It is a great honor to meet you. I sincerely hope you can save the Straw Hat Boy's life." Ivan understood Xiao Feng's intent and led him to meet Luffy. Along the way, Ivan inquired, "Do you know why we chose to treat you?" Xiao Feng glanced at his bandaged body, puzzled, and asked why. "Because the Straw Hat Boy pleaded with me to save you." Ivankov paused before continuing. "Initially, I intended to fulfill Miss Leah's request, which involved administering an injection to the Straw Hat Boy and then assisting our chief. However, due to the Straw Hat Boy's request. I also took the liberty of rescuing you. It was truly touching to see someone so severely injured still urging us to save him. Ivan pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping away his tears. It seemed Ivan was quite an emotional individual. Treatment for the Straw Hat Boy had commenced 10 hours prior. Ivan explained. Is that true? Xiao Feng asked excitedly, just as a locked wooden door appeared before him. Luffy was inside receiving treatment, but anguished cries echoed from the room. The potion brought by Miss Leah could significantly unlock human potential. Ivan elaborated. The first injection is for detoxification, while the second expands the meridians, greatly enhancing physical constitution. However, to forcibly raise a person's limit without proper training inevitably subjects them to extreme pain from the drastic changes. If one's resolve wavers and they cannot endure, they risk damaging their original foundation. Miss Leah truly has a ruthless side when it comes to her brother, Ivan remarked wistfully. Does the Straw Hat Boy have a sister? Xiao Feng inquired. You should be familiar with her. She is Port Gasti Leah, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Ivan replied. Indeed, I should have realized it sooner, Xiao Feng mused. With that surname, Ace is the Straw Hat's brother. Naturally, he paused and added, but this family of straw hats is a bit terrifying. Xiao Feng peered through a small window on the wooden door, wishing to ascertain Luffy's condition. With the treatment still requiring 2 days, they returned to the previous hall to wait. Ivan informed Xiao Feng about the situation. They were in the prison's sewer system, and all present were transsexuals, prisoners of this facility. They were fortunate to have arrived here, where they underwent transformation and eventually became transsexuals. Here, they enjoyed a degree of freedom, able to procure various resources, and there were surveillance systems to monitor activities within the prison. Most of the individuals here were aware of the Straw Hat Boy's quest to rescue his brother from the surveillance feeds. Long ago, among the imprisoned was an individual with the ability to dig tunnels, who, under his leadership, established this paradise for inmates. This place is centrally located between the 5th and 6th underground levels. Xiao Feng was somewhat confused. Is there truly a 6th level? Ivan smiled and explained. The most dangerous tasks are confined to the 6th level, where Ace, Crocodile, and Jinbei are held. Xiao Feng then understood that Luffy's brother Ace was not imprisoned on the 5th underground level, but rather on the 6th. Additionally, the 6th level also housed the incredibly dangerous Shirley of the Rain, who had once been the chief warden of Impel Down. He relished in slaughter, leaving no prisoner unscathed. Ivan recounted how Magellan could no longer tolerate such indiscriminate killings. If word got out, Impel Down's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. He exercised his authority as warden to arrest Shirley. Ultimately, Magellan chose to confine Shirley to the 6th level, where Shiryu's strength was second only to Magellan's. Ivan then revealed a heartbreaking truth. The Straw Hat Boy could not rescue his brother from Impel Down. His treatment required another 12 hours, while Ace's execution was scheduled for 3 o'clock that afternoon. In just 7 or 8 hours, Ace would be taken from the prison to the execution platform. Xiao Feng, upon hearing this, felt his heart ache and closed his eyes in despair. However, Ivan's subsequent words brought Xiao Feng some solace. But Ace will be fine. Miss Leah has made arrangements for everything. Even our chief of staff has rushed to Marineford upon hearing the news. Feeling helpless, Xiao Feng sprinted to the entrance of Luffy's treatment cave, shouting words of encouragement for Luffy. Passers-by mocked him for his futile efforts, yet Xiao Feng remained undeterred, steadfast in doing what he believed was right. 3 hours later, the 3 individuals returned, astonished to find Xiao Feng still persevering. Xiao Feng's throat had grown hoarse, and he coughed up a considerable amount of blood before finally collapsing to the ground, utterly fatigued. Several individuals hurried forward, intent on taking Xiao Feng for treatment. Yet, they were halted by Ivan, who insisted, "Do not disturb him. Let him do what he wishes." He fought alongside the Straw Hat Boy in their agonizing struggle. Despite the slim chances of success, they firmly believed in the Straw Hat Boy's potential to triumph, even as they cried out with the fervor of their own lives. Together, they had long surpassed their limits. Xiao Feng, summoning his last vestiges of strength, staggered to his feet and approached the door, continuing to cheer for Luffy. In that poignant moment, tears streamed down everyone's faces, and the words "keep going" echoed from various voices. "Come on, little straw hat." Meanwhile, a few guards finally noticed Hannibal, bound and suspended in midair. As time slipped by, morning approached, and by 7 o'clock, all voices had grown weary from cheering. Blood seeped from beneath the wooden door, and Luffy's agonized cries had faded into silence. Ivan and Xiao Feng became anxious. Ivan feared that something must have gone awry with the Straw Hat Boy, but he could not bear the thought of explaining any injuries to Leah. Just then, there was a thunderous bang, and the wooden door, locked by chains, shattered into splinters. It turned out that Luffy had punched his way out. As he emerged, he bellowed loudly for food. Xiao Feng was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The various creatures hurried to present an array of dishes to Luffy. A throng of people tossed food into the cave, resulting in a chaotic mess of leftovers. With the freshness of the food being of little concern, what mattered was the sheer quantity. The creatures were astonished by Luffy's appetite. By the time Luffy stepped out, he resembled a gigantic pumpkin, having gorged himself. Yet in the blink of an eye, he reverted to his original form, showcasing an impressive digestive capability. Camus, watching from the screen, exhaled in relief. Luffy's physique indeed mirrored the life restoration he had read about in books. A jubilant crowd of creatures surged forward, lifting Luffy high into the air, seemingly celebrating their collective success. This was the fruit of their united efforts. Xiao Feng felt elated, but his excessive fatigue caused him to collapse once more. Luffy instantly rushed to his side, deeply concerned. However, Ivan reassured him, "Do not worry. He merely needs rest after overexerting himself." Ivan recounted all of Xiao Feng's actions to Luffy, explaining how he had been by Luffy's side throughout the treatment, cheering him on. Luffy gazed at the unconscious Xiao Feng and solemnly bowed his head in gratitude. Shortly thereafter, Imasazuna brought Luffy his clothes and hat. Her intention was to allow Luffy a few days of rest, considering the toll the treatment had taken on his body. "As for Ace, your sister has arranged everything. You can temporarily stay here to recuperate," Ivan began, only to be abruptly interrupted by Luffy. "I cannot rest easy until I see Ace freed. I must go save him, even if it costs me my life," Luffy declared resolutely. "I will leave Xiao Feng in your care. Once everything is resolved, I will return for him." Luffy, now invigorated and in much better condition, exuded a newfound strength that Ivan could sense. As Luffy took a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Ivan, asking, "Aren't you coming with me to escape?" "Xiao Feng came here to save you." Ivan acknowledged Xiao Feng's intentions, stating, "I appreciate his feelings, but even had he not come, I intended to leave. That man has already begun to act." Ivan winked and smiled. "That man?" Luffy inquired, puzzled. "Yes, the one I pledge allegiance to. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon." Ivan spoke of Dragon with a mix of reverence and a barely perceptible disdain as he recalled the time the enigmatic leader had haggled with Leah. His face flushed with anger, and how he had reluctantly acquiesced after Leah's threats. Miss Leah was one of the few who could provoke such a reaction for Dragon. In truth, threatening Uncle Dragon was deceptively simple. One needed only to say, "Uncle Dragon, you are deliberately lowballing me." "I will inform Grandpa," Luffy remarked nonchalantly. "Oh, so that's my father." Ivan's face momentarily froze, then shifted to a look of horror. "Father?" The creatures echoed in astonishment. Ivan was incredulous, half buried in the wall, unable to believe Luffy's boast. He sputtered, "How could someone as stoic as Dragon possibly have a son?" Luffy stood, scratching his head innocently. "This is what my sister told me, and later my grandpa confirmed it. In any case, I have never met my father, so I'm not entirely sure." Then, "Miss Leah is Dragon's daughter. How shameless for a father to take advantage of his own daughter," a voice from the crowd remarked. Ivan's eyes flickered with doubt. However, it was not a strong suspicion, for the Straw Hat Boy did not strike him as a liar. Moreover, when he thought of Leah, Ivan suddenly found this revelation to be plausible. Who would have thought that Dragon had become a father of two so early? "Where were you born?" Ivan asked. "East Blue," Luffy replied. Ivan had long sensed something unusual about Dragon. He often gazed toward the East Blue. It appeared he was yearning for his loved ones. Ivan made a sudden decision. He would not go to the Revolutionary Army, but would accompany the Straw Hat Boy to Marineford, ensuring his safety until they reached the battlefield. Ivan queried, "Wait a moment. If Miss Leah is your sister and Ace is your brother, then they must also be children of Dragon?" He immediately instructed Imisuzuna to investigate the timeline of Ace's transport. "Hurry. Time is of the essence. Ace is the brother of the Straw Hat Boy, which means he is also Dragon's son. I must go to Marineford to assist Miss Leah and the Straw Hat Boy in rescuing Ace." Ivan finally resolved to act. Reflecting on this, Ivan could not help but criticize Dragon for being so prolific and secretive. None of the three children had revealed any hint of their lineage. "Wait. Ace and I are sworn brothers, and Sister Leah is Ace's sister. Ace's father is Roger, while my father is Dragon." "Nanny, Roger, the Pirate King Roger?" Ivan exclaimed. Luffy nodded, bewildered, as he did not understand what was so shocking. The creatures gaped, their jaws dropping in disbelief. "Then who is your grandfather?" Ivan inquired. "I've heard he is some sort of Marine Vice Admiral, but I'm not sure." "His name is Carp," Luffy replied, picking his nose. "The Marine hero Carp." Ivan lamented, exasperated by the bizarre nature of this family. Before setting out, Luffy rushed to reassure Xiao Feng, instructing him to remain here and wait for his return. With Ivan's support, Luffy was filled with renewed enthusiasm. On the other side, Mazelin led a group to the 6th underground level of the prison, where they were to hand over the prisoner at 9 o'clock in the morning. They were about to transfer Ace to the Navy. Meanwhile, Jinbei's massive form concealed the surveillance personnel, and a metallic bracelet slipped from his collar. He grasped the bracelet with his mouth and adorned Ace's arm with it. Jinbei softly remarked, "This was given to me by Arlong. He couldn't dissuade me from coming to rescue you, so he entrusted this to me on behalf of Miss Leah, telling me to give it to you if I was captured." Ace closed his eyes and murmured, "Neijiang." They approached the main entrance of the prison. To ensure the operation proceeded smoothly, the Navy headquarters dispatched 5 warships and 5 vice admirals to escort Ace to Marineford. Meanwhile, on the 5th underground level, Luffy, Ivankov, and Imizuna hurried towards the 6th level. Since awakening, Luffy had been brimming with energy, strength surging through his body. As they descended the stairs, the surveillance snail witnessed everything. Hannibal, observing through the monitor, commanded, "Prepare for battle. Inform Mazelin that we must capture them this time." The guards attempted to obstruct Luffy and his companions, but these minor obstacles were easily dismissed. Ivankov seized one of the guards, indicating that he should lead the way. However, when they arrived at the cell holding Ace, it was too late. He had already been taken away, leaving only Jinbei confined there. Upon seeing Luffy's straw hat, Jinbei recalled the words Ace had spoken to him earlier. He confirmed that this individual was indeed Ace's brother. Looking at Luffy, he informed him that Ace had just been taken away and urged him to hurry, as there might still be a chance. Meanwhile, Ace was in the elevator, head held high and eyes closed, appearing nothing like a condemned prisoner. His captors were surprised and puzzled, but did not dare to question him. The elevator ascended swiftly to the exit. Ivankov and the others realized they needed to catch up, but upon reaching the elevator, they found the mechanism locked and unresponsive. Luffy attempted to climb the chains, but Hannibal was monitoring everything. There was a mechanism above the elevator, and Hannibal pressed the activation button, causing the chains to drop, indicating that climbing was no longer an option. They had no choice but to take the stairs. However, when they reached the staircase, they encountered further trouble. A railing dropped down, sealing off the spiral staircase, completely blocking all exits. Luffy tried to lift the iron railing, but the space began to fill with sleeping gas. He fell asleep the moment he charged forward. Subsequently, Imizuna transformed her arms into scissors, effortlessly cutting through the ground as if it were fabric. The severed ground was laid at the staircase entrance, completely sealing off the sleeping gas. Imizuna, a scissors person due to the Chocho no Mi, could manipulate cut materials like paper. Ivankov hurriedly woke Luffy, questioning if now was the time to sleep. At the entrance of the prison, Mazelin had already handed Ace over to the Navy alongside Domino. Regardless, Luffy and the others could not catch up. They were now in a predicament, as there was no exit from the 6th underground level, let alone a chance to rescue Ace. At that moment, all surveillance snails malfunctioned, and Hannibal's screen went completely dark. Meanwhile, the marching ants had already infiltrated the entire prison, within a prison on the 5th underground level. Jessica removed the human skin mask from her face. Having received a mission from Malia to ensure the video of Luffy and his companions' escape from Impel Down and Blackbeard's prison break was recorded. This task required no special strength, only a clever mind. After the death of Soy, Jessica became a cadre of the syndicate, handling unsavory affairs. She had a son who was currently studying in Sicily, and to secure a bright future for him, she was willing to face danger. It was evident that Lilia had placed her in this position for a reason. This woman was ruthless and adept at manipulation, and Lilia inherently did not trust her. However, ironically, her Achilles heel, her son, was in their hands, leaving her with little recourse. Moreover, Lilia's family was vast and powerful, not one to discard someone after their utility. As long as she performed her duties well, her child would naturally have a promising future. Meanwhile, Crocodile called out to Luffy, proposing a collaboration for the prison break. Crocodile could utilize his abilities to create a hole in the ceiling. His true interest lay in Whitebeard, as war was imminent, and he sought to claim Whitebeard's head to avenge the humiliation he endured at Whitebeard's hands. It was said that after Whitebeard defeated Crocodile, he proceeded to bind Old Sand, using him as bait for sea kings. Old Sand sported a golden hook, while little Marco watched with amusement. Consequently, Crocodile bore a deep grudge against Whitebeard and swore to defeat him. Ivankov approached Crocodile, greeting him, "Long time no see, Crocodile." Ivankov and Sand Crocodile were previously acquainted, and Ivankov possessed knowledge of Old Sand's weaknesses, thus facilitating his release without concern. Should Old Sand attempt any mischief, he would face consequences. These threats caused a usually unflappable Old Sand to furrow his brow, veins protruding on his forehead, clearly indicating that Ivankov's words struck a nerve. Having leverage against someone was indeed uncomfortable. Ivankov continued, "As long as you assist us, I can help you keep your secret." "You bastard." Old Sand gritted his teeth. Cigar clenched. Just then, Jinbei spoke up, "Let me out as well. Take me with you. I can certainly assist you. I have known Mr. Ace since before he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, and I wish to save him. We, the Fishmen, have received tremendous kindness from Miss Lilia. Please trust me." The earnest words of the stout Jinbei resonated. Luffy regarded Jinbei, though unfamiliar with him and uncertain of the authenticity of his claims. His instincts told him that Jinbei was trustworthy. Imizuna objected, stating, "We have no idea of this guy's danger level and character. How can we casually release him?" "It's fine. Let him out," Luffy insisted. Jinbei nodded in gratitude, saying, "I am immensely grateful." Imizuna used her scissors to unlock the door, easily opening the iron gate, and both Jinbei and Crocodile were released, instantly freeing two Shichibukai. Shortly thereafter, the spiral staircase erupted in an explosion, and the guards, wearing gas masks and wielding cannons, stormed into the 6th underground level. The scene before them left them dumbfounded. It turned out that Imizuna had utilized her powers to establish a floor, creating a spiral staircase to escape back into the sewers where the half-human, half-woman beings congregated. At that moment, the unconscious little phone requested Ivankov to arrange for stimulating hormones. Ivan consented, and soon the pink nails plunged into Xiao Feng's body. Ivan led the transgender individuals through the icy depths of the 5th underground level, where they convened to devise a strategy. The preliminary plan involved seizing a warship upon their escape, alongside liberating several prisoners to bolster their ranks. Departing from Pushing City was no trivial endeavor. It was inevitable that sacrifices would occur during their flight. Thus, their immediate objective was to free as many prisoners as possible while traversing from the 5th underground level to the 1st. If the prisoners incited a riot, it would diminish the enemy's fighting strength. "Let us create unprecedented chaos within Pushing City." Ivan rallied the group. Meanwhile, Luffy, Jinbei, and Crocodile had already surged to the forefront. The time was 10 in the morning, and Ace's execution was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. With merely 5 hours remaining, haste was essential. The wooden door of the prison posed no obstacle. Crocodile effortlessly turned it to sand. The guards were easily dispatched by Luffy and Jinbei, who subdued them in mere moments. Upon reaching the 4th underground level, Crocodile encountered his former subordinate, Iron Warrior MR1, yet Old Sand displayed no notable reaction. Meanwhile, Buggy and MR3 had constructed a small candle hut, where they concealed themselves, observing a throng of blue gorillas attempting to encircle Luffy and his companions. Once the wave of blue gorillas passed, they utilized the candles to replicate numerous keys, intending to release all the prisoners within. Before long, the criminals on the 2nd underground level were liberated. Hannibal was exceedingly anxious, receiving constant reports of rampant riots throughout the prison. He was aware that he would face repercussions. Losing his position was a fate he wished to avoid, particularly with aspirations to displace Magellan and ascend to the role of warden. Meanwhile, Ivan and his group caught up with Luffy, reuniting with them. Xiao Feng appeared particularly spirited, relieved to be safe alongside Luffy. Ivan's imposing visage loomed behind them, appearing both fierce and justified. With 2 renowned Shichibukai and a capable commander from the Revolutionary Army, not to mention several freed prisoners, the only potential hindrance to their advance will be Magellan's intervention. At the Marine headquarters, an officer reported the situation. Blackbeard was missing and had yet to be appointed as a Shichibukai, making him merely a candidate. Ace had been captured by Blackbeard alongside Marine Admiral Kizaru. As Kizaru observed Ace lying exhausted on the ground, his expression was complex and inscrutable. It was difficult to fathom that this individual, poised to instigate the most significant war in over 2 decades, was once the squirming infant cradled in his arms. Kizaru shook his head, attempting to dismiss the impolite memory. However, after Ace was imprisoned in Pushing City, Kizaru could not help but remark, "I held you when you were a child." What expression did Ace wear upon hearing this? In summary, it was one of bemusement, as Ace, known for his laughter, rarely found himself at a loss for words. Yet at that moment, he felt utterly speechless. Was Kizaru attempting to establish rapport after their fierce confrontation? Kizaru chuckled softly, said nothing further, shook his head, and departed. "My work here is done. It's time for me to clock out." Blackbeard was unaccounted for, and a warship without sailing permission had arrived at Pushing City. A Marine was preparing to report this to Sengoku. Indeed, it was Blackbeard who had arrived at Pushing City aboard that vessel. Upon his arrival, he swiftly overpowered the guards, inadvertently alleviating some of the escape pressure on Luffy and his group. Leah's intent was clear. Now that Blackbeard had infiltrated the prison, he should not be allowed to leave. The ensuing chaos would serve to distract the Marines, as the prisoners confined within were not mere lowly criminals. Many were legendary figures whose capture had required immense military resources. If Blackbeard were to free them all, the ramifications would be unfathomable. Upon receiving this news, Hannibal felt a deep sense of despair, trapped between external and internal pressures, rendering him powerless to act. He decided to abandon all pretense and proposed, "Let's go to the monitoring room for some persimmons." His deputy immediately rebuked him. "Please remain vigilant and protect Pushing City." At that moment, Magellan called, informing Hannibal that all prisoners on the 2nd underground level had been cleared and that the entrance had been sealed. Buggy and MR3, having barely escaped to the 2nd underground level, found the exit blocked by Magellan's toxic blocks. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Magellan reluctantly resolved to release Shiryu of the rain. Upon reaching the 6th underground level, several guards released Shiryu, whose fierce countenance suggested he was no benevolent figure. Magellan informed Shiryu over the phone, "Blackbeard is your responsibility. You are sentenced to death, but if you assist me, your execution will be postponed." Upon hearing this, Shiryu promptly hung up the call, unsheathed his sword, and killed the guard who had freed him. "No mercy," Shiryu declared with a menacing expression. On the 4th underground level, the transgender individuals opened the cells, striving to release as many inmates as possible to enhance their combat strength. Blackbeard's crew was now on the 1st underground level, while Buggy and MR3 remained on the 2nd. Meanwhile, Magellan was en route to the 4th underground level in pursuit of Luffy and his allies. Without the primary obstacle of Magellan, Blackbeard's group moved unimpeded, yet they faced a formidable adversary in Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu, ruthless and indifferent to human life, found a kindred spirit in Blackbeard, despite it being their first encounter. Nevertheless, Shiryu chose to join Blackbeard's crew. While Luffy and his companions were still navigating the 4th underground level, the combative Xiao Sudi positioned herself in front of them. Just as Luffy intended to charge forward to defeat Xiao Sudi, Ivan pulled him back, asserting, "Leave this to me. You must hurry and rescue Ace." Ivan utilized his unique ability, inserting his pink nails into his own face, restoring his size and proportions to normal. He then engaged Xiao Sudi in combat. Imizuna opened the exit to the 3rd underground level, where Hannibal stood ready to confront them. As the deputy warden, Hannibal possessed a degree of genuine skill. He twirled his knife, which ignited with sparks. Luffy activated Gear Second and unleashed a barrage of paint projectiles aimed at Hannibal's face. Hannibal did not withstand for long before being knocked unconscious by Luffy. In the depths of his unconsciousness, Hannibal recalled his early days in the job. Back then, he was quite naive, and his first impression of Magellan was one of gloom. However, over time, his perception of Magellan shifted. Hannibal, often careless and prone to trouble, owed his continued position as deputy warden to Magellan's tolerance. As Hannibal rose to his feet, a moment of clarity washed over him. He resolved to defend this place with his life and fulfill his duties as deputy warden. "I must hold out until Magellan arrives," Hannibal vowed to himself. His previous ambitions to unseat Magellan faded away unnoticed. It was speculated that Blackbeard possessed 3 hearts, which allowed him to wield the powers of 3 different devil fruits. Previously, due to Lia's interference, Blackbeard was unable to acquire the Yami Yami no Mi. However, he unexpectedly procured another fruit, which possessed the extraordinary ability to transfer matter. Consequently, all the poisonous blocks that Hannibal used to block the path were swiftly relocated by Blackbeard. Soon, Blackbeard and his crew descended to the 4th level underground, where Blackbeard stood triumphantly over Hannibal. Frankly speaking, Hannibal was somewhat pitiable. He had been defeated by numerous adversaries, each far more formidable than he, while his allies were merely ordinary guards, easily overwhelmed and left sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Luffy confronted the treacherous Blackbeard for the first time. The scene was chaotic, and Jinbe recognized Blackbeard. Upon hearing their exchange, Luffy pieced everything together. Ace had previously mentioned pursuing a certain individual, Blackbeard, who had also been identified by Granny Nyan as the pirate that had defeated Ace in alliance with a Marine admiral. He had even ascended to the position of a potential Shichibukai. The catalyst for this entire situation stood before them. Luffy's fury ignited. He clenched his fists as Blackbeard stoked the flames of anger further, insinuating that had he not appeared, Luffy would have been the one to perish. At this instant, Luffy seemed to grasp the situation entirely. Not only had he activated Gear Second, but his arms were also enveloped in a metallic substance. He leapt into action, unleashing a jet pistol against Blackbeard, which resulted in a wall crumbling under the impact and sent Blackbeard sliding across the ground. It is often said that anger can serve as the finest catalyst. Whereas Luffy had previously struggled with mastering haki, he now wielded it with newfound finesse. Naturally, Blackbeard was not so easily vanquished. His resilience allowed him to rise once more. In an instant, he closed the distance to Luffy, attempting to seize him and slam him against the ground. However, Luffy was quicker, evading the attack and delivering a kick to Blackbeard's head, also infused with haki. In that fleeting moment, Luffy evidently exhibited mastery over Kinbunchika haki. Crocodile, casually puffing on a cigar from the sidelines, pondered how the Straw Hat had grown so powerful in such a short span of time, seemingly mastering this newfound strength. Blackbeard arrogantly declared, "You are no match for me. I can now redirect your attacks elsewhere. Come forth and challenge me." Just as Luffy prepared to charge again, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows, Camus. Maintaining his air of aristocratic elegance, he held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it as he said, "Is that so? Do you think I might entertain the notion of testing you?" Camus, with his cunning disposition, wielded the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi, showcasing it conspicuously before Blackbeard. Witnessing the ability he had coveted for so long in the hands of another, even the psychologically resilient Blackbeard faltered emotionally. Luffy paused, astonished, and inquired, "Uncle Camus, how did you come to be here?" Camus, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked that Miss Leah had instructed him to ensure that those who harmed Ace would not escape unscathed. Without hesitation, Camus launched an attack against Blackbeard, proclaiming that the maritime environment of Impel Down was conducive to nurturing strength. "Blackbeard, you should remain here, do not venture out," he said leisurely, while simultaneously executing his assault. Blackbeard, overly reliant on his devil fruit, found himself outmatched in physical combat, even falling short against Lu Fei. Moreover, his innate talent was lacking. He did not possess the conqueror's hockey characteristic of top-tier fighters. Blackbeard's greatest strength lay in his cunning. He had orchestrated the acquisition of the Yami Yami no Mi, leveraged Ace to gain the title of Shichibukai, and orchestrated a prison break to recruit allies. When his father was exhausted, he returned to seize the Gura no Mi, ultimately ascending to the throne of the Yonko. Such strategies were indeed commendable. But if even one aspect were to falter, his subsequent plans would face insurmountable difficulties. Jinbi observed Lu Fei, still enveloped in steam, and cautioned, "Mr. Lu Fei, remain calm. Consider what should be prioritized. Time is of the essence. Do not squander it here." Camus added, "Lu Fei, leave this to me. You should proceed to Marineford." After heeding the advice of Jinbi and Camus, Lu Fei gradually regained his composure, relinquishing the gear's second state. Meanwhile, Crocodile remained stationary, intently analyzing Camus' techniques, attempting to discern his lineage. He recognized Camus, recalling the incident from years past when he had been coerced by the man alongside Leah. Were the circumstances different, he might have been tempted to confront that insufferable individual. After a brief standoff, a voice cried out in alarm, "Not good. Magellan is coming." The situation grew dire, prompting Lu Fei and Camus to exchange glances and nod in mutual understanding before Lu Fei took off running once more. At that moment, a formidable bull barred their path. Lu Fei, still simmering with pent-up frustration, seized the opportunity to vent his anger. With a single jet pistol, the bull was sent crashing into a wall, effectively dispatched in an instant. When Magellan arrived at the 4th level, he beheld the suspended figure of Suddy and the presence of Blackbeard's crew before him. Fueled by pent-up rage, he declared, "No matter who you are, prepare to face my poison dragon." Just then, Camus caught up with Blackbeard's group, ready to engage them further when a massive poison dragon surged toward him. Even Camus, known for his composure, could not suppress an expletive. "Damn." This phrase, learned from Leah, escaped his lips. Fortunately, having mastered the Yami Yami no Mi, Camus was largely unaffected by Magellan's poisonous assault, absorbing its effects, while Blackbeard redirected the poisonous dragon away, sending it hurtling toward Lu Fei and the others. At this juncture, Camus appeared to recognize Magellan. They exchanged knowing glances and stood united, prepared to confront Blackbeard's crew. Evading the poisonous dragon's attack, Lu Fei and his companions reached the 2nd underground level. Jinbi noted with curiosity that the cells here had all been opened, and the prisoners were nowhere to be found. Unbeknownst to them, this was the handiwork of Buggy and MR3, who had begun liberating prisoners from the 1st underground level. United, the freed inmates overwhelmed the guards in both the 1st and 2nd underground levels. Consequently, Lu Fei and his crew were granted unobstructed passage, a stroke of fortune attributed to Buggy's conqueror's hockey luck. Shortly thereafter, they convened at the 1st underground level, where all the inmates had been released. Except for those who had been defeated, everyone gathered in the 1st underground level. However, even in Magellan's absence, his poisonous attacks continued to rain down upon them. At this critical moment, MR3 played a pivotal role, utilizing his wax to shield the majority of the poisonous onslaught. He urged everyone to flee swiftly, as he could not hold out for long. Lu Fei made a decisive choice. He would remain behind with MR3 while Jinbi and Crocodile led the others to seize a warship. Lu Fei and MR3 huddled together, quietly strategizing their next move. Upon concluding their discussion, they initiated a remarkable transformation, with MR3 adorning Lu Fei in a suit of wax armor. Luffy gazed at the armor adorning his body, his eyes sparkling with excitement, reminiscent of the monumental transformation that Frankie would undergo 2 years hence. He felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. "How magnificent!" Luffy exclaimed, invigorated by an overwhelming sense of energy. After Magellan defeated Blackbeard, he surged towards Luffy and his companions, disregarding Kumo entirely. It was hard to articulate his feelings. Kumo had previously been imprisoned and impelled down, and he had even forged a friendship with Magellan. In Magellan's eyes, Kumo was nothing short of a complete rogue. Yet, he possessed an inexplicable charm that rendered others unwittingly captivated by him. To put it plainly, Kumo excelled at manipulating the hearts of men. It is easy to imagine how challenging it was for Lilia to persuade Kumo to work for her. Now, standing on opposing sides, they seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds. Magellan was exceedingly swift, almost instantly closing the distance to Luffy. Kumo was unable to thwart Magellan's advance and followed suit. MR3 intercepted Magellan's venom, providing Luffy with the opportunity to strike. Champion's spinning shell. Astonishingly, Magellan effortlessly blocked the attack with his arm. Witnessing this, Kumo realized that he needed to engage Magellan with earnest intent. The darkness in his grasp began to expand, enveloping Magellan entirely. He then called out to a distant corner. "Jessica, have you recorded this?" "I've got it." Jessica responded loudly, clad in protective attire against the venom. Then sent it to Miss Lilia, instructing the Navy to divert their forces and lead them into Impel Down. Kumo commanded to unveil Blackbeard's insidious plot, exaggerating the conspiratorial undertones of this maneuver, coupled with the Revolutionary Army's actions in Mariewa, would undoubtedly stretch the Navy's resources thin. Victory in this battle would be exceedingly difficult. Subsequently, Luffy and his companions seized the opportunity to pursue Jinbei. Meanwhile, Buggy, accompanied by his subordinates, prepared to charge forth, convinced that a multitude of Navy ships awaited them outside Impel Down. They reached the main gate, fully prepared for battle. However, the sight before them rendered them utterly speechless. There were no naval vessels in sight outside Impel Down. Was this the end? Caught between the relentless Magellan behind them and the vast sea ahead, the prisoners felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Remaining here would only result in being hunted down and killed by Magellan. The location of Impel Down was a windless zone, a haven for sea kings, making escape through swimming impossible. At that moment, Jinbei stepped forward and proclaimed, "Look closely, the ships are just ahead. They haven't left." With incredible force, Jinbei tore down the gates of Impel Down, intending to use the wooden door as a vessel to seize one of the ships. Anyone with the courage. "Come fort," Jinbei declared, lifting the door and plunging into the sea. Old Sand and MR1 immediately stood upon the makeshift plank. Jinbei found himself momentarily speechless, thinking, is it just these two? Just then, Buggy leaped forward, smiling for the first time, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "How could I have forgotten about you all? I suppose I'll join you." The prisoners behind him began to cheer. How bold. Truly the Captain Buggy. Such was the reputation of the so-called mouthy Emperor, Buggy. Seeing this, Buggy felt compelled to press on. With so many willing to follow him, he could not afford to appear cowardly or lose face. Soon, the group set off. Jinbei, being a fishman, could exert his utmost strength in the water. As they neared the ship, Jinbei released the door and submerged deeper, employing Fishman Karate's spiral to attack the door. A powerful torrent surged from Jinbei's hands, propelling the door towards the naval vessel. At the moment of descent, Old Sand and MR3 leaped down, landing perfectly on the ship, ready to neutralize the Navy forces aboard. Meanwhile, in the lower levels, Magellan appeared to be unable to contain the fury brewing within him. The venom coursing through him transitioned from purple to red. Kumo, well versed in such matters, recognized that this could signify Magellan's devil fruit awakening. He promptly redirected Magellan towards Blackbeard. As a Paramecia user, Magellan's attack power would significantly increase post-awakening. Blackbeard would not be so easily subdued. It was the perfect opportunity to utilize Magellan to his advantage. The red venom was entirely distinct from the purple. Even a slight touch could spread like a virus throughout one's body. Kumo dared not confront Magellan's venom directly. There are still many legendary criminals below. If you linger here, they will all be released by Blackbeard, and your responsibility will grow even greater. What did you say? Magellan commanded the Crimson Venom to pursue Kumo. Jessica was nearly paralyzed with fear, hiding in a corner, unable to move. Yet without Kamo, she would find it impossible to escape alone, so she had no choice but to follow after Magellan. Meanwhile, Luffy and MR3 hurried towards the first level of the sea. Ivan, previously struck by Magellan's purple venom, had regained consciousness and injected himself with a stimulant. He carried the unconscious Emer. Lacking strength, he collapsed but had a sudden idea. He directed his death glare towards the ground, and with the resulting recoil, Ivan propelled himself upward, crashing through the ceiling and landing before Little Phone. Little Phone was overwhelmed with emotion, weeping tears of joy at the sight of Ivan and Emer still alive. The other transvestites accompanying Little Phone cheered, "Lord Ivan." At this moment, Jinbei called to inform everyone that they had commandeered a naval vessel. However, it was too far from Impel Down to retrieve them, and they needed to act according to his instructions. After hearing the directives, Ivan enlarged his head once more. Everyone grasped Ivan's purple curls, and he employed the same tactic again. He unleashed his death glare against the walls of Impel Down, using the recoil to shatter the protective bridge, launching his head towards the distant sea. Suddenly, a multitude of whale sharks appeared in the water. The whale sharks had been summoned by Jinbei to assist them. Jinbei was astonished at how large Ivan's head had grown. With the aid of the whale sharks, Luffy and his companions successfully escaped from Impel Down. Jinbei communicated with the whale sharks, instructing them to transport the group to the naval ship. They soon reached the deck, having narrowly avoided disaster. Fortunately, Magellan did not witness this scene, otherwise his rage would have been palpable. Yet, there was no time for elation. They still needed to evade the relentless pursuit of the Navy, and before them loomed the Justice Gate. If this gate did not open, they would be unable to leave the area. MR3 exclaimed in alarm, "This is terrible. It cannot be opened. We've come this far only to find no way out." Luffy was equally frustrated. In the meantime, the Navy secretly reveled, believing that Luffy and his crew were already within their grasp. However, their revelry was short-lived. As the Justice Gate swung open, "Why? What is happening? Why is the gate opened?" Although the circumstances remain unclear, it is evident that the gates have indeed been opened, prompting Luffy and his companions to erupt in joyous cheers. For now, there is truly reason to celebrate. Within the control room, it was revealed that Xiao Feng had disguised himself as Magellan, issuing the command to open the gates. Indeed, such audacious maneuvers could only be executed by a man of true caliber like Xiao Feng. Meanwhile, Magellan was preoccupied with pursuing Blackbeard and his crew, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding in the control room. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Feng sabotaged the power supply, ensuring that no one could impede Luffy and his comrades' escape. At that moment, Jinbei handed a small transponder snail to Luffy. Its signal was fleeting. Should the gates of justice close, communication would be severed instantly. Xiao Feng felt elated, sacrificing himself to pave the way for countless others. Luffy's voice emerged from the transponder snail. "Why did you make this decision on your own? We had agreed to leave together. You had already sacrificed yourself once in Alabasta. Why are you doing this again?" Luffy's voice grew increasingly somber as he added, "I have no right to blame you, for all of this is due to my indebtedness to you, Xiao Feng." Xiao Feng remained silent, grappling with his own anguish as he faced yet another farewell to his friends. At that moment, Jessica entered the control room, snatching the transponder snail from him, declaring, "You all go ahead. Once we complete our mission, we will ensure he is taken along." As the warship sailed beyond the gates of justice, Luffy uttered a heartfelt thank you into the transponder snail. Xiao Feng responded in the final moments, "Straw Hat, you must save your brother." Subsequently, the gates of justice sealed shut, severing all communication. The pursuing Navy found themselves trapped behind the closed gates, unable to chase after Luffy and his crew. At this moment, the fugitives aboard the warship were finally safe, yet all lay prostrate on the deck, weeping uncontrollably, moved by Xiao Feng's spirit of self-sacrifice. Yuji Shiryu possessed the antidote to Magellan's venom, successfully rescuing Blackbeard and his crew. However, in the face of Magellan's awakened fruit powers and the crimson poison it unleashed, the antidote appeared ineffectual. Consequently, Blackbeard's crew had no choice but to flee deeper into the prison. during which Blackbeard cast aside numerous so-called companions to shield himself from Magellan's onslaught. Their lack of unity led to rapid disarray. Even Yuji Shilio began to distance himself from Blackbeard. Yet, due to Shilio's familiarity with Impel Down's layout, Blackbeard maintained control over him. They intended to release the most dangerous prisoners from the 6th level to buy themselves time. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, the Navy's transponder snail rang, warning them that unless they opened the next gates of justice, their area would be caught in a rotating sea current, leaving them with no escape. Enraged, Luffy retorted to the Navy, "I will definitely rescue Ace," and promptly hung up, shutting the cabinet door. At Navy headquarters, the square was teeming with soldiers, and countless warships anchored upon the sea. They were prepared for battle, their morale soaring. A total of 100,000 elite sailors were assembled, ready for the impending clash, with 4 of the 7 warlords present, while Moria hid within the Bermuda Triangle. Leah piloted her submarine independently, trailing behind the Whitebeard pirates. Unspoken agreements were clear. Both Doflamingo and Mihawk could surmise that Leah would undoubtedly not side with the Navy, and Doflamingo began contemplating how to take advantage of the situation. Mihawk surveyed the surroundings, reflecting that there seemed to be no formidable opponents worth his attention, leading him to consider a more relaxed approach. The mere fact that the warlords acted for their own convenience did not imply genuine allegiance to the Navy. Beneath the execution platform sat 3 formidable figures. The Navy's strongest forces, Admiral Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu. At that moment, Ace was brought forth to the execution platform, with Sengoku standing beside him, holding a transponder snail. He intended to announce Ace's lineage to the world. "There is something I must convey to all of you regarding Portgas the Ace. The true significance of this man's death here," Sengoku proclaimed. "Ace, come forward and state your father's name." Ace's expression remained largely unchanged as he calmly replied, "My father is Whitebeard. He alone is my father." At that time, armed with scant intelligence and potential from a CP department, they had searched for many newborns and those soon to be born, thoroughly investigating their mothers. Yet ultimately, no discoveries were made. It is no wonder, for your birth was a sacrifice made by your mother, a cunning plot of hers. Upon hearing mention of his mother, Ace clenched his fists in anger, a renewed hatred for Roger swelling within him. "She deceived our eyes. No, she deceived the eyes of the world." Sengoku continued, "On the island of Buried Island in the South Blue, your mother, Portgas D. Rouge, bore you after enduring 20 months of carrying you in her womb, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion upon your birth. 1 year and 3 months after your father's death, a child bearing the world's most sinister bloodline was born. That child is you. Your father is none other than the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger." The revelation of Ace's lineage sent shockwaves throughout the venue and beyond, even behind the live broadcast screen. While Carp sank into memories of the moment Roger entrusted Ace to him. Was it truly just an investigation? A soft voice of inquiry echoed across the crowd. Sengoku's expression darkened as he urgently called out, "Who is it? Step forward." He discreetly gestured to his subordinates to swiftly locate the source of the voice. Submarines surfaced from the sea, and Leah stood atop the foremost vessel, holding a transponder snail connected to the submarine, her gaze calm and resolute. "Based on my hazy childhood memories, the Navy must have slaughtered all the pregnant women on the island, not letting a single one escape." Upon hearing this, the morale of the Navy wavered, and whispers began to circulate among the audience watching from behind the screen. Inwardly, Sengoku mused, "We had dispatched personnel to Sicilian Island to corner you." As the highest commander, Sengoku had to maintain composure, even though Leah's sudden appearance astonished him. Meanwhile, Carp and Ace's gaze fell upon Leah. Leah offered them a reassuring smile, gentle yet potent enough to soothe their hearts. "Look at you, Admiral Sengoku. How have you portrayed my aunt, the self-sacrificing mother who yearned for her child?" Leah continued. She then turned to Ace, speaking with conviction. "Ace, I am certain that when Aunt Rouge caressed her belly, she did so with a smile of joy. She eagerly awaited your arrival. No one is born guilty. The fault lies not with you, but with this world." Leah cared little for the gravity of the situation at this moment. She sought only to voice her thoughts and sway the hearts of the Navy for the main event. The Whitebeard pirates had yet to make their entrance. Poor gas Leah, do you intend to betray the Navy? Sengoku questioned, aware that he must steer the conversation away from that topic, for the Navy was indeed at fault in this regard. I have always been a pirate. How can that be considered betrayal? Leah crossed her arms and spoke with an air of authority, asserting that it was unacceptable for the Navy to casually assign a crime to a child she had raised since infancy, condemning him without due process. Turning to Ace, her eyes sparkled with determination as she vowed, I will undoubtedly rescue you. Tears welled in Ace's eyes, and he nodded gravely, refraining from any retort. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The square fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by murmurs among the onlookers. Outside the live broadcast screen, it was revealed that Fire Fist Ace was the son of Gold Roger, while Portgas Leah was Ace's sister. Although speculation about their relationship had circulated due to their surnames, the confirmation of this revelation left the crowd in disbelief. Journalists prepared to publish the extraordinary news, and photographers erupted into a frenzy. Admiral Sengoku continued to speak about Ace's lineage, hoping to stabilize the morale of the troops, stating that 2 years prior, Ace had set sail using his mother's surname, indicating that Roger's bloodline had not been extinguished. However, Whitebeard, who had also noted this, had taken Ace under his wing to groom him as the next pirate king, despite once being his adversary. At that moment, Ace countered, expressing uncertainty about whether his father desired him to become the pirate king, declaring that what mattered most now was to protect his family. If you seek to accuse me, what excuses could I lack? He continued, echoing the teachings of his mentor, I believe my birth is not a mistake. Regardless of whether my biological father is the pirate king or a mountain bandit, I recognize only one father, and that is Whitebeard. Furthermore, you shall not defame my mother again. Ace knelt, his back straight, proclaiming that his presence there was entirely orchestrated by the Navy, acknowledging that his father had previously shielded him from harm. Yet today, he would remain there, ready to accept whatever fate awaited him, whether it be the executioner's blade or the hands of salvation. His resolute words resonated powerfully in the ears of all present. Leah felt a sense of relief, realizing that Ace had come to terms with his situation, transforming from the once rebellious child into someone willing to shoulder the weight of his circumstances. Just then, a Navy officer urgently reported to Admiral Sengoku that the gates of justice had opened automatically without any command, and they were unable to contact the engine room. What did you say? Sengoku responded incredulously. At that moment, Luffy attempted to forcefully open the gates of justice, and just as he was about to act, the gates swung open unexpectedly. The crowd looked on in astonishment. Previously, the gate had been manipulated by Little Phone, and it was unlikely he was responsible this time. Meanwhile, at the port of Marineford, various pirate ships appeared on the horizon, signaling an inevitable conflict. The Navy scrutinized the distant vessels through their telescopes, searching for Whitebeard's figure, but found none. Suddenly, a massive bubble emerged at the center of the port. Sengoku, observing the bubble, broke into a cold sweat, speculating whether they had surfaced from the depths after being coated. His suspicions were confirmed as the Moby Dick docked at the heart of the harbor in the blink of an eye. This was not the end. 2 more ships emerged from the sea. Whitebeard, wielding his weapon, slowly ascended to the deck, greeting Sengoku with a smile. Sengoku, it has been decades. On the other side, Ivankov inquired of Luffy about Roger's former crew members, wondering if they would come to witness the execution of their captain's son. Luffy shook his head, stating he was unaware. The battlefield set, Whitebeard assumed his stance, invoking the powers of the Gura know me instantly. The air trembled as fissures appeared in the space around him. Ace gazed at his father, recalling the time he had ignored everyone's warnings and pursued Blackbeard. In that confrontation, he felt Blackbeard was no match for him, and he had not anticipated Blackbeard's collusion with the Navy. For Luffy's sake, he could not retreat, yet he felt guilt for the turmoil his actions had wrought. He had suspected his sister's involvement with the Revolutionary Army and was willing to pave the way for their cause. However, had he not been captured, it could have been Marco or one of his other brothers. The Navy would not spare the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's power unleashed a colossal tsunami, leaving everyone, including Leah, who who stood on the submarine, awestruck. Strangely, the water around her remained eerily calm, devoid of any ripples, contrasting sharply with the tumultuous waves elsewhere. A detail only her crew noticed. Andy stood beside Leah, having locked Rossi in a pen due to his bothersome nature, especially given the impending battle. Andy, with a childlike face, blurted out, "That old man is making quite a show, but it's all bark and no bite." Leah felt a twinge of discomfort at her companion's words, reminding herself that he was a Yonko and deserved some respect. Indeed, some members of the Whitebeard crew, sensing her presence, began to glance over. Embarrassed, Leah noticed the little girl in her arms still squirming. "Hey," Andy tugged away Leah's hand, asking, "Why are you covering my mouth, Lily? Did I say something wrong?" Holding a butcher's knife taller than herself, Andy appeared innocent yet foolish. Leah sighed, feeling exasperated, and instructed, "If you see a giant wearing a hat, stay close to him. Whoever strikes him, you strike back, understood?" Andy nodded thoughtfully, then pulled a small knife from her pocket, waving it in front of Leah, asking, "Can I use this?" Leah, with a dark sense of humor, found the idea amusing. No matter how strong a man might be, a strike to that area would surely incapacitate him. Encouraged, Leah nodded at Andy and ruffled the little girl's hair. "Once this is over, I'll make time to turn an island into a breeding ground for you," Leah promised. "All right." Andy's eyes sparkled with excitement, sharpening her knife in anticipation. Whitebeard's 2 punches conjured a fierce tsunami, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Was this truly the extent of Whitebeard's might? Many began to feel exhilarated at the sight. Only Hancock remained anxious, her thoughts consumed with concern for Luffy, praying for his safety. Meanwhile, the sea level began to drop, suggesting that something monumental was about to occur. Kobe gasped, noting the unsettling silence that enveloped the scene, as if time had frozen. Moments later. The earth trembled violently as a more powerful tsunami surged toward the entire naval headquarters. The towering waves completely enveloped Marinfander. Simultaneously, a colossal figure began to emerge from the depths of the ocean, causing panic among many who caught a glimpse of the monstrous silhouette, leading them to speculate about its identity. Meanwhile, Leah, feeling somewhat helpless, had originally intended to remain hidden for a while longer. Nevertheless, she commanded Boar to maneuver the gigantic killing machines deeper into concealment. Although the element of surprise might be somewhat diminished, they would still serve a purpose, particularly in clearing away the lesser foes. As the gigantic tsunami loomed ominously over the square, poised to engulf the naval soldiers, Akiji swiftly shot forth, activating his Devil Fruit ability, Ice Age. With this command, the tsunami rapidly froze into an immense wall of ice, encircling everyone within its confines. "Akiji, you little rascal," Whitebeard remarked, almost in jest. Meanwhile, Kobe and his comrades were utterly terrified. They had narrowly escaped being swallowed by the tsunami, their lives hanging by a thread. The real spectacle was just beginning, as Akiji conjured 3 ice spears and launched them towards Whitebeard. In response, Whitebeard struck the air with a powerful punch, shattering the ice spears into frosty shards. Observing this, Akiji transformed into his elemental form, subsequently freezing the entire expanse of ocean. With the Admiral now engaged, the lower-ranking naval soldiers began their barrage of cannon fire directed at the Whitebeard pirates and Leah's position. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Numerous mechanical giants, towering over 30 meters, suddenly emerged around the ships, wielding shields in one hand and spears in the other, effortlessly blocking all incoming cannonballs. Their appearance bore a resemblance to Voldemort, albeit outfitted in armor. This was a mechanical legion devised by Boar, who, while stationed in the top control room of Sicily, served as the eyes of the battlefield. Unbeknownst to many, the Desert Army Ant Legion had infiltrated the entire combat zone. The skirmish between the small pirates and Navy personnel had commenced, yet the main forces had yet to engage. The mechanical giants began to pound the ice surface, facilitating the ships behind them to approach the shore. At that moment, the solitary Mihawk made his presence known, fixating his gaze on the mechanical giants upon the sea, tilting his head slightly, excitement glimmering within his golden eyes. Everyone was astonished. The typically aloof Mihawk was now taking the initiative to act. Leah glared at her adversary silently, warning him, "If you dare harm my precious machines, I shall sever the connection." Sitting somewhat bored in his seat, Kizaru accurately observed the interaction between the two, muttering under his breath, "How intimate." Acknowledging Leah's threat, Mihawk reluctantly shifted his focus to Whitebeard, curious to ascertain the extent of their disparity in strength. Drawing his black blade, Mihawk unleashed a powerful slashing shockwave aimed at Whitebeard. Just then, a shadow darted forward, interposing itself to absorb the blow with all its might. The force was tremendous. Gritting his teeth, he pushed downward, shattering the ice beneath him while channeling all his strength into his arm and thrusting upwards. Mihawk was taken aback. This was the world's foremost slash, and he had not held back, yet had been intercepted. Who was this individual? His body was adorned with diamonds, embodying peak strength and defense. None other than Diamond Jozu. The battle raged on, with swarms of pirates and navy clashing fiercely, while the mechanical giants commenced their assault. Heedless of the chaos, crashing into the densely packed naval forces, their sheer size and force obliterating numerous foot soldiers. "Goodness," Kizaru remarked as he stretched, rising to his feet. He then transformed into his elemental form, instantly materializing onto the battlefield, a blinding light rendering all unable to see. Without a moment's hesitation, Kizaru unleashed his signature technique, Yasakani no Magatama. Countless golden projectiles rained down upon Whitebeard. However, just then, Marco emerged enveloped in ice-blue flames, shielding Whitebeard. As a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user, Marco possessed an exceedingly rare ability that allowed him to heal from even the gravest of injuries through the blue flames that emanated from his body. Transforming into the phoenix, he launched an attack against Kizaru. "I have never seen such a bird," Kizaru exclaimed, employing his technique once more, treating Marco's assault as a mere scratch. Marco aimed a kick at Kizaru, which the Admiral attempted to block with one hand. However, Kizaru was unable to withstand the blow, finding himself embedded into the wall. The wall crumbled under the impact, a massive explosion erupting around Kizaru, though he appeared unscathed. Kizaru casually turned to caution the giant troops behind him to be wary of airborne enemies. With each step the giant soldiers took, the ground trembled. They had now engaged in battle with the mechanical forces brought by Leah, yet it typically took 3 giants to restrain a single Voldemort. Moreover, mechanical Voldemorts continued to rise from the depths of the sea, creating a truly daunting spectacle. At this juncture, Diamond Jozu charged forward, commanding everyone, "Clear the way." Upon hearing this order, the crowd retreated, granting Jozu the space he required. He struck the ice surface with a heavy fist, causing it to crack, the fissure branching into 2 streams, ultimately converging into a circular form. Subsequently, Jozu extracted an enormous cylindrical block of ice from the icy sea. Goodness gracious, that's truly impressive. The surrounding naval soldiers marveled in disbelief. Jozu hurled the massive ice pillar toward the navy, towering over 2 meters and possessing the destructive force of a 20-meter-tall object. As the ice pillar descended, those standing below felt as though a meteor were plummeting, fearing for their lives. At that moment, the most diligent man on the battlefield rose, his expression cold as if to say, "A bunch of worthless scum. Do I really have to step in myself?" Akainu transformed his hand into magma, executing the technique magma eruption. His magma-infused fist obliterated the meteor-like ice pillar, and the eruption of magma above rained down upon the bewildered pirates below, unleashing a torrent of molten rock. The mechanical Voldemorts, witnessing this, shifted their direction, raising their metal shields to deflect the falling magma, subsequently bouncing it back toward the navy. The battlefield echoed with cries of despair. The largest of the meteor-like projectiles hurtled toward Whitebeard, who effortlessly countered with his weapon, the Tsongyun Xia, extinguishing the fiery meteor and transforming it into an unremarkable boulder. "How ridiculous to be set alight like that," Whitebeard chuckled. "Go ahead and light the candles on your birthday cake. Magma Brat." Akainu, too, managed to smile, albeit more grotesque than pleasant, retorting, "Do you not prefer extravagant funerals, Whitebeard?" Subsequently, the formidable little Ozu made his entrance. Wielding a colossal blade with a clear target in mind, he focused his formidable strength on the naval cannons, which crumbled effortlessly under his might, akin to tofu being sliced. Little Ozu belonged to the ancient giant race, a descendant of the demon Ozu, and at the age of 72, he was akin to a human in their 20s, still far from reaching the pinnacle of his strength. At this moment, Andy seized little Ozu's hair, darting around him to deflect incoming arrows from the shadows. If Moria were present, he would likely be driven mad, for the corpse of the demon Ozu he had previously collected was now rendered useless. Having been thoroughly dismantled by Luffy and his crew, Mingu squatted nearby, observing the scene with boredom, his sunglasses reflecting the chaos as he surveyed the battlefield. Plotting a route to approach Leah and her cohorts amidst the skirmish, knowing that soon, Kizaru would have to attend to the matters of Impel Down. The naval artillery posed no more threat to little Ozu than a mere scraping of skin. The size of a person was dwarfed by even a single one of Ozu's fingers. With ease, little Ozu hurled a naval ship, sending several giant vice admirals flying. In doing so, the ship, along with the giants, created a breach in the inner bay. The pirates, invigorated by the spectacle, engaged in fierce combat, with casualties falling every second. Kobe, witnessing such a brutal clash for the first time, stood frozen in terror, too afraid to act. The giant vice admirals, already struggling against the mechanized foes, found themselves overshadowed by an even more colossal presence. They were mere children in comparison to little Ozu. One giant vice admiral broke free, charging at Ozu with a blade, only to have it severed effortlessly before being felled by a swift strike. Andy then leapt high, unleashing a crimson arc from her cleaver, aimed at the remaining giant vice admirals. Even when they attempted to defend themselves, it proved futile. The red arc cleaved through their defenses, leaving a trail of blood on their necks before vanishing. Several massive figures collapsed silently. Andy, shaking her blade, recalled she should announce her technique, butchery. Little Ozu caught the fallen Andy and continued his advance, astonished by the strength of this seemingly insignificant figure. The Empress commenced her indiscriminate assault, kissing her finger, which then blossomed into a grand pink heart. With a flourish, she unleashed Captive's arrow. Countless pink arrows shot forth, turning those struck into stone, whether they were navy or pirates, claiming lives indiscriminately. Following this, the Empress executed a powerful kick, shattering those hit into fragments, proving that angering a woman is unwise. Regardless of who they were, anyone obstructing her met a swift demise, as she continued to strike down Navy personnel with brutal efficiency. At this moment, the tyrant Kuma made his move, inflating a balloon-like paw that grew larger before compressing down. As little Ozu approached, the energy sphere shrank to the size of his palm, nearly touching him when Andy, with a swift motion of her cleaver, sent it soaring towards the naval cannons. The tremendous energy unleashed a shockwave that spread outward, devastatingly powerful, affecting everyone nearby. The cannon's walls crumbled, creating a vast gap in the ground. Little Ozu's straw hat nearly flew off from the force of the blast, but Andy remained seated, anchoring it down. Coincidentally, this assault created a breach in the inner wall, prompting many pirates to surge towards it, while the mechanized foes forged ahead. Undeterred by pain, unless one possessed the strength to shatter them entirely, it was nearly impossible to impede their movements. Mingu had now positioned himself beside Leah, remaining idle, his nonchalant demeanor unnoticed amid the chaos. Doflamingo inquired, "Aren't you going to take action?" "I'm waiting for the right moment to unleash something grand. Just watch," Leah replied calmly. She then composedly utilized her intercom to issue a command, appearing to maintain control over the unfolding situation. The execution platform loomed ahead, yet Whitebeard ordered little Ozu to retreat. His primary mission accomplished. Advancing further would mean confronting an admiral, a challenge he deemed unsuitable for himself, necessitating the involvement of others. At that moment, a giant Navy soldier attempted to sneak up on Whitebeard, but it was clear that this so-called vice admiral was swiftly dealt with by a single punch, rendered utterly lifeless. Whitebeard then commanded, "Charge forward, my men." The battle ignited, with both Navy and pirates suffering numerous casualties, yet no one retreated. They fought for their comrades' vengeance. Meanwhile, Kobe yearned to flee the battlefield, reflecting on the intensity of the combat and feeling his insignificance. Such powerful beings fell with a single blow, and he was among them. Trailing behind him was the timid Balumeb, both brothers wishing to escape the fray. As they sought to withdraw, they encountered Admiral Akainu, who thwarted their escape, prioritizing the elimination of any deserters without heeding their explanations. This sight filled Kobe and Balumeb with dread, rendering them weak-kneed. It seemed escape was no longer an option. On the battlefield, a swarm of pirates surged into the inner bay, with Leah and her group following closely behind. Amidst the throng, a young man clad in a noble's attire and wielding a steel pipe darted through, prompting a smirk from Leah, realizing Sabo had infiltrated their ranks. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku conversed with Vice Admiral Kizaru via a transponder snail, discussing an impending plan. Bull was astutely aware of this and promptly reported to Leah, who was equipped with an earpiece designed by Bull to keep her informed of the battlefield's developments. Whitebeard and Sengoku exchanged glances from afar, with Whitebeard chuckling. "What cunning scheme are you concocting, wise strategist Sengoku?" He then shifted his gaze back to Leah, his expression deepening. He could not yet reveal his true strength. He must wait for the Navy to unveil their genuine tactics. Perhaps this was the gravest moment for Old Man Garp as he slowly ascended the execution platform, reminiscing about the first time he encountered Leah and Ace. A small girl and a soft baby, both children he had watched grow. Now one fought below, while the other knelt on the platform. The weight of justice on his back felt exceedingly burdensome, hindering his posture. He settled beside Ace, who, observing the typically formidable figure, suddenly realized that Garp's hair had turned completely white. Tears glistened in Garp's murky eyes. "Ace, you fool. Why didn't you live as I advised?" Tears streamed down the old man's face. Perhaps Ace had never imagined that Garp, the hero of the Navy, would weep for his own kin. "Old man," Ace murmured, feeling his own heart wrestle with turmoil. At that very moment, Leah's loudspeaker resonated. "Ji Jiang." Both Ace and Kapu turned their gazes towards Leah. "Old man, once this battle concludes, you should retire. I shall provide for your twilight years." Leah indeed harbored this intention. Yet her primary motive was to unsettle the morale of the troops. The old man held a stature within the Navy that surpassed even the current Admiral Sengoku. He had nearly become the embodiment of the Navy's spirit. Should such a figure waver in loyalty at a critical juncture, the repercussions on the soldiers' resolve would be profound. At that moment, Sengoku began to perspire profusely. Kapu was acutely aware of this reality. He would not utter any words detrimental to the Navy at such a pivotal time. His silence was already a considerable concession. "Enough of your nonsense, you impudent girl. In this war, the outcome remains uncertain, so do not be too arrogant." Kapu bellowed. His words were ambiguous, seemingly a warning to Leah, yet they also subtly acknowledged her earlier proposal, implying that post-war considerations could be entertained. Just as Leah was about to speak again, her attention was captured by a dark spot in the sky that was rapidly enlarging. Realizing that it was her brother plummeting from the heavens, she decided that the time had come to reveal her true self. In an instant, she transformed, her body enveloped in black, her skin marred by deep crimson cracks, and enormous wings unfurled behind her. Clutching a blood-red scythe, her aura underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Even Kasamaduo, who had been apologizing while fighting, paused to regard Leah. He had never witnessed his leader in such a terrifying form, like a legendary demon, as fearsome as himself. Yet, she remained calm, accepting the scrutiny of all present. He was momentarily entranced, as the voice of his brother clamored to be released, but without Leah's command. He dared not unleash him. The bloodshed of the battlefield seemed to entice his brother. Ace was not surprised by Leah's transformation, but Kapu regarded her with a newfound seriousness. The aura emanating from Leah was anything but benign. Few had witnessed her capabilities. Yet, an instinct told everyone present that she was now a formidable threat. After accumulating power for so long, today was the moment to unleash it all. As for Lu Fei and his companions, Their descent from the sky was due to the earlier upheaval caused by the Whitebeard's seismic attack, which sent a colossal tsunami crashing toward them. Faced with the deluge, they bravely surged forward. Under Jinbe's guidance, their ship successfully ascended the towering waves, reaching the crest of the massive swell. At that moment, Aokiji activated the Ice Age, freezing the monstrous tsunami in its tracks. Thus, they remained atop the wave, gazing down upon the battlefield below, where the war had already commenced, and they needed to hasten to rescue AC. While devising a strategy, the ship's din-din mushy rang out. The voice within declared, "Initiate Operation Plan 3. Commence execution of AC." This news struck Lu Fei like a bolt from the blue. There was no time for hesitation. Everyone leaped into action, exerting their utmost effort to land on the ice. Consequently, the ice fractured, and they plummeted from the sky. By sheer fortune, the ship crashed into a hole, the very spot where Jiaozi had previously removed ice blocks. This area had transformed into a pool of water, fortuitously allowing the crew of small pirates aboard the ship to survive. Had they fallen onto the ice, they would have either perished or been severely injured. Observing Lu Fei's fall, Leah soared forward, grasping his yellow vest with one hand. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her leg. It was Baki clinging to her calf. Seeing the others tumble down, Leah felt helpless. She could not assist them all. Lu Fei gradually regained consciousness and wrapped his arms around Leah, while Baki secured his hold as well. Leah had no time to quibble with Baki. As she dodged incoming cannonballs, she lowered her altitude, depositing the two onto the ice. Lu Fei exclaimed, "Nei Jiang, I will save AC in my own way." Leah leaned closer to Lu Fei and whispered, "When the time comes, just charge towards the execution platform. I will handle the rest, and Sabo will assist you." Lu Fei nodded emphatically, understanding her words. He then scanned the area, searching for AC's figure. Unable to see him, he realized they were still too low. Lu Fei raced forward, climbing the mast of the ship to reach its peak. Upon reaching the summit, he spotted AC kneeling at the execution platform. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fei shouted, "AC." At the sight of Lu Fei, AC's expression tightened. He had not anticipated Lu Fei could reach such heights. He responded loudly, "Lu Fei." Sabo, concealed among the crowd, adjusted his hat's brim. Feeling nostalgic, it had been a long time since the three brothers had been gathered together like this. Once AC was rescued, they would surely celebrate with a drink. Hancock gazed at Lu Fei, feeling love fill the air around her. Old Shaw remained remarkably composed. He charged towards Whitebeard, but just as he maneuvered behind Whitebeard to strike Lu Fei, using Gear Second, kicked Old Shaw's golden hook away. Lu Fei would not permit Old Shaw to lay a hand on Whitebeard, for AC had once told him how much he admired Whitebeard. Upon noticing Lu Fei's straw hat, Whitebeard recalled Shanks and remembered Shanks' earlier words, leading him to a realization. Standing before Whitebeard, Lu Fei appeared diminutive in stature, yet his voice resonated powerfully, reaching the ears of all present. "I am the one destined to become the Pirate King." The crowd gasped at Lu Fei's audacious proclamation, some even trembling in fear at the audacity of the boy who dared to utter such words in the presence of the world's strongest man. Just as onlookers anticipated Whitebeard would swing his bicento to eliminate this arrogant youth, he instead laughed, a laugh of appreciation, as Lu Fei prepared to rescue AC. He relayed the information he had gleaned from the ship to Whitebeard. Upon hearing the news, Whitebeard smiled lightly, as though he had anticipated this all along. Lu Fei charged toward the navy, and with a wave of her hand, Leah commanded Kasamaduo to release his brother, Staluoli, who would keep an eye on Aokiji while deflecting some of the stronger attacks directed at Lu Fei. Vandy was summoned by Leah to assist Dragon, along with Diswaluo, who was also present. It seemed that soon enough, the situation there would become untenable. It was time to divert the Navy's attention with other significant developments. The chaos surrounding Blackbeard at Impel Down presented an excellent opportunity. Jessica had a certain talent for filming and editing, and, to put it bluntly, Blackbeard had not yet encountered the same level of chaos as depicted in the videos he had sent. However, how could a woman as astute as Jessica fail to grasp the magnitude of Leah's intentions in this matter? Thus, the narrative logic was altered, and footage of Blackbeard's crew being pursued and beaten by Magellan as well as Camus' ongoing entanglements, was excised. The endeavor to portray Blackbeard's descent to the sixth underground layer to liberate those supercriminals must be executed with utmost certainty, thus achieving the maximum impact. Long before Blackbeard devised his plan to seize the Enin fruit, Leah had already set her sights on him. Doflamingo possessed the technology to replicate devil fruits, yet he chose not to collaborate with Kaido this time. Consequently, the number of individuals privy to this information was exceedingly small, which Leah adeptly exploited. Furthermore, it was not solely Blackbeard who could possess a compendium of devil fruits. Leah's grand library was on the verge of completion, and she wielded the most extensive knowledge in the world, second only to Vegapunk. How could she possibly overlook the significant realm of devil fruits? Thus, unbeknownst to Blackbeard, she discreetly acquired the Enin fruit from Sachi ahead of time, requesting confidentiality. Considering that Blackbeard had concealed his ambitions for over 2 decades within the Whitebeard crew, all operations had to remain secret. Any misstep could jeopardize her relations with the members of the Whitebeard crew. Had Blackbeard truly hidden his intentions well? Indeed, for prior to the incident, save for Whitebeard himself, no one detected the ambition lurking beneath his seemingly amiable facade. Therefore, one might ponder why Whitebeard had not exposed Blackbeard's duplicity before this. 20 years is not merely a number. It encapsulates shared experiences and battles fought together, and parents often exhibit greater tolerance towards their children. Whitebeard regarded his crew as his own progeny, and Blackbeard had called him old man for over 20 years. It is undeniable that Whitebeard's heart softened, even though Leah had previously cautioned him to be wary of Blackbeard. Nevertheless, he likely clung to a sliver of hope for him. The genuine devil fruit had been surreptitiously replaced with a counterfeit, and while Sachi did not fully comprehend the situation, he did not reject Leah's seemingly absurd request. After all, the potions developed in Leah's laboratory had significantly improved Whitebeard's health. For this reason alone, she was regarded as a benefactor by the entire crew, and she had no intention of deliberately harming him. The reputation of the Whitebeard pirates was not merely fabricated. It had genuinely instilled fear across the seas for countless years. Sachi could not conceive of any motive Leah might have to harm him. Blackbeard indeed turned against Sachi, but he ingested the counterfeit devil fruit, which was poisoned. Remarkably, it seemed that fate favored him, as he managed to escape despite being severely injured and pursued by numerous adversaries, even surviving the poison. Leah speculated that Blackbeard still possessed a measure of luck, albeit the luck of a villain. She reflected that the pivotal moment lay at the top. Blackbeard had not perished. Rather, he was gravely wounded and had yet to recover fully at that point. Realizing he had been deceived, Blackbeard unleashed a brutal assault on Teach, inflicting severe internal injuries. However, with Leah's intervention, Sachi survived, albeit potentially with lingering repercussions. Whitebeard regretted his compassion that led to the injury of another son. Witnessing the weakened Sachi bedridden, Ace, in his fury and grief, volunteered to pursue Blackbeard. However, Ace was not reckless. He consistently reported his status to the crew and had undergone rigorous training under Leah and her crew during his youth, thus enhancing his strength. His mastery of armament haki and observation haki was unquestionable, and even Conqueror's haki was within his grasp. Pursuing Blackbeard, now devoid of the Enin fruit, he felt a modicum of confidence. Yet, he did not foresee that Teach would conspire with the Marines ahead of time, even dispatching an admiral to confront him. Given that Luffy was still behind him, he could not retreat, ultimately being captured when his strength waned. Upon securing the Enin fruit, Leah promptly entrusted it to Kumo, severing Blackbeard's connection to it. In that moment, while fleeing, Blackbeard, grievously injured, acquired another devil fruit. Its abilities were decent, allowing him to redirect others' attacks towards their enemies. Nevertheless, it paled in comparison to the Enin fruit, which he had coveted for over 20 years. Yet, having something was better than nothing. As long as Blackbeard drew breath, he would possess the potential to rise again. Such was the nature of a formidable rogue. Alas, he stood in opposition to Leah, and thus she would employ every tactic at her disposal. Having been bested once, he could certainly be vanquished a second time. Leah's foresight was her greatest asset, as she could manipulate numerous outcomes. With Luffy leading the charge, the others followed suit. However, at that moment, a peculiar canine companion had joined Luffy's side. Indeed, it was Makabaka. Before Luffy, Admiral Kizaru obstructed his path, and thus began a new spectacle from the Admiral, requiring a moment to gather power before unleashing his skills. As the minutes passed, Leah hurled a metallic box towards the execution platform. Many observers noted this occurrence, speculating it to be a secret weapon. Their attention fixated on the metallic box. To avert any unforeseen incidents during the execution, Fleet Admiral Sengoku intercepted the box. Upon noticing a button atop the metallic box, he hesitated momentarily, casting a wary glance at Leah, who harbored ill intentions. Following his instincts, he pressed the button. Consequently, the screen of the metallic box began to display a video, the very footage sent by Jessica. Not only did the metallic box project this video, but it also appeared on the external large screen broadcasting the execution. The content of the video predominantly illustrated Blackbeard's actions within Impel Down, albeit edited to depict the prison break as remarkably effortless and smooth. The Control Magellan and the released criminals, the riots of each layer of prisoners. And the culminating scene revealed Blackbeard facing the Red Count. As Kizaru gathered power, he fixed his gaze on Fleet Admiral Sengoku, suddenly sensing an ominous turn of events. Surely, he would not be required to work overtime again. It was far more enjoyable to linger here among the throng, occasionally evading scrutiny. However, if other duties awaited him, a jest, Leah then spoke, inquiring how it felt for the Marines to be used as pawns. The battle continued, with many preoccupied and unable to heed Leah's words. Yet Sengoku's grim expression signified impending adverse developments. Sengoku composed himself, knowingly posing the question, "What do you mean?" As a strategist, Sengoku was undoubtedly aware. Blackbeard's initial assistance in capturing Ace was not for the position of Warlord of the Sea. His objective was unequivocal: the criminals within Impel Down. Or perhaps, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you had already harbored suspicions. Yet, the opportunity to commence battle was too rare. Did you choose to turn a blind eye? Sengoku furrowed his brow but quickly regained his composure, stating, "What of it? Whether true or false, does discussing this now hold any significance? Indeed, for your shared goal remained Whitebeard, old man. However, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, can you fathom the ramifications if the most dangerous criminals are released from the depths of Impel Down? Perhaps the Marine-S armed hegemony that you have painstakingly upheld for decades is on the verge of being shattered." Leah's tone bore a hint of indifference. Sengoku's gaze shifted towards Admiral Kizaru, who silently lowered his foot. To speak of who currently possesses the greatest potential to alter the situation in Tuajinching is undoubtedly the so-called light-speed Huang Yuan. Oh, it seems he is about to be called out. As the warring states approached Huang Yuan, he quietly issued an order. "You shall go to Tuajinching to confront the Blackbeard crew. If possible, eliminate them without hesitation. Under no circumstances should they be allowed to escape. Individuals like them would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Navy if released." Huang Yuan said nothing and directly transformed into his elemental form. Sensing that this battle might not favor the Navy, as there were already signs of deviation from the main storyline. The sudden departure of General Huang Yuan had a profound impact on the morale of the troops. Yet after Akainu's fiery encouragement, they regained their spirits to face the imminent threat. Outside the live broadcast screen of the Xiongdao Bodhi Group, Rayleigh gazed intently at Leah's figure, silently reflecting on how many years ago his predictions were now coming to fruition. Certainly, Blackbeard's actions had also brought astonishment to those present. After so many years, someone dared to set their sights on Tuajinching. The name Blackbeard had firmly embedded itself in the hearts of many, including the supernovas. Luffy continued to sprint forward, greeted by two bumbling fools, Zhang Yao and Navy Lieutenant Fendi, who claimed to have grown stronger and wished to demonstrate their upgraded hypnosis technique. With a resounding 1, 2, 3, Zhang Yao, both fell to the ground, having hypnotized themselves. These two were merely there for comic relief. Meanwhile, Leah soared above the crowd, landing at the very center of the inner bay, where the shadows beneath her feet began to ripple, expanding outward from her core. Some individuals, sensing impending doom, hastily took to the air, but unfortunately, the shadows had already begun to engulf their surroundings, blurring the lines between friend and foe. Yet, Leah was unable to concern herself with such matters. This was war, and casualties were inevitable. The mechanical Voldemort had paused in its actions, having sustained considerable damage after prolonged combat. Iron plates on their backs opened, releasing a swarm of small robots that charged into the crowd, creating chaos. The Tyrant Bear was also slacking off, having learned of the Revolutionary Army's plans. He saw no need to cooperate with Vegapunk's experiments. His presence in Marineford was merely to provide cover for the Revolutionary Army, allowing them to take control of the celestial dragons in Mariehwa sooner. Leah stood at the center of the arena, and all those dragged into the shadows fell silent. Coupled with Leah's fearsome appearance, it was enough to instill dread. The shadows beneath her continued to spread, seemingly infinite, while her pupils transformed into a blood-red hue, resembling a demon rising from the depths of hell. A palpable aura of malevolence surrounded her, prompting everyone to flee from the encroaching shadows. A vacuum of darkness, constructed of shadows, formed around Leah. Naturally, the shadows were not invincible. They struggled against more formidable vice-admirals. Yet this tactic was indeed sufficient to clear out the weaker foes. At that moment, Luffy activated Gear 3rd, delivering a colossal Gomu Gomu, no giant whirlwind, to topple a giant vice-admiral, much to the discomfort of the prisoners, who felt it was unfair for Luffy to steal the spotlight alone. They yearned for their idol, Captain Buggy, to claim the head of Whitebeard. Captain Buggy, we cannot allow them to outshine us. Quickly, go claim Whitebeard's head. Buggy, grinning with arrogance, commanded, Excellent, let's advance. Suddenly, Whitebeard called out to Buggy, Hey, Red Nose. Buggy instinctively turned and retorted, Who are you calling Red Nose, you bastard? Be careful, or I will kill you, you scoundrel. Realizing the source of the voice, he looked up in terror, exclaiming, Whitebeard. Whitebeard, being quite astute, recognized that their common enemy was the Navy and saw no reason to squabble with this impudent fool. Better to bring Buggy into their alliance. Even if these prisoners were not formidable, every bit counts. This greatly satisfied Buggy's vanity, and without hesitation, he agreed to Whitebeard's proposal. All right, Whitebeard, I shall join forces with you. It's me teaming up with you. The prisoners erupted in excitement, chanting, Who is this illustrious figure? Indeed, it is our Captain Buggy. This fellow had grown so conceited that he had lost touch with reality. Mr. 3 looked on horrified at the wildly laughing Buggy. Smoker, who had also been on the battlefield, charged towards Luffy, intent on striking him down. Just then, Makabaka leaped up and bit down on Smoker's weapon. With a resounding crack, his weapon snapped in two. Luffy evaded Smoker's kick and took a moment to pat Makabaka on the head in gratitude. Yet Smoker remained relentless, determined to capture Luffy. Luffy contemplated activating Gear 2nd, but at that moment, Stalieri swung his large blade toward Smoker. Seeing this, Luffy decided not to linger with Smoker and continued racing towards the execution platform. Stalieri, unlike his brother, was a complete madman, attacking anything that obstructed Luffy, indifferent to whether they were Navy or pirate. At this juncture, Hancock approached Luffy, producing a key from her bosom and handing it to him. This was the key to Ace's handcuffs. Upon receiving the key, Luffy excitedly embraced Hancock, causing her cheeks to flush. Although Hancock was elated, the sudden embrace left her somewhat flustered. Subsequently, Luffy, clutching the key, resumed his sprint, while Hancock remained lost in thought. Gasping, Luffy's warmth still lingers on my hands, on my chest. This must be a sign of marriage. It appeared that Hancock was indeed quite enamored with Luffy. Merely a hug had led her to fantasize about marriage, which was rather exaggerated. Meanwhile, Ivankov was held up by the pacifista, unaware that this tyrant bear was an artificial construct, as they had once been comrades in arms. Ivankov attempted to awaken the pacifista before him, but Doflamingo stood in front of the pacifista, feeling rather bored, and began to deceive the Okama king. He claimed that the tyrant bear had died days ago, willingly becoming a government experiment, and that the current tyrant bear had lost all human consciousness, existing solely to follow government orders as a monstrous weapon. Just as Ivankov processed this shocking revelation, Doflamingo added, "But once you capture the research facility, you will gain control over the Pacifista." Ivankov was left speechless. He too was not thinking clearly, as they were already planning to launch a surprise attack on Mariewa, while was unguarded. What reason did the Tyrant Bear have to continue cooperating with Vegapunk's experiments? Meanwhile, Luffy had reached Ivankov's side, and as the Pacifista prepared to launch an attack on Luffy and Ivankov, Doflamingo stepped in front of them, declaring, "Aren't you going to flee?" Realizing the urgency, Luffy quickly pressed on, with Ivankov closely behind. As they ran, Ivankov asked, "Luffy, do you know Doflamingo?" Luffy replied, "I don't know him." "Then why is he helping us?" Ivankov pressed on. "He has a good relationship with his sister, and he seems to be Corazone's brother," Luffy explained. "Huh? Isn't it rumored that their relationship is bad?" "Who is Corazone?" Ivankov inquired. However, they had no time to dwell on such matters, as Ace remained imprisoned. Luffy and his companions rushed towards the execution platform, including the gradually growing figure of Makabaka, though this detail went unnoticed by anyone. At the same time, Buggy and his subordinates seemed to be concocting a grand scheme. From Buggy's lips, it was revealed to be a plan that would shake the world. After finalizing their strategy, they unveiled the candle house constructed by Mr. 3, startling the Marines outside before charging towards the execution platform, chanting Captain Buggy's battle cry. Meanwhile, old Sandy continued to struggle with Whitebeard, when suddenly, Jozu, transformed into Diamond, crashed violently into Sandy, causing the latter to spew blood. It appeared that claiming Whitebeard's head would not be an easy feat. Just as Diamond Jozu was about to launch another attack, Doflamingo positioned himself behind him, seizing control of Jozu's body. Doflamingo, an adept of the Ito no Mi, could manipulate his opponents like puppets, and this time he sought to recruit Sandy. Truth be told, few could pique Doflamingo's interest. Moreover, Liao speculated that Doflamingo was aware of Sandy's secret. The atmosphere between them felt ominous. Liao remained at ease, as no true powerhouse had yet intervened, allowing her the capacity to observe the battlefield, especially since Whitebeard had yet to make a move. The proud Sandy was unlikely to ally with Doflamingo, directly unleashing a sandstorm that blew both Jozu and Doflamingo away. Doflamingo seemed to find amusement in this, engaging Sandy in combat. "I had thought you were a reasonable fellow," he said as he grappled with Sandy. On Luffy's side, he was drawing ever closer to Ace, but soon found his path obstructed once more as the smoke cleared to reveal Mihawk standing before him. Mihawk wished to test whether the one chosen by Shanks could survive beneath his black blade. Luffy understood that now was not the moment to entangle himself with a top-tier fighter like Mihawk, and thus activated Gear Second, propelling himself past Mihawk's range. However, Mihawk was not one to let Luffy pass so easily, launching his most formidable slash towards him. Seeing the impending danger, Liao flapped her wings, positioning herself in front of Luffy. She swung her blood-red scythe, sending a crimson wave of slashing energy to counter Mihawk's green slash. When they collided, an explosion ensued, sending countless individuals flying. The ground bore the scars of the blood-red wave, which began to corrode the surrounding tiles. Many fled in response. Observing this, Mihawk's golden pupils flickered with intrigue as he inquired, "Do you wish to fight me?" Liao tilted her head in contemplation, a spark of realization flashing in her eyes. She then pointed her scythe at Mihawk, declaring, "I cannot defeat you, but I can exchange a few moves." Mihawk replied, "You may try. I will not strike lethally." It was rare for Mihawk to express such leniency, given his reputation as a battle fanatic. Liao surmised that his concession stemmed from a fear of her demise, leading to a loss of entertainment. With that thought, Liao signaled an okay with her hand and released the shadows beneath her feet, which coalesced into a colossal creature. This monstrous shadow surged towards Mihawk, darkening the sky. Many were taken aback by this spectacle. However, in response, Mihawk's green slash cleaved through the shadow, heading straight for the frozen tsunami in the distance. Such seemingly casual strikes could split a massive iceberg in two, startling the nearby Marines as they pondered whether Mihawk was an ally or a foe. Liao was not surprised, knowing that her devourer beast could only be harmed by attacks infused with intention. True to his title as the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk's fierce intent severed the devourer beast's throat, indicating that they would indeed need to exchange genuine blows. Lia then swung her scythe towards Mihawk, simultaneously guiding him toward the execution platform. Buggy had already initiated his perfect plan, first dispatching his subordinates to locate the Den Den Mushi and the recording snail, seemingly preparing for something monumental. While Mihawk was engaged with Lia, he also found himself distracted by the fact that Luffy possessed an undeniable protagonist aura, transforming everyone present into his allies. Meanwhile, Buggy's crew had successfully located the image Den Den Mushi, and Buggy's grand operation was set to commence. The viewers behind the live broadcast were astonished by the scenes unfolding on the battlefield. The Marines also commenced their plan for an early execution. Why was the announcement of Ace's execution being made at this moment? And why was it being expedited? The viewers watching the live stream were equally perplexed. Simultaneously, Sengoku ordered his subordinates to immediately cut off the signal from the image Den Den Mushi. The event about to unfold did not need to be broadcast to the world. And ultimately, only the announcement of the Marines' victory was necessary. Despite this proclamation, Sengoku himself remained uncertain about which side would emerge victorious in this conflict. A tremendous explosion erupted in the rear, with many pirate ships being set ablaze as they realized that the Marines had flanked them from behind the ice. However, the Marines' vessels were soon tossed aside by colossal waves, as a monstrous maw shattered the ships. Lia commanded several Sea Kings, intending to protect the submarines and ships. The Sea Kings were limited in their utility. Their power posed a disaster for ordinary individuals, but was merely child's play for true warriors. Yet placed in the ocean, their value was immense, such as aiding in retreats. Soon, the artificial pacifistas surrounded the pirates, a plan orchestrated by Sengoku to encircle and eradicate all pirates. Led by the formidable Bartolomeo, who oversaw the scientific division and the actions of the pacifistas. The true tyrant, Kuma, blended in among the pacifistas, intending to exploit the chaos. Once the explosions commenced, Kuma effortlessly swatted away the pacifistas, employing a countermeasure against the large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Bartolomeo was taken aback, not expecting the true tyrant to still be present, as rumors suggested he had lost his identity and become an experimental tool for Vegapunk. Alone, Bartolomeo was no match for one of the 7 warlords, Kuma. His massive axe was effortlessly shattered by Kuma's strike. Sengoku, holding the Den Den Mushi, commanded the Marines, withdraw from the ice surface. Upon receiving the order, the Marines fled en masse towards the internal plaza. Meanwhile, the residents of Sabaody, engrossed in the live broadcast, were stunned as 2 screens suddenly went black. On the battlefield, Mihawk charged another powerful strike towards Lia, who swiftly evaded. Mihawk's formidable slash soared toward the execution platform, prompting Sengoku to realize that he could not rely on the old man seated beside Ace. He utilized Haki to block the strike. However, while the execution platform remained unscathed, the Marine headquarters building behind it was cleaved in half, reduced to ruins. Sengoku, filled with rage, wished to speak, but Mihawk, unimpressed, sheathed his black blade, stating, "I will not fight any longer." Lia, with a hint of mischief, asked, "Are you truly not fighting anymore?" Mihawk cast a glance at Lia before surveying the multitude of fallen Marines, his meaning clear. Very well, if you do not wish to engage in combat. You may seek others for a diversion. I shall summon someone to share my latest writings when time permits." Lia hastily gestured, speaking. Hawkeye nodded slightly, opting not to elaborate further. Soon after, the swordsman Vista approached, and Hawkeye, feeling a tinge of boredom, decided to duel with Vista out of respect for the swordplay. At that moment, Sengoku began to question his subordinates, as they had lost a Den Den Mushi. They were now engaged in a thorough search. Reports from the Navy surfaced. Viewers of the live broadcast were perplexed, wondering if it was a live stream or a film, as the screen had gone black. Could it be that an advertisement was about to be inserted? Meanwhile, the focus of the Den Den Mushi, none other than Buggy, was diligently perfecting his clown makeup, as he needed to look splendid on camera. With a declaration of start, Buggy appeared on screen, facing away from everyone. "Apologies for the wait, everyone. There's sound. The voiceover enthusiastically supported Buggy. Is this Captain Buggy the Clown? Buggy turned his face, grinning arrogantly, and proclaimed, "Indeed, it is I." This display was truly a spectacle that would infuriate Sengoku, likely causing him to lose a few years off his life in frustration. Sengoku, visibly enraged, commanded, "Go and stop them immediately." At this juncture, to Akainu's astonishment, the great whirlpool spider, Squard, did not proceed with the plan to assassinate Whitebeard. This was largely attributed to Ace, who had grown up alongside Leah and had learned to perceive and understand the emotions of others. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge Roger as his father, he considered Squard a brother, a comrade with whom he would fight alongside on the same ship in the future. Upon learning that Squard harbored animosity towards Roger, Ace had even confronted Squard in combat. Emotions require an outlet, and amidst the camaraderie of pirates, nothing is as effective as a brawl to alleviate tension. While barriers may not completely dissolve, they can certainly improve. When Akainu secretly approached Squard for a discussion, he hesitated but ultimately chose to trust his father. It was Ace who had shared moments with him, who had received his father's grace. There was no need to betray the Whitebeard pirates over mere provocation. Akainu's frustration was palpable, likely causing him to grimace in anger. He began to sway other members of the Whitebeard pirates, attempting to influence them. Akainu's skill in spreading rumors was unparalleled. He claimed that Whitebeard had colluded with the Navy beforehand, and that the rescue of Ace was merely a facade, ultimately leading to their demise. This sowed doubt among the members of the Whitebeard pirates, who began to question Whitebeard, eager to uncover the truth. "Father, is what he said true? Please tell us, Father." "It cannot be true." Before Whitebeard could step forward to refute the claims, Leah hurled a slash towards Akainu, derisively stating, "You speak utter nonsense. You claim not to harm. Yet your true intention in instigating this war is to use Whitebeard as an example to intimidate the seas. You speak as if the Navy were a charitable organization. Let us not even begin to discuss the Buster Call. The Navy is merely a violent enforcement arm of the world government, exploiting the people. Do not elevate yourself too high, Red Dog." Leah's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, relentless and unyielding. And these sentiments were broadcasted through the Den Mushi to Sabaody Archipelago. Hearing Leah's insults, Akainu felt somewhat crude, tempted to retort or retaliate. However, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to conjure any suitable insults. After a prolonged moment of silence, he resorted to unleashing magma towards Leah, but his attack was intercepted by others. In that instant, the Buggy crew, broadcasting live, found themselves frozen in shock. Akiji expressed his disinterest in witnessing Buggy's antics any longer. Concurrently, all screens in Sabaody went dark, and the inhabitants could no longer view the broadcast. Yet at that moment, chain stores in Sabaody began distributing metal boxes capable of streaming video to local residents at no cost. Simultaneously, small robots, emerging from the mechanical Doflamingo, began releasing desert army ants. Pheromones transmitted and synthesized videos would be uploaded to the metal boxes. Not only in Sabaody, but across the globe, all businesses under Leah's guild commenced the distribution of metal boxes. It would be a shame for only the residents of Sabaody to witness such an event. It was a spectacle meant for all to enjoy. Whitebeard observed Akainu engaged in battle and remarked, "Indeed, the student surpasses the master. Your despicable nature likely exceeds even Sengoku's." With that, Whitebeard assumed a stance, throwing punches to either side. All ice formations immobilized by Akiji collapsed into a heap. Sengoku immediately understood the intent behind Whitebeard's actions. He was providing an escape route for all pirates. By shattering the ice wall, the nearby ships could now maneuver, allowing the pirates to flee at any moment. Excitement surged among all pirates on the battlefield. As the truth had been unveiled, they now unequivocally recognized that Whitebeard would never betray them. At that moment, Whitebeard commanded, "Those who wish to join me, abandon your lives and follow me." These words ignited the pirates' fighting spirit. Sengoku then addressed all Navy personnel, "Prepare for battle. The world's strongest man is about to strike." Whitebeard wielded his blade, the Tantata, directing it toward the execution platform, bellowing, "Charge!" The pirates surged forward towards the Navy with a frenzy, their latent violent instincts fully awakened. Seeing this, Leah waved her hand, and crimson mist enveloped the area. Its purpose simple: to unleash the potential within everyone, entering a bloodthirsty state, resistant to defeat. Following this, the pirates' gazes shimmered with a hint of bloodlust, their strikes growing increasingly vicious, as if to declare, even in death, they would wreak havoc upon the Navy base. The Navy, while retaliating, began to retreat. On one hand, they prepared to use their defenses to thwart the pirates' onslaught, surrounding them for annihilation. On the other hand, the pirates' fearless charge was indeed alarming. The Navy had initially planned to raise barriers for the extermination of the pirates. However, the thick ice covering the sea, frozen by Aokiji, hindered their mechanisms. To prevent the pirates from storming the plaza, a giant Navy soldier stepped forward to obstruct the pirate assault, overly confident in his abilities. He swung his great blade at Whitebeard, only to be met with surprise when Whitebeard effortlessly caught his most formidable strike with one hand, appearing to exert little effort. With a slight exertion, Whitebeard repelled the giant, causing him to lose balance and nearly topple. Meanwhile, Whitebeard grasped the air with his bare hands, as if the very space were a translucent fabric, and, with a forceful tug, the ground began to tilt. The crowd lay sprawled on the ground, uncontrollably sliding downwards, with some of the less stable Navy personnel tumbling towards the inclined surface, impaled directly onto the protruding ice shards. The pirates began to shout, "Do not approach the old man." This was the might of the strongest man at sea. With a single strike, he caused the island-supporting Marin Fander to tilt. The sea level surged violently, ice shattered, and buildings collapsed, only calming down after a prolonged period. Anticipating this, Leah embraced Andy, who was eager to wield a pig-slaying knife against Aokiji, lifting off the ground and hovering above, surveying the scene. Whitebeard's display was akin to the apocalypse. A determined Navy giant, refusing to relent, picked up a machete, preparing to attack once more. Whitebeard leaped into the air, striking the giant with immense force, fracturing the very fabric of space. The overwhelming energy surged through the giant's body, crashing towards the execution platform and breaching the surrounding walls. The violent impact resulted in a massive explosion at the execution platform. As the smoke cleared, the platform remained unharmed. Aokiji and Akainu joined forces to shield against the energy wave. Aokiji remarked, "It's all due to the delayed activation of the encircling wall." Akainu retorted, "Isn't it because of your ice breaking?" Aokiji nonchalantly continued, "Why not just melt it, Sakazuki?" Akainu grumbled, "Damn it, they're all acting on my behalf." Meanwhile, within impelled down, Kizaru, leisurely cornering Blackbeard alongside Magellan, suddenly sneezed. He muttered, "It must be Sakazuki cursing me behind my back, but I cannot afford to hold a grudge. It will be disastrous if he refused to handle my paperwork in the future." Just then, Magellan's voice crackled through the din mushy. "Kizaru, hurry up. Why are you dawdling here? The sooner you finish, the sooner you can return. There's still no resolution at Marin Fander." Kizaru, unable to decipher Magellan's words clearly, found them automatically transformed into the phrase "overtime" upon reaching his brain. At that moment, a Navy officer activated the electric switch for the encircling wall, and the mechanical gears whirred as the impenetrable wall rose from the depths of the sea. However, it jammed halfway up, leaving numerous openings for cannons, and the current blockage was precisely at the cannon's mouth, rendering it immovable. The Navy could incite discord among their ranks, just as Leah could lavishly bribe those on the Navy's side. This was merely the customary conduct of war. Observing the expressions of those present, Leah managed a slight smile. The one who appeared most troubled was Akainu, whose already stern demeanor was further darkened by frustration. Nothing had gone as planned today. None of the anticipated strategies had materialized. Akainu stepped forward, magma swirling vigorously from his hands, unleashing a technique known as Meteor Volcano, sending countless magma fists soaring into the sky. The crowd gazed upward, uncertain of what would ensue. Subsequently, Akainu's magma fists descended like meteors. Though they appeared beautiful, their impact would be deadly. Beneath was the frozen sea, Even if one were not struck, they would plunge into the depths. At that moment, Leah formed hand seals, her fingers dancing as blood-red threads wove together into a massive net, ensnaring all the descending magma fists. With a powerful heave, she directed them towards the Navy headquarters and the iron wall behind it. Luffy stood up and dashed towards the rear of Little Oar's guards. Through collective effort, Luffy positioned himself beneath the execution platform. However, at this moment, he faced both Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu. Leah harbored no such concerns, as Andy had already slipped from her grasp and dashed towards Akiji. Leah ascended high into the sky, raising her blood-red scythe and striking down towards Akainu. The acceleration of her descent and the force of her swing converged into a magnificent crimson point of light, followed by a red magic circle coalescing in the air, plummeting directly downward. Akainu braced himself with armament haki against Leah's strike, resulting in a fierce collision that caused the ground beneath him to crack and sink, settling only after a long while. As the smoke dissipated, a large crater over 10 meters in diameter appeared at the center of where Akainu stood, with both individuals intently gazing at each other. Meanwhile, at Akiji's side, Andy clung tightly to Akiji's leg, refusing to let go. Tossing him away proved difficult, and capturing him was akin to grasping a slippery eel. Ultimately, Akiji, exasperated, encased Andy in ice. He reached down, lifting Andy from his trousers, inspecting the shivering child who was now frozen, exhaling cold vapor. Akiji, supporting his head, felt a twinge of reluctance to take action, so he simply tossed Andy toward the Whitebeard pirates as a gesture of mercy. Subsequently, Akainu launched an assault on Leah, the scalding magma intensifying in the air, causing Leah's hair to begin curling, emanating the scent of burning protein. How vexing, Akainu mocked, while simultaneously deriding Leah's bravery, deeming her strength lacking. Leah, feeling somewhat disheartened, contemplated a brilliant strategy to counter Akainu. Gradually, a blood-red liquid began to seep from beneath her feet, enveloping Akainu. This substance, upon contact, could completely engulf a person, particularly targeting those with a murderous intent. With the battlefield dominated by pirates, Akainu's murderous aura was at its peak, eager to obliterate the entire arena. Yet, he still exercised caution, refraining from unleashing his full power. A gut feeling warned Akainu that this was no good. He evaded while also preparing to confront Leah's deadly move, finding himself in a rare state of disarray. Meanwhile, Akiji hurled a massive ice pillar towards Luffy. Just as Luffy attempted to shatter it with his armament haki, a 4-meter-tall corgi, the unexpectedly large Makabaka, leaped from the crowd, easily biting through the ice pillar. Following this, a water pipe surged from behind, aiming for Akiji's head. Sensing this, Akiji elementalized, causing the half-formed ice block of his body to shatter. "Admiral, how disappointing that you couldn't even land a surprise attack," a casually dressed man in a blue suit and hat remarked, lowering his brim. Leah focused her gaze, realizing it was Sabo. At that moment, Ace on the execution platform and Luffy below both exclaimed, "Sabo!" Many present were astonished by the sudden appearance of this man, instinctively halting their actions. He was no insignificant character. Moments ago, he had materialized behind Akiji without anyone noticing his approach. In fact, his presence had gone undetected on the battlefield. Save for those Navy personnel Sabo had incapacitated. Sabo extended his hands, waving at Ace and Luffy with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Hey, Ace, Luffy, I'm here." Aizo gazed at Sabo, his voice tinged with excitement as he remarked, "I thought you would go there. How could I possibly feel at ease without witnessing your escape from danger? You and Luffy will always hold the topmost place in my heart. Only when you are safe can I pursue my dreams and venture further." Sabo responded cheerfully. At that moment, Leah approached, landing a punch on Sabo's abdomen, and asked, "What about me?" Sabo scratched his head and replied, "Of course, you are also very important. You are all my most cherished individuals. Speaking of which, what about that girl who has been by your side? Why haven't I seen her today?" Leah inquired. "Are you referring to Crow? I didn't inform her. I slipped away secretly. She is probably still on another battlefield calling me right now." While this light-hearted banter unfolded, An astute observer among the live audience had already uncovered Sabo's identity, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. His standing in the Revolutionary Army was only second to the world's most notorious criminal, the Leader Dragon. What a fearsome identity indeed. Meanwhile, the sibling duo's seemingly oblivious conversation incensed Akainu, who was standing nearby, veins bulging with rage. He swung his fist towards them. The two deftly dodged, exchanging a knowing glance before simultaneously countering. As Akiji prepared to strike Luffy, Sabo intervened, breaking his impending attack, shielding Luffy, and tossing him towards the execution platform. Sabo waved at Luffy, saying, "Luffy, you'll have to endure the old man's iron fist." Sabo's expression hardened as he glared at Akiji, emanating a chilling aura, and declared, "I cannot permit you to lay a hand on Luffy." Thus, Sabo engaged Akiji in battle. Just then, Sengoku commanded the execution to proceed. The two individuals beside Ace raised their execution blades, ready to strike. Leah remained calm, as she had already set up a final safeguard for Ace. Worried that unforeseen events might occur, everyone exhibited expressions of shock. Could this all come to an end so abruptly? Suddenly, blood spattered into the air, revealing that it was Crocodile who had launched an attack. No one anticipated that Crocodile, intent on claiming Whitebeard's head, would come to Ace's aid. Crocodile informed Sengoku that he did not wish to witness the Navy's jubilant expressions. Before he could finish his statement, Doflamingo flicked his finger, and Crocodile's head flew off. Yet, this hardly affected him, as he had already elementalized. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, and the two engaged in a furious clash. Seizing the moment while both admirals were occupied, Luffy dashed towards the execution platform, facing what seemed to be a Navy vice admiral. However, it proved futile, as Luffy dispatched the vice admiral with astonishing ease. Sabo, entangled with Akiji, appeared to be struggling. Just then, Marco, utilizing his azure flames, landed a kick on Akiji, sending him crashing into the wall. The priority was to rescue Ace. This was not a time for adhering to the code of chivalry or one-on-one duels, and thus, both admirals found themselves besieged. At that moment, Mr. 3 infiltrated the Navy's interior, believing it to be the safest place for someone so fearful of death. Meanwhile, the pirates outside the walls faced dire circumstances as the ice melted beneath them, leaving them without footholds as they desperately swam towards the walls. At that point, a vessel emerged from beneath the sea. A coated ship slowly surfaced, and the pirates in the water seized the opportunity to board it. This was a stealth ship lurking beneath the waves. Leah's submarine also surfaced, bringing along some pirates. The pirates who had just escaped the surface managed to board both the sailing ship and the submarine, which was now heading towards Oars. Little Oars was using his immense strength to pound against the enclosing wall, attempting to break it down. Upon seeing the sailing ship approach, Little Oars lifted it and valiantly hurled it against the enclosing wall. Now, all were within the confines of the Navy's barrier, and the Navy's artillery was rendered inoperative. It was time for a massacre. Whitebeard leapt from the sailing ship, instructing the children to keep their distance, as he was about to unleash a formidable attack. Sonya and Xie began to gather an orb of energy, and with a sweeping motion, Whitebeard hurled the energy orb towards the Navy. How many Navy personnel were there? It felt as though they were endless. Upon realizing this, Leah couldn't help but frown, and when she glanced at Kasimoto, who was joyfully wielding his cleaver amidst the chaos, she felt compelled to urge Akainu to fight even harder. Subsequently, the captains protecting their pirate crew gathered around Whitebeard, and upon his command, their morale surged. Whitebeard prepared for a second assault, this time with an intensity unlike any before, as the clouds above began to churn ominously. At that moment, Akiji broke free from Marco and lunged toward Whitebeard, unleashing an ice attack. Whitebeard was instantly encased in ice, yet within mere seconds, cracks appeared, and it shattered. "It seems I cannot freeze him," Akiji remarked, leaping again to initiate another strike. Whitebeard raised Sonya and Xie and, utilizing his Conqueror's haki, pierced Akiji's chest with a single blow. The Navy personnel gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Admiral Kazan has been struck with haki." Meanwhile, the pirates questioned, "Is he dead?" Akiji, however, It was unfortunate that Akiji had anticipated Whitebeard's move, elementalizing in advance to create an opening for himself. At that moment, he grasped Song Yun-chia and countered the pirates, stating, "No, do not speak foolishly." Ice began to spread from Song Yun-chia toward Whitebeard. Just then, Diamond Jozu collided with Akiji, effectively neutralizing his attack. Jozu urged, "Old man, you should go." Whitebeard responded to Jozu, "I am counting on you." Sabo soon joined, and together with Jozu, they besieged Akiji to buy time for Luffy. Whitebeard bellowed, "Anyone willing to sacrifice themselves, come forth." Just by positioning himself, Whitebeard could intimidate the smaller Navy soldiers. As Song Yun-chia swung down, a tremendous explosion erupted, and the force of the impact tore the sky apart, sending shockwaves that swept away everyone in its path, hurtling towards the execution platform. As the smoke cleared, Sengoku transformed into the Buddha of War, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. His eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? The intel had indicated that Whitebeard's old injuries had left him in a deteriorating state, rendering him incapable of using his powers. Why was he still exhibiting such immense strength? This was reminiscent of the monstrous power from 20 years ago. At that moment, Carp could no longer remain seated, pondering whether Whitebeard had discovered some means of recovery. Akainu lashed out at Whitebeard with a punch. Their fists collided with a force that shattered the ground, sending Akainu flying. As he landed, he created a deep crater, and just as he attempted to push himself up, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This scene profoundly impacted the Navy's morale, causing some to begin retreating involuntarily. As the spectators of the live broadcast could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the world's strongest man could incapacitate an admiral of the Marine headquarters with a single blow." It appeared that he was suffering internal injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Leah knew well the principle of striking while the iron is hot. Thus she unleashed her blood web, enveloping Akainu. Meanwhile, the battlefield was rife with chaos, Hancock relentlessly attacking indiscriminately. Whether pirate or Marine, she petrified anyone within her grasp. Leah's blood web absorbed the life force of individuals, and its lethality intensified in the presence of murderous intent, proving particularly effective against those steeped in malice. Akainu, caught off guard by his injuries, found himself ensnared by the blood web and began to writhe in agony. Observing this situation, the Marine's resolve to retreat grew stronger. At that moment, Carp leaped down from the execution platform, charging towards Whitebeard. He could no longer remain a mere observer. If the Marines did not achieve any notable victories soon, their morale would undoubtedly be eroded by these vicious pirates. To yield without a fight would mark the greatest disgrace in the history of the Marines. Watching as their father grappled with the pivotal figure of Marine hero Carp, Marco soared towards the execution platform. The attacks from Marines below were utterly ineffective against Marco. At this juncture, all eyes were fixed upon Marco. Would he succeed this time? Just then, Sengoku, the fleet admiral, leaped into action. After narrowly evading Sengoku's strike, Marco retaliated with a downward kick, sending Sengoku tumbling off the execution platform. The conflict had reached a fever pitch, with Whitebeard and Carp at the center of all. A vacuum formed around them, as no one dared approach the two titans engaged in battle. Even the weaker Marines risked being torn apart by the shockwaves of their clash. "Whitebeard, your body can still withstand another blow," Carp remarked with a serious tone after delivering a punch. I must thank that little girl, Leah," Whitebeard responded, realizing there was no need for pretense now that he had already engaged in combat. "So it was that little girl." Indeed, she is my granddaughter, always bringing me trouble." As Carp's resolve intensified, one could not discern whether he felt pride or sorrow for Leah. The fact that they had pushed the last line of defense on the execution platform to the brink of action indicated that the scales of victory had begun to tip in favor of the pirates. Everyone was aware that over 20 years ago, Carp had clashed with the pirate king Roger multiple times, earning fame across the seas. Before Roger ascended to the throne of the pirate king, the infamous Shiki the Golden Lion had caused a ruckus in Marineford over Roger's execution. Carp, alongside Sengoku, had confronted him, ultimately sending Shiki plunging into impel down. Yet now, witnessing their father hold his ground against Carp, the pirates found renewed vigor. They fought with all their might, refusing to be intimidated by Karp's illustrious reputation. Their father was the strongest man in the world. Amidst all this, Luffy seized his chance, brandishing the key as he leaped onto the execution platform. Akainu yearned to rush to the execution platform, but he was still ensnared by Leah. The blood web tightened around him, and he could feel his strength waning. Seizing the moment while everyone was preoccupied, he unlocked Ace's sea-stone handcuffs. Ace was freed. A torrent of searing flames engulfed the execution platform, heralding Ace's liberation. With flames licking at his fingertips, Leah's eyes brightened at this sight. Had Ace learned to harness his powers? With a swift motion, Ace dispatched a marine attempting to ambush Luffy, and with a wave of his hand, the white flames carved a path through the retreating foes. This fire, though not scorching, lulled many into a false sense of security. However, once touched, it incinerated all down to the bone. As some fell victim to this relentless flame, reduced to ashes scattered by the wind, everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Ace. Luffy and Ace stood back to back, ready to confront the surrounding enemies while seeking an opportunity to retreat. Whitebeard and Karp continued their fierce duel. Upon witnessing Ace's salvation, a smile crept across Whitebeard's face. As long as Ace was safe, he had achieved a significant part of his goal today. Yet, the outcome of the ongoing battle with Karp remained uncertain. Thus, his current task was to create an opportunity for his children to escape. Little Marco was entangled with Akiji, who cast a glance at Akainu, now ensnared in the blood web, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Just then, the skies darkened ominously. A bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, struck down towards Leah. She noticed the change in the sky and swiftly evaded, while Akainu took the brunt of the lightning for her. The blood web shattered under the electric force, freeing Akainu, albeit leaving his cap smoking and his hair standing on end. Now, the Admiral appeared exceedingly enraged, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, this lightning is now pursuing Leah?" One strike followed another. A great rift appeared in the sky, as if the heavens were preparing a grand assault. Akainu's primary target remained Ace. Despite his fury towards Leah and his desire to pierce her heart with his magma fist, he pursued Ace and his comrades. "Everyone retreat." Whitebeard commanded, "I will cover my children. We must all return alive and safely to the new world." As he fought, Whitebeard forcefully struck Karp, sending him flying into the distance, then began to gather his strength. Channeling all his might into his arm, he prepared to show the Marines what true terror was. With a powerful punch, the air erupted in a series of explosions. Marineford shook violently, enveloped in clouds of dust. Standing amidst the ruins of the Marine headquarters, Whitebeard did not look back. His silhouette seemed to narrate the legendary tale of his life to his children. Do not look back. This is the shift of eras. The New World no longer has a place for Whitebeard's ship. He believed he had become a remnant of the old era, and that it was time for his sons to forge their own paths in the New World. He had thought his life would conclude here, but that little girl had altered everything. Reflecting on this, Whitebeard cast a distracted glance towards Leah, noting her unfortunate predicament. Why is the lightning targeting her alone? In truth, Leah was not afraid of lightning. It could not kill her. However, she would surely suffer for days afterward, her face contorted in a most embarrassing manner. On the battlefield, the pirates were in full retreat, seizing the precious opportunity bestowed upon them by their father. Ultimately, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy stood united. Together, they retreated, their formation nearly impenetrable. They joined forces against Akiji. Subsequently, Ace and Sabo exchanged a knowing glance and entrusted Luffy to Ivankov, who was on the move. Their fists collided. Fire Fist, Dragon Claw Fist. Together, they unleashed a formidable strike, intertwining white and red flames that surged forth in a colossal inferno towards Akiji. The combined force successfully repelled Qingji, and they exchanged knowing glances, instinctively retreating together. Leah also commanded her subordinates to vacate the area. She gazed at the enormous black hole that had appeared in the sky, her expression tinged with concern, yet she soon found solace. The Warring States Marshal stood not far away, observing the reports regarding Mary Geos from his subordinates. cold sweat forming on his brow as he clenched his fists in agitation. Mary Geos was under attack. The slaves were liberated, and numerous celestial dragons were captured. Crucially, the Revolutionary Army had executed these actions and fled with the captives and the slaves, leaving no opportunity for pursuit. Moreover, the majority of the Navy's main forces had been diverted to Marineford to participate in the war on the top. Even if they were aware of the situation now, they could not spare personnel to address the matter. Additionally, the death toll among the celestial dragons was alarmingly high, with many being brutally slain by the uprising slaves. The capture of the celestial dragons was aimed at negotiations, and under the pressure of the Gorosei, the Navy would inevitably be compelled to acquiesce to many unreasonable terms. As Warring States pondered this, his head throbbed even more. That detestable lot would be better off dead, yet they had, after all, ensured the Navy's funding. Without those funds, the Navy could not sustain itself. Observing Karp engaging in an increasingly fierce battle below, with every exchange causing the earth to tremble, Warring States realized that Marineford was on the brink of sinking. He did not linger on this thought for too long, as one of the Gorosei, the Bald One, had already called, instructing Warring States to dispatch troops to pursue the Revolutionary Army with the strongest available forces. After Karp exchanged blows with Whitebeard, Warring States summoned him back. Reluctantly, he ordered Karp to lead troops to Mary Geos to investigate the situation. There was no choice. Both Qing-Ji and Akainu were injured, and Kizaru was still dealing with Blackbeard and Impel Down. Meanwhile, he had to remain at Marineford to manage the aftermath of the battle. Karp instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Warring States' most despondent expression yet, he silently nodded. In truth, Karp's stature was such that even the Gorosei would hesitate to show him disrespect. However, the prospect of confronting the vile faces of the celestial dragons was repugnant. He also intended to resign from his position as marshal, as he had to take responsibility for this war. At this moment, Ace and Sabo had also retreated to Whitebeard's side. White flames ignited, enveloping the three of them. Ace looked at Whitebeard and suddenly knelt before him. A man need not utter many words. Hot tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as he felt overwhelming gratitude towards Whitebeard. "Ace, let me ask you a question," Whitebeard said. "Am I qualified to be your father?" Ace exclaimed, "Of course. Father and brothers have filled the void that has long been missing in my life for this. I am eternally grateful." Whitebeard smiled with satisfaction. Then his expression turned serious as he said, "Ace, tell that girl Leah to leave first. I will hold them off." With Karp's departure, there was no one present capable of stopping Whitebeard. Warring States was acutely aware of this. Hence, the Navy was primarily focused on clearing out the retreating pirates. However, with Whitebeard standing firm, none could surpass him to harm his children. Some Navy personnel even felt their legs weaken at the sight of him. The tide of defeat was evident. Yet, as the Marshal of the Navy, he had to uphold the justice of the Navy. At this moment, Akainu also rose, appearing to have regained considerable strength, targeting Whitebeard as they prepared to engage. Despite their usual political differences and factional divides, in this instance, they had no choice but to unite against a common enemy. Surprisingly, just as Akainu's magma fist and Warring States' transformation into a colossal Buddha were about to collide with Whitebeard's attack, the 6-meter-tall Whitebeard suddenly vanished. Moments later, Whitebeard and the members of the Whitebeard pirates appeared atop the Sea King, controlled by Leah, almost as if they had teleported. Blood trickled from the corner of Leah's mouth. Even in this state, why continue fighting? She wiped away the blood. The price of her power was one she could afford. Ace had been saved. It was time to escape quickly, for lingering here would surely lead to disaster. Warring States immediately sensed something amiss and looked up at the sky. The black hole had grown immensely larger. Previously, he had not overlooked this phenomenon, but had assumed it was a consequence of the clash between Whitebeard and Karp's Conqueror Haki. However, it was evident that this was not the case. Lightning clashed violently within the clouds, and the air currents within the black hole began to swirl. This created a cyclone that lifted debris from the ground, initially bricks, and soon small vessels anchored on the sea were being drawn in. Cries of terror echoed as some individuals were already being pulled into the sky. It was consuming everything. No command was needed from warring states. Many Navy personnel began to flee. In the face of natural calamity, all were equal. It was clear that expending energy to chase the white-beard pirates was no longer practical. There could be no denying that among the Navy, there were indeed those willing to sacrifice themselves for their noble beliefs, but now they had no choice but to retreat. They would rather perish beneath the blade than fall victim to such an inexplicable disaster. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy scoured the area for their sister, yet after inquiring, they found no one had seen her. It was somewhat baffling. They had been running, yet they had arrived here almost instantaneously. Ace had nearly tumbled into the sea due to his inability to stop, but fortunately, Sabo had caught him, and together they restrained Luffy, who was still mindlessly charging ahead. The keen-eyed Marco pointed towards the very center of the black hole, where a hazy figure stood. Ace quickly focused his attention in that direction, certain it was his sister, and he instinctively wanted to rush forward. However, the arm guard on his left arm began to heat up, and red bloodlines spread out, weaving into a massive blood net that ensnared the entire Sea King. Many attempted to break free, but all were trapped within. Yet at the same time, this blood net also halted the colossal waves crashing toward them. The whirlpool at the center of the black hole expanded ominously, threatening to engulf the entire structure of Marineford. Thunder rumbled within the clouds, occasionally striking at Leah, who stood at the center of the black hole. Yet she evaded each bolt. How was she managing to remain stable in such a place? Marco said, astonished. It seemed the girl harbored many secrets. Whitebeard mused inwardly. Ace struck the blood net with force, but it proved fruitless. Even his white flames had no effect. Sabo and Luffy each exerted themselves to break the net. They could not allow their sister to face such a situation alone. Even their father attempted to use the tremor fruit, yet it was entirely ineffective. Had her strength truly reached such a level? If so, she need not have prepared so many schemes. It seemed unlikely. At that moment, Leah's voice resonated in the wind, heard only by Sabo, Ace, and Luffy. This is a battle of my own choosing. I will be fine, so do not worry about me. Today, the old consciousness of Tiandao is desperately trying to drive her away. However, what significance does it hold to expel her now? Everything has changed, and this world is destined to follow a different path. The small light orb nurtured within the Yawa tree is continuously growing, poised to consume the old world consciousness. Thus, is it now aware of its impending demise, struggling in its final throes? The direction of the world is not solely determined by Leah. It is a collective choice made by all its inhabitants. Even the world consciousness, an essential component that can influence this realm to a certain extent, cannot dictate its trajectory. When a majority of conscious beings in this world share a common aspiration and choice, a new world consciousness will emerge. Leah merely materializes this essence. However, this does not imply that she is incapable of harming the world consciousness. Initially, she chose to disregard its provocations out of respect. Yet, the increasingly aggressive targeting has begun to irk Leah, compounded by her years spent expanding her business ventures, traversing the land, and witnessing numerous human tragedies. In truth, those who genuinely possess divinity often harbor greater compassion and empathy towards such matters. Jean and Leah, in the second world, were both ancient gods birthed at the dawn of creation. They were deities conceived from the birth of the world. However, Leah governs death. Initially, she was steeped in a propensity for violence. Her humanity and her divine nature as the goddess of death were in constant turmoil within her mind, rendering her unable to fully control her actions. As time progressed and the world began to perish, Jean met his end in a battle with foreign beings and the divine. Yet, before his demise, he bestowed his divinity upon Leah. Because of Jean, Leah gained the ability to think autonomously and the right to decide her own actions. Compassion and empathy were the gifts Jean left for Leah. He understood that ultimately, all would become dust in the cosmos with the world's demise. Yet, he hoped Leah could govern her actions in her final moments. Thus, she no longer intends to evade this so-called world consciousness. Over the countless years, she ultimately triumphed over the inherent flaws of humanity. Perhaps she still harbors greed, selfishness, and pettiness. But she is also capable of offering a sincere smile to all those who suffer, choosing to sacrifice something, be it her life or her fate. This is an innate legacy woven into her spiritual bloodline. Therefore, this is her chosen struggle, a personal revolution, regardless of what may transpire henceforth. And whatever sacrifices she may make, she will not harbor regrets. However, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, she nestled the small light orb within her embrace, bringing it to the battlefield above. Yet, this little creature was terrified, hiding within her garments, too timid to emerge, and it seemed she could no longer rely on it. Subsequently, Leah began to gather her strength as countless crimson light particles emanated from her body, swiftly filling the air with this sanguine glow. Leah stood at the vortex's center, with innumerable light particles surging upwards, resembling a downpour of blood-red snow. Soon after, the crimson particles erupted violently at the vortex's heart, causing the clouds to churn more violently. Accompanied by a tremendous sonic boom, a massive purple lightning bolt descended from above, striking Leah directly. This time, she had no intention of dodging. The thunder coursed through her body, crackling with electricity by her ears. Blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth as Leah smirked slightly, then swung her blood-red scythe, as if to cleave the heavens apart. The black hole seemed to grow increasingly unstable, its opening becoming significantly smaller. It was at that moment that a dragon-headed sailboat appeared in the distance. It was the Red Force. Leah glanced over and saw Shanks anxiously peering towards her from the bow of the ship. No amount of planning accounted for them. She initially thought she could explain the top war without Shanks' presence. Indeed, the end was the end, but had an unexpected situation arisen, that fool would undoubtedly rush over to rescue her without hesitation. Yet she did not want that. Firstly, the people of this world possess no absolute capacity for resistance in the face of the world consciousness. They can easily be manipulated, which is independent of strength. This is a battle across different dimensions. Secondly, Leah is a person of clear boundaries. During her previous endeavors, she never sought Shanks' assistance, and now she was even less inclined to involve him in her choices. Apart from mutually beneficial collaborations, she and Shanks had always maintained a policy of non-interference in each other's affairs, although she had to admit that she found it easy to soften in his presence. Shanks abandoned the rest of the red-haired pirates, leaping into the sea and swimming towards Leah. She furrowed her brow, wishing to seal off this area to prevent him from approaching. However, that would be excessively cruel. Very well, while he has not yet made his next move, let me take him away from here. Leah's thoughts shifted rapidly, and she enveloped the black hole in a blood-red net, which would at least provide some delay. Then, she flapped her black wings and flew to the surface of the sea, grasping Shanks' hand and pulling him from the water. To be honest, lifting Shanks was not taxing for her at all, yet he clung to her tightly, trapping her in his embrace. Initially, she had planned to deposit him on the Red Force and depart, but now that was no longer possible. Shanks was indeed clever, albeit reluctant to use his intellect most of the time. Don't you think I look ugly like this? Leah suddenly inquired. At present, she was enveloped in black, her skin marred with red cracks, devoid of any aesthetic appeal, a far cry from her usual appearance. Not ugly at all. You haven't rejected me, this scruffy old man. So how could I find you repulsive? Shanks replied, holding Leah contentedly. As they conversed, Leah hovered above the Red Force. Let go. I still have matters to attend to over there. Leah indicated towards the black hole above Marineford. No, if you let go, you'll leave me. I trust my instincts. Shanks said, his gaze dimming, speaking somewhat stubbornly. I should be fine. It cannot harm me. Leah hesitated to reply. Moreover, if I do not resolve this now, it will seek to confront me again in the future. If I am unprepared then, wouldn't that be even more perilous? Leah continued to coax Shanks. Shanks lifted his gaze to Leah once more, then held her hand, sliding a small ring onto her finger. Now you are my wife. Promise me you will return. Leah extended her hand to glance at the ring on her right hand's ring finger, reflecting. It was thoughtful of him, so she might as well agree. All right, I promise you, I will return and marry you. Leah smiled as she spoke. Truth be told, proposing in such a setting felt somewhat inappropriate. Shang Kusu had previously envisioned countless scenarios in which he proposed to Leah. However, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to adorn her finger with the ring. He could later orchestrate extravagant proposals, but presently, he was in desperate need of a sense of belonging. Leah was always as elusive as the wind, her thoughts inscrutable to anyone. Yet, once she made a promise, she would undoubtedly fulfill it. He yearned for a connection, a mutual belonging between them. Jumping back onto the Red Force, Shang Kusu watched as Leah gradually soared into the distance until she became a mere speck. Jisusbu playfully wrapped his arm around his captain, teasingly remarking, "Boss, I noticed you become quite the doting partner when Miss Leah is around." Rikiru, gnawing on a chicken leg, nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Meanwhile, Beckman gazed at the distant black hole, lost in contemplation. Shang Kusu scratched his head, pride emanating from him as he said, "How did you all know about my proposal? And that it was successful?" Bun Sheng playfully punched Shang Kusu in the chest, a hint of irritation in his voice. "No one asked you that. How do you know Leah's tone was gentle when she accepted my proposal today?" Shang Kusu persisted with his light-hearted banter, only to be met with the collective fists of his companions, all exclaiming, "We said, no one asked you that." Some crew members appeared despondent, feeling as if they had turned to paper and stuck to the ground, questioning why even someone like Shang Kusu could find partner. Beckman suddenly interjected, "Shang Kusu, aren't you worried about her?" At this, Shang Kusu's vibrant red hair seemed to droop slightly. He was indeed concerned, but there was little he could do. He could not forcibly take her away. He believed in respecting every independent soul and honoring her choices. Her every action conveyed that if he coerced her into doing something against her will, she would surely choose to leave him. Though it pained him, respect held greater importance. She cherished him precisely because he accepted her wholly, both her dazzling exterior and her vulnerable side, embracing her independent spirit. With a solemn voice, Shang Kusu slowly shared his thoughts, something he had never done before with his companions regarding his relationship with Leah, perhaps as a means to alleviate his own inner tension. Initially, he had intended to jest as he used to do, but his heart was far from at ease. He felt that this moment was pivotal in her returning to the past. In the distance, Duofu silently observed Leah and the insufferable Yonko, his eyes betraying a silent fury. He was deeply dissatisfied, realizing that this woman had taken matters into her own hands without consulting him. It was no wonder he had previously suggested relocating their assets to an island now covertly controlled by the Revolutionary Army. He had anticipated this. Hadn't they agreed to be the best of allies? Aside from that scoundrel Ushi, she was the only family he had left in this world. Deep down, he hoped for her safety. Regardless of how many secrets she kept from him, they mattered little. Even the plump bird she had gifted him hopped out from the cabin, perching on Duofu's shoulder, curiously gazing in that direction, adjusting its eyes as if it bore a semblance of humanity. As Leah flew beneath the black hole, she suddenly felt an unusual sensation on her leg. Upon looking down, she discovered Kaba, its jaws clamped onto her calf, its body buffeted by the whirlwind. Yet, its canine face revealed little emotion. It simply clung to her. The pressure was just right, not painful. Leah understood that this dog wished to accompany her and bore it no ill will. She marveled at how this creature had seemingly become sentient, utilizing the vortex to ascend to such heights while accurately clutching her. Leah contemplated sending Makabakar back, but it was clear there was no time. Thus, she merely bent down to pat its head, saying, "You must hold on tightly. I may not be able to look after you soon." Makabaka's eyes flickered, yearning to bark, but it realized it could not let go. Acknowledging the dog's understanding, Leah lifted her gaze, aiming directly at the black hole above. She flapped her wings and flew straight into it. Inside the black hole lay a void, darkness enveloping all vision. Only faint glimmers of light permeated from afar. Hesitating for a moment, Leah cradled Makabaka in her arms and soared toward the light. Simultaneously, she extracted a small orb of light from her clothing, holding it in front of her. Though timid, it had more strategies when faced with its kind. The small orb trembled in her grasp, yet it did not attempt to escape her hold. It could alter its size to suit Leah's needs, even condensing into a ball to fit in her pocket. As she approached, Leah once again witnessed an unforgettable scene from her life, the world fracturing, disintegrating into cosmic dust. This was the sole psychological scar she carried, a hurdle she had yet to overcome. The unbearable pain left an indelible shadow in her mind, one she could not seem to forget. Her senses gradually faded, leaving only a conscious thought, which too began to shatter and disappear, ultimately extinguishing all mental activity. This was an excruciating experience, far worse than a heroic death in battle. At least one would not have to endure the torment of knowing they were headed toward death without any means of escape. In that fleeting moment of despair, one person, one dog, and one orb were pulled into a luminescent green vortex. During their drift, the small orb encountered another glowing green orb and promptly devoured it. In an instant, the black hole vanished. Its disappearance was abrupt, leading many to rub their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had misperceived the event. Despite this, numerous individuals remained to observe, eager to understand the unfolding mystery. Leah's friends and family bore grave expressions, rushing to the scene before the vortex completely settled, anxiously searching for her, yet ultimately yielding no results. Leah had vanished. As the others indulged in a feast of fish, one could not deny how delightful it was. Fortunately, Leah had previously procured a plethora of essential spices while in the city, allowing for a bounty of unexpected provisions. It was always wise to be prepared for the unforeseen. Makabaka joyfully feasted on its share of fish. Thus far, the credit for swiftly deciphering the situation and locating Duofu and the others belonged primarily to that clever dog. It demonstrated remarkable intelligence, fully aware of the dangers of this journey. Yet, it had still chosen to follow, proving its genuine concern for Leah. Thank goodness this silly dog accompanied her. Otherwise, being alone in an unfamiliar world would have been unbearably lonely. Although it was the same world existing on different timelines here, Leah truly knew no one. Reflecting on this, she embraced Makabaka tightly, burying her face in its fur and taking a deep breath. How comforting! Luoshi watched Leah's peculiar behavior with curiosity. Duofu was relishing his meal, consuming it with remarkable speed, for it had been quite some time since he had tasted fresh food. His family had no culinary skills and were unaware of how to procure ingredients. The moment they appeared in town, they were pursued relentlessly. Thus, they could only scavenge through refuse in search of discarded sustenance. Initially, the food was nearly intolerable, so nauseating that he felt the acids in his stomach threatening to emerge. Yet, burdened by the frailty of his mother and the innocence of his younger brother, he endured this suffering. He had to survive. Only by doing so could he reclaim the dignity that had been stripped from him. When he had eaten to the point of satiety, Duofu paused his chewing, fixating on the fish in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he tore off a large leaf from the nearby grass and washed it in the river, wrapping the remaining 2 fish inside. Their mother awaited their return at home. He would save some for her. However, the longing in Duofu's eyes clearly indicated his desire to continue eating. He restrained himself, prioritizing his mother's needs above his own. Rossi, observing his brother's actions, mimicked him and wrapped a fish to take home to their father. Duofu harbored resentment towards their father, who had always neglected him, never sharing food, even when there was plenty. Nevertheless, Rossi consistently saved a portion for their father, secretly delivering it behind Duofu's back. Duofu occasionally caught him in the act, but chose to remain silent, not truly wishing to hinder his brother's kindness. Still, he harbored deep-seated animosity towards their inept and naive father, believing that their family's plight was largely his fault. If it were not for him, Duofu would likely be residing in Mary Geos, commanding slaves without concern for survival, and would not have to endure the beatings and insults from Maloli. Their mother would not be suffering increasingly from her cough, unable to find a willing doctor to treat her, languishing in her illness. All of this was due to their incompetent and foolish father. Reflecting on this filled Duofu with frustration. At that moment, Leah shoved a fish into Duofu's mouth while holding one herself, mumbling, "Eat up, don't hold back. If it's not enough, I'll roast more for you." She then repeated the action with Rossi, not inquiring about their motives, aware that everyone harbored unspoken burdens. She was not one to pry or offer comfort, but rather focused on what she could do. When she had started her business, Duofu had been a significant help to her. Though unspoken, his actions had always supported her endeavors. Now, as they were here, she imagined her previous associates were likely in a state of panic. However, she harbored no concerns regarding her enterprise. Long before the war began, she had relocated her core operations within the Revolutionary Army's territory. Even if the Navy sought to strike, it could not reach her foundational assets. Sicily, after over a decade of transformation, had evolved into a multifunctional battleship. She had moved it to the doldrums long ago, and any attempts by the Navy to issue destruction orders akin to the demon-slaying edict against Sicily would be contingent on their ability to locate it. Furthermore, they were likely preoccupied with the Revolutionary Army's formal declaration of war against the Celestial Dragons, which would occupy their attention. In the first half of the Grand Line, conflicts had erupted across many regions. This was total war. In the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, the Navy had little control, and the Revolutionary Army had no interest in seizing territory there. That place served as a graveyard for pirates and an ideal battleground for the quest for One Piece. Until the emergence of a new pirate king, the region would never know peace. Regardless of the motivations, be they fame or fortune, the disputes among pirates would persist until a true sovereign arose. Entrusting her business to Usia brought Leah great reassurance. With Duofu and Disoluo around, she was confident that no significant turmoil would arise in the short term. As for the likelihood of pirates coming to seize treasures, it was almost certain, however, someone would handle that for her, if they could not manage even such trivial matters upon her return. Her first-order business would be to have that person kneel on a washboard. They were all family, and Leah saw no reason to be polite. The money she earned was also his. Given the lavish spending habits of their pirate crew, relying solely on the protection fees paid by nations to sustain their finances was a precarious endeavor. Beckman was notoriously stingy, hardly having spare funds to buy Shanks a drink. Moreover, maintaining their intelligence network and the intricate web of personal connections required gifts. Was that not a necessity? Contemplating this, Leah concluded that their pirate crew was becoming increasingly impoverished. As the wealthy captain's wife, occasionally providing a bit of financial support for her husband's endeavors was acceptable, but the extent of her assistance would depend on Shanks's performance. Regaining her focus, Leah noticed that Duofu and the others had nearly finished their meal. She then proposed borrowing their home for a time, offering to provide food for the family in return, as she currently had no place to stay. Duofu instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon glancing at the roasted fish in his arms, he hesitated before acquiescing. "Our home is not the best place. If you dare to complain, I will punch you," Duofu said, his fists clenched in feigned aggression. Leah noticed this small detail and understood that the boy was somewhat insecure. Having fallen to such a lowly state where they were vulnerable to mistreatment, it was natural for him to be more sensitive. Therefore, Leah immediately raised 3 fingers in assurance, declaring, "I will absolutely not complain. As long as I have a place to sleep, that is enough." As her awareness gradually returned, Leah blinked her eyes. It felt as though she was being illuminated by a blinding light. Even with her eyelids closed, she sensed a stinging pain in her eyes. Shielding her vision from the brightness, she opened her eyes to find a heavy sense of pressure in her chest. Looking down, she saw Makabaka, that foolish dog, sprawled across her chest, diligently grooming its fur. When it noticed Leah had awakened, it turned around, presenting its large backside to her, continuing its grooming. "Damn it, how annoying," Leah thought, feeling exasperated by Makabaka's arrogance. With a swift motion, she pushed Makabaka onto the sand and brushed off her clothes as she stood up. Lying on the beach, she felt the sand sticking to her skin, which was uncomfortable, and the sun was unbearably harsh. This appeared to be an island. As Leah assessed her body, she nearly wondered if she had fallen into another world. The power within her was beginning to slumber once more. However, upon glancing at her reflection on the water's surface, she saw that her appearance had not changed. She looked much the same. Her clothing, though tattered, still bore some resemblance to what she used to wear. At present, she could not muster much strength, so she would need to be cautious. Fortunately, she always carried a pouch around her waist, filled with gold and silver treasures, ensuring that even in a dire situation, she would not starve. The pouch was bulging, which brought her a measure of comfort. Subsequently, Leah pulled the small light orb from her sleeve, but it showed no signs of life. She shook it vigorously, questioning whether this little fellow had perished. Hello, is it possible? It seems that he should not be so fragile. However, a vague impression told Kizaru that she had previously been enchanted and subsequently fell into the chaotic currents of time. Logically, one would expect that falling into such a powerful rule would quickly lead to the shattering of her body. Within the tumult of time, only consciousness could persist. The fact that she could maintain her current state must be attributed to the little light orb, albeit at the cost of reducing him to this half-alive condition. Reflecting on this, Leah gently molded the little light orb into a small ball and tucked it into her clothing, intending to find a place to settle before investigating the circumstances of her surroundings. Walking along the edge of the small island, she spotted fishing boats along the shore, which reassured her somewhat. At least she had not landed on a deserted island. Otherwise, even with money, she would have nowhere to spend it, and she was completely unfamiliar with the area. Guided by the locals, she made her way into the town on the island. Makabaka followed closely by her side, remaining silent. Upon entering the town, Leah's first order of business was to purchase new clothing, as her current attire was tattered and ragged, making her appear like a refugee, which drew too much attention. Though she had wealth, the garments she chose in the clothing store were rather ordinary. Discretion was essential, especially since she had little strength left within her. If she were to inadvertently attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, it could lead to dire consequences in this unfamiliar territory. With this in mind, Leah bought a mask as well, for her appearance could easily draw the wrong crowd. However, after her departure, the shopkeeper cast a knowing smile as he observed Leah's retreating figure. As the little light orb remained dormant, Leah anticipated that she would need to stay on the island for some time. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. After acquiring her clothing, she took Makabaka to a restaurant. It had been quite a while since she had eaten, and she presumed that Makabaka was also hungry. She turned a corner and entered an establishment that, while labeled a restaurant, functioned more as a bar, serving both drinks and food. She chose a secluded corner to sit silently. Once she had placed her order, Leah cradled Makabaka in her arms, listening intently to the conversations of a group of rugged men nearby. This group was diverse, comprising dockworkers and young adventurers eager to seek treasure at sea. Despite their varied backgrounds, the allure of alcohol had united them. Their discourse was fervent, and many of their eyes gleamed with avarice. Numerous details revealed that this was not a peaceful locale, and the law and order were rather poor. Fortunately, Leah had not yet encountered any formidable individuals. She reflected on her recent triumph, having stirred the waters of Malenfondwa, yet today found herself reduced to a woman of little more than ordinary stature. What a stark contrast! Life's fluctuations are merely hurdles to be overcome, yet the melancholy in her heart was difficult to dismiss. Nevertheless, she believed she would prevail. This misstep was a result of her fragile mental fortitude. She had allowed an illusion to terrify her, and thus she recognized the need for greater resilience. Leah began to eavesdrop on the discussions around her. Have you heard? A few celestial dragons have come into the city, and they seem to be family. I heard that the head of their household has renounced his identity as a celestial dragon and left Marikyoya, wishing to live among us common folk. How naive! Once they abandon their status, they are nothing. I couldn't care less. Celestial dragons deserve to perish. Indeed, they are scum. I've heard that many in the city have begun to take action against them. If you loathe celestial dragons so much, why not intervene? I want to observe first. If those people suddenly reclaim their celestial dragon status, I would be in trouble. That's true. It's wise to wait and see. If it becomes clear that the celestial dragons won't interfere with that family's affairs, I shall certainly join in. Those wretched celestial dragons do not deserve to exist in this world. Keep your voice down. Such words can be spoken here, but don't dare say them outside. Listening to these exchanges, Leah felt a sense of confusion. This sounded remarkably like the Doflamingo family. Aside from Doflamingo's naive father, she could not fathom any celestial dragon willingly forsaking their identity to live among the lower classes. With this thought, Leah hastened her meal, also placing a generous piece of meat from her plate into the dog bowl prepared for Makabaka. She patted Makabaka's large rear, urging it to eat quickly. Makabaka complied, devouring the food with remarkable speed, reminiscent of the monkey family style when it came to eating. After finishing her meal, Leah settled the bill and quietly departed, eager to verify her suspicions. Through a series of inquiries, she arrived at the original residence of the celestial dragon family. Upon reaching the location, she was immediately struck by its desolation. The windows and doors were in a state of disrepair. Entering, she found that almost nothing remained. Not only had the furniture been stripped bare, but even the paintings on the walls and the ornate carvings on the railings, which may have once adorned gemstones, were gone. And even the floor tiles had been pried up. The once pristine white walls were marred with handprints of blood, and the outer walls bore unsightly brown stains. The entire house emitted a foul odor, reminiscent of rotting refuse that had likely been thrown inside, now decayed and all the more repugnant. After a brief stay, Leah could no longer endure the stench and fled outside. Meanwhile, Makabaka remained outside, not even stepping through the door, sitting at a distance and observing, wagging its tail with an expression of utter contentment. Seeing Makabaka in such a state, Leah felt a surge of frustration. Yet suddenly, she recalled that her canine companion possessed an extraordinary ability, its keen sense of smell. If she could find something previously used by the family for Makabaka to sniff and memorize their scent, wouldn't that significantly reduce her search's difficulty? With this thought in mind, she stood still, contemplating, her expression remaining unchanged. Leah understood that Makabaka was an exceptionally intelligent dog and must not reveal any hint of her intentions. Approaching Makabaka, she slowly crouched down and lifted it into her arms. This was to prevent Makabaka from realizing anything was amiss, as a sudden escape would spell disaster. Once she had the plump dog securely in her embrace, Leah felt a sense of relief and headed straight for the second floor of the dilapidated building. She made her way to the innermost room, where a crumbling door waited. Judging by the layout, this should have been a bedroom. However, all the furniture, cabinets, beds had vanished, leaving only a small, tattered bear in the corner. The bear was both dirty and worn, its stuffing protruding. Even a vagrant living by scavenging would likely overlook it. Makabaka seemed to sense something and raised its paws to cover its nose. The expression it displayed appeared particularly disdainful. Observing this, Leah cheerfully addressed Makabaka, saying, "Makabaka, if you could just take a whiff and help me locate the owner of the little bear. You're the mightiest, aren't you? How could such a trivial task pose any challenge for you?" Makabaka's eyes twinkled as it leapt from Leo's arms, making a beeline for the tattered teddy bear. Leah understood that Makabaka had consented. The creature approached the bear and sniffed it thoroughly, then exhaled a huff of breath and nodded at Leah. Acknowledging this, Leah walked over, picked up the bear, and retrieved a piece of cloth from her backpack to wrap it in. Though the bear was both worn and filthy, it was evident that its original owner had cherished it dearly. Numerous patches adorned its surface, and its fur had grown old and lost its softness. Before it was abandoned, it must have been washed and mended many times, as its owner could not bear to part with it. Leah surmised that it remained here because they had left in such a hurry that they could not carry anything away. This circumstance was at odds with their identity as members of the Tianlong people. After a lengthy journey, Makabaka led Leah to a garbage dump outside the city. Leah furrowed her brow, realizing their situation was dire. Despite having mentally prepared herself for their plight, witnessing it firsthand ignited her fury. A group of adults was mercilessly pummeling two small children, their fists raining down upon them. The child with a shaved head shielded the one with long hair, causing most of the blows to land on the larger child. The long-haired child cowered beneath the shaved-headed one, crying loudly. The latter gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Concealed by his sunglasses, his expression was obscured, but it was undoubtedly one of hatred. Leah retrieved a water pipe from the refuse, intending to rush in. However, Makabaka bit onto Leah's trousers, preventing her advance. After releasing her, Makabaka charged forward. Its body began to swell, growing as large as a small villa, akin to a truck barreling towards the assailants. Before Makabaka could reach them, the assailants scattered in fright, brandishing their clubs. Witnessing their retreat, Makabaka halted before the two children. The shaved-headed child kept the long-haired one hidden behind him, fixating on Makabaka with a trembling body, betraying his fear, yet his instinct was to protect the child behind him. Leah noticed that the long-haired child clutched some food, albeit it appeared somewhat stale and spoiled. Nevertheless, for them, having something to fill their stomachs was a significant relief. Upon closer inspection, Leah confirmed that this was indeed the younger version of Duofu, as his distinctive air of superiority was impossible for others to imitate. Thus, it must have been around the year 1990 in the Haiyuan calendar. Makabaka gazed at Duofu for a moment, saying nothing, then extended its enormous tongue to lick him from head to toe, leaving him feeling chilled. Duofu was taken aback, followed by a flicker of irritation. What was this wretched dog doing? Unfazed by Duofu's reaction, Makabaka then pawed at the child named Luashi, pulling him out from behind Duofu and giving him a thorough lick as well. Back in Sicily, Luashi had spoiled Makabaka, often preparing special treats for it. Over time, Makabaka had come to regard Luashi as one of its own. As for Duofu, Leah had once been curious about how someone who typically disliked animals would affectionately pet Makabaka, seemingly unperturbed by its haughty temperament. Was this the reason? Luashi was startled by Makabaka's enthusiastic gestures, trembling as he spilled the food he had collected. At that moment, little Luashi caught the murderous gaze of his elder brother and burst into tears. Subsequently, Duofu swiftly covered Luashi's mouth, exclaiming, "Are you trying to attract those people back here again? You fool! If we run out of food, we can always find more. Why are you crying?" Once little Luashi calmed down, Duofu released him, then fixated on Leah, questioning her with suspicion. "Who are you, and what is your purpose in helping us?" After licking the children, Makabaka wagged its tail and sat beside Leah, its eyes sparkling with a clear desire for a chicken leg. It was precisely Makabaka's actions that made Duofu realize that this foolish dog had rescued them, and that its motivations were influenced by this woman. Leah scratched her head, feeling somewhat at a loss as to how to explain her unexpected appearance, which was understandable given Duofu's suspicions. Just as Duofu was about to hurl insults at Leah, his stomach suddenly growled audibly. The awkwardness was palpable. Duofu's face flushed, and he found himself momentarily speechless. He intended to muster some harsh words to bolster his own bravado, believing that as long as he remained unfazed, the embarrassment would fall upon others. Just then, little Luashi emerged from behind him, saying, "Brother, I'm hungry." Duofu clenched his fists but ultimately relented, taking Luashi by the hand and leading him towards the mountain of refuse. Thoughts of his gravely ill mother and his ineffectual father, who could not protect them, weighed heavily on him. Behind him were his younger brother and beloved mother. For their sake, this moment of humiliation was trivial. One day, he would exact revenge on those who had wronged their family. He was born of noble lineage. How could those commoners ever compare? For the sake of his mother, what was a moment of shame? He would eventually reclaim his dignity. At that moment, Leah caught up with the two brothers, saying, "I saved you. Are you not going to thank me?" Little Luashi, ever polite, turned and bowed to Leah, saying, "Thank you, big sister, for saving me and my brother." In contrast, Duofu seized Luashi, angrily retorting, "Why are you thanking her? Who knows whether she means us harm?" Duofu's temperament had certainly not improved over the years. However, given the circumstances they had faced, a measure of caution was commendable. "What purpose could I have? What is there about you two that is worth my concern?" Leah raised her hands in a gesture of resignation. This was indeed the case, yet Duofu seemed even more incensed. He recalled how, wherever his family went, they were met with sweeping streets and bowing crowds. Now, their situation was a direct consequence of his unworthy father. With that thought, Duofu tightened his fists once more, glaring at Leah with hatred. Observing his demeanor, Leah could surmise his thoughts. She stepped closer, maintaining an impassive expression as she locked eyes with him. Instinctively, Duofu shielded Luashi behind him. This younger brother, timid and feeble, often cried the loudest, causing annoyance to those around him. It was better to keep him quiet. Subsequently, Leah crouched down and gently caressed the top of Xiao Duofu's head, sincerely stating, "Do not worry. I truly harbor no ulterior motives, though I cannot precisely articulate my origins. In any case, let me take you out for a meal." Her touch was gentle and warm. apart from his mother. No other female had ever patted his head in such a manner. During his time as a Tenryubito, none would dare to offend him in such a way. Since arriving here, wherever he went, he was met with curses and violence. And in those moments of being beaten, he had never felt such loathing for the world. Dwofu swatted Lia's hand away and turned his back, refusing to look at her, ignoring the slight redness at the tips of his ears. Lia might have thought that Xiao Dwofu truly detested her. Luoshi raised his head, gazing at Lia with a hint of bewilderment. Both children were slender, with delicate arms and legs, resembling two small beans. It was difficult to imagine that Dwofu and Luoshi would grow to over 3 meters tall. Luoshi spoke up, "But those people will beat us as soon as they see us," implying that the two of them could not accompany Lia to the restaurant. Lia contemplated this and realized the truth in his words. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred. After all, during her early days with Ace and the others, she too relied on the resources available around her. With this thought in mind, Lia asked Luoshi, "Do you know if there's a river nearby? Preferably one with fish." "There is one over there, but the current is too swift. My brother and I are too afraid to go in. We fear being swept away," Luoshi quietly replied. Looking down, this child had a somewhat introverted disposition. "Then, Luoshi, leave me there. Once we catch some fish, I will prepare a delicious grilled feast for you." Lia patted her chest earnestly. "Hey, that woman, the water is indeed very rapid. If you fall in, my brother and I will not rescue you. We won't care if you drown." Xiao Dwofu turned around, shouting loudly. Lia crouched down and lightly flicked Dwofu's forehead, somewhat exasperated, saying, "If you want to express concern for others, you should do so properly. Who taught you to be so stubborn? Who cares about that? I certainly do not care about you," Dwofu retorted, his face slightly flushed as he turned away. Indeed, as the saying goes, a 3-year-old shows their true nature. Dwofu had been spoiled and proud since childhood. Even when expressing concern, his words twisted into something unkind. Under Luoshi's guidance, the two siblings and Lia, accompanied by a dog, arrived at the edge of the rushing river. Lia, brimming with confidence, patted Makabaka's head, instructing, "Transform and jump in to catch fish." Makabaka rolled its eyes dramatically, turning its back to Lia, offering her no respect. Lia had anticipated this, so she took out a sharpened stick from behind her, declaring, "Let me make it clear, Makabaka. If I catch any fish, you will not receive a single one." Lia stepped in front of Makabaka, continuing to coax, "Look, I am not idle either. I still need to gather dry branches to start a fire with these two children. When the time comes for cooking, your role will be the easiest." Makabaka glanced at Jiziku, then, in apparent resignation, walked to the riverbank. Its expression seemed to say, "Given your current predicament, helping you is not out of the question." Soon, Makabaka grew in size and dove into the water, splashing fish onto the shore. Meanwhile, Lia took the two children to gather firewood. Little Luoshi was obedient, doing whatever he was asked without complaint. In contrast, Dwofu, while also collecting wood, wore a frown as deep as the sky. He piled the dry branches on the ground and shouted at Lia, "Why on earth am I listening to a stranger woman to do this?" Lia clapped her hands together, exclaiming, "Right? I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lia. Is that even a point?" Xiao Dwofu grew more incensed. "Big sister, my name is Tangjike Luoshi, and the one in sunglasses is my brother Tangjike Dwofu Langming. Hey, you two, don't just talk amongst yourselves." Xiao Dwofu jumped in frustration, yet he did not direct any further actions toward Lia. When Xiao Dwofu and Luoshi brought Lia home, Jiziku was indeed taken aback. Luoshi's situation aside, he had faced considerable difficulties while seeking medical help for his brother. After Dwofu seized Dressrosa, the palace had been transformed into a resplendent abode, starkly contrasting with their current dilapidated wooden hut. It was surprising that Dwofu could endure such circumstances. The wooden hut was quite shabby, feeling as though a strong wind could easily lift its roof. Lia gazed at the hut for a moment longer, only to be met with a round of scorn from Xiao Dwofu. "I warned you beforehand. If you find it distasteful, then don't follow me. If you don't want to come, then leave while you can." Dwofu pointed at Lia, uttering nothing kind. "I do not find it distasteful. I'm merely a bit nervous about meeting your family," Lia replied, choosing not to engage in conflict with Duofu, as he was already pitiable enough. Xiao Duofu huffed at Leah, then took Luoshi to the water tap, washing their hands and faces clean, along with changing out of their dirty clothes, making them both look much more presentable. Then, as if recalling something, he threatened Leah, "You must not tell my mother about us being beaten outside. If you speak carelessly, I will chase you away. Do you understand?" Leah silently nodded, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for the two children. She despised the Tenryubito, yet seeing Duofu's family in their current plight, she felt no sense of schadenfreude. Xiao Duofu ventured out with his brother to seek sustenance to support their frail household. Did he not realize that being discovered would lead to beatings? He understood, and as a Tenryubito who had never toiled or tilled, the struggle would undoubtedly be more arduous. Although Xiao Duofu had a bad temper, he was not foolish. He knew when to express anger and when to restrain it. He remained vigilant towards Leah, and his fierce demeanor served to convey to her that despite his young age, he was not easily trifled with. He adopted a tough attitude to protect himself and his brother. The current situation could not be entirely blamed on Duofu's family, but the roots lay not with them, but rather with this decaying world. Growing up in Mary Gios and influenced by other Tenryubito, Duofu undoubtedly shared similarities with them in temperament. Fortunately, he had a pair of gentle parents who continuously tried to correct Duofu's somewhat distorted perceptions. However, it seemed that their efforts had little impact. Not everyone can maintain their kindness when faced with great change. Once the two children had tidied themselves up, they led Leah inside. Observant as ever, Leah noticed that Duofu had concealed all his injuries, revealing not a single mark. It appeared he did not wish to worry his mother. Upon entering, they were greeted by a fit of intense coughing, the owner struggling to suppress it, yet unable to hold back. Upon hearing the door open, a hoarse female voice called out, "Are Duofu and Luoshi back?" Duofu adjusted his expression and walked toward the bed at the back of the wooden hut. He lunged toward the bedside and addressed the woman resting there. "Mama, we are back. Today was a bountiful harvest. Were you hurt, Daf?" The blonde woman inquired. "No. It seems the people outside are beginning to accept us. Today I even brought home a big sister to play." Daf understood that this was precisely what his mother yearned to hear. Rossi, standing nearby, cast a glance at his brother, aware that Daf was weaving a tale. Yet, seeing their mother's joyful expression, he ultimately chose silence. No one is born powerful. One cannot fathom the trials and tribulations that sculpt an individual into what one observes. Leah approached, smiling as she greeted Madame Tangjikid. "Hello, I was somewhat concerned about the two little ones, so I brought them back. Please sit down. Due to my health, I am unable to rise to attend to you. I hope for your understanding." Although Madame Tangjikid's voice was hoarse, her tone remained gentle. Daf only softened his demeanor in the presence of his mother, akin to a hedgehog retracting its quills. Then Rossi inquired about the whereabouts of their father. Daf's mother explained that he had gone to the city in search of a doctor for her ailment. He possessed no extraordinary abilities. Having shed the identity of a celestial dragon, he was merely an ordinary man. Yet behind him stood a wife and two children. Even knowing he would face insults, abuse, and even violence, he could not stand idly by as his wife's health deteriorated day by day. Upon hearing this, Daf's expression tightened with concern. "Mama, has your illness worsened?" "Oh no, I feel fine. It's just that your father is overly anxious," she replied, her words weak and punctuated by coughs. Daf grew increasingly anxious, sitting upright and declaring, "Mama, this won't do. I will go find a doctor." With that, he leaped from the bed, intent on leaving. Daf's mother attempted to interject, but Leah stopped her before a word could escape. Daf glared at Leah with resentment, his mind conjuring thoughts that she had come to harm them. "Wait until your father returns, and then observe how the townsfolk treat him," Leah suggested, pausing before leaning closer to whisper in Daf's ear, "If that doesn't work, I will accompany you tonight to the city to abduct a doctor for your mother. We cannot let this drag on." The mention of this plan quieted Daf, and he returned to his seat. He retrieved the roasted fish he had brought back, meticulously picking out the bones. He then used a tool to break the fish into small pieces, fetched dusty bowls and chopstick from the cupboard, cleaned them, and began to feed his mother bite by bite. In these days of evasion, Daf had learned much. However, his mother was so frail that she could hardly eat before she began to vomit, clearly in distress. Rossi furrowed his brow, watching their mother, his eyes welling with tears. Remembering his brother's admonition not to cry in front of her, he swallowed his tears and picked up a broom to tidy the floor. Leah pondered for a moment before asking, "Do we have any rice at home? It would be better for the patient to eat something light." By nightfall, young Daf led the way, followed by Makabaka and Leah, as they set out to abduct a doctor. Initially, they considered bringing little Rossi along to help him build courage, but given his clumsiness, which often led to falls, Leah decided it was best to leave him at home. Daf's father returned, and Leah greeted him, but Daf ignored him, pulling Leah aside and urging her not to engage with their father. To be honest, Mr. Tangjiakid appeared quite disheveled and bore several injuries. However, Leah felt little sympathy. She believed that kindness is a commendable virtue, but must be tempered with reason. Little Rossi, fearing his brother's reprimand, waited until Leah and Daf had left the house to offer his remaining roasted fish to their father, while Leah fed porridge to Madame Tangjiakid. The latter's complexion improved considerably, and Leah assisted her into bed before departing with Daf. As they walked, Leah inquired, "Daf, do you have a particular doctor in mind?" "Of course, I aim to find the best physician," Daf replied with conviction. "It seems you already have someone in mind," Leah remarked. "Indeed, I plan to visit the clinic in the most affluent area of the city and abduct the attending physician. I have been eyeing that place for quite some time. The books I've read contain descriptions of certain herbs like me in medicine. I had originally intended to team up with my inept father to bring someone back, but he was too obstinate, and, having communicated with Mother, she disapproved, leaving me unable to enact these plans alone." Daf clenched his small fist, frustration evident in his voice. "A child's strength is woefully inadequate. Even if I could render someone unconscious, I cannot carry them back." "Why did you choose the clinic in the affluent area?" Leah asked, feigning ignorance. She understood that Daf was no fool and was curious about his true reasoning. Wealth gravitates toward the capable. If one can navigate connections and establish a practice in a prime location, it indicates a degree of genuine skill. Moreover, the wealthy are often more fearful of death. Such individuals are easier to manipulate. If I can seize their vital interests, they will naturally seek treatment for my mother," Daf asserted. He then glanced at Leah, a hint of complexity in his gaze, continuing, "The most challenging adversaries are those with unwavering principles and convictions. Wealth cannot shake their resolve to uphold their beliefs. They would sacrifice their lives. Encountering such individuals would render my efforts futile. Unless I resort to abducting their loved ones to exert pressure, it would require even more effort. Moreover, with just me as a child and you as an ineffectual adult, we cannot manage so many matters." Daf gestured towards Makabaka, adding, "Even that dog is of no help." At merely 8 or 9 years old, Daf exhibited such cunning, a promising candidate for the underworld. "What you imply is that there exists another more suitable candidate, yet due to certain constraints, you cannot pursue them. Thus, you have settled for an alternative doctor?" Leah quickly grasped the underlying meaning in Daf's words. "I initially thought you a simpleton based on your appearance, but it seems you are not entirely foolish." Young Daf teased. This mischievous demeanor echoed that of a troublesome flamingo many years hence. Leah gritted her teeth in frustration, but recognizing Daf was merely a child, she, as a 27-year-old adult, deemed it unworthy to quarrel with a little brat. Indeed, there is a doctor residing near the garbage dump who treats the poor for free and excels in complex cases. However, he is exceedingly obstinate and detests the oppression of the impoverished nobility, Daf remarked, his pride evident as he spoke of their lineage as the noblest of celestial dragons. Leah stepped forward and lightly tapped Doflamingo's bald head, saying, "Have you become proud? Do you truly believe that the Tenryubido are worthy beings? Consider why your family is relentlessly pursued wherever they go. It is evident how detestable the Tenryubido are. Presently, these individuals are subdued by the might of the Navy and dare not resist. Their spirits are extinguished. However, if one day their hearts awaken, what fate awaits the Tenryubido? I sincerely hope for that day to arrive. If I cannot possess something, then neither shall anyone else. I would rather destroy it than allow them to reign over me." Doflamingo clenched his small fists and declared, "The most ideal state of the world is one devoid of hierarchies, where no one can oppress the weak from any position of power." Leah's gaze drifted, seemingly recalling something. Isn't that overly idealistic? Humanity is inherently selfish, and such a dream is forever unattainable, Doflamingo remarked in a tone reminiscent of small adult. What does it matter? Regardless of whether it can be realized, one must always have dreams. A life without dreams is no different from that of a salted fish. Leah smiled, feeling somewhat relieved. She resolved to do her utmost and focus on what she could control. "You foolish woman," Doflamingo retorted. "Do not always speak to me in the tone of a domineering CEO. You are still just a child." Leah playfully tapped his bald head again. "If you strike me again, I shall retaliate," he exclaimed. "You dare," Leah exclaimed, lifting Doflamingo and pinning him against her waist like a bag, then playfully swatted his rear a few times. Perhaps the most humiliating moment of Doflamingo's life was to endure such treatment from Leah. This scene was utterly delightful. "You imbecile!" Doflamingo blushed, angrily shouting at Leah. Ignoring him, Leah led him to the edge of the town, whereupon, seeing the city wall, Doflamingo reluctantly closed his mouth. The events unfolded smoothly. Leah and Doflamingo managed to extract a person from the town. Then, Makabaka enlarged and transported the individual out of the city. After tossing him into a small grove, they stuffed him into a sack, leaving only his head exposed, and began to beat him. They refrained from striking his face, ignoring his threats or attempts to appease them, continuing until he was utterly subdued and compliant to Leah and her companions. Ultimately, Leah retrieved a small pill from her waist and forced it into the doctor's mouth, warning him that should he disobey, he would succumb to the poison. Almost immediately, he became docile. However, when they brought him to Doflamingo's residence, Leah keenly sensed the disdain in his eyes, prompting her to kick him a few more times. It could only be said that the initial examination's results were dire. Pulmonary fibrosis, commonly referred to as white lung, is characterized by the proliferation of fibroblasts and the accumulation of extracellular matrix accompanied by inflammatory damage, leading to the destruction of tissue structure. In essence, normal pulmonary tissue is irreparably harmed through abnormal repair processes. It is a severe interstitial lung disease that results in progressive loss of lung function, manifesting as dry cough and increasing breathlessness, with a patient's respiratory capabilities deteriorating as their condition worsens. Given the current medical conditions, the chances of a cure are nearly non-existent. If only there were a surgical devil fruit, there might be some hope. Imagine, pulmonary fibrosis is akin to having your lungs cooked. Such damage is almost irreversible. Decades from now, should such an incident arise, Leah could leverage her connections to seek out individuals capable of treating this ailment. Another avenue would be the devil fruit, where aside from the surgical fruit, there is also Marco's bird fruit in its mythical phoenix form. His blue flames possess regenerative abilities, proving remarkably effective against such naturally occurring organ damage. Of course, the sole drawback is that it has limited efficacy against wounds inflicted by Haki, as Haki is the natural nemesis of devil fruit powers. Currently, in this timeline, she is essentially a non-citizen. Her abilities are restricted, rendering her only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Escaping this island is a challenge, let alone traversing the upside-down mountain and the first half of the Grand Line to seek Marco's assistance in the New World. The only way for her to leave is to wait for the small light orb to awaken, as only it can unlock the world's limitations imposed upon her. Furthermore, Marco does not recognize Leah at all. She has no ties to the Whitebeard pirates, so why would he assist her? Observing little Doflamingo's painful and restrained expression, Leah felt a pang of compassion. Yet sometimes reality is harsh. Events that are destined to occur cannot be evaded. Little Rosie was already sobbing, yet she held back her tears for the sake of her mother still inside. The three men of the Don Quixote family simultaneously chose not to disclose the actual severity of the illness to Madame Don Quixote, hoping against hope for a miracle. They embraced the two children, allowing them to cry freely. As for the doctor, Leah did not release him. He had thrived in the town. If she were to let him go and he discovered he had not been poisoned, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. At that point, Not only would Doflamingo's family be in danger, but so would Leah. Leah could not afford to leave such a risk unresolved. She swiftly dealt with him, discarding his body into the forest for the beasts to consume. Not a trace would remain. Leah is not a bloodthirsty individual, yet she is certainly not one to show mercy. She booked an inn in town, returning there each night, choosing not to impose on Doflamingo's family for an extended stay, as that would be too shameless. Leah understood that one day she would have to depart, so during her visits to Doflamingo and his family, she imparted many survival skills for the wilderness, as they were truly unwelcomed. It was challenging to procure supplies from the town without injury, as many merchants would deliberately raise prices or refuse to conduct business with them, making their lives increasingly difficult. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the little bear Leah had previously found belonged to Doflamingo. It was handmade by Madame Don Quixote to lull Doflamingo to sleep. It had seen many years, patched and mended several times, and Doflamingo was reluctant to part with it. However, due to the haste of their relocation, amidst the chaos of being pursued, it had been left behind at their original residence. Doflamingo had always sought an opportunity to retrieve it. Yet entering the town proved difficult for him. With his mother ill, he needed to care for his young brother and could not afford to be distracted. If he took Rosie with him, he feared he might not be able to protect her, and any misfortune would be catastrophic. Once Leah cleaned the bear and mended its worn body, she returned it to little Doflamingo. Upon receiving the bear, Doflamingo felt a warmth in his heart, slowly beginning to accept Leah's presence in his life. Due to his young age, he did not vocalize it, but he regarded Leah as an older sister in his heart. Leah frequently took Rosie and Doflamingo into the mountains, teaching them how to identify mushrooms, forage for wild vegetables, and learn basic pharmacology and herbal combinations. At the very least, she aimed to ensure they could survive until their next reunion. Another crucial task was gathering firewood. They needed to begin stockpiling wood in preparation for the impending cold winter. Leah, wielding an axe, diligently felled towering trees, reducing them to manageable logs for her return journey. Though fatigued, labor provided a respite for the mind, offering a temporary escape from suffering. The sight of scattered timber on the ground after a hard day's toil evoked an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. When one finds themselves in a valley of despair, hastily seeking to extricate oneself from adversity often results in entanglement deeper than before. The prudent course of action lies in thorough preparation before making a leap toward ascendance, ensuring a decisive triumph. Currently, little Doflamingo remains too weak, yet fortuitously. The greatest trials he faces stem from ordinary individuals. Humanity is fragile. A mere cut to a vein can lead to demise, and severe injuries can also be fatal. In essence, taking a life is far simpler than saving one. If one's strength cannot vanquish an adversary, then one must rely on their intellect. They may have once been pitiable souls, whether reduced to slavery under the celestial dragons or driven to lash out at Doflamingo for reasons that sap their spirit. Such matters are inconsequential. Revenge is all that matters, and even if it escalates to taking lives, it is of little consequence as long as the hatred does not extend to the families of the aggressors. The rationale behind their actions is irrelevant. The bonds of friendship formed between Leah, Doflamingo, and Rosie transcend the reasons for their torment. Leah understands that actions have consequences. When faced with the moral crossroads between her principles and those she cares for, she chooses the latter. Thus, she imparts to Doflamingo various cunning tactics, emphasizing that he must not be a victim of bullying. Doflamingo's nature is inherently aligned with that of a villain. Expecting him to evolve into a saint is a futile endeavor. As long as he does not descend into the depths of moral depravity, Leah considers it a blessing. Whether he is deemed a villain or a hero, her singular focus remains. Doflamingo treats her well, cares for her, and has aided her in numerous ways. Therefore, she strives to impart survival skills to him, ensuring he endures in this harsh world until their paths cross again. Leah has spent approximately 3 months in this place, during which she has taught Doflamingo many things, primarily practical life skills. In terms of cunning, Doflamingo requires little instruction, while Leah possesses an array of knowledge. Her teachings to little Rosie and Mr. Don Quixote revolve around fundamental skills such as farming, laundering, and cooking. In contrast, she equips Doflamingo with skills for monetary gain. This is not an issue of favoritism. Rather, Rosie and the others are ill-suited for the Dark World's rules. Moreover, their intellect is not particularly sharp, making them better suited for stable, uncomplicated tasks. Additionally, the celestial dragons of Mariehua appear especially indolent, content to reap the rewards without possessing any survival skills. Indeed, their practical life skills are nearly non-existent. Their attempts at cooking porridge often result in scorched pots, and their laundry efforts frequently ruin garments, which is quite exasperating. Thus, Leah diligently teaches them, fortunate that they are eager to learn. The treasures they brought from Mariehua have largely been seized, leaving only a few personal adornments belonging to Madame Don Quixote. She wishes to sell her jewelry to help support the household, but she faces unanimous opposition from the others. After all, one requires a semblance of dignity when departing this world. The passage of time is irretrievable, and the departed ultimately become dust, residing only in the memories of others. In truth, Leah contemplated numerous solutions and even tapped into her savings to hire other doctors for Madame Don Quixote's treatment. However, the outcomes were consistently bleak. Ultimately, there was no hope. This reality was accepted by all, yet when the day inevitably approached, sorrow was unavoidable. Death is merciless. One cannot refuse it, much like one cannot shatter the confidence of an oblivious man. Madame Don Quixote seemed to possess an understanding of her own health. Was she saddened? Undoubtedly, for she faced eternal separation from her young children and beloved husband. Yet, until her final moments, she endeavored to console her children, offering them rays of sunshine and hope. At the very least, Madame Don Quixote was a kind and gentle mother. From the very beginning, Leah had informed Doflamingo that her departure was inevitable, though the timing remained uncertain. Even as Doflamingo grappled with the immense setback of losing his mother, Leah's response to his inquiries remained unchanged. Her departure was a certainty. However, as long as he persevered in this world, they would surely reunite. The pressure on an individual can lead to a potential collapse, especially for someone as extreme as Doflamingo. Thus, it is vital to instill in him a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, he has his brother by his side. Expecting him to forgive Mr. Don Quixote is unrealistic, at least. He is no longer incessantly clamoring to return to Mariehua. Doflamingo has developed a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons as well. This is a positive development. Annihilating the world is no simple feat, and many are queuing to join Doflamingo in wreaking havoc. Leah's thoughts may lack conventional morality, but that is of little consequence. Survival is paramount. Only by enduring can there be a future. I feel as though my life is devoid of everything. Doflamingo lamented while lying in the grass near the sea, speaking to Leah, who sat beside him. Life, by its very nature, is a process of transformation from nothingness to existence. It is precisely because of the void that one must strive to attain. Moreover, even if you do not wish to acknowledge Mr. Don Quixote, you still have Rosie, do you not? Barring unforeseen circumstances, Rosie should be able to accompany you indefinitely. Of course, this is Leah's optimistic perspective, intended to comfort Doflamingo. Even if Rosie is not adopted by the warlord, he and Doflamingo are fundamentally different currently. Rosie is still young and lacking in assertiveness. When they mature and their worldviews solidify, it is uncertain whether the brothers may diverge. Furthermore, Leah is aware that in the future, should their relationship reach such a point, Doflamingo, despite having quietly allowed Rosie to go free, would still refuse to meet him for over a decade. He has lost the ability to trust anyone, save for Leah. However, Leah harbors a fondness for the pairing of Doflamingo and Violet, though it is likely that Doflamingo will never concern himself with such matters. Moreover, Violet and Doflamingo are adversaries. Doflamingo forced the former king of Dressrosa to abdicate, although he later garnered the loyalty of those ministers through political acumen. The rift and animosity between them remain irreconcilable. Leah believes that Doflamingo and Violet likely have an unspoken past, yet the chances of them being together are slim. Doflamingo cannot accommodate those with ulterior motives by his side, and the enmity between them is palpable. The animosity towards the Riku family is clear, while national grievances are not pertinent. Doflamingo's mercy in sparing the Riku family is already quite generous. Had it been Leah, she would have eradicated the entire royal lineage without leaving a single survivor. The transition of power is seldom bloodless. Nonetheless, Doflamingo did indeed eliminate all loyalists to the Riku family, leaving behind only a powerless former king as a mere figurehead, unable to stir any significant unrest. The diminutive folk have now officially formed an alliance with Doflamingo. Even if they wished to resist, it would be exceedingly challenging to rally the forces within their homeland. In the face of vested interests, everyone understands the choice they must make. It is a paradox. Leah yearns for a better world, yet she tolerates the existence of someone like Doflamingo and maintains a close relationship with him. The reason behind this is rather simple. Class distinctions will perpetually exist. Disparities will endure. Exploiters and oppressors will invariably remain, as they control social media, the press, and the channels through which the common populace can voice their concerns. They impose psychological control upon the exploited, rendering them willingly submissive to the oppressive grasp of capital, thereby fabricating an illusion of a blissful society. Rather than allowing others to stand on the opposing side of the scale and confront her, it is more prudent to unite with Doflamingo and first topple the greatest mountain before addressing other matters. However, Leah cannot divulge any of this to Doflamingo at this moment. She must await fate's orchestration for their reunion. Moreover, the small light orb is about to awaken, and she needs to spend some time contemplating how to persuade the orb to transport her back. Doflamingo and his companions have been captured. The reason is simple. The residents of the town seek vengeance. Unable to exact revenge on the celestial dragons of Merigios, they have turned their ire towards Doflamingo and his family, who have attempted to integrate into the lives of ordinary people. One day, Leah ventured out because the small light orb had awakened. However, due to the energy within her being restrained, communication with the orb proved exceedingly difficult. She could not allow anyone other than Makabaka to witness the orb. Thus, she ventured deep into the forest alone. After much effort, she managed to achieve some success. At the very least, a portion of her powers was released. Although still far from her peak, it was sufficient for self-preservation on this small island. In a buoyant mood, Leah purchased an abundance of items, intending to return and celebrate with Doflamingo and the others, while also bidding a formal farewell. However, when Leah arrived at Doflamingo's residence, burdened with an array of food and beverages, it appeared as though it had been ransacked. The handmade furniture they had crafted lay scattered on the ground, and the once thriving local chickens were all dead in their coop. Leah realized that something had happened to Doflamingo and his family. Why? Why must these individuals repeatedly torment two children? They had begun to learn self-sufficiency. Leah had taught Doflamingo and Rossi a bit of carpentry, and the first thing they had crafted was a delicate vanity box for her. Although Doflamingo spoke little kindness, awkwardly shoving the gift into Leah's arms. His face was flushed with embarrassment. It seemed particularly challenging for him to utter any words of praise. Leah cast aside her possessions and hurried towards the town, suddenly struck by a troubling thought. The very individuals who had bullied Doflamingo and the others had previously been dealt with by her and the ill-intentioned Doflamingo. Logically speaking, they should not have dared to provoke Doflamingo again. Furthermore, the other ordinary residents should have refrained from such actions, for not everyone possesses the audacity to become a bully. Many are merely self-serving, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Unless someone is instigating these events from behind the scenes, or perhaps offering those individuals incentives to act with impunity. After all, the Don Quixote family was once among the celestial dragons, a name that signifies their prestigious lineage, even if they have fallen from grace. Should they ever regain their status as celestial dragons, would these people not fear retribution? Alternatively, it could be viewed that they have been tipped off in advance, convinced that the Don Quixote family can never reclaim their former identity. The likely orchestrators of such machinations are, in all probability, the celestial dragons themselves. Is there truly anyone in this world who does not aspire to be a celestial dragon? Only a fool would not desire such a thing. Can it be that even among the nobility of the world, There are celestial dragons who wish to abandon their esteemed identities. Such an act is an affront to the absurd vanity of those who consider themselves above all others. This action has torn away their facade of vanity. They are furious. They are enraged. Only the complete eradication of such individuals can cleanse this disgrace. The Don Quixote family is the disgrace of the celestial dragons. As celestial dragons, they lack self-respect, and they dare to forsake their dignity to coexist as equals with the commoners. Such a humiliation must be eradicated. Hamingu, look at the chaos you have wrought. As Rossi was struck by an arrow in the arm and Doflamingo found himself bound, he could no longer contain his pent-up rage, directing it towards his father. I am simply too weak. It is this weakness that prevents me from safeguarding Doflamingo. His sunglasses have been lost, and his eyes, injured while evading pursuit, cannot withstand bright light. He now relies on a tattered cloth to cover his eyes, yet tears continue to flow uncontrollably. Meanwhile, voices of discontent echo from below. They are the celestial dragons. Their status as celestial dragons has been stripped away. Even the Navy will not intervene in their execution. Thank the heavens, at last. An opportunity for vengeance has arisen. I thought I would spend my life weeping every night. I will shatter every bone in their bodies with an iron fist. I will pierce them with 1,000 needles. My wife was burned alive by the celestial dragons, and you never cared, did you? To appease your celestial desires, an entire nation has perished from famine. The speaker, filled with fervor, continued to shout. Have you ever experienced the pangs of hunger? Those who perished were all skin and bones. My 2 children, merely 5 and 2 years old, were shot 16 times for the sole reason of passing by the celestial dragons. They died on the spot, treating humanity as mere ants. Do you understand what suffering means? What sorrow entails? What hardship signifies? He wiped the tears from his face, sorrowfully demanding, Speak. Celestial dragons, were you not said to be akin to gods? Are you not different from mere mortals? Surely such wounds cannot be fatal, can they? As he spoke, he drew back his bow and aimed another arrow at Doflamingo. Rossi cried out, Big brother! Homingu urgently pleaded with the crowd below. If you spare my children, do whatever you wish to me. I beg you, spare my children. Doflamingo, still just a child, cried out in agony. As he thrashed violently, the cloth covering his eyes slipped away. Many raised torches, intent on burning the entire family alive, and the flickering flames pierced his eyes with pain. Yet, he forced himself to endure, steeling his resolve to remember these faces. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, veins bulging. And then he erupted into wild laughter, casting a gaze filled with hatred towards those below. He beheld the hatred, anger, and sorrow reflected in the eyes of the crowd. Witnessing a multitude of emotions, yet his heart held no compassion. No matter what you have endured, regardless of whether these matters are connected to my family, I, Doflamingo, shall accept all blame. If I am to survive today, everything I have endured will be repaid to you 100-fold. You shall await your fate. From this day forth, I shall live solely for vengeance, not only against you, but against this world. How painful it must be. By the time Leah arrived, everyone had collapsed. The lingering vibrations in the air suggested the activation of Conqueror's Haki, albeit a rudimentary form. Nonetheless, it was unbearable for ordinary people. Doflamingo, Rashi, and their father, Homingu, were all suspended high upon the wall, with piles of firewood stacked beneath them, and the torches that had once illuminated the scene now lay scattered on the ground, igniting flames. Doflamingo's eyes glimmered with crimson, tears cascading from the corners as if they would never cease. Yet, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Whenever he attempted to cease smiling, he forced himself to maintain the grin. He appeared to be ensnared in a frenzied state. Leah hurriedly kicked aside the piles of firewood, directing the burning timber towards the prostrate residents. They would not perish. The searing heat would rouse them. However, such actions would inevitably incur consequences. Leah cradled the 2 children and led Homingu away from this place of turmoil. All the while, 4 nefarious figures concealed in a shadowy corner observed the unfolding events. Doflamingo and his companions could never return to their former home, for those who awakened would surely seek retribution. Yet, Doflamingo insisted on returning. For a single photograph of their mother remained there. He must retrieve it. Leah harbored no concerns. The ordinary people posed no threat to her. One by one, she would eliminate them, for to her, the act of killing was sometimes indistinguishable from chopping vegetables. Leah led them back to their home. Rashi gazed at the furniture he and his elder brother had painstakingly crafted, his spirits inevitably dampened. Yet, he soon rose again to seek the medical kit from their abode. Both he and his brother were injured, and this opportunity would allow them to tend to their wounds. Rashi was truly an angel, even now. He harbored no desire for revenge against those who had wronged them. Leah intended to assist in treating their injuries, but Doflamingo declined her offer. He directed Rashi to extract the arrow lodged in his arm. Though Rashi's hands trembled, the intensity of his brother's gaze fortified his resolve. Leah felt somewhat at a loss, and upon noticing her expression, Doflamingo immediately comprehended her thoughts, explaining, "It is not that I blame you for not coming to our aid in time." "Why is that?" Leah inquired urgently. "Because we cannot rely on you indefinitely. Did you not say you would eventually leave us?" Doflamingo replied, covering one eye, his tone tinged with melancholy. "From now on, Rashi and I must rely on one another." At that moment, Rashi successfully removed the arrow from Doflamingo's arm, causing Doflamingo to cry out in pain. Young Rashi became flustered and quickly apologized. "Brother, I am sorry. It was not my intention." "Fool! Do not apologize. It is not your fault. What will you do if you leave me one day? You truly are an imbecile." Doflamingo admonished softly, clutching his wound. "I am sorry," Rashi reiterated. "I told you not to apologize." Flamingo wished to assist, but upon approaching, Doflamingo shot him a look of hatred, which deeply pained him. Leah had no inclination to console him. She was more concerned that once she departed, Doflamingo might turn against his own father. Rashi, apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Doflamingo instructed. Ever since Leah announced her intention to leave, Doflamingo had begun self-studying medicine. There was no other choice, as they were prone to injury. Acquiring medical knowledge was a safeguard for their lives. He also began to instruct Rashi, recognizing that Rashi was his only acknowledged blood relative. He felt inadequate. Should he leave? He feared Rashi would not know how to survive. If he could acquire more skills, it would provide Doflamingo with some reassurance as an elder brother. After tending to their wounds as best as they could, Leah led them deeper into the dense forest. While there were threats from wild beasts, the danger posed by humans was far more daunting. Having regained some of her strength, Leah cleared a territory, simultaneously eliminating the surrounding beasts and stacking their remains. Animals, especially wild ones, possess a strong territorial instinct and are highly sensitive to scents. By eradicating the larger beasts in the area, their lingering scent would not dissipate immediately, ensuring temporary safety for some time. As Leah turned to convey some instructions to Doflamingo and Rashi, she noticed Doflamingo leaning against a large tree, perspiration beading on his forehead as he endured the pain from his wound. "I know I should skin those animals and wear their pelts to avoid being attacked by lesser creatures. You taught me that, and I remember," he said, his voice weak. Yet he offered Leah a smile. "Do not worry about me. I will survive and thrive. I will grow strong, so that when we meet again, I will be powerful enough to protect you." Yet, he kept this last thought to himself. "You wish to bid us farewell, do you not?" "I understand," Doflamingo continued. "I will not impede your departure. You must have matters to attend to. If you must leave, do so now without guilt." Rashi looked at Leah, his gaze tinged with reluctance. Yet he added, "Sister Leah, brother is right. It is time for you to go." Leah felt a pang in her heart. She and Doflamingo shared a profound resemblance in certain aspects. Contemplating this, she approached Doflamingo, crouched before him, and said, "I will not say goodbye, for we will certainly meet again. However, when you see me then, you may not remember me." She gently patted his head and added, "As a token of gratitude for all I have taught you, please be patient with me when we meet again, Doflamingo." Doflamingo's thoughts raced. He wished to ask many things. Yet, gazing into Leah's tender eyes, he merely nodded in response. Subsequently, Leah leaned closer to Doflamingo and whispered in his ear, no matter how much you despise your father. Promise me to uphold your principles, all right? This time, Doflamingo did not nod. He turned his head away, neither affirming nor denying her request. Leah felt a twinge of helplessness, but did not press him further. Turning her attention to Rashi, she said, Rashi, when we meet again, do not be surprised by anything you see. Treat it as if it were our first encounter. Leah then pointed to the sky and proclaimed, this is the rule. Damn it, Leah exclaimed in fury as she plummeted from a great height. Her waist collided violently with a tree branch. Ugh, pain twisted her face. Yet she had to maintain clarity of mind. Should she fall further, death awaited her upon impact with the ground. Subsequently, she concentrated all the strength within her being, striving to unfurl her wings. Even so, she found herself plummeting through the branches and foliage of the colossal tree. After spreading her wings, her body sustained numerous scratches. The cushioning effect was minimal, yet she was at least still alive. She shielded her body with her wings and ultimately crashed heavily to the ground. Her waist throbbed with pain, rendering her momentarily immobile. Even the act of retracting her wings eluded her, though her pupils gradually returned to their normal hue. Lying there, she drifted from the dark of night until the first light of dawn broke the sky. Unbeknownst to Leah, a one-sided massacre was unfolding on this island, and her position happened to be at its very center. Those with formidable Kinbunchaku might have already sensed her presence. It was all the fault of the little light orb, though it seemed unfair to blame it entirely. This little creature had consumed the world consciousness of her original timeline. It is said that each world consciousness possesses a unique, innate ability at its inception, specifically designed to counter the innate abilities of other world consciousnesses. The light orb's innate ability was that of devouring, an exceptionally potent talent. This was comparable to Leah's ability, had her original form still existed. She could with a mere thought cause all life to wither, erasing the very source of existence. Regrettably, in this world, she could never unleash her full power. Not only was the world consciousness targeting her, but the laws of this world also constrained her. Leah believed this was fundamental to the structure of worlds. Each realm has its own hierarchy. There are advanced civilizations and divine realms, as well as ordinary technological societies. Should the denizens of a highly developed world encroach upon a lower-tier world, one individual could potentially shatter the very fabric of that world. Thus, such restrictions are justified. Presently, the dilemma lay in the fact that the light orb had consumed the original world consciousness, gaining control over the time tunnel. However, due to its recent emergence, it could not fully master the time tunnel. It could transport Leah to the future, yet the exact number of years remained an enigma. When the light orb brought her here, it was in mid-air, leaving her no time to react. Later, Makabaka arrived, biting the light orb as it lagged behind. These two creatures landed in entirely different locations, yet they were still on the same island. Gazing at Leah, who was propped against the great tree and unable to stand, Makabaka rolled its eyes in blatant disdain and turned away. Damn it! Leah couldn't help but curse again, subsequently raising her middle finger towards Makabaka's rear. At that moment, hurried breaths emanated from the nearby thicket, suggesting someone was fleeing through the woods. Leah hesitated to move, sensing that the individual in the forest was utterly inept. She could handle him without even standing. During her brief respite, the light orb burrowed back into her pocket, and with its influence, Leah felt a portion of her strength returning. Soon, shadows spread beneath her feet. Those shadows surged forth, targeting the fleeing individual, ultimately dragging out a middle-aged man clad in prison garb, grotesquely shaped. Upon seeing him, Leah couldn't suppress a frown. Firstly, he was exceedingly unattractive. Secondly, wasn't that the prison uniform from Impel Down? Where exactly were they now? This island was evidently not one of the surrounding isles of Impel Down. How had these criminals escaped here? The prisoner, still glancing back into the thicket with an expression of pure terror, seemed oblivious to the fact that he was enveloped by her shadows. What kind of fearsome pursuer was after him? Leah felt as if she had unwittingly invited trouble upon herself. Just as she contemplated discreetly returning him, a notably tall man emerged from the underbrush. Leah's mind raced as she subtly withdrew the shadows, while Makabaka, in deference to her unspoken command, swiftly clamped onto the prisoner's leg. With a scream, blood seeped from the man's skin. Then, with a sudden force, Makabaka rendered the prisoner unconscious. "Yeah, wow," came a slow, familiar voice accompanied by a peculiar catchphrase. A man wearing orange sunglasses, a white knit hat, and a yellow leather jacket crouched in front of Leah. Pretending to be weak, she propped herself up and said, "I don't know, sir. I've forgotten many things, only recalling that I fell from the sky with my little dog, Pochi." With a playful gesture, she beckoned Makabaka. "Come here." "Bulky." The man scrutinized her, remaining silent yet amused. In truth, he had spotted this young lady from a distance, captivated not for any other reason but the sheer beauty of the scene before him. Leaning against the towering tree, Leah bore faint scratches on her face from the branches. Her pallor evident, her wings enveloped her protectively, as the morning sun illuminated her features, revealing the particles dancing around her. Her long silver hair cascaded down to the ground, and as she tilted her head upwards, her eyelashes fluttered, with her violet pupils trembling, resembling a fragile porcelain doll. As a naval officer, he had encountered many beautiful women, countless romantic entanglements, yet he could never remember their faces. Strangely, upon seeing this woman, she was etched into his memory at first glance. Perhaps it was because those other women concealed themselves beneath layers of thick makeup, rendering them indistinguishable. Of course, it could also be that he regarded those women merely as means to fulfill his carnal desires. After all, it was a mutual agreement, a transaction of sorts. Makabaka, feeling exasperated, sensed that this woman was spiraling into madness once again. However, with a stranger present, it dutifully scampered to Leah's side, nuzzling comfortably against her hand. "Hey, miss. I am Policelino." The man suddenly introduced himself. Leah's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, unable to contain her surprise as she repeated, "Did you say your name is Policelino?" "Yes, miss," Policelino replied, observing her with evident interest. This scene felt eerily familiar, and in a moment of daze, Leah thought she had returned to the time when she first arrived in this world. But could this truly be Kizaru? With such striking handsomeness, Leah mused about how, if he were to maintain this appearance, she might even consider shifting her affections. Yet there was no if. After all, Kizaru was a vice admiral. He trained daily, which should slow his aging compared to others. Furthermore, as he would eventually oversee the scientific division, wouldn't he have access to advanced technologies to enhance his appearance? If he were to retain this looks, he would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. Why would he choose to appear as a withered orange peel? In his current state, with full muscles and an abundance of masculine charisma, he exuded a nonchalant aristocratic aura. Family, who understands? Upon encountering the elderly Borisolino, a poignant sense of heartbreak arises when juxtaposing him with his youthful self. The name resonates with a familiar echo, yet I find myself indulging in whimsical musings. As my current persona is one of amnesia, the young lady's words evoke a fluttering in the heart. Were it not for the inopportune moment, I would genuinely yearn for a date with her. Borisolino's signature smile is indeed a sight that is difficult to behold. Leah chose to overlook the preceding flattery, honing in on the crux of Borisolino's statement. "So, what transpired on this island? Will my continued presence here pose a danger?" she inquired urgently, adjusting her gaze to appear vulnerable and helpless. Her watery eyes gazed up at Borisolino, exuding palpable fear. "Ah, this is indeed the military training camp's hunting ground. My instructor mentioned that one must behead a sufficient number of prisoners from Impel down to remain stationed at the Navy headquarters." Borisolino replied with a cheerful demeanor. He understood that this individual was no ordinary person, yet he felt assured that whatever her intentions might be, they would not impede his own pursuits. "I understand, but I must feign ignorance," Leah thought, adopting a perplexed expression while continuing to observe Borisolino. "By the way, the wings behind you bear a striking resemblance to the now-vanished Lunaria clan, do they not?" "I am unfamiliar with the Lunaria clan," she replied. Borisolino patiently elaborated. "The celestial dragons, said to be descendants of gods, reside in Mariewa, while the Lunaria clan were the original inhabitants of the land of the gods on the Red Line." Feigning ignorance, Leah resolved to maintain her act. knowing that she could always escape later. Borisellino, recognizing the subtlety of her approach, continued, "It seems you have sustained quite an injury. Would you like me to escort you out?" He remained crouched, curiously poking at Leah's wings. Feeling an urge to swat him away with her wings, she suppressed the impulse. "Is that truly feasible? But Mr. Borisellino, aren't you required to participate in the assessment?" she asked gratefully. "Certainly, as for the assessment, I have a workaholic teammate. Even if he undertakes the task alone, we will not falter." Borisellino paused before adding, "He has a penchant for vanquishing pirates, and I am merely providing him an opportunity." Leah thought, "If you wish to slack off, just say so. I can guess that your teammate is the infamous Akainu. I shall carry you." Borisellino offered as he lifted Leah onto his back. Feeling unable to refuse, she complied to avoid raising his suspicions. If the island was indeed hosting Navy assessments, her safety would be compromised regardless of where she ventured. It would be wiser to accompany Borisellino. Moreover, her injury was quite severe, and she could hardly move. It would take several days for her to recover. She could not recklessly summon Little Light to transport her from this place, as any misstep could lead her to a perilous timeline. The thought of encountering a Sea King again was utterly frightening. Perched on Borisellino's back, Leah felt a sense of security. She had merely acquired an additional protector. In case of an emergency, she could always call upon Little Light to make their escape. Makabaka trailed behind Borisellino, panting heavily, unable to keep pace due to his short legs and the inconvenience of not being able to enlarge. Suddenly, Borisellino halted mid-stride. "Miss, it has just occurred to me that I cannot leave this island during the assessment period, lest I forfeit my qualification," he remarked nonchalantly. "How cunning. Would you truly forget such a significant detail?" Leah mused inwardly. It was evident that he was testing her resolve regarding encounters with other Navy personnel, thereby indirectly gauging whether she was an adversary. Noticing Leah's silence, Borisellino continued, "Perhaps you should remain by my side until the assessment concludes, and I shall escort you out." "I have no objections. I'm unable to move anyway," Leah replied, exasperated. "Then allow me to choose a steed for you, should we encounter any prisoners from Impel Down. I will need to free my hands to deal with them," he said. "Thank you, Mr. Borisellino. I appreciate your assistance," she replied. "No need for thanks. Serving a beautiful lady, such as yourself, is my honor," the 30-something Borisellino replied with charming eloquence. In light of this, Leah boldly asked, "Mr. Borisellino, are you a notorious flirt?" "Not quite. After all, I have never experienced genuine feelings. Moreover, my identity as a Navy officer means I could perish on the battlefield any day. I value the present more," he explained. "If fortunate, I might one day attain a high-ranking position with minimal responsibilities, which would allow me to make promises to others," Borisellino continued, revealing a blend of sincerity and jest. Leah nodded in understanding. At that moment, Borisellino set her down and ventured into the forest, capturing a massive stag. Though the creature was quite stubborn, Borisellino managed to subdue it. Subsequently, he placed Leah atop the great stag. In light of her persona, she feigned trepidation, cautiously reaching out to steady herself on the stag's antlers. Tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes, she gazed at the clear lake before her, seemingly seeking to discern her current self. Borisellino stood at a distance, with Makabaka squatting beside him. A gentle breeze tousled her silver hair as she lifted her gaze toward him. The faint lavender of her irises reflected the pristine expanse of the lake. The maiden atop the great stag, her black wings fluttering gently, tentatively unfurled. The reflection upon the lake intertwined with her silhouette, and amidst the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects, she seamlessly blended into her surroundings. In a moment of enchantment, Borisellino mused that she resembled an ethereal guardian spirit born of the forest. Truly, the sensation of love at first sight stemmed from mere attraction. Just then, a distant scream echoed closer, reaching the ears of both Leah and Borisellino. "Miss, should we hide?" Borisellino inquired deliberately. Leah contemplated briefly before responding. "I should indeed conceal myself. I sense my presence here might cause you trouble, and I prefer not to encounter anyone else apart from you." Borisellino cast a glance at Leah before chuckling softly and nodding in agreement. It appeared she still harbored some reservations. The stag's eyelids drooped, and Leah gestured toward the opposite side of the thicket, prompting the creature to gallop in that direction. Meanwhile, Makabaka, disinclined to walk any further, leapt into Leah's embrace. Seated upon the stag, Leah bore witness to a one-sided onslaught. Among the Navy, fierce competition existed. A small faction had allied with the prisoners, intent on eliminating the duo posing the greatest threat to them. Fortuitously, the two individuals had separated, presenting an opportune moment for their adversaries. Yet, it seemed they had overlooked one crucial detail. In the face of absolute power, any scheme would be futile. This assessment did not permit internecine conflict among Navy personnel. However, should genuine fatalities occur, who could ascertain the true culprits? They initially intended to target Huang Yuan. Yet was this not also a reflection upon themselves? Huang Yuan, capable of becoming a Grand Admiral in the future, would undeniably not be a man of mercy. Thus, even in the act of slaying those individuals, he refrained from employing his usual techniques. He even went so far as to seize the weapons of the fallen prisoners and pierce through the bodies of the Navy personnel with them. He displayed no regard for the fact that Leah was observing everything. Palliasolino is indeed a person difficult to fathom. It seems that those who dabble in politics possess a certain malice. Leah rested upon the great stag, feeling that there was little left for her to disguise. This individual was not easily deceived. Among clever individuals, there was no need for petty tricks, which would surely amuse the other party. Leah rested her head upon the stag's antlers, feeling somewhat listless. This scene did not frighten her, for her own methods of killing were far more brutal. Her shadow was one that devoured. She attempted to clench her fist, suddenly feeling an unusual sensation. Looking at her hand, she noticed the ring adorning her ring finger and thought of a certain someone. A warmth surged within her. She found herself missing him. Having vanished for such an extended period, he must have been driven nearly mad with worry. Ace and the others likely thought she had perished as well. It was all due to the abruptness of the events. She had no time to convey anything before being swept away by the chaotic currents of time to decades past. Completely unprepared. Alas, she wondered when she might return. The small light could lead her back to the future, yet she was uncertain of which future it would be. Having encountered the youthful Palliasolino, who could say if she might next meet a young Big Mom? To be honest, Leah was quite curious to see her. Big Mom, towering over 8 meters, must have been quite striking in her youth. A powerful woman. Indeed, it was no wonder she bore so many children. One must admit, the allure of the strong is undeniable. Before long, Huang Yuan approached her, his hands still stained with drying blood, droplets falling to the ground as he walked. He seemed rather indifferent, his gaze devoid of malice, as if murder were merely a casual affair. The truly terrifying ones are those who wear a smile. Having encountered many, Leah was acutely aware of this, exemplified by Kamo, a true master of deception. Hence, she had dispatched him to confront Blackbeard, employing magic to vanquish magic. Huang Yuan shook his hands, seemingly coming to a realization. He squatted down to wash his hands in the clear, bottomless mirror lake. After completing this, he approached Leah. Subsequently, he pulled out a long ribbon from his pocket, seemingly a remnant of a beautiful maiden. He then tied the ribbon around the stag's neck, leading it forth. I shall escort the young lady to a suitable resting place, and then we shall seek some nourishment, Huang Yuan declared. Leah, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Isn't this place quite suitable?" Huang Yuan gestured towards the distance, stating, "This area is rather unclean. Soon, someone will come to inspect it, and it will disturb us." "Very well," Leah nodded, then seemed to recall something, asking, "Do you trust me so implicitly, Mr. Solino? Are you not concerned that I might strike you from the shadows?" Huang Yuan chuckled lightly, then took Leah's left hand, placing a gentle kiss upon her knuckles, saying, "To be deceived by the young lady is my honor. You truly possess a silver tongue. I would wager you have uttered such words to many young ladies before," Leah retorted, withdrawing her hand from his coarse grip with a hint of disdain. "Not at all. My colleague, Akainu, often remarks that I am quite clumsy with my words and easily offend others," Huang Yuan continued. "As for Akainu, he does offend. Yet clumsiness is not necessarily true. And do not invoke my name as a scapegoat. Leah jested. The subway elder gazes at his phone. This fellow truly speaks nonsense. Not a single truthful word escapes his lips. It is Akainu, the brooding fellow, who is truly inept at conversation. By the way, are you planning to remain here for several days? Clearly, the others are no match for you. Leah conversed with Huang Yuan as they walked. The truly formidable figures have yet to be encountered. This time, several powerful individuals have been unleashed from Impel Down, and only by claiming their heads can one be deemed the true victor. And what of the weaker Navy personnel? They are evidently merely fodder. If there are enemies even Huang Yuan fears on this island, then those Navy members are simply sacrificial pawns. What is there to assess? Thus, individuals at various tiers have differing missions. Their task is merely to evade the pursuit of those formidable foes. Those who survive are deemed to have passed the assessment. Somewhat cruel, is it not? Not quite. These individuals are former Navy soldiers who have violated military law and are on the verge of dismissal. They participate in this assessment to secure their positions within the Navy. The colleagues of my own rank who participated in this assessment do so to increase their chances of survival. Our task is to hunt down the boss. It is perplexing why those individuals would so foolishly believe the words of the pirates and unite against me. So, this is a hunting game. Then, who can argue otherwise? I am beginning to find it difficult to comprehend Teacher Zifa's intentions. Has he not always been most sympathetic toward the new recruits? What Huang Yuan did not realize was that these individuals had committed offenses that stepped squarely upon Zifa's bottom line, colluding with pirates. Leah and Huang Yuan remained on this island for several days, growing increasingly familiar with one another. During this time, Huang Yuan dealt with numerous adversaries yet remained unhurried. With Akainu present, the targets would certainly be reached. He truly appreciated such dedicated allies. On this night, the small light had firmly established its coordinates. Leah was set to venture into the next future. Her injuries had nearly healed, yet truth be told, she owed much to Huang Yuan's care during these days. There was one matter that felt somewhat awkward. Leah became aware that there was no such thing as unearned kindness. It seemed that Huang Yuan, at this age, had developed feelings for her, as his gaze often held a certain heat and ambiguity. The two sat across from one another by a campfire, unafraid of attracting others' attention. To avoid arousing Huang Yuan's suspicion, Leah had refrained from retracting her wings. Now, they were both seated, partaking in their evening meal. During these days, she had encountered the busy Akainu, yet Huang Yuan had assisted her in evading him. Thus she had not met with Akainu. This was fortuitous, at least in the future. When Akainu saw her, he would not harbor any doubts. However, when Huang Yuan encountered her again in the future, it would be no wonder he exhibited such strange behavior. My wounds have healed. From today onward, I may have to bid you farewell, Leah said, adding a few more logs to the fire, appearing nonchalant. Ah, how sudden, Huang Yuan responded, glancing at the bare meat roasting over the fire. Did you not suspect this long ago? Leah continued her task, remarking, Miss, I have inquired nothing regarding your affairs. Huang Yuan's implication was clear. He preferred to keep the conversation less overt, as that would diminish the intrigue. Understood, Leah replied, her gaze drawn to the sizzling meat over the flames. Is it nearly done? However, Celino, your grilling skills are truly impressive, Leah added. As Celino spoke, he recounted his past with a calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the weight of his words. In his youth, he had inadvertently consumed a devil fruit and was subsequently shunned as a monster by the villagers, leading to his abandonment by his parents. During that forsaken period, he survived through hunting, honing his skills in barbecuing meat, which he believed were cultivated during those harsh times. Leah, ever curious, inquired about his decision to join the Navy. It was during that time that I encountered my adoptive mother, a nun who took me in. After spending some time with her, I genuinely regarded her as my biological mother. However, she later sold me to CP0, claiming she did so to teach me the skills necessary to protect others, promising that I would be retrieved once I attained the rank of admiral. I believed her wholeheartedly and trained diligently in the Navy's secret base, only to discover later that it was an elaborate deception. What remained unspoken in Celino's heart was the realization that she had never truly loved him. He was merely a means for her to profit. As he divided a large piece of bear meat and seasoned it, he handed a portion to Leah, who felt a pang of guilt for inadvertently bringing up his painful past. Leaning back against a sturdy tree, Celino continued, "Isn't it absurd? I diligently studied every day as a child and never harmed anyone, yet I faced this fate." He observed the golden light shimmering in his palm, adding, "Everyone abandoned me, including the nun, who took me in for her own gain, ultimately selling me to CP0. The world covets this unique power, which indeed has granted me my current status. Yet, it seems I possess nothing else. Why are you suddenly sharing your innermost thoughts, Borsalino? This is quite alarming. I preferred your ambiguous demeanor. It was more reassuring." Leah attempted to comfort him, though her words felt inadequate. She understood the futility of life's struggles, recognizing that her simplistic reassurances could not alter his reality. "Will there be something?" Celino leaned closer to Leah, his inquiry earnest. She nodded, responding, "There will be." A gentle smile graced his lips as he inched closer to her neck, his breath tickling her skin. "Will this be a possibility too?" He lowered his voice, teasingly. Leah, tensing and clenching her fists, felt the urge to strike him, but ultimately chose to endure a little longer, recalling the kindness he had shown her. Raising her right hand, she said, "Can't you see? I am promised to another." Celino, with his keen perception, certainly noticed the glaring ring on her finger. "But that does not imply it is impossible. I lack any stringent moral compass," he countered. "It is impossible. I love him, and he loves me. Otherwise, I would wear this ring." Leah firmly pushed Celino away, reiterating, "I am a married woman. I do not wish to betray my vows." Flames danced wildly, reflecting in Leah's eyes, her violet irises filled with determination. Acknowledging her resolve, Celino distanced himself slightly, out of respect. "If I had been the one you met first, would I have had a chance? Perhaps, but there are no what-ifs in life. I understand. If we were to meet again, I would wait for your divorce. That may never happen, for between us lies the vast river of time." Leah departed into the night, believing Celino was still asleep. However, he had remained awake, tormented by the realization that he could possess nothing. "Why again must I fall from the sky?" Leah lamented as her voice echoed in the distance. "Why is it always like this? That little light is utterly unreliable. Next time, I shall not trust her. I simply cannot." Thankfully, she regained control of her wings and, just as she was about to land on a cloud, sprang upward. Once she reached a sufficient altitude, Leah paused mid-air, gazing into the distance. To her astonishment, she noticed people walking upon the clouds. Could this be in Sky Island? Suddenly, she recalled how a child had attempted to catch her just before her fall onto the clouds. Turning around, she spotted a red-haired boy watching her with a furrowed brow. He seemed familiar, and with that striking red hair, Leah thought of Shanks. Curiosity piqued, she glided towards the young boy. His lips moved slightly, as if he were frowning at her. Employing her observation hockey instinctively, she overheard his thoughts. "I thought a large bird was falling. I was going to catch it for afternoon tea on the ship, but it turns out to be a person." Leah, exasperated, retorted, "All you think about is food." Her mood darkened further, and in a fit of frustration, she charged towards him. Upon landing atop the boy, Leah instinctively raised her fist, ready to strike. However, the boy, unable to free himself, chose not to shield his face, but instead protected the straw hat perched upon his head. The hat. In that moment, Leah recognized the familiar straw hat, and she froze. Lowering her gaze, she scrutinized the boy's features. His eyes were closed, long lashes fluttering nervously. His hands bore faint calluses, fists clenched as if prepared to retaliate. She was certain it was indeed Shanks. He is so young. His face is so cherubic, and his lips so soft. He looks utterly kissable. Leah maintained a stoic facade, but internally she was a flurry of excitement. This youth was so innocent, unlike the grizzled men she had encountered later in life, whose roughness was painful against her skin during kisses. What was she thinking? How old was Shanks at this moment? Her conscience pricked at her. Shanks opened his eyes, noticing that her fist had yet to descend. Yet, the way she looked at him felt unsettling, almost as if she were pondering devouring him. He frowned, attempting to push her off him, recalling Relay's words about the dangers of inappropriate contact between men and women. However, before he could reach her, she leaned in closer. What did I just touch? So soft. Shank's eyes widened, realizing that this woman was crossing boundaries. Yet, the softness of her form was entirely different from the boys he knew. A woman's body exuded a delicate softness. Even his lips were soft. No. What on earth was he thinking? It seemed he recalled the jokes made by those aboard the ship, and his mind spiraled into fantasies, causing his face to flush crimson. In a panic, he hastily pushed Liao away and scrambled out from beneath her. Only after distancing himself adequately did he pause to lean against his knees, breathing heavily. The heat radiating from his face surged in waves, igniting a warmth within his heart. It turned out that he had never cared about such things before. Why today? Moreover, he had just been forcibly kissed by a woman. How embarrassing. He absolutely could not let Bucky and the seniors on the ship learn of this. Otherwise, he would never hear the end of their teasing. Soon after, the young man's competitive spirit flared, and just as he contemplated returning to Lia to regain some dignity, he felt a weight settle on his back. Two soft forms pressed against him. Realizing what it was, he felt the spot of contact ignite anew, causing his face to redden even further. Not only his face, but the blush spread down to his earlobes and neck. Overall, he felt as though he might spontaneously combust. What was happening today? What kind of person had he encountered? He was still young, and his idol was the renowned singer Miss Adele. How could he allow another woman to steal his first kiss at such a moment? He felt an urge to cry, and his shoulders trembled as tears brimmed in his eyes, yet they stubbornly refused to fall. Noticing something was amiss, Lia jumped off his back. As she circled to the front, she was taken aback, realizing he had been kissed to the point of tears. What should she do now? Should she comfort little Shanks? Of course not. She would continue kissing him. After all, he had pretended to cry to lure her in. What fault was it of hers? She had merely made the mistake that all women might make. Thus, Lia wrapped her arms around Shanks' neck once more, hanging onto him. She then kissed the corner of Shanks' side, trailing her lips down to the edge of his mouth, nearly capturing his lips. However, at that moment, a small boy with a red nose came running over, shouting, "Shanks, what are you doing here?" Mr. Rayleigh said he wants to find the historical text. Upon hearing this voice, Lia felt a pang of regret. She hadn't kissed him enough. In a fit of frustration, she jumped down and bit down hard on the shoulder of Shanks, who was exposed. At that moment, Shanks' mind went blank, unable to process anything, his hands trembling with tension. When bitten, a tingling sensation spread from the spot to his entire body. He felt as if he might collapse at any moment. No, he absolutely could not lose face in front of Bucky. Shanks, whose thought process was rather unique, quickly pulled Lia into his embrace, covering her mouth with one hand, signaling her not to speak. However, in his haste, the sudden collision caused Lia to wobble unsteadily. Both of them fell onto a cloud, a scene that was fortuitously witnessed by the arriving Bucky. He exclaimed, "Shanks, no. Doing this will lead to having a child." Shanks couldn't help but cover his face in exasperation. His childhood friend, who had grown up alongside him yet was decidedly not the brightest, left him feeling utterly helpless. Although he had also briefly considered the prospect of having a child. Jija raised an eyebrow, eyeing the little Shanks atop him with mischievous intent, deliberately asking, "Do you wish to take things further?" "Oh, no, wait. That's not right. What am I saying?" Little Shanks hurriedly scrambled off Lia, feeling uncertain of where to place his hands, flailing them awkwardly in the air. Meanwhile, Bucky stood to the side, regarding Shanks with suspicion. This was the first time he had seen this red-haired rascal in such a state. What on earth was Shanks up to? Surely he wasn't hiding any treasure maps from him? With this thought, Bucky rushed over, grabbing Shanks by the collar and angrily demanding, "Hand it over. Where is it hidden?" Shanks pushed Bucky away, bewildered, asking, "I haven't hidden anything, Bucky. What are you imagining now?" Bucky, bored, let his hands drop and sighed, "Oh." Then, realizing something, he widened his eyes and pointed at Lia, shouting, "Who is she?" "Shanks." Shanks quickly covered Bucky's mouth, glaring at him in discontent and saying, "What are you shouting about? This is Sky Island. It's perfectly normal for a woman with wings to appear. That is not normal. Have you ever seen such a beautiful woman? She is clearly an angel." Bucky's focus was always rather peculiar, And it was this comment that shifted Shank's attention to Leah's face. Such a delicate visage indeed resembled that of an angel. Shank's face flushed again. What was he saying? He was truly not himself today. Leah chuckled at Bucky, feeling a bit playful, and said, I am indeed an angel. God told me that the person I have been searching for is here, which is why I came. Oh, how'd I guess that right? But speaking of which, who are you looking for? I could go back and ask our captain to help you find them. He knows many people and could certainly assist. Bucky, pretending to contemplate, replied earnestly to Leah. Really? This time, it was Leah who felt puzzled. Was Bucky truly that kind-hearted as a child? But then again, they had grown up on Roger's ship, and Rayleigh would naturally have taken good care of them. At this moment, Leah turned her gaze toward Shanks, remaining silent, but watching him with a smile. Shanks avoided Leah's gaze, unable to meet her eyes. He thought, why should he feel so guilty when he hadn't done anything wrong? With that thought, Shanks lifted his chin to look at Leah, but in less than 3 seconds. He turned his head away again, feeling utterly cowardly. Observing the interaction between these two, Bucky seemed to connect the dots. No way. Could it be that the person you're looking for is Shanks? Bucky clasped his face in horror. Subsequently, Bucky grabbed Shanks once more, angrily asking, what makes you so special? Why does she only seek you and not me? Bucky then released Shanks and turned to Leah, inquiring, are you here to bring treasure to Shanks? Leah pondered for a moment before responding, yes. Oh, really? Bucky exclaimed, astonished. Then, he tapped his head and said, why is Shanks so quiet today? It's as if I can manipulate him easily. Is he scheming something to trouble me again? At this moment, Shanks slowly composed himself. Hearing Bucky's words, he helplessly remarked, Bucky, you've spilled your thoughts out again. Oh, Bucky hurriedly covered his mouth, though it was of little use. Then, little Shanks turned serious, looking at Leah and asking, what exactly is your purpose in approaching me? Now Shanks suspected that Leah might be a spy sent by a rival pirate crew or the Navy to gather intelligence on their pirate crew. No matter how one looked at it, she was highly suspicious. The notion of a beauty trap was indeed exceedingly cunning. As Mr. Rayleigh had said, the more beautiful the woman, the less trustworthy she tends to be. What purpose could I possibly have? I merely jested, said Leah. What do you mean? Shanks inquired, furrowing his brow. It was simply that you were adorable, and I was curious to experience the sensation of a kiss. Leah was no longer the innocent girl she once was. Now, such risque remarks came effortlessly to her. Shanks' face flushed crimson, nearly steaming from embarrassment. Bucky tilted his head, innocently proclaiming, Shanks is always eager to brawl with me, drenched in sweat afterward yet refusing to bathe. What is so alluring about him? Bucky, when have I ever skipped a bath? Shanks could no longer tolerate the jab. He lunged at Bucky, mounting him and throwing punches at his face. Although Bucky could not compete with Shanks, their scuffle devolved into a mutual exchange of blows, devoid of any finesse. Leah, exasperated, stood up and pulled them apart, then asked, your captain is Roger, correct? Shanks waved his arms enthusiastically, declaring, indeed, our captain is Roger, the greatest Captain Roger in the world. Bucky, nursing his red nose, questioned, are you seeking our captain for something? Leah released both Bucky and Shanks, stretching her joints as she replied, I do have a matter to discuss with him, albeit a personal one. Both men wore identical stunned expressions. Subsequently, Bucky and Shanks escorted Leah to the dock where the Golden Jackson lay anchored. There, they beheld a disheveled, middle-aged man clad in traditional medieval pirate attire, chased around by a familiar corgi, clutching a small luminous orb in his hand. What the he can see it too? Leah's eyes widened in surprise. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, he was the former pirate king, the erstwhile chosen one. So it was hardly astonishing he could see it. What on earth is the captain doing? Bucky stood there perplexed. Doesn't he usually engage in nonsensical antics before getting a thrashing from Mr. Rayleigh? I'm quite accustomed to it, Shanks lamented. Hearing this, Leah felt a pang of sympathy. Inwardly criticizing, you're no different. Day in and day out, Beckman trails behind you, cleaning up your messes. You deserve to be hit. Having you around is a blessing. Shanks retorted, do you want this blessing? As Roger approached Leah and curiously stared at her, Makabaka leapt up and bit his rear. Ouch! Roger couldn't help but exclaim in pain. Before he could remove Makabaka from his backside, the corgi released its grip on its own accord. After jumping down, Makabaka slowly waddled over to Leah and sat beside her, then rolled its eyes, raising a paw to point at the small orb in Roger's hand. It then reached out to paw at Leah's pants, clearly indicating that the foul old man had stolen their belongings. Leah crouched down, affectionately patting Makabaka's head, and said, "Well done. However, it seems your teeth have grown sharper. You can even bite the Pirate King's behind now." "What? What is this?" Roger lamented, covering his rear, feeling dejected at being scorned by a little dog. Leah then stood up and approached Roger, extending her hand and demanding, "Return it to me." Roger promptly tucked the small orb behind him, replying, "No, I found it first. It is mine." Leah insisted, her brows knitted in frustration. This familiar attitude, which could provoke anger without reason, puzzled her. Yet Roger, with his hands open and an innocent expression, retorted, "It truly adores me." The orb then manifested two tiny hands, wrapping around Roger's fingers. Curiously, although unable to articulate the reason, Leah felt an overwhelming anger. "You," Leah pointed at Roger, hesitating momentarily before deciding to voice her thoughts bluntly. "You scoundrel who abandons his wife and children." "Huh?" Roger's eyes widened in disbelief. When did he ever have a wife or children? He only harbored an unrequited affection for Miss Rajan, which he dared not confess, especially since he felt his days were numbered. With that, Leah stepped forward and punched Roger squarely in the eye. "Damn it, my hand hurts. Is this person made of sea stone? I can't even land a proper hit." Leah turned to glance at Makabaka, admiring the dog's impressive bite. "I'm sorry." Roger scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Why are you apologizing?" Leah questioned, puzzled. Was the Pirate King truly so devoid of dignity? Though I'm uncertain why. It seems I must have done something to provoke your anger. Regardless of the reason, I owe you an apology, Roger stated. Listening to the voices of all things? Leah asked uncertainly. "What is that?" Roger inquired, scratching his head, his demeanor reminiscent of Shanks in the future. Rather, it was Shanks who resembled him. "Can you hear it speaking?" Leah pointed at the orb in his hand. "I can." Roger paused before continuing. "It says you have a terrible temper, akin to that of a ferocious tiger." Shanks thought to himself, "Is that something that can be said so openly?" Buggy mused, "A terrible temper, yet it's not quite apparent." Leah exclaimed, "Damn it! What did you say?" Leah asked, her expression unyielding. Although Roger lacked social tact, he was keenly aware of emotional shifts in others. Realizing he had misspoken, he awkwardly chuckled and asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect?" Leah smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, what you said was incorrect. I am indeed a ferocious tiger." With that, Leah delivered a powerful kick, sending Roger crashing into a large tree. Clearly, one's consciousness could influence behavior. Shanks and Buggy stood behind Leah, utterly astonished. She was indeed a violent woman. The tree toppled over with a crash, drawing the attention of others aboard Roger's ship. "This can't be good. I'm still feeling quite angry." Leah clasped her chest, desperately trying to contain her fury. When she lifted her gaze again, she noticed a crowd had gathered around her, seemingly unfazed, pointing at Roger, who was rising in the distance. What has the captain done this time? Who knows? I remember last time he lifted a girl's skirt in the South Blue. And the time before that, he devoured everything at a vendor's stall, forcing the first mate to apologize and pay for it. Then there was the time he tied up Marco from Whitebeard's ship and hung him from the sails. Just thinking about it gave them headaches. If they had to pay reparations again, their ship's finances would exceed budget. Surely, the captain would be thoroughly thrashed by Mr. Rayleigh. A few beatings wouldn't be amiss. But the captain never seemed to learn. Then, from the raucous crowd, emerged a man with golden hair and glasses, a scar running down his left eye. Although he wore a smile, there was no warmth in his gaze. It seemed to be filled with schemes and calculations. Leah's first impression of him was that he was dangerous. She despised dealing with those who wore deceptive smiles, and her internal alarms blared. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Xiao Xiang Kasi stepped in front of Leah, shielding her behind him. He addressed the man, saying, "Mr. Rayleigh, there seems to be a misunderstanding here." "Is the captain who?" Rayleigh glanced at him, smirking. "Ah, you little rascal," already starting to shift the blame outward. "As the first mate." He was accustomed to surveying his surroundings upon arriving at any location, possessing a keen understanding of the environment. With his observation hockey, how could he possibly be oblivious to the events unfolding here? This young man immediately cast all the blame upon that rogue, Roger. TSK. Rayleigh chuckled and inquired. This young lady just mentioned that Roger is a scoundrel who abandons his wife and children. Leah nodded emphatically, exclaiming, yes, he is indeed a despicable scoundrel. It infuriates me. Ace endured so much discrimination and ridicule in his childhood. Can it not be attributed, at least in part, to that scoundrel of a father? Nanny? The captain has a wife and children. How could someone like the captain even have a wife? Jealousy surged within her. Having the Kazuki family aboard was already enough of a headache, and now even the captain. Upon hearing these discussions, Xiang Kusi instinctively glanced at Li Ye, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, smiling as he remarked, but as far as I know, our captain is not married. I have been aboard for over 20 years and have never heard of such a thing. Simultaneously, a dangerous aura emanated from Rayleigh, serving as a warning to Leah not to spread baseless rumors, lest they become adversaries themselves. Once the crowd dispersed, Roger approached their small circle, clutching his chest. At that moment, Leah pointed at Roger, indignantly stating, I speak the truth, whether it exists now or will in the future, it is so. Roger was bewildered by her words, but as he scrutinized Leah closely, he asked, do you have a younger sister? You bear a striking resemblance to that child from Miss Kazuki's family. I have a younger brother, no sister, and a little aunt who passed away during childbirth while giving birth to my brother, Leah retorted, exasperated. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Roger. He suddenly grasped Leah's shoulders, asking fervently, what is your name? My name is Leah. Pork Asti. Leah, she replied, meeting Roger's gaze with a calm demeanor. It seemed Roger began to understand something, and he released Leah, sinking despondently to the ground. His life had been vibrant and fulfilling. He had no regrets or grievances. Yet, the one person he felt he owed was none other than Miss Kazuki. Even when confronted with the knowledge of his impending demise, he had never felt such sorrow or powerlessness. Perhaps after completing his final journey, he should not seek out Miss Kazuki, allowing her to live peacefully and find a loving husband who could protect her. Rayleigh observed Roger in his dejected state, having never witnessed him like this before. From the moment he met him, Roger had always exuded a carefree demeanor, as if nothing could ever bring him down. He was quick to anger, often appearing impulsive and headstrong, yet his actions retained a childlike sincerity. He valued his companions deeply, earning their unwavering trust, and would never flee from a formidable foe to protect those behind him. It was astonishing that there existed circumstances capable of rendering him so despondent. Rayleigh turned his gaze to Leah, relieved to see that she did not display any vindictive emotions towards Roger's plight. It appeared she was merely a bystander witnessing a tragic unfolding. As Roger's first mate, Rayleigh had traversed the seas for over 2 decades, encountering countless experiences. His judgment of character was astute. After contemplating for a moment, he asked, so, the matter of Roger abandoning his wife and children occurs in the future. Leah glanced at Rayleigh, then at Jabba, who sat silently nearby, and finally at Xiang Kusi, who was engaged in a spirited brawl with Buggy in the distance. Ultimately, she decided to reveal some truths. Leah nodded silently. Rayleigh pressed further, is it Miss Kazuki? As Roger's first mate, he was well aware of his captain's long-held affections. Leah nodded once more. Rayleigh cast a sympathetic glance at Roger, gently patting his shoulder. Among men, there was no need for excessive words. Simply standing in support was sufficient. No matter what decisions Roger made henceforth, he only needed to be respected. Leo observed Roger's demeanor and felt a pang of compassion. Setting aside the matters of Kazuki and Ace, he was a remarkable individual. Reflecting on this, Leah retrieved a photograph of Kazuki and the newborn Ace from her pouch, grateful to have captured that monumental moment. Not only Ace, but she had a habit of carrying photographs of each family member, cherishing the documentation of these significant moments. She then handed the photograph to Roger, who sat on the ground. In the image, Kazuki appeared radiant, not at all resembling a woman who had just given birth. She sat on the bed, beaming down at the newly born Ace, who gazed up at her with innocent wonder, extending his chubby little hand towards her gentle face. A new life had been brought into the world, yet Kazuki had withered away, much like the fiery hibiscus flower adorning her hair. Roger looked at the photograph, his hand trembling as tears streamed down his face, soaking Kazuki's smiling visage. Even the strongest of men possess tenderness. She was Portgasti Kazuki, the wife of Gold. Roger, the Pirate King. Leah paused momentarily before continuing. If it were a girl, she would be named in, if a boy, Ace. My little aunt insisted on that name for Ace, as it was a promise between you two, to prevent the Navy from annihilating the remnants of the Pirate King's bloodline. She bore Ace for 20 months and died exhausted after giving birth. As Leah spoke, her tone remained calm, yet her eyes were red-rimmed. Even having endured such events, she still felt deeply moved by Kazuki's greatness. Kazuki was an ordinary woman in a vast world, yet she was also an extraordinarily noble and respected mother. Not only Roger, but even Jabba, who sat nearby listening, felt tears welling up in his eyes, as if recalling something significant. After regaining his composure, Roger urgently looked up at Leah, asking, "You have the ability to traverse time, correct? And could you assist me? I would pay any price to save Kazuki. Please save her." He knelt before Leah in desperation. It was remarkable that he could conceive of such a notion. Leah hastily evaded his supplication. This time, she shook her head, saying, "I was an eyewitness to those events. Within the same timeline, I cannot meet another version of myself. Otherwise, my existence in this world would be erased. Moreover, Kazuki is my little aunt and Ace's mother. If it were possible, I would have saved her long ago." Roger fell silent. "If I never visit Lugio again, will she be able to live well?" Leah looked at Roger and inquired, "If you do not see her, she will not seek you out?" "Roger, your aunt made the resolute choice to save Ace out of her love for you and her innate maternal instincts, ultimately sacrificing herself. Throughout this entire process, she found happiness. Therefore, you may discuss everything with her, but you must not impose your own subjective decisions upon Lugio's choices. You should respect her. Do not desecrate her love for you. Although I despised you in my childhood, I have come to grasp this truth at my current age and can comprehend Lugio's decision. In short, do not evade your fate." After calming down, Roger ultimately resolved to seek a protective shield for his wife and child, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. This was quite clever, as even without Leah's influence, Roger would likely have arrived at this conclusion. However, it was Leah who became the catalyst for his final decision. Subsequently, Leah proposed that she would accompany them on their journey for a time, though she would not follow them to the final island. Leah wished to witness certain events and also needed to assist the small light group in gaining the recognition of the former Pirate King. "I am convinced there is another island. Reaching it would be the true, unprecedented adventure, a circumnavigation of the world. The location of that island is indicated by 4 red stones inscribed with such characters. Yet, this was the historical text that the world government prohibited reading long ago. I initially thought it was merely a cultural heritage, yet it turned out to be the very map we needed, hinting at the location of the final island. The fabled island that conceals immense treasures. If we can reach it, we will indeed be the world's foremost pirate crew." Roger raised his hands in triumph, embracing the distant white sea, declaring such bold aspirations. "Later, I borrowed Odin from Whitebeard. With him, we would surely reach that place." Roger pointed at Odin, laughing heartily. At that moment, it seemed he had forgotten the sorrow Leah had brought him. However, Leah knew well that he had never truly forgotten. He simply had little time left, and reaching the final island was his last wish. He could not allow his life to end in regret. Odin scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he pulled his wife Kazuki Toki close and took a hearty swig of sake. Among men, no further words were necessary. A drink sufficed for camaraderie. "I am honored to witness the final chapter of Roger's audacious adventure," Odin declared. This banquet was held to welcome Leah's brief visit. Leah sat there, feeling the atmosphere was truly delightful, even though she would not witness Roger's ascent to the final island. The mere thought of such a scene ignited a fervor within her heart. Meanwhile, Shanks at the banquet appeared somewhat distracted, less engaged than in previous revelries, consistently stealing glances at Leah, yet fearful of being discovered. His heart was truly in conflict. Sitting amidst the gathering, Rayleigh naturally observed his child's reactions, a slight smile gracing his lips as he seemed to understand. Barrett, on the other hand, sat in a corner, puzzled as to why the captain would accept such a seemingly frail woman aboard their ship. Afterward, Roger and his crew resumed their adventures. They first located the stone tablet inscribed with the historical text. Odin approached the inscription, stroking the stone, and said, "Convey the true meaning to the heart. No words are necessary. We are the weavers of history, in harmony with the tolling of the great clock tower." Roger, utilizing his ability to hear the voice of all things, sensed and discovered the golden bell. Buggy immediately asked, "Captain, how do we take this back?" "It's enormous." Roger replied with resignation, "I have no time left. When you become captain in the future, come retrieve it yourself, Buggy." Roger remarked that the sound within this stone was powerful and inquired if Kazuki Odin had recorded a mighty weapon. Odin responded that it documented a weapon called Poseidon. Roger instructed Kazuki Odin to carve a message on the steps of the Golden Bell, directing the historical text of Sky Island towards Raftel. "I have come to this place to guide this text towards the final destination. Pirate Gol di Roger." He then returned with everyone to the Blue Sea. The descent was still unique, aboard an octopus hot air balloon, a truly romantic fantasy. Upon reaching the Blue Sea, like Luffy and his crew, Roger's first city was Water 7. Mr. Tom, upon seeing Roger, exclaimed excitedly, "You've come roaring in, Roger." Before Roger could respond, the entire crew warmly greeted Mr. Tom, while Buggy had already climbed onto Mr. Tom's back. "It's been ages, Roger." Mr. Tom greeted. "I missed you." Roger replied with equal enthusiasm. After a brief stay, they set off again. During this journey, Odin's daughter, Hiyori, was born. Upon returning to the Blue Sea, they led their crew to Fishman Island in search of the truth about Poseidon. Upon arriving at Fishman Island, they encountered Neptune, who was guarding the gates alongside soldiers. Neptune stated that the Fishman fortune teller, Shirahoshi, had predicted that the gates would be breached, hence the soldiers were stationed there. However, shortly after Roger and Neptune entered Fishman Island, the gates were indeed destroyed by Sea Kings, who also abducted the mischievous Shanks. Fortunately, Leah soon brought Shanks back. Initially, Roger intended to personally retrieve Shanks, but Rayleigh, with a knowing smile, stopped him. Over the days, he had discerned much. Likewise, Kazuki Toki seemed to sense this, while the men present appeared confused. Seeing Shanks abducted, Buggy was nearly in tears, lamenting the captains. Though he and Shanks had never quite gotten along, they had grown up together, and if anything were to happen to Shanks, Buggy would be the first to panic. Once little Buggy was comforted by Rayleigh, Leah returned with the sleeping Shanks in her arms. Now, Shanks was merely a teenager. After settling Shanks, Roger and his crew went to meet the fortune teller Shirahoshi. Upon meeting her, Shirahoshi informed them that the Sea Kings were in turmoil because they awaited the birth of the mermaid princess. Roger then asked Neptune, "Is your daughter the weapon that will destroy the world?" Neptune replied, "The application of power varies, leading to different outcomes." Roger further inquired when the mermaid princess would be born, to which Shirahoshi answered, "In 10 years. Leah once again took Roger beneath the sun tree, Eve, this time with just the two of them. Upon seeing the tree, the small light group was reluctant to leave. However, Leah ultimately guided Roger and the small light group to complete the ceremony, just as they had done with Princess Shirahoshi. In the halo, Roger seemed to see the face of a youthful boy smiling foolishly. He felt a mix of consolation and relief. Everyone has their moment to shine, and he too had tasks to fulfill. On a night when Shanks rarely experienced a nightmare, he found himself startled, his forehead unusually warm. This was the first time in his life that he felt the discomfort of illness, leaving him weak and devoid of energy, unable even to bicker with Buggy. Leah entered his small room to care for him, soothing his restless dreams. This marked his first intimate interaction with a woman, yet he felt no embarrassment. Rather, he was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of security. At that moment, the thought of spending a lifetime with her crossed his mind. Young men often harbor unique fantasies about the opposite sex, and the face of that singer gradually faded from his memory, leaving only Leah's violet eyes. As Shanks slowly drifted into slumber, Leah gazed at his youthful visage and smiled silently. The scene before her seemed to overlap with memories from many years ago. Time is indeed a curious entity. It cannot be seized or removed, yet allows fated individuals to meet across different realms of existence. The waning moon hung low, and Roger's journey was set to continue. After the Roger pirates learned the truth, they departed Fishman Island. During their ascent, Roger overheard a conversation among the Sea Kings. They proclaimed, "Our king is to be born. There is another in the distant sea. The two kings shall meet again." They awaited that day with anticipation, believing it would arrive soon, and this time it would proceed smoothly. The ocean's tempest persisted as they sailed on. The crew began to sing Bink Sake. "To you, I send Bink Sake. Atop the vast ocean, we reign supreme. Waves serve as our pillows, our ships as our nests. The jolly Roger flutters in the wind. Beneath the endless skies, thunderous winds arise. The waves dance, drums resound. Tomorrow, the clouds shall part after the rain. A true man fears not hardships." Amidst these melodies, the Roger pirates passed through the land of Zoe and made a pact with Pedro. "Roger, Lord Odin, I want to join too. Please take me with you." Young Pedro exclaimed with hope. Roger stepped forward and ruffled Pedro's hair, saying, "Kid, you should stand by for now. Listen well, everyone has their moment to shine. And when that time comes, you must come help me." Roger laughed heartily. "Understood. I will definitely come to help you," Pedro replied with a smile. Turning his back to Pedro, Roger waved goodbye. "Farewell, Pedro." It was a final farewell. Leah, witnessing all this, felt a stir of emotion. Witnessing history firsthand reveals the profound impact of time. It was for this promise that Pedro would later wager his life. Throughout their journey, Leah observed that Roger had a fondness for children. Despite his rough exterior as a captain, he exhibited great patience when holding and comforting them, especially when dealing with Momonosuke and Little Kinnaman. He must have cared for young Shanks and Buggy in the past. Unfortunately, he had never held Ace. As time passed, Roger and his crew gathered several pieces of the poneglyphs and four-road poneglyphs. The end of their adventure was drawing near. At this juncture, whether by fortune or misfortune, the pirate apprentice Buggy suddenly fell ill with a high fever, rendering him unable to journey to the final island. Shanks resolved to remain on the island closest to the final destination to care for the feverish Buggy. However, he did not seem particularly disheartened. He appeared just as vibrant as ever. Leah decided to stay as well. She had no intention of following Roger and the others to the final island, as she held no interest in the so-called great treasure, for she possessed everything in this world that was truly worth cherishing. Naturally, no one would compel Leah, but as she bid farewell to Roger, she gifted him a precious photograph. He was known to keep multiple copies of cherished photos, placing them in various locations to prevent loss. The most complete version rested in the small fishing village of Windmill Village, where they had initially set sail. Roger also entrusted Leah with a handwritten letter for Ace, knowing he would never meet him, yet seizing this opportunity to leave behind some words. Shanks, meanwhile, sat by Buggy's bedside, teasing the sleeping Buggy, who had caught a cold on the eve of their great adventure. "Are you a child?" Buggy immediately propped himself up and retorted, "Shut up. Didn't I say I was better?" His face was flushed, so perhaps he should have been more subdued. Shanks, though exasperated, withheld the comment about Buggy's nose, which had turned red from fever. Buggy, hearing this, grew even angrier, seizing Shanks by the collar and shouting, "Whose nose is red and big? I didn't say anything." In the tussle, Buggy rolled over to his captain's side. He then clambered up to cling to Roger's leg, pleading, "Captain, take me with you." Simultaneously, he began to cry sorrowfully. Shanks, leaning on his hands, felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. What kind of relationship did these two share? As Shanks stood on the brink of the final island, he chose to stay behind and care for Buggy. Even in his dreams, Buggy mumbled, "Please take me with you." On the eve of their departure, Odin and Roger visited the two boys' room, asking, "Is it all right for you not to go, Buggy?" Red Taro, "Mr. Odin, Captain, if we go, we will sail on our own ship." Roger felt gratified, stepping forward to pat Shanks' straw hat-clad head, seemingly reaffirming his approval of the boy. Leah sat aside, recalling the time when Shanks had sacrificed his arm to save Luffy. Even at such a young age, his ambition to sail his own ship reflected his indomitable spirit. The next day, everyone on board waved goodbye to Shanks, who responded with a smile. Such a carefree and charming demeanor, just as he had stood in front of Luffy, sacrificing his arm without a trace of despair. While Luffy cried, Shanks comforted him, saying he was a true man fighting for them. "Hey, don't cry. Aren't you a man?" "Yet, Shanks, it's just one arm. No big deal, as long as you're all right." Shanks embraced Luffy, smiling nonchalantly. Indeed, Shanks was still Shanks, regardless of age. He remained the same beloved Shanks. What was the reason for falling in love with him? Who knows? Love itself is the most inexplicable thing in this world. Now, it was time for her to bid farewell to Shanks, to return to the future. This journey had been immensely satisfying for Leah. Now sitting face to face with Shanks, neither spoke. After much inner turmoil, Leah decided to wait for Roger and the others to return from the final island before she returned to the future. Buggy, still feverish, remained in deep slumber. Just as Leah was contemplating, Shanks suddenly leaned closer and asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" Leah found herself at a loss for words, as she was about to utter her farewell. "Let me speak first. I too have something to convey." Zayang smiled as he began. "I hold a deep affection for you. Hence I implore you to wait for me a few years. Once I become a captain and can stand on my own, I shall pursue you." Zayang paused momentarily before continuing. "I have consulted the seniors aboard the ship, and this is considered a polite way of expressing one's feelings." "Really?" Leah expressed her astonishment, caught off guard by his sudden confession. Though there had been moments when her feelings had gotten the better of her, leading her to share a couple of tender kisses with her future partner, she had not anticipated that Zayang harbored such feelings for her at this early stage. Yet, she recalled hearing from Buggy that he admired a certain singer. Initially, this had irked her, but upon reflection, she realized she had no right to intervene in his life before they had established a relationship. It was true that little Zayang was irresistibly charming, soft, and endearing, far more so than any older man. In truth, Zayang had been an intern aboard Roger's ship since childhood, and in matters of gender perception, he was far more mature than his peers. Pirates are inherently wild and rugged, often expressing their desires directly through strong spirits and libations. Whether it be power, status, or wealth, they candidly unveil their ambitions. Zayang was no exception among these pirates, and inevitably, his character bore the hallmarks of these traits. However, unlike his future self, the teenage Zayang brimmed with youthful spirit and pride. Holding aspirations as vast as the ocean itself, he was unafraid to declare his affections for those he admired and was bold enough to make promises, unlike in later years when he would be entangled in worldly affairs. Had it not been for Leah's eventual reciprocation, they might not have ended up together. Buggy, with his loose tongue, interjected, "No, I merely admire her music. It embodies a sense of freedom, conveying beautiful messages that inspire women like her to seek happiness and liberty." Zayang quickly clarified, though this indeed was a reason for his admiration of the singer. In the grand narrative of their era, it requires immense courage to use song to voice the struggles of the marginalized and to spread hope. His aesthetic sensibilities had remained unchanged throughout his life. He cherished independent and courageous women, those who could progress alongside him and share aspirations. Being a natural-born leader, he had witnessed the fiercest storms of the ocean from a young age and naturally sought a partner who could accompany him for a lifetime rather than a fleeting dalliance. Furthermore, while he admired strong women, he held no disdain for those who were weaker. Women, by nature, possess a tenderness that often leads them to be more compassionate. The captain was his ideological mentor, shaping his initial understanding of the world. Yet it was the myriad women he encountered that softened his perspective. It is difficult to imagine a world solely inhabited by men. It is the presence of women that injects warmth into existence. Many of the gentle yet formidable individuals he had known were influenced by their mothers. Frankly, as a man, he had to acknowledge that controlling one's desires is a formidable challenge, often leading men to become sinful due to their cravings. Love, in its essence, Zayang dared to assert, is primarily pursued by men based on a woman's exterior or physical allure, ultimately leading them towards carnal pursuits. A true man should embody the spirit of standing tall. As the captain had taught him, Mr. Rayleigh had imparted the lesson of respecting the weak, asserting that weakness is not an excuse for bullying. He longed for women. It was imperative to respect their autonomy. This understanding had been ingrained in Xiang's from a young age, which is why he would later show such respect for Leah, refraining from meddling in her affairs. Although he felt jealousy towards a certain flamingo for its closeness to his wife, he chose to trust and respect her interactions with others. There had been whispers questioning whether Xiang's contributed enough to his relationship with Leah. He candidly acknowledged that indeed, his contributions were minimal. Both he and Leah were independent individuals, each with their own careers. Their collaboration in business was a meeting of equals. Contributions? What kind do you mean? He queried. They had no need for sacrifices to validate their bond. He was a renowned emperor of the seas, and she, a distinguished merchant with a global presence. They were both complete entities, requiring no partner to elevate their status or wealth. Thus, why must there be a need for sacrifice? After Leah promised to wait until Xiang's matured, she bid him farewell, instructing him to treat their next encounter as a first meeting. Although he did not fully grasp her rationale, he complied. Years later, as he traversed the vast seas in search of her, he found himself longing for that person. It was only upon their reunion in Windmill Village that he began to understand the significance of it all. Roger and his crew had yet to return from the final island, yet the news of Xiang's becoming the Pirate King had already spread like wildfire across the world. Carried by seagulls, newspapers heralding his ascension adorned the streets, with throngs of people exuberantly proclaiming, "The Roger Pirates have finally succeeded. Pirate Roger has achieved an unprecedented feat of circumnavigating the globe. The sovereign of these seas has emerged. He is truly the king of the seas, the Pirate King." Upon returning from the final island, Roger announced the disbandment of his pirate crew. After exchanging a few words with the oldest member, known as the Dark King, he departed the ship, accepting a substantial supply of medicine from the ship's doctor, Kuroka's, for his terminal illness. Yet this was a farewell of a man devoid of tears. Roger was an extraordinary figure, having lived a life replete with adventure. This was the first time Leah witnessed Xiang's weep. After returning from the final island, he had posed several questions to Roger, and, upon receiving the answers, it seemed as if his pride had been shattered. He could not contain his emotions and wept silently, covering his face with his hat. Leah refrained from inquiring about his distress, for she understood that this might be one of the pivotal reasons Xiang's chose to entrust the straw hat to Luffy in the future. Ultimately, Leah bid farewell to Xiang's. As Xiang Keisai departed, he expressed his unwavering ambition to become a captain, inquiring if she wished to board his vessel. Leah responded that should the day ever come for her to embark, it would undoubtedly be in the esteemed role of captain's wife. Aware of the unreliability of Xiao Guangtuan, Leah discreetly entrusted Lady Yutian, Kazuki Shi, to escort her back to the year 1521 of the Sea Circle calendar. After a year-long journey, Leah finally returned to her rightful timeline, although the landing sites remained perplexingly arbitrary. For instance, this time, as she plummeted alongside Makabaka, they inadvertently created a substantial hole in Mihawk's castle. Coincidentally, this was during Zoro's training with Mihawk. Upon her descent, Leah found herself crashing directly into Mihawk's lap while he was seated in his designated spot, engrossed in reading a newspaper. The impact was dramatic. The stone chair was shattered, and Leah, clutching her waist, exchanged bewildered glances with Mihawk. As she pressed a hand to her chest, she felt an urgent need to distance herself, overwhelmed by the intensity of his gaze, which felt almost lethal. Leah sensed that remaining any longer might result in her being cleaved in two by Mihawk's formidable sword. Now seated on the castle floor, she hastily retreated until she found herself against the wall. Mihawk regarded Leah with a blank expression for 3 seconds before rising to brush off the dust from his attire. He then approached her slowly. Hey, Mihawk, I truly did not intend to intrude upon your castle, nor did I expect to land upon you. Please, do not come any closer," Leah implored as she continued to back away. Unfazed by her protests, Mihawk advanced towards her with an impassive demeanor. Soon, Leah found herself with nowhere left to retreat. Pressed firmly against the wall, Mihawk appeared quite casual in his attire, clad in a white shirt with a small cross around his neck, its sole button fastened. He had eschewed his usual black felt hat, presenting an aura that was more grounded in everyday life than the menacing figure she was accustomed to. In truth, Mihawk seemed devoid of the usual danger and aggression he typically exuded. Yet Leah felt guilty for her transgressions and was acutely aware of her vulnerability. As he drew near, Mihawk crouched before her, gazing intently at the woman who had long been absent. Leah wondered if it was merely her imagination, but she detected a hint of relief in the eyes of the world's greatest swordsman. Before she could fully process her emotions, she felt a warmth in her palm. Mihawk had grasped her hand, pulling her to her feet. Sensing something, he released her hand immediately after. Mihawk's attention diverted to a figure approaching, revealing Perona, who was aiding the severely injured Zoro. Perona's cheeks were puffed as she incessantly chastised Zoro, who, in annoyance, cleared his ears before his gaze fell upon Leah. His expression shifted to one of astonishment. "ISNT, that Luffy-ass sister? I thought you were dead," Zoro exclaimed. Feeling awkward, Leah scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. "I had a bit of an accident and ended up being reported as missing. But surely, you all weren't hoping for my demise?" Her gaze then shifted to Perona. "Pepe, how did you end up here? Where's Moria?" Leah vaguely remembered that Luffy and the others had refrained from being too harsh on Moria for her sake. And after Moria recovered, she assumed he would be spending time in the Devil's Triangle with Perona. "Leah, I thought you were dead," Perona exclaimed as she released her grip on Zoro's shirt and leaped into Leah's embrace, sobbing. "Hey, this is Moria's cherished little princess. Seeing the dark little girl cry is just too adorable." After finally calming Perona down, Leah learned that she had snuck out to play and had lost her way home, inadvertently arriving at Kuraikana Island, where she found the castle to her liking and decided to stay after her love-hate relationship with Mihawk. Gently stroking the little girl's head, Leah asked, "I'm feeling a bit unwell at the moment. Once I recover, I will take you back. You miss Moria, don't you?" "I do. I really miss Lord Moria," Perona replied, her voice quivering once more. However, she quickly ceased her tears and turned to point at Mihawk and the stunned Zoro, complaining. "These two are always bullying me and never take care of me. I absolutely despise them." She pouted, her small finger accusingly directed at the two men. And after her little huff, she believed she was being quite fierce, though it only appeared endearing. At this moment, Zoro, perplexed, glanced at Perona in silence before retreating to the bathroom to wash up. Mihawk, on the other hand, exhibited no reaction, casually instructing, "Take this woman and have her change. She is filthy." Mihawk then surveyed the hole in the castle created by Leah's fall, shifting his gaze back to her. As Leah began to assure him she would take responsibility for the repairs, Mihawk interrupted, "Forget it. Given your injuries, I will handle it this time. I want to hold it against you." He paused before continuing. "Before Shanks or any of your pirate crew arrive to fetch you, you will remain here to write." With that, Mihawk turned and walked towards what resembled a kitchen. "Wait, seriously? Even in this state, you expect me to write?" Leah exclaimed, hands on her hips, indignation evident on her face. After taking a few steps, Mihawk turned back to say, "Uchiha has not sent me any new chapters." This statement, seemingly abrupt and lacking context, was followed by his entrance into the kitchen, leaving Leah unable to discern his expression. Yet from his words, she gleaned a multitude of emotions: gratitude for her consideration in sending previous writings before her disappearance, relief that she could continue penning her story, and other complex feelings. However, given Mihawk's nature, such sentiments would remain unspoken. After being escorted by Perona to change and freshen up, Leah descended to find an array of neatly arranged food awaiting her. To be honest, Mihawk was a remarkably disciplined man, standing in stark contrast to the disheveled and indulgent Shanks. The meals laid out on the table were indicative of his meticulous nature. The various vegetables were homegrown, light in flavor, yet accompanied by ample protein-rich meats, essential for his daily training regimen. There's also an abundance of staple foods, and of course, the red wine Mihawk was seldom without. In her attempts to persuade Mihawk for certain favors, she had previously procured quite a bit of wine. Though her knowledge of it was limited, she merely recognized its value. Her relationship with Mihawk was neither overly familiar nor entirely distant. At the very least, they could engage in conversation. Throughout the narrative, it was evident that Mihawk had actively communicated with a select few individuals. Moreover, there was an observable detail regarding Mihawk's need to maintain a certain level of control over his surroundings and the people within it. He prepared distinct meals for Perona, Zoro, and herself, with precise quantities that were neither excessive nor insufficient, perfectly tailored to meet their needs. In summary, this subtle, yet not overly intense desire for control was not off-putting. Who can tell her why her own pirate crew and Shankasi are so preoccupied? Why is it that even taking a ship to fetch her seems to be an impossible task? Shouldn't everyone be eagerly awaiting her return, rushing to welcome her? Alas, it seems love has vanished. In the meantime, Pepe is watching Salong train, ensuring he is brought back to the castle after his training, lest he inadvertently wanders off to Lefudru. As for her, Ingyen has set up a small shed beside the vegetable garden, equipped with a table and chairs. She sits there writing for Ingyen, who, with his black sword, is tilling the earth. He has just harvested a batch of vegetables and now intends to plant something new for the season. Bored, Leah gazes at Ingyen. She had suggested helping him with the gardening, but he merely fixed her with his golden eyes, remaining silent. All right. It was just a joke. I know I'm injured and shouldn't move around too much, Leah said, waving her hand in resignation. When the weather warms up a bit, Leah proposed that Ingyen come by in the evening. After he shook his head in refusal, Leah, not wanting to remain idle, suggested fetching him a sun hat from the castle. Ingyen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. When Leah returned, Ingyen was bent over sowing seeds into small holes in the soil. Leah, holding up Pepe's frilly dress, rushed over and placed the hat on his head. She then stood to the side, clapping her hands in satisfaction, her face radiant with ease. Ingyen, tall and composed, stood up straight, silently gazing at Leah. She felt a shiver run down her spine under his scrutinizing gaze, fearing that this proud swordsman might, in a fit of anger, wield his black sword against her. Having witnessed Ingyen using his sword to row a boat and now to till the soil, she thought it was crucial to keep this secret. As soon as I return, I will tell Shankasi. Even the world's greatest swordsman must maintain an air of dignity. I was wrong. She thought to yield, but Ingyen spoke first. Thank you. Huh? Mahaki, has something peculiar possessed you? You actually thank someone? Leah was taken aback. Ingyen ignored her, continuing to sow seeds, while Leah returned to her small shed. Unbeknownst to her, Ingyen wished to express gratitude as a friend for her acceptance of his taciturn nature, but all that escaped him were the two simple words, thank you. This is merely a personal interpretation. Please refrain from criticism. In truth, Ingyen is quite considerate towards those familiar to him. It's just that he seldom articulates it. Of course, he harbors daily thoughts of wanting to give Shankasi a good thrashing. For instance, Ingyen and Pepe often compare their culinary prowess. Are you speaking ill of Lord Molia? You ungrateful wretch. I owe him no favors. But you owe me, don't you? Do you think I've cooked for you a mere handful of times? I've done it far more often. I even helped out in the fields. Did I invite you to stay here? You are truly insufferable. I no longer wish to remain here, Pepe exclaimed, leaping into Leah's embrace. Leah scratched her head and patted Pylena, then chuckled awkwardly at Ingyen, saying, Mahaki, you are truly a splendid homebody. Another example is how he forbids Salong from drinking alcohol. Ingyen asked Salong, has your sword ever been broken? Salong raised an eyebrow and replied, a few times, one of which was by you. If you infuse your sword with haki, even the same blade will not break. Even if there are chips on the edge, it is a disgrace. All swords can become black blades. Black blade? You are prohibited from drinking until you comprehend this. Huh? Pylena snickered, while Leah curiously observed their training. The training methods of swordsmen differ entirely from those of martial artists. Yet the ultimate pursuit remains the same, to shatter the constraints that bind them. Leah watched with rapt attention, then summoned her large red scythe. Ingyen looked at her and asked, do you wish to spar again? Leah hastily shook her hands and said, I want to experiment, using haki to enhance my slashing technique. I lack the ambition to become a king and do not possess the conqueror's haki, so I cannot reach the pinnacle. However, I wish to try the other two types of haki, as this may conserve my energy. Ingyen nodded, indicating his understanding. before delivering a powerful strike towards Leah with his black sword. 2 days later, Leah had mastered this unique technique. Without discussing other matters, her comprehension abilities were indeed impressive, largely due to her innate talents. In teaching swordsmanship, Yin is a professional, but he is limited to those with exceptional gifts. If one possesses merely average aptitude, they may struggle to grasp his teachings, even if they understand his words. Additionally, since Leah arrived here, she has brought some bad habits, primarily dragging Pei to enjoy midnight snacks. Eventually, Salong joined in, leading to Yin being pulled along by Leah to help with barbecuing. Overall, life on Kalakan Island has been quite delightful. Unexpectedly, the first to seek her out was Dofu. "Where have you been, you dead woman?" Dofu stood on his flamingo pirate ship, seemingly in high spirits. Leah, eyeing the golden chain in Dofu's hand, said nothing as she lightly touched her foot to the ground. Leaping onto Dofu's ship, she stared intently at the chain, expressing her dissatisfaction. Who greets someone after such a long absence by calling them a dead woman? "I'm still very much alive. You can wait until I'm dead to call me that. TCH, it's good that you're back." With that, Dofu draped the golden chain around Leah's neck. "If I told you that I haven't gone anywhere these past year and more, that I've just been here with Yin, would you believe me?" Leah examined the chain closely, eager to tease Dofu. "I would not believe a word of it. Hasn't that red-haired emperor been searching for you along various routes?" The implication was clear. How could you possibly evade him? Moreover, Dofu merely anchored his ship here, refusing to disembark, likely to avoid any headlines about two warlords waging war in tomorrow's newspaper. Behind his sunglasses, Leah could not discern Dofu's gaze, but she knew he was watching her intently. Soon, Dofu's towering figure loomed over Leah as he enveloped her in a firm embrace. Their heartbeats synchronized for a brief moment as Dofu whispered in her ear, "Do not leave so carelessly again." This embrace was fleeting yet profoundly measured. "I will not leave again, unless life itself comes to an end. You have my word." Recalling the childhood Dofu, Leah understood how deeply insecure he was. He had lost so much. "I followed your advice and met that fellow Roshi. I forgave him," Dofu suddenly remarked. "That's wonderful. By the way, how are he and Andy doing?" Leah asked curiously. Doflamingo's lips curled slightly as he remarked, "You will understand once you look into it yourself. I shall refrain from revealing it in advance." Leah paused for a moment before shifting the conversation towards the main topic. How did the war conclude? Doflamingo recognized that Leah was inquiring about the events in Marihoa. As for Marineford, it was nearly submerged by the tremendous thunder unleashed by the subsequent black hole. The surviving Navy personnel could be considered formidable warriors in their own right. The pirate casualties were also significant. The region later experienced a violent tsunami, claiming countless lives beneath the waves. Under such circumstances, many believed Leah was at the epicenter of the disaster, and that her survival was unlikely. Yet, those present held a different belief. As long as her body remained unfound, it suggested that she might be lurking in some corner of this world, observing their frantic efforts. For she had always been rather malicious. The Revolutionary Army had formally declared war on the Celestial Dragons, with only a few remnants of the Navy remaining. The former admiral had resigned, leading his faction to join the Revolutionary Army. Akainu had assumed the role of the new admiral, but he seemed reluctant to serve the Celestial Dragons, engaging in numerous underhanded tactics. However, constrained by military funding, the Navy publicly continued to operate under its own banner. Among the nations allied with the world government, some had formed coalitions openly supporting the Revolutionary Army, notably led by Nefertari Vivi, the Queen of Alabasta. Many nations, unable to pay the exorbitant heavenly tribute, had joined the ranks of the rebellion. Overall, the power of the Revolutionary Army was steadily growing, and the two sides were currently at a precarious stalemate. Your aide, Yushia, has taken over your decision-making, providing substantial logistical and medical support to the Revolutionary Army, enabling them to endure to this day, largely thanks to her assistance. Indeed, I knew Yushia would excel, perhaps even surpassing my own capabilities, Leah remarked. She then expressed her ambition to create an environment where even those endowed with immense power and privilege could realize their self-worth. Although she could not alter the global landscape in a short span, her business could become the most powerful enterprise in the world, investing the profits into foundational education and providing employment opportunities for students, promoting those with merit. At the very least, my business will set an example for the world. As Laya spoke, her eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. Had I encountered you a decade ago, I would have dismissed this as mere folly, but now, perhaps it is truly achievable. Doflamingo rested his hands behind his head, adjusting his glasses, his tone a blend of casualness and sincerity. Isn't that so? You also feel the same, don't you? That through your own strength and the support of others, you have steered this world towards your envisioned direction? That is what you deserve, he affirmed. Laya's eyes glistened with unshed tears at his words. Individual strength is often minuscule. One's position is always underpinned by various factors. Personal effort is merely one aspect. Connections, wealth, and timing are equally essential. Behind an individual's success lie countless denials from others. And a simple acknowledgement like you deserve it is, in fact, the greatest validation. As Laya's closest ally, Doflamingo understood well the trial she had faced over the years. Carving out such a significant niche within the existing financial system to establish a vast commercial empire was no easy feat. Bloodshed and loss were inevitable. Many of the mid-level employees who had once followed her had long since perished, leaving behind only a remnant. The reason was starkly simple. They had died. Although Laya had provided generous compensation to their families, ensuring they could survive in the absence of their breadwinners and facilitating education for their descendants, she still bore a sense of guilt. It must be reiterated that her ascent to her current position was not solely her own effort. It was a collective endeavor. They should have enjoyed the fruits of victory alongside her. Doflamingo, why don't you escort me back to Sicily? I need to return to oversee matters. I feel guilty letting Yushia shoulder the burden alone, Laya suggested. I can certainly take you back. But don't you intend to check on your two brothers and friends to reassure them of your safety? Doflamingo raised an eyebrow in inquiry. I did make a call, but I didn't disclose my exact whereabouts. I fear they might come to Karigan Island. After all, this is Mihawk's territory. Moreover, as for the life card and such, as long as I wish to remain hidden, they won't be able to find me. Doflamingo glanced at Laya and remarked, I understand. That is precisely why I gifted you that golden chain. Laya blinked, curious. Is there something special about it? I thought you merely indulged my fondness for gold. Doflamingo, somewhat exasperated, replied, please refrain from feigning ignorance. He then suddenly asked, did you accidentally return to the past? Laya widened her eyes in surprise, about to inquire how he knew, when Doflamingo interjected, even if you have returned to the past, you are not the only one who remembers. Laya snapped back to reality, responding, indeed. However, you truly did dislike me as a child. She couldn't help but exclaim. I did not dislike you. I merely found those affectionate words distasteful. Doflamingo replied straightforwardly for once. Meanwhile, Mihawk stood quietly at a distance, leaning against a tree, observing their conversation without uttering a word. Perona floated nearby, glancing curiously at Mihawk and then back at them, commenting, you seem quite unusual today. Mihawk ignored her, retreating to his castle. Ultimately, Doflamingo escorted Laya back to Sicily. But as they bid farewell to Mihawk, there was an unmistakable unease in Doflamingo's gaze. Furthermore, Laya returned Perona to Moria, who, after all, had raised her as a daughter, and Moria had exhibited a slightly friendlier demeanor towards Laya this time. However, later, Perona insisted on seeking out Mihawk, but that is a tale for another time. As for Shanks, he did not immediately seek out Laya, as he was unaware of the turmoil he faced during that period, with numerous pirates challenging him incessantly. Usually, the red-haired pirates did not resort to total annihilation, but driven by desperation, Shanks had inadvertently been heavy-handed. After several skirmishes resulting in fatalities, he finally found the time to visit Laya. In summary, Shanks approached Laya bearing the signs of fatigue and injury from his recent encounters, appearing much more haggard, resembling a vagabond. Yet no vagabond could ever exude the same commanding presence he did. Shanks, not wishing his appearance to mar their long-awaited reunion, specifically requested Beckman to advise him on appropriate attire. Despite their status as engaged partners, the mere thought of meeting Leah filled him with anxiety. Truth be told, he suspected that Leah had inadvertently traveled back in time. Yet, a lingering worry gnawed at him. What if she became lost within the fabric of time? Or worse, returned to an even more distant past? Would they then be irrevocably separated? Sensing something amiss, Shang Kesu sought counsel from Duofu, gaining insight into the specific time period to which Leah had reverted. To ensure her safety, he even collaborated with Duofu to locate everyone who had encountered Leah during that era, verifying whether she had faced any peril. Fortunately, the outcome was relatively promising. At least within the timeline they once shared, Leah had departed safely. However, it was disheartening to learn that she had crossed paths with Hun during her time in the past. This revelation left both Shang Kesu and Duofu somewhat disgruntled. Their knowledge stemmed from the fact that the astute old man, aware of certain inevitable events, had intentionally disclosed this information to Vexu. Despite the ambiguity with which the old man recounted those past events, Kesu found himself unable to frown and listen intently. Although he understood that some occurrences were a consequence of Leah's injury, his irritation could not be directed at her, leading him to silently begrudge her instead. Alas, the old man was too clever. Unless it was a contest of sheer strength, it was unlikely anyone could outsmart him in this world. When they finally met, Shang Kesu enveloped Leah in a heartfelt embrace. Observing this moment, the others instinctively withdrew, granting the couple their privacy. This marked the first time the red-haired pirates had shown such deference to Shang. Perhaps they were moved by the memory of Shang Kesu's despondent state during Leah's absence. This marked the second occasion on which Shang Kesu shed tears in Leah's presence. Albeit tears of joy. Only upon touching her did he truly sense her return. Though crying felt undignified, it was not disgraceful in front of his beloved. They agreed to hold their wedding after the ultimate battle was won. Upon her return, Leah's foremost task was to establish a university on Shishidak. In the midst of war, the impoverished populace struggled to survive, with many displaced. Yet, it is precisely during such tumultuous times that extraordinary talents emerge. Geniuses who will play pivotal roles in shaping the future. The flames of conflict will give rise to true heroes. Thus, the founding of a school at this juncture was aimed at nurturing those seeds of wisdom. After discussions with Yongsu, countless volumes of books, long preserved in Bafu, were relocated to the university library in Shishidak. Many years later, Shishidak became a sanctuary for countless scholars. The gravestone of Shang's teacher was among the first to remain at the university, symbolizing the spirit of knowledge, eternally enshrined there. After her reunion with Shang Kesu, Leah also visited Aisu. Bahujuk survived the Battle of Marineford, but due to his age, he ultimately retreated to his homeland for a peaceful retirement. Maoke remained by Baihuzu's side, tending to his health. Meanwhile, Hisu inherited Bahujuk's will, and after accepting the White Flames, his power surged significantly. In terms of hockey, under Leah's formidable influence, Shang Kesu took over Aisu's training. Upon reuniting with the Leah noted a marked maturity in him. He had transformed into a true captain capable of standing on his own. The Baihuzu Haizeitan disbanded, yet many former members chose to follow Aisu, forming a new crew to vie for the ultimate treasure. Lu Furi, having trained under Lili, made rapid progress during the 2 years, and similarly, the members of the Matan also experienced substantial growth. Bahu, too, was not idle. After mastering the white flames bestowed by Leah, his strength had also seen tremendous enhancement. This unique white flame, acquired by Leah in the previous world, possessed an unparalleled feature. It had no temperature limit. As long as there was something combustible, it could continue to burn, capable of incinerating everything flammable with immense destructive power. Even in the ocean, it could persist, evaporating all surrounding moisture. Furthermore, Shankar Sagadidathu, in mastering hockey, and his expertise in this domain was truly top tier. Thus, his mentorship was exceptionally fitting for whose overall strength was rapidly advancing. After more than 2 years of rigorous training, Fu rejoined the pirate crew, but this time he was the one shouldering the responsibilities. A confrontation between him and Wu Fei was inevitable. In the final race for the ultimate treasure, the outcome remained uncertain. Although Kizaru might not harbor grand ambitions for the One Piece or aspire to become the Pirate King, he was indeed eager to uncover what Roger had left behind. Yearning for all the answers, Law mistakenly believed that the Shinny had been slain by Do, prompting him, upon becoming a supernova, to seek trouble with Dufu, even temporarily aligning himself with the Chihuahua. While Dufu understood the origins of the conflict, he was not one to patiently explain himself to former subordinates. Instead, he took a keen interest in battling Law. Overall, he found amusement in observing the desperate antics of his young adversary, providing a welcome diversion from his otherwise mundane existence. This was until Mo Shi discovered the situation. With a generally amiable temperament and a sense of guilt towards his elder brother, Law felt a degree of relief upon learning the truth, yet refrained from attempting to ease the tension between himself and Dufu. The two were naturally at odds. As the war between the Revolutionary Army and the Tungren reached a fever pitch, Yoshiar revealed a piece of information she had long held. It was that the Tungren had secretly conducted inhumane experiments on humans in a bid to achieve immortality, attempting to maintain their dominion over the world indefinitely. The process was exceedingly brutal, involving members of the old aristocracy who, despite not being king, wielded significant power and influence over several nations. With a prolonged stalemate of war, many were uncertain about which side to support. Witnessing their kin subjected to such treatment by the Tungren, they opted to withdraw their support from them and instead champion the Revolutionary Army, infusing them with substantial resources. It could be said that the Tungren's influence was waning. Reports detailing the atrocities committed by the Tungren against civilians sparked widespread condemnation and uprisings across the globe. Regardless of individual combat strength, it is the global outcry and resistance that prove most formidable. What does it matter how powerful one becomes if they cannot eradicate all existence from this world? The five elders, witnessing the escalating turmoil, sought permission from him to deploy the Celestial Kings to eliminate the leaders of the Revolutionary Army, believing that, as in the past, the major forces would be extinguished, causing the common folk to fade into silence. Yet, can true annihilation be achieved? Every individual holds the potential to become a rebel. In the avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. Moreover, the seeds of freedom have been sown through education, and these students will carry this enlightenment across the globe. This underscores the significance of education. Only those with spirit and independent aspirations can be deemed complete individuals. Certainly, the world government thrives on the ignorance of the masses, yet Leah is determined to ensure they are not left in ignorance. She desires to provide them with the opportunity to pursue their own lives, rather than languishing under the oppressive weight of the aristocracy. Like everyone else in this world, she awaits ultimate liberation. The pinnacle of romance in this world is the grand banquet to which all people are invited. However, true liberation is destined not to be realized by pirates, but by revolutionaries, countless unnamed liberators who strive for a future free from oppression. Engaged in revolutionary struggles and offering their lives in the process, they remain uncertain of victory. Yet, in their hearts, they yearn for humanity's ultimate aspiration. Heroes are nameless, for they have transformed into a spirit of perseverance, inspiring generations. When all forces unite to storm the world government's headquarters and bring down the flag that symbolizes the supremacy of the celestial dragons, tears will fill the eyes of all present. After 7 long years of war, they arrive here, carrying the convictions of all the fallen, achieving their final victory. Perhaps it is a matter of tacit understanding. Although pirates continue to vie for supremacy over these seas, they form an alliance in the climactic battle against the 5 elders and Im. In order to create this coalition, Shanks and his allies engaged in numerous battles, conquering through force and other means. Ultimately, Luffy and Ace consolidated the strength of the pirates. Pirates are inherently untamed, particularly those who venture into the New World. How could they willingly accept subservience? Their ability to unite signifies immense sacrifice. They participated in the final offensive. Additionally, Sengoku retired, and Garp, adhering to his promise to his granddaughter, left the Navy to reside temporarily on Sicily. Naturally, Kobe followed in Garp's footsteps, departing from the Navy as well. However, Akainu, long dissatisfied with the Navy's servitude to the Celestial Dragons, switched allegiance to the Revolutionary Army mid-war. This was a temporary collaboration, as he intends to establish a new navy to combat pirates. After enduring countless brutal conflicts, Kobe's strength steadily increased. He has developed a new goal: to form a true force dedicated to serving the people and safeguarding their lives and property. Coincidentally, after the Grand Conscription, the new Admiral Fujitora shares this vision, leading to a fruitful collaboration in the formation of a new team. Following the war's victory, a wedding celebration for Shanks and Leah unfolds. Their wedding takes place on an island of stunning natural beauty, which Shanks had discovered during his earlier travels. He has long envisioned this location, particularly fond of the magnificent waterfall that adorns it. The island is lush and verdant, characterized by a temperate climate that is both nurturing and conducive to habitation. He has fantasized about settling here with Leah once he retires from piracy. The island also boasts natural hot springs, which Leah would undoubtedly adore. Yet, Leah is a rather delicate individual, and if she were to come here, extensive preparations would be necessary. Aware of this, Shanks, who typically indulges in extravagant feasts, began to tighten his belt. He saved his allowance from Beckman, intending to personally construct a house. He meticulously recalled all of Leah's preferences, incorporating them into his design. In truth, Shanks' blueprints are only comprehensible to him, as others would find his sketches indecipherable. Nevertheless, as a pirate, he has done his utmost, recognizing his limitations in creating intricate designs. However, once the construction commenced, he demonstrated considerable skill, translating his imaginative concepts into the building process. Since he personally undertook the construction, he meticulously attended to every detail, even dismantling and reassembling numerous times. Beckman was taken aback to witness Shanks so earnestly engrossed in a single endeavor. Frankly, Leah is now one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. Despite her notoriously frugal nature, which resembles that of a miserly old crow, it is challenging to evoke any emotional response in her regarding precious items. Yet, when she beheld the wooden villa that Shanks had painstakingly built for her, she was genuinely moved. It is astonishing that someone as careless as Shanks would possess the patience to engage in carpentry. The furniture within the small villa was crafted by his own hands. As he had inquired about Leah's preferences regarding styles and patterns, details that only a woman would notice, he demonstrated remarkable attentiveness and invested significant time and effort. As their crew often sails across the seas, remaining nomadic, Shanks could only spend about 2 weeks at a time on the island. While other crew members visited for leisure, Shanks was solely focused on constructing the villa. The thought of living here with Leah and possibly raising their children filled him with motivation. Observing Shanks laboring alone, the red-haired pirates felt somewhat hesitant to offer assistance, but he declined their help. He wished to complete this gift for Leah independently. He is quite impoverished, arguably the most financially constrained among the 4 emperors. He has no interest in acquiring wealth through plunder and remains indifferent to such pursuits. Moreover, Beckman manages the crew's finances, making Shanks' lifestyle even more frugal. At times, he struggles to afford even a drink. He has contemplated unearthing his old treasure maps to seek riches, which would allow him to acquire more lavish gifts for Leah. However, his beloved wife lacks for nothing and often increases his allowance. Thus, he resolved to create a unique gift for her. The only truly unparalleled gift he could offer is a house he built with his own hands. As he will never construct another for anyone else, he has irrevocably devoted his life to Leah, leaving no room for others. The island is vast, abundant in fruits and resources, making it ideal for hosting grand celebrations. It is also suitable for hosting weddings. He had never imagined that a person could look so beautiful in a wedding gown, exuding a sense of sanctity. When she was led towards him by old man Kapu, he experienced an almost surreal sensation. Overwhelmed with nervousness, his palms began to sweat profusely. The moment that should have been filled with joy felt instead like it was suffocating him with the urge to weep. It was only when he grasped the bride's hand that he felt a tangible reality, a realization that today was indeed his wedding day and that Lily Jiang was his bride. To marry Leah, He had endured 3 punches from Uncle Kapu the previous month, an experience that was excruciating and nearly left him incapacitated. Uncle Kapu had truly unleashed his full strength. Yet it was all worth it. This was the one decision in his life he would never regret. At this wedding banquet, of course, AC, Lu Fei, and Sabo were all present. Even the elusive leader of the Revolutionary Army made an appearance. Thanks to Lu Fei, the Empress of the Kuja, Nyoshanudi was also there. AC and Sabo sat together, indulging in drinks, with tears streaming down their faces as they lamented the scoundrel Shanks. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was happily eating, while the Empress sat beside him, watching Leah and Shanks exchange rings, already envisioning her own wedding with Lu Fei. However, Lu Fei remained blissfully unaware. Suddenly, he lifted his head and asked, "Hankook, is marriage really like that?" Pointing at Shanks and Leah, who were sharing a kiss. Hankook's face flushed crimson, and after a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Lu Fei continued, "Then after I become the Pirate King, let us get married." His eyes sparkled with determination, signifying that he would undoubtedly become the Pirate King. Of course, even with this understanding, the declaration brought immense joy to Hankook. Sitting next to Lu Fei, Choba was on the verge of dropping his eyes out, exclaiming loudly, "Lu Fei, proposals can't be so casual." He then questioned, "Do you even know what marriage entails?" "Oh, don't worry about the details," Lu Fei replied, scratching his head. However, it would be inaccurate to claim that the foolish Lu Fei knew nothing at all. After all, he possessed the ability to hear the voices of all things. Doflamingo was also present, observing the wedding with a scowl, his displeasure evident. Rahi was attending to the well-fed Andy, occasionally casting wary glances at Doflamingo, fearful that his elder brother might cause a scene. Whitebeard, Old Man Kapu, and Sengoku, along with other elder figures, sat together reminiscing about the past, enjoying a pleasant conversation. Yet, Old Man Kapu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and the surrounding old friends were aware of the reason without mentioning it, as everyone wished to give Kapu a bit of dignity on this joyous occasion. After leaving the Navy, Kizaru gradually improved his relations with Leah and her trading company. At this moment, he sat among the guests, observing the wedding with a detached gaze, devoid of any desire to cause disruption. Having experienced so much, he could not muster the youthful fervor he once possessed. Meanwhile, Mark and Ingyen were seated together, sharing a broader range of topics due to their similar ages. Ingyen, typically reticent, spoke even less today, yet he drank with abandon, surprising Mark, who had some understanding of him. However, upon noticing a hint of jealousy lurking in Ingyen's eyes, Mark could not help but feel a quiet astonishment. Baji was lively throughout the event, attempting to steal every treasure map from the Red Force ship. It felt as though this wedding had gathered all the significant figures. As night fell in the newlyweds' chamber, Shanks stumbled in, intoxicated. Although he appeared to be drunk, his gaze was remarkably clear. Leah urged him to wash off the overwhelming smell of alcohol, which was nearly unbearable. When Shanks revealed his toned upper body and climbed onto the bed, Leah chuckled lightly, teasing him, "You're blushing. It's not your first time." "No, I'm not nervous about that. What I mean to say is, I will love you until the end of my days." "Isn't it too early to make such a promise?" "No, it should have been said long ago." Leah wrapped her arms around Shanks' neck, momentarily trusting him, warning, "If you lie to me, you know the consequences." Following that, Leah pressed her lips against Shanks. The lights gradually dimmed, and their silhouettes intertwined. One day, the sound of Liberation's drum will resonate in every corner of the world, freeing people from suffering. It is unclear when it all began, but Doflamingo felt that the frequency of that brat Luo appearing in his sights had dramatically increased. In his original plan, if Luo could become a weapon in his arsenal, many matters would surely proceed more smoothly than they currently did. However, he loathed that brat, for each of his appearances served as a painful reminder of his own hand in the death of his brother, the only family he had. Even though Luo was later rescued by Leah, in Doflamingo's heart, Luo had already died once. They had the opportunity to become kin, yet fate had conspired against them, preventing them from supporting one another and becoming the world's supreme overlords. His heart felt hollow, as if he possessed nothing at all. Meanwhile, that brat Luo seemed to be under the delusion that Luo had perished. He must be plotting vengeance for Luo. 2 years ago, he lacked the strength. 2 years later, he allied with the Straw Hat Pirates, seemingly planning to take action against him. He found all of this quite intriguing. He was eager to witness the progress that brat Luo had made over the years, for the schemes and tactics he would employ were all lessons Doflamingo had imparted. He hated him, yet could never escape the shadows that he cast. This situation was, for Doflamingo, an exceedingly amusing affair. The birdcage opened, casting a shadow over the entirety of Dressrosa. This time, the matter was straightforward, Luo's revenge against him. After all, he had never wronged the people of Dressrosa. Even the Navy could not find justification to act against him. Dressrosa was originally the fief of the Don Quixote family, and having been stripped of his celestial dragon status, he was merely reclaiming what rightfully belonged to his family. However, to be honest, a mere throne of a country was of little consequence to him. He held dominion over more than just one nation's power. He had subdued neighboring countries, consolidating their armies into a singular force at his command. Whenever someone sought to unseat him, he could mobilize those armies against them. Of course, this was only directed at those with a sense of compassion. He had done so much for them in order to garner their loyalty, and when the time came for his needs, they ought to serve him willingly. This world offers no free lunches. Fortunately, his ability to garner loyalty was quite strong, with many willing to serve him. Regrettably, during the final confrontation with Luo, he was interrupted by the arrival of Corazon. It was rather disappointing. He had hoped to engage in a proper and exhilarating battle to soothe the heart that quietly lingered in darkness, gradually corroding away. When one becomes overly fixated on another, the atmosphere inevitably becomes charged with unexplainable tension. In the past, in his quest for vengeance against Doflamingo, Luo meticulously investigated every power associated with him, leaving no stone unturned. However, upon uncovering the truth, he realized that Doflamingo was exceedingly cunning, with intricate interpersonal relationships that meant anyone connected to him would inevitably be drawn into the fray. This complexity proved to be a significant inconvenience, as targeting a single individual could lead to a cascade of repercussions from a multitude of formidable figures, given their intertwined interests. This realization was something Doflamingo had learned during his prolonged association with Leah. When Luo discovered that Corazon was alive, his feelings towards Doflamingo became profoundly complicated. There were moments of intense hatred, yet at times, he could not help but admire Doflamingo's capabilities. There was a certain charismatic allure to him, albeit one that belonged to a villain. It wasn't until he found himself utterly powerless, with Beppo imprisoned and taken away by Doflamingo's subordinates, that Luo acknowledged his grave underestimation of his adversary. How could Doflamingo ever spare those who had once opposed him? With no strength left and his ankles shackled by sea-stone handcuffs, he was trapped within the opulent palace of Dressrosa, utterly devoid of any means of escape. Moreover, he was ensnared within the metaphorical birdcage Doflamingo had constructed. To escape, he would have to vanquish him. The agreement he had made with the captain of the Straw Hats to challenge Kaido now seemed utterly unattainable. As the lights dimmed, leaving only a faint glow illuminating Luo's face, he felt his strength waning. He lay on the cold ground, gasping for breath, pondering the nature of the drug that rendered him so incapacitated. Even his ability to utilize his surgical fruit was beyond reach. The sound of Doflamingo's footsteps drew nearer, and Luo helplessly clenched his sleeves, overwhelmed by an acute sense of weakness. This drug had been concocted by Leah as part of prank, being colorless and tasteless yet debilitatingly effective. Unless the drug's effects wore off, there was no antidote. Doflamingo's arrogant laughter grew closer as he approached, and Luo shot him a look filled with hatred. An unusual fragrance permeated the air, prompting Luo to instinctively cover his mouth and nose. Yet it proved futile as Doflamingo seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Fine threads emerged from Doflamingo's back, weaving into a white hammock high within the colossal birdcage. Doflamingo, ever adorned in his feathered coat, removed it and enveloped Luo entirely within its folds, standing at an imposing height of nearly 3 meters. He effortlessly pulled Luo into his embrace before leaping high and tossing him onto the hammock constructed from the threads. In the shadow of Doflamingo, Luo's feeble yet defiant voice questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Doflamingo's mocking reply was laden with a sinister amusement. "Is it not obvious, little brat? You were once meant to be my most loyal subordinate. Though you have betrayed me, I have chosen to overlook it once more. Yet here you are in Dressrosa. Am I truly so worthy of your time and attention?" At these words, Luo's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that his previous observations had not gone unnoticed. "I was merely," he attempted to retort, but Doflamingo silenced him by placing a finger on his lips. "I'm a pirate boy. I revel in the thrill of plunder. Just as I do now," he stated, his fingers tracing over Luo's exposed abdomen under the dim light. "If you dare to tread upon my territory, you must be prepared for my retribution." In that moment, Doflamingo buried his head against Luo's neck, prompting a cold sweat to break on Luo's forehead as Doflamingo bit down. The blue veins pulsed in rhythm with Luo's heartbeat, further igniting Doflamingo's desires. Typically reckless and unrestrained in his dealings, he relished the sight of Luo's increasingly flushed face. With a decisive motion, he tore open Luo's clothing, revealing a physique undeniably beautiful in its own right, though distinctly masculine. Luo's athletic form awakened Doflamingo's primal urge to conquer, indifferent to gender as long as his desires were satiated, seeking to avoid stagnation in the shadows. Their bodies intertwined beneath the pink feathered coat. The two silhouettes danced together, the fabric failing to conceal their shared intimacy. By the time Lia learned of these events, she could not help but commend Doflamingo, exclaiming, "You truly have an eye for talent. Even Luo's explosive temperament has been tamed by you." Doflamingo merely arched an eyebrow, non-committal in his response. Meanwhile, within the confines of the submarine, Luo, wrapped in the black feathered coat, stifled a sneeze. It was peculiar. Ever since their escape from Dressrosa, their captain had fallen ill, and the situation showed no signs of improvement. However, being well-versed in medicine himself, the crew was at a loss for remedies. Only Beepo remained silent, observing the occasional red mark that peeked from beneath their captain's collar. Note: this narrative assumes that Lia is not involved with Shanks. The timeline is set when Lia is 23 years old. If you dislike, please refrain from entering. Hawkeye found Lia to be an incessantly troublesome woman, endlessly chatty and never allowing for a moment of peace. Wherever she appeared, tranquility was nowhere to be found, much like his friend who frequently caused him headaches. When did his perception of her begin to shift? Perhaps it was when she exerted considerable effort to procure a diverse selection of fine wines to please him. Or perhaps it was when, out of boredom and wishing to avoid her, she mistakenly believed he was upset and presented him with a large bag of seeds. Wearing a beaming smile, his demeanor was typically calm, as few things in this world could truly perturb him. Thus, the matters deserving of his concern were exceedingly scarce. He had always viewed women as the most tedious beings on earth, believing them to be bothersome, pursuing only superficial adornments to resemble butterflies or becoming upset over trivialities. Some even resorted to surgical enhancement to appear more beautiful, leaving him perplexed as to why they chased such superficial ideals. However, his later experiences revealed that superficiality was a shared human flaw, not confined to women alone. Yet, he deemed these matters irrelevant to his pursuits. After all, his goal was to attain the pinnacle of the swordsmanship path. Of course, Liao was not devoid of these aspirations. She sought them as well. With greater financial means, her tastes in attire and lifestyle far surpassed those of others. When he casually inquired whether the daily rituals were burdensome, she replied that they were not, as she did them to please herself. The sight of her smooth, fair skin in the mirror, adorned in beautiful clothing, brought her immense joy. She claimed this was her way of self-pleasure. Upon seeing her radiant smile, he experienced a moment of clarity. They were merely pursuing what they cherished. The pursuit he engages in is not vastly different from her own quest for the way of the sword. It is merely a divergence in life choices. This bears no relation to value, for in the pursuit of self-pleasure, her quest for beauty mirrors his dedication to the sword. Yet in this regard, Leah appears no different from any other woman. No, she is remarkably distinct. She can don exquisite gowns to attend the various gatherings of her Chamber of Commerce, or wear simple garments to frolic in the fields he personally tends. When dirt specks upon her nose are pointed out, she wipes at her face with her small, soiled hands, resulting in smudges on her cheek. Nevertheless, upon retrieving a mirror to inspect her reflection, she bursts into laughter at her own appearance. Despite being smeared with dirt, conventionally, he would have frowned her disheveled state. Yet, as her clear and natural laughter resonates in his ears, he perceives her at this moment as cleaner than ever before. It seems that only in his presence does she become so carefree and unrestrained. When he finally regains his composure, Leah's face is nearly pressed against his. "My Hawk, what are you daydreaming about? This feels rather odd. You're not recalling the time I toppled your vegetables again, are you? Just so, I've already bribed. No, I've already apologized. So please don't pick a fight with me," she says, defensively crossing her arms protectively. "No, I was contemplating the fact that it appears to be dinner time." Gazing at her face, which seems both near and far, My Hawk admonishes himself internally to avoid such delusions. He ponders for a moment, his gaze flickering, then sets down his tools, intending to return to the castle. Leah's voice calls out from behind, "Ah, if you're heading back now, I'll wash up by the river first. I've gone rather dirty today. By the time I return, dinner should be ready, right?" "That's acceptable." He hadn't intended to respond, but the expectant smile that greets him upon turning around causes him to blush involuntarily, prompting him to quickly turn away as he replies. He then scurries off as if pursued by a phantom. Today, My Hawk seems rather peculiar. When Leah emerges from the river after a bath, a sudden realization strikes her. She has not brought a change of clothes. Initially, she and T intended to stay long at My Hawk's. Yet she found his pastoral life too enticing and could not resist lingering a few extra days. Normally, she would carry several sets of clothing with her. But now she has exhausted her last outfit. Should she wear those soiled garments again? No, absolutely not. Meanwhile, My Hawk, who has been waiting at the dining table for quite some time, begins to feel a twinge of curiosity. However, he is not concerned, for nothing on this island poses a threat to that woman. Has something hindered her? Out of curiosity, he activates his observation hockey, only to feel an inexplicable warmth flood his cheeks, prompting him to hastily retract his abilities. At that moment, Leah is grappling with her decision, revealing her lovely back as she deliberates whether to wash her clothes and return in damp attire. While a cold is unlikely, would it not be excessively awkward? My Hawk ponders briefly before retrieving a white shirt and pants from his room. Shortly thereafter, he presents them to Leah, his demeanor awkward as he states, "If you don't mind, you may wear these." Leah quickly accepts the garments he tosses her way and, upon glancing up, realizes he has turned his back. A smile tugs at her lips. He possesses quite the gentlemanly demeanor. After some fumbling, she manages to put on the clothes. Although they are rather large, his shirt nearly reaching her knees and the pants pooling around her feet, they will suffice for now. She must hurry to wash her own clothes and return these to My Hawk. However, to her surprise, the garments carry a faint scent of sandalwood, which is pleasantly soothing. My Hawk certainly has taste, a testament to his noble background. Due to her intention to wash the clothes and return them to My Hawk, Leah ends up lingering in the castle for an additional 2 days. Yet, every time My Hawk sees his clothes adorning that woman, an odd sensation stirs within him. Aside from visiting Shank, Leah frequently comes to disturb My Hawk on the island of Kalaikina. Over time, they become increasingly familiar with one another. Presently, she is clad in My Hawk's attire, residing in his castle, and enjoying his culinary creations. One cannot deny the sheer pleasure of it all. Suddenly, Leah finds it curious how their situation resembles that of an old married couple. It is only when one person expresses interest that the other begins to feel curious about their inner world, desiring to understand their thoughts beyond superficial interpretations. My Hawk sets down his wine glass and inquires, "What drives your obsession with acquiring wealth?" "Because money allows me to pursue the things I desire," Leah replies, taking a bite of her meal. "And what is it that you wish to pursue?" My Hawk raises his glass, taking another sip as he asks, "Beyond material satisfaction, I wish for everyone to be able to boldly articulate their dreams. I aspire to create a society where such expression is possible." Those burdened by oppression and constraints are often too afraid to voice their aspirations, and I yearn to forge a world that encourages the fearless pursuit of self. As Leah speaks, a light seems to shine within her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Mihawk instinctively furrows his brow, acutely aware of the immense challenges inherent in such aspirations. To him, it appears nearly impossible. That is quite a formidable undertaking, he states objectively, neither denying nor dismissing Leah's viewpoint, for each individual's dream deserves respect. That's all right. I'm not alone in this endeavor. There are many who share our common belief and strive alongside me. Even if my generation fails to accomplish it, there will surely be successors who carry forth my ideals. As long as there are those who persist, I cannot be deemed a failure, Leah declares, setting down her chopsticks. Although they are dining on Western cuisine, Leah prefers to use chopsticks. Regardless of whether one is deemed highbrow or lowbrow, what matters is one's comfort, is it not? But what if it proves to be unattainable? Mihawk concedes, admitting his disdain for the majority of the world. However, to live a more liberated existence, he has made numerous compromises. For instance, becoming a warlord of the sea. Then so be it. I have already begun. I am taking it step by step. That is what truly matters, is it not? Leah shrugs, continuing, after all, I am but an ordinary person. I cannot accomplish everything, can I? Yet from your usual tone, it seems you harbor a strong aversion to this world. Why endeavor so much for it? Mihawk queries further. It is precisely because it is foul and repugnant that I wish to make it better. Leah lifts her gaze, a smile illuminating her face. No matter how detestable the world may be, there are still things that compel me to remain. I strive for those I hold dear. There exists a belief that propels me forward, and that feeling is truly exquisite. Just as you embrace the belief of becoming the strongest and continuously accept challenges from various swordsmen, I too fight for them. Life is fleeting. To possess dreams, convictions, and pursuits is indeed a fortunate blessing. In this brief existence, I do not wish to drift aimlessly. Ingyan nodded appreciatively at Leah, his gaze imbued with admiration. He relished the company of such individuals, as they made him feel that he was not alone in this world. There are many people here, countless others like him, still journeying along their paths. Perhaps this marks a turning point. Following their conversation, Ingyan found himself conversing more with Leah. Eventually, the topic shifted to Sualong, and he even presented Leah with Sualong's bounty notice, expressing great anticipation for him. Naturally, the bond between the two was subtly evolving. Leah often spent time with Shanks and Ingyan, sharing moments that transcended mere conversation. They were not alone. Others from the red-haired pirates joined them as well. Ingyan spoke little, often struggling to keep pace with Leah's imaginative thoughts, which were beyond the comprehension of ordinary minds. However, unlike Ingyan, when Leah mentioned topics that eluded the grasp of others, Shanks, despite his lack of understanding, would enthusiastically support her. Ingyan bore a certain weight upon his shoulders, though it was not burdensome, especially in the presence of familiar faces. Each time he observed himself seated aloofly with a glass of red wine, it was simply due to his naturally reserved demeanor. He particularly despised those who were so foolish as to require extensive explanations for simple matters. Yet, Leah was evidently not one of them. Neither was Shanks, who also struggled with deeper discussions. Upon reflection, it seemed that Leah was perhaps the only person with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. Realizing this, Ingyan found himself in a rare state of conflict. Across the crackling fire, he watched Leah mingling with the crew of the red-haired pirates, particularly noting how Shanks shamelessly draped his arm over her shoulder, a sudden discomfort swelling within him. This feeling was foreign. He had never experienced it before. The habit of excessive drinking was almost a trademark of Shanks, and to validate his own sentiments, Ingyan refrained from leaving abruptly with his black sword. He quietly observed as Leah and Shanks engaged in drinking games, both appearing to revel in the moment. As he watched them down one bottle after another, he couldn't help but frown. It was not that he feared for Shanks' well-being. Given Shanks' robust physique, a knife would struggle to pierce his skin. There was no cause for concern. His metabolic and recuperative abilities were astonishing. However, he did worry about Leah. Beckman caught sight of Yin's expression and exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze shifting to one of surprise. He had never witnessed Yin exhibit interest in anyone outside of swordsmen. Yet, Beckman was one to see things without voicing them. For many matters become tedious once spoken aloud. Noticing Leah's flushed cheeks, on the verge of intoxication, she remained upright while Shanks had already succumbed to slumber atop the table. The other pirates continued to cheer for Leah, celebrating her victory in drinking. Leah struggled to open her eyes, gesturing her gratitude to the surrounding pirates. Although she was clearly intoxicated, she could barely maintain her balance. Yin did not deliberate for long. If he did not intervene, Leah might collapse onto the hard wooden table. Reluctantly, he gathered her into his arms. The surrounding air fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos again. The crew of the red-haired pirates had not truly succumbed to inebriation. Yet, Yin was well aware of this. He had little desire to concern himself with such matters. He merely wished to follow his heart's inclinations and seize what he desired. So what was it that he truly sought? Yin carried Leah aboard the Red Force, where a room had been prepared for them. He laid her upon the pristine sheets. As soon as he placed her down, Leah instinctively grasped his hand tightly, making it difficult for him to withdraw. Although he could have easily extricated himself, he did not wish to awaken her. Perhaps he still cared after all? Leah had resided in her own castle, and he knew she had a habit of sleeping with stuffed animals or pillows. Thus, he placed another empty pillow in her embrace. Indeed, upon feeling something in her arms, Leah released her grip on Yin, instead clutching the pillow tightly. Perhaps he should contemplate the nature of their relationship more deeply. He pulled up a chair and sat quietly beside her, observing the rosy hue gracing her profile. The moonlight illuminated her face, and his impression of her began to blur. Perhaps he too yearned to know everything about her? Shanks understood this woman far better than he did, yet when he occasionally inquired, Shanks would fall silent, as if concealing certain truths. These secrets might provoke significant changes, prompting even the carefree Shanks to deliberately shield her. Feeling a twinge of frustration, he seemed to grow increasingly preoccupied with her. The next morning, as he opened the door intending to step outside, he found the crew of the red-haired pirates clustered at the threshold. The sudden opening of the door nearly sent them tumbling into a heap. Yin stepped back with disdain, his golden eyes fixated on them, causing an unsettling sensation in their hearts. Being struck by the world's greatest swordsman was no trivial matter. Thus, the pirates swiftly regained their composure and vanished without a trace. Yin exhaled a sigh of exasperation, pinching the bridge of his nose. After a sleepless night, even he felt a degree of fatigue. He had never realized that life could present so many contemplative dilemmas. When he finally lifted his gaze, he met Beckman's scrutinizing stare. Under Beckman's watchful eyes, Yin was the first to avert his gaze. Following these events, Yin began to intentionally distance himself from Leah. For instance, when she visited him at Kalika Island carrying gifts, he hardly acknowledged her. Aside from practicing swordsmanship and tending to the gorillas, he acted as though he were invisible. Even when he encountered her while conducting business, he did not strike her with his sword, but chose to ignore her presence altogether. How infuriating! Yet, Leah found herself powerless against him, the world's greatest swordsman, who possessed no vulnerabilities. She truly had no means to contend with him. After yet another instance of being disregarded, Leah stood outside the castle, gazing at his tall figure, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Her eyes involuntarily brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks before she even realized it. Until the tears began to cascade down her cheeks, Leah was oblivious to her own sorrow. She wiped her face with the back of her hand. But the more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Resolutely, she squatted down, suppressing her sobs as tears continued to flow unabated. She had never been one to cry, yet the presence of this insufferable man had genuinely saddened her. Had she provoked him? Or why did he have to ignore her? After she had wept enough, and her tears ceased to fall, Yin had been standing before her for some time. To be frank, Yin was at a loss on how to console a weeping woman, as he had never encountered such a situation before. He stood there, contemplating numerous attempts to speak, yet all his words remained lodged in his throat, utterly inexpressible. He had always been somewhat inept at articulating his feelings, but witnessing Leah's tears stirred an unfamiliar discomfort within him. In his recollection, Leah had always been resilient and optimistic. Why was she crying now? He found it perplexing, yet his instincts suggested that the issue lay with him. Uncertain of the cause, he found even words of comfort eluding him. After a moment of consideration, Ingyin extended his hand to Leah, a silent invitation to rise. Leah lifted her gaze to meet his emotionless eyes, steadied herself on her knees, and turned to leave. Suddenly anxious, Ingyin grasped her wrist. Leah shook off his hand and questioned, "Do you dislike me?" "No." "Then why have you been ignoring me all this time?" I do not know how to face you. Recently, I have felt a certain nervousness when speaking with you." "Just what?" "I simply do not know how to handle you." "Indeed. My hawk, given our relationship, you now resort to the term handle, which clearly indicates your disdain for me," Leah remarked, preparing to depart once more. This time, Ingyin decisively grasped Leah's hand and earnestly stated, "I am not adept at expressing myself, but I do not harbor any dislike for you. In this regard, I am indeed quite clumsy. However, I have prepared this for you. If I have wronged you in any way, I sincerely apologize." Though the words were spoken, Ingyin's expression remained impassive. It seemed rather insincere, yet Leah, having known Ingyin for so long, understood that he merely had a stoic demeanor. Ingyin presented her with a dagger adorned with a blue gemstone. It was indeed an unusual choice for an apology gift. Was he suggesting she take her own life? Nevertheless, considering her circle of friends, she chose to overlook such matters. Leah took the dagger from his hand, drawing it out to reveal its remarkable sharpness and exquisite craftsmanship, unlike anything she had ever seen. As she raised her gaze, she discerned a hint of evasion in Ingyin's eyes. Suddenly, Leah leaned closer to Ingyin, her gaze sharp as she inquired, "What do you truly mean?" Observing his averted eyes, Leah seemed to grasp something profound. Her expression shifted, and she carefully returned the dagger to its ornate box. She noticed Ingyin still holding her hand, as if he had yet to comprehend the situation. When Ingyin attempted to release her hand, Leah firmly grasped Mihawk's hand in return. He had never felt so flustered. Even when facing formidable foes, never had he felt such an urge to evade someone. Leah held a slight affection for Mihawk, whether it was wearing his clothes or savoring his culinary creations. Everything they did together felt utterly natural, as if it were always meant to be. Mihawk may have been inarticulate, yet Leah perceived him as a rare blend of gentleness and attentiveness in this world. He was remarkably frugal, possessing little material desire, and was disciplined with an admirable physique. Capable in both the drawing room and the kitchen, Leah mused that if she let this opportunity slip away, where else could she find such a capable and formidable man? If Mihawk did not reject her, why should she not strive for something more? With this resolve, Leah boldly embraced Mihawk, resting her face against his sturdy chest. Ingyin froze, his hands suspended in midair. His body reacted honestly, a realization that Leah sensed. Mihawk did not despise her. Otherwise, he would have simply pushed her away or, more directly, drawn his sword. "I understand now. You do not dislike me." Leah paused before continuing. "So, do you like me?" You need not rush to answer. Since you do not dislike me, why can we not attempt to spend time together? How shall we coexist?" The question itself implied acceptance. "Let's live together for a while." Leah lifted her head from his embrace, her gaze fervently fixed upon Mihawk. "Do not misunderstand. It is just like before, but this time, you must take the initiative to come to Zixalai Island to speak and chat with me. The conversation need not be forced. I understand you're not one for many words," Leah added casually. Beyond his stoic demeanor, Mihawk was undoubtedly an exemplary partner. For instance, when they ventured out, he would always carry the bags, never requiring her to lift a finger. He may have been taciturn, but when Leah shared something with him, he listened intently. His cooking was exceptional, and it goes without saying that as a master of swordsmanship, he was anything but weak. Mihawk frequently navigated his coffin ship to procure supplies, and whenever Leah visited the island of Krylena, she sometimes accompanied him on his errands. Leah noticed that Mihawk never shied away from the elements. Whether it rained or snowed, his expression remained unchanged. He faced nature's adversities head-on, and when Leah was present, he would draw her into his embrace, retrieving a large umbrella from the ship's cabin to shield her from the elements. When she inquired why he did this, he replied, "A swordsman trains without being disturbed by external factors." Though Leah did not fully comprehend this philosophy, she respected it nonetheless. What troubled her most was that Mihawk never took the initiative for intimate contact, seemingly resistant to such closeness. When Leah earnestly posed this question, Mihawk lowered the newspaper concealing his face, gazing at her with a look of disbelief. He had not anticipated her directness. It was not that he did not wish to grow closer, but he preferred to honor her. He wanted her to receive the respect that every woman deserves. For that reason, he was willing to endure and accommodate her feelings. Yin set aside the newspaper and approached Leah, drawing her slender waist into his embrace. He gazed into her sparkling eyes, leaned down, and kissed her lips. Though he struggled with words, he could respond to her through his actions. Leah blinked, and as they kissed, both kept their eyes open, gazing into each other's souls. What should have been an awkward moment now felt surprisingly harmonious. A mischievous smile danced in Leah's eyes as she playfully bit Mihawk's lip. Then she slipped her hand inside his garment, gliding over his firm abdominal muscles. Subsequently, she closed her eyes and gently pried open the man's defenses with her soft tongue, audaciously invading all that was his. Leah was never a paragon of purity. She possessed an inherent assertiveness over what belonged to her, manifesting not only in words, but also in actions. Eagle-eye observed the fluttering lashes of the woman before him, letting out a resigned sigh in his heart, before he too closed his eyes and began to reciprocate Leah's advances. The kiss evolved into a prolonged contest of wills, neither conceding to the other, yet ultimately, it was Leah who faltered, breathless, against Mihawk's shoulder. She leaned in, her breaths coming in quick, shallow gasps. And then she chuckled softly. A melodic laughter echoed in Mihawk's ear. "You are not so rigid after all. I am just a normal man." His voice, rich and magnetic, entwined around Leah's ears, low and lingering. He then pulled her close, one hand securing her waist while the other cradled her form, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. Although Leah was not diminutive among women, standing over 1.70 meters, she appeared especially petite nestled against Eagle-Eye. The violet depths of her eyes shimmered as she bit gently into the faintly visible vein on Mihawk's neck, firm yet tender. Mihawk responded by lifting Leah and placing her atop a nearby stone table. By this time, she had already left a strawberry mark on his neck. Feeling the heat of her heart intensifying, a glimmer of desire finally sparked in Mihawk's gaze. His fingers danced, slightly pulling down the delicate straps of Leah's dress, only to halt, his eyes silently questioning her, as if asking, "May I?" Leah did not reply with words, but responded with a soft kiss. The sound of fabric tearing resonated through the air as the twilight deepened and the temperature began to fall. Yet the atmosphere between them thickened with palpable tension. Sensing the man's increasingly urgent breaths upon her, Leah chuckled inwardly, realizing that he too possessed such a side. "Mountain does not see me. I shall go to the mountain." She found immense interest in the process of climbing the solitary, proud snow mountain, only to melt it away. In Wano Kuni, Sanji faced Queen, uncertain of defeating the foe before him. Unless he utilized the technology of the Vinsmoke family, he risked losing his emotional humanity. At that moment, a familiar silhouette, one he had fought alongside countless times, sprang to mind. Was he truly the first person to come to Sanji's thoughts? Contemplating this, Sanji took out a Den Mushi and called Zoro, who was fighting somewhere unknown. Zoro answered, but the background was filled with the sounds of a fierce battle. "Will we defeat the beast pirates?" Sanji suddenly inquired, listening to the violent clashing of swords through the Den Mushi. "Of course," Zoro replied promptly, even as he faced a formidable opponent. However, it seemed that they were inherently mismatched, as their conversations never softened in tone. Sanji, reflecting on this, felt a twinge of self-mockery. Yet, he then thought of more serious matters, his expression turning grave. "If, after the final battle, I become abnormal, you must kill me." Sanji spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his mind wandered to the image of the one fighting. He knew that with Luffy's personality, he would be unable to make such a decision. This burden could only be entrusted to the steadier Zoro, who could safeguard both him and the entire Straw Hat crew. Zoro closed his eyes, a hint of bitterness rising within him. Yet, he was not adept at capturing fleeting emotions, dismissing it as a normal bond between comrades. Between him and the curly-haired cook, there seemed to be nothing beyond arguments and brawls. Yet, they share an understanding that others would never comprehend. Even if they had been quarreling a moment before, they could swiftly unite against any foe. All right, I understand. I will ensure to kill you properly. Zoro responded to Sanji's request without hesitation. Although uncertain of what lay ahead, it sparked a sense of anticipation for the impending final battle. So, make sure to live until then. Zoro expressed this sentiment in a roundabout manner, hoping for Sanji's safety. He wrestled with his resolve, fighting with an unwavering belief in victory. However, the thought of Sanji asking him to kill him weighed heavily on his heart, causing it to pound relentlessly. Rather than excitement, it felt more like panic. Sanji was special to him, yet as a swordsman with a heart of iron, he was destined to struggle to vocalize such inner feelings. But upon considering the irreversible actions Sanji might take, Zoro furrowed his brow. I apologize. With those words, Sanji ended the call. Upon witnessing this, Zoro's agitation grew, and he struck harder against his enemies. Sanji reminisced about the past, recalling, "What are you saying? Your sword is utterly inferior compared to that guy's." This was during a confrontation when he defeated a self-proclaimed swordsman stronger than Zoro. Simultaneously, Zoro had vanquished an adversary known for his kicking techniques. There exists a man who can kick even better than you, even if he is perpetually infuriating. They often found themselves unable to cease their bickering when face to face. Yet when separated, they could not tolerate anyone insulting the other in any manner. Both were prideful. Perhaps when confronted face to face about this, they would never admit to their mutual admiration. I was referring to Eagle Eye, Sanji exclaimed. I was speaking of Kizaru, Zoro retorted. Humph. They both turned their heads away from one another. Zoro recalled the time he faced the warlord Kuma alone. After Sanji awakened, he hobbled towards him, scolding. What will you do if you die? What about your ambitions? Fool! Zoro stared at Sanji, who, despite their current predicament, radiated vigor and warmth. Sanji then stood before him, addressing the imposing Kuma. Compared to this algae-headed swordsman, take my life instead. Though the Navy may underestimate me now, in the future, the most troublesome existence among us will be me, Blackleg Sanji. How could he let him bear all of this alone? Zoro stood up and knocked Sanji out. You idiot! Sanji exclaimed as he lost consciousness. Later, he bore everything alone, and the next day, he awoke and asked, where did that warlord go? His eyes scanning for any serious wounds on his body. What a fool! Can't even hide it anymore. It's far too obvious. Even as blood streamed from his body and he trembled, Zoro stood guard over all their unconscious comrades. What was with this blood loss? Hey, are you still alive? Do not frighten me. Where on earth has that fellow gone? Hey, Sualong, the green algae-headed swordsman. Sanji stood there, gazing at the gravely injured Sualong, too afraid to touch him, his lips trembling as he called out. What on earth has transpired here? Green algae head, speak to me. Nothing happened. Sualong uttered with his last breath. Sanji supported the collapsing Sualong, his heart racing with panic. You are someone I absolutely cannot afford to lose. He must have longed to say such words to the green algae head. Perhaps he should have expressed it during that phone call. Yet, he still lacked a measure of courage. What would he do if he spoke those words and lost even his comrades? Sualong swung his sword once more, and upon seeing his enemy fall, he seized a fleeting moment of respite. As he approached the brink of death, what he desired most was to bicker with that curly-haired cook, washing dishes together in the kitchen. Though he could be infuriating, the joy of their companionship was undeniable. After the temporary cessation of the battle with Kaido and Big Mom, Sanji took on the task of tending to Sualong's wounds. Can you bandage wounds? Sualong lay there, unable to move, silently observing Sanji as he fumbled with the bandages. Isn't it simple? It's not much different from wrapping ham. Sanji replied with a hint of amusement in his tone. Oh, and Mihom? Though he wished to sit up and argue with the curly-haired one, he simply lacked the strength. You're certainly not as refined as Ham, Sanji instinctively retorted. So, who inflicted these injuries upon you? Sanji raised a cigarette to a flickering candle flame, took a puff, and exhaled smoke rings as he inquired. Kaido and Big Mom. No wonder, Sanhiri marked. You managed to reach the rooftop. Is Luffy all right? He seems to have found a way. He will win. I know that without you telling me. Gazing at Suolong, whose body was entirely bandaged save for his face, Sanji extinguished the candle. In the darkness, amidst their shared understanding, Sanji leaned in and softly kissed Suolong's lips, a fleeting moment of intimacy. Nothing happened, Sanji said awkwardly. I see. I understand your unspoken feelings. Note, this narrative possesses a hint of sentimentality. If it does not appeal to you, kindly excuse yourself. From the rooftop, the intense chase began. Lao Sha was struck and spat blood by Jozu at the outset of the war on the rooftop. Doflamingo took note of this and emerged to restrain Jozu. Greeting Crocodile, Doflamingo inquired about his well-being in prison, attempting to sway the former Shichibukai to join his crew. He stated that if Crocodile allied with him, the era of Whitebeard would come to an end. Doflamingo was well aware of Crocodile's deep obsession with Whitebeard, and he intentionally used this to entice him. Crocodile hesitated before retorting, "Shouldn't it be you who serves under me?" With that, Crocodile used his powers to blow Doflamingo away, shattering this so-called alliance. Watching Crocodile distance himself, Doflamingo clenched his teeth in frustration. However, what intrigued him was Crocodile's unwavering refusal to yield to anyone, regardless of the circumstances. Soon after, Liao arrived, ever vigilant on the battlefield for any sudden enemy appearances, her haki active as she was acutely aware of the unfolding events. Liao swiftly cut through the throng surrounding Doflamingo and stood back-to-back with him. Reminiscing, Liao suddenly asked, "By the way, Doflamingo, you seem particularly concerned about Crocodile." Doflamingo's expression stiffened, and he uncomfortably replied, "Stop rambling. No, really, Doflamingo, if you are genuinely interested in him, I have a plan, albeit it is a bit reckless. Crocodile may very well pursue you across the world." Oh, Doflamingo's attention shifted instantly. He decided to postpone this discussion for later and instructed her to handle the day's matters first. Subsequently, Lao Sha attempted to rush to the execution platform to save Ace, but Mingu unexpectedly severed his head. "You want to cast me aside to collaborate with Whitebeard? It's truly infuriating. You still treat me with such indifference. What am I to do with you?" The former Desert Eagle, once more rebuffed by Crocodile, murmured softly. In a fit of rage, Doflamingo engaged in combat with Crocodile. With Leah's disappearance, their confrontation was postponed until her return, while Lao Sha and Mihawk, along with Buggy, established the Cross Guild. In truth, Liao was privy to Crocodile's little secret. Long ago, as a pirate novice, he was once female. Lao Sha's rise to fame came from his epic battle with Barrett, after which he gained renown across the seas, leading the proud Crocodile to challenge the strongest figure at that time, Whitebeard, only to suffer a crushing defeat. That battle seemingly extinguished his ambition, and thereafter, Crocodile embarked on a quest to seek the ancient weapon Pluton, hoping to defeat Whitebeard and reclaim his former pride. However, he was ultimately vanquished by the Straw Hat Brat, and subsequently imprisoned and impelled down. Doflamingo had seen Crocodile in his female form, stubborn, unyielding, and powerful, like a solitary hawk in the desert, refusing to succumb to the scorching sun. Every aspect of her captivated Doflamingo, who was newly acquainted with human emotions. Yet, just as he began to pursue Crocodile, he received the shocking news that Crocodile had chosen to become a man. This revelation troubled him for over 2 decades. During this time, he had even harassed Crocodile, discovering that, for him, gender seemed less significant. However, such personal desires were difficult to articulate, for Crocodile was as rigid as they come. Convincing him of anything would likely prove challenging. Ironically, the reason Crocodile despised Doflamingo was precisely due to the latter's clinginess. Each time they spoke, Doflamingo would draw near, his words laced with ambiguity, leading Crocodile to suspect that his secret had been uncovered. In truth, Lao Sha was unaware that Doflamingo had indeed seen him in his female form, exquisite, and at that time, Crocodile was slender, not the gaunt type, but with a very appealing muscle tone, strikingly fierce in battle. Had he not been the target, it would have been ideal. Upon Leah's return, The two cunning individuals conspired together, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles. Thus, one day, while Lao Sha indulged in a peaceful bath, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. He immediately realized he had been ambushed. Strangely, no subsequent attacks followed, and there were no reports of invasions against the Cross Guild. After Crocodile suppressed his doubts, he fell into a peaceful slumber. However, in the dead of night, he awoke, feeling a heavy sensation in his chest, a familiar yet strange feeling that caused him to stir. He pressed his hand to his chest and began to breathe rapidly, filled with frustration. Subsequently, he squeezed his own limbs, which felt soft and flaccid. The muscles he had proudly boasted of over the years had seemingly vanished. Why had he suddenly reverted to that form he despised? Memories of the stinging sensations from the day flooded back, and he pondered if a Wankov had paid him a visit. That seemed unlikely. Given a Wankov stature, both Mihawk and he would have surely sensed his presence. In fact, any formidable individual in this world would not go unnoticed. However, the more pressing concern was how he would navigate the events to come. He harbored no desire for anyone to discover his past as a woman. With this body, reaching the pinnacle of power was unattainable. After Whitebeard's demise, his new ambition was to participate in the grandest struggle for supremacy in nearly 30 years. What purpose did this body serve? Yet, he was compelled to find exaggerated garments to conceal his form. His skin had also become remarkably smooth, which raised suspicions. Fortunately, Mihawk was devoted to the way of the sword, and likely would not concern himself with such trivial details. Buggy, too, was not particularly meticulous. Preoccupied as he was with treasure maps, they would likely remain oblivious for the time being. Once he settled his current affairs, he would undoubtedly seek a Wankov at the Revolutionary Army. They had no grievances nor enmities in the past. Why would a Wankov toy with him so? Helplessly, he realized that the only person he could think of capable of altering his gender was a Wankov. Yet, why was it that after dawn, Doflamingo lingered at the Cross Guild, using that ridiculous excuse of needing to take on missions? How could someone consorting with that deceased woman, Leah, possibly be short on funds? It was infuriating. Did that flamingo truly have nothing better to do than to cling to him? Whenever he attempted to dismiss him, Doflamingo would elegantly claim he was negotiating collaborations with the Cross Guild, presenting absurd proposals that were purely whimsical. It was vexatious, hindering his chances to restore his body. Over the past few days, Mihawk's gaze had grown increasingly peculiar. If this continued, he might expose himself. In a fit of exasperation, Crocodile finally lost his temper. Previously, he had refrained from openly confronting the obnoxious flamingo due to its connections, especially since Mihawk shared a good rapport with that red-haired Yonko. Besides bothering him, Doflamingo had not committed any overtly excessive acts. That masked smile of his was truly irksome. What exactly did he want? After once again pushing Doflamingo's intrusive face away, Crocodile frowned in discontent. "I feel something is off with you these past few days," Doflamingo remarked, adjusting his sunglasses with a smile. "What seems to be amiss?" Crocodile felt a fleeting moment of guilt at this question, yet with his temperament, he could not reveal it. Thus, he calmly countered, "What is there to be off?" Doflamingo raised an eyebrow and casually replied, "For instance, you have been bundling yourself up tightly, despite the sweltering summer. Are you feeling cold?" He then took a few steps closer to Crocodile and inquired, "Or perhaps, are you ill with some unspeakable ailment?" "I am not, and you need not concern yourself," Crocodile retorted with displeasure. Upon closer inspection, Doflamingo noted, "It seems your skin has become considerably more delicate. Are you perhaps engaging in some frivolous studies akin to that deceased woman, Leah?" Doflamingo's expression shifted to one of disdain. Of course, this was all the result of a collaboration with Leah. Even so, he could not disclose that, lest the sand crocodile decide to end him. Crocodile unleashed a sand whirlwind aimed at Doflamingo, attempting to silence him. However, the half-hearted attack was easily dodged by Doflamingo. It seemed that since his transformation into a woman, Crocodile's mood had grown increasingly agitated, making it difficult for him to control his emotions. This was not due to any other factor. Crocodile would never lose his composure over such a trivial matter as becoming a woman. The abnormality in his feelings stemmed primarily from a disruption in hormone secretion, commonly referred to as an endocrine imbalance. Just consider the transition from producing male hormones to suddenly experiencing a surge of female hormones. Such a drastic change would be unsettling for anyone. The most distressing aspect for Crocodile was his inability to control his tears. Any slight annoyance would have him on the verge of tears. It left him yearning to don a mask to conceal his face. A notorious pirate of the Grand Line, the second in command of the Cross Guild, reduced to tears. What a disgrace. Yet, honestly, seeing the flamingo was bothersome. His irritation had escalated to the point where he felt an aversion to the color pink. Nevertheless, he was suspicious. That flamingo was hardly known for his amiable nature. On the contrary, he was notorious for his vendettas, a prominent figure in the underworld of the New World. He had even attempted to dabble in human trafficking. Doflamingo lacked any semblance of conscience. Many things he refrained from doing were merely to spare Leah's feelings. So, why was he still here, smiling at him? It was unsettling, and within that discomfort, he sensed a degree of indulgence from the flamingo. The thought alone sent chills down his spine. What was the purpose of all this? Just as he managed to escape the flamingo's clutches, Crocodile sought a moment of solitude in the hot spring, only to have the flamingo barge in. The embarrassment was overwhelming. However, given that they were in a hot spring, elemental transformation would be impossible. Furthermore, if he were in a man's body, he could stand proudly. But now that he was in a woman's form, he had to hide. He certainly did not want that flamingo to discover his secret and mock him. Thus, he naturally submerged himself in the hot spring. The sound of the water masked his movements, and Doflamingo seemed oblivious. He merely stood there, commenting on the hot spring, then, feigning a call, ensured no one else was present before shedding his pink feather coat. He then entered the water. Since his transformation into a woman, Crocodile's reflexes appear to have slowed. By the time Doflamingo swam up to him, he panicked and attempted to flee. However, Doflamingo would not allow him to escape so easily. He reached out and embraced the fleeing figure, pretending not to recognize Crocodile in his transformed state. Your waist is quite slender, he remarked. Let go, Crocodile exclaimed, delivering a kick towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo did not evade. He absorbed the blow, but in doing so, he tightened his hold on Crocodile and even pinched his waist. Just as Crocodile contemplated risking exposure to deliver a fierce blow to this scoundrel, a sudden pain surged through his abdomen. It was so intense that he could hardly bear it, bending over as if his waist were contorted like a shrimp. This familiar, loathsome sensation of weakness was something he had not experienced in nearly 2 decades. Being a woman is indeed troublesome. Duff gazed at Cloquetier, whose lips were beginning to pale, and immediately raised his hands, exclaiming, Hey, I haven't done anything to you. In fact, you just kicked me, and I have no intention of holding it against you. So don't try to provoke me. Get out of here, you damn flamingo. Cloquetier, mustering her strength, retorted angrily. Oh, my dear lady, it's our first meeting, and you've already bestowed upon me such a charming nickname. You truly have a fondness for me, don't you? I adore you. I cherish you and your ancestors. The audacity of Duff had even driven Cloquetier to utter profanity, prompting Leah, who was eavesdropping in the shadows, to think to herself, You truly have a way with words. Cloquetier was uncertain whether her condition stemmed from anger or pain, as her complexion gradually faded, and even her insults came out much weaker. Duff, sensing something amiss, hurried closer. Cloquetier instinctively resisted his approach, but her feeble attempts to push him away resembled a game of cat and mouse. The feminine form of Cloquetier was undeniably alluring, and her voice had a certain androgynous quality, her glare often imbued with a seductive glint. Observing Cloquetier's deteriorating state, Duff ceased his teasing and lifted her into his arms, enveloping her bare body within the warmth of his heavy feather coat. Aware of Cloquetier's reluctance, Duff tightened his embrace, draping the coat over her face, understanding her desire to keep her secret hidden from prying eyes. As they moved, her smooth and delicate legs occasionally revealed themselves, an inevitability given Cloquetier's vigorous struggles against him. The sight drew curious glances from those around, who merely perceived it as Duff having acquired a rebellious steed, a common occurrence among pirates, unlike the more austere members of their cross guild. For them, the act of seizing what they desired was paramount, indifferent to the consent of the woman in his arms. The world was, after all, one of survival of the fittest. Leah, observing this scene, felt a surge of excitement mixed with a sense of unease, prompting her to follow suit. Duff, mindful of Keloakidier's feelings, chose not to take her back to her resting quarters, but instead carried her to the room previously arranged for him at the Cross Guild. To exacerbate the awkwardness, Keloakidir was not only unclothed, but the red feather coat that enveloped her had begun to bear flecks of blood. Leah, having caught up, instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Poor Keloakidir, she thought, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, knowing it was unwise to mock her in such a state. For Keloakidir harbored grudges, and she dreaded the thought of being chased down and tormented later. Yet, Leah recalled Duff's earlier words. Will he bear the burden alone for this? Instantly, she felt emboldened, puffing herself up with newfound confidence, though Keloakidir's scrutinizing gaze made her falter. Truly, Keloakidir was breathtakingly attractive, striking a chord within Leah. The desire to draw closer was undeniable. In summary, Duff was indeed fortunate. As a woman, Keloakidir faced challenges that Leah believed she could adeptly resolve. Following this incident, Keloakidir's gaze towards Leah softened, though she hoped that Leah would not uncover her mischievous antics involving advanced technology. The primary materials had, of course, originated from Ivanovkov, who alone could alleviate Keloakidir's predicament. Unfortunately, the timing was inopportune, as encountering her menstrual cycle was a most unfortunate circumstance. Being a transgender individual, Keloakidir's suffering was far more profound than that of an ordinary woman. Additionally, her current condition caused her to experience uncontrollable tears during moments of pain, which was distressing for Duff to witness. Had he known such a situation would arise, he would have refrained from employing such extreme measures. Perhaps it was the flicker of conscience that prompted Duff to take on the responsibility of caring for Keloakidir during this time. Initially, when Duff discovered Keloakidir had transformed into a woman, she had been furious at his knowledge of her predicament, feeling he had deliberately tormented her at the hot springs. Yet, overwhelmed by weakness and abdominal pain, she found herself unable to confront him any further. Having lived as a man for many years, she believed she had long since overcome any embarrassment of being seen in such a vulnerable state. However, reverting to femininity had rendered her exceedingly uncomfortable with exposure. Nonetheless, she could not let such trivial matters dictate her actions toward Duff. It would be absurd to pursue revenge once she returned to her male form. The fragility of a woman's body was exasperating. She couldn't even bear to touch cold water. It was up to the insufferable flamingo to fetch her a cup of warm water, a gesture that felt unbearably pretentious. Fortunately, Duff did not express disdain or ridicule her, for that would have driven her to despair. Since becoming a woman, her inner monologue had grown increasingly verbose, with thoughts of ending it all surfacing more often. Furthermore, the stares from the members of the Cross Guild towards the two of them had become increasingly unsettling. While she normally disregarded such attention, it now felt unbearable. She had covered herself as best as she could. What more could she do? Was it not merely a matter of insisting on going out to eat, only to falter midway, ultimately being carried by the insufferable flamingo? Why did they all fixate on her? With these thoughts in mind, Keloakidir extended her slender fingers and pinched Duff's waist, burying her face into the new pink feather coat that exuded the fragrance of sandalwood. Only when Duff emitted a soft cry of pain did Keloakidir feel satisfied enough to release her grip. Being a woman was truly a vexing ordeal. She was determined to transform back soon, but if she did, the insufferable flamingo would no longer be so attentive, reverting to his previous intolerable demeanor. This thought left Keloakidir unexpectedly melancholic. Leah, having discreetly slipped away in advance, was aware that she, too, had her own busy life and could not cling to Keloakidir like Duff. As for the prospect of Keloakidir seeking retribution later, Leah felt a twinge of anxiety. With this in mind, she silently prayed for Duff, hoping he would not suffer too terribly in the end, and that she might return in time to assist him. For Duff, caring for Keloakidir during those days proved to be quite enjoyable, as her emotional volatility, while challenging, also brought forth a sense of reliance upon him that was wholly new. However, the inevitable journey to seek Ivanovkov's assistance loomed ahead, and he feared that their little secrets would soon be laid bare. He pondered whether he should preemptively procure a set of Halushi armor. In such a case, if Kloktar were to confront him, both would suffer dire consequences. Doflamingo was indifferent to Kloktar's gender, yet Kloktar herself was quite concerned about it. Recently, Doflamingo had declined numerous assignments, specifically escorting Kloktar, whose powers had diminished upon becoming a woman, to seek out Ivankov. Kloktar harbored suspicions that Doflamingo perhaps looked down on her, always rushing to take the initiative, and whenever she inquired, he would respond with a disingenuous smile, lacking sincerity. Overall, the dynamic between them was exceedingly delicate. Given that this endeavor was personal, Kloktar could not brazenly march to the Revolutionary Army's stronghold with her entourage in search of Ivankov, as this would imply that the Cross Guild intended to wage war against the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, she was reluctant to expose her little secret. Just before their departure, Doflamingo placed a call to Leah to discuss their next steps. Leah's response was straightforward. Doflamingo had to devise every possible means to subdue Crocodile. Otherwise, both would face dire repercussions, though Doflamingo alone would likely bear the brunt of the fallout. For the sake of her future tranquility, Leah was eager to offer Doflamingo her strategic counsel. As for how the two would interact in the future, that was beyond Leah's considerations. After all, she understood that Doflamingo was resilient enough not to be easily bested by Kloktar. However, if Kloktar were to deny Doflamingo, the outcome was uncertain. Kloktar had once gained notoriety in the Grand Line for her fierce battles against Barrett, so provoking her could yield unpredictable and dangerous results. Furthermore, Kloktar was Leah's most despised intellectual adversary, making her a challenging opponent. Why had she chosen to engage with such a difficult figure? As she prayed for Doflamingo to successfully subdue Kloktar, Leah had never wished so fervently for Doflamingo to showcase his charisma. Meanwhile, Doflamingo and Kloktar sat side by side, leisurely fishing. In truth, Kloktar had begun to acclimate to Doflamingo's attempts to win her over. However, the unusual circumstances led her to suspect that Doflamingo had committed some transgression against her, prompting his overtures of goodwill. Nevertheless, she would remain unappreciative. Once she discovered what the stinky flamingo had done behind her back, she would certainly confront him, as usual. Unless he chose to become her subordinate, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. At that moment, as she pondered her thoughts, the fishing rod began to tremble, indicating that a fish was on the line. After spending an entire afternoon waiting, it was a relief when they finally hooked one. Kloktar was elated, but she soon realized that she could not haul the fish in by herself. Fortunately, Doflamingo stepped behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist to assist in reeling it in. Thankfully, the quality of the fishing rod was exceptional, even with both former warlords exerting their strength. It did not break. Kloktar felt that since Doflamingo had begun to help, she no longer needed to strain herself. While she lamented the burdens of her female form, she also felt a sudden wave of shyness as she was enveloped in the scent of the stinky flamingo. Moreover, she found herself gradually adapting to his proximity, becoming accustomed to his incessant inquiries and the peculiar way he interacted with others, not to mention the raw desire reflected in his gaze when he looked at her. In the world of pirates, matters were often direct, a truth Kloktar had understood for many years. She was no fool, yet aside from her ambitions of reaching the pinnacle, she had not contemplated such personal affairs until now. This persistent figure seemed worth considering, as he would not hinder her ascent. Rather, he could serve as an ally. Furthermore, he seemed unperturbed by her ambiguous gender identity, making him appear to be the most suitable companion in this world. As she mulled over these thoughts, Doflamingo suddenly pulled a massive sea creature from the placid waters. One ugly thing, a sea dog. Just as the furious beast prepared to smash their vessel with its tail, thin threads emerged from Doflamingo's fingertips. In an instant, the creature was cleaved in two, its carcass floating lifelessly in the ocean. The colossal waves that ensued drenched both of them. Yet inexplicably, Kloktar felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that being alongside the stinky flamingo was not as unbearable as she had thought. Doflamingo chuckled softly, and in a moment of spontaneity, Clockter surrendered to her heart's desire, embracing him for the first time. Though the sensation was damp and slightly disagreeable, Doflamingo's warmth seeped through her wet garments, bringing her a sense of comfort. While her form remained unaltered, it seemed they could explore other possibilities together. With that in mind, Clockter reached out, encircling Doflamingo's neck, drawing him closer, and pressed her lips against his. As her clothing gradually slipped away, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly charged. Doflamingo held Clockter and guided her toward the cabin. He carelessly tore down the curtains and spread them across the floor, pressing Clockter beneath him. Kisses began to scatter across their bodies, and though Clockter initially resisted, her feminine physique proved less formidable against Doflamingo's strength. Moreover, the pressure against her abdomen was quite uncomfortable. Ultimately, she relented and lowered her final defenses. The softness of her body was undeniable, and even Clockter found pleasure in caressing herself. By the time they finally settled, it was well past midnight, and they lay together, panting heavily. What was Doflamingo up to now? Without hesitation, he retrieved a din-din mushie and called Leah, disregarding the presence of those involved, immediately sharing the day's exploits. During the call, he even overlooked Clockter's disapproving glare, ignoring Leah's astonished cheers on the other end before abruptly ending the call. At that moment, Clockter leaned closer to Doflamingo, tugging at the pants he had just donned, her voice seething with anger as she demanded, "What is your relationship with that woman, Leah?" Doflamingo chuckled lightly and wrapped his arms around Clockter, his stubbled chin brushing against her smooth cheek as he replied, "She's my most important family, while you are my most cherished lover." Could someone like him still hold hope? Doflamingo had asked himself this question countless times during sleepless nights. Each time he removed his sunglasses, he felt engulfed by darkness, void of vitality. Happiness was a luxury he could scarcely afford. During his time as a celestial dragon, he felt more numb than anything else, with little to say about joy or other sentiments. Celestial dragons were but puppets raised by the Gorosei and the highest authorities in Mariewa, rendered foolish and arrogant, with the world's suffering unjustly attributed to them. Perhaps escaping from that existence was a form of fortune. He had not understood this then, but in retrospect, it was indeed the case. At that time, the psychological disparity he encountered was overwhelming, and the blows he suffered filled him with disdain and a desire for destruction towards the world. The presence of Leah was akin to a ray of light piercing through the darkness of his life. Reflecting on the journey of their acquaintance, he felt an authentic sense of fortune. There would never again be anyone like her in this world. Even though he was aware that most of his thoughts were burdened with negativity, she harbored none of that disdain towards him. Leah, respecting him, offered suggestions that were beneficial and maximally constructive. She never pressured him to accept her advice, nor did she demand that he transform into a virtuous person. She was the only one who truly understood the essence of who he was, yet still chose to stand by his side. They shared certain traits in their personalities, possessing a unique rapport that others could scarcely compare to. From the moment he first laid eyes on Leah in his childhood, he had been convinced they were the most compatible souls in existence. He wished to expel everyone who surrounded her, desiring her to belong solely to him. However, he acknowledged that Leah valued her freedom in socializing, and thus, he felt compelled to respect that. This marked the first time Dofei placed the term respect upon another person, aside from his mother. After all, his ultimate ambition was to obliterate the world. Consequently, he remained indifferent to how the people of this world changed, as long as those he cherished could remain by his side. Even the members of his family, regardless of their nature, served the purpose of aiding him in his pursuit of becoming the Pirate King, a title he had no desire to claim. In his youth, Leah had appeared to help him safeguard his final shred of dignity, ensuring that he did not take his father's life with his own hands. His father succumbed to the ailments resulting from years of hardship. It was evident that his father, having previously lived a life of luxury as a Tenryubito, could not withstand the trials of the world and faced persecution from the common folk. Thus his life was destined to be short. Upon his demise, the first emotion that surged within Dofei was one of regret. This so-called father, who had never stood up for their family, had now left behind a mess for him to clean up, which he perceived as a liberation, as it meant he could once again be by his mother's side. Yet, all the suffering was left for those who remained to bear. Upon losing both parents in a single day, Rahi collapsed emotionally. As the elder brother, he should have been more attentive to his feelings. However, during that time, he was preoccupied with survival, focused on establishing a power that could protect them both, neglecting this crucial aspect. Moreover, during that period, he was primarily occupied with seeking vengeance against those who had wronged their family. Regardless of the reasons, Rahi's loss of their mother had a share of blame resting upon them, and he would not show mercy. He would retaliate with an even greater ferocity. Such was his nature, but Rahi was different. Rahi resembled their mother, easily soft-hearted and empathetic towards others' suffering. Yet, he was devoid of such sentiments, feeling utterly out of place among his family. He lacked any semblance of compassion. Thus, he believed he would ultimately meet a grim fate. For a killer must be prepared to be killed in return, would they not? After Rahi vanished, upon discovering the extent of his actions, he found himself utterly alone, without kin. Following his revenge against those commoners, he began to expand his influence aggressively. Once he grew powerful enough, he would exact revenge upon the lofty Tenryubito, and he would possess the means to scour the world until he found her. However, after searching every conceivable place, he found nothing. It seemed as though she did not exist in this world, leaving him often in a trance, questioning whether she had merely been a figment of his childhood imagination. Eventually, Rahi returned to the family. He was elated. The Don Quixote family was thriving, and now his brother was back by his side. Seemingly everything was progressing positively. The first inquiry Dofei made to Rahi was not about his past experiences over the years, but rather to confirm whether she had indeed been part of their childhood. When Rahi nodded, a wave of relief washed over him. However, Rahi had not returned to him genuinely. He was merely an undercover agent sent by the Navy, a realization that dawned on Dofei shortly after Rahi's return. Yet, he clung to a sliver of hope, believing that if he treated him well enough, Rahi might think of him more fondly, as they were not merely connected by blood. Were they? Why then must even his own brother betray him? In light of this, he wished Rahi had perished long ago. At least then, he would not have to endure the agony of familial betrayal once more. On the night of their irrevocable fracture, the one he had sought for nearly 2 decades returned. She appeared unchanged, perhaps even more youthful, as snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, landing upon her vibrant red coat and her flowing black hair. She approached him slowly. The ground was blanketed in white, the entire town shrouded in his metaphorical birdcage. How she had arrived here was beyond him. At that moment, he could no longer delve into such inquiries. He only remembered that he struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to embrace her tightly. He recalled her words when they next met. He was to pretend he had never seen her. Thus, in this second encounter, could they not start anew? He yearned to stand by her not as a younger brother or as a weakling, but as an equal. When he realized he no longer recognized her, he felt a fracture within himself. His greatest fear remained that she would be troubled by his darker nature. Fortunately, her reason for seeking him was not solely to rescue Rahi, but primarily to form a partnership with him. He maintained his composure, for this presented an opportunity to establish a new identity beside her, did it not? Thus, all his previous apprehensions would soon dissolve. Who would merely wish to be her partner, to ally with Leah, to forge a union and jointly build their kingdom should have been a source of joy. Yet, why did she always seem surrounded by so many others? He should have anticipated this. With her extroverted yet measured demeanor, it was inevitable that she would attract many. Furthermore, her ambitions were undeniably grand. However, they shared a common objective: to bring down the Tenryubito. The shape of the world should not be determined by a select few, but should reflect the collective will of all its inhabitants. This was Lie's conviction, which he had previously scorned. Yet, as subtle changes unfolded, he gradually began to resonate with her sentiments. If the world could improve and bring her happiness, then it would indeed hold intrinsic value. He was willing to offer all that was beautiful, reserving the darkness solely for himself to grapple with. Yet, Leah proclaimed her willingness to shoulder everything alongside him, to triumph and to weep together. They were meant to stand united forever. It was hard not to be moved by such a sentiment. He yearned to stand by her side for eternity. To achieve this goal, He found it not too burdensome to yield to her wishes slightly and heed her reasonable suggestions. In this world, one inevitably encounters someone for whom one is willing to take a step back, even if that person is as flawed as he. Among those he detests the most, the celestial dragons had previously held the top spot, but now it was the red-haired emperor. His incessant meddling, particularly with Leah, irked him greatly, as they seemed fundamentally incompatible, unable to exchange even a word. Though their paths crossed due to their mutual acquaintance with Leah, their relationship remained strained. This was rare for Shanks, as he typically made friends wherever he went and seldom encountered individuals he could not get along with. Yet, Don Quixote Doflamingo was indeed such an individual. Nevertheless, what did it matter? They were not likely to come to blows over it. A confrontation would result not only in losses, but would also likely infuriate Leah. He did not wish to put her in a difficult position, so as long as they did not meet, all would be well. Fortunately, he usually signed contracts with the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates. Beckman was a shrewd and composed partner, ensuring that profits were not squandered. At least he was someone to rely on. Had it been the red-haired himself, he would have had to contemplate further. Each year, Leah hosted an annual gathering to celebrate their profits. Their enterprise had grown to a scale that astonished him, with investments expanding at an alarming rate, yielding returns that were nothing short of staggering. Leah was undeniably astute in business, possessing remarkable insight and foresight. However, these attributes were not the reasons for his affection. Rather, it was the sense of security she provided. He had long since learned that even the closest of companions could betray him. Yet, he was confident that Leah would never forsake him. Even if he were to plummet into the deepest abyss, Leah would be there at the edge, striving to pull him back up. As long as she drew breath, he was willing to endure this earthly hell. For this sense of belonging instilled in him hope for the future. Perhaps they could never stand together as lovers, but as long as they accompanied each other, that would suffice. At the annual gathering, they would dance together, visit each other's homes, and, on occasion, if she felt inspired, Leah would cook and invite close friends for a feast. These intimate gatherings were far more heartwarming than the grand annual meetings of the business association. At least, during the moments when they sat together under the stars after dinner, he felt their hearts drawing near, gazing at the twinkling constellations. Doflamingo believed there were countless moments they could share in the future, and he wanted to create a list of them. He wished to spend the rest of his life with her, even as friends. As long as there were no others standing beside her, he would still have a chance. Wouldn't he? Yet, he had not anticipated the sudden turn of events. Initially, he believed they would host a grand celebration after the Marineford War, for by then, the Revolutionary Army would have officially declared war on the Celestial Dragons, thus enhancing their power. Furthermore, with Yushia being a Mekon fruit user, her allegiance would ensure an infinite supply of provisions for whichever side she stood with, making them prime targets for both factions in the conflict. Their immense wealth accumulated over the years would enable them to accomplish much during the war. Why, at such a pivotal moment in history, would she go missing? They searched tirelessly for clues, scouring the area repeatedly, yet finding not a trace of her, reminiscent of his futile attempts to locate her years prior. Would she vanish from this world forever? The mere thought ignited a destructive urge within him. During that tumultuous period, he eliminated numerous individuals he had previously found displeasing. DeSoloro believed Leah to be dead and approached him to discuss taking over her business. The moment that suggestion was uttered, Doflamingo unleashed his fury upon DeSoloro. No one could replace Leah in his heart, and no one should dare covet what was hers, including himself. He was acutely aware of the sacrifices Leah had made for what she possessed today. Life is inherently competitive. He alone could not fend off the sharks eager to seize a piece of the pie. Thankfully, Leah's loyal subordinates, family, and even the bothersome red-haired emperor staunchly protected her interests during her absence, refusing to allow anyone to encroach upon them. In some respects, even the world's greatest swordsman, who typically remained aloof, stepped forward. His instincts told him that Leah would return. Yet, he feared this might merely be wishful thinking. After forcing himself to calm down, he reflected on all that had transpired since their first encounter. He vaguely speculated that Leah, while battling an unknown force within a black hole, might have inadvertently returned to the past. Of course, this was the best-case scenario. Liao remained missing, and no one could ascertain whether she was alive or dead. In a way, this could be seen as good news. At least there was hope for her return. He vowed that if Liao could come back, he would seize every opportunity to keep her by his side. Even if branded as shameless or pushed away, he would cling to her until she accepted him. Only upon experiencing loss did he realize the fragility of human connections. Without proactive efforts, one can easily lose what is dear. She was his salvation, a beacon of light that fell into his life during the darkest of times. Thus, he was unwilling to lose her again or let her belong to anyone else. Upon learning of her return, he longed to see her immediately, wishing for her to remain by his side forever. However, he recognized that he needed time to eliminate the threats, ensuring a more secure future for them. He even contemplated handling all the unpleasant matters himself, wishing to shield her from the dangers that lay ahead. Yet, Doflamingo understood that Liao would never agree to such an arrangement. She would not stand idly by while her companions ventured into peril, waiting for the outcome from a distance. She took charge of many situations personally, believing that only by standing alongside her crew and excelling in their tasks could they truly acknowledge her as their captain. This was in stark contrast to his approach. He genuinely treated the members of his family business as kin, yet when necessary, he would sacrifice their lives to achieve his objectives. That was his guiding principle. But Liao was different. Once someone became part of her inner circle, she would go to great lengths to save them, even at the cost of her own interests. Well, even if that were the case, he still adored her. At the very least, he would help her protect everything she cherished, as long as she was happy. That was all that mattered. Therefore, he diligently set about resolving any matters that might disturb her peace of mind, preparing to greet her with the best of spirits. Then he expressed his feelings to her, and even if she disagreed, it was of no consequence. He would never leave her again. Although she was also looking out for those around her. It was precisely because of this that she had extended her hand to the young and bothersome version of him back then. Thus, he chose to honor and respect her actions, for he too was a beneficiary of her kindness. The sensation of being enveloped in goodwill was truly delightful. Yet he yearned for more, an affection that belonged solely to him. She remained the same, carefree and oblivious to everything else. Dust still clung to her face, but her smile was undeniably enchanting. The sun blazed fiercely, yet the warmth she brought was just right. She ran barefoot towards him, her expression brimming with anticipation. Leah was not tall, of course, especially when compared to his towering height of nearly 3 meters. In his presence, she appeared diminutive, yet possessed a remarkable strength. Even he, a man steeped in wickedness, could not bear to harm her. He merely wished to walk closely behind her, witnessing the commotion she could stir in the ocean's depths. Her brother, who aspired to be the pirate king, similarly exuded a charisma that compelled others to follow. Their family was indeed peculiar. Holding her in his embrace, he finally felt a sense of reality regarding her return. She was so small that he could easily encompass her in a single hand. It was delightful, though it would be even better if that so-called world's greatest swordsman did not intrude upon their little world. Aside from Leah, everyone else, including Luoshi, was rather bothersome. He could not dwell on such matters, as they only served to irritate him. Fortunately, Yin did not follow them. However, it wasn't long before Leah began discussing business matters. Truly a workaholic, yet he knew his own harsh words would not deter her. After his complaints, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Duofu was a proud individual with self-awareness. After leaving Kalei Kana Island with Leah, he felt an inexplicable sense of refreshment, perhaps due to the distance from the annoying fellow. In any case, although the first familiar face Leah encountered upon her return was Yin, he was the first to seek her out. Moreover, she was returning to Zixalai Island aboard his ship, which brought him great satisfaction. Even at full speed, it would take several days to reach Kalei Kana Island, granting them ample time for solitude. As for the crew on the ship or the other officers, Duofu had already mentally tuned them out. Leah had previously worn Perona's attire, which had long since vanished. It was not that Leah found it distasteful. Rather, Duofu had prepared an entire room filled with clothing for her when he came to see her. The garments were not unattractive, yet they were certainly not to her taste, resembling more Duofu's aesthetic. Enough was enough. Where had he found such a plethora of peculiar clothing? By the time she managed to find an outfit that was somewhat pleasing amidst the heap, the previous Lolita dress had already disappeared. However, once donned, the outfit proved to be excessively revealing. She struggled to carry it off. Her body could manage, but psychologically, she felt ill at ease in such attire. "This suits you perfectly," Duofu remarked nonchalantly as he entered, pushing the door open. Leah turned around, speechless, and asked, "How much have you fantasized about me privately? This room is filled with tight lace and barely there dresses. How on earth am I supposed to wear this outside? Should I just stick a Band-Aid on my chest?" she exclaimed, pointing at her bosom. Duofu pondered for a moment, then replied, "That is not entirely out of the question." Leah punched him in the chest in frustration, saying, "Just because you like showing off your chest doesn't mean I do. You smelly flamingo. Who said you had to wear it out? You only need to wear it in front of me." As he spoke, Duofu wrapped Leah snugly in his pink feather coat, turning her into a ball. "This will suffice for going out," he concluded, satisfied after giving her head a playful ruffle. Leah rolled her eyes and, with a sigh, removed the heavy coat. Tossing it aside, "Please, do you even see what the weather is like? Are you trying to make me overheat?" Duofu shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "By the way, Duofu, since your return, you've become much more straightforward. You used to always belittle or insult me before getting to your point." "I would only catch the latter half of what you said," Leah remarked. "Do you think I don't listen to you and take pride in that?" Duofu asked. Hearing his tone, Leah thought he was about to explode, and she intended to back down quickly. However, Duofu continued, "If you don't listen to me, I can repeat myself as many times as necessary. I will always have the utmost patience for you." "Hey, that's really strange," Leah exclaimed, covering her mouth dramatically. "Honestly, I'm starting to feel a bit unaccustomed to a day without hearing you insult me," she continued. "No, I just want to be a bit nicer to you," Duofu said, turning his face away awkwardly. "Oh, come on. We're like sisters. Why be so polite? If you need anything, just say it. I won't hesitate to help. Your sudden amiability is truly unsettling," Leah declared, playfully patting Duofu on the shoulder. "You're such a headache." Duofu couldn't help but rub his forehead. "Let me tell you something, you dead woman. You are neither my family nor my precious friend. So stop bringing up those ridiculous notions of sisterhood. I have no interest in your so-called sisterhood," Duofu said, standing up and gradually approaching Leah. She blinked, surprisingly calm, until he drew close enough for her to say, "Duofu, you really are quite low. Why not think through your confession a bit more? Say something that would touch my heart. Where are the flowers? I intended to prepare those and say it more formally, but you kept provoking me, and, in my excitement, I just blurted it out." Duofu appeared somewhat tense, which was rather unusual. "What if I said I didn't like you?" Leah inquired. "Not liking you would just mean I like you even more. Just to be clear, you're not allowed to run away from me." Duofu's tone was firm, yet the content of his words was remarkably calm, even somewhat humble. Overall, he exuded a thick-skinned charm that was oddly endearing. Leah couldn't help but laugh. Duofu in this state was truly delightful, even more so than when he was silent and brooding. Seeing her laugh so hard she could barely stand, he felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. He exerted a gentle grip on her face, asking, "Is it really that funny?" Duofu's demeanor was quite charming. Leah attempted to push his hand away, but found it difficult. "I've never heard anyone describe me like that before." "You really don't seem afraid of me at all," she said. "Why should I be afraid? You wouldn't eat me," she replied. Try to reach for his hand to pinch it back. Upon noticing her intent, Duofu leaned in closer, allowing her to succeed. At that moment, their proximity was incredibly intimate. Indeed, Leah feels that Dofu's subordinates are undoubtedly the most formidable in the entire OP world. They possess an exceptional ability to gauge their leader's temperament, although there is the rather unfortunate exception of the short-sighted Baby 5. Upon observing the man she has taken a fancy to, Dofu cannot help but frown, his instinct urging him to eliminate the rival immediately. However, he finds himself constrained by Leah's directive that matters of romance among subordinates should remain detached. Besides, if any misfortune were to befall them, the backing of the Don Quixote family remains steadfast. If the situation cannot be resolved, They can always band together with their allies. What power in this world could withstand their combined might? They are audacious enough to challenge the celestial dragons. So surely dealing with mere pirates would be far simpler. A substantial bounty, coupled with the guise of another's hand, could easily render a swift resolution. Is that not a more efficient method? It seems someone is about to enter to report to Dofu, but upon witnessing the scene through the small window outside the room, they wisely choose to retreat. Such cleverness is commendable. Although their eyes met, Dofu's sunglasses obscured his expression, which Leah found slightly disadvantageous. Thus, she reached up to remove Dofu's shades. The light within the room was not overly bright, and she harbored no concerns about harming his eyes. She was well aware that Dofu had sustained an injury in his youth and had since grown accustomed to wearing sunglasses. However, in this moment, the glasses served more to conceal his emotions. Leah gazed directly into his eyes, which revealed everything. His current feelings were palpable. Initially, when she heard Dofu's remark, she believed he was jesting and intended to brush it off casually, but now it was evident that he was sincere. Reflected in his eyes was her own image. When had she become a resident within his gaze? Dofu suddenly inquired, "Do you truly harbor no affection for me? Your eyes betray a lack of indifference." Could she express sentiments of mild affection or even a smidgen of fondness? Leah blinked and replied, "Well, that is reassuring." Dofu chuckled softly, while Leah's attention fixated on his Adam's apple, feeling an unexpected flutter. Observing him closely, she noted that Dofu was quite handsome, possessing the quintessential rogue charm. Strangely, however, after Rashi removes his makeup, he appears rather unassuming. Despite being brothers, their styles are utterly contrasting. It is true that appearances reveal much about a person. Yet Leah remains unfazed by this. She often finds herself pondering trivial matters. Lost in thought, Leah was suddenly enveloped in Dofu's embrace, who wasted no time in kissing her directly. Upon witnessing her astonished, wide-eyed expression, Dofu became even more fervent in his kiss. As her fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue, Leah eventually closed her eyes, savoring the moment. They were no longer children, both being adults, and having spent so long as pirates, she understood intentions with merely a glance. Therefore, a direct approach seemed most fitting. She harbored no aversion to Dofu. Otherwise, they would not have forged a friendship. Moreover, in the presence of Dofu, the selfish and cold-hearted villain, she felt a flicker of warmth in her heart at certain moments. Without a doubt, Dofu was among the few individuals in this world to whom she extended her trust. This trust, however, is predicated on a certain allure he possesses, irrespective of romantic feelings. To place her trust in him was a gamble, and Leah was willing to take that risk due to the magnetic quality he exuded and the bond they shared. Such reasoning may seem irrational, yet both are individuals with distinctly defined emotional boundaries. They understand that when someone truly enters another's heart, they will inevitably offer the utmost compromise. Thus, she trusts Dofu. The kiss came as a surprise, yet it felt inexplicably appropriate. Hence, both relished the moment. Sometimes, the bonds forged between rogues are refreshingly straightforward. If there is no aversion, then let love flourish. As long as one protects those they care for without hesitation, regardless of the circumstances, there is no guilt involved. Leah and Dofu share numerous harmonious traits. In their approach to various matters, the perspectives often align. Leah possesses a humanitarian spirit, always concerned for the suffering masses, striving to lend her support. However, her assistance is limited to providing employment opportunities. She would never condone the notion of unearned gains. Human nature is inherently selfish. If faced with a choice between a group of strangers and one of her own, she would undoubtedly choose her own, without a twinge of guilt. She is willing to help, but feels no obligation. After spending time with Dofu, if she were to pinpoint one aspect that she found somewhat challenging, it would be his clinginess. He harbors a profound insecurity, not out of fear that she would run off with another man, but rather that she might encounter peril while conducting business. When she inquires about his worries, he simply holds her close, choosing silence as he absorbs her presence, which provides him solace. An unhappy childhood often requires a lifetime to mend. Leah, in turn, serves as a balm for his frayed nerves. Little do others know that the illustrious Shichibukai Dufuromage is a man who, at night, is plagued by sudden surges of panic, often waking to sit alone until dawn. When morning breaks, he resumes his role as the king of Dressrosa, the Shichibukai, the Joker. Haunted by memories of being pursued by those wretched commoners in his youth, he would awaken in terror, and on one occasion, when he and Rashi found themselves encircled by flames, he can no longer recall how he managed to rescue Rashi. All he remembers is the excruciating pain that rendered him nearly numb and the inability to find peace and sleep thereafter. His nerves often throb with pain, to the point where even his current pain tolerance cannot prevent cold sweats. These are experiences he has never disclosed to anyone, not even Arashi. Following the loss of their parents, he, as the elder brother, was compelled to exhibit strength and resilience, ensuring that Rashi viewed him as a pillar of support, so they could endure together in that loathsome world. When betrayed by Rashi, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. From that moment on, he prohibited anyone from approaching his bedroom within a 10-meter radius at night. Countless nights were spent in solitude until dawn, with no one to inquire about his well-being. He had no desire to gaze at the moon, for whenever his thoughts became chaotic, his nerves would flare with agony. The very things he longed to seize seemed to slip away, all while he exerted every ounce of effort. The pursuits he had long chased seemed to dissolve into mere phantoms. His thoughts of annihilating the world grew increasingly fervent. Yet the arrival of Leah became the final thread tethering him. She was the sole individual who gravitated towards him without him having to exert any effort to win her over. Perhaps he could trust once more. He too harbored a yearning for love. All those unspeakable secrets and vulnerabilities, which he could never reveal before others or his subordinates, could perhaps be shared with her. Yet, he ultimately kept silent, wishing not to let Leah perceive him as weak, nor to feel that he was incapable of protecting her. Nevertheless, it was truly comforting that she understood him. Even in silence, she comprehended his pain. She would massage his taut nerves during sleepless nights and grasp his hand when his frustration morphed into a desire for violence, accompanying him under the stars when insomnia beset him. In her embrace, he found solace. Dofu ultimately recognized that Leah was the most significant person in his life. Even the officials invested their shared aspirations in him, hoping he would ascend to a certain status and attain a renowned identity, as if their own life values would be realized through his achievements. However, Leah was different. She placed no demand upon him. She attained everything on her own, be it status, wealth, or any other possession. Thus, she did not seek to gain anything from him, for what she desired had never depended on others. Regardless of whom she loved, she wished for that love to remain free from any entanglements of interest. Whether one termed her an idealist or anything else mattered little. After all, one cannot survive solely on love. It is a luxury. Yet, when one possesses it, why should she not be a touch discerning about it? Perhaps there was no need for scrutiny. Dofu was indeed a good man, willing to defer other matters for her comfort, driving away distractions to create a tranquil environment, and focusing solely on her well-being. Apart from jealousy, he would never coerce her into doing anything she detested. He desired to understand all her thoughts, and even if he did not grasp them, he would strive to help her realize them. Hearing tales of breathtaking vistas in the non-high, he would dedicate himself to meticulous planning for several days, tirelessly ferrying her to witness them, all while ensuring his responsibilities were managed. Matters concerning Leah would be shifted to Yuxiya at a different cost. Even during their outings, he would alleviate her every concern. Their mutual affection was the very essence that sustained their relationship until the end of life itself. Only when both parties are willing to invest in each other can love remain vibrant. Yet, life is fleeting when one encounters such a connection. It is best to seize it. Leah had once never imagined she would expend such effort on another, but fortunately, he had not disappointed her. She had to learn to cherish him, as she did not wish to commit the common folly of humanity, only recognizing value when lost. She intended to treasure Dofu always. Fully aware of his profound love for her, she would never forsake a deeply loving partner due to caprice or character flaws. Conversely, she would never love someone indifferent to her, Her affection would only flourish for those who reciprocated it. Thus, they would both find themselves ensnared in this irreplaceable bond. Hence, she would declare that love is difficult, and loving the right person is even more so. Should Dofu hear her innermost sentiments, he would undoubtedly feel elated, for his thoughts mirrored hers. They were both timid souls, yet fortuitously, as he mustered the courage to approach her, she bravely accepted him. Luashi was his kin, yet he had betrayed him. The shattered mirror could never be restored. Thus, Leo would forever remain his optimal choice in life, without exception. He vowed to cherish her with all he possessed. Recently, Beekman felt that Xianca's gaze upon him was rather unsettling, too aggressive. Although it was customary for pirates to exhibit such interest, Xianca often made him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles, particularly when they approached an island or when he occasionally ventured out in search of amusement. This should have been ordinary, given his reputation as a libertine, and none aboard would disrupt him during such moments. Moreover, he had always maintained a clear account, never leaving behind any romantic entanglements. They all yearned for the sea, never lingering in one place, and being single, such behavior was expected. This was the consensus aboard their ship, yet Xianca's demeanor seemed increasingly peculiar. Beekman understood precisely what kind of person Xianca was, a natural-born rogue. He also knew that Xianca was once an apprentice aboard Roger's ship, effectively growing up among the ranks of the Pirate King. He inherited not only the optimistic charisma of the former Pirate King, but also the cunning associated with the legendary Underworld King. One's upbringing significantly influences character, determining aspects of one's essence that remain unalterable. He still could not fathom why he had initially agreed to join Xianca's crew. Periodically, as he perused the dismal expenditures in the ledger, he found himself regretting his decision to join the red-haired pirates. Countless times he regretted it, yet he had never truly considered withdrawing from the crew. He vaguely recalled being relentlessly pursued by Xianca for over a month, and finally, out of sheer annoyance, he reluctantly agreed to visit Xianca's ship. However, upon arrival, he discovered it was merely a small fishing vessel. Furthermore, Xianca whisked him away from his island home without affording him a moment to react. Most importantly, he had not procured any supplies on that island, setting sail with nothing. How he survived that period of scarcity was now a blur. He only remembered Xianca being so famished he seemed ready to gnaw on the boat itself. At that time, he was merely a teenager, still somewhat naive, yet he exhibited a strikingly cunning disposition. He had yet to construct the Red Force and was simply navigating a small fishing boat in search of crew members. In truth, Xianca was not short of wealth. His small ship's hold was filled with precious jewels, sufficient to commission a high-quality pirate vessel. When Beekman inquired about the origins of those jewels, Xianca claimed they were taken from a treasure-hunting enthusiast, having parted ways previously and with their long-standing acquaintance. Xianca assured him that his friend would not mind him taking a mere trifle. Indeed, Baji had been infuriated for days, vowing to kill Xianca upon their next encounter. Beekman immediately deduced what Xianca had done, and during that time, he remained vigilant against anyone who might suddenly leap out to harm Xianca, fearing it would also affect him. Yet, in reality, nothing transpired. After locating the vice-captain, Xiankasi took him to Water 7, where they remained for approximately 2 months before the Red Force ship was constructed. Subsequently, Xiankasi began to summon other companions. Following this, Xiankasi heard tales of a renowned sniper in the East Sea. Despite having a family, he managed to entice Yasubu aboard. With an increasing number of comrades on the ship, he observed Xiankasi evolving into a true captain with each passing day. The red-haired pirates grew ever more formidable as they faced numerous battles together, experiencing both triumphs and defeats, as well as the bitter taste of retreat. Yet, regardless of the adversities, they persevered together. Xiankasi also became increasingly self-reliant. It is now beyond reckoning how much distance the Red Force has traversed. All they know is that aboard this vessel, they forged bonds that would last a lifetime. Xiankasi was particularly popular among young women, especially those who were naive. Despite his scruffy appearance, gluttonous tendencies, and occasional drunkenness, he bore the visage of a charming rogue, far more appealing than the fearsome-looking brutes aboard the ship. Moreover, It must be noted that Zyankasi exhibited a certain gentleness, exuding a masculine charm that was evident in his interactions with the young ladies, never making them feel uncomfortable. Although he did not handle such matters with the utmost ease, he managed quite well. Zyankasi possessed an allure that was unique to him. However, one perplexing question lingered in the years. Did Zyankasi harbor an aversion to women? He had never witnessed or heard of him having a significant other or any romantic rumors. During his time in Fengshe village, there was a tavern owner who seemed a likely candidate for a budding relationship, yet nothing transpired. Thus, was Zyankasi asexual or merely unable to act upon his desires? It was unclear how he became aware of the question that arose inadvertently, but since then, he had become more clingy. While attending to documents, a redhead would unexpectedly pop up at his desk. When he ventured to the islands in search of women, he could sense a heated gaze upon him. This led him to suspect that their crew might be under scrutiny from emerging foes at sea, prompting him to dispatch inquiries for several months. Yet, it was merely Zyankasi, the fool, who followed him everywhere. Finally, on that fateful night, he could bear it no longer. In his chamber, Beckman seized a stack of documents from the table and flung them at Zyankasi's red head, who was peeking from behind the door. Zyankasi dutifully organized the papers, placing them carefully on Beckman's desk, saying, "Please don't do that, Beck. It would require your effort to reorganize them anyway." "Zyankasi, what madness has overtaken you lately?" Beckman inquired with a stern expression. "I have indeed gone a bit mad," Zyankasi admitted, his customary smile faltering. Beckman furrowed his brow in confusion, subsequently noticing Zyankasi's gaze fixated on his collar. Looking down, he discovered a kiss mark left by an unknown woman. To him, this was commonplace, yet when he looked up, Zyankasi was now quite close. "You are clearly my vice captain, someone I fought hard to bring aboard. Yet why do you still linger on thoughts of others? Am I not enough to capture your attention?" The female protagonist is a celebrated courtesan who has fallen into disrepute. However, during her performances elsewhere, she contracted a peculiar infectious disease. Out of fear, the ignorant populace planned to burn her alive. She was rescued by Marco, who happened to pass by while seeking medicine. After thorough examination, it was determined that she did not have the rumored deadly disease, but rather a rare skin condition. The symptoms: elevated body temperature, with her fair skin blooming with delicate, cherry blossom-like petals. Character profile: an antisocial personality, proud of her beauty, adept at presenting one facade while concealing another, using her fragility to elicit sympathy. The protagonist's name is Huayin, with the nickname Dada. She is a villainess. Proceed with caution. Marco, having left the Moby Dick to attend to business, has only just returned. Unfortunately, it is quite late, and he has been traveling for several days, leaving him somewhat fatigued. It is high time he found a place to rest. Yet, he is concerned that the crew aboard may lack restraint, hosting continuous feasts, which would compel him to concoct solutions for the financial deficits that may arise. Additionally, there is his father. Having been away for so long, he would undoubtedly take advantage of Marco's absence to indulge in drinking again, despite his deteriorating health. He disregards medical advice, but then again, he is the father Marco respects most. As he passed a nearby island, he spotted the vast town buildings illuminated even in the dead of night. A slight smile formed on Marco's lips, lightening his spirit. He could seek shelter there, initially intending to head straight for the city. He suddenly noticed a massive bonfire on the shore after flying over most of the island. Surrounding it, people danced joyously with torches in hand. Marco assumed it to be a traditional local festival and grew curious, deliberately flying closer for a better view. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to find that a person was bound to a large wooden cross, barely clinging to life amid the flames. Why were they so exhilarated at the prospect of burning someone alive? What thoughts occupied Huayin, suspended above the flames? She pondered why the fire had yet to consume her, marveling at how easily these fools had succumbed to the panic she had orchestrated, leading to the deaths of many innocents. Regardless of how the world changed, humanity remained foolish. She acknowledged her self-destructive tendencies, yet what of it? Soon, she would comprehend what the world beyond death entailed. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Huayin felt a surge of excitement, her nerves electrified. The emotional turmoil brought tears to her eyes. She was an oddity. When sorrowful, she would laugh maniacally, yet when joyous, a smile eluded her. Currently, she wore but a single garment, bound on the wooden frame, barefoot. As her skin met the heat, blossoms bloomed upon her fair complexion, appearing resplendent. Even in this moment, the crowd continued to discuss her beauty and form, lustfully imagining what it would be like to possess her. Absurdity at its finest. Yet, nearing death, Huayin felt a strange joy. Her tears fell drop by drop into the ever-rising flames, appearing exceptionally innocent. It is no wonder that Huayin had garnered such adoration. Even in the knowledge that extinguishing the last infected individual would bring an end to the calamity besieging their town. Yet, it was merely the sight of Huayin, biting her lip in silent tears, that compelled some to risk burns in a desperate bid to save her. How grotesque and absurd. Among the crowd, Marco seemed to grasp the unfolding events. He found it curious that not a single doctor in this town had ventured beyond its borders for education. The physicians here practiced solely based on ancestral wisdom, steeped in superstitions. Huayin was the town's extraordinary courtesan, immensely popular. Some were so frenzied that they forsook their families for a chance to obtain a handshake ticket from her. Others sold their homes simply to meet her. Such madness for a mere glimpse of her was unfathomable. However, an epidemic erupted in the town, and those who succumbed to the virus bore marks akin to those on Huayin's skin. The women who lost their families due to Huayin's allure believed her to be the root of all misfortune. United in their fury, they resolved to burn her alive. The king, seeking to quell the public outrage, sanctioned the women's petition. Notably, all the deceased were men. The consensus among the townsfolk was that Huayin was a scourge. She existed within the fantasies others held of her, living in a realm of beauty, sensuality, and all things splendid. Thus, Huayin felt her existence was a mirage. She possessed beauty that placed her among the elite of this world, but bore a heart as cold and unfeeling as stone. She thrived on chaos, yearning for universal suffering, finding authenticity only amidst anguish. She was a naturally malevolent being, possessing an exquisite exterior while harboring a wicked soul. Huayin's forehead began to perspire as the temperature around her escalated. Her skin ignited with a burning sensation, yet this stimulus exhilarated her, causing her tears to flow more swiftly. To Marco, it seemed that even in the face of torment, this girl remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together. He heard the murmurs of disdain and witnessed the women's scorn directed at her, yet he could not ignore the expression of endurance and suffering on her face. He pondered whether a misunderstanding lay at the heart of this. Ultimately, he could not bear to watch a young girl perish before his eyes. As azure flames erupted around her, Marco rescued Huayin. The cross was engulfed by the flames below, collapsing amidst the terrified screams of the crowd. Huayin opened her eyes, feeling the drastic change in altitude, her nerves electrified. She beheld the azure flames up close and could not resist reaching out to touch them. Astonishingly, she felt no burn but rather a soothing comfort enveloping her. Thus, her tears flowed with greater intensity, and the hand gripping Marco's clothing tightened further. Sensing the girl's anxiety, Marco earnestly reassured her, "It is all right. Do not be afraid." "Who are you?" Huayin inquired as Marco placed her on the ground. Having never left her island, she was intrigued by this outsider. She felt no fear of this unknown man, even if he were to slay her in the next moment. She would not be taken aback. Although they had distanced themselves, Huayin's skin remained warm, and the delicate cherry blossom hues on her exposed shoulders seemed to beckon desire. Marco instinctively averted his gaze. Huayin embodied desire itself, evoking disquieting associations upon sight. Dressed only in a white garment, her raven hair cascading down, she stood by the shore, the moonlight shimmering upon the sea, accentuating her porcelain complexion. Furthermore, Marco's keen observation noted the red veins surfacing in her eyes, a clear indication of her recent sorrow. Yet, what was this innocence in her gaze, reminiscent of fawn? Though Marco was the captain of the White-Beard pirate crew and had encountered many beauties, he was not particularly adept at dealing with women. After all, surrounded by a band of coarse pirates, he lacked experience in navigating the complexities of female companionship. While some aboard had their romantic interests, such matters remained largely confined to their crew, as revealing such information could invite the wrath of other ruthless pirates. Thus, few pirates dared to settle down, let alone raise children. Nonetheless, within Whitebeard's domain, it was not unusual to have one or two acquaintances. However, Marco himself had none. He had in his youth, but he had long since outgrown that impetuous desire for women. His current passions revolved around self-cultivation and indulging in pineapples. His foremost wish was to care for his father's health while ensuring his brothers caused him less worry, content with maintaining the status quo. Life indeed held many surprises. For instance, Marco, despite his straightforward demeanor, recognized that the nature of women differed from that of men, and it was improper for a young woman to be alone with a man dressed in only a single garment. Thus, despite his own minimal attire, Marco removed his outer coat, intending to drape it around Huayin. His well-defined muscles were exposed as he did so, and the moment he shed his coat, Huayin instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her small face against his chest, exuding an air of submission. "Hey, do not act this way with a man you have just met. It can be perilous, young lady." Marco's words sounded stern, yet the blush creeping up his ears betrayed him, though the night concealed it well. However, Huayin countered, "My dear sir, my only means of being cherished is by behaving this way. Should I lose my value, I shall face hunger and abandonment. You are my sole reliance now. Are you not?" Leaning against Marco's chest, she spoke with a fragrant breath, her tones sweet and airy, her fingers gliding gently over his muscles. Huayin was not one to fall for someone at first sight. She merely found him intriguing and was eager to observe his reaction to her advances. It seemed that he was not the naive type she had expected, which piqued her interest even more. At that moment, Marco grasped Huayin's hand and stepped back slightly, saying, "You need not behave in this manner. Since I took it upon myself to save you, I will assume responsibility. I will help you find an uncharted island where you can start anew. Is there still a possibility for someone like me to begin again?" Huayin chuckled, her gaze piercingly deep as she regarded Marco. In that instant, she recalled the excitement she felt before facing death, her solemn farewell interrupted, and her mood soured. Thus, her laughter became particularly fervent. In the eyes of Marco, this represented the young girl's disdain for her own life and her profound self-doubt. How might one save a wayward young lady? Yet ultimately, he himself was a pirate. What folly led him to entangle himself in such troubles? Could he still abandon her here and flee? Before him, the young girl gazed up at him, tears gliding perilously close to spilling over. She held them back with great effort, clad in thin garments, lacking even proper shoes, appearing frail and delicate. How could she possibly survive in this desolate place? Perhaps he should take her back to the Bai Huzi pirate crew, where he could decide where to settle her once he had the map in hand. However, at this moment, he truly did not wish to continue his journey. He could easily find a tree to rest against for the night, but she was different. She was obviously raised in comfort, unaccustomed to hardship, her skin so delicate that even a gentle touch might leave a mark. This was indeed a troublesome situation. Maku pinched the bridge of his nose, accustomed to considering others. Although he felt a headache coming on, he did not harbor excessive impatience. Thus, he ventured into the forest to gather some soft leaves, clearing a flat area on the ground, and then laid the leaves out. He managed to create a small space suitable for one person to lie down. After completing this, he regarded Huayin and pointed to the large tree above them, indicating that he would sleep up there while she lay beneath, promising to keep an eye out for any lurking beasts. Wrapped in Maku's purple coat, Huayin trembled slightly but nodded in agreement. Indeed, the temperature had dropped. He, with his robust physique, was oblivious to such subtle changes. But the girl was merely an ordinary person. Huayin found herself internally lamenting why he would choose such a meager spot, feeling as if she might freeze to death. Then, lifting her gaze to Maku, she seemed to have an idea and stepped forward to grasp his hand. Their eyes met, and Huayin exerted a gentle tug on Maku. He assumed she had something to say and, wary of inadvertently hurting her, moved in the direction of her pull. To his surprise, she suddenly pulled him down to the ground, lying in his embrace. Just as Maku intended to push her away and rise, Huayin spoke softly. My name is Xuan Huayin, but you may call me Dada. I promise not to harm you, sir. I'm terribly cold and beg you not to resist. Maku pinched his brow again, realizing he had indeed found himself in a predicament. Yet, he could not bring himself to push Huayin away at this point. I am Mako. It appears I am utterly helpless against you, he admitted. Despite his words, his hands instinctively wrapped around her waist to prevent her from slipping away. Are you, by any chance, frigid in nature? Huayin inquired, adjusting herself to find a position from which she could observe Maku's expression. At that moment, Maku was bare-chested, shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight filtering through the tree branches. The brightness was indeed blinding, and the sunlight also cast its glow on Huayin's face, illuminating her dark pupils without reflecting anything back. Maku sighed, covering his forehead. Why is it that your first words upon waking are such? I merely feel a sudden loss of allure, Huayin replied nonchalantly, resting her chin upon her arms against his chest. Are you not planning to maintain the facade? Maku asked. If you wish to continue this charade with me, I would be more than willing, she replied, for the child who cries shall receive sweets. After a brief pause, she continued, you need not cast moral judgment upon me. Can you honestly say your rescue of me bears no relation to my beauty? It is merely an attraction to appearances, and I owe you nothing. In truth, I was rather enjoying the process of dying until you so rudely interrupted. Thus, you owe me a compensation. And what would you have me do? Shall I return you from whence you came? Maku asked, propping his head up with his hand, peering at the dense tree branches overhead. I desire none of the same tired faces or worn-out performances. They hold no interest for me. As you suggested, find me a new place, for I seek a new source of amusement, Huayin declared, her fingers brushing against Maku's lips gently, sending a slight tickle through him. What manner of amusement do you seek? Maku inquired suddenly. I am but a delicate vase, incapable of bearing burdens. Yet even a vase possesses its own means of finding joy, Huayin asserted, her gaze dancing mischievously as she grasped Maku's belt. Would you care to try my methods of amusement beneath this great tree? As she spoke, Huayin began to untie the fastening with determination. Maku seized her wrist, saying, Do not jest. I concede that my motives for saving you are not entirely pure. Though you possess a beauty that captivates hearts, you are not of the kind that I desire. Not to your liking? Huayin raised an incredulous brow at Maku, committing his words to memory. An uneasy premonition gripped him, yet he dismissed the fleeting image of a gentle girl with whom he might share a life, caring for an ailing father. As he pondered, Huayin had already climbed off Maku, stretching her limbs as she stood. Take me to find a water source. I wish to clean myself, she commanded. Very well, Maku replied without hesitation, recalling that a river lay nearby. However, as he turned his back to allow her privacy while she bathed, he regretted his decision. He had not taken any precautions, yet if he were to act upon any urges, she might even welcome it. Maku felt that since encountering Huayin, he had begun to change, as if the darker aspects of himself had been subtly coaxed to the surface. So far, his strong self-control had prevented him from crossing any further lines. Once Huayin had finished bathing and wrapped herself in her garments, she dashed toward Maku and leaped into his arms, exclaiming, Take me away. I am yours now. Her attire was thin and short, barely covering her thighs. Maku awkwardly lifted her, feeling her soft form beneath him, instinctively adjusting her position to prevent her from slipping. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, so soft. Huayin observed him with interest, drawing closer and asking, Is it soft? Caught off guard, Maku felt his thoughts laid bare. I dare say, is not merely softness below. Huayin teased, playfully pressing against him. Indeed, the proportions are quite commendable. Maku lamented inwardly, What on earth am I thinking today? In a moment of resolve, Make no longer continued to respond. Blue flames flickered around him as he stepped back slightly, leaping into the sky with Huayin in tow. The sensation of soaring through the air was exhilarating, at least for Huayin. With Make holding her securely, she boldly spread her arms wide, embracing the azure sky. Be careful, she exclaimed. Make tightened his grip around her waist, continuing, What if I were to let go right now? What would you do? Would you really? Huayin questioned him. Perhaps I might, It's the simplest way to resolve your predicament. Make replied with a blank gaze. Then go ahead. I'd be fine falling to my death. I've never experienced plummeting from such heights. Huayin responded excitedly, though her tear ducts were betraying her once more. Don't cry. I was just joking, Make said, slightly alarmed upon seeing her tears. Huayin wiped her cheek and, with a hint of sobbing, replied, If I say I can't control it, would you believe me? I understand. It's only natural for someone to occasionally lose control of their emotions. It's perfectly normal for a girl to cry, Make reassured her. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He enveloped Huayin in blue flames, instantly making her feel comfortable. However, they could not indulge for too long. After Make performed several thrilling acrobatic maneuvers, Huayin seemed to grow weary. She closed her eyes and said, I need to rest for a moment. Remember to call me when we arrive. Make. Hey, don't call me that. He complained helplessly. At that moment, Huayin had buried her head in Make's embrace, hiding herself away. In truth, her weight was negligible to Make. Carrying her posed no burden at all, and her femininity was undeniably prominent. Make brought Huayin to the Whitebeard pirates, which caused quite a stir. This was the first time they had brought a woman aboard, especially one who was disheveled and held in such an intimate manner. Huayin was beautiful, and even for those who had seen many renowned members of the Whitebeard pirates, her beauty was still a rare treasure. The captains of various divisions surrounded Make, inquiring with great curiosity. Make, did you have a romantic encounter on this trip? You lucky dog, Make. Should we start calling her sister-in-law? Their interest was piqued, and some even jested lewdly in front of Huayin. Of course, their intentions were not malicious. The dynamic among pirates was typically direct, revolving around either battles or women. Their conversations were driven by desire and a combative spirit. Otherwise, what was the point of living? They all ventured out to sea drawn by the allure of the pirate flag. Saki observed Huayin and Make with concern. Huayin appeared to be the sort of woman who couldn't fend for herself, and in a crew such as theirs, which had many enemies, she could easily be captured by rival ships and used as leverage against them. If Make truly held feelings for her, it could lead to complications. Make shielded Huayin behind him, explaining that she was a woman he had rescued and brought aboard because she was homeless, with nowhere else to go. Once he found a safe place for her, he would see her off. Just as Saki began to relax, he noticed Huayin's tearful expression as she looked at Make, her gaze reminiscent of a jilted lover. Soon, she covered her face with her sleeve, appearing utterly heartbroken. In doing so, her arms, including her thighs, became exposed to the onlookers. Perhaps due to her emotional turmoil, Huayin's skin began to blossom. However, the pirates lacked the discernment to interpret this correctly. They merely perceived it as an abundance of love bites, almost covering her entire body, coupled with her gaze directed at Make. The crew began to regard him with newfound intrigue. Huayin was indeed putting on an act. This was a spontaneous ploy to cultivate an impression of a complex relationship with Make among the crew. She had certainly noticed the pirate flag flying high on the Moby Dick. Being in a den of pirates, she knew that her striking appearance would attract unwanted attention. Hence, she needed to secure a protector to fend off any potential harassers. Although she was no innocent maiden, she was selective even regarding intimate encounters, requiring some admirable qualities in a partner. Such individuals were few and far between, and among the entire crew, only Make caught her eye. She was not keen on being bothered by those she found unappealing. She was discerning, not someone who could be easily swayed. While Saki trusted Make's character, witnessing the girl's seemingly genuine actions began to alter his perception of Make. Surely he wouldn't take advantage of her and then shirk responsibility, would he? After all, such characters were not uncommon in the pirate world. Make was unlikely to belong to that category, right? Yet, older crew members had mentioned that Make was quite the womanizer in his youth. Was he merely reliving his youthful passions? Amidst their chatter, a deep yet resonant voice emerged. Make has returned. Indeed, old man, I have returned. Make exclaimed as he waded through the crowd, pulling the tearful Huayin along to stand before the captain, Whitebeard. Whitebeard scrutinized Huayin with a piercing gaze. Feeling the weight of his imposing presence, Huayin lowered her sleeve and looked up at the towering figure, her eyes brimming with tears. To Huayin, Whitebeard was indeed a giant, for she had never encountered someone so extraordinarily tall. Even though he was frail and connected to 4 drips, he appeared merely as an elderly man sitting casually. Yet the aura of a formidable warrior was unmistakable. Huayin was not afraid. Rather, her curiosity quelled her tears. She approached Whitebeard and, with a curious hand, poked his calf, seeking to confirm that this imposing figure was indeed real. His touch feels just like an ordinary person's, she mused inwardly. Although her actions might be deemed intrusive by many, this audacious behavior elicited laughter from Whitebeard. "Little girl, are you not afraid of me?" he asked with a smile. Huayin shook her head, responding, "Though I cannot fathom why. I felt a sense of benevolence upon seeing you for the first time. Surely, you wouldn't harm a frail girl like me." "Ha ha, you are quite an amusing little one." Whitebeard chuckled, his laughter resonating deeply, filling the air with its rich timbre. "Were you crying just now because my foolish sons were troubling you?" he inquired kindly. "Not at all. The other uncles aboard were merely a bit too enthusiastic, which frightened me. They didn't bully me. The only one who truly poses a threat is that rascal with the pineapple head," Huayin replied, her voice wavering as if she might cry again. Marco furrowed his brow and remarked, "Do not casually bestow nicknames upon others. Who told you that upon seeing you for the first time, I thought you resembled a pineapple? Even your hairstyle is akin to it." Huayin immediately retorted, her discontent palpable. "Is this my fault? Huayin-chan, you are being unreasonable." Marco continued to express his dissatisfaction, arms crossed. At that moment, voices from the crowd interjected, highlighting that this was not the primary issue. "Rather than your affectionate monikers, I am more curious about how you, Marco, have bullied this lady. Indeed, Marco, what exactly is this bullying? Where exactly have I bullied you? Speak for yourself." Marco's head began to throb again. Given this woman's cunning nature, how could he ever return in peace? She was a person who relished mischief. "We merely shared a bed last night. And now you deny it? Marco, I have misjudged you." Huayin's accusatory tone inexplicably stirred the hearts of the pirates present, who began to denounce Marco's behavior as that of a scoundrel. "There was no shared bed. You voluntarily nestled into my embrace. I did nothing to you." This was truly exasperating. Huayin quickly covered her face, revealing the crimson marks adorning her exposed skin. Marco found himself at a loss for words to describe her. A man should be steadfast and responsible, and he ought to take responsibility for this young lady. Voices of condemnation rose from the crowd. "Exactly. Scoundrel. What I truly find remarkable is that, having reached this juncture, Marco still has not made any advances. Is he truly a man? Note, this chapter may be skipped." On March 26th, the news from NetEase Technology reported that writer Han Han penned an article titled "In Defense of Authors," criticizing Baidu, urging writers to consider their livelihoods and denouncing Baidu. Below is the full text of the article. "Yesterday, March 24th, negotiations between several of my friends who represent the industry and Baidu fell through. In the earliest discussions, Shun Haobo, Lu Jinbo, and Ho Xiaoxiang had all expressed to me the harm Baidu has inflicted on the entire publishing industry. I suggested suing Baidu, but they replied that they had all tried and none succeeded. Baidu is wealthy and well-connected. It is said that they can manage many courts. Their public relations are formidable, and it is rumored that they have sway over many media outlets. I found myself lamenting whether Li Yanhong's father is actually Li Gang. Thus, the 315 campaign for authors' rights emerged. During yesterday's negotiations, I felt that the Writers Association should intervene. The last time the Writers Association negotiated with Google, they withdrew from the Chinese market mid-discussion, which was quite effective. I vaguely recall the previous Google incident where Google scanned Chinese authors' works, initially compensating each author with several dozen dollars, then displaying the catalog and content summaries. To read the full text, one would have to pay for a download, with Google Books splitting the profits with the authors. However, everyone overlooked that Baidu, Wenku, has always allowed free reading and downloading of all authors' works, while launching an attack on the copyright-protecting Google, arguing that they should have asked for permission before scanning. In hindsight, we should all feel quite ashamed. There is indeed a distinction between Google and Baidu. Google has dignity. Thus, everyone desires to tear off its facade, while Baidu, devoid of shame, leaves one with nothing to tear away, resulting in dispersal. Baidu claims that the spirit of the internet is free and shared, but I vehemently disagree. I believe the true spirit of the internet is freedom and dissemination, not merely free and shared. If the internet's spirit is free, then why must one pay to advertise and achieve search rankings on Baidu? If the spirit is sharing, then why do we all share? Yet Li Yanhong becomes the richest man in China. Why do your wealth and Baidu's assets not get shared with the netizens? Baidu operates as a massive marketplace, where the products within are free, thus becoming China's largest marketplace, profiting from advertisements plastered on its walls due to high traffic. This model poses no inherent issues. But I hope this marketplace remembers that it must pay for the products it acquires from manufacturers. Baidu has also devised the notion of sharing, which should entail me offering my belongings while you offer yours, allowing us to take what we need. However, the reality is that both you and I are merely presenting others' belongings for sharing. This is what Baidu deems as free and shared. Baidu has arrived at a fortuitous era, where it can infringe upon the rights of authors, musicians, and filmmakers with impunity. Crucially, Baidu has also aligned itself with a supportive nation, where it can infringe upon nearly the entire cultural sector and still receive protection. Of course, Baidu has many advocates, and I understand them well. At times, you may find purchasing books cumbersome, where you may feel that reading incurs a cost, prompting you to turn to Baidu Wenku. It is akin to my own experience of watching pirated films or downloading music from Baidu's MP3 library. However, I'm fully aware that my actions are wrong. Though not significantly so, I must not seek to justify my misconduct, nor should I insult those who strive to protect their copyrights. I have seen many comments suggesting that we are driven mad by a desire for profit, proclaiming that the internet should be about sharing, questioning the literary merit of our writings, and calling for support of Baidu. Dear friends, I am acutely aware of the plight of authors. Most writers take 2 to 3 years to produce a single book, earning merely 10 to 20,000 yuan for their efforts. These writers may only earn an annual salary of 10,000 yuan or a monthly salary of 800 yuan, with no social security and taxes to pay, making their circumstances even more dire. Besides a handful of top-selling authors, the vast majority of Chinese writers earn meager incomes, and many online authors must write 10,000 words a day, subsisting on a meager 2 cents per 1,000 words. In this day and age, who still quibbles over fractions of a penny? You can see that a 5,000-word serialized story costs only a dime, which is hardly enough to give to a beggar. Yet, you can read it for free, and how can you still criticize them? Meanwhile, the other party possesses a fortune exceeding 60 billion yuan. Please allow for a glimmer of hope for China's publishing industry and its authors. As you pursue your path for oil, please spare our livelihood. The long-standing reality is that in China, virtually any best-selling or original book will appear in Baidu Wenku, a flagship product of the largest internet company led by the wealthiest man in China, available for users to browse, download, and store on electronic readers. As of today, users can share 56 million documents on Baidu Wenku, among which literary works comprise 79 million. The use of the term fun, in the eyes of the brilliant Baidu personnel reduces everything to mere documents, akin to a serving of fried noodles or a sample of urine. However, among these 79 million fun of documents lie the complete works of Jin Yong, new writings by Wang Meng, Han Han's The Triple Door, and Mu Rong Shuesuan's Chengdu, Please Forget Me Tonight, which has been downloaded 40,000 times, and Nampai Sanshu's Tomb Raider Notes, which has 760 versions. In truth, all marketable Chinese literary works are encompassed within these 79 million free documents. Baidu's defense is that how could I know that it wasn't Jin Yong, Wang Meng, Han, Mu Rong Shuesuan, or Nampai Sanshu who personally uploaded these works for users to share? Indeed, you do not know. You are unaware of how authors painstakingly create each fin of Vendong over years. You do not recognize that copyright is a sacred and inviolable property right. And you are ignorant of the struggles creators endure in this expensive country. You are oblivious to how fragile the law is in an anonymous online world, and how rampant thievery has become. What remains unknown to us is whether the Earth is truly destined for destruction in 2012. Is it possible that the order of civilization need not be maintained from this moment forth? For many days, we have engaged in profound discussions with representatives from the literary, publishing, and legal sectors, delving into the absurdity behind this notion. We have meticulously organized the facts, logical reasoning, and legal analyses we have gathered, and with a pragmatic approach, we propose feasible solutions to Baidu in hopes of fundamentally improving the operational model of Baidu, Wenku, and establishing a model for online copyright protection. Firstly, Baidu, Wenku operates unlawfully and maliciously infringes upon copyrights, with the responsible parties having violated the criminal law. Baidu, Wenku constitutes an act of Internet publishing as defined by the Provisional Regulations on Internet Publishing Management. Article 5 of these regulations states that Internet publishing refers to the online dissemination of works created by oneself or others, which are selected, edited, and processed for public access. The operations of Baidu, Wenku align with this definition, as it facilitates the storage, selection, editing, publishing, recommending, categorizing, ranking, merging chapters, adjusting fonts, and providing browsing, reading, and downloading services to users via the Internet. In the span of merely 1 or 2 years, Baidu, Wenku has published over 56 million works, including 79 million literary pieces, and amassed tens of millions of users, generating billions in economic benefits, thus marking it as the largest-scale commercial act of Internet publishing to date. Secondly, it has been verified that Baidu does not possess the Internet Publishing Operating License issued by the National Press and Publication Administration and has been engaging in illegal operations. Article 6 of the Provisional Regulations on Internet Publishing Management mandates that any Internet publishing activities must receive prior approval. Without such approval, no entity or individual may engage in Internet publishing. Article 24 stipulates that unauthorized Internet publishing activities will be terminated by the relevant administrative departments, with confiscation of the primary equipment and illegal gains from such activities, along with fines ranging from 5 to 10 times the amount of illegal revenue for violations exceeding 10,000 yuan. Violations below this threshold will incur fines between 10,000 and 50,000 yuan. Thirdly, in the realm of commercial Internet publishing, Baidu has maliciously exploited the safe harbor principle to extensively infringe upon copyright. Article 22 of the Regulations on the Protection of the Right of Communication through Information Networks includes provisions related to the safe harbor principle, which states that Internet service providers offering information storage space are not liable for damages if they meet certain conditions, including the lack of knowledge of infringement. However, Baidu Wenku's collection includes numerous works by well-known authors and best-selling books, all of which are infringing. Baidu Wenku had ample reason to know of these infringements, as the Chinese publishing industry and authors have persistently protested against Baidu Wenku's copyright violations in various media. A notable instance occurred on December 2, 2010, when 22 online authors, including Nampai San-shu, issued an open letter condemning Baidu Wenku for piracy, which garnered significant media attention. Yet, the works of these authors continue to be widely available on Baidu Wenku. A search conducted on March 23, 2011, revealed that Nampai San-shu alone had 760 infringing documents on Baidu Wenku. Thus, Baidu Wenku cannot claim ignorance of its severe copyright infringements, as even a simple search for Baidu Wenku yields numerous reports on its infringement. Moreover, Baidu Wenku, as a subdomain of Baidu's website, benefits from immense traffic that translates into substantial advertising revenue and other financial gains. Recently, the Baikin Reader, a collaboration between Patriot and Baidu, was launched, explicitly stating in advertisements that it supports wireless Internet access to Baidu Wenku, Baidu Jidao, Baidu Baiki, and facilitates the easy download of millions of documents, akin to openly trading in stolen goods. Additionally, Baidu Wenku employs a point system that encourages users to upload documents, with points redeemable for tangible goods, demonstrating its commercial nature. In summary, Baidu Wenku has failed to disclose the detailed information of document uploaders, yet is fully aware of its infringing activities and has profited greatly from them. According to Article 23, Network service providers that are aware or should be aware of the infringement of linked works bear joint liability for infringement. Thus, Baidu Wenku is entirely inapplicable under the safe harbor principle, as it has maliciously exploited this principle as a shield for its infringing conduct, which is entirely untenable. Lastly, Baidu and its founder, Li Yanhong, should be held criminally responsible for the extensive copyright infringements perpetrated by Baidu Wenku. According to the opinions on the application of laws in handling criminal cases of intellectual property infringement, disseminating others' works through online networks or utilizing infringing works uploaded by others to provide paid advertising services constitutes a copyright infringement crime aimed at profit. Furthermore, in cases involving numerous types of works and dispersed rights holders, if there is evidence proving the illicit publication and reproduction of the works, the lack of proof of authorization from the copyright owner can lead to a determination of copyright infringement crimes. The definition of distribution encompasses all forms of dissemination, including total distribution, wholesale, retail, online transmission, and rental, thus classifying Baidu Wenku's actions as criminal. The gravity of these infringements is underscored by the sheer volume of disseminated works and the number of clicks received, which meet the criteria for serious offenses set forth in the law. Therefore, the actions taken by Baidu Wenku, which involve the unauthorized distribution of others' works, constitute a criminal offense. There are times when one hides others from sight, fearing that a mere glance could provoke jealousy. They remain oblivious to the fact that Mark is an exceptionally possessive individual. It is not that he insists on being inseparable from Huayin every day. However, when he inquired about her unique talents, her response was seducing men. When he asked how she intended to make a living, she replied, by opening a cabaret in Shokabukacho and becoming a mama-san. Thus, how could he possibly let her go? He has always understood that Huayin is a cold-hearted person who may harbor a slight fondness for him, yet certainly not a profound one. Previously, she even chastised him as a scoundrel, but in truth, she embodies the very essence of a heartless seductress. The notion of abandoning someone after a brief encounter or swiftly falling for another is merely second nature to her. The sight of handsome men renders her utterly captivated, driving Mark to a state of anxiety, for he genuinely cares for Huayin. As a renowned pirate of the seas, how could he allow his woman to covet other men? Yet, he can at least surmise that mere physical attraction cannot ensnare Huayin. Otherwise, he, whom she refers to as the uncle, would not stand a chance. For now, her interest lies predominantly with him. He remains at ease until Ace returns from a mission with his crew. Mark does not deny that Ace possesses the youthful pride and vigor characteristic of his age, yet he also exudes the allure of a mature man. However, Ace undeniably occupies the position of a favored son of destiny, endowed with exceptional talent, albeit lacking slightly in temperament. Nevertheless, he is still young, brimming with infinite possibilities, making him undeniably attractive to young women. However, Huayin belongs to him, and Mark is acutely aware of this fact. Not only does Ace lack the desire to compete with him, even if he did, Mark would never permit it. Observing Huayin engaged in cheerful conversation with Ace, Mark feels that today's pineapple lacks its usual deliciousness. Initially, Huayin appears engrossed in the conversation, but soon boredom sets in as Ace, the young vice-captain, continues to speak endlessly about his brother. While the brother Ace describes is indeed fascinating, it cannot be the sole topic of discussion. This fellow seems even more oblivious than Mark. Though handsome, he does not seem to be her type. She prefers someone with a bit more sexual tension. Upon contemplating this topic, Huayin is surprised to find that the first person who comes to mind is Mark. Before every meal, he goes out his way to ask Saki to prepare her favorite dishes and, while procuring supplies on various islands, inquires about what she likes. He brings back an array of beautiful trinkets and shows genuine concern for her thoughts and feelings, seeking to make her smile. Is this affection? Perhaps it is. During her time as a courtesan, she often received lavish gifts from those who sought to elicit her smile. Yet, such joy is fleeting, as their ultimate aim is always to possess her. Without her stunning exterior, perhaps her worth would diminish, but the individuals she encountered might have been more sincere. Does Mark desire her for her beauty? This answer is almost indisputable. Yes. Yet, the respect, patience, and care that followed, were they solely due to her appearance? Mark would leap into the sea without hesitation to pull her back when she considered taking her own life. As a user of a devil fruit, entering the ocean without assistance is akin to a death sentence. Moreover, Huayin had even tied a heavy stone to her ankle to ensure her suicide. As she held her breath underwater, watching Mark release bubbles from his mouth while clinging to her hand, she began to feel a flicker of confusion. She had always believed their relationship was purely transactional. Furthermore, during their first encounter, she was the one who had seduced him. She had that confidence, convinced that no one could resist her after spending time with her. Mark was not surprised. Since then, they often shared intimate moments, and Huayin did not resist too strongly, given her technical prowess. Yet, she still wished for death. No one could prevent her from doing anything, not even Mark. He was merely one among her many lovers. So, with such a simple relationship, why did he not let her go? Seeing Mark's face grow increasingly pale, yet still refusing to release her hand, and with the white-beard pirates deliberately keeping their distance to allow them their privacy, Huayin reassured herself that her current actions were to avoid attracting the attention of the renowned Yonko. She withdrew a dagger from her clothing and cut the rope binding her ankle. Then, she swam closer to Mark, grasped his collar, and kissed him to provide breath. Summoning all her strength, she pulled Mark towards the surface. What a predicament! She has always disliked overly clingy partners. Why must he insist on following her into the depths? If Mark were to accompany her into this abyss, he would likely continue to cling to her even after death. It is as if, even in death, he would not allow her peace. Mark is infuriating, yet at this moment, Huayin finds herself reluctant to part from him. With this thought, Huayin stood up, suppressing the urge to employ her charms on Ace. Perhaps she should choose someone else. They are brothers, and acting upon such impulses would undoubtedly cause Mark pain. Although his discomfort matters little to her, she does feel a twinge of sympathy for him, even when buried in paperwork until late at night. He never forgets to prepare fresh milk for her the next day, knowing she enjoys desserts. He even took the time to inquire about new confections while negotiating business with Cake Island, bringing her delightful treats. His many acts of kindness are woven into the details. How could someone as perceptive as Huayin fail to notice? Huayin stood and waved at Ace, then pointed towards the man with the pineapple head lurking in the corner. Shrugging her shoulders, even someone as oblivious as Ace caught on, smiling as he nodded in acknowledgement. Huayin then kicked off her shoes and dashed towards Mark. He caught her effortlessly and, with a gentle squeeze of her cheek, expressed his mild discontent. "Mark, I am hungry," she declared, indifferent to his feelings. In his presence, she felt free to be a little willful. After the war on the summit, Mark returned to his father's homeland to live in seclusion, bringing Huayin along. One day, amidst the blooming cherry blossoms, Huayin asked Mark in a calm tone, "Mark, do you wish to become a father?" "What do you mean?" Leah occasionally ponders the intricate workings of fate, reflecting on how serendipitous reunions can occur unexpectedly. Just as she declared her intention to independently establish a pirate crew and officially set her ambitions into motion, she found herself apprehended by Carp and confined within the Navy headquarters. The old man, while not entirely opposed to Leah pursuing her entrepreneurial ambitions, struggled to come to terms with her desire to become a pirate. He could tolerate the antics of Luffy and his cohorts, believing that once they ventured out to sea, they would encounter their own fortunes. After all, young men often find their way in the world. As a vice admiral, he was all too familiar with the sordid realities of the sea. If Leah were merely a merchant, he could leverage his position to offer her unbounded support and protection. However, should she choose the path of piracy, they would inevitably become adversaries. Regardless of who in the family chose the piratess life, the old man would never consent. But his concern for Leah, being a girl, intensified his urgency. Ultimately, after failing to win their verbal sparring, Carp brought Leah to the Navy headquarters, hoping to immerse her in the naval atmosphere and dissuade her from her pirate aspirations. However, this was a futile endeavor. Leah's determination to form her crew was not a whimsical decision, but rather a conclusion reached after careful consideration of various factors. She was not one to act recklessly fueled by mere passion. She weighed the circumstances and thoughts of those who supported her, for she was not alone in her journey. Thus, Karp's actions bore little fruit, and it became clear that she would need to remain at the Navy headquarters for a while. During this period, Leah resided in a detached villa within the family quarters arranged by the Navy, under the watchful eye of the old man. Despite the stringent supervision, there was no genuine need for such vigilance, as she had no intention of running away. Even during his daily commutes to the Navy headquarters, Karp would keep her close. Leah mused that had her abilities been more suited for the new recruit training camp, the old man might have indeed thrown her into the fray. Moreover, Leah had no desire to join the Navy. The thought of enduring the indignity of serving the celestial dragons after toiling to attain the rank of a Marine officer was more unbearable than death itself. While there were indeed those who joined the Navy to uphold justice, she did not count herself among them. She was neither a paragon of virtue nor entirely wicked. She lacked the self-sacrificing spirit that characterized the truly noble. To her, accomplishing her tasks in alignment with her own ideals was already a significant contribution. Only through sweeping societal changes could the welfare of all be ensured. Yet even then, it could not account for every individual's plight. She was powerless against personal tragedies. For she could not save everyone. Human strength has its limits. During her days at the Navy headquarters, Leah discovered a high-ranking admiral whose moral ambiguity rivaled her own. Although this was not their first encounter, each meeting left a profound impression on her. He appeared lethargic, devoid of any ambition, and consistently clocked out on time. He seemed indifferent to events and people alike. For reasons she could not quite articulate, she sensed an immense contradiction within him. She recalled having met him in her childhood, and despite a decade having passed, the way he regarded her felt distinctly peculiar, a stark contrast to how he observed others. Was there a hint of curiosity intertwined with admiration? Initially uncertain, her suspicions solidified when Karp was dispatched on a mission, leaving Admiral Huang Yuan with the sole instruction to keep an eye on her and prevent her from making any missteps. As Karp departed, Leah found herself relegated to Huang Yuan's office. The daily life of Poliucelino was rather mundane. When the pile of documents on his desk reached a certain threshold, he would discreetly instruct his aide to deposit them on Sakazuki's desk. Burdened by work, Sakazuki seldom noticed these small details. He was a true workaholic, tackling whatever came his way. Having Sakazuki in the Navy headquarters was indeed a blessing, as Akiji would also naturally add files to Sakazuki's desk. Once the desk was cleared, Poliucelino would recline in his chair, grooming his nails and idling away until the end of the workday, occasionally inspecting the scientific division's progress. Akiji too indulged in leisure, but he preferred to lead patrols, apprehending pirates as his mood dictated, as long as he met the monthly quotas. However, he would not hesitate to capture those pirates who posed a significant threat, while often opting to let lesser evils go, aiding refugees in need along the way. In summary, while he was somewhat lackadaisical, he remained a competent Marine. Poliucelino, on the other hand, was different. He avoided unnecessary involvement and was adamant about leaving the office as soon as the clock struck quitting time. Being in Poliucelino's presence caused Leah to adopt a similarly laid-back demeanor. She would never take on tasks that could be delegated to Yuxia. When Vice Admiral Kru entered Huang Yuan's office to report, she was greeted by the sight of Poliucelino sprawled in his chair, motionless like a lethargic fish, while Leah lounged on the office sofa, akin to a flat pancake. Their synchronized postures, both staring blankly at the ceiling, suggested a loss of vitality. Kizaru found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond, and after completing her report, she departed, contemplating whether to encourage Leah to mingle with the younger women in her team, fearing that remaining with such an idle individual would lead to her eventual assimilation. With Akainu away on a mission, the workload for their team had seemingly doubled. They could hardly rely on Huang Yuan for assistance. His moniker of Lazy Admiral was well earned. To prevent Karp from returning and delivering a swift blow to his face, Huang Yuan had remained virtually inseparable from Leah during these days. Leah, recognizing his predicament, did not exhibit excessive resistance. However, a more complicated issue arose at night when it came to sleeping arrangements. It was clear that they could not share a room. Pagliusolino's residence was spacious, with many rooms, yet it was devoid of any personal touches. The furnishings were limited to basic necessities, lacking any semblance of individual expression, leaving many rooms unoccupied except for his own. A large bed measuring 4 meters in length and 3 meters in width, accompanied by a spacious wardrobe, a bedside table, and a small lamp, fills the room. The furnishings are sparse, resembling a transient lodging rather than a permanent residence, devoid of the warmth of daily life. The only space that exudes a semblance of humanity is his study, overflowing with books to the extent that one would require a 3-meter-tall individual to retrieve them from high shelves. Naturally, the arrangement is far from orderly. While the books on the shelves are neatly placed, those taken out to read are scattered throughout the room. During his leisure time, he occasionally places a book over his face and dozes off in the afternoon sun, sometimes for an entire afternoon. How does he know all this? Since the elder Kapu embarked on a journey, Bolusolino brought her back to his home. He imposed no strict requirements on her conduct, simply requesting that she remain within his sight. Should she wish to venture out, he insisted on accompanying her, to avoid any awkwardness. He even instructed his aide to prepare an additional bed, thus providing Leah with her own room. Although her stay is temporary, Bolusolino strives to show her respect as much as possible. Their interactions are harmonious, evident when he naps in his office chair while she, feeling sleepy, leans against the wall and drifts off. Truth be told, Leah has not experienced such leisurely living in a long while. As a general, with someone nearby aspiring to join the Navy, how could he truly relax and sleep soundly? Even though they have met before, it remains impossible. In observing the minutiae of daily life, Bolusolino realizes that she is no longer the person she once was. In many respects, Leah displays a certain naivety, lacking the resoluteness she once possessed. Her aspirations in life are not yet fervent, and the person she previously longed for is still absent from her heart. He feels a sense of attraction, yet he relishes the current state of their companionship. Is it truly so that she trusts him enough to sleep in the presence of a man she knows only slightly? Bolusolino rises and gently lifts the slumbering Leah, making not a sound, nor engaging in any unnecessary actions, as he carries her to her room. He tenderly tucks a corner of the thin blanket around her. At this moment, he feels a lack of ambition in his life, as if continuing in this manner would be acceptable. He glances at her serene, sleeping face before quietly exiting the room, without a hint of reluctance. He is no longer young, yet the dreams he once harbored continue to play out in the countless midnights he has endured. Life ought to yield innumerable outcomes. If he were to continue along this path, he could witness the ultimate resolution of his existence. While it may be mundane, it is nonetheless within his control. He has outgrown the age of seeking a thrilling life. Regarding his naval career, he has nearly reached its conclusion. The rank of fleet admiral was once Sakazuki's ambition, but holds no allure for him. He did not join the Navy out of a desire to uphold justice or attain high office. Throughout, he has been the forsaken one. The reasons for his continued presence in the Navy are complex. Despite the harsh training of his youth, the Navy has provided him with opportunities, and remaining here offers a salary and benefits, a good job amidst this chaotic world. The most fundamental reason, however, appears to be that he has nowhere else to go. It seems that it is not he who chose to stay in the Navy, but rather the Navy that took him in. He and Sakazuki were among the first students of teacher Zifa, but his relationship with Zifa has never been particularly amicable. Teachers tend to favor diligent students, and Sakazuki fits that mold perfectly. In contrast, he has always been rather lazy. Had he lacked talent, it would be one thing, but he and Sakazuki are two of the most gifted from their cohort. He lacks the determination and resolve to defend justice that many of his peers possess. In truth, he wishes to avoid involvement, preferring only to take care of himself, for the world has never genuinely cared for him or his life. He has had relationships, yet he has never found that elusive feeling. What he refers to as a girlfriend pales in comparison to a fleeting encounter. The intentions of those who approach him are rarely pure. It is all rather tedious. Much of his interaction with others is merely to fulfill social obligations. At 30, he once felt a flicker of affection for someone, but she was never meant to be by his side and was destined to leave him. Now, Encountering her again seems impossible. Their age difference is significant, and even he, who harbors little moral constraint, cannot suppress his conscience to demand more. If he could continue to share time with her as he does now, it would be quite pleasant. Yet, she is destined not to linger. For her life is just beginning. To be honest, he rarely dines at home. Firstly, because he lacks culinary skills, and secondly, due to frequent social engagements. The internal dynamics of the Navy are well understood by all, and sometimes feigning ignorance makes life easier. When spending time with Leah, he cannot help but frown at his poor habits. However, unlike his aide, she does not voice her concerns. Instead, Leah corrects his detrimental habits through her actions. For instance, regarding breakfast, when he needs to go to work, he often misses it. Arriving even a second late at the naval headquarters would be a disservice to his fruit-based abilities. At home, during his leisure hours, Hu rises early. Yet, due to Leah's presence, he finds himself waking when she does. She even prepares breakfast for him. Initially, he lacked energy during the first 2 days, but he gradually adapted and found comfort in the routine. He has a profound love for reading and possesses a plethora of books across various genres, as books are a genuine reflection of the human spirit. Engaging with them is far more gratifying than contending with power struggles and deceitful colleagues. He harbors no intention of disparaging such behaviors, as he is quite skilled in that realm himself. However, humans tire easily. Having reached the rank of admiral, there are indeed things he no longer wishes to pursue. It is unnecessary. At this juncture, he reflects on the ease and naturalness of his interactions with Leah. She is not one to create trouble for others, often accommodating his wishes to ensure that their borrowed time together is free from complications. Yet, their relationship is not marked by distance. For example, during leisurely afternoons spent enjoying tea and reading, Leah will unabashedly remind him to bring back pastries from a specific shop. She will also inadvertently fall asleep in his presence. He, on the other hand, is more nonchalant. Apart from dining with her, he generally adheres to his own rhythm while Leah participates in the activity she can. Their relationship is not devoid of interaction. This realization leads him to conclude that someone like Leah would likely encounter few conflicts in her dealings with others. In truth, Leah does not harbor much wariness towards Bolisolinho. This is not merely a matter of objective absence of conflicting interests between the two. Subjectively, Leah's intuition tells her that, even if she were to commit some remarkable act, he would keep her secret. Weariness seems to be contagious. After spending an extended period with Huang Yuan, Leah finds herself increasingly susceptible to fatigue. In total, she has been at the Navy headquarters for over a month, and her cohabitation with Huang Yuan has lasted for more than a week. Initially, Leah thought that simply enduring until Karp's return would suffice, and spending time with Huang Yuan in a leisurely manner was quite enjoyable. However, when Borisolino received an unexpected assignment requiring him to depart with the warship, he felt quite conflicted about where to place Leah, fully aware that, were it not for her regard for him, they could easily come to blows. And she certainly possessed the means to escape. He simply did not wish for his personal affairs to disrupt her daily life. Thus, with Leah's consent, Huang Yuan brought her aboard the warship, and the two leisurely embarked on a vacation. Generally speaking, if the mission's location is not in the New World, his outings tend to resemble a holiday. For him personally, the events that transpire in the first half of the Grand Line are unlikely to pose significant challenges. Often, it is merely that others are preoccupied and unable to attend to matters, so he is dispatched instead. In more extreme situations, he is called upon to resolve issues that the Navy cannot handle, and in the name of the Navy's so-called prestige or false justice. It is often necessary to eliminate those who pose a threat to the Navy, even if innocent parties are caught in the crossfire, leaving them to accept their misfortune. He does not possess a particularly strong sense of empathy. He merely recognizes that it is the Navy that pays his salary, and it is the Navy that has enabled him to reach his current standing. Living with such clarity can be exhausting. It is often easier to pretend not to see. Even though he typically avoids taking on missions and displays a lackadaisical attitude, his formidable abilities command respect, and few dare to voice dissent. The warships he uses are equipped with chefs, so he need not worry about meals. There is also a mess hall aboard the ship. However, It is rather discomforting that many of those seated in the mess hall are surreptitiously scrutinizing Leah. They have been working under his command for quite some time. Leah is the first woman to accompany a general on a mission, and naturally, they are curious. Furthermore, Leah's appearance is undeniably striking. Being the center of attention can be quite troubling, as it seems that, apart from when she is in her own quarters, someone is always watching her. Of course, due to their friendship, she and Borisolino sit together for meals. Should they pretend not to know each other merely to reduce attention? Naturally, Leah has never witnessed Borisolino lose his temper. It is likely that his subordinates have not either. However, Leah has experienced what it means to possess an imposing presence without the need for anger. After a refined meal, Borisolino cast a smile across the entire mess hall, and everyone who met his gaze seemed to vanish. There is no denying that they would heed his countenance. Otherwise, the general might jovially summon them to stoke the boilers. Though he does not express anger, his manner can be quite demanding, leading to speculation among his subordinates about whether he had ever taken out his frustrations on anyone since joining the Navy. Otherwise, it is perplexing where he learned such underhanded tactics. Moreover, they can clearly see that their general holds a significant regard for this young lady. Logically, based on their understanding of the general, he ought to be a gentleman of elegance, yet he is not devoid of aggression. However, his current demeanor is entirely incongruous. He displays an unnerving tranquility. Even if he cares deeply, he would never show it openly. At times, when a young lady engages in baking delicacies aboard the warship, she shares them with the soldiers on duty. Indeed, receiving exquisite pastries from a beautiful woman is quite delightful. Yet, their general observes the soldier and Miss Leah with a knowing glance. Before long, perhaps that very evening, the soldier may find himself tasked with stoking the boilers for an extended period. The general harbors a long memory and a strong sense of jealousy. Yet he suppresses it within himself, never revealing his true feelings. Apart from the veteran subordinates who have accompanied the general for a long time, most young women would remain oblivious to this. They truly cannot fathom why the general is so restrained. Additionally, those serving under the general feel they could easily transition to another position, given that he appears indifferent to the Navy. It could be said that the general lacks enthusiasm for everything. How is it that he can care so deeply for one person, yet possess no desire for conquest? Thus, these observers are increasingly anxious, eager to witness the progression between the two, all while continuing their duties in the boiler room. Fortunately, it seems the general has finally begun to take matters to heart. One day, he summoned the married soldiers to the meeting room, not for any serious discussion, but to inquire about what gifts they would give when pursuing a woman. Previously, he had never taken the time to delve into such matters. Even when going out on dates, it was his aide, Saad, who managed the details of small gifts. Now, he cannot think of what Leah might lack. She certainly does not lack money, so how could she possibly be missing anything of quality? Although his salary is quite generous, he struggles to conceive of what to buy for her. Indeed, after much contemplation, he resolved to make an effort for his own happiness. His desires are few, yet upon encountering them, he is reluctant to let go. Furthermore, during their time together, she has shown no aversion to his attentiveness to detail. The warship cannot sail without rest, so when they encounter islands, they also gather supplies. He is quite willing to partake in this activity. However, his primary motivation is to accompany Leah on shopping excursions. When he offered to pay, Leah declined, and he did not press the issue, as he understood it was a matter of principle for her. Yet, the challenge of carrying her bags is far greater than one might imagine. Although he's an admiral, after a day of shopping with Leah, he returns to the warship utterly exhausted, barely able to stand. Additionally, he feels he has consumed an array of peculiar snacks throughout the day. For him, items laden with sugar are just right for Leah, who typically only nibbles at a snack, claiming it is to avoid gaining weight. Yet, he cannot bear to see her waste food, so those snacks ultimately find their way into his own stomach. Aside from this minor vexation, he genuinely enjoys the days spent in Leah's company. At least, she truly cares for him. The weather on the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable. One moment it may pour rain, and the next it could be snowing. Even after spending years adrift at sea, Leah has yet to acclimate to such abrupt changes in weather. When aboard her merchant ship, She ensured to have clothing for all seasons and heating supplies. However, aboard Borsalino's warship, such meticulousness is absent. Yet, Borsalino is also attentive. While accompanying Leah on her shopping spree, he not only helps carry her purchases, but also buys her a long cloak. When she first saw him making that purchase, Leah asked if he liked such clothing, and she intended to offer to pay for it, but he silently declined with a smile. Originally, he was a person endowed with the gift of eloquence. Yet when confronted with unfamiliar individuals, he preferred to feign ignorance with casual remarks. In the company of acquaintances, he exhibited a more polished demeanor. However, when facing Leah, he became notably reticent. Perhaps others failed to comprehend, but for him, conversing was an exhausting endeavor. Wearing a mask throughout the day, he longed for moments of relaxation when alone. He felt no sense of belonging to the Navy, had no desire to become a pirate, and was indifferent to the Revolutionary Army. He lacked the inclination to contribute to the world. He merely sought to savor the present moment. This was particularly evident when he recalled the snowy day when he spotted Leah curled up outside his small window. The soldiers serving on his ship had undergone rigorous training, enduring hunger and cold as a means of fortifying their resolve. Typically, he would not dwell on such matters, but his concern for Leah's adaptation to their current life at sea prompted him to purchase a warm cloak. Thus, during the next bout of extreme weather, he was able to promptly drape it over her. Leah was quite sensitive to the cold, yet when it snowed, she would rush outside to play amidst the wind and snow. Her vivacity filled him with a zest for life that he had long yearned for. Being with her, he felt invigorated, finding joy in every activity. There were no worries or suspicions. Her happiness brought him delight. During this period, his smiles were more frequent than ever. Despite the biting cold, he felt little discomfort, instead finding amusement in watching Leah exhale into the air, observing the whimsical shapes formed by her breath. He could not help but smile. In that moment, Leah genuinely began to love the world, for it offered her experiences she had never encountered before. Her desire for a better world stemmed from her concern for those she cherished living within it. If the world improved, surely they would experience greater happiness. She deemed such aspirations profoundly worthwhile. Consequently, she began to embrace everything around her, including the mundane elements of nature, savoring the details she had previously overlooked. This infectious positivity also touched Borsalino, who stood by her side. She wished to build a snowman, but hesitated due to her fear of the cold. At that moment, Borsalino stepped forward. "Miss Leah, what kind of snowman do you prefer? Direct me, and I shall assist you in its creation," he proposed with a gentle smile. "Really?" Leah's eyes sparkled at this thoughtful offer, and she felt a surge of excitement. "Of course, I recognize your aversion to the cold. Allow me to handle this little task," he said. Amidst the snowstorm, Leah adjusted her red scarf and directed Borsalino as he meticulously crafted the snowman, their interaction harmonious. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers hiding nearby were less than pleased, despite their enjoyment of the budding romance. Indeed, it's the Admiral. He doesn't require the guidance of those fools. Having taught himself, one soldier began to jot down notes, urging his companions, "Why are you still standing there? Copy the work before us." Eventually, on the island, the captain, nearing the end of his life, wept and smiled, burdened by the profound regrets of a time ill-suited for his aspirations and the bittersweet joy of a reunion transcending time. Roger eventually chose to surrender a year after the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, using his death to herald the dawn of the Grand Age of Pirates. Since then, countless individuals have set sail in pursuit of their dreams, embarking on distant voyages. For the first time in 8 centuries, a transformation of the world was brewing. Simultaneously, for the oppressed and marginalized, the rising tide of pirates heralded a chaotic and hellish era filled with exploitation, plunder, turmoil, and war. Even without pirates, the elite would continue to impose oppression through taxation and legal means. Pirates merely rendered this oppression more violent. Even the Navy could not shelter everyone. Thus, who could rescue the suffering civilians from this plight? Images from around the world played repeatedly on screens as strange fungi quietly thrived in the shadows. Some heard the desperate cries of countless suffering souls, and in that moment, numerous memories flooded Yuta's mind. Regarded as an idol, she vowed to create a new era where everyone could find happiness. This performance was destined to be historic, and as tickets sold out, legions of Yuta's fans flocked to a particular island. Leah also intended to join the fray, despite her strained relationship with Yuta, as she had long believed that Shanks had abandoned her due to her own shortcomings. Most importantly, sitting there made her uneasy, as if something ominous was about to unfold, filling her with a sense of foreboding. Yuta possessed a remarkable talent for songwriting and singing, and in the past 2 years, her popularity soared, nearing that of the global superstar Kizaru. However, Kizaru's concerts were extravagantly lavish, with gold piled high as if it were worthless, emphasizing opulence. One wondered if the ticket sales could ever compensate for the lavish expenditure. The Straw Hat Crew also arrived, as today marked the world-renowned diva Yuta's first live concert. Usopp and Chopper, ardent fans of Yuta, donned their finest attire, and to help them secure limited edition badges, their companions were coerced into dressing flamboyantly. Leah sat in the stands, alongside thousands of spectators, reveling in the performance of the star. After a quarrel between Sanji and Zoro, the opening number, New Era, resonated across the nearby seas, with Yuta's melodious and vibrant voice dispelling the faint darkness enveloping the island. This was the music capital, Elegia. The opening performance rivaled that of Kizaru's concerts in grandeur, while New Era celebrated inclusivity that transcended oceans, races, ages, and class distinctions. As Yuta poured her heart into her performance, countless golden-hued lights swirled around her, delivering a vision of a beautiful future to all her fans. As the song concluded, Yuta greeted her fans warmly, and the thunderous applause resonated throughout the venue, bathing her in radiant starlight. Yet, beneath the surface of this triumphant concert, dark currents stirred quietly. A man resembling a monstrous scientist watched from afar, while among the audience lurked the jellyfish pirates, who schemed to seize the starlet for their own notoriety. To everyone's astonishment, in the next instant, Luffy extended his arm, wrapping it around the enormous ice pillar that jutted from the stage, propelling himself onto the platform. Though he often struggled to remember names and was prone to face blindness, he could never mistake the girl standing before him. Yuta and Luo Luffy have known each other since childhood, and their affectionate embrace in public left Sanji grinding his teeth in frustration. The other companions were equally astonished and began to interrogate their foolish captain. "How come you're so familiar with Yuta?" Luo Luffy casually revealed the shocking news that Yuta is actually the daughter of Shanks. Upon hearing this revelation, the jellyfish pirates became even more resolute in their intentions. To be frank, this unknown pirate crew should not be called the jellyfish pirates. They ought to be named the hard-headed pirates. How could they dare offend one of the 4 emperors? Yuta's fans were in a state of disbelief as their idol's persona crumbled before their eyes. Robin reminisced, recalling similar rumors she had heard in the past. Meanwhile, Leah sat in the audience, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at Yuta with a hint of helplessness. She had initially thought Shanks had a deceased beloved. However, this was merely a misunderstanding. Yuta was the daughter Shanks had adopted, and she had been a cute child who had now blossomed into a stunning beauty. Her purpose for being here was to clarify the true reason Shanks left her behind. She truly did not wish to bear the blame any longer. Yuta seemed to sense something amiss, scanning the crowd until her gaze suddenly met Leah's. Leah, still resting her chin, offered Yuta a friendly smile, but Yuta merely turned her gaze away, completely ignoring her. Leah touched her nose, feeling a sense of rejection. She held no resentment toward Yuta, understanding that from Yuta's perspective, it was natural to feel bitterness towards the bad woman who abandoned her due to a father she had revered since childhood. It was all Shanks's fault for not speaking up and forcing her to bear the blame. Yuta then shifted her focus to Luo Luffy. After being unexpectedly exposed by him, Yuta helplessly covered her forehead with a smile. Before anyone could recover from the shock, another disturbance erupted on stage, with the sound of gunfire. The jellyfish pirates surrounded Luo Luffy and Yuta. Leah remained seated in the audience, her expression unchanged. These ruffians could not possibly pose a threat to Luo Luffy and the others. Leah was unaware of Yuta's fruit powers, but she had heard from Shanks that it was a highly dangerous ability. At that time, Shanks had knelt on a washboard, insisting he had no former girlfriend or wife. Leah never directed her anger at children. Her ire was reserved solely for Shanks, the root of all this chaos. If Shanks had a former wife, what would Leah do? Perhaps she would quietly leave. She did not wish to become the villain who ruined Yuta's childhood, nor did she want to suffer in silence, as the world would not revolve solely around her. The ruffians below believed they had grasped the weakness of the four Emperor Red-Haired, unaware that a mantis stalks the cicada while a yellow oriole lies in wait. A blazing fist descended from the heavens, exploding amidst the crowd. As the Big Mom pirates made their entrance, aided by Brulee's fruit ability, unleashing a horde of lackeys from the mirrors. Capturing Yuta was a direct order from Big Mom. Witnessing the impending chaos, the Straw Hat crew could not stand idly by. How dare these ruffians lay hands on Luo Luffy's childhood friend? Sanji, Brook, and Zoro charged forward, followed closely by Nami, Chopper, and Frankie. Behind them, the elder brother Jinbei rode the colossal wave shaped like a shark, sending countless lackeys flying. Owen and Jinbei, along with Frankie, found themselves in a brief stalemate, just as Robin transformed her numerous arms into a giant net to ensnare the enemies. Usopp prepared to deliver the final blow. At that crucial moment, Yuta halted the continuation of the battle. She declared to everyone present that they were all her fans. Owen and Brulee scoffed at her naivety, even as the Straw Hat crew repeatedly reminded Yuta, "These people are here to capture you." Yet Yuta maintained her calm demeanor of forgiving everyone. Leah frowned deeply, her foreboding feelings growing stronger. As expected, under various scrutinizing gazes, Yuta opened her mouth, her voice empowered by her song fruit, sweeping across the venue like a tidal wave. Her voice blurred the boundaries between dreams and reality, filling the air with fantastical creatures and colorful, materialized notes. Yuta transformed into a knight clad in heavy armor, wielding a long spear. Even as the pirates launched their full assault, they could not breach the protective barrier Yuta had erected. She then repelled both Owen and Luo Luffy, subsequently waving her hands to turn the musical staff into unbreakable shackles. With Yuta's astonishing display of power, the atmosphere of the concert reached a fever pitch. Yuta finally soared over the cheering crowd, returning to the stage, transforming the brutal pirate battle into a uniquely captivating performance. From different vantage points, the scenery appeared distinct. Fans witnessed Yuta's ability to convey hope and joy through her song without discrimination, enough to overshadow the fact that she was the daughter of the notorious pirate Shanks. The Straw Hat crew marveled at the girl's formidable strength and chose to refrain from further interference, returning to their elevated seats to enjoy the concert. Only Owen, Brulee, and the others found themselves futilely struggling on the musical staff, undoubtedly filled with shame and anger at their predicament. Before continuing her song, Yuta announced two things. First, that the entire performance would be recorded for everyone to keep and watch later. And second, that she openly warned all pirates, the world government, and the Navy not to interfere with the performance, or they would regret it. Leah felt increasingly uneasy, sensing something deep beneath the surface, drawing her in. Yuta firmly reiterated her belief. "I am Yuta, the singer who will usher in a new era, and I shall use my voice to bring happiness to everyone." As she proclaimed this audacious statement, far away in Mary Geos, the Gorosei were watching the live broadcast. They believed this girl could undoubtedly be the daughter of Red-Haired. Furthermore, as reported in the newspapers, a completely new enemy had emerged, one that entirely repudiated the age of great pirates. The Gorosei were not only concerned about the idol girl's terrifying charisma, but also mentioned potential connections to Yuta involving the troublesome and monstrous Falad family. On the other side, the conversation between Akainu and Kizaru further unveiled more information. To prevent the revival of ancient sealed monsters during this incident, Admiral Akainu issued an order at all costs. A massive fleet composed of Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Fujitora, and nearly 100 warships was immediately dispatched, heading towards Elbaf. Meanwhile, Yuta's concert had reached the intermission stage. The Song Fruit's ability easily created food, toys, and other items, with no apparent limits in sight. Faced with such comprehensive and potent abilities, the Big Mom Pirates became even more excited at the prospect of capturing Yuta. Most importantly, she was Shanks's daughter. However, only Katakuri remained concerned for his missing family members, Bruley and Owen, amidst the chaos. The atmosphere of the Dama Tuan remains consistently centered around self-interest, completely disregarding any familial bonds. Laya felt the ethereal sensations enveloping her, and suddenly realized that this place was far from the realm of reality. Yet, she pondered whether Yuta had drawn her fans into this dreamlike world to provide them with a superior auditory and visual experience, thus refraining from impulsive actions. Was Yuta's power related to the spiritual realm? However, glancing over at Rossi, who was eagerly feeding Andy chips, she felt a wave of discomfort. How vexing it is to witness a couple lacking in boundaries. Meanwhile, high in the audience, the Straw Hat crew indulged in an array of fantastical foods, speculating about Yuta's fruit abilities, though even Luffy was uncertain. Sanji, removing the top layer of onions, inadvertently unearthed a somewhat familiar mushroom from the food container. After a brief examination, he tossed it into the trash, choosing to overlook this minor incident, as it contained ingredients that even the seasoned chef Sanji had never encountered. The gluttonous companions shared laughter with Yuta, who, with a hint of displeasure, questioned Luffy about the Straw Hats. Upon learning that it was Shanks who entrusted Luffy with the crew, Yuta ceased her inquiries. Yet, she unexpectedly proposed a contest against Luffy. Initially disinterested, Luffy found himself embroiled in a dispute regarding who had won the 183 matches previously, thus commencing their contest. Their challenge revolved around who could consume more meat before a bull charged at them. Yuta cleverly diverted Luffy's attention with her power, and at the last moment, she leaped into the air to evade the bull's onslaught, leaving Luffy, who remained stationary, to be knocked into the sea. Thankfully, Yuta promptly utilized her notes to rescue Luffy, her abilities seemingly unaffected by the ocean. Yuta wished to inquire about Shanks' current state, but Luffy, equally ignorant, eventually shared their past through Nami's questioning. It turned out that Yuta had arrived at Windmill Village alongside Shanks. Although she had a fondness for singing, Luffy had no interest in it. Yet, the two children, despite their age similarity, formed a strong friendship. They would challenge each other to see who could eat faster before wild dogs approached. And whenever Machino attempted to intervene, Shanks would respect their determination and allow the competition to continue. Unlike Luffy, who adhered strictly to the rules, Yuta had a penchant for trickery from a young age, viewing it as the pirate way of combat. Having traveled with the red-haired pirates for many years, she had witnessed many similar antics. In contrast, Luffy believed that pirates should engage in battles honorably, leading to heated disputes between the two children over whose favor Shanks preferred, often resulting in playful pouting. Shanks would always indulge them with affectionate embraces. Truthfully, at that time, Laya's relationship with Shanks had not yet evolved into what it later became. She regarded him merely as a friend at the age of 17. Having grown accustomed to caring for children, she found herself wanting to connect with Yuta. Yet, perhaps due to intuition, their relationship had always been somewhat strained, and she did not pay it much mind, as she could not expect everyone to like her. I am Yuta of the Red-Haired Pirates, pioneering a new era of freedom for all. Is my dream, the girl confidently declared beneath the moonlight. Her voice seemed to possess an innate magic that brought solace to listeners. Laya remained in Machino's tavern, smiling as she observed this scene. Meanwhile, Ace and Sabo witnessed Luffy and Yuta's contest from afar for 100 years. Under the watchful eyes of the red-haired pirates, Luffy ultimately triumphed over Yuta in their late-night competition. However, the fleeting moments of joy swiftly faded. Upon one return voyage of the red-haired pirates, a somber mood enveloped the crew. Luffy inquired about Yuta's whereabouts, and Shanks could only inform him that she had left the crew to pursue her dream of becoming a better singer. Instinctively, Laya sensed something amiss, but when she sought the truth, Shanks always deflected her questions. At that time, she believed Shanks did not trust her, and thus refrained from pressing further. Later, when she asked where Yuta had gone for training, hoping to visit her, Shanks merely smiled and changed the subject, their relationship having grown somewhat ambiguous. Although they had not yet officially defined their relationship, Laya felt the urge to be more assertive, yet her awkward position led to a cold war between them. Back at the concert, Luffy questioned Yuta about her departure and why she no longer wished to be a pirate. Yuta hesitated, offering no explanation, instead inquiring about Luffy's current life. Upon hearing that Luffy was a pirate with aspirations of becoming the Pirate King, Yuta visibly sank into despondency and surprisingly urged Luffy not to pursue piracy. The Straw Hat lad feigned ignorance, but he seemed to sense something, expressing his happiness that Yuta was living the life she desired, then excusing himself to return to the ship for rest. Yet, everyone underestimated Yuta's resolve. Just moments before, they had been enjoying the banquet, and in an instant, Yuta waved her hand, intending to keep the entire Straw Hat crew captive. Nami, Sanji, and the others, caught off guard, faced a fate similar to that of Odin and Bruli. Yuta intended to perform a song composed for pirates, dedicating it to everyone present. Laya, caught in a whirlwind of hesitation, stood up, yearning to voice her thoughts. However, before she could act, Yuta swiftly banished her from the dreamlike realm. Upon awakening, she found herself on a desolate island, surrounded by the slumbering forms of ordinary citizens. Time flowed on, and with the passage of years, Yuta had long ceased to be the little girl who took pride in her pirate identity. The cheers of the crowd depicted another side of the world idol, one cultivated through countless sufferings, embedding a deep-seated hatred for pirates within her very being. As Yuta's mindset shifted, the previously joyous notes transformed into fierce, vengeful musical nights surging toward the remaining few. Zoro, Jinbei, and Frankie could easily tear them apart, yet these knights could swiftly regenerate upon their demise. Luffy, Robin, and Chopper were subsequently swept into the fray. Despite the escalating chaos, their valiant figures were overwhelmed by the tide of knights. The thunderous roars of battle were drowned out by Yuta's near-roaring fury. She unfurled her dual-colored wings, as if poised to emerge from her cocoon like a butterfly. Yuta sealed off the top of the performance venue, transforming it into a larger chrysalis, one that seemed to herald the dawn of a new era. Soon after, the entire Straw Hat crew was inevitably captured by Yuta, with Luffy having not even activated his second gear throughout the ordeal. The asymmetrical awareness between the two sides was the principal cause of their defeat in this battle. What should be done with the pirates? Yuta posed a question, one whose answer she had long solidified, as she faced countless vulnerable souls, confronted with a bleak and desolate world. Usopp, defensively asserting that Luffy was not that kind of pirate, found his words futile as the flames of public outrage ignited, proving difficult to extinguish. Even if Luffy broke free from his restraints, enraged fans surged onto the stage, targeting the abilities of the one before them with seawater. From the audience, Bellamy could no longer bear to remain seated, wishing to rise in defense of Luffy and the others, but was calmly restrained by Kobe. At a crucial moment, the young admirer Bartolomeo arrived to save the day, initially dismissed by Yuta. However, when the two of them, along with a barrier, vanished into thin air, Yuta realized that other pirates were lurking nearby, and an aura of danger enveloped her. Meanwhile, on a distant overpass, it was revealed that Law had come to their aid. Accompanied by the sound effect-laden Bepo, Law and Luffy had been deliberating whether to fight or flee, but Yuta quickly discovered their location. Upon Yuta issuing a command to pursue them, a peculiar ship resembling a grand piano sailed across the sky, followed by a parade of enthusiastic fans. Among them were Kobe, Bulameb, and Bruno, prompting the two Navy officers to devise a plan. Bruno from CP pointed out that the environment was peculiar, rendering the use of the Door Fruit's abilities impossible. Upon reaching the coastline, Yuta observed that within a short span of time, the Note Knights had spread across the island, patrolling the gigantic strings of the piano. The mysterious figure resembling a scientific monster had previously hidden them within a building. This enigmatic individual, claiming to be Gordon, the former king of the Music City Elegia, recounted how, after the kingdom's fall, its residents had departed, leaving only him and Yuta to rely on each other. The once thriving music city had decayed into ruins, and the unbreakable loneliness pervaded Yuta's childhood. She often reminisced about the past, while Gordon devoted himself to nurturing her into the greatest singer, yet without an audience. Her talent was merely self-appreciation, and her dreams remained dim. It was not until 2 years later that she discovered a new type of dendenmushi with live-streaming capabilities by the seaside. Utilizing its innovative video and audio features, Yuta embarked on a path to stardom. The gratitude and recognition she received from around the world became a beacon of hope illuminating her life. However, amidst this joy, the harsh reality of a pirate-infested world sparked a profound contemplation within her. As her fanbase grew, they elevated her to the status of a savior. In her quest for universal redemption, Yuta devised a grand plan that would undoubtedly alter the world. Although Gordon sought to thwart her intentions, he was unable to articulate the specifics before Yuta found them again, causing Beppo to be transformed into a miniature bear form by her abilities. When discussing Shanks, Yuta suddenly became exceedingly agitated, seizing Shanks' straw hat and dismissing the essence of One Piece, the Pirate King, and the hat's significance in the new era. Luffy, however, could never agree to relinquish his dreams, leading to another discord between them, while Law utilized his powers to relocate his allies. Before Yuta departed with her fans, she engaged in a brief conversation with Gordon, seeking his support. Yet, Gordon believed her plan was destined for failure, especially since the Navy and the world government had yet to intervene. Unexpectedly, Yuta revealed the hidden score of the forbidden song concealed in the basement, her ultimate trump card. Gordon was filled with dread upon this revelation, yet Yuta turned away, denying him the opportunity to dissuade her. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew had managed to escape to the seaside, only for Luffy to be shocked at the sudden disappearance of their grand ship, the Sunny. Moments later, a small, damp lion emerged from the water, calling out Sunny. Luffy and Bartolomeo were astonished. Could this truly be the Sunny? Yuta's abilities were indeed formidable. But could the power of a single fruit truly be so comprehensive and invincible? Meanwhile, the main force of the Navy, following orders from headquarters, ascended the island amidst a light drizzle. At that moment, Leah stood in the rain, contemplating how to address the situation at hand. To be honest, her greatest strength lay not in brute force, but in her mental capabilities. After all, how could she have controlled Wang Lei to assist the pirates' escape from Marineford? Yet, she was reluctant to wield such powers, feeling it violated her principles. She desired everyone to be independent, free to pursue their own desires, rather than being puppets controlled by others. Everyone present was ensnared in Yuta's dream world, akin to an illusory, all-encompassing hypnotic ability that appeared nearly insurmountable. Vice Admiral Squirrel and the others found themselves momentarily at a loss. As the unseen villain, Yuta surprisingly did not attempt to conceal her identity. Calmly, she revealed that if she were to perish, none would ever return to reality. Leah furrowed her brow, yet she hesitated to confront Yuta, as she was, after all, Shank's daughter, and they had unresolved conflicts. Engaging in battle would only deepen their rift. Yuta allowed the military to encircle her, and, as Admiral Fujitora seemed poised to draw his sword, Yuta merely smiled and jested, stating that it was unnecessary. After some hesitation, Leah watched as Yuta consumed the lethal sleepless mushroom, which would induce eternal wakefulness and ultimately death. The thought of innocent civilians suffering as collateral damage compelled Squirrel to advance, while Fujitora issued a threat. At that moment, Leah stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yuta, silently gazing at the Navy. Even without uttering a single threatening word, her presence alone was a substantial deterrent. Fujitora then inquired, recognizing Leah as a reasonable person. Now that so many are endangered because of her, will you stand by her side? Reason must be contextual. When a child makes a mistake, it is our duty as elders to find a way to address the aftermath, Leah replied calmly. Yet, Yuta, in a fit of agitation, pushed Leah aside, exclaiming, "Who are you to dictate my actions? I don't need your intervention." Leah stumbled back, furrowing her brow before asking Yuta if she could resolve the situation or if they posed a genuine threat to her. I told you I don't need your help. They are no match for me, Yuta retorted before launching an attack against the Navy. This time, Leah did not hesitate, allowing Yuta to take matters in her own hands. During her rebellious phase, it was necessary for her to have an outlet for her emotions, albeit not at the expense of innocent civilians. The Navy's mission was to apprehend Yuta, making them suitable targets for her to unleash her frustrations. Yuta could manipulate everyone in a dream state, while the Navy could not inflict harm on innocent civilians, thus shifting the balance of power. As long as they removed their earplugs, the distant Navy forces would become Yuta's puppets in an instant. The mesmerizing melody propelled the entire army to encircle the admiral, with figures like Bruno, Beppo, and Law among them. After the duration of a single song, the Navy was utterly defeated. Yet, Leah remained unaffected by the music, given Yuta's current level. It was exceedingly difficult to sway her. In her mental realm, numerous hidden monstrosities lurked in the darkness. Although her crew members were ensnared in the dream world, she felt no urgency, for with Luffy and the others around, they were unlikely to face calamity. Meanwhile, in the dream realm, the Straw Hat crew and the Owen and Bruley siblings were trapped within the musical score, struggling in vain against their confinement. Brook was desperately trying to adjust his position to catch a glimpse of Nami's undergarments. Ultimately, it was the reliable Robin who redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand, speculating that they were likely situated on a musical staff, though Brook was unable to see the full picture. Suddenly, Bruno, KB, and Barumaber utilized the powers of the Mmangushur to arrive before the crowd. With KB's assistance, Brook immediately sang a note to rescue his comrades. Observing this, Owen also implored the Straw Hat crew for aid, while Barumaber stipulated that they must collaborate with the Navy. Following this, the group split into several factions. Most of the Straw Hat members accompanied Robin to the castle in their homeland, Aeligia, in search of a way to decipher Yuta's abilities from the history of their fallen nation. In a library, they fell victim to a colossal puppet attack. Robin, under the protection of her companions, deciphered the patterns on the ceiling, ultimately uncovering some distressing truths. Meanwhile, Bruno and KB sought out Luffy and the others to explain Yuta's song fruit powers. Anyone who hears her sing has their soul transported to the world of song. Even more direly, Yuta had consumed the poisonous sleep mushroom. Should Yuta perish, all would be trapped in that realm. This was Yuta's ultimate plan. Not only were the thousands of the concert affected, but the true horror of the song fruit lay in its ability to utilize the transponder snails, continuously broadcasting the concert from the dream world. Regardless of their location, the power of her voice spread through the imagery like an unquenchable fire, engulfing the entire world. According to Lucci's report to the Gorosei Eye, in just 1 hour, 70 of the world population would be hypnotized, a power that surpassed the expectations of the higher-ups. As they spoke, some celestial dragons were already ensnared in the dream world. Upon arrival, a celestial dragon commanded the nearby navy to capture Yuta, having taken a fancy to her. Initially, Yuta was reluctant to resort to violence, expressing her ideals of equality, which only incited the celestial dragon further. When a celestial dragon shot at his underlings in frustration, and the navy, pressured by the celestial dragon's insistence, moved to attack Yuta against their own beliefs, Yuta no longer hesitated, swiftly dispatching them. However, this action did not garner the support of the fans. The celestial dragons were exalted beings, and majority lacked the courage to resist. Seizing a moment of doubt among the fans, Bruno and KB ascended the stage to reveal Yuta's scheme. If the real world is too harsh, does eternal immersion in dreams equate to paradise? Once the empty idolization was cast aside, the throng fractured into countless factions. Only a small portion supported Yuta's plan, while many cried out to return home, filled with resentment towards Yuta's unilateral decisions. This outcome left Yuta utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend that, despite the suffering of reality, some still chose to remain in it. Unable to find an answer, Yuta frantically concluded that as long as she brought more joy, everyone would surely wish to stay. The rampaging powers of the song fruit transformed the ocean, turning all who encountered it into toys or other objects. Fortunately, KB and the shrunken Bruno managed to escape and conveyed the failure of their persuading efforts to the others. Meanwhile, due to the commotion caused by their companions' battles, Robin and the others inadvertently brought down the entire castle. At the last moment, Nami stood before the mirror, threatening Burei. Consequently, Burei guided them to Luffy's side. Given the information gathered by KB and Robin, the situation appeared hopeless. Their only hope of returning to reality lay buried deep underground. Within the embodiment of humanity's many negative emotions, the Demon King. This being could traverse both reality and dreams. If they could defeat it simultaneously in both realms, the entire dream world would vanish. While the internal struggle could be managed, who would break through from the outside? KB believed the Navy, concerned for the civilians, would find it difficult to shoulder this burden. Before he could finish, Yuta's adoptive father, Gordon, and Beppo arrived late, stating that they would need Shanks to intervene from the outside. Luffy inquired about what transpired between Yuta and Shanks. Gordon was evasive, prompting Luffy to dismiss further thoughts. Setting off alone to confront Yuta, Zoro clarified the essence of Luffy's action. They merely needed to keep attacking, regardless of who was outside. They only needed to synchronize their external offensive. Moreover, Luffy's sister had been expelled from the dream world by Yuta. That woman was formidable. Even though he was not present at the time, having merely read about the events in the newspaper, he felt a shiver. As Luffy appeared resolute, he softened upon facing Yuta. Even if she were to tear his straw hat, he was loath to fight her with full force. Yuta believed her resentment towards Shanks stemmed from the red-haired pirate's abandonment, and his departure from Aeligia left her with an indelible wound. Yet, as Luffy pointed out, how could Shanks possibly commit such an act? He would come, but not to save him. Rather, he would come to save you, Yuta. Luffy clenched his fists as he spoke. Yuta remained steadfast in her beliefs, convinced Shanks would not come, believing he did not care for her. Before Shanks left Aeligia, Yuta had asked if he liked Leah, to which he had nodded affirmatively. Even after committing such acts, he had left without a second thought. In reality, Yuta commanded the puppets to assault Leah, seizing the opportunity to execute an important task. Leah observed the ordinary people attacking her, frowning initially, then finding some relief as she unleashed shadows, overpowering all those who were uncontrollable. Leah noticed a small black creature attempting to bite a person's leg. Just as it was about to do so, she flattened it with a swift strike. With Leah's attention diverted, Yuta drew a dagger, preparing to kill Luffy. She would not allow the new era he desired. As Leah was about to unleash her wings and rush over, she sensed someone's presence, allowing her to relax. The blade fell heavily, yet at that moment, a large hand reached out from the air, firmly grasping it. After 12 years apart, Yuta finally encountered the red-haired pirates once more, tears mingling with rain, a torrent of emotions surging forth. Driven to madness, Yuta laughed maniacally, consumed by the desire to slay all pirates present. She wept as she summoned all dreamers to assault the red-haired pirates. However, she suddenly realized that everyone was pinned to the ground by the shadows emanating from Leah, unable to move. Leah, meanwhile, was focused on dealing with the gluttonous, small black creatures, delivering kicks and stomps until they finally settled down. The other members of the red-haired pirates watched this scene, suddenly feeling pain in their own faces. Not to mention Leah treating the small black creatures similarly to how she would treat them. The only distinction was that she would occasionally show them some leniency when there were many. This ultimately saved both the Navy and the red-haired pirates considerable effort. Simultaneously, in the dream world, Luffy remarked that Shanks had indeed arrived, prompting everyone to launch a full assault while Yuta was distracted. Yuta, however, summoned Music Knights to effortlessly counter this wave of attacks. Yet before she could begin her next song, Small Bruno, Small Beppo, and other small teams launched an offensive from a door. The Sani ship unleashed a sudden barrage that interrupted Yuta's actions, obscuring her line of sight. With Chopper's fur enhancement serving as a feint and law enveloping Yuta in his room from behind, the combined assault of their forces ultimately dispatched Yuta into Bardo's invincible barrier. The external summoned entities lost synchronization and fell together. Yuta, in despair, began to sing once more, while the puppets grew increasingly frenzied. nearly breaking free from the restraints of the Little Blacks. However, Shanks maintained a serene smile as he observed Yuta, his expression revealing a trace of sorrow. Unlike many villains who, under the guise of righteousness, show no remorse, the inherently kind-hearted Yuta genuinely regards each of her fans as family. Witnessing the mistreatment of her fans, Yuta instantaneously relinquished everything and collapsed onto them. In her eyes, rebirth within the dream world did not equate to death. Dying in reality, preventing her from entering dreams, was a parting she could never accept. Observing Yuta's state, Leah resolved to embrace the role of the villain herself. She suddenly declared, "If you do not release Luffy and the others, I shall eliminate everyone here. You know I possess that capability." Beckman cast a surprised glance at Leah, understanding her intentions. Yet, he was taken aback by Leah's choice to step forward at this moment, for being a villain was no simple task. However, it was not his concern. In the end, it would be Shanks who bore the brunt, and Leah's actions might indeed save these innocent civilians. "Hey, are you even human? They are all innocent," Yuta exclaimed in fury, her gaze shifting repeatedly to Shanks, hoping he would intervene to halt Leah's actions. Shanks appeared expressionless, yet internally, he was in turmoil, contemplating where to procure a washboard upon their departure, having already worn out several. "I am a pirate, little girl. If you were not Shanks' daughter, I would not have bothered to converse with you civilly. I would have resorted to violence immediately. Besides, since you recognize their innocence, did you not also draw them into the dream world?" Leah slowly stepped onto the person Yuta had anxiously scrutinized earlier. "I acted for their benefit." "For their benefit? Little girl, how many real-world sufferings have you witnessed to claim that your actions were for their good? I have seen their dreams, many of them. I yearn to create a new era where everyone can experience happiness." Leah, exasperated, pressed her forehead and said, "Though you expelled me from the dream, I believe your plan has likely been exposed. How many support your actions? You must already know. To act for others' good, one must stand from their perspective. Do not indulge in your fantasies, understand?" These words were perhaps too direct and painfully incisive for Yuta. However, the situation had escalated to a degree where countless lives could be lost due to Yuta's reckless actions. Children must be educated. Shanks is incredibly unreliable. Such was the unmistakable nature of a villain. Leah quickly signaled Beckman to take action against Yuta, seizing the opportunity to draw closer to her. Before Beckman could act, Shanks firmly pulled Leah aside, demonstrating effective cooperation. Yet Leah remained furious. "Do not interfere," just as the family was entangled in their dispute. A torrential barrage of gunfire erupted like rain. It was revealed that Fleet Admiral Akainu had issued an order for all to fire. He was willing to annihilate every civilian on the island to capture Yuta. The Yellow Monkey stepped forth, stating that sacrificing tens of thousands to halt this child was unavoidable. He ascended into the sky, employing his renowned technique, the H-Shakukogo, to bombard the entire island. In the next moment, instead of the anticipated conflagration, red-haired Shanks soared into the air, cleaving through all beams of light with a single strike, severing the colossal stones above, surpassing the light-speed elementalization of Yellow Monkey. With Griffin already poised at Yellow Monkey's throat, Shanks, his expression devoid of emotion, stated, "I apologize, but this is my family matter. I kindly ask you not to interfere." The Yellow Monkey, stripped of his usual jest, remained unusually silent, while Fujitora appeared ready to engage but hesitated. Below, Yuta was tending to the injured alongside the ship's doctor, Dr. Kureha. At that moment, the side effects of the sleep mushroom began to manifest. Under the influence of the sleep mushroom, Yuta's emotions spiraled out of control, becoming increasingly frantic. Leah, witnessing this, unfurled her wings to restrain the rampaging Yuta, yet Yuta resisted vehemently, struggling fiercely against her. The inhabitants of the dream world were forcibly clad in garments representing the evil faction, draped in pure black. After much hesitation and wavering, the raging emotions ultimately overwhelmed all else. In the dream world, Yuta unveiled the score of the Forbidden Song, steering the narrative toward its most disastrous conclusion. When the ultimate score resonated, Bardo's invincible barrier was violently breached by Yuta. In reality, Leah was also hurled away by a powerful shockwave. However, just before she struck the ground, she was caught by Shanks. A surge of energy, intermingling red and blue with pitch black, enveloped the island below, causing the controlled entities to become increasingly agitated. This was precisely what the Navy feared, the most sinister ability of the Song Song fruit. Dark energy obscured the sky, heralding the return of the Demon King from the abyss. Yuta's wings were tainted by this force, and even in the external world, an ominously distorted colossal giant. Through the transformation of concepts between the illusory and the real, was born into existence in its most authentic form. After more than a decade, and centuries that had not faded from memory, the apocalyptic vision had finally arrived. In reality, the members of the red-haired pirates stood poised for action. Leah rose to her feet, gazing at the enormous monstrosity, her eyes reflecting extreme excitement and desire, in stark contrast to the anxiety of the others. In the dream, a coalition of all factions surged toward the Dark Yuta. Only the former irreplaceable core of the team, red-haired Shanks and Luffy, did not rush to join the fray. Far away in Mariewa, the Gorosei could no longer sever the live broadcast before them, due to the incomprehensible abilities of the Song Song fruit. The dream and reality were becoming interconnected. This was undoubtedly not the outcome Yuta had originally desired. She could no longer hear the cries of those drawn into the dream. After several exchanges, Luffy raised his gear third fist and joined the battle. Yet, despite each individual possessing unique strengths, they found themselves continuously thwarted by the Music Knight, struggling to approach Yuta. In truth, each faction fought their battles independently, yielding little success over time. Within the fray, Usopp was the first to be flung backward, followed by others who were gradually repelled. However, they did not succumb to despair. Instead, they recognized the importance of uniting their strengths. Yet Luffy had no desire to engage in this battle. He charged forward, repeatedly enduring the lashes of dark energy, refusing to strike back. He shouted Yuta's name, attempting to awaken her true nature, but was met with even more ferocious attacks. Yuta ended the conflict with a spear thrust, and at that critical moment, her adoptive father Gordon used his once-in-a-lifetime flash to block Yuta's spear. Ignoring his pain, he sorrowfully revealed the truth behind the destruction of the musical city, Elegia. The true culprit behind that catastrophe was not the red-haired pirates, as rumored. In the past, Zyankasi deliberately sent Yuta to a music academy for further study. However, the long-buried score of the Forbidden Song unexpectedly resurfaced at a banquet. Upon coming into contact with the score, Yuta awakened her abilities, and the melody she inadvertently hummed awakened monsters that had slumbered for centuries. Thus, the City of Music was reduced to ashes overnight at the hands of a rampaging ability user. Zyankasi and his companions exerted all their strength to slay the monsters and rescue Yuta. Yet it was too late. How could the young Yuta confront the overwhelming guilt of having caused the slaughter of an entire nation? What future awaited her? Without hesitation, Zyankasi asked Gordon to place the blame for this disaster on the red-haired pirates when reporting to the Navy, hoping that Yuta could lead a happy life. The choice of the old King Gordon was even more perplexing. Facing the burning kingdom, he chose to shoulder the pain of national destruction solely because Zyankasi said a song bore no guilt. Gordon took it upon himself to protect the forbidden melody and forgave Yuta, committing to nurturing her into a singer who could bring happiness to the world, pouring all his remaining efforts into her. Suppressing their inner sorrow and pain, Zyankasi and his companions laughed heartily as they departed with their treasures. Luffy believed that upon learning the truth, Yuta would find closure, and he joyfully rushed towards her, only to be met with an even more powerful ray. However, Luffy soon discovered a breakthrough, the hastily drawn symbol of the new era from their childhood, still adorning Yuta's arm. Her original intention had never changed. Stop deceiving yourself. Look at the chaotic world around you. Is this truly the free, new era you once dreamed of? Luffy's words struck at the core, and Yuta, awakening from her dreamlike state, was soon in tears. Yet, the Forbidden Song had manifested for so long that it was beyond Yuta's control as an ability user of her level. The collapsing dream world was left in a void of chaos, filled with twisted monsters emitting indescribable sounds. Meanwhile, the puppets of the outside world became increasingly active. Beckman had no choice but to aim his gun at Kizaru's face, warning him not to attack civilians. The scene before them was laced with profound irony. The Navy sought to claim the lives of innocents while the pirates fought to protect them. Beckman and Raijin had to endure the Navy's bullets to save lives. Unlike 12 years ago, Yuta, having consumed the sleepless mushrooms, found even fainting to be a luxury. The boundaries of the dream world continued to expand with the growth of nightmares. How much more reality would be consumed by illusion? In a deeper layer of her inner world, Yuta bore the curses of all the victims from the Elegia kingdom. Her inner voice gradually revealed that she had known the truth about her role in the destruction of the city and the nation a year prior. The notorious Zyankasi was merely helping his daughter bear the blame. On one hand, there were fans who viewed her as the hope of a new era, while on the other, a self that was tormented and filled with guilt, wishing for death. This extremely unstable psychological state drove Yuta to devise a mad plan to sacrifice herself, allowing all those seeking to escape the tragic era to exist eternally in the dream world. She advanced step by step towards the path of inevitable destruction, her already muddled mind unable to halt the impending doom of the forbidden melody. At that moment, Leah closed her eyes, entering Yuta's inner world. She took Yuta's hand and said, "You must learn to bear what cannot be undone. You are no longer that powerless little girl of the past, are you?" Yuta looked at Leah with a complex expression. She had always respected her father Zyankasi, who had regarded this woman with special attention upon their first meeting. Fearing Leah's potential to usurp Zyankasi's affection, she initially harbored some aversion towards her. Yet, this woman was not truly malevolent. Her previous words were merely to provoke Yuta into releasing her. If you can endure all the insults directed at you, then the music demon will no longer be able to control you. You must learn to master it. This will greatly benefit your future in music. Leah stated, "Is there still a chance for my musical journey to continue?" Yuta murmured, and within this deeply insecure inner world, she did not shake off Leah's grasp. Meanwhile, in the dream world, after yet another futile attempt by Owen, Sanji saved Broly, with KB acting as the overall commander. Nami and Robin first utilized their abilities to create a passage, and along with Broly's mirror world, they gathered all the endless illusions. Gordon and Balumber provided cover, while Chopper tended to the injured Luffy. Jinbei and Frankie formed a shield for the team. Usopp provided long-range support, and Brook and Sanji acted as surprise reinforcements. Ultimately, the primary assault was led by Zoro and Owen. At this point, the entire team's strength was consolidated. Robin used her abilities to breach the defenses of the monsters, and their formidable power once again shattered the formation of the crowd. Gordon felt increasingly pained, believing that Yuta had reached this point due to his failures. The love this adoptive father bore for Yuta was evident to all. He was indispensable on Yuta's path to fame. With tears, the adoptive father entrusted everything to the now awakened Luffy. Bearing the promise to save Yuta and everyone, Luffy, in his fourth gear, charged forward, delivering a heavy blow at the boundary between reality and awakening. Simultaneously, Zyankasi exerted his strength. The sudden disappearance of the phantom creatures proved that this tactic was effective. Also joining in was the uninvited star Katakuri, a unique member of the Big Mom Pirates, who crossed countless miles to fight for the sake of his family. He babbled about sensing the conditions in the dream through Kin Bunchaku. Zyankasi, impatient, interrupted him, asserting that the red-haired crew had many Kin Bunchaku masters. Aside from needing to be wary of the Navy admirals behind them, penetrating the barrier required a Kin Bunchaku master in the dream world to predict and cooperate. Otherwise, they would only be striking wildly as they were now. While Zyankasi and Luffy could sense each other, that alone was far from sufficient. Ultimately, it was the man named Usopp who stepped forward, his exceptional Kin Bunchaku effortlessly bridging the two worlds. Yasopp and Usopp, as father and son, were closely connected through Kin Bunchaku, becoming the eyes of their respective teams. With their guidance, Luffy and Zyankasi's teams prepared for an exhilarating, epic-making collaboration. The figures of powerful warriors separated by a generation intertwined, traversing reality and dreams, racing towards the same direction, hearts pounding together on the path. They unleashed a powerful strike against the falsehoods and darkness, fueled solely by resolve and fervor. After a series of relentless attacks, Zyankasi and Luffy made their grand entrance, shattering the void ahead with a punch and a sword. Reminiscent of the time you said, "I was like you. In growing up, I became you." Returning to the initial simplicity of black and white. Yuta's loneliness and her original dreams became increasingly clear. Countless memories with Zyankasi flooded her mind. Zyankasi, too, recalled the day he discovered Yuta among countless treasures. The 20-year-old Zyankasi melted by the smile of little Yuta. Surely, Captain Roger must have felt the same when he took in him and Buggy. Warm memories flowed. And in a climactic moment, the fifth gear Luffy combined forces with Zyankasi for a decisive strike. All distortions were purified in the explosion, and the external world finally returned to normal. Yuta, having regained her senses, collapsed in Shanks's embrace. However, burdened by overwhelming guilt, Yuta refused to consume the medication that would induce instant slumber. As the glass vial neared shattering, Leah dove to the ground to catch the potion, inadvertently scratching her cheek. Yet, Leah paid little heed to her injury as she stood up, brushed off her dress, and, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, "Have you too forgotten about me? I can awaken those individuals as well. There is no need for you, little girl, to sacrifice anything." Yuta lowered her head, expressing her dejection. "But I feel as if I no longer deserve to live. Avoidance is futile. What has occurred cannot be altered. Even if you were to perish now, it would change nothing," Leah stated expressionlessly. Shanks seemed inclined to defend Yuta, but he suppressed his urge, knowing Leah's character. True to form, Leah slightly opened her hand, presenting the writhing little light orb to Yuta, asking, "Can you guess what this is? Is it a music demon?" Yuta replied uncertainly. Leah nodded affirmatively and elaborated. "The negative emotions it harbored have essentially been consumed by me. It has now transformed into this small entity, which can indeed grow. I heard Luffy mention that you aspire to become a musician who brings happiness to others. Therefore, use your voice to spread joy and hope, nurturing it with positive emotions. And in due time, it will flourish alongside your music. The revolutionary anthem awaits your composition. Consider it a means of atonement for your past unintentional missteps. Sing freely and bring happiness to others. It is far better than quietly succumbing now," Leah declared with a smile, seemingly inspired by Leah's words. Yuta nodded tearfully and resolutely took the antidote, downing it without hesitation. Shanks respected his daughter's decision, and the two clasped each other's hands, erasing the years of estrangement. The girl, though weak, approached the stage as Zoro retrieved the snail phone. The angelic melody cascaded down like a gentle shower of starlight at sunset, lulling the tumultuous crowd into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Leah began to expand her consciousness, startling those dreamers awake, each gasping for breath as they emerged from their reveries. The members of the red-haired pirates looked on, somewhat helpless, yet relieved that everyone had survived. Yuta and Luffy conversed within a dreamscape. Luffy's fists, which felt mightier than bullets or cannons, appeared soft in Yuta's memory. Subsequently, Yuta returned Shanks' straw hat to Luffy, believing firmly that he would become the Pirate King. The red-haired pirate crew gathered, watching the child they had raised now shine brightly, and they collectively smiled. In this warm moment, only Kizaru remained fixated on the task of capturing Yuta. Faced with the two admirals, the crew dared not be careless. But at that moment, Shanks declared, "She is my daughter. If you wish to take her, then prepare to die." Without the need for further words, his conqueror's haki surged forth, overwhelming all in its path. Even the admirals retreated under the crushing terror of his presence. Ultimately, the Navy arrived in full force, yet departed empty-handed, accompanied by a gentle refrain of reminiscence. Yuta's performance reached its poignant conclusion. After Shanks took his daughter away, the audience gradually awakened. By the time Luffy regained consciousness, the red-haired pirates had already vanished. Leah began contemplating the path Yuta should take in her debut, but Shanks would certainly face retribution. There were matters left unresolved that had burdened her for over a decade. "You scoundrel!" Leah exclaimed as she chased after the fleeing Shanks. Observing this scene, Yuta, savoring the sweet treat prepared by Leah, suddenly smiled and remarked, "It seems that continuing like this might not be so bad after all." Introduction. Upon awakening in the world of pirates, Leah resolves to become the wealthiest individual in the OP world, save Ace, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, on her journey toward her dreams, a brazen red-haired fellow has latched onto her. While pursuing her career, perhaps she can also find love, establish a school, and first endure before fully enjoying the adventure. Sharing delicate daily moments with ASL in Windmill Village.